Continuation of the previous chapter. Chapter 273. The arrival is not friendly. Wang's hesitated for a moment, glanced around, and whispered, Qingxin, be careful in this class. I heard that Mentor Vito has some connections with that Peter, and Mentor Vito is a mid-level leader in our academy. You, be careful not to give him any leverage. Wang's didn't say that Mentor Vito's class was dangerous. Thinking of Qingxin's strength, he was quite reassured, just afraid that Mentor Vito might deliberately pick on her for personal reasons. Peter? Hearing this name, Mu Qingxin momentarily couldn't remember who it was. You haven't forgotten who Peter is, have you? Wang's looked at Mu Qingxin suspiciously. Mu Qingxin lowered her head and thought carefully it was familiar, but she really couldn't recall who Peter was, looking at Wang's with some confusion. Seeing Mu Qingxin's bewildered expression, Wang's felt a sense of pity for Peter, who was still boasting about making things difficult for Mu Qingxin. The main character had forgotten you, yet you were still jumping around. How pathetic. Wang's had his sympathy for Peter and looked at the time. There were only a few minutes left before class, so he hurriedly explained, You forgot that annoying Peter? He's the one who kept bothering you during military training, the one who bet with you on the first day when he was punished with 100 laps, and then surrounded us during the field training. As soon as she heard about the person who had been causing trouble during military training, Mu Qingxin instantly remembered who it was. Oh, it's him. Remembered? Let me tell you, that Peter has been talking bad about you on our academy's intranet lately, but don't worry, we've taken care of it and deleted all the posts he made. Also, now that we're back at the academy, because of Mentor Vito, he's starting to act cocky again. Be careful not to get caught by him. If anything happens, remember to contact us in time, and we'll help you get back at him. Wang said proudly, patting his chest. Mu Qingxin looked at Wang's heroic demeanor, and listening to what he said, she felt warmth in her heart. Thank you, Wang's. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, and let's invite Milo and Bai Lian along. We'll have a good gathering tonight. Really? That's great. Wang's was extremely excited he would finally get to eat something delicious tonight. If he had known, he would have mentioned this to Mu Qingxin as soon as he saw her, so he could enjoy the good food earlier. Milo, who was nearby, was also excited and immediately bowed his head to notify the others. The class bell rang, and everyone straightened up, paying attention to the door. For a moment, the classroom was extremely quiet in Mentor Vito's class. Almost everyone dared not breathe. Suddenly, everyone's gaze turned to the entrance, where two robots were carrying a large box covered with a cloth, followed by Mentor Vito. Seeing the mentor arrive, everyone quickly withdrew their gaze and looked forward, falling silent. Mu Qingxin sensed the anxious mentality of everyone and curiously looked over. She had previously heard Thomas and the others discuss Peter's misdeeds. The reason Peter could be so rampant in the academy was largely due to the backing of this Mentor Vito. Thinking of this, Mu Qingxin instinctively felt displeased with Mentor Vito. Observing the incoming mentor, Mu Qingxin noticed similarities between him and Peter. He was tall and robust, with a serious expression, and his deep-set eyes scanned the students. Those eyes were very similar to Peter's, as they lacked purity and had something sinister flickering within. And Mu Qingxin quickly shifted her gaze to the large box the robots had set down, scanning it with her mental energy and discovering it contained a living beast. She didn't expect this mentor to bring a live beast into the classroom. The morning's mentor, Zijing, only showed pictures, while Mentor Vito actually brought a real one. Was he trying to let the students observe and understand the beast more intuitively? Unexpectedly, despite his poor character, his teaching methods were quite good. If the other students present knew Mu Qingxin's thoughts at this moment, they would certainly stare wide-eyed and look at her in disbelief. Little girl, still too naive. Did she think about why the girls were directly assigned to another mentor's class while this classroom was filled with boys? Of course, Mu Qingxin was an exception. Vito looked at all the students gathered and was satisfied. He also noticed the only girl in the classroom. Looking at Mu Qingxin, that he recalled how his nephew gritted his teeth at her and how his nephew's mech was left in ruins. A cold shadow flashed in Vito's eyes as he looked at Mu Qingxin. The Mu family still disgusts me so much. Why did Mu Fengmian's daughter stay stupid forever? She actually recovered and bullied my nephew. Mu Fengmian, let's see how I deal with your precious daughter. Mu Qingxin keenly noticed the unfriendly gaze from the front. She didn't look over but scanned with her mental energy, and sure enough, it was Mentor Vito looking at her with cold eyes. Mu Qingxin felt a bit of a headache. Was it really because she didn't get up properly this morning? Thinking back to her smooth sailing since arriving in the interstellar world, she couldn't understand why. On the very first day of the new semester, she was having such bad luck. Did she have a grudge against this academy? Philibel? Qingxin gritted her teeth and decided not to care anyway. She would just listen to the class properly and not cause trouble. Her ancestors and father had told her that if she was bullied, she should tell them. This Vito was not friendly, but she wasn't easy to bully either. It was best if he didn't have any bad ideas otherwise. She would deal with him just like she did with Peter. I'm glad that the newly upgraded students are here for class. I am your mentor, Mentor Vito. In my class, I hope you maintain a clear mind and strong psychological qualities. Some rules I don't want to say a second time. You can ask the students who have been here for a month when class is over. Now let's begin. After Vito finished speaking, he looked at the students in the classroom. Now everyone stand up and don't move, whoosh. The students who had been there for a month immediately stood up. The new students, although puzzled, also quickly stood up. Qingxin stood up as well. Once everyone was standing, Qingxin noticed that the decorations in the classroom began to change from the front. The familiar changes made her heart tighten. They were entering virtual mode again. At this moment, everyone found themselves on a wide grassy field, and Vito instructed everyone to stand in front of him. Qingxin was flanked by Wangs and Milon, standing in the middle. She glanced at the tall figure in front, and then at the surroundings. She saw a row of boys in the back staring at her, clearly laughing at her height. Qingxin couldn't help but glare at them fiercely, standing straight and focusing her mental energy forward. Chapter 274, Flamingo. Vito glanced at the properly standing students and noticed that Mu Fengnian's daughter was being blocked quite thoroughly, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected Mu Fengnian to have such a short daughter. It seemed to be due to bad genes. However, he needed to call Qingxin to the front, otherwise it would be hard to deal with her. I see that our class has gained a girl this semester. Everyone make way. Let the girl stand in front. You're blocking her so tightly. How is the young lady supposed to learn? Vito reprimanded the students in front. The students in front, hearing the mentor's reprimand, immediately showed fearful expressions and hurriedly made way, exposing Qingxin. Qingxin, be careful, Wangs whispered. Qingxin hadn't reacted yet when a path had already opened up in front of her. In front was the smiling Mentor Vito. Looking at the smile on Mentor Vito's face, Qingxin suppressed her dislike and walked forward. Seeing Qingxin walk to the front, a dark gleam flashed in Vito's eyes, and he nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at the large box covered with cloth beside him, his eyes gleaming with a hint of excitement. Today, I would like to introduce a mythical creature called the flamingo. Also known as the flame bird. It is a fire-type mythical beast, entirely red, with a pair of huge, powerful wings covered in feathers that are very tough. Its offensive capabilities come from its large wings and its sharp beak, which can spew out scorching flames. Instructor Vito explained the characteristics of the flamingo, and everyone listened attentively without distraction. However, Qingxin, sitting at the front, was momentarily stunned when she heard the name flamingo. She then carefully touched her belly and thought to herself, how coincidental it is that she had just eaten flamingo wings for lunch, and now she was here to learn about the flamingo. She had never seen a real flamingo before. Every time she shopped online, she only saw pictures, and the ones that arrived were already processed. Today, she could see a living one. As I just mentioned, remember this well. Now let me show you a live flamingo. After saying this, Instructor Vito signaled 2 robots to lift the cloth. The 2 robots moved to the large box, extended their arms, and pulled down the cloth, revealing a large box that was divided into 2 parts. The bottom half was solid and opaque, made of an unknown white material, while the upper half was transparent, allowing a view of the flamingo inside. All the students gathered around to observe the flamingo, and Qingxin was pushed to the front. She looked up at the flamingo, which resembled a wild chicken from her past life, but was much more aggressive and large, standing over 3 meters tall. To see the flamingo's head clearly, she had to tilt her head back almost painfully. Its sharp claws, hard beak, and feathers seemed to emit a cold, hard light. According to what Instructor Vito had just said, the flamingo was highly aggressive and would attack humans on sight. Just look, the flamingo inside was glaring at the circle of humans, its eyes narrowed, its feathers bristling, its chest puffed up, sparks flying from its beak, preparing to strike. at any moment. Instructor Vito approached the box, glanced at Mu Qingxin, who was almost obscured from view, and smirked. If you encounter a flamingo while out training, how would you escape? Everyone looked at the flamingo, pondering how they would escape if faced with it. Mu Qingxin, caught in the crowd, felt confused by the instructor's question. Why escape? Just kill it and eat it. The meat of the flamingo was incredibly tender, especially the thigh meat. It seemed that the flamingo ran quite a bit when it wasn't using its wings, and the thigh meat was very strong. Just one bite. And the wings. The spicy chicken wings she had for lunch only used one of the flamingo's wings. In the evening, she could prepare the remaining wings in another way. And that neck, it was quite long and could be made into spicy snacks. On her days off, she could enjoy them as treats. Oh right, she could make more to send to her dad and the others to taste. The alert flamingo was watching the humans before it, suddenly feeling as if it were being plucked, as if it had become the prey, being targeted by a powerful hunter. It felt so scared. This student, why don't you share your thoughts? Vito pointed to a student in front of him. The student pondered for a few seconds and said, I can use wind-type abilities to escape quickly. Upon hearing this, everyone realized he was a wind-type ability user and looked at him with envy. Wind-type users were known for their speed, and they often had the highest survival rates in dangerous situations. Instructor Vito smiled, but don't forget, the flamingo has wings. No matter how fast you are, can you outpace a flamingo in flight? Your speed only gives you a 50% chance of survival. Hearing this, the student immediately deflated and lowered his head. What would you do? Vito pointed to another student. I would immediately enter my mech and duel it. What if you're in a dense forest? How would you maneuver your mech? This. Go ahead. He pointed to another student. I would grab a weapon and duel it, then take off on my flying skateboard while it dodges. Flying skateboard? You're asking for death. I don't know either. Listening to the students, Vito's expression grew grim, and he finally focused on Mu Qingxin. The students in front of her quickly stepped aside, revealing her. Mu Qingxin, what would you do if you encountered a flamingo? Instructor Vito asked her. Mu Qingxin snapped back from her daydreaming, looked around, and found everyone staring at her. She glanced at the trapped flamingo and said, What would I do? If I can't escape, I'll just fight. If I can't win, I'll run. It's either fight or flight, and I can hold out until help arrives. Everyone was stunned by Mu Qingxin's answer. It made sense. Instructor Vito was momentarily speechless. What if help doesn't arrive? If help doesn't come, I'll just give it my all and kill it. Then she could turn it into delicious dishes. Chapter 275, an awkward and dramatic scene 1. No matter how hard you try, I doubt your little frame could even fill the gaps in the flamingo's teeth. Everyone looked at Mu Qingxin's small frame and then at the size of the flamingo, bursting into laughter. Then Mu Qingxin watched everyone laugh, her face darkening as she ignored them and continued to observe the flamingo. Wang's and Milo in the back couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Instructor Vito, seeing everyone mock Mu Qingxin, felt quite pleased and said, The flamingo is a fire-type mythical beast. As you can see, it is entirely red, and its eyes are also red. In its vision, everything appears red.so when it spots you. Quickly take out a red cloth to cover yourself, and you can evade the flamingo's pursuit. Wow, all the students suddenly understood it was that simple. They planned to buy a large red cloth after school to use as protection against flamingos in the future. Mu Qingxin was baffled by this answer. So it could work like that? She looked at the flamingo with sympathy. It was so pitiful to be colorblind. In addition to this method, there's another way to evade danger. Attack. The flamingo's weak points are its chest and head. If you don't have a red cloth, then bravely attack and kill it. Vito said loudly, looking at everyone. As for how to kill it, you will need to experience it yourselves. Next, I will release the flamingo, so be careful. With that, Vito smirked at the astonished Mu Qingxin. The students who had been here for a month immediately scattered, running far away from the flamingo. Some took out weapons, while others searched their spatial pockets for red clothing. The new students, who had just started class today, were momentarily stunned but quickly snapped back to reality, following the seniors to run away. Qingxin, run! Wang's pulled Mu Qingxin away, and together with Miloin, they hid with the seniors. Qingxin, do you have any red clothes? Hurry up and take them out. Wang's kept flipping through a spatial pouch, and Miloin also searched through his belongings, but there was nothing red to use. Mu Qingxin looked at the two robots, which had already turned red. One stood in front of Mentor Vito, while the other approached the flamingo and opened the box. Poof! Boom! The box slowly opened, and everyone looked at the flamingo in terror. The flamingo noticed that the object surrounding it had opened and immediately leaped up, springing out of the box, cautiously observing its surroundings. Everyone froze, and the flamingo stood still, squinting at the enemy in front of it. At this moment, no one moved, as if whoever moved first will be the first to perish. What should we do? I don't have any red clothes. Once I get home today, I must buy a bunch of red clothes to wear every day. Wang said softly, troubled. Mu Qingxin heard Wang's words and rolled her eyes in disbelief. Isn't it flashy for a man to wear red clothes? Hearing a noise, the flamingo tilted its head, focusing on Wang's direction. Its feathers bristled, and it quickly ran towards Wang's, flapping its wings. The flamingo is coming. Quick attack. The seniors in front quickly raised their weapons and began to launch a fierce attack on the flamingo. Boom! Boom! Countless laser cannons were fired at the flamingo, but it dodged them skillfully. Some attacks hit it, but they caused no damage due to its thick feathers. It's coming, it's coming. Get out of the way. Seeing the flamingo charging towards them without fear of the attacks, everyone immediately scattered and fled. Run, run. The people in front ran away, and those behind quickly followed. Miluan pulled Wang's and Mu Qingxin to run away into the distance. Once people began to move, the flamingo had a target to attack and started chasing them. The flamingo chased after a group of people, running while spitting flames from its mouth, directing the fire straight at the students. The slower students screamed, while the quicker ones immediately took out their shields to block the flames. Quick, attack its head and chest. The seniors who had activated their shields calmly directed the students to attack. The panicked students found their direction, suppressing their fear, and took out their weapons to aim at the flamingo's head and chest, launching a frenzied barrage. Bang! Boom! Boom! All the firepower from the students was deflected by the flamingo's wings, scattering in all directions, leaving a mess on the grass. Not far behind the flamingo, Mu Qingxin, Wang's, and Miluan watched the fierce battle from a distance. At this moment, Mu Qingxin had already blocked her mental energy in front of them, which was why the flamingo had not attacked them. Oh my, why is this flamingo so strong? Wang's exclaimed, watching the flamingo swat away an incoming laser cannon. Miluan, observing the battle, was also surprised. It can't be attacked at all. Yes, based on the current situation, the flamingo is unharmed, but the group of students over there is in trouble that if the flamingo attacks with fire 2 more times, that shield will break. Mu Qingxin noted the incoming attacks. What should we do? We have to kill this flamingo to get out of class. Wang's lamented. Mu Qingxin frowned upon hearing this. What if we can't kill it? What will happen in the next class? Wang's looked at Mu Qingxin. Do you have a class next period? After thinking for a moment, Mu Qingxin shook her head. No, what about you? None. What about them? What if someone does? None. No one. Mu Qingxin looked at Wang's in confusion. Wang smiled bitterly. I heard those seniors say that Mentor Vito's class has no set end time. So if you choose his class, there generally won't be any classes scheduled afterward because no one knows when class will end. This once again refreshed Mu Qingxin's worldview, outlook on life, and values. Why does such a capricious mentor have to make things difficult for the students? Crack. Not good. The shield is about to break. Run. The students holding the shields shouted loudly as they saw cracks forming. The students in the back, hearing this, hurriedly fled in panic. Boom! The flamingo attacked again, completely shattering the shield, and the seniors quickly escaped from there. The flamingo stopped, looking around at the suddenly vanished enemies, tilting its head in search of them. Chapter 276. A chaotic and dramatic scene 2. It's coming again. Suddenly, the entire space was filled with screams, wails, and sounds of attacks. On Mu Qingxin's side, because of her mental energy barrier, they repeatedly avoided the flamingo's attention. Why isn't the flamingo coming over here? Wang suddenly noticed this fact and asked in confusion. Miluan, hearing Wang's question, smiled helplessly. Young master, you just realized this? It must be because of Qingxin that the flamingo hasn't noticed us. He had known during the field battle that Mu Qingxin's strength was actually greater than any of theirs. Really? Wang's looked at Mu Qingxin in surprise. Mu Qingxin rolled her eyes at Wang's, thinking he was silly for only just realizing it. Seeing Mu Qingxin's eye roll, Wang's wasn't angry instead. He became excited. Great! and we can sit here and watch them run away in peace, haha. Wang's, feeling carefree, sat down on the ground, looking smugly at his classmates in distress. Haha, look at that person. Oh no, the fire got to his butt, haha. Run, run, the flamingo is coming. Run to the right, run to the right. Hurry, hurry, why are you all so slow? That in an instant, a bizarre scene appeared before everyone's eyes. A group of people chased by the flamingo, along with 3 watching from the side. In the corner, Minter Vito saw that Qingxin was unharmed, his eyes flashing with gloom, secretly resenting the flamingo for being ineffective, wondering why it couldn't notice. Qingxin and only chased those students. Gradually, some students noticed the unusual situation near Wang's. The clever ones ran towards Wang's and discovered that he wasn't being noticed by the flamingo. Excitedly, they called their friends over. 1 called 2, 2 called 4, and in an instant, all the students were hiding behind Qingxin and the other 2. What are you doing hiding behind us? Keep attacking the flamingo. Wang's, looking at the flamingo right in front of them, felt uneasy and shouted to the students behind him. Could it be that this place is a blind spot? The flamingo can't see us? Seeing the flamingo looking confused as it scanned the area, some people began to wonder. That's possible. Maybe the spot is just a dead angle in the space. Hey, you 3 are really lucky to be hiding here, said a student, rubbing his burned, but while enviously looking at the 3 who were unharmed. Qingxin, Wang's, and Miluan felt a bit amused at their words. Classmates, can you point out where the blind spots are in a virtual space? Qingxin signaled to Wang's and Miluan, and the 3 immediately ran to the side. Swish! Without Qingxin's mental energy barrier, the flamingo immediately spotted a group of enemies and fixed its gaze on them. Hey, why are you running? Don't let the flamingo spot you. Come back quickly. The students who had finally sat down to rest looked at Qingxin and the other 2 in confusion as they ran away. Perhaps they had been sitting for too long and wanted to pick a fight with the flamingo, bringing trouble upon themselves. Watching the movements of the 3, the others didn't care much as long as they could catch their breath. That was enough. Suddenly, someone noticed something was off. Hey, have you guys noticed what? What's wrong? The flamingo seems to be staring at you no way. This place is a dead angle. The flamingo can't see us. Really? Really? It's coming. Run! The speakers shouted at the top of their lungs, scrambling to quickly leave the area and heading towards where Qingxin and the others were, without questioning why they ran that way. They just felt a sense of safety behind those 3. Oh crap, it's really coming. Run, run. The second person to realize the flamingo had spotted them shouted loudly. Why are we running? This is a dead angle. Still, some didn't believe it until fire. Fire. Quick, put out the fire. The flamingo shot a burst of flames at the group of sitting students, at which point they realized this was not a dead angle. The flamingo had indeed spotted them. Then the students began to awkwardly flee and dodge that moment. A clever person discovered fact. Following behind Qingxin and Wang Si could help them evade the flamingo's attacks. Subsequently, more and more people noticed this and ran towards Qingxin's side. Hey, why are you running behind us? Go fight the flamingo. Wang Si protested unhappily. Wang Si, we're all classmates. We should share blessings and bear hardships together. Do you have any way to avoid the flamingo? Damn, what do you think we have? Due to the large number of people, Qingxin's mental power could no longer withstand the flamingo. The flamingo had become smarter. It learned to chase those who slipped through the cracks and attack them. Qingxin's mental power could block one attack from the flamingo, but not the second. After holding on for so long, she felt it was becoming increasingly difficult. This time, as she prepared to block another flame attack, she felt she had reached her limit. I can't hold on anymore. Qingxin stopped, her face serious. What? Then what do we do? Red. Who has red clothes? Upon hearing this grim news, Wang Si's face immediately turned sour as he shouted to those behind him. The people behind also heard Qingxin's words and gradually began to understand something. Their hearts filled with panic again as they looked at the flamingo preparing to launch another attack. Unsure of what to do, Myron walked up beside Qingxin, raised his weapon, and aimed at the flamingo. Qingxin, do you have any ideas? He had unconsciously developed the habit of asking Qingxin for solutions whenever something went wrong. Qingxin looked at the flamingo in front of her and asked, if we kill this flamingo, can I take its body? What? Everyone behind her froze upon hearing Qingxin's words. What would they do with the flamingo's corpse? Wang Xi's eyes lit up after hearing this. He recalled the dish Qingxin mentioned for lunch earlier. Looking at the flamingo again, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he swallowed hard and intentionally asked loudly, Qingxin, do you mean that if you can kill this flamingo, you want its body? Qingxin nodded. Yes, is that okay? Looking at the flamingo in front of her, it should be enough to feed them for quite a while. Chapter 277. The awkward and dramatic scene. 3. The students behind, although unsure why they needed the flamingo's corpse, thought that if someone could kill this flamingo, they could be free sooner and leave class early. Otherwise, they might not be able to leave class tomorrow either, unable to kill the flamingo. Instructor, Mentor Vito. Someone shouted to the instructor beside him, asking, Instructor, if we kill this flamingo, can we have its body? Yes, Instructor. Can you leave it for us as a keepsake? Instructor, please. In order to escape the flamingo's attack sooner, the students in the back pleaded with Mentor Vito in the corner. Vito had been keeping an eye on Qingxin and noticed that, for some reason, the flamingo had not been paying attention to her. It must be that the Mu family had given her some kind of protective item. Hearing the students asking for the flamingo, Vito casually replied, Sure. If you can kill the flamingo, then it will be yours. He had no use for the flamingo anyway. Usually, the corpses of exotic beasts used in class were sent directly to the Research Academy for dissection and study. All right, if you can kill this flamingo, then it will be yours. Vito did not mention what would happen if they couldn't kill it, but the students familiar with Vito's teaching style looked worried. Unable to kill the exotic beast? No problem. In the end, robots would be sent in to catch the exotic beast again, sealing it. And then Vito would make everyone write a 10,000-word reflection on their feelings during class and the reasons for their failure. In the next class, the exotic beast would be released again until it was killed. Upon hearing Vito say the flamingo could belong to them, Wangs and Miluan excitedly looked at Qingxin. Qingxin, let's kill it. This flamingo will be ours, and then we can hurry back to the dorm to eat meat. Miluan and Wangs, full of fighting spirit, picked up their weapons, ready for a battle. Qingxin looked at the flamingo, which was about to spew flames, immediately took out her phoenix bow and raised it, preparing to attack. Chirp! The flamingo screeched loudly, spewing hot flames toward the transparent mental barrier, waiting to eliminate all these enemies. The students behind were so frightened by the blazing flames that they completely forgot about fighting and started to scream and hug each other. At the moment the flames approached the mental barrier, Qingxin quickly retracted her mental energy, and everyone immediately appeared in the flamingo's line of sight. Seeing its flames rushing toward the enemies, the flamingo's eyes gleamed with pride, believing that this strike would surely kill these humans. Bang! Everyone was stunned by the scene just now. Where did the flames go? Did they fly away by themselves? What just happened? The flamingo was also dumbfounded, looking at the intact group of humans, and then around, wondering where its flames had gone. In a corner, Vito squinted, watching the suddenly enlarged wooden board in Qingxin's hand. Peter had told him that Qingxin had a wooden board made of some unknown material that could block any attack, even shattering matches. He had just witnessed the flamingo's flames being extinguished by that board. Holding the enlarged phoenix bow, Qingxin watched as the little fire creature jumped into her pocket. It had just swallowed the flamingo's flames and was still complaining about not having enough and wanting more. Qingxin comforted the little fire, promising that if there was a crystal core in the flamingo's body after they killed it, she would give it to the little fire, which finally calmed it down. With determination in her eyes, Qingxin looked at the flamingo with an intense gaze, and recipes for cooking flamingo appeared in her mind. Miluan, you go right, Wangs. You go left. Distract it while I attack from the front. Qingxin quickly instructed. Okay. Miluan and Wangs responded in unison, raising their weapons and running to either side of the flamingo. Boom! Bang! The flamingo was attacked from both sides and immediately became furious, flapping its wings powerfully and flying toward Wangs. Seeing this, Miluan quickly increased his firepower to attract the flamingo's attention. Wangs, on the other hand, dodged swiftly. When the flamingo's tail was accidentally hit, it angrily turned to attack Miluan, and Wangs stopped fleeing, raising his weapon to chase and attack the flamingo while Miluan quickly ran away. Back and forth, the flamingo was thus distracted by the two, chasing one moment and then the other. Wow, We can operate like this? The students behind watched as Wang's and Miluan worked together so well, making the flamingo spin in circles without getting hurt. Chirp! The flamingo is angry. Be careful. The flamingo let out a loud screech, fixing its gaze on Wang's, ignoring Miluan, who was desperately attacking it from behind, and flew straight toward Wang's, determined to tear him apart. Just as the flamingo was about to catch up to Wang's, its mouth opened, flames visible within, and in the next second, Wang's was about to be burned. Everyone widened their eyes, anxious for Wang's. Bang! At that moment, a wooden board slammed shut over the flamingo's mouth, and faint sparks could be seen escaping from the corners of its mouth. The flamingo was heavily smashed down to the ground. The flamingo, still dazed from being knocked down, was hit hard on the head, its eyes rolling with stars. The loud sound made everyone instinctively touch their heads, as the crisp sound was terrifying, feeling as if it might crack. But looking at the flamingo, it surprisingly managed to stand up, albeit dazed. Qingxin observed the flamingo getting back up, her eyes filled with surprise. She hadn't expected the flamingo's skull to be quite tough. Holding her breath and focusing intently on the flamingo, immediately, the structure of the flamingo's body appeared in Qingxin's mind. She noticed that the flamingo's skull had some slight cracks. 2 more hits, and its head would shatter. The flamingo shook its head, its gaze fixed on the tiny human in front of it. With a chirp, it seemed to vent its anger and opened its mouth to spray flames at Qingxin. Qingxin quickly enlarged the phoenix bow and held it in front of her, while the little fire had already jumped onto the bow, waiting for the flames to arrive. That wooden board actually absorbed the flames. The students behind were shocked as they watched the wooden board in Qingxin's hand suddenly grow large, not only blocking the flames spewed by the flamingo, but completely absorbing them. The flamingo was also confused. Why were its flames being absorbed? It continued to spray several more bursts of flames, all of which were absorbed by the little fire. Chapter 278. The Flamingo's Heroic Sacrifice Burp. The little fire contentedly burped and happily returned to Qingxin's pocket, saying, "I'm full now. You can kill it." A smile flashed in Qingxin's eyes as she discreetly reached into her pocket. All right. Her hand touched the little fire, sending it into the space. And then she shrank the phoenix bow, her gaze sharp as she looked at the flamingo. Now, it's my turn to counterattack. At this moment, the flames within the flamingo had all been expelled, and it could not gather flames again for the time being. Looking at the tiny human in front of it, a sudden sense of crisis arose in its heart, and it turned to run. He trying to run? Too late. If you run away, what will we have for dinner? Qingxin raised the phoenix bow and activated the wind step, quickly moving towards the flamingo. Bang! Qingxin swung the board at the flamingo's leg, causing it to lose its balance and crash to the ground. Taking advantage of the flamingo's fall, Qingxin quickly moved to its head and began to strike down hard on it. Bang! 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 For a moment, the entire space was exceptionally quiet. Only the sound of the skull being struck heavily was heard, until the crisp sound of it cracking echoed. Everyone stared in disbelief as they watched the flamingo gradually stop struggling until it no longer moved, with only the board being raised and lowered repeatedly, accompanied by that spine-chilling sound. Wang Si and Miluan looked at Qingxin's belongings, unable to help but close their eyes for a moment, recalling the scene during the field battle when Qingxin killed the Thunderblade beast, brutal and bloody, yet ultimately a happy feeling because the food turned out to be very delicious. With this thought, the two opened their eyes and looked at the motionless flamingo, Qingxin, which was already dead, so there was no need to strike again, right? Bang! As Wang Si's words fell, the final heavy strike landed. The students behind them screamed in unison. Wang Si and Miluan stiffly touched the unknown substance splattered on their faces, and when they looked at their hands, a complex expression immediately appeared on their faces. Qingxin, could you not be so bloody, please? Qingxin put away the phoenix string, allowing it to return to her space for cleaning, and then looked at the flamingo's head, which had been smashed to bits. She glanced at the two stiffened individuals and couldn't help but laugh out loud, quickly taking out 2 handkerchiefs to hand to them. Ahem, it's nothing. That's just brain matter. A quick wipe and it'll be clean. Ugh. Wang Si couldn't hold back and vomited. Milo beside him didn't throw up, but his expression was extremely unpleasant as he rubbed his face vigorously. Some students with weaker stomachs, upon hearing Mu Qingxin's words, couldn't hold back either and directly threw up. Mu Qingxin shrugged, feeling helpless. She had merely smashed the flamingo's head. The head and abdomen of the flamingo were black, while the other parts were white. It was edible. They could deal with the internal organs once they returned. Minter, the flamingo is dead. Can I collect it? Mu Qingxin turned around to look at the approaching Minter Vito. Vito approached silently, examined the flamingo, and frowned at its tragic state, looking back at Mu Qingxin with a scrutinizing gaze, feeling a sense of vigilance towards her. Minter? Mu Qingxin saw Vito staring at her and asked again. Vito came back to his senses, glanced at the flamingo on the ground, nodded, and said, "You can take it." "Thank you, Minter." Mu Qingxin happily responded, touching the flamingo and collecting it into her space. The others watched, thinking she had merely stored the flamingo into her space. After Mu Qingxin stored the flamingo, she used her mind to contact Xiaohua and Yiya, instructing them to clean the flamingo's feathers, leaving the feathers on the tail and wings because she needed them while burning off the feathers from other parts. Upon receiving the orders, Xiaohua and Yiya immediately got to work. Yiya was responsible for plucking the feathers from the tail and wings, while Xiaohua gradually burned away all the feathers from the flamingo's body. "Mu Qingxin, you are so amazing." "Yes, Mu Qingxin. How did you manage to kill the flamingo like that? So fierce. That board of yours is incredible. It can absorb fire." Looking at Mu Qingxin's petite figure, everyone gathered around, looking down at her in surprise. They hadn't expected such a frail body to be so fierce and brutal. The talent test during the opening ceremony must have malfunctioned. Otherwise, how could Mu Qingxin have become so powerful now? She was definitely not useless. "Yes. I also want to know, what material is that board you just used made of?" Vito asked aloud. At this moment, everyone stopped, and upon hearing the Minter's question, they looked at Mu Qingxin curiously, wanting to know what material the board was made of. If possible, they also wanted to have one. Mu Qingxin looked up at Minter Vito and saw the greed in his eyes, feeling a chill in her heart, unsure of what Vito was planning. Vito's eyes fixed on Mu Qingxin, his expression serious. Could it be that Commander Mu found some new or somewhere and made this weapon from it? Or where did your family obtain it? Upon hearing Minter Vito's words, the other students' gazes towards Mu Qingxin gradually changed. Mu Qingxin noticed Vito's gaze turning cold. This statement clearly tarnished her family's reputation. Her father finding new and not reporting it to the leader, but minding it himself? That was obviously going to make the entire alliance hostile. Or where did it come from? Where could it come from? Vito meant to imply that it was obtained through improper means, right? She realized that this Minter Vito was just as bad-hearted as Peter. "Ha, Minter Vito, you must be joking. If my father encountered new, he would directly report it to the leader. How could he mind himself? That would be unpatriotic. Although the Mu family doesn't have much ability, we know our principles. We love our country. We love the entire alliance. My family has supported the alliance for generations. And if our ancestors who sacrificed on the battlefield knew my father was privately mining new, they would definitely come back to strangle him." Mu Qingxin said with righteous indignation. All the students immediately retracted their earlier thoughts. Yes, the Mu family has supported the alliance for generations, and Commander Mu is upright. He would never do anything disgraceful. Vito noticed the students' change in attitude, looking at Mu Qingxin with a cold smile. He had underestimated her. He hadn't expected the worthless daughter of Mu Fengyan to be so sharp-tongued. Chapter 279. Who to Attack? Haha, the Minter was just joking earlier. How could he doubt your father? He was just curious about your board, which is so powerful that it can block the flamingo's flames and even kill it. Mu Qingxin, could you let us see the board you just used? Vito smiled at Mu Qingxin. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Mu Qingxin with eager expressions. They wanted to see it too, since they were too far away to see anything earlier. Mu Qingxin lowered her gaze, revealing a knowing look. She had already guessed what Minter Vito wanted. His purpose was not to tarnish her family's reputation, but to get her phoenix string. Her phoenix string was unique. Wanting it was wishful thinking. You want it? The phoenix string would probably despise you. Sure, you could take a look. Mu Qingxin smiled and agreed. Xin. Wang Si and Mai Luan, beside her, showed worried expressions, continually signaling her not to take it out. If it were another mentor, it wouldn't matter if Xin took out the phoenix string, but with Mentor Vito, it was different. His intentions were not pure to begin with. And given his connection to Peter, they feared that once Xin took out the phoenix string, she wouldn't be able to get it back. Seeing the worried looks from Wang Si and Mai Lin, Mu Qingxin smiled and secretly winked at them, then took the instrument out from her space, instantly drawing everyone in. Huh, why are there still a few strings on it? The shape of this board is so peculiar. What are these strings for? Do you hook your hand on them when playing? I just saw that this board can also change size. It's so amazing. All the students surrounded Mu Qingxin's instrument, examining and discussing it, without anyone daring to touch it. The interstellar people have a strong sense of respect for others' belongings and do not touch them casually unless permitted. Vito looked at the strange board in Mu Qingxin's hands, a greedy glint flashing in his eyes. Classmate Mu, may I take a look at your weapon? Mu Qingxin smiled and said, Of course, Minter, take your time. Saying this, she handed the instrument to Vito. Vito carefully took the instrument with both hands, gently stroking the patterns on it, closely examining every detail, seriously studying it, thinking about how he could take it away. The student's attention shifted to Mentor Vito, watching the board in his hands and asking him questions. Mentor, can you tell what material this is made of? Mentor, is this board heavy? Mentor, how does it feel in your hands? The students all spoke at once, and upon hearing the noisy questions, Vito frowned and coldly scanned the students, who immediately fell silent. Taking advantage of this, Wang Si pulled Mu Qingxin over, while Mai Luan kept a close watch on Mentor Vito's actions, preventing him from switching the items and taking Xin's belongings away. Qingxin, how did you take it out? What if Wan's is anxious? Mu Qingxin shook her head. It's fine, there's nothing going on. The mentor is just taking a look. Vito, who was looking down at the board in his hands, flashed a cold smile upon hearing Mu Qingxin's words. Humph, naive little girl. Now that it's out, there's no chance of putting it back. Vito raised his hand to check the time. It was quite early to finish today. Just over 40 minutes had passed, and the normal class time wasn't up yet. Instead of watching the students, Vito thought. The students were trembling under his gaze, hoping it wouldn't be another flamingo. Why don't we try the power of this board and see how powerful it really is? Vito raised the instrument in his hand and said, Great, I agree. I also agree. Hearing that there was no need to release the exotic beasts, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Wonderful, as long as there were no more exotic beasts. They could do anything, and they also wanted to see the power of this board. They were too nervous just now and didn't see clearly. Vito smiled at Mu Qingxin, who coldly snorted in her heart. What are you looking at her for? You've already decided. How could she disagree? All right, I also agree. Mu Qingxin smiled sweetly. A hint of triumph flashed in Vito's eyes as he said seriously, Then, let us have Mu Qingxin hold this board, and the other students will attack. Let's see how magical this board really is. Attack? How to attack? Who to attack? Upon hearing Vito's words, the students looked at their mentor with confusion. Of course, it's to attack Mu Qingxin because this board is in her hands. If they don't attack her, how can they see the board's power? Vito said as a matter of course. But is that okay? The students looked at Mu Qingxin uncertainly. Mu Qingxin glanced at Vito, who was studying the instrument again, and coldly laughed in her heart. He really is holding a grudge, trying to find ways to get rid of her. Fine, go ahead and attack. Mu Qingxin smiled. Hearing that Mu Qingxin agreed, Vito sneered inwardly. Truly a fearless girl. She will regret it later. Mentor Vito returned the instrument to Mu Qingxin, saying, Mu classmate, I hope you can fully showcase its power later. Mu Qingxin raised her head and took the instrument, smiling confidently. Okay. At the same time, she connected with Qingxin through her mind, letting Qingxin control the instrument in her hand. When Vito asked Mu Qingxin to take out Qingxin, she immediately contacted Yaya and Xiaohua, instructing them to go to the storage room and quickly find an instrument. Although Yaya and Xiaohua didn't know what for, they quickly found an instrument, and Mu Qingxin took out a regular instrument. She certainly wouldn't foolishly take out Qingxin. Although Qingxin was contracted to her, she could call it back any time, but suddenly pulling it back would raise suspicions. Therefore, She took out an ordinary instrument. And since Qingxin was a celestial artifact, it could control its kind. Any musical instrument could be controlled by Qingxin. So she wasn't worried that Vito would notice any difference between this instrument and the one she used before. Now, let's begin. Vito looked at the students and said. The students exchanged glances, some shyly looking at Qingxin, who smiled and walked a short distance away with the instrument. Qingxin wands. And Miluan looked at Qingxin with worry. And finally, Wan suddenly ran towards Qingxin, followed closely by Miluan. Qingxin, I'm going to fight with you, Wan firmly said, grabbing Qingxin's arm. Miluan beside him also said firmly, I will too. Qingxin looked at the two and shook her head. No, you two go back. I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of both of you later. The sword fire is merciless. What if I accidentally hurt you too? We can help you block some attacks. Wands, Miluan, you two come back. Before Wands could finish, Vito had already called them back. Don't worry, there is no danger. When the students attack, be careful not to hit Qingxin, and remember, we are just testing the power of that board, not attacking Mu classmate. Vito explained repeatedly, but the three of them didn't listen, and Vito couldn't help but darken his face. These students were too dismissive of him, treating his words as if they were just the wind. Go back. Qingxin smiled at the two, saying, I will be fine, trust me. Wands and Miluan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to go back, though they repeatedly reminded Qingxin to be careful. Are you ready? At this moment, a contrasting scene appeared, with Qingxin standing alone on one side, and a group of students on the other, facing each other. Vito looked at Qingxin and asked. Qingxin nodded. I'm ready, let us start. A dark glint flashed in Vito's eyes as he looked at the students. Begin. The students looked at each other, and no one made the first move. Looking at the small and weak Qingxin, they really couldn't bring themselves to act. Still not moving? Don't waste time. Vito threatened the unmotivated students fiercely. Or do you want to deal with exotic beasts again? At the thought of the exotic beasts, all the students shook their heads in unison. No. Finally, a burly student stepped forward, a shy smile on his face, cupping his fists and saying, Mu classmate, I'm sorry. I will be careful not to hurt you. It's okay, senior. Qingxin raised the instrument, getting into a defensive stance, and had already called out Xiaohua and Yaya, who were now in her pocket, in case Mentor Vito played dirty. The burly student suddenly charged at Qingxin, running up to her and raising his fist to strike. Bang! Qingxin raised the instrument to block his fist and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. She was shocked to realize that this classmate was a power-type ability user with great strength. Thankfully, with Qingxin's help, otherwise, this instrument would have shattered. Seeing his full force strike, not damaging the instrument, Wensher suppressed his surprise and continued to raise his other hand to strike again. Qingxin quickly stepped back, wrapping her mental energy around the instrument, swinging it towards Wensher. Bang! Wensher was heavily knocked back a few steps, and Qingxin immediately followed up with a sweeping strike towards Wensher's legs, making his legs feel as if they were hit by a rock, causing him to fall to the ground, and the students behind him gasped in surprise at Wensher falling. I'm coming. A boy among the students quickly moved to Qingxin's side, and suddenly a strong wind whipped up, gradually becoming sharp against her face, making it hard for Qingxin to open her eyes. A slicing sound broke through the wind nearby, and Qingxin quickly blocked, hearing the sound of the wind blade scraping against the instrument. The wind continued to blow around her, and Qingxin still couldn't open her eyes. At this moment, she realized that this classmate was a wind-type ability user. The attack didn't stop. Fortunately, the boy only targeted the instrument in Qingxin's hands and didn't attack other parts of her body, which was somewhat gentlemanly. Qingxin kept her eyes tightly closed, her senses wide open, scanning her surroundings with her mental energy, paying attention to the wind-type user's attacks. Meanwhile, the power-type user Wensher was using the wind to quickly punch towards Qingxin. Bang! Qingxin wasn't paying attention for a moment. The instrument blocked Wensher's punch, but she was hit by the wind blade from behind, cutting through her shoulder. Wands, who was not far away, saw Qingxin get hurt and shouted in panic. The wind-type user saw that Qingxin was injured and felt very sorry, quickly saying, Mu classmate, I'm sorry, I didn't notice and accidentally hurt you. It's okay, Qingxin said nonchalantly, catching a glimpse of Vito in the distance. Seeing him smiling, and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Seriously, she just got hurt a little, and smiling so much. If she died, wouldn't he laugh himself to death? You all go attack. Class is almost over. Make it quick, and let us see how powerful this board really is. Vito retracted the smile in his eyes and commanded the remaining students to pick up their weapons and attack. Hearing that time was running out, the remaining students glanced at Qingxin, gritted their teeth, and charged forward with their weapons. What are you doing? No attacking. No attacking. You're just ganging up on her, bullying a little girl. Is that what men do? Wangxi was furious to see this group of beasts actually attacking. But amidst the sounds of various weapons, his voice was drowned out, and no one heard his curses. Dense cannon fire swept towards them, and Qingxin let Qingxin enlarge the zither. The enlarged zither blocked all the attacks, causing the students' cannon fire to become even more intense. At this moment, Qingxin remained motionless, hiding behind the enlarged zither, waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for someone to make a move. Suddenly, amidst the various abilities and cannon fire, a row of small earth spikes appeared beneath Qingxin's feet. She suddenly opened her eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. It's here. The zither was now one end small and the other end large. Qingxin tightly gripped the zither and forcefully slapped the incoming attacks back. She jumped to avoid the earth spikes beneath her feet, lifted the zither, and slammed it down, instantly turning the emerging earth spikes into dust. Oh my! The attacks that were slapped back flew into the group of students who had just surrounded them. Many students failed to dodge in time and were hit, resulting in a chorus of wails. We're done for. The students, now red-eyed, didn't care whether they would hurt Qingxin and aimed a fierce barrage at her. In the distance, Vito saw that his sneak attack had failed and the scene had become chaotic. With a smirk, he shouted, I want to experience the power of that zither too. Saying this, he no longer avoided the crowd and raised both hands. Boom! Rows of earth walls suddenly rose around Qingxin, enclosing her inside, while leaving the side facing the students exposed, with the other three sides blocked tightly. Chapter 281. Don't look, Xine Mom, can we come out? The little sprout in the pocket peeked out its small head and asked Qingxin. Seeing so many people attacking her mom, it and Xiaohu could no longer hold back. While Qingxin used the enlarged zither to block the attacks, she secretly patted her pocket to comfort the two little ones. Just wait a bit longer. Boom! Bang! Clang! The students attacking at close range were directly slapped away by Qingxin, while those attacking from a distance had their cannon fire sent back at them, making them taste their own medicine. Qingxin smashed the surrounding earth walls with a single strike. For a moment, she still held the upper hand. No one could hurt her, while the group of students sustained various injuries. Vito narrowed his eyes, watching the still lively Qingxin, feeling angry. He mobilized all his abilities, and sharp earth spikes flew toward Qingxin. Noticing that Vito had finally launched an attack, Qingxin smirked, a smile flashing in her eyes. She patted her pocket. Xiaohu, let us go. Okay, Xiaohu replied happily. Whoosh! Flames suddenly erupted around the zither, and with a powerful slap against the flying earth spikes, combined with Qingxin's obstruction, Yi's vigorous swing, and Xiaohu's flames, the earth spikes turned into fire spikes, making a sharp turn toward the crowd, flying toward Vito. The students were startled by the flying fire spikes and quickly dodged. Thankfully, they managed to avoid being hit, but they could feel the intense heat as the fire spikes brushed past them. Turning to see where the fire spikes were headed, they found that they were flying toward their instructor, Vito. Hey! Vito was shocked as the zither in Qingxin's hand suddenly caught fire. Just as he regained his senses, he saw his earth spikes turning into fire spikes rushing toward him, and he was alarmed. He quickly raised an earth wall in front of him to block the fire spikes. The fire spikes pierced through the earth wall, and the flames on them showed no sign of diminishing. As they drew closer to Vito, he immediately launched several earth spikes toward the fire spikes. However, the fire spikes devoured those earth spikes one by one, and their flames grew even fiercer and their speed increased. This is bad, Vito thought, as the fire spikes were already right in front of him, too close for him to use his abilities. He turned and ran to the side to avoid the attack. I turned. Vito heard the students' surprised voices, and when he looked back, he found that the fire spikes had indeed turned and were flying toward him. A look of terror crossed his face. What is this? Why is it chasing me? Vito retreated, continuing to turn. He couldn't believe that the fire spikes would follow him unless a powerful ability user was controlling them. But does Qingxin have abilities? He didn't believe Qingxin had abilities. That bastard Funyun didn't have any, so his daughter wouldn't either. It turned again. The students shouted in astonishment. Vito widened his eyes, watching the fire spikes flying straight toward him. Without time to think, he immediately took out a high-level protective shield from his spatial pocket and held it in front of him. Sizzle. The fire spikes had reached the surface of the protective shield, but they didn't disappear. They just stayed on it, and suddenly, the entire shield turned a fiery color, slowly melting away. Oh my God, what is this? The students were shocked at this scene. They had never seen such flames. Qingxin smiled as she watched Vito desperately trying to resist the fire spikes, speaking to Xiaohua in her heart. Is everything all right? All good. Just leave it to me. I won't leave any traces. Xiaohua confidently replied, increasing the flames. The fire spikes suddenly grew larger, as if they were going to devour the protective shield. Mom, I want to whip that nasty person too. Yi stretched its little head out of Qingxin's pocket, enviously watching Xiaohua's attack. It wanted to help its mom take revenge, to beat that nasty person until he was covered in wounds, to see if he would dare bully her again. Qingxin gently patted Yi's little head, comforting it. Yi, be good. The bad guy is still watching. We can't let him know you're here, or he might take you away from me, and then we won't be together anymore. Based on Vito's temperament, if he discovered Yi, he would definitely forcibly take it away under the pretext of unsafe plants. Now she realized that Vito wanted her life. The earlier Earth spikes had aimed directly at her heart. If she hadn't had Feng Xian, Xiaohua, and Yi today, she would have perished here. Although this was a virtual world, it was completely different from the virtual world on StarNet. Here, it was a semi-virtual, semi-real mode. In this place, one could be injured elsewhere without consequence, but if the heart was shattered, that would mean true death. Vito's hands were burning. He could no longer hold on. The surface of the protective shield had melted, and it was likely to collapse in less than half a minute. What to do? Vito gritted his teeth, muttering Qingxin's name. He never expected that zither to be so powerful, capable of spewing fire, and even chasing after people to attack. Mu, quickly take back that fire spike. In the end, Vito couldn't help but shout at Qingxin. Qingxin raised an eyebrow, looking at Vito with a troubled expression. Instructor Vito, I only know how to attack. I don't know how to take back the attacks I've sent out. She looked apologetically at Vito. Vito looked at Qingxin, almost grinding his teeth, feeling the increasingly hot protective shield, watching as the fire spikes were about to break through the shield. Bring your zither over and extinguish that fire spike. Hurry, Vito shouted with reddened eyes. After hearing this, Qingxin concealed the light in her eyes. Oh, okay. After saying that, she quickly took the zither and ran towards Vito. Instructor, hold on, I'm coming. When Qingxin was almost 5 meters away from Vito, he saw her raise the zither and felt relieved. The surface of his hands had already turned red from the heat of the fire. Just a second before the zither was about to slap down at the fire spike, suddenly, the fire spike devoured the protective shield and rushed toward the astonished Vito. Boom. Instructor Vito, be careful. The fire thorn has disappeared, and time seems to have stopped. All the students are wide-eyed and open-mouthed, staring in the same direction. Qingxin is holding up the board, frozen in place, looking in surprise to her left, where Qingxin is. Don't look. Chapter 282. Afraid of stinging the eyes, Wang Si and Mai Luan quickly ran to Qingxin's side, blocking her view. The other students also came back to their senses, each trying hard to suppress their laughter, some looking down, some turning their heads, and some turning away, all with strange expressions as they collectively shifted their gaze. Cough, cough, cough. Vito expelled the stale air from his mouth, coughing as he felt his body, surprisingly finding nothing wrong. He was immediately filled with joy, while looking disdainfully in the direction of Qingxin. It turns out the firethorn just now was nothing but a show, lacking any real lethality. Suddenly, a strange breeze brushed through the air, and Vito's body stiffened instantly. He turned his head to look at the students, only to find them all wearing strange expressions. Looking in other directions, not a single student looking at him. At that moment, his heart trembled. He felt a chill running through his body, especially in his backside, as if it were exposed to the air. Vito stiffly lowered his head to look at his body. When he saw it clearly, he suddenly raised his head to look at the surrounding students. He noticed that as his gaze swept past, all the students hurriedly shifted their eyes. Damn it! Vito fumbled to cover his body. All his clothes had been burned off. No, not completely burned off. At least there was a piece of cloth covering the important parts in front. Boom! Vito activated his abilities, and 4 earthen walls suddenly rose around him, concealing his body. Damn it! Vito looked at his body, which was blackened as if it had been roasted by flames. His clothes were destroyed. My hair! From behind the earthen walls, Vito's voice came out in a furious and terrified tone. The students outside struggled to hold back their laughter, some unable to contain themselves, tightly covering their mouths, their shoulders shaking. The earlier scene was just too shocking. Vito had been burned to such a state, with his hair and eyebrows all burned off, and his clothes burned to leave only a piece of cloth covering the important parts, the rest pitch black. Ha! Too funny, how tragic. At this moment, Qingxin kept her head down, motionless. Wang Si thought she was scared by the earlier scene, so he stammered to talk to her, trying to change the subject. In fact, Qingxin's lowered head was full of helpless smiles as she was talking to Xiaohua. Why are you so mischievous? I just wanted you to not hurt him. Just give him a little lesson, Qingxin said helplessly, not expecting Xiaohua to be so decisive. Directly burning Vito to such an extent. It was just a small lesson. I even left him a piece of cloth to cover up. If I wasn't afraid of stinging the eyes, I would have burned everything, Xiaohua said unhappily. Besides, I didn't even let him feel any pain. I only burned the surface and dyed it a color. All right, next time you can't do that again, or I'll have to wash my eyes. Luckily, there was still a piece of cloth left. Otherwise, I would have nightmares. Xiaohua decisively agreed. Even if Qingxin didn't say it, it would leave a piece of cloth. Otherwise, it would also have to wash its eyes. It felt that it had given enough face to that guy. Not burning that piece of cloth, mainly because it was afraid that guys that would be as small as a needle, definitely laughed at by everyone. Oomph. So it gave Vito enough face. Qingxin sent Xiaohua and Yi into the space, and also let Feng Xian withdraw the control from the zither, collecting her thoughts and raising her head. So, I think boiled fish slices are delicious. It seems we don't have many Thunderblade beasts left from the last field training. Next time during the holiday, we should go to the primitive forest to catch Thunderblade beasts. When Qingxin raised her head, she heard Wang Si chattering nonstop, actually talking about food, and she was instantly speechless. You go by yourself. Last time there were instructors protecting us, but this time there's no one to protect us. What will we do if we encounter danger? Qingxin, finally hearing Qingxin respond. Wang Si felt relieved when he saw her face returning to normal, and immediately joked. Don't worry, my luck is so good. I definitely won't encounter any danger. Oh, good luck. Qingxin looked at Wang Si suspiciously. Who was it that collided with us as soon as school started? Who was chased for days and nights by poisonous needle bees after stealing a beehive? All right, don't say it anymore. Qingxin, let's think about what to eat tonight. Hearing Qingxin talk about his misfortunes, Wang Si quickly interrupted. Suddenly, from side, Mylin, who had been facing away from them, said softly, "It's out." Bang! With a loud bang. Everyone looked over to find that the earthen walls that had just stood up had collapsed, and Vito walked out from inside, fully dressed, but his skin was pitch black. Vito's face was dark as he immediately activated his light brain. Suddenly, the scene changed, and everyone returned to the classroom, while Vito also returned to normal. He cautiously touched his hair and eyebrows, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just in the virtual world. Back in reality, his hair, eyebrows, and skin color had all returned, but the earlier embarrassment would forever be etched in everyone's hearts. With a cold face, Vito scanned every student with a chilling gaze, finally locking his eyes on Qingxin's face, staring straight at her. Feeling the icy gaze, Qingxin raised her head, meeting Vito's gaze. Her eyes filled with innocence and confusion. After staring at Qingxin's face for a few seconds, Vito snorted coldly in his heart. Shifting his gaze to the zither in Qingxin's hands, a hint of heat flashing in his eyes. Today's class is over, but Vito's threatening gaze swept over each student, and all students who met Vito's eyes in the class lowered their heads timidly. Some of the scenes just now, I hope you can erase them from your memories. Can you do that? Vito said in a deep voice. Yes. All the students replied in unison. Very well. If after today anyone knows about these things, then for the next year, I'm sorry, my mood will be very bad, very bad. A blatant threat. Vito warned the students repeatedly, and after the warning, his gaze turned to the silent Qingxin, revealing a cold smile. Qingxin, mentor? Qingxin raised her head, her face showing a puzzled expression. Just now, our entire class experienced the power of the board in your hand. It's truly amazing. I want to ask, where did you get this board? If possible, we would also like to have such a powerful weapon so that everyone in our alliance can have an extra layer of protection, making it safer when we go out, and greatly reducing the annual mortality rate. Chapter 283. Half-Truths. Vito spoke sternly, involving the entire alliance and humanity. Instantly, all eyes were hotly fixed on Qingxin, all moved by Vito's words. Qingxin lowered her head, pretending to hesitate. After a moment, she raised her head to look at Vito and said, Mentor Vito, I'm afraid I can't agree to this request, as a complicated expression of difficulty appeared on her face. This board, since everyone doesn't recognize the zither and instead thinks it's a board, then let's just go along with what they say it is. Poor Qingxin was given to me by an elder who awakened me from my previous state of confusion. Without her, there wouldn't be the current me. And this board was a gift from her. Moreover, only I can use this board. It can only exert such great power in my hands. In someone else's hands, it would be like a fragile piece of wood, shattering with a single blow. Qingxin's words left her classmates silent, as they unconsciously recalled Qingxin's previous experiences, feeling very curious about who that elder was. After hearing this, Vito was greatly shocked. He was the first one to not believe that Qingxin had returned to normal. Now that he knew someone was helping her, he felt half believing and half skeptical. Who is that elder of yours? Qingxin shook her head. She doesn't let me talk about her with others. I've only seen her once, and then I never heard from her again. Is she an elder from your family? Vito pressed on. Not from the alliance? I don't know if she's human. Qingxin paused. Not entirely, I guess. Not entirely? What does that mean? Vito was puzzled. If she's not entirely human, then is she a beast-human hybrid? Qingxin pondered for a moment. She appeared suddenly, instructed me, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. I don't know if she's human. Her form looks like ours, but her clothes are different, resembling ancient attire. She spoke vaguely. The surrounding students and Vito filled in a lot in their minds and eventually believed Qingxin's words, simply because her expression was very sincere, looking just like the truth, and she remained calm. Vito listened with a blank expression, but his gaze kept darting towards the board in Qingxin's hand, gleaming with envy. Whoever awakened Qingxin must be an extraordinary person, possibly even a divine being. In the starry sky, there are some powerful beings. When their cultivation reaches its peak, their lifespan will extend, but in this starry realm, they can no longer cultivate to become stronger. They will transfer to other galaxies, and no one knows where they go or if they become even stronger. In short, no one knows. Currently, human cultivation is getting weaker, and they cannot reach the highest level to leave this galaxy. Suddenly, the class bell rang, breaking the silence. Everyone came back to their senses and looked at Mentor Vito. Vito collected his thoughts and looked at everyone. I hope you can keep today's lesson a secret. Please forget what happened this afternoon. Can you do that? Yes. Vito nodded. Class dismissed. After speaking, he glanced at Qingxin, who had already put away the board and was laughing with her classmates as they left. Vito's gaze became increasingly deep, not knowing what he was thinking. It wasn't until they walked out of the classroom, out of Mentor Vito's sight, that Qingxin let out a sigh of relief. Qingxin, did you really meet that mysterious person? Wangxi was extremely curious. Qingxin rolled her eyes at Wang Si. How can you be so naive? She was just messing with me, and you actually believed it. What do you mean? Wang Si looked at Qingxin in confusion. On the side, my Luan. Hearing Qingxin's words showed a sudden realization and patted Wang Si. Young master, what Qingxin means is that everything she just said was false. False? Wang Si exclaimed in surprise. Sure. Qingxin hushed Wang Si, looking around to ensure no one was paying attention to them. She then relaxed, glaring at Wang Si. Can you not be so dramatic? It was hard to make others believe, and you exposed me. Actually, it's not all false. It's half true and half false. The awakening was fake, but gaining space and the fairy was real. However, how could she possibly reveal the truth? If she did, she could get caught and sent to a research facility for dissection. Let's go back and prepare for tonight's big dinner. Wang Si wanted to ask further, but Qingxin interrupted him. Sure enough, upon hearing about food, Wang Si's attention was immediately diverted. All right, a big dinner. I haven't had your cooking in ages. I missed it so much. I wonder if Lian and the others have class. Tell them, I'll notify Cola and Thomas. Qingxin quickly found Cola and Thomas's contact and sent a message. Prepared a big dinner tonight on the 5th floor of the art department dormitory. Are you free? If you're free, come over for dinner. After editing, Qingxin directly clicked send, sending it to Cola and Thomas. Let's go. We should go back to the dorm and sort out the ingredients. The flamingo from earlier also needs to be processed. After sending the message, Qingxin looked at the two and said, Wang Si was busy sending messages to Lian and the others. Mila nodded. All right, how do we get there? It's a bit far from the art department dormitory. How about using a flying skateboard? You two can use it. I could just run back. Mainly because she couldn't use the skateboard, especially not a hovering flying skateboard. Knowing Qingxin's speed, my Luan didn't say anything more and automatically took out the flying skateboard. Pulling Wang Si, young master, let's go. Wang Si was focused on sending messages to Lian and the others, doing whatever my Luan pulled him to do. My Luan got Wang Si on the flying skateboard, placing Wang Si's hand on his waist. Young master, hold on tight. We're about to take off. Oh, okay, let's go. Wang Si instinctively clutched my Luan's clothes. My Luan pressed the front of the flying skateboard, and it slowly moved, soon hovering and flying forward. Qingxin watched the two in front, one hugging the other's waist, and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. This scene felt so familiar, like a romantic couple riding a bicycle on campus in a past life. As Qingxin thought about the couple from her past life and glanced at the two gradually disappearing figures, she quickly shook her head, clearing the awkward images from her mind, and lifted her feet to run quickly towards the dormitory. Chapter 284, Envy, Jealousy, and Hatred. Beep beep. As Qingxin was quickly running towards the dormitory, she heard the sound of messages coming from her light brain. She guessed it must be Cola or Thomas replying. Beep beep, another message sound rang out. Now she didn't even have to think. Both of them must have sent messages. Soon, Qingxin arrived at the dormitory building. Behind her, my Luan, carrying Wang Si, slowly flew over. Qingxin stopped downstairs to wait for my Luan and Wang Si, looking down at her light brain. As expected, it was messages from Cola and Thomas. After opening them, both said okay and would come over after the next class. Putting away her light brain, my Luan had already put away the skateboard, while Wang Si was still busy sending messages. Wang Si, how come you haven't finished notifying them? It seems like you've sent a lot already. Qingxin looked at Wang Si, suspecting he was intentionally taking so long to let my Luan bring him along because he was afraid of crashing into someone on the flying skateboard. Wang Si, with a big smile, looked up. Oh no, I was just telling them how you killed the flamingo. They, Darren and Rock, and Lian Haven T had class yet. And they kept asking. The three of them have class next, and they'll come over after that. After Wang Si sent the last message to the three, he proudly sent. We're already at the dormitory, not saying more. I'll taste it first when Qingxin finishes cooking. Wang Si smugly sent it to the three, immediately receiving their curses. Get lost. Here we go again. Be careful not to choke. Ignoring the envy, jealousy, and hatred from the three, Wang Si strode into the art department dormitory building. This is my first time here at the art department. I didn't expect the dormitory building to be only a few stories high. Other departments' dorms are all uniformly 28 stories high. You guys are in such a remote location. It takes so long to walk to class. Wang Si started chattering nonstop as soon as he entered the dormitory building. Mu Qingxin completely ignored Wang Si's rambling. She had long realized he was a chatterbox, getting anxious if he didn't talk for a while. Jim. Mu Qingxin walked to a room on the first floor and knocked on the door, seeing Jim, who was cleaning, and greeted him. "Hello, Miss Mu. What can I do for you?" Jim stopped his work and walked over as soon as he saw Mu Qingxin. "Is this your dormitory's housekeeping robot?" Wang Si followed and asked Mu Qingxin. Mu Qingxin nodded, looking at Jim. "Jim, I invited my friends over for a gathering tonight. When they arrive, please guide them." "No problem," Jim replied. "Thank you, Jim. You're welcome. Have fun tonight." Jim smiled. "All right, we'll head upstairs." Mu Qingxin said goodbye to Jim and took Wang Si and Mai Lun upstairs, returning to their dorm. "Wow, cool. Is this your dorm? It's so luxurious." As soon as the door opened, Wang's entered Mu Qingxin and her friend's dorm and was shocked by the layout inside, exclaiming with envy. Looking at such a large living room, with a sofa, table, bookshelf, and a complete set of furnishings, Wang's couldn't help but feel envious. "What's your room like?" "The outermost room is unoccupied. You can go in and take a look. The layout is the same." Mu Qingxin pointed to the outermost room and said as she walked toward the kitchen to take out a flamingo. Wang's and Mai Lun went to tour the empty room. "Oh my god, this is amazing. The room even has a bathroom and a shower. It's unfair. Why is the art department's dorm so luxurious while ours is so shabby? It's practically like living at home. This bed is much bigger and more comfortable than ours." Wang's exclaimed. "The closet is huge, and there are deluxe connecting chairs. How nice would it be to relax in the virtual world on this?" Wang sighed. "I want to take classes in the art department too." While Mu Qingxin was handling the flamingo, sounds of Wang's and Mai Lun's amazed exclamations came from another room. Mu Qingxin asked while cleaning the flamingo, "Aren't the dorms all the same? We're from the same college. Is yours different from ours?" "Not just different." Wang's came out looking indignant. "We are from the same college, but not the same department. Your art department probably has such benefits because there are fewer students. Other departments have too many students. Each dorm building has 28 floors, with 20 dorms on each floor, and each dorm has 6 beds, 1 bathroom, and 1 shower room. The area of each dorm is probably about the same size as your living room," Mai Lun said as he looked at the size of the living room. Mu Qingxin looked at the living room size and thought, "It's not too bad. It's just as crowded as the dorms in my past life. Some dorms back then had over a dozen students crammed in. 6 is normal. I really should have applied to the art department, where I could choose courses freely, and with so few credits each year, living in such a comfortable and spacious dorm is just wonderful. Sigh, I regret it so much." Wang's lamented. Mai Lun looked at Wang's and interrupted his daydreaming. "Young master, you need talent to get into the art department. We have no talent and wouldn't be able to get in even if we wanted to." "Talent? I have that." Wang sat up and said. Mu Qingxin looked at him. "What talent do you have?" Wang stood up, held his head high, and said, "I can tell jokes that make people laugh uncontrollably. And I can tell stories, touching love stories, sad and tragic ones, scary ones. I can do them all." After hearing this, Mu Qingxin couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking, "So your talent is your eloquence? Are you planning to have a bunch of judges sitting there listening to your jokes, laughing uncontrollably, or listening to your love stories? If the judges are young, it might be okay, but if they're like Dean Hatchlin, who has lived for hundreds of years, how would they react to your love stories?" Mu Qingxin imagined that scene and couldn't help but laugh. It was too bizarre. Chapter 285, Gathering Together. Mai Lun also couldn't help but laugh as he pictured that scene. Wang's was momentarily speechless by Mu Qingxin's words and finally said weakly, "Being good at speaking is a kind of talent too. What talent did you showcase back then?" "I know. It must be singing. Speaking of which, I haven't heard you sing in a long time. It reminds me that listening to you sing feels just as addictive as eating your food. Eating food is not only delicious but also replenishes energy. Listening to Mu Qingxin sing makes one's mood dance along with the music, feeling both relaxed and extremely comfortable." Mu Qingxin smiled at Wang's words but didn't respond. The charm of the echo technique is definitely beyond their imagination. "Qingxin, is there anything I can help with?" Mai Lun asked as he watched Mu Qingxin handle such a large flamingo. Mu Qingxin didn't hold back and handed Mylon a knife, pointing to several parts of the flamingo. Chop off this part, and this part, then remove the bones from here and here. Mylon looked and said, okay. After that, he started chopping at the places Qingxin indicated. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of chopping bones filled the room as Qingxin chopped the upper half of the flamingo, while Mylon worked on the lower half. Wang's looked at what the two were doing, glanced at Mylon, then at Qingxin, and finally said, Mylon, look at how clean and neat Qingxin's movements are. One chop and the bone is cut through. You're a big man. Why are you so slow with the meat? You have it chopped several times. He complained, come on, let me chop. Mylon helplessly handed the knife to Wang's. Young master, be careful. Don't worry, watch how I chop. Wang's confidently took the knife and aimed at the part he had just chopped. Bang! Rip rip. Mylon looked worriedly at Wang's. Young master, how about I do it? Wang's, sweating and blushing, stubbornly said, no, I won't believe I can't chop it today. Qingxin, who had already finished chopping the upper half, glanced at Wang's, who was struggling with the bone he had just cut, and coldly said, I'm just afraid you'll be chopping until night. And then we want to have anything to eat. Upon hearing this, Wang stopped pulling the knife, awkwardly released it, and laughed dryly. Huh? I suddenly remember the task assigned by the mentor this morning that I haven't completed. I'll go do that first. Mylon, you take over. And he quickly ran toward the unoccupied room. Puffed. Qingxin couldn't help but laugh, and Mylon pulled the knife out from between the bones, looking at Qingxin helplessly. My young master doesn't have as much strength as I do, so it's harder for him to chop. I know, Qingxin said with a smile. Just looking at Wang's build, it's clear he must not have done anything before. It's all Mylon doing the work. Bang bang. Mylon continued chopping the flamingo vigorously, while Qingxin prepared the chopped flamingo by blanching it and marinating it, then took out other ingredients from her space to start processing them. Time passed little by little, and the class bell rang, with students gradually packing up and leaving the classroom to return to their dorms. Qingxin, we're back. Wow, it smells so good. What delicious food are you making? Qingxin had just finished the last dish when she heard the sound of the door opening and Dongfang Ling's cheerful voice. Huh, Mylon, what are you doing here? Dongfang Ling walked in and saw Mylon carrying a plate, scanning the living room and noticing that Wang's hadn't come with him. Huh, if he knew you were here eating and didn't call him, he would definitely complain a lot. Or maybe even cry, haha. Who would cry? I wouldn't cry. Wang's had just come out of the room when he heard Dongfang Ling talking bad about him. Dongfang Ling saw Wang's coming out of the empty room and said, that's right. I knew you and Mylon wouldn't be separated. Where there's food, Wang's can't be missing. Seeing him here is normal. Oomph. I'm in a good mood today, so I want to argue with you. Wang snorted proudly and quickly sat on the sofa, looking at the slowly arranged dishes on the table, excitedly choosing a spot to sit down. Qingxin, how come they are here? Dongfang Ling pulled Shui Huanlan into the living room, glaring unpleased at Wang's. Qingxin smiled as she looked at Dongfang Ling's unhappy expression. It seemed that since the first day of school, Wang Si and Dongfang Ling were destined to be at odds. Starting from military training, whenever the two of them met, they would start arguing. It was normal for them to fight as soon as they saw each other. In the whole squad, it was considered normal for Dongfang Ling and Wang Si to argue. And if a day passed without hearing them fight, that would be abnormal. This afternoon, when I attended the exotic beast class, I happened to be in the potions department. They were also there, and we agreed to invite our squad members tonight for a gathering. Are Cola and the others coming too? That's great. Scene. Bring out that fruit drink you made last time. Let's drink it tonight. Dongfang Ling said happily. Sure, I had nothing to do at home. So Qingxin studied a lot of juice drinks and tea brewing. The doorbell rang. It should be everyone arriving. I'll go open the door. Shui Huanlan quickly ran to the door. Hello, Lanlan, long time no see. It smells so good, that long-lost aroma. Hello, everyone. Come in quickly. Shui Huanlan opened the door, and outside were by Li Yin and Darren Locke. The three of them were in the same class and rushed over as soon as class ended. Wow, so many dishes. Scene. I haven't eaten your cooking for half a month. I've practically been living in misery at home. Locke exaggeratedly said. Locke's eyes were fixed on the food on the table. Me too. Just seeing nutrient solution makes me want to vomit. After getting used to delicious food, going back to nutrient solution feels like eating poop. Ugh. What are you saying? Don't say such disgusting things in front of all this food. Wang Si shouted at Locke. I won't say it, sorry. Locke quickly apologized. Haha, it's fine. I also think the taste of that nutrient solution is quite similar. Haha. I believe that my decision to be with Qingxin back then is the best decision of my life. Dongfang Ling said proudly as she wrapped her arms around Mu Qingxin. Chapter 286. She is not afraid with a backing. Qingxin, did you really kill the flamingo tonight? Bai Liyan looked at Mu Qingxin with wide eyes, not daring to believe Wang Si's exaggeration. Mu Qingxin nodded. Yes, if I didn't kill it. I wouldn't have been able to finish class. I had no choice but to kill it. Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan looked puzzled. Why did they have to kill exotic beasts for class? Just as they were about to ask Mu Qingxin what was going on, the doorbell rang again. Shui Huanlan went to open the door, and it was Thomas and Kola, who both arrived together. Everyone is here. Let's eat. Wang Si shouted loudly when he saw everyone was present. His stomach had already started growling. Come on, let's eat first, and we can talk about things after the meal. Locke quickly sat down, urging everyone to take a seat. Mu Qingxin looked at the eager crowd and smiled, saying, sit down, and we'll talk after we finish eating. Okay. Everyone quickly sat down, and Thomas and Kola also showed smiles, changing from their previously cold demeanor when they first met. At the dinner table, the friends who hadn't had Mu Qingxin's cooking for a long time quickly began to eat. The dishes that Mu Qingxin had spent nearly 2 hours preparing were finished in just over 20 minutes, and everyone was left patting their bellies, still feeling unsatisfied. Xin, it's been a few days, and your cooking skills have improved, Darren said while picking his teeth and giving Mu Qingxin a thumbs up. This tea is so fragrant, Bai Liyan exclaimed while drinking the tea brewed by Mu Qingxin, taking a sip and praising it. The juice is delicious, sweet, and sour. Wang Si finished the juice in his cup in one gulp, looking at Mu Qingxin with a pleading expression. Mu Qingxin took the large ceramic jar. You can pour it yourself. Wang Si happily got up, hugged the large ceramic jar to pour juice, mumbling, Qingxin, this thing is too big and heavy. Why not use a different container for the juice? This is too troublesome. Mu Qingxin looked at the jar in Wang Si's hands and said, as long as you have something to drink, why are you being so picky? That jar was something Mu Qingxin had casually made juice with after seeing so many fruits in her space. She had only dug out a few large empty jars from the warehouse to use since there was nothing suitable. Hearing Mu Qingxin's words, Wang Si immediately stopped talking and hurriedly poured the juice and sat down. You want a drink? And still aren't satisfied? Always complaining. Dongfang Ling looked at the deflated Wang Si and chuckled, then turned to Mu Qingxin. Qingxin, how was the class this afternoon? How was the instructor? Is the instructor normal? When Mu Qingxin thought of Vito, the instructor of the exotic beast class, she felt a headache coming on. Having one Peter was already annoying enough during military training, and now Peter's uncle was targeting her, and he was a ruthless person. What's wrong? Everyone looked at Mu Qingxin. The instructor for the exotic beast class is Vito. Wang Si put down the juice in his hand, his expression full of worry as he looked at Mu Qingxin. Qingxin, I think Vito won't let this go easily. You have to be careful in his class from now on. Wang Si didn't finish his sentence, but everything was left unspoken. Vito, Kola and Thomas exclaimed in unison, their expressions suddenly turning grim. What's wrong? Who is Vito? Bai Liyan and the others looked at the group with complex expressions. Vito is Peter's uncle, Thomas said coldly, then looked at Mu Qingxin today in class. He must have caused trouble for you, right? That tone was not a question, but a certainty, because those who were familiar with Vito knew he was very petty. Not just trouble, it was ruthless. He wished he could make Qingxin suffer. Marlon spoke about what happened in class today. After hearing this, everyone cursed Vito, their eyes filled with concern for Mu Qingxin. Being targeted by such a sinister person is truly terrifying. They were afraid that a careless moment would lead to trouble. Qingxin, why not apply to switch classes and not take Vito's class anymore? Yes, otherwise I can tell my brother to handle it. And have him switch you to another exotic beast class. That instructor seems quite gentle. Dongfang Ling thought for a moment. What was that instructor's name again? The seniors are discussing it before. It's instructor Suo Xan. She is indeed very gentle and treats the students well. Wang Si said, with a look of longing on his face, In our class, besides the girls, a portion of lucky ones are also in instructor Qingxin's class. Anyway, what the senior said before was that her class is both safe and easy, and you can learn a lot about exotic beasts, unlike Vito's class, which is filled with dangers and doesn't teach practical things. It's quite bloody and cruel. Ahem, Ling Ling. Can you talk to your brother and get Miluan and me switched to instructor Qingxin's class? Wang Si said shyly. Dongfang Ling crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Looking at Wang Si, what's wrong? Didn't you say you have great skills? If you're so capable, go switch classes yourself. I do have great skills, but I just can't use them here. Wang Si sat back on the sofa, mumbling. Switching classes won't solve Peter and Vito's ruthlessness. They definitely harbor resentment towards Qingxin and us, and I'm afraid they will find ways to calculate against Qingxin. Also, Qingxin about that board. Kola looked at Mu Qingxin. Mu Qingxin covered her face and laughed. What board? It's a Qin, and I even played a piece for you. As she spoke, she took out the Qingxin. Here it is. This is my Qin, which can change size according to my consciousness, and others can't use it. Dongfang Ling and the others immediately gathered around. This is the board that defeated Peter and Rex back then. Hearing them call Qingxin a board, Mu Qingxin smiled helplessly. It's not a board. It's an ancient Qin, and its name is Qingxin. It's my good partner. Mu Qingxin gently stroked Qingxin, which responded with a buzzing sound. And Mu Qingxin could clearly feel Qingxin's joy, causing her to smile. Thank you all for worrying about me. I'll discuss this matter with my family and then decide what to do next. In any case, the ship will naturally find its way when it reaches the bridge. There will always be a solution. If Peter and Instructor Vito resort to underhanded tactics, I won't hold back either. I still have my dad, grandpa, great-grandpa, and 3 older brothers, and my grandfather's family will definitely seek justice for me. Thinking of her family, Mu Qingxin proudly and confidently said that she is now a person with support, and she is not afraid. Chapter 287. Remembering the lightning blade beast together, the others looked at Mu Qingxin's smug expression and couldn't help but laugh. All right, if we still can't solve it by then, we'll think of a way together. Yes, let my brother help then. Dongfang Ling patted her chest and said, my brother is also very capable. As long as you make him a delicious meal, that will be enough. Sure, if I need Dongfang Gij's help then, I definitely won't be polite. Mu Qingxin laughed heartily. The 10 of them sat together, discussing the things they encountered recently, and also talked about the food in the Qingtian food city. During the holidays, they all went to buy food, but they still felt it wasn't as delicious as what Qingxin made. After eating Qingxin's homemade food for a month, eating food made by others fell off. Thinking about a month of military training, they all felt very nostalgic. Reminiscing about the lightning blade beasts in the primeval forest. The lightning blade beasts in the primeval forest don't reminisce about us. We don't miss you at all and don't want to see you. Knowing they had class early tomorrow morning and the dormitory curfew, everyone packed their things and left early, heading back to their respective dorms. That night, Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan also returned to their rooms to complete the tasks assigned by their mentor. Mu Qingxin returned to her room as well. Sitting on her bed, Mu Qingxin scrolled through her contacts on her light brain, thinking about what happened today. After a moment, she decided to let her family know. At this time, her mom must not have returned home yet, busy working at the research institute. Previously, due to the flame tree incident, the leader had recalled Master Arthur back to the capital star, as the researchers that were really incompetent. Not only did they lack ability, but when something happened, they couldn't help at all and had to be taken care of. Therefore, the leader directly ordered Master Arthur to return to the capital star. Even if he didn't want to stay there, he still had to cultivate a few generals for the capital star to deal with emergencies. Thus, Master Arthur agreed, leaving some personnel stationed at Tianji Star and bringing a few assistants back to the capital star to train personnel at the Plant Research Institute. Uxu Mei, who was once a capable assistant of Master Arthur, was also brought over since she had been at home without a job and could now work at the institute. When Mu Qingxin started school, Oshuame also joined the Research Institute and began her busy work. Looking at her contacts, Mu Qingxin opened her grandma's video call. Actually, it didn't matter who she contacted since everyone would gather around to talk later. Baby. As soon as the call connected, her grandma's gentle face appeared on the screen. Mu Qingxin greeted her grandma with a smile. "Grandma, have you eaten?" Barisa smiled broadly, looking at her beloved granddaughter on the screen. "Yes. We ate at the Qingtian Food City and just got back home. Have you eaten?" "I've eaten too, with my teammates from military training. They just left." "Baby, how was your first day of class? How did it feel?" Suddenly, Mu Xiaotao's figure appeared on the video. Mu Qingxin smiled and greeted her grandpa. "Grandpa." In the study, Mu Jiahui suddenly heard laughter coming from the living room. Listening closely, he recognized his great-granddaughter's voice and immediately put down what he was doing, rushing out. "Qingxin, have you eaten?" Mu Jiahui asked his great-granddaughter with a smile, while glaring fiercely at his son, blaming him for not notifying him that Qingxin was having a video call. "Great-grandpa, I've eaten already." Seeing her great-grandpa and grandparents, Mu Qingxin's gloomy mood from the day instantly disappeared. "How did you feel about class today? Was it fun? How was the mentor? Strict?" Listening to her great-grandfather's continuous questions, Mu Qingxin didn't feel annoyed at all. Instead, she felt warm inside. This is the concern of family. Mu Qingxin smiled and shared her experiences from class today, pouting and complaining about how strict the mentors were. When talking about Mentor Zijingfu's punishment, Mu Qingxin looked quite helpless. Although there was grievance in her words, she didn't complain about her mentor, but merely spoke of her misfortune, saying that she sat in the special questioning spot and was asked many questions by the mentor, while she knew nothing and was still lacking in knowledge. Hearing their granddaughter's grievances, Mu Jiahui and the others felt both heartache and pride. They were heartbroken that their great-granddaughter had to face such a strict mentor on her first day of class, getting punished and having to write so many times. They were proud that their baby, when faced with problems, didn't just complain about others, but instead looked for her own reasons. She truly is their precious child, so understanding and well-behaved. When it came to discussing the afternoon class, Mu Qingxin paused. Noticing Mu Qingxin's unusual behavior, Mu Jiahui asked, "What was the class in the afternoon?" "It was the exotic beast class," Mu Qingxin answered obediently. "The exotic beast class?" Mu Jiahui and the others immediately began to think about who the mentor for that class was. In the days leading up to Mu Qingxin's school start, the entire Mu family had already gotten to know all the mentors for the grade at the Philibir Academy. Therefore, when Mu Qingxin mentioned the exotic beast class, they immediately thought of who the mentor was. "Oh, is it Mentor Suo Xian's class? How is it? Is it interesting?" Mu Jiahui smiled as he looked at his great-granddaughter, knowing that Mentor Suo Xian's class was quite popular among the students. Mu Qingxin was surprised that her great-grandfather actually knew about Mentor Suo Xian. "No, I didn't attend Mentor Suo Xian's class. I had class with another exotic beast class mentor, Mentor Vito." "Mentor Vito?" Mu Jiahui, Mu Xiaotao, and Barisa all frowned at the same time, as they recalled who Vito was and some rumors about him, as well as his teaching style. "Qingxin, how did you end up in Mentor Vito's class? Isn't it stipulated that girls are all supposed to be in Mentor Suo Xian's class?" Barisa looked at her granddaughter with concern, and after making sure she wasn't hurt, she sighed in relief. "I don't know. After choosing the exotic beast class, I was directly assigned to Mentor Vito's class. It must be that Mentor Suo Xian's class was full," Mu Qingxin speculated. "Qingxin, how did you feel about attending Mentor Vito's class this afternoon?" Mu Xiaotao asked with a smile. Mu Qingxin had on her face and said, "Grandpa, I mentioned some things that happened during military training before, and I ran into a very annoying guy. Unfortunately, Mentor Vito is that annoying guy's uncle." Chapter 288. Contacting Qin Jio. Mu Qingxin recounted everything that happened in class today without embellishment or hiding anything. As she spoke, the expressions of her great-grandfather and the other two on the video gradually darkened, until their faces were as black as coal. "Bang!" Mu Xiaotao slammed his palm on the table, angrily cursing, "That bastard! What nonsense is he saying?" Beside him, Barisa pinched Mu Xiaotao. "Qingxin is still here. No swearing." Mu Xiaotao quickly begged for mercy. I was wrong. Looking seriously at the video, he said to his granddaughter, "Grandpa didn't say anything just now. Qingxin, you didn't hear anything, okay?" Mu Qingxin stifled a laugh and nodded. Qingxin didn't hear anything. "Umph." Mu Jiahui glared at his son, snorted coldly, and then turned to his great-granddaughter with a gentle tone. "Qingxin, don't worry about this matter. Your great-grandfather will handle it. At the academy, try not to act alone recently. Go to crowded places when you go to and from class, and take Xiaohua and Yaya with you, just in case. Once your great-grandfather resolves this issue, you can relax your guard. Listening to the repeated reminders from her great-grandfather and grandparents, Mu Qingxin nodded repeatedly in agreement. Good girl. If anything happens in the future, just tell us. You did well today. Remember, if you feel wronged or bullied outside, you must tell your family. We will help you solve it. Of course, if it's a small matter that you can handle, do so. But don't hide anything from us if you can't, because we are also worried about you, said Barusha gently, speaking to Mu Qingxin piece by piece. I understand, Grandma. At this moment, Mu Qingxin felt an overwhelming warmth in her heart, realizing that no matter how great the difficulties in the future, as long as her family was there, she wouldn't be afraid. After saying goodbye to her grandparents and great-grandparents, Mu Qingxin closed her light brain, feeling energized, as if her entire body was filled with strength to welcome the new day. She got up and sat at the desk. Each room was equipped with a desk specifically for students to complete tasks. The desk also had a large stack of paper and a box of pens. Mu Qingxin took out a pen and a few sheets of paper, beginning to write the assignment for the exotic plant course, penalty. Time passed second by second as Mu Qingxin quickly wrote down the content discussed by Master Ji Jinfu in class. Ding! The sudden sound from the light brain startled Mu Qingxin, causing her hand to slip and leave a long scratch on the paper. She raised her hand and looked at the light brain, discovering it was actually a video request from Jiu Shaoshui. Filled with curiosity, Mu Qingxin clicked on the video. In the video, she saw a man exuding a strong aura of restraint, and for a moment, she was dazed until Qin Jiyu greeted her, bringing her back to reality. Brother Qin, good evening, Mu Qingxin said, looking at Qin Jiyu in the video. What are you doing? Qin Jiyu asked, looking at Mu Qingxin sitting on the chair with a puzzled expression. Mu Qingxin pointed the light brain at the stack of papers on the desk that she had written a lot on, saying, I'm writing the assignment assigned by the instructor in today's exotic plant class. There is still so much left to write. Looking at the freshly written content on the desk, she realized she had only written 3 times and had a lot more to go. Feeling a bit exhausted just thinking about it. It's so late. Write it tomorrow instead. Make sure to rest and don't tire yourself out too much. Qin Ji, said, looking at the sad little figure in the video, a smile flashing in his eyes. Mu Qingxin nodded. I was just about to stop writing anyway. After all, it's due next week, and there are still several days left. How did you feel about class today? Qin Ji asked, looking at Mu Qingxin. It was okay, a mix of hardship and enjoyment. Oh, what was hard and what was enjoyable? Mu Qingxin began to recount her experiences. The hardship was that the instructors I encountered were quite unique, haha. I chose a physical training class where I was the only student, and the instructor is an intelligent robot. Mu Qingxin unknowingly shared all her experiences of the day, and when she talked about the afternoon class, she expressed her anger, saying that Peter is really annoying. He got beaten so badly during military training, yet he still hasn't learned his lesson and wants to trouble me. And his uncle, I'm not a credit point. Why do they keep targeting me? You don't know, but of course, the look on Instructor Vito's face was just awful, haha. Luckily, I reacted quickly and made up a lie that they actually believed. But seeing how Vito looked, he probably still has his eyes on my Fengxian. It wasn't until the end of her story that Mu Qingxin realized she had shared everything she was thinking in front of Qin Jiyu without any reservations. Perhaps the previous conversations had made her see Qin Jiyu as a close friend she could confide in, someone with whom she could open her heart about both good and bad feelings. After listening to Mu Qingxin's experiences of the day, a dark glint flashed in Qin Jiyu's eyes as he noted, Vito, Peter, what you did was not wrong. If you encounter such things in the future, don't hold back. I will support you. Qin Jiyu looked into Mu Qingxin's eyes and said firmly. Mu Qingxin gazed at Qin Jiyu's determined gaze in the video. Her heart couldn't help but race faster. For a moment, she felt as if she were being cradled in someone's hands, a different feeling from her family's affection, one she couldn't quite describe, but made her very happy. All right, with Brother Qin supporting me, I'm not afraid of anything, even if I kill or set fire to something, haha. Mu Qingxin held back her pounding heart and laughed jokingly. Qingji listened to Mu Qingxin's words and nodded with a smile. Even if you kill or set fire, it's fine as long as I'm here. Even if a planet blows up, it's okay. Mu Qingxin stopped laughing, looking at Qingji's smiling eyes, thinking he was joking, and repeatedly said, "All right, when I blow up a planet, you have to support me." "I definitely will." "Huh." Mu Qingxin laughed heartily, thinking Qingji was just joking. Little did she know that in the not-so-distant future, she would indeed burn a planet in a fit of rage, and under Qingji's protection, no one dared to trouble her. It was already very late. Mu Qingxin ended the video with Qingji, stretched her back, checked the time, and saw it was already past 10 o'clock. Looking at the things on the desk, she thought about how much was left unfinished, and she couldn't help but wail. Finally, Mu Qingxin took a stack of paper and a pen into her space, deciding to finish the penalty writing as soon as possible, fearing that procrastination would strike. If she hadn't finished by the time class started next week, it would really be a disaster. After ending the video, Qingji directly tapped a few times on the light brain. Chapter 289. Habits are easy to form. "What's up, you little brat?" MOC reluctantly appeared on Qingji's light brain. Among the intelligent robot instructors at Philibir Academy, there are two instructors, one for physical training and one for musical notation. Change their programs. Qingji requested coldly. As soon as MOC heard this, he exploded. "You little brat. You want me to do you a favor, and you have that cold look on your face. Don't you know what kind of attitude to have when asking for help? Do you believe I'll—" "Hey, let go of me." Mosi yelled loudly in frustration. "Need an attitude?" Qingji asked. No, let go of me." MOC shook his head and shouted, "You little brat. You only know how to threaten me with this. You're really not cute at all." Qingji withdrew his mental power, looking at MOC. Remember to change the programs of those two to normal class mode and make their personalities a bit gentler and kinder. Qingji stated some requirements, all of which were things Mu Qingxin had just complained about. MOC listened to Qingji's requests and asked suspiciously, "Why are you changing those two guys' programs? You're not going to class." Qingji's expression darkened. "You change it. Just do it tonight. The little girl just said she's going to attend the musical notation class the day after tomorrow, so it must be completed before then." Got it. MOC agreed verbally, thinking he definitely needed to check why this little brat insisted on changing those two metal lumps programs. Adjust Mu Qingxin's exotic beast class to instructor Suashin and also copy the content from Vito's light brain for me, along with that Peter S. So it's the little girl. MOC then understood why the little brat suddenly wanted it done. All right, I'll send it over right away. Is there anything else? No, you can go. Remember the programs for those two robots. After giving his instructions, Qingji lowered his head to handle documents. Understood. You really are a guy who prioritizes love over friendship. After using someone, you don't even look at them, MOC thought to himself as he left. After MOC left, Qingji looked down at the documents in his hand, remaining still. After a moment, he opened the light brain and quickly clicked to edit the information, finally sending it out. After sending it, he then began to continue working. That night, Mu Qingxin completed all the tasks assigned by her mentor, Zijing, in the space. After leaving the space, she looked at the time. It was already 1 a.m. Mu Qingxin breathed a sigh of relief, glad that time in the space was longer than in the outside world. Otherwise, with only 3 hours, she really wouldn't have been able to finish. With just a few hours left before class, Mu Qingxin decided not to sleep and sat on her bed to meditate. In the following days, Mu Qingxin had an exceptionally smooth time, as if all her bad luck had been used up that day. The mentors she encountered afterward, while strict, did not deliberately pick on the students, and their classes were all standard, teaching knowledge, unlike the 3 mentors on the first day. What surprised Mu Qingxin the most was that the mentor for the music theory class, Mentor Philly, was a male robot who was very gentle, gentlemanly, and composed. His classes were exceptionally relaxed, which made Mu Qingxin very fond of him. This mentor was easy to talk to. As long as he finished his lecture, the rest of the time could be spent doing whatever related to music. Mu Qingxin could practice her echoing technique in class. And what amazed her the most was that Philly could even give her some suggestions. During this week, except for the first day, Mu Qingxin was very happy. What made her happiest was the time of night. Every night at 10 o'clock, Qingxin would send a video request. Over the week, Qingxin developed a habit of waiting for his call every night and couldn't help but share everything that had happened that day with him. After a week of chatting at night, Qingxin grew larger in her heart. Every time she encountered problems or difficulties in class, she would tell Qingxin her frustrations, and he could quickly help her solve them, making Qingxin admire him even more. That night, the meeting of the underworld battle team went on late into the night, preparing for the exercises starting next week. Sitting at the top, Qingxin seemed a bit distracted, glancing at the time from time to time. Qingxin noticed that the boss had looked at the time for the 8th time and wondered if he had something urgent. Qingxin flipped through the schedule. There was only this meeting left for the day, and after it ended, there was nothing else to do. Did the boss have personal matters? At 10 o'clock sharp, Qingxin saw the time on his light brain and felt heavy-hearted as he looked at the subordinates who had not yet finished their reports. He squinted. He had never realized that their underworld battle team was so slow in handling matters. It seemed he would have to remind them to speed up in the future. At that moment, Qingxin in the academy occasionally looked at her light brain. It was already 10 o'clock. Why hadn't Qingxin called? Did he have something to do today? At 10:05, Qingxin looked at her light brain, still no response. At 10:10, Qingxin slapped her bed, bored, flipping through shopping to see if there were any supplies to replenish. At 10:30, Qingxin finally couldn't hold back. Looking at Qingxin's name, she clicked on it. Ding ding. Qingxin's face flushed, pinching her fingers, contemplating whether to hang up. What if he really had something and she disturbed him? Forget it, better to hang up. Qingxin immediately ended the video call, lying on her bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling that they really had no relationship. Was it a bit intrusive to chat every night with Qingxin, who was currently in a meeting? At that moment, Qingxin was discussing matters to pay attention to in 2 days with his subordinates, assigning tasks, each fulfilling their duties. When his light brain vibrated, he sensed it clearly, feeling anxious, and his tone quickened significantly. However, after vibrating 3 times, it cut off, and there was no further response. Qingxin finished speaking as quickly as possible and looked at everyone, asking if they understood. Seeing the gloomy expressions on their faces, he wondered who had angered his boss. Everyone quickly nodded, saying they understood. Since they understood, the meeting was adjourned. Qingxin stood up and quickly left the meeting room, leaving a group of majors staring in astonishment at their rapidly departing boss. Several of them exchanged glances, unsure of what was wrong with him and why he was in such a hurry. Deputy Commander Gray looked at Qingxin. Qingxin immediately shook his head. Don't ask me. I don't know what's wrong with the boss. Chapter 290, the largest library? Then you, Li Can, suggested. Don't. If you want to know, go see for yourself. Don't drag me along. I want to live a few more years. Recently, the boss's mood had finally been so clear. He didn't want to see the boss with a cold face again. Qingxin refused. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Their lives had indeed been too good these past few days, mainly because the boss was in a good mood. Although they didn't know why the boss was in such a good mood, as long as they were doing well, they didn't want that good life to disappear immediately. Hurriedly returning to his office, Qingxin closed the door and opened his light brain. Seeing the name on it, a smile flashed in his eyes, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. He clicked to send a video, thinking the little one even remembered to call. That's progress. Ding ding. Qingxin, who was lying on her bed, not knowing what she was thinking, heard the sound from her light brain and immediately sat up to look. Seeing the name on it, her heart instantly shifted from the previous entanglement to joy, and she smiled as she clicked to open it. Qingxin said, I'm sorry. I was in a meeting earlier, so I didn't call you back, nor did I receive the video you sent. Qingxin gently apologized. Qingxin felt sweet inside upon hearing Qingxin's explanation, but she smiled and said, It's okay. Actually, it was nothing. I just thought you had something to do since you didn't call at the right time. I'm not used to it. Qingxin said sincerely. With nothing happening, Qingxin looked at the little one who was glancing around, not daring to look at him, and his smile grew even wider. How was your day? Now that all the classes for the week are done, are you planning to go home tomorrow or stay in the academy? I'm not going home. I want to explore the academy, she said. It's been a month since school started, but I've only been in the academy for a week. And this week, I haven't had a chance to wander around. I heard that the library of Philibel Academy is the largest in the galaxy and has a lot of books. I plan to check it out, or maybe go out to play with Ling Ling and Lon Lon. Last time they said they wanted to see the flame trees, but there were too many people during the holidays. This week should have fewer people, right? Unconsciously, Qingxin began to chat excitedly, going on about this and that. And an hour passed. In the end, Qingzhou looked at the time. It was too late. Although Qingxin didn't have class the next day, he still firmly insisted that she rest early. After all, the little one was not yet an adult, and she needed to take care of her body. Otherwise, how would she grow taller? Although he didn't mind her height during their recent chats, the little one had complained more than once about not growing taller. After ending the video call, Qingxin fell asleep with a sweet and excited heart. In the next 2 days, Qingxin spent a whole day exploring the entire Philibel Academy and also visited the library. When she entered the library of Philibel Academy, Qingxin couldn't help but cover her face. She had originally thought that the largest library in the galaxy would be spectacular, perhaps resembling a scene from a movie she had seen in her past life, something incredibly impressive. However, upon arriving in front of the library, they were indeed shocked. It looked large and luxurious from the outside, but who said that just because the exterior looked big, the inside would definitely be magnificent? Qingxin, Dongfangling, and Shui Huanlon entered through the very luxurious entrance after passing various checks and finally entered the library. Is this really the largest library in our galaxy? Dongfangling asked uncertainly. Shui Huanlon nodded. It seems that's what they said on the Star Network. Maybe there are more books elsewhere. Come on, let's take a look. Qingxin said, looking at the 3 walls of bookshelves, which had only a sparse collection of books. However, the 3 of them ran through the entire library and still didn't see any other books. It seemed there were only this many. The rest of the space was filled with large machines and various robots. What's even more ridiculous is that these robots are categorized, with each robot specializing in a particular type of knowledge, and there are introductions for each of them. So when students encounter problems and want to look up information, they can directly come to the library, search with the intelligent robots, and copy a version onto their light brain to review later. The simplest part is that if they want information on a specific topic or pose a question, the intelligent robots can organize the relevant data for them, eliminating the need for students to search and select bit by bit. Later, Qingxin and her friends learned that the legendary Philibel Academy has the largest library in the entire galaxy because the books in the Philibel Academy library, brought from Blue Star, are the most numerous in the galaxy. Back then, when humanity fled to the stars, some countries valued culture and feared that future generations would forget the civilizations of the ancient Blue Star era, so they brought many books. However, during subsequent wars and chaos, many were lost, and even more were abandoned, as people felt these books were of no use. They couldn't eat or drink from them, nor could they ensure a safe life. Those books seemed completely useless, and ultimately, what remained were the last remnants of humanity. Despite this, people today care little about the civilizations of the ancient Blue Star era. They only focus on the present and the future, truly reflecting the saying that the past should be left behind, and seizing the present and future is the best. In the end, Qingxin returned disappointed. The next day, Qingxin, along with Shui Huani and the others, set out from the academy to see the flame tree, the guardian tree of the capital star. Upon arriving at the flame tree, Qingxin felt complex emotions and brought out Xiaohua, saying, "Xiaohua, go see your old master." Okay, Xiaohua quickly left. After all, it was the place of its birth, and it missed the flame tree very much, although it had no fond memories of the Earth's core. The place that had imprisoned it for hundreds of years, which it despised. Xiaohua has gone. Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlon saw the flicker of fire and quietly asked Qingxin. Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlon lived in the same room as Qingxin, so they knew about Xiaohua and Yi and where Xiaohua came from. Yes, it went. It will be back when we leave in a while. Qingxin looked at the fiery red leaves above her head, reaching out to touch them, but once again overestimated her height. Suddenly, the branches moved on their own, pressing down, and the leaves brushed against Qingxin's hand, shaking the branches and making sounds as the leaves collided. Chapter 291. The Thick-Skinned Wang's Wow. The flame tree can move on its own. I want to touch it too. Miju, Miju. Instantly, people around in the flame park saw Qingxin's scene and reached out to touch the leaves of the flame tree. But one by one, they stretched their hands, yet could never reach the leaves. It seemed like the flame tree was playing a game with them, always staying just out of their grasp. Qingxin withdrew her hand, smiling as she looked at the lively crowd, and her mood changed once again. Let's go inside. Qingxin led everyone forward. Each person still wore ice stones around their necks. The temperature here was the same as before, controlled by the flame tree. Otherwise, tall people wouldn't be able to enter. Huh? Why is it blocked? Everyone noticed that there was a protective shield wrapping around a distance of 700 or 800 meters from the flame tree, preventing entry. It seems that this flame tree has become the guardian tree of the capital star to prevent people with ill intentions from destroying it and harming the capital star. Shui Huani speculated. Are there bad people? Shui Huanlan looked at her brother, filled with confusion and not understanding why anyone would want to destroy this planet. Shui Huani patted his sister's head and said softly, yes, the capital star is an 8th-level civilization star, and many people are coveting it. Plus, the leaders are on this planet, along with some big families. The ones wanting to destroy the capital star include the Empire, the interstellar wanderers, and space pirates, and other races. After hearing Shui Huani's words, Qingxin, Dongfang Ling, and Shui Huanlan fell silent, realizing that there were so many dangers they were unaware of. But this is not something you should worry about. With the leaders here and so many battle teams, especially the Netherworld battle team, they won't allow anyone to invade. Shui Huani said, seeing the worried expressions on the 3 girls' faces. Upon hearing this, and thinking of the enigmatic young commander, the 3 girls smiled simultaneously. With the young commander here, we're not afraid. Shui Huani couldn't help but smile at their words, feeling a mix of admiration for the young commander and the leaders. The 4 of them strolled through the flame park, then visited other places in the capital star, spending a whole day together. By 4 in the afternoon, they hurried back to the academy and returned to their dormitory. As soon as they reached the dormitory door, they saw Wang's and a few others squatting there, chatting and laughing. What are you doing here? Dongfang Ling asked Wang's with curiosity. You guys are finally back. Wang's and the others stood up joyfully upon seeing them. Classes start tomorrow, and since we haven't seen each other for so many days, we thought we could have one more day of fun today, gather together, and then continue studying hard tomorrow, Wang said with a shameless grin. Oof. Dongfang Ling coldly snorted, not wanting to deal with this thick-skinned guy. Qingxin also didn't want to engage with Wang's and looked around, asking, where are Kola and Thomas? Why aren't they here? Those 2. It seems Kola's family has something going on, and Thomas went home with Kola, so they won't be coming tonight, Wang's replied. Kola's family? Qingxin thought for a moment. Kola had mentioned before that her family held no fond memories for her, as it was no longer her home. What would be going on with Kola returning home this time? For some reason, even though it had nothing to do with her, Qingxin felt a sense of unease. Come on, let's go upstairs. Xian, that sweet and sour chicken wings you made last time was so delicious. Let's make that again tonight. I think the boiled meat slices were great too, spicy and refreshing. The others pushed Qingxin upstairs, talking about their favorite dishes and insisting she make them. Stop it. Whatever Xian makes, we'll eat, Bai Liyan said seriously, blushing. Hearing Bai Liyan's words, which seemed like a remnant of military training, everyone immediately fell silent. All right, Xian, you can make whatever you want. Everything you make is delicious and we all love it. Okay, then it's instant noodles. Qingxin decided. No, everyone wailed. They didn't want to eat instant noodles. They had just tasted instant noodles and were immediately captivated. But during their time at the camp, they ate instant noodles every day until they felt a bit nauseous at the sight of them. They thought instant noodles were good enough. But when they got to the forest, they realized that Xian's other dishes were the best. The delicious meals, compared to instant noodles, made them decisively abandon instant noodles. Qingxin ignored the others, stepping into the dormitory building to return to their room. Xian, we don't want to eat instant noodles. Wang's and Lockdarren chased after Qingxin into the dormitory building. What's wrong with them? Instant noodles? Aren't they good? Shui Huani looked at the bitter expressions on the others and asked his sister in confusion. Shui Huanlan pulled her brother and Dongfang Ling into the dormitory building. Instant noodles are delicious, Shui Huanlan said with bright eyes. Hee, but if you eat instant noodles every day for 10 days, no matter how good they are, they'll start to taste bad. Dongfang Ling chuckled coldly, thinking about those clowns in front of her who insisted on eating instant noodles back then, which made her afraid of seeing instant noodles now. Fortunately, she had used the instant noodles in her space to bribe her brother, having eaten enough herself and giving the rest to him, gaining many benefits in return. She was quite clever. Shui Huani had never eaten instant noodles, so he couldn't make any judgments about their words. That night, Shui Huani finally tasted the super delicious food his sister spoke of, which was indeed better than the food in Qingtian Food City. Everyone was full and sat on the sofa, chatting casually. Qingxin, we have class tomorrow. Did you finish the task that Mentor Ji Jinfu assigned you last week? Dongfang Ling suddenly thought of this and looked anxiously at Mu Qingxin. Don't worry. I stayed up the first night and finished it, Mu Qingxin said with a relaxed expression. So fast. How much did you write? Li Yin asked in admiration. Mu Qingxin took out a stack of paper from her space. So much. My hand is almost worn out from writing. Let me see. Wang Si reached out to take the paper from Mu Qingxin's hand. Qingxin, is this your handwriting? Wang Si looked at the contents in surprise. Chapter 292, The Font. What's wrong? Did you write it? Mu Qingxin glanced at Wang Si while sipping her fruit tea. It's good. This is made from hawthorn slices. Wang Si looked at each page, his eyes shining with admiration. Wow, I didn't expect your handwriting to be so good. Qingxin. Locke leaned over to take a look, surprised. Let me see, it really is. Qingxin, your handwriting actually has angles, Darren said, taking a page. Soon, everyone took a page to admire, all praising Mu Qingxin's beautiful handwriting. The interstellar script was different from what Mu Qingxin was familiar with in her past life. She had studied the history of the development of interstellar writing, when humans came to the interstellar from Blue Star due to different countries, languages, and political ideologies. Someone proposed a unified language and script to promote unity. Later, after contact with other races in the interstellar, humans gradually created another language, effectively abandoning the familiar languages and starting to learn the interstellar language anew. The writing was similar to the ancient Chinese oracle bone inscriptions, featuring many round shapes, which were familiar to some interstellar races, leading humans to relearn. As humanity multiplied, writing gradually developed, evolving over thousands of years into the simple characters seen today, with straightforward strokes and no complex twists or curves. The most strokes in a character were 6, and there were also symbols. In Mu Qingxin's view, this script was a fusion of the characteristics of various country scripts. In her past life, due to long periods of solitude, aside from writing, she developed many hobbies, one of which was her handwriting. From a young age, her handwriting was beautiful, and later, to make it more refined, she searched for famous calligraphy works online, printed them out, and practiced for an hour each day. Therefore, the characters she wrote now were elegant yet fresh and airy. Qingxin, your handwriting is so beautiful, Dongfang Ling exclaimed, looking at Mu Qingxin. It's okay, Mu Qingxin modestly replied. Since coming to the interstellar, I haven't had the chance to write by hand. This is my first time. Mu Qingxin noticed that opportunities to write by hand were very rare in the interstellar. If it weren't for Mentor Ji Jinfu's requirement for handwritten work, she probably wouldn't have picked up a pen at all. The functions of the light brain were so advanced. If one didn't want to type, they could just speak, and the light brain would translate spoken words into text with a 99% accuracy rate. This was the advantage of intelligence. Qingxin, you wrote so much in just one night. That's amazing. Li Yin looked at Mu Qingxin with admiration again. Although Qingxin was short, her abilities were impressive. He had known that during military training, and now she had such beautiful handwriting. For interstellar people who found writing challenging, Mu Qingxin was practically a master. Mu Qingxin didn't understand why these people looked at her with such admiration, similar to how they looked at her when she cooked something delicious. It was just writing. Anyone could produce good handwriting with practice. What Qingxin didn't know was that after thousands of years in the interstellar, the existence of calligraphy works had long disappeared, let alone people with good handwriting. With technology so advanced, who would waste time writing? As long as they could express themselves and be understood, it was fine. Plus, if they couldn't write, they could use the light brain. Qingxin's handwriting was almost miraculous. I want to take pictures and post. Dongfang Ling placed the paper on the table and snapped several photos, also taking a few of the stack of assignments, then sat on the sofa to start posting. I want to post too, the others said, putting down their papers to spread out Qingxin's assignments and take photos. Each person's photo contained the same content, but from different angles, resulting in different post texts. Call me Queen. A discovery of master-level handwriting. My Qingxin's handwriting is so good. I admire and love her even more. Attached image. Mercury's little princess. Qingxin's handwriting is so beautiful. I want to collect it. But this is the assignment Qingxin has to submit to the mentor tomorrow. I'm a bit jealous that the mentor gets to see Qingxin's handwriting, but fortunately, living with Qingxin, I can ask her to write some for me. Not only can she make delicious food, but she can also play beautiful music and write amazing characters. I feel inferior. Attached image. Our Qingxin is so amazing. Although she's short, she can always unleash great energy, shocking everyone. Attached image. Oh my gosh, I'm starting to worship. Attached image. The group posted on the forum, each person immersed in the star network, looking at their replies and laughing from time to time. Ding. Qingxin's light brain kept pinging because she had added each of them. As everyone posted, the light brain pinged with notifications. Looking at the posts, Qingxin covered her face and smiled helplessly, and she glanced at a few of the replies, surprised to find they were all compliments, making her feel a bit embarrassed because in her past life, her handwriting was nothing to show off, just decent. Seeing that everyone had stopped talking and was busy refreshing the posts, Qingxin looked around and suddenly felt bored. This state reminded her of people in her past life, dominated by their phones, gathering while scrolling through their phones, walking while scrolling, working while scrolling, and even sleeping while scrolling. Thinking about the classes tomorrow made her sigh. Shui Huani, who had put away his light brain, happened to hear Qingxin sigh and looked over, seeing her resting her chin on her hand with a worried expression. Curious, he asked, Qingxin, what's wrong? Hearing Shui Huani's question, Qingxin sat up straight and smiled shyly. It's nothing, just thinking about class tomorrow. The mentors can be a bit strict, so I'm a bit worried. Shui Huani smiled after hearing this. Don't worry. Mentors are usually strict at first just to establish authority. It will get better after some time. I hope so. Chapter 293. Good news at this moment. The others heard Qingxin's words and also put down their light brains to look over. Qingxin, actually, we came today to tell you some good news. Do you want to hear it? Wang Si looked at Qingxin mysteriously. What good news can you bring? As long as it's not bad news. Dongfang Ling said while organizing Qingxin's assignments, disdainfully retorting at Wang Si. This is definitely good news, not bad news. Wang's glared at Dongfang Ling, feeling indignant. He wouldn't stoop to her level. What good news? Qingxin looked at Wang's, who was staring at her, signaling her to ask him, until she finally did. Upon hearing Qingxin's inquiry, Wang's immediately showed an excited expression and exclaimed, Qingxin, our exotic bees class has a new instructor. We won't have to see that sinister and annoying instructor Vito anymore. Instead, we have the gentle, kind, and beautiful instructor Suashin. Wang's had been so excited since he learned this news this afternoon that he had held back for a long time before telling Qingxin. A new instructor? Qingxin looked at Wang's in surprise. Are you sure? Check your schedule. The class should have changed for tomorrow afternoon since instructor Suashin has a class during the first period. We switched to the second period. Qingxin immediately logged onto the Star Network to check her schedule, while the others kept asking Wang's why instructor Vito had switched classes. It really changed. Qingxin looked at her schedule in delight. The class on Monday afternoon had changed from the first period to the second period, leaving the first period empty and the instructor's name changed to instructor Suashin. Excitedly, Qingxin looked at Wang's and asked, what about instructor Vito? Why did the class change? Has the High Ancestor already taken action? That was fast. Qingxin thought happily. Wang's wore a proud expression, saying they would never have to see that despicable person again, who always tried to bully their group of students. A total pervert. It seems like he got reassigned. Anyway, he has already left Philabel Academy, Wang said happily. Shui Huani frowned. Reassigned? But if someone is moved, it usually takes at least a month. This is too sudden. Who cares if it's sudden? As long as he's not at the academy. No one will bully Qingxin anymore, and you won't have to be on edge every day, Rock said to Qingxin, and everyone felt happy for her. Now Peter won't dare to bully anyone at will. His uncle has left the academy. Let's see how he dares to provoke people, Darren said with resentment. How about we beat him every time we see him? Wang suggested. Hey, he hasn't provoked you. Why would you hit him? That kind of scum isn't worth dirtying your hands. Dongfang Ling said bluntly. I just can't stand him. During military training, he always looked for trouble with us. Now that he has no one to back him up, he has to keep his tail tucked. You're just a petty person getting your way. You are. Everyone watched as Dongfang Ling and Wang's quarreled, not knowing when it started, but whenever one spoke, the other would retort, and soon they began to argue. Everyone was already used to it and ignored the two, continuing to discuss other topics. I heard the major teams will start drills tomorrow, Bailian said. He had overheard this while communicating with his dad. As for the drills, Bailian's eyes sparkled. I wonder which team will win this time. I bet it will be the Underworld team. I think it will be the Underworld team too. They've won for the past 2 years. As long as the Underworld team is around, the other teams can only concede. Haha, listening to you, I suddenly feel sorry for the other teams, Qingxin laughed. Her dad and older brothers had lost to different teams, so it didn't matter to her who won or lost. However, she also felt that the Underworld team would win because the formidable Commander Jiu would definitely lead a powerful team. Mu Fengyan, Mu Qidong, Mu Qinan, daughter, sister. Don't boost others' confidence and diminish your own. Also, didn't Principal Ha Qilin say at the beginning of the semester that students from the Imperial Academy would come to the Alliance for a friendship alliance? It seems that after the drills, the Empire will send people over, and the Academy has already started selecting students from the higher grades for that alliance competition. The Empire? What do you think they suddenly want with this? I don't know. Anyway, I don't believe the Empire is genuinely friendly about wanting to ally. I think so too. The Empire has always been ruthless and ungrateful. Myron, why aren't you speaking? What do you think about the Empire and our alliance? Darren asked, patting Myron's shoulder. Myron's expression was somewhat stiff. I don't know. This kind of thing should be concerning for the leaders. We just need to focus on our studies. After saying that, he immediately lowered his head to drink the now-cold fruit tea, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. Wang's also stopped arguing with Dongfang Ling, a hint of darkness passing through his eyes. Right, let's just focus on our studies. Anyway, we lower grades won't be participating in this alliance competition. Then, Rock brought up another topic, and everyone once again gathered around to discuss it. However, Qingxin noticed that Myron and Wang's seemed somewhat distracted, especially Wang's, who couldn't even continue arguing with Lingling, while Myron occasionally glanced at Wang's, puzzled. But Qingxin didn't ask. Everyone has their secrets. Just like how Myron always called Wang's young master. Everyone was tactfully aware not to inquire about the reason, and when they wanted to talk about it, they would naturally tell everyone. That night, everyone left only when it was almost time for the dormitory to close. Dongfang Ling and the others washed up and went to bed early for class the next day. After Qingxin finished washing up, she thought about Instructor Vito and sent a message to the High Ancestor asking about it. However, the message from the High Ancestor stated that it wasn't his doing. He hadn't made a move yet, and Vito had already received orders to leave the academy. Seeing the High Ancestor's reply, Qingxin was puzzled. If it wasn't the High Ancestor, then who did it? Could it be Lingling asked her brother for help? With this thought, Qingxin sent a message to Lingling, even though they were in the same dormitory. She assumed Lingling was already in bed, but probably wasn't sleeping, so she decided to message her directly. Chapter 294. Why are you here? Dongfang Ling received Qingxin's message and felt puzzled. She had only mentioned to her brother that Qingxin was being bullied before, but had told him not to help for now. Did her brother not tell her and acted on his connections directly? Dongfang Ling immediately messaged her brother to ask. At this moment, Dongfang Zhe was still guarding a pitch-black planet, focusing on the crimson egg above the volcano. Suddenly, he felt a vibration from his light brain. Usually, The one contacting him at this time was likely that person. Dongfangze opened his light brain, and to his surprise, it was a message from Lingling. Seeing the content, Dongfangze raised an eyebrow and replied to his sister. It wasn't me. Didn't you say before that Qingxin didn't want help? So I didn't act. I've been busy lately. I'll check later. Don't reply. Oomph. Stinky brother. Don't reply. I'm too lazy to reply. Dongfang Ling angrily punched her bed after reading the last 2 words in her brother's message. What is he busy with? Can't he even spare a word for his own sister? Dongfang Ling angrily replied to Qingxin and then closed her eyes, cursing her brother in her heart. Thinking about Lingling's brother and Lamlin's brother. Sigh, why doesn't my brother treat his sister like that? With this question, Dongfang Ling fell into a dream. If it's not the High Ancestor and not Dongfang Gij, could it be a coincidence? Qingxin thought, looking at the message from Dongfang Ling Ding Ding. Qingxin opened her light brain, and it was a message from Qingzhou saying, there will be drills tomorrow, and the team has activities tonight. So I can't video call with you. Get some rest early, and don't worry about tomorrow's instructor. As for Zijingfu, you can ask your second brother. He should have a way. Upon reading this message, Qingxin felt a warm current surge through her heart, and unknowingly, her eyes squinted with a smile. From this, she already knew who had resolved the issue with Vito. Unexpectedly, she was just chatting normally and didn't intend to ask Brother Qin for help. Yet he directly arranged for Vito to be transferred. Mu Qing's face turned red as she quickly replied, thank you. After the event, make sure to rest early. I believe the Underworld battle team will definitely come in first this time. Good night. At this moment, they had already arrived at the exercise planet. Qingzhou, who received the reply, looked at the message from the little girl with a smile on his face. He sent a simple good night back, then raised his head and looked seriously at everyone, coldly stating, if you don't bring back first place tomorrow, your team will go directly to the deserted island star for a mission. The team members led by Ban Hari, who were participating in the exercise tomorrow, suddenly fell silent. Why? Guru A and Li Kan, along with Oyushio, couldn't help but snicker upon hearing this. Let this guy win against them using tricks a few days ago, and now he gets to show off. If they don't get first place, they can just go to the deserted island star. Qingzhou glanced at Ban Hari's team's dejected expressions and shot them a cold look. What's wrong? No confidence? Ban Hari gritted his teeth and glared at the few who were laughing. Do you have confidence? If not, get the hell out of here. Qingzhou asked loudly. We have confidence. Ban Hari and all of their team shouted with full energy, determined to win the exercise tomorrow. It's so late, Major Geo. Your people have so much energy. Haha, youth really brings spirit. Suddenly, a light laugh came from the doorway. Uncle, Oyushio exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the person at the door and quickly walked over. Uncle, how did you come here? Mu Fengyan smiled at Oyushio, saying, I just finished dinner and came out for a walk. Xian said otherwise I would have indigestion. No wonder, every time you finish eating, you lie in bed, and when you get up, you feel a bit uncomfortable in your stomach. Looks like I should walk more too, haha, Oyushio laughed. But uncle, isn't it prohibited for outsiders to enter the planet recently? How did you get food? Oyushio thought the food Mu Fengyan had was sent by Lang and them, and asked curiously. At this moment, Commander Mu, Qingzhou walked over and politely greeted Mu Fengyan. Mu Fengyan nodded at Qingzhou, saying, I just came over to take a look. You all continue with your work. He then turned to his nephew. I told Xian that during the exercises, we can't receive packages, so she sent me a lot of instant food like instant noodles that I could just heat up and eat. After saying this, he glanced proudly at Qingzhou. You little brat, you definitely didn't receive any of this, right? Qingzhou looked at Mu Fengyan's proud expression, and a bitter smile flashed in his eyes. It seems the future father-in-law has some opinions about him. He thought to ask MOC later if there is a way to please his future father-in-law. Commander Mu is really lucky to have such a thoughtful daughter. That's great. Qingzhou praised. Mu Fengyan proudly raised his chin. Yes, I'm most fortunate to have such a caring and lovely daughter. I only have this one daughter, and our whole family treasures her, afraid she gets tired. When it comes to cooking, we try to avoid letting her do it, afraid of tiring her out. Unlike you little brat, every time my precious daughter cooks, I have to trouble her to make an extra portion to send to you, not caring at all if it tires her out. Qingzhou then realized how he had annoyed his future father-in-law. Indeed, such a lovely daughter. who would want to cherish and protect her from getting tired. The members of the underworld battle team behind Qingxin looked up with wide eyes at their boss, who was saying such mushy words. Has this boss been possessed by something else? How could he say such cheesy things and keep talking? They never knew their boss had so many words in his heart. Ling Xian glanced at his boss, then at Commander Mu, who looked displeased, and it seemed he vaguely understood something. Dad, what are you doing here? Mu Fengyan turned around, surprised to see his eldest and youngest sons had also arrived. What are you two doing here? Cousin Qidong, Cousin Qinan, you are here too. Oyushio looked at the three with confusion. In previous exercises, they had never come. Why are they all here this year? Did they miss him after not seeing him for a long time? No particular reason. Just walking around a bit, Mu Qinan said with a gentle smile, greeting his cousin Yushio, but his eyes were darting towards Qingxin. Mu Qidong nodded. Also looking at Qingxin. His sister had been sending food to this guy recently. He specifically came to see what charm this guy had to make his sister obey him. A bitter smile flashed in Qingxin's eyes. It seems his act of having the little girl send him food had angered his future father-in-law and his brothers-in-law. Chapter 295, The Changing Manner of Feely. Major Gio, are you confident about this exercise? At this time, Mu Fengyan, Mu Qinan, Mu Qidong, Ling Xian, Oyushio, and Qingxin were sitting in a room facing each other. Mu Qidong looked at Qingxin across the table with a blank expression and asked. Qingxin raised his eyes to meet Mu Qidong's gaze, responding firmly, of course. His tone was filled with unwavering confidence. Major Gio, have you been quite idle lately? Mu Qinan asked with a smile. It's okay. Haha, Mu Qinan sneered, his eyes flashing coldly. What a load of crap. You have my sister cooking for you all day? You must be bored. How old are you this year, Major Gio? Mu Fengyan looked at Qingxin with a serious expression. Qingxin was momentarily taken aback. The previously light atmosphere suddenly became a bit tense, and his face turned slightly red. I'm 33 this year. Haha, what a young man. Major, at such a young age, you've achieved so much in battle. Truly admirable. If I had a son like Major Gio, I would definitely wake up smiling every morning, but my 3 sons are all useless. Luckily, my daughter is adorable, even though she is only 15. Mu Fengyan emphasized the word 15, glaring at Qingxin, implying, you little brat, you're already so old. Don't think about my underage precious daughter, or else you'll regret it. Qingxin lowered his gaze, listening to Commander Mu's words, and fell silent. Ling Xian quickly laughed, haha. Commander Mu is joking. Your 3 sons are all brave and wise. Heroes come from young, and your children are all outstanding. Although our major has a relatively high rank, he earned it through hard work, and he's still young, only 33. Although he may not say much, he treats his subordinates very well, always caring. After that, it was all Ling Xian speaking, praising their boss, which made the 3 Mu Fengyan look sideways at each other. Qingxin frequently glared at Ling Xian, signaling him to stop, while Oyushio, although confused about the situation, completely agreed with the praises for his boss. In the end, when Mu Fengyan and his sons left, their expressions were quite unpleasant. On Capital Star, after Mu Qingxin sent the message to Qingxin, she messaged her second brother to ask about Mentor Jijin's situation, but waited until bedtime without receiving a reply from her second brother. Early the next morning, the students got up for class in an orderly manner, and the chaotic scene from last week did not occur again. Mu Qingxin arrived early at the physical education classroom, smiling and greeting Mentor Feely. Suddenly, she noticed that Mentor Feely's appearance had changed a bit. Mentor, you look really beautiful today. Mu Qingxin praised as she looked at Mentor Feely's outfit. Mentor Feely's face turned slightly red, and she smiled shyly, saying, thank you. Seeing Mentor Feely's shy smile, Mu Qingxin felt uneasy. This shy mentor seemed like a completely different person compared to when she wielded the teaching stick. The bell for class rang, and Mu Qingxin looked at Mentor Feely, who still wore a smile, silently praying that today Mentor Feely would be more normal. At least not using the teaching stick to hit anymore. That thin teaching stick hurt too much when it hit someone. Class is about to start, Mu Qingxin, Mentor Feely said, standing up and walking to the podium with a gentle smile, looking at Mu Qingxin. Then the scene in the classroom changed. Today, before class, let's review the set of body techniques we learned last week. Did you forget, Mu? If you did, should I demonstrate it for you? No, I didn't forget. Mu Qingxin carefully looked at her body technique instructor, feeling like today's instructor was a completely different person, or rather, a different robot. Why was he so gentle? Something felt off, too off. Mu Qingxin was on edge throughout the class, and by the time it ended, she was still surprised to realize that class was over. Staring at the instructor in astonishment. Is there any problem, Mu? The body technique instructor asked softly. No, instructor, I'm leaving now. See you next week, bye. Mu Qingxin didn't dare to ask why, fearing she might accidentally bring up last week's instructor. This is good, very good. During the break, Mu Qingxin ran quickly, and the students walking on campus felt a gust of wind pass by, with a vague figure swiftly leaving. However, no one was curious because some wind-type ability users in the academy were also very fast. Mu Qingxin quickly arrived at the classroom for the exotic plant course. Looking at the nearly filled seats, she quickly scanned the entire classroom with her mental power, and after finishing, her face darkened. All the back seats were occupied, leaving only a few spots in the first 2 rows in the middle. Luckily, as long as it wasn't that specific spot, it would be fine. Mu Qingxin quickly sat down in the second row by the aisle. Hi, Mu Qingxin, you're here. As soon as Mu Qingxin sat down, the boy next to her greeted her enthusiastically. Hello. Mu Qingxin turned her head to see her deskmate's sunny smile and responded with a smile. Hello, I'm an E. From the Level 2 Potions Research Department. Hello, I know you. You are Mu Qingxin, a student from the Level 1 Arts Department. You are quite famous now on StarNet. Your songs are really popular. I have saved every one of your songs and listened to them every day, and Yi said, familiarizing himself with Mu Qingxin. Hearing in Yi's words, Mu Qingxin felt a bit anxious. According to an E, she had unknowingly become a popular figure on StarNet, which she didn't even know about. Class is starting. The class bell rang, and an E immediately sat up straight, suddenly recalling last week's class with a worried look at Mu Qingxin. Junior, have you finished writing the content the instructor asked you to handwrite? Yes, I have, Mu Qingxin replied as she sat straight. Hearing her answer, an E breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you finished. If you hadn't, you would be in big trouble today. Instructor Z Jinfu would have doubled the punishment. Shoo, the instructor is coming. Suddenly, a student in the first row near the door whispered, and the classroom immediately fell silent. 2 seconds later, Instructor Z Jinfu appeared at the classroom door, entering with a smile and without looking sideways. Hello, it's been a week, and I've missed you. Z Jinfu placed his things on the podium, looking at the students and laughing cheerfully. Habitually glancing to the left front, he noticed, someone new again. Z Jinfu saw a student in the left front sweating nervously, and a smile flickered in his eyes as he looked back and immediately spotted Mu Qingxin sitting close. Today, I can ask questions. Chapter 296. Where is the handwritten content? Mu Qingxin sensed instructor Z Jinfu's gaze and felt her heart racing, thinking she couldn't escape being called upon today. Last week, students, where is your handwritten content? Z Jinfu asked Mu Qingxin with a smile. A few students immediately stood up, papers in hand, walking toward the podium. Mu Qingxin took out a stack of paper from her space and walked to the podium to hand it in. If I remember correctly, it seems like there are still 2 students who haven't submitted. Z Jinfu's smile remained unchanged as he scanned the students below. What? Am I mistaken? He looked at the 2 silent students, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The second student from the left in the 8th row and the 5th student from the right in the 6th row were your handwritten exotic plant materials. The 2 students, caught off guard that Z Jinfu remembered them, suddenly felt awkward and didn't know what to do. Haven't written it? Z Jinfu's voice had turned slightly cold. No, instructor, I haven't finished a small part, one of the students stammered as he stood up. And you? Z Jinfu looked at the other student. Instructor, when you talked about exotic plants, you mentioned so much that I couldn't remember it all, so I couldn't write it out, the other student said confidently. Ha. Z Jinfu chuckled at the student's words, coldly flipping through the handwritten papers submitted by the other students without acknowledging the 2. The classroom fell silent as upperclassmen looked at the 2 students with a mix of schadenfreude and sympathy. Mu Qingxin watched as Z Jinfu quickly flipped through the papers. And suddenly, his movements paused as he carefully examined one sheet, then quickly scanned the content below. Mu Qingxin. Z Jinfu's hand holding the paper trembled slightly, and the classroom was filled with surprised and admiring gazes, excitedly looking at Qingxin. Is this your handwriting? Jinfu raised the paper in his hand. Yes, instructor. Qingxin replied. Hearing this answer, Jinfu's expression showed disbelief as he looked at the characters in his hand, then back at Qingxin, still in disbelief. Good, good. Mu, your handwriting is excellent. Jinfu admired the characters in his hand. I didn't expect our class's Mu to have such great handwriting. Jinfu's eyes lit up as he looked at Qingxin, then carefully placed the stack of handwritten papers she submitted into his folder, laying the paper flat. Instructor, we also want to see how good Qingxin's handwriting is. The previously arrogant student shouted loudly. This student was obviously a level 1 freshman, unfamiliar with Jinfu's personality, thinking that since the instructor smiled gently, he would be easy to talk to. However, that was not the case. He would soon regret it. Jinfu paused his actions of organizing the folder, looking at the students and asking, "Do you want to see?" Yes. All the students shouted loudly, their curiosity piqued by the instructor's earlier demeanor. Okay, I'll let you take a look. Jinfu agreed, carefully taking out Qingxin's handwritten paper from the folder. Then use a light brain to take a photo of one of the sheets, projecting it so everyone could see. Wow! Everyone looked at the characters on the projection in shock. It's even more beautiful than the characters on the light brain. This handwriting looks really nice. How did you write it? Is it printed? What kind of print is it? The characters on the light brain aren't even this good. The students discussed excitedly, suddenly recalling that someone had posted handwriting on StarNet last night, which was actually Qingxin's. So that Qingxin was Qingxin. In an instant, everyone looked at Qingxin with eyes full of surprise, astonishment, admiration, and respect. Jinfu ignored the group of students, carefully putting Qingxin's handwritten paper back in a folder, while the other student submissions were casually folded and set aside. The students whose papers were carelessly placed aside asked, "Instructor, is such a big difference beautiful?" "It's beautiful. Your handwriting hurts my eyes," Jinfu replied, looking at the students below, who gradually fell silent. In the last class, it seems that Qingxin's handwritten content was the most, probably more than all of you combined. So why could Qingxin complete it while the two of you could not? Jinfu asked coldly. Could it be that your handwriting is better than Qingxin's? So you couldn't finish it to maintain your font? Don't tell me you can't remember. As students, you should remember everything the instructor teaches in class. Do you think exotic plants are just ordinary plants that can be crushed underfoot? I tell you, if you can't remember what I've taught you, and you end up losing your life in the future due to encountering the exotic plants I've mentioned, I won't acknowledge you as my students. At this moment, the smile on Jinfu's face had completely disappeared. Looking at the two students who hadn't submitted their work, he said in a deep voice, "Today is the first time. Considering that you two are freshmen, I'll give you a chance, but remember, my class only offers one opportunity. The handwritten assignment I gave you last time is now doubled 4 times. Also, all the content about the exotic plants I talked about today, write it down twice. If you can't submit it next class, your credits for the exotic plants course will directly be 0, and you won't need to attend the class anymore." Hearing that the instructor would deduct credits, the expressions of the two students immediately changed, and they quickly assured the instructor that they would definitely submit their work next class. Credits are very important for students at Philibert Academy, as the future prospects depend on the number of credits each person earns in the academy. Seeing the two students immediately deflate, the senior showed expressions of having expected this, while the freshman looked at instructor Jinfu with fear, causing everyone's attention to be very focused in the following classes. Mu student, describe the physical characteristics of the star and moon grass. Mu student, talk about the living environment of this exotic plant. Mu student, tell me what this exotic plant fears. Originally thinking that her handwriting had caught the instructor's attention, she thought she wouldn't be questioned this class, or at least there would be fewer questions. But who could tell her when the instructor's questioning position changed? From the first row to the second row. Chapter 297. Wrong. Qingxin helplessly stood up to answer instructor Jinfu's unreasonable questions. Instructor, if I knew what these exotic plants feared, I wouldn't have come to the exotic plant class. Your intention is too obvious. Isn't it just punishing me to write by hand? This is already the 10th question, Isn't that enough? Xi Jinfu looked at Mu Qingxin with a smile, saying, My most important goal is to make you carefully observe the environment around them, to discover what they fear and like from the environment. I know you don't know, which is why I'm asking you. Xi Jinfu smiled at Mu Qingxin, thinking to himself, this little girl's handwriting is really good. Making her write more will be useful in the future when I give it to others. It will definitely be impressive. If Mu Qingxin had known Xi Jinfu's intentions at this moment, she would have slapped him. For your little schemes, you make me write so hard. How can you be so heartless? Hearing Xi Jinfu's words, Mu Qingxin was speechless, only able to express that she couldn't figure it out. Xi Jinfu proudly said, Very well, what I say next, handwrite it twice. Mu Qingxin numbly sat down, ears perked up, feeling that she was at odds with the exotic plants class. After school, she must contact her second brother. The other students in the class looked at Mu Qingxin with both pity and gratitude. They felt pity for her being asked so many meaningless questions and punished to write so many times. It was really miserable. They felt grateful that because she was being targeted by the instructor didn't pay attention to the others and didn't ask them, so they escaped punishment. Mu Qingxin. Finally, class was over, and Mu Qingxin wanted to leave this unfortunate classroom as quickly as possible, not wanting to see Xi Jinfu's face. Fearing she might not be able to resist, wanting to hit him. Mu student, wait a moment. Xi Jinfu saw Mu Qingxin quickly preparing to leave and hurriedly called out to her. Mu Qingxin, about to step out of the classroom door, stopped and stiffly turned around to look at the gently smiling Xi Jinfu. Taking a deep breath, Instructor, is there something you need? Xi Jinfu noticed the hidden anger in Mu Qingxin's eyes, and a sly glint flashed in his eyes. Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask Mu student if you remember the content I taught just now? Instructor, I remember everything. Mu Qingxin nodded in response. Well, that's good. You can go back now and handwrite today as content twice. See you next week. Xi Jinfu nodded in satisfaction, as long as she remembered otherwise. When he gave it to others in the future, if there were any mistakes, it wouldn't look good. See you next week. Mu Qingxin left numbly, knowing she shouldn't have held out hope. She had just thought the instructor might have a change of heart and reduce her written punishment. She thought too much. All the content from today, twice. Today's exotic plants class covered a total of 15 exotic plants, so she had to write. Mu Qingxin closed her eyes, not wanting to think anymore. The more she thought, the more she wanted to cry, holding back her grievances and anger. She quickly returned to her dorm, dropped 2 bowls of instant noodles, and went into her room. She didn't have the energy to cook. She had to write. Slap. Mu Qingxin wrote a few characters, then slammed her pen on the table, her face full of anger. She really didn't know how she had offended instructor Xi Jinfu. Second brother, right? Instructor Xi Jinfu mentioned second brother, and Qinggu also brought up second brother. Mu Qingxin hurriedly opened her light brain to contact her second brother. The message she sent last night had gone unanswered, and now it was noon. She wondered if her second brother was busy. Mu Qingxin sent a video request, ringing again and again, but the other party just didn't answer. Mu Qingxin also sent video requests to her dad and older brother, but still no one accepted. Why aren't they answering? Mu Qingxin felt very frustrated, looking at the quarter of the paper she had already used, feeling extremely distressed. Qinggu, are you busy right now? Have you seen my second brother? If you've seen him, please let him reply to me. Thank you. Mu Qingxin edited the message and sent it to Qingzhou. She knew there was a drill today, so her dad, older brother, second brother, and Qingzhou were all on the same planet. Since she couldn't reach her second brother, she couldn't reach her dad and older brother either, so she could only contact Qingzhou to see if he could help. In the monitoring room, Qingzhou's light brain vibrated. He shifted his gaze from the monitor, opened his light brain, and saw the message from Mu Qingxin. After reading the content, he suddenly realized, because of the drill, all communications on this planet were blocked, and he couldn't receive messages from outside. He had forgotten about this last night when he told Qingxin to ask her second brother about the exotic plants class instructor. He forgot that Mu Qingnan was also on this planet and couldn't receive messages, so Qingxin must be anxious. Qingzhou immediately sent a message explaining the situation and asking how her class was today. When Mu Qingxin received Qingzhou's reply, She finally understood that the reason her dad and older brother hadn't responded was that they couldn't receive her messages. At this moment, Qingxin had no idea why. Even though they were on the same planet, her dad and the others couldn't receive messages, while Qingzhou could. Of course, Qingzhou's light brain was personally designed by MOC, and his permissions were the highest. The blocking device was meaningless to him. Seeing Qingzhou's inquiry, Qingxin suddenly felt a wave of immense grievance. Her eyes welled up with tears. Holding back her tears, Qingxin edited the message. It's not good at all. I suddenly want to cry. Haha, I might be possessed by the god of bad luck. That's why I'm so unfortunate. Qingzhou, upon seeing Qingxin's message and that line about wanting to cry, furrowed his brows. He looked around and patted Ling Xian on the shoulder. Boss, what's wrong? Ling Xian looked at his boss with confusion. You stay here and watch. I'll step out for a moment. Okay. After giving instructions, Qingzhou quickly left the monitoring room, found an empty room, covered it with his spiritual power, and then opened the light brain video communication to send it over. Ding ding. Qingxin, feeling powerless, was slumped on the table when she saw the video request from Qingzhou and quickly sat up, tidied her emotions, and clicked to open it. Brother Qin. Qingxin saw the person in the video, smiled, and shouted. For some reason, the moment she saw Qingzhou, the grievances in her heart suddenly burst out. Chapter 298, The Cowardly Zijingfu. 1. Looking at the little person in the video with red eyes and a sad expression, Qingzhou felt a pang in his heart and gently asked, What's wrong? What happened? Qingxin's face immediately turned bitter, and with a wry smile, she said, It's okay. I just got punished more severely by the instructor today, and I couldn't control my emotions. Is it bothering you? No, I'm not busy right now, Qingzhou replied calmly. The crowd in the monitoring room. Not busy? Huh. Which instructor punished you? A cold glint flashed in Qingzhou's eyes. Was it the instructor from this morning? If you remember correctly, one was the intelligent robot instructor, and the other was Zijingfu. The robot instructor had its program modified by MERS, so it shouldn't be like last week. If it hadn't changed, he would have MERS dismantle it. The other one was Zijingfu, the instructor for the alien plant course. Hearing Qingzhou's accurate question, Qingxin looked at him in amazement. How did you know? You mentioned looking for your second brother, so I guessed, Qingzhou replied. Qingxin looked at him with admiration. You're amazing. You guessed right. Sighing deeply, she leaned back on the table. What's wrong? It's nothing, just feel unlucky. The first class went smoothly. The instructor for the physical training class was like a robot today, so gentle. I thought my bad luck from last week was over, and good luck was coming, but unexpectedly. Qingxin helplessly recounted what happened in the alien plant class, and just thinking about all the punishment writing made her head hurt. After listening, Qingzhou frowned, thinking of Zijingfu. He couldn't figure out why Zijingfu was fixated on Qingxin and only asked her questions so obviously. Well, maybe you can talk to your mom about this situation. She'll help you solve it, Qingzhou suggested. My mom? Qingxin raised her head, looking at Qingzhou in confusion. Why? Didn't you say my second brother has some connection with instructor Zijingfu? Does my mom know instructor Zijingfu too? Seeing Qingxin's gaze, Qingzhou smiled and said, Not really. Actually, Zijingfu has no relationship with your family. He is just pursuing a woman who is a good friend of your mother, someone you should know. His girlfriend is Banny. Aunt Banny. Qingxin exclaimed in surprise. Qingzhou shared what he had investigated. Yes, Zijingfu has been pursuing Banny for many years. It was only 2 years ago that Banny agreed to date him, but in terms of work, Zijingfu has always been overlooked. Banny takes her work very seriously and has never agreed to Zijingfu's proposal. So, if you can get your mom to talk to Ms. Banny, it should prevent Zijingfu from bothering you in the future. That's great. I don't even need my mom to contact Aunt Banny. I'll just talk to her directly, Qingxin said excitedly, a sly expression on her face. Hee, I'll tell Aunt Banny everything that instructor Zijingfu did to me. Qingxin wanted to complain immediately, so she hurriedly said goodbye to Qingzhou and hung up. Qingxin found Aunt Banny's contact and directly clicked on the video request to send it. At that moment, Banny, who was conducting research at the Capital Star Research Institute, heard the sound from her holographic computer and ignored it, as since she arrived at Capital Star, a certain annoying man had been contacting her frequently, seriously affecting her work. Now, upon hearing the sound, she directly ignored it, not wanting to deal with that annoying guy. It wasn't until the request automatically hung up that Qingxin came back to her senses. Why is no one answering at this time? Unable to do anything else. Qingxin had to call her mom. Qingxin, are you back? Outside, Dongfongling's voice came through. Qingxin looked up and shouted, I'm back. I have something to do this afternoon. You guys can eat instant noodles. Dongfongling and Shui Huanlan exchanged puzzled glances outside, unsure of what was wrong with Qingxin. She came back and went straight into her room, and they still didn't know how her class went this morning. Okay, you do your thing, Dongfongling said to Qingxin, then sat down with Shui Huanlan to eat instant noodles. It had been a long time since they had instant noodles, and they found it quite tasty again. Hi, baby. Oshiume saw her daughter's video request and immediately accepted it, a smile spreading across her face as she looked at her daughter in the video. Mom. Qingxin looked at her tired mother and couldn't help but frown. Mom, did you stay up late again? You didn't rest well. Your face looks so bad. You're not listening. Hearing her daughter's words, Oshiume felt warmth in her heart. We've just arrived and have a lot to do, so it's been busy. Once this period passes, I promise to rest on time every day. Mom, remember to drink the water I gave you before bed and take care not to overwork yourself. That water was diluted with spirit spring water, which was good for her mother's health. Qingxin diluted a lot of spirit spring water and gave each family member a bottle, telling them to drink a sip every day. How's my baby at school? Are you adapting? It had been several days since she last saw her daughter, and she had been so busy that she hadn't even returned home, forgetting to ask how her daughter was doing at the academy. Oshiume felt very guilty at this moment. It's okay, but there's an instructor who keeps picking on me in class, always asking me meaningless questions that I don't know, and punishing me to right in front of you. Qingxin complained without omission. Hearing her daughter's words, a surge of anger welled up in Oshiume's heart. Which instructor? Who is it? Bullying my daughter so blatantly. It's our alien plant course instructor, Jingfu, who seems to be Aunt Banny's boyfriend. I just tried to contact Aunt Banny, but she didn't answer, so I wanted you to reach out to her and see if you could. Qingxin didn't finish her sentence, but Oshiume understood her meaning. Don't worry, I'll go find Aunt Banny right now. It's that Jingfu. After years of not seeing him, he had the audacity to bully her daughter. Let us see if she wouldn't have Aunt Banny deal with him. Oshiume quickly got up and walked away, talking to her daughter in the video. Aunt Banny is also in Capital Star now. She is working at the Research Institute. I'm going to find her and let her deal with her boyfriend. Aunt Banny is in Capital Star? Qingxin was surprised, thinking that Aunt Banny was still on Qingxin. Banny. Oshiume arrived at Banny's office, pushed the door open, and shouted for her. Chapter 299. The Cowardly Jingfu, Tume? Banny looked up in shock at Oshiume, who had an angry expression. Slap. Oshiume slapped her hands on Banny's desk. Leaning forward with a face full of anger and looking at Banny, you need to manage your boyfriend properly. Huh? What happened? Banny asked, confused, looking at Oshiume and then at her friend's angry face. Upon hearing Jingfu's name, she was puzzled about what had happened. Oshiume clicked on the holographic computer, opened her daughter's video, and it immediately projected. Hi, Aunt Banny, hello. Long time no see. Qingxin greeted Banny with a smile. Oh, baby Qingxin, hello. Annie misses you so much. You're getting more and more beautiful. How have you been? Oh, right, you're already in school. How is it? How do you feel at the academy? If anyone bullies you, tell Annie. My boyfriend works at the Philibir Academy. He can help you deal with those who bully you. Banny said, surprised to see Qingxin in the video. No one bullies my baby, except for your boyfriend. Oshiume coldly snorted. Huh? What do you mean? Banny looked at Oshiume in confusion and then at Qingxin. Then she recalled the angry words Oshiume had said when she came in and looked at Qingxin uncertainly. Baby, is there a mentor named Jingfu among your instructors? This morning, I just finished attending Professor Jingfu's class. Aunt Banny, is he your boyfriend? Qingxin looked at Banny with a face full of grievances. Yes, what's wrong? Did he bully you? Banny's heart melted at Qingxin's pitiful little eyes. Qingxin nodded with a bitter expression. Aunt Banny, could you please ask Professor Jingfu if I did something wrong that made him look down on me? Last week, he punished me to handwrite information on 8 types of exotic plants, writing each one twice. I handed in such a thick stack of paper today. This time during class, the professor only asked me questions. Today, he talked about 15 types of exotic plants, and I had to handwrite all of it, which means I had to write down everything from today's lesson, still twice. Mu Qingxin pitifully held up 2 fingers. After hearing Mu Qingxin's words, Banny calmly asked, "Sweetheart, are you sure that Jingfu is the professor for the exotic plants class?" Brown hair face. Banny described Jingfu's appearance and asked persistently. But the answer she received was, "No way. He knows Xin. I've mentioned her in front of him and even specifically told him to pay attention to her and not let others bully her. How can my boyfriend, who usually listens to me, bully Xin? Banny couldn't believe it. "Sweetheart, wait a moment. I'll contact him right now. I will definitely help you get justice." Holding back her anger, she opened her light brain, found Jingfu's contact, and sent a video request. In the teacher's dormitory of Philibir, Jingfu was admiring Mu Qingxin's handwritten work, 1 page at a time, with a face full of admiration. Ding ding. Jingfu saw that it was his beloved girlfriend sending a video request, and for a moment, he was stunned. Then he quickly came back to his senses, his face showing surprise. His dear Nini had never actively contacted him before. He was so excited. Jingfu quickly opened the video, looking at his beautiful girlfriend, and exclaimed happily, "Dear, do you miss me? I miss you so much, Nini. Should I come find you?" Too excited, Jingfu completely didn't notice his girlfriend's unusual expression. Mu Qingxin listened to Jingfu's cheesy words, feeling a bit incredulous. In class, Professor Jingfu always gave off a gentlemanly vibe. It turned out he could be so cheesy in front of someone he liked. Jingfu. Banny noticed Xin and May's teasing smiles and angrily shouted Jingfu's name. "Yes, sweetheart. Are you thinking about me so much?" Jingfu said with a cheeky grin. "Enough. Act normal." Banny's face turned red as she glared at Jingfu. "Okay." Jingfu immediately put away his bad smile and looked seriously at his girlfriend's angry expression. She was too cute. Banny gently exhaled, looking at Jingfu, and asked, "Let me ask you, is Xin in your class?" Jingfu's scalp tingled, looking at his girlfriend's expression. He felt a bit uneasy and awkwardly chuckled. She should be right. Did the little girl report me? Jingfu thought uncertainly, glancing secretly at his girlfriend's expression. Should be? Is she or isn't she? Banny's face turned cold. As soon as Jingfu saw his girlfriend's expression turn cold, he quickly said, yes, she's in my class. Why didn't you tell me?" Once Banny heard that Xin was indeed in her boyfriend's class, she knew Xin was telling the truth. This wicked guy actually bullied Xin. "Sweetheart. Well, you seem busy, so I didn't have the chance to tell you," Jingfu said quietly. But he was thinking that if he had told her, their dates would revolve around that little girl, and they couldn't have a proper intimate relationship. "So what did you do?" Banny took a deep breath and asked. Jingfu stole a glance at his girlfriend and noticed her expression was very unusual. It was too dangerous. "Sweetheart, what do you mean by that?" Mu Qingxin listened to Professor Jingfu looking around, and at that moment, she clicked her tongue and shook her head. "Humph, karma. Karma comes so quickly, huh? What did you do to Xin? Banny looked seriously at Jingfu with a cold face. "I didn't do anything." Jingfu forced a smile. "What could I do to her? I'm not interested in any woman, only you. I just want to do something for you." Saying this, Jingfu winked at his girlfriend in the video. Mu Qingxin could no longer listen, looking at Banny's flushed face, shaking her head and thinking. So Aunt Banny was pursued by Professor Jingfu relentlessly. TSK. So shameless. Didn't see that coming. When Oshiume heard Jingfu's words, her face immediately darkened. This guy was saying such shameless things in front of her beloved daughter. She really couldn't stand it anymore. "Jingfu, watch your words." "Who?" Jingfu didn't expect his girlfriend to put the video on speaker and that there were others around. Hearing the voice, Jingfu's expression turned a bit ugly. Is it May?" "It's me," Oshiume said through gritted teeth. "Jingfu, do you have a grudge against me?" No, how could I dare? I still want to curry favor with you." I'm just afraid you say bad things about me in front of my Nini. Who do you have a grudge against in my family? Oshua continued to ask. At this moment, Zijingfu had already realized that Mu Qingxin probably said something to her family. TSK, forgot about that. If the Mu family knows that I punished Mu Qingxin, it means my girlfriend knows, and it's over. Zijingfu quickly thought of a solution in his mind. We're good friends. How could there be a grudge? Even if there was, with Nini in the middle, how could it be? May, your daughter is in my class. Nini often tells me how cute she is. I can't even pay attention to what you said. And indeed, she is really cute. So cute that she attracted my Nini's attention. So I take good care of Xin in class. Mu Qingxin couldn't help but roll her eyes upon hearing Zijingfu's words. He really took good care of her. She would rather not have that care. Oh, since you know my daughter has a good memory, why did you still make her handwrite? Also, during class, why did you only ask my Xin questions? When you were in school, could you answer the questions your professors asked? And don't you know what situation my daughter is in? She doesn't understand anything about the interstellar world right now. Why do you keep asking her questions when you know she doesn't know? I don't understand what kind of care that is. Oshua aggressively questioned Zijingfu. Zijingfu was sweating profusely, watching his girlfriend's expression grow colder and colder, his heart racing. It's over. Mu Qingxin listened to her mom's questioning and gave her a big thumbs up at her heart. She was too awesome, winning on momentum. Hearing Zijingfu unable to answer, Mu Qingxin was in a great mood. She felt good, and her stomach was hungry, so she took an apple out of her space, crunching as she ate while listening to her mom and Aunt Banny vent for her. Banny, let me explain. Zijingfu's mind quickly turned, thinking of one excuse after another, but none of those excuses worked. This is my fault. I had good intentions, but ended up doing something bad. I truly cared for Qingxin, which is why I asked her questions. I didn't realize that my questions were a bit inappropriate for her. I'm sorry. I will never do this again. Nini, please forgive me. Zijingfu looked at Banny with grievance. When Banny saw her boyfriend's pitiful expression, her heart softened. Every time her boyfriend showed this kind of expression, she let her guard down. Seeing her friend softening, Oshua immediately snorted coldly. In the future, you dare to try this again. Just watch me go directly to your academy. Do you know how much suffering your careless mistake has caused our precious child? Write me a stack of content by hand. Come on, stay up all night and see if you can write everything you said in class today twice. No, you don't need a whole night. I'll give you a week. And remember, it has to be word for word twice. Thinking about her daughter staying up all night to write last week, Oshua couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Hearing Oshua's words, Banny's heart, which was about to soften, immediately hardened. Is this how you treat Qingxin? Nini, I was wrong. Really, I was wrong. Zijingfu immediately surrendered and admitted his mistake. Mu Qingxin, munching on an apple, listened to Zijingfu's mentor admitting his mistake and couldn't help but marvel at his survival instincts. Today's punishment for writing? Banny looked at Zijingfu with a blank expression. No need to write. Not a single word. Zijingfu said repeatedly. What about in the future? In the future, I will attend class properly and won't ask those meaningless questions. I promise. Zijingfu raised his hand and vowed. Oshua raised an eyebrow at Zijingfu. So you mean you'll still ask my daughter some meaningful questions? Oh, no. I won't ask questions anymore. Qingxin is an art student. If she wants to answer, she can, and if she doesn't, it's fine. There won't be any punishments anymore. Really? Zijingfu's determined gaze fixed on Banny. Banny withdrew her gaze and smiled. Looking at Mu Qingxin, Qingxin, did you hear that? You don't have to write today as punishment. Don't be unhappy. Be good. If you feel wronged in class, just tell Andy. And Andy will talk to your mentor. Thank you, Andy Banny. By the way, I'll make something delicious tonight and send it to you and Mom. But Mom, you have to send me your address. Wait for the good food tonight. And there'll also be some fruit tea, very suitable for women to drink. After drinking it, it can beautify and nourish the skin. I promise it will make you more and more beautiful. Mu Qingxin smiled sweetly, acting cute towards Banny and her mother. Okay. Annie hasn't eaten the food Qingxin makes for a long time. I've been thinking about it. Banny said happily, listening to Mu Qingxin. Annie Banny, Mom. I'll hang up now. Wait for the package tonight. Qingxin, bye. Come here, play during the break. Okay, bye. Mu Qingxin hung up the video call, feeling relaxed without the punishment. At that moment, Zi Jingfu had a stiff expression. He never expected that Mu Qingxin was actually listening to their conversation. And everything he just said was heard by that little girl. Oshue Mei closed her light brain, her expression returning to indifference, looking at the stiff Zi Jingfu, and coldly said, Zi Jingfu, this is your first time. There won't be a next time. My daughter is my treasure, and she is also the treasure of the Mu family. You know, my husband has a worse temper than I do. Banny is my good friend. We have been friends for so many years, and some things I say, she still listens to, so you understand. After giving Zi Jingfu a glance, Oshue Mei turned and left. Chapter 301. Strange conversations. Zi Jingfu felt a chill in his heart when he saw Oshue Mei's last glance. He understood. It was just some provocative words whispered in Nini's ear. Humph. The bond between him and Nini was unbreakable. No one could sow discord. Husband, I'm too disappointed in you. How could you bully a lovely child? Banny looked at Zi Jingfu with disappointment. Nini, no. You have to listen to my explanation. I really didn't mean to. The previous moment, Zi Jingfu was resolute. But in the next moment, he immediately caved in. Don't talk to me. I need some time to calm down. I originally planned to stay at the Research Institute in Capital Star and not go to Tianji Star anymore, and consider our marriage next. Now, Banny directly hung up the video call. Nini, don't. Zi Jingfu was overjoyed to hear his girlfriend's words, but the following words made him regret deeply. He hurriedly called back, but Banny wouldn't answer, which made Zi Jingfu anxious. Alas, a single misstep leads to eternal regret. Zi Jingfu slapped his face, feeling regret. Why are you so petty? Why provoke Mu Qingxin for no reason? You clearly know that Nini likes that little girl. You have worked hard for so long, really struggling for decades, just to return to square one. Alas, for a long time afterward, Zi Jingfu remained in a low mood. Every time Mu Qingxin attended class and saw Zi Jingfu's hesitant and sorrowful gaze, she avoided it. She just wanted to say, because there were no classes in the first 2 periods in the afternoon, Mu Qingxin could rest for a while before going to class, as long as she made it in time for the second period, thinking about promising to send food at night. Mu Qingxin got up to prepare ingredients while Ling Ling and Lan Lan went to class. After all the ingredients were prepared, she checked the time, quickly tidied up her things, and went to class. When she returned at night, she only needed to stir-fry quickly. When Mu Qingxin arrived at the exotic plant class, no one was there yet. There were 5 minutes until the first class ended, so the classroom was empty. However, there were people inside talking. Curious, Mu Qingxin used her mental power to scan inside, and the figures of the 2 people appeared in her mind, and she could hear their conversation clearly. The 2 people were none other than Minervito and his nephew Peter. Seeing them, Mu Qingxin felt puzzled. Wasn't Team Minervito reassigned? Why was he still at the academy, and why was Peter here too? Mu Qingxin focused on listening to their conversation and heard them seemingly arguing. Uncle, you can't just leave me alone. I am your only nephew. You are indeed my only nephew, Peter, but that's the decision from above. This reassignment is just what I wanted. Before you graduate, stay low-key and don't cause trouble. Now that I'm leaving, I can't help you. So just hold on until graduation. After graduation, I will find a way to transfer you to the combat team or that place. By then, it will be up to your choice. Uncle, can't you communicate with them to stay at the academy? No, I can't make my mark at the academy. The targets I've been searching for these past few years are too few, and there's already controversy above. The places they are transferring me to are all elites. It's very good. All right, then Your current task, besides completing your studies, is to continue looking for targets at the academy. Remember, this is the most important purpose. When the time comes, our era will arrive, and we won't have to live like this anymore. Outside, Mu Qingxin listened with half-knowledge, not knowing what their conversation meant, but her intuition felt very bad. Hearing that the 2 inside finished talking and were about to leave, Mu Qingxin quickly slipped away, quietly leaving the door of the classroom and hiding upstairs. Sensing the 2 leaving, Mu Qingxin breathed a sigh of relief, constantly thinking about what Minervito had just said. What did it mean? The class bell rang, and the academy was filled with noise again. Mu Qingxin slowly went downstairs and walked to the classroom door. Click! As Mu Qingxin opened the door, suddenly, the little fire wanted to come out, and Yi wanted to come out too. Mu Qingxin let the two little guys out. The little fire flew around the classroom and then stopped in front of Yi, saying, "I told you this classroom stinks, just like the last time." Yi stretched her little head and sniffed hard. "I couldn't smell anything, but I didn't like the lingering scent here." Mu Qingxin, listening to their conversation, asked in confusion, "What are you talking about? What foul smell?" She sniffed but didn't detect any odor. "You all can't smell it? There's a rotten smell in the air, and a disgusting biological scent." "Disgusting biological? What is it?" Mu Qingxin pressed on, feeling like there was something in her heart trying to come out. But she couldn't think of it. "I don't know, but I really hate it." "I hate it too." Looking at the disgusted expressions on Yi and Xiaohua's faces, Mu Qingxin's curiosity grew stronger. "Xiaohua, you said you smelled this before. Where did you smell it?" Xiaohua thought for a moment. "It's the stinky woman you encountered that day. She had this smell on her too." "Stinky woman?" Mu Qingxin muttered, lowering her head in thought. She suddenly recalled the strange woman she met at the Wunawuyu Hotel. She hadn't smelled anything at all. "What was that smell?" Mu Qingxin looked at Xiaohua. "If you sense this smell again, remember to tell me." "Okay, no problem. You can sense it too." Yi quickly chimed in, feeling sad that since Xiaohua arrived, her mother had been paying more attention to Xiaohua than to her. Mu Qingxin sensed Yi's emotions and gently stroked her, saying softly, "Okay, from now on, you will help Mom." Mu Qingxin felt someone approaching and looked at the two little ones. "You both go back to the space first, come out again at night." "Okay." Mu Qingxin quickly put Xiaohua and Yi into the space. And just as she finished, she heard the sound of students at the door. Mu Qingxin found a good position and quickly got ready. The classmates came in one after another, each with delighted smiles, greeting Mu Qingxin, who responded to them one by one. "Qingxin, Wang's and Miluan are here." There was still no one sitting next to Mu Qingxin, and Wang's pulled Miluan over to sit down. Chapter 302. Foul Smell? "Qingxin, are you very happy that we switched to Instructor Suoxin's class? I was so excited last night that I couldn't sleep. Instructor Suoxin is so beautiful," Wang's excitedly said. Mu Qingxin ignored Wang's infatuation. She didn't care about appearances anyway, since there were no ugly people in the starry sky. The most important thing was the instructor's character and teaching style. The class bell finally rang, and everyone stopped talking, sitting upright and looking at the door of the classroom. Mu Qingxin finally sighed in relief. Her ears could take a break. Suddenly, she heard the sound of rhythmic high heels approaching, and her gaze turned to the door. Tap! Tulp! Tulp! Finally, amid everyone's anticipation, a figure appeared at the door. A graceful woman with flowing long hair, clear and bright eyes, elegantly arched brows, long eyelashes gently fluttering, and flawless skin with a hint of rosy blush. Her slightly curved lips looked as delicate as rose petals. Instructor Suoxin walked to the podium, smiling at everyone. Standing there, it was as if a fresh fragrance quietly spread throughout the room, slowly permeating everyone's hearts. As a woman herself, Mu Qingxin was drawn to Instructor Suoxin. However, being a woman, she quickly regained her composure, looking around at her classmates who were unable to look away. Each one looked like a love-struck fool, fixated on Instructor Suoxin at the podium, and a few lewd boys even had drool running down their mouths. Seeing the classroom full of boys and their expressions, a hint of green flashed in Suoxin's slightly lowered eyes. After a moment, she looked up and suddenly noticed Mu Qingxin sitting among the boys, showing a moment of surprise on her face, but quickly returned to normal. "Hello, classmates. I am your Beast Masterclass instructor, Suoxin. I hope we can get along peacefully over the next year." "Her voice is so nice," Wang's murmured, a look of infatuation on his face. "Enough. Stop embarrassing yourself and wipe your drool." Mu Qingxin rolled her eyes in exasperation. Miluan, sitting next to him, had better self-control. Hearing Mu Qingxin's words, he immediately came back to his senses and felt embarrassed about his earlier behavior, turning red. He quickly nudged Wang's beside him. What?" Wang's, still dazed from being poked, looked at Miluan in confusion. "In nothing." Miluan shook his head. "Nothing? You're poking me," Wang said, dissatisfied. Mu Qingxin couldn't take it anymore and disdainfully said, "He was trying to remind you that drool is dripping down. Hurry up and wipe it. So embarrassing." Wang's face turned red, and he quickly lowered his head to wipe his mouth. "I didn't." Wang's angrily looked up and glared at Qingxin. Focus on the class. Don't think about irrelevant things. Qingxin said, not even glancing at Wang's, her gaze fixed on the podium. Suddenly, Xiao, Hua, and Ye in the space were talking to her continuously. Qingxin focused her consciousness into the space and asked the two little ones what was wrong. Qingxin, that stinky smell has appeared again, and it's really strong. Mom, I sensed it too. That disgusting aura. Qingxin's heart tightened. She discreetly used her mental strength to scan the surroundings, observing everyone in the classroom, but the aura on each person was the same, except Qingxin's gaze landed on the always smiling instructor Suoxin at the podium. Communicating with Xiao Hua and Ye. Can you determine who is emitting that scent? Let us out, and we can find it. Finally, Qingxin secretly took Xiao Hua and Ye out of the space. Using the textbook as a shield and with everyone's attention focused on instructor Suoxin at the front, Xiao Hua and Ye sniffed the air. It's the woman in front. Another stinky woman, but this one is even stinkier than the previous one. Xiao Hua said disdainfully, Mom, it's her. It's the disgusting aura coming from her. Ye pointed at instructor Suoxin in front. Qingxin's heart sank, her eyes narrowing as she watched instructor Suoxin at the podium, paying close attention to her every move. She returned Xiao Hua and Ye to the space, keeping a constant watch on instructor Suoxin. After a long time, she suddenly realized that instructor Suoxin was still teaching. But the classmates around her were all looking infatuated, clearly not paying attention to the lesson, staring at instructor Suoxin as if lost in thought. Wang's and Miluan beside her seemed fine and did not show such expressions. Looking at her classmates, and then at the instructor who frequently showcased her charm at the podium, Qingxin furrowed her brows. Could it be that instructor Suoxin was enchanting the students? Thinking of this possibility made Qingxin's head ache. Why were all the instructors she encountered so strange? What was the aura on them, and why did Xiao Hua and Ye dislike it? What connection did instructor Suoxin have with instructor Wido? And who was that woman she met before? Qingxin suddenly felt like she was surrounded by a tangle of mysteries. So many things she couldn't understand. And why did they lead her to notice this strange phenomenon? In this class, Qingxin was surrounded by questions, but she still listened attentively. Fortunately, although instructor Suoxin was enchanting the students, she managed to complete her lesson. All right, class is dismissed. If anyone has any questions about what you didn't understand in class, feel free to ask me anytime. I welcome eager students to seek knowledge, instructor Suoxin said, winking, before glancing at the students and turning to leave. It was only when instructor Suoxin's footsteps faded away that the students in the classroom gradually came back to their senses. Excitedly discussing. Instructor Suoxin's class was so great. She taught so well. Yeah, I was really attentive just now. I've never been this focused in class before. Oh no, I think I have a question I didn't understand. Can I go ask instructor Suoxin? Of course, just now. Mitrtal Xian said we could find her anytime. Listening to the surrounding classmates, Qingxin clearly felt something was off. They had all been dazed during class and not paying attention. How could they know whether Minter saw Xian's lecture was good or not? Also, if they didn't attend the class, where would the questions come from? So Qingxin looked towards the door. Minter saw Xian's last sentence was the ultimate goal, wanting the students to find her. Why? What did she want to do? Chapter 303. The Oddness Qingxin. What are you cooking tonight? Wang Si had already packed up his things and was looking at Qingxin with a flattering expression. Qingxin looked at Wang Si, then glanced at Miluan, repeatedly looking at the two. The two were somewhat confused by Qingxin's gaze and looked back at her in bewilderment. What's wrong? Why are you looking at us like that? Wang Si asked curiously. Let's go. I'm making something delicious tonight. We'll talk when we get back to the dorm. Qingxin stood up and left the classroom. Upon hearing Qingxin's words, Wang Si immediately smiled and followed her, with Miluan closely behind. Qingxin quickly ran back to the dormitory, and Wang Si and Miluan flew over on their hoverboards towards the art department's dormitory. When Qingxin brought the two into the dormitory, she found Dong Fongling and Shui Huanlan had already returned. Qingxin, you're back. What are you cooking tonight? Why are there so many of you? Dong Fongling's smile immediately faded when she saw Wang Si behind Qingxin. I'm not here for you. Qingxin invited me. Wang Si glared at Dong Fongling. reminding her that he was the one who got invited today. Qingxin maintained a serious expression and silently walked to the kitchen to start cooking. Ling Ling, contact the courier company and have them come pick up the package in half an hour. Hearing Qingxin's words while arguing with Wang Si, Dongfang Ling immediately responded, "Okay, I'll notify them right now." After saying that, she quickly opened her light brain to contact the courier company. Half an hour later, after Qingxin finished cooking, she handed the package to the courier and returned to the dormitory to let everyone sit down and start eating. Shui Huanlan, while eating, cautiously looked at Qingxin and asked, "Qingxin, what is wrong? Why are you always unhappy? Did something happen?" Dongfang Ling, who was next to her, also noticed Qingxin's odd behavior and asked, "Yeah, Qingxin, why have you been serious since you came back? Did something happen? Didn't we change the Beast class instructor today? Is this new instructor not good? Minter Suo Xin is definitely good. Don't say anything bad about Minter Suo Xin." Wang Si was the first to retort upon hearing Dongfang Ling's words. Qingxin looked at Wang Si with heavy eyelids, then shifted her gaze to Mailun. "Mailun, what did you think of Minter Suo Xin's class today?" Hearing Qingxin's question, Mailun's face immediately became serious. "Qingxin, did you feel something was off too?" "Mailun, what are you talking about? What is off? It was just a normal class. What is strange about that? Do you think Minter Suo Xin is too beautiful?" "So," Wang Si smirked at Mailun. "Shut up. Be quiet for a moment and listen to what Qingxin has to say." Dongfang Ling shouted at Wang Si, unable to tolerate him any longer. Qingxin glanced at Wang Si and called out for Xiaohua and Yi to come out. "You two, see what's wrong with Wang Si." Qingxin pointed at Wang Si. Xiaohua and Yi circled around Wang Si. Xiaohua sniffed and finally disdainfully said, "He has a bit of a bad smell. It's that woman's scent. Luckily, it's only a little." Hey, who smells bad? "I don't smell," Wang Si protested. This is... Wang Si and Mailun had never seen Xiaohua and Yi, and were now curiously watching the two little ones eat from a plate. "My green vine. It was given me by Yi, and Xiaohua is also my good partner." Qingxin didn't elaborate further, but her gaze towards Wang Si was heavy. "What's wrong, Qingxin? You said he smells bad." Qingxin looked at Wang Si. "No way, I don't smell anything." Wang Si lowered his head and sniffed, protesting. Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan leaned in to sniff too, but they didn't smell anything unusual. Mailun, however, looked at Qingxin with worried eyes. "Qingxin, do you have a solution?" "Mailun, are you also silly? What bad smell do I have?" Smell it, smell it." Wang Si discontentedly looked at Mailun, extending his arm in front of Mailun's face for him to sniff. "Qingxin, what on earth happened?" At that moment, Dongfang Ling sensed something was off and looked at Qingxin with concern. Qingxin looked at Wang Si and then at the anxious Mailun. "Mailun, what do you think is strange?" Everyone's gaze turned to Mailun. He pondered for a moment and said, "I'm not very sure, but in class just now, at the beginning, I seemed to have zoned out for a moment, then your voice woke me up. It felt like the classmates in the whole classroom were acting strangely, as if they were immersed in some thought, and their expressions were like they were in a fantasy." Given Mailun's identity and his sharpness since childhood, he noticed something was wrong and quietly observed the surrounding environment. Therefore, after a class, he had an indescribable feeling of oddness. At this moment, Wang Si fell silent, having never doubted Mailun's words, but he didn't know what had happened. Qingxin looked at Xiaohua and Yi, who had finished eating. "Xiaohua, do you have a way to eliminate the bad smell from Wang Si?" Xiaohua flew over, looking at Wang Si. "Sure, then can you help him?" Qingxin pointed at Wang Si, looking at Xiaohua with a pleading expression. Mailun also earnestly looked at Xiaohua. "That's easy." After saying that, Xiaohua quickly flew towards Wang Si. Seeing the flames coming over, Wang Si was startled. "What are you doing? Don't come here." Suddenly, a layer of fire appeared on Wang Si, shocking everyone. It's not hot. Haha, you scared me." Wang Si realized the fire on him wasn't hot at all, so he relaxed and curiously touched the flames on his body. Seeing Wang Si's reaction, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A minute later, the flames on Wang Si dissipated and Xiaohua flew out. "All done. There is no more bad smell." After saying that, he flew over to Yi and went off with her to digest. having developed the habit of digesting after meals from when Qingxin mentioned it to her family. Although they didn't actually eat anything, they still insisted on digesting. Qingxin thanked Xiaohua and then looked at Wang Si, asking, "What did you think of Mentor Saw X Science class this afternoon?" "Huh? This afternoon's class?" Wang Si thought for a moment, scratching his head. I seem to have forgotten." Wang Si looked at Qingxin in confusion, struggling to recall what the instructor talked about. "What did the instructor talk about today?" Wang Si asked my Luan beside him. Chapter 304. Imagination seeing Wang Si like this. My Luan let out a sigh of relief and thanked Qingxin. Qingxin shook her head, saying that if anyone should be thanked, it should be Xiaohua. Without it, she probably wouldn't have been able to finish her sentence. Hearing what my Luan and Qingxin said, Dong Fongling, Shui Huanlan, and Wang Si were all very curious. "Qingxin, what happened? What bad smell? Why did Wang Si forget what was taught in class? What happened in your class today?" Dong Fongling pulled Qingxin and asked. Qingxin looked at the puzzle group and slowly said, "Actually, I was confused for the whole afternoon as well. This afternoon, I went to the classroom early, and when I got there, class had not yet ended. In front of the classroom door, I heard voices from inside. After sharing her confusion from the afternoon, she looked at everyone and asked, 'What do you think this is all about? Is there any connection between them?' Dong Fongling and the others fell silent, their faces showing expressions of fear and disbelief regarding the situation. What did Minervito mean by their era? Myron pointed out the problem. And what about the goal they mentioned? What goal? Is it a thing or a person? Qingxin's final guess made everyone break into a cold sweat. Xin, don't scare me. It can't be true, right?" Shui Huanlan looked at Qingxin nervously. Qingxin was becoming increasingly certain of her guess. Both Xiaohua and Yi had said they hated that kind of creature, but never mentioned humans. Moreover, if it were humans, why did they not react? Why were they targeting just a few of them? And the smell they emitted, which we can't detect, but they can, what does that imply? The others shook their heads in confusion. Qingxin paused, looking at them speechlessly. "Do you think there's a possibility?" she said excitedly. She recalled the sci-fi movies she had watched in her past life. Is it possible that we are being possessed by aliens? And those aliens are gradually using human bodies to harm others, passing their possession from one to another, infecting humans until eventually all humans are controlled by aliens? The more she spoke about the sci-fi scenarios, the more excited she became, while Dongfang Ling and the others' expressions gradually shifted from fear to mockery. Their eyes filled with amusement as they looked at her. "Do you think this could be a possibility?" Qingxin said, her mouth dry. After finishing, she looked at them. What she saw were complex expressions on their faces, and they remained silent. Finally, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter together. "Ha ha, that's too funny. Aliens possessing humans, ha ha." Dongfang Ling laughed without holding back. Xin, ha ha. "I think you should write stories. Your imagination is too good, ha ha." Wang Si said, holding his stomach and laughing uncontrollably. "Cough, cough. Xin. You might be overthinking it. Things aren't that scary," Myron said, trying to suppress his laughter. Qingxin shot them a glance, and then turned her hopeful gaze to Shui Huanlan. "Lanlan, do you think what I said makes sense?" Shui Huanlan, who had been trying hard not to laugh and was now red-faced from holding it in, didn't know how to respond to Xin's question. She could only nod. "Xin, what you said could be possible, but right now we live in a starry world, and we have already coexisted peacefully with aliens, other species. So such things are unlikely to happen." Seeing Qingxin's expression darken, Shui Huanlan quickly added, "However, Xin, I think your story was really good and very captivating." Hearing the laughter of her friends, Qingxin felt they didn't understand her. This was such a serious matter. Why weren't they taking it seriously? Dongfang Ling and the others. "It's not that we don't take it seriously. It's just that your story is too comedic, making it hard for us to take it seriously." After laughing for a while, they became serious again as they recalled the events of the day. "But that Mentor Suashin definitely has a problem. What do we do for the next class?" Myron asked Qingxin. "Today, we were almost deceived. What do we do for the next class? What if one day we fall into the trap?" Qingxin thought for a moment. "We don't know what Mentor Suashin's purpose is. If possible, when we have time, let's find students who have taken Mentor Suashin as class before and see if they have any strange smells. That way, we could determine whether they were possessed by aliens. I feel my guess is correct. All right, let's first find the senior students and see how they are doing, Wang Si said seriously. Dongfang Ling raised her hand. I can get the list of students who have attended Mentor Suoxin's classes in the past. Leave that to me. Okay, as soon as Ling Ling gets the list, we will start our actions. Qingxin nodded. In the midst of their tedious studies, suddenly there was something for them to do, and everyone perked up. Should we tell Bailey Yin and the others? Wang Si asked excitedly. Maybe not. Too many people might cause trouble. Qingxin refused. After thinking it over, everyone agreed. Indeed, if the situation turned out to be quite simple and nothing special, it might lead to a big joke. So it was better for just a few of them to know. So, once we have the list, we will act separately. Great. After this pleasant decision, Wang Si and Myron left, while Dongfang Ling contacted people to check the list of students who had attended Mentor Suoxin's classes. Shui Huanlan went back to her room to study, and Qingxin returned to her room to enter her space and begin her training. She realized that everything ultimately depended on becoming stronger. Today's events left her with a bad feeling. It seemed the future wouldn't be so peaceful. So she needed to seize the time to train and grow stronger. Early the next morning, Dongfang Ling brought the list and distributed it to Qingxin, Wang Si, Myron, and Shui Huanlan. After receiving the list, Qingxin carefully examined it and found that Mentor Suoxin had been teaching at Philibel Academy for 8 years, with excellent evaluations and many students, some of whom had already graduated. Since they couldn't check on the graduates, they decided to focus on the senior students. Chapter 305, What Kind of Creatures? Qingxin separated from Wang Si and Myron, bringing Xiaohua and Ye to help, forming 2 teams. Xiaohua followed Wang Si and Myron, while Ye accompanied Qingxin, Dongfang Ling, and Shui Huanlan. Whenever they had time, they wandered around campus and the various dormitories searching. A week passed, and Wang Si and Myron gathered in Qingxin's dorm. Xin, we've checked everyone on the list, and there are no issues. Xiaohua said they all lack any strange smell. Wang Si and Myron handed the list to Qingxin. Qingxin looked at the list, where every name was crossed out, indicating no problems. Dongfang Ling pulled out the other half of the list, which was also filled with crosses, indicating this group of students had no issues either. Xin, are we overthinking this? Qingxin looked at the 2 lists and recalled Mentor Vito's words and Mentor Suoxin's odd behavior. She still felt something was off. Is this the complete list? Are all the students that Mentor Suoxin taught included here? Qingxin remained unconvinced that Mentor Suoxin was innocent. This is all of them. These are the current students. And we can't check on the graduates, Dongfang Ling said, looking at the list. For a moment, Qingxin fell into deep thought, and the others remained silent. No, there is still a group of students we haven't checked. Myron suddenly spoke up. Qingxin immediately looked up at Myron. Who? Our current students. This year, Mentor Suoxin is teaching 2 classes, and she has already been teaching 1 class for over a month. We haven't checked those students yet, right? Let's go find our classmates now. Most of these people are from our department, and the others are students from the neighboring department. I can finish checking them all by this morning. Wang Si stood up, patting his chest. Xiaohua, let us go sniff out some people. Wang Si shouted to Xiaohua, who was nearby. You go sniff people. Xiaohua retorted angrily, thoroughly annoyed with Wang Si, who was a chatterbox. He never stopped talking whenever they executed a mission together. Today happened to be Saturday, so Wang Si and Myron led Xiaohua back to their dorm, while Qingxin stayed in the dorm to prepare some things. These past few nights, aside from practicing, she has also been busy. She searched through all the books in the space, hoping to find a potion that could prevent being confused by smells. After several days, she finally found it, a type of powder that can be carried on the body to guard against hallucinogenic scents, and it also has some insect-repelling properties. This powder naturally produces a fragrance, which can be used as a sachet, much like modern perfumes. The materials needed to make this powder were all available in the space's warehouse, and the production process was relatively simple. Therefore, Qingxin directly entered the space to make it. Inside the space, Qingxin produced a large amount of the powder and set it aside to dry, then walked to the embroidery room to start stitching small sachets. Now, Qingxin was quite skilled at embroidery, and with the assistance of her mental strength, She could finish a small sachet about the size of half a palm in just 5 minutes, adorned with simple patterns, looking very delicate. Each sachet had a small opening. And with nothing else to do, Qingxin made dozens of them. After stopping, she took the sachets and filled them with the dried powder. After filling the sachets, there was still a lot of powder left. Qingxin thought for a moment and picked up the embroidery cloth to continue stitching. This time, she was making a larger sachet, which also didn't have any extra patterns. It was just for storing the remaining powder. Looking at these sachets gave Qingxin a sense of security, but whether the powder would work still needed to be tested. She thought about giving the powder to Wang's and Mailuan, and when they went to class on Monday, she would see if it had any effect. If it did, she would make more. At noon, Wang's, Mailuan, and Xiaohua returned. Dongfang Ling opened the door and saw that the two looked very downcast. Puzzled, she asked what happened. Why do you both look so dejected? Wang's had a gloomy expression and miraculously did not argue with Dongfang Ling looking at her. He asked, "Where's Qingxin?" Dongfang Ling was a bit unaccustomed to Wang's serious demeanor, paused for a moment, then pointed behind her. "She's in the room. I'll go call her." After saying that, Dongfang Ling walked to the door of Qingxin's room, knocked, and called out Qingxin. Qingxin heard the voices outside while in the space, took 2 small sachets, and opened the door. "Qingxin, Wang's and Mailuan are back." Dongfang Ling saw Qingxin and blinked, signaling her to look over. Following Dongfang Ling's gaze, Qingxin saw Wang's and Mailuan with their heads lowered, deep in thought, exuding a dispirited aura. "What happened to you?" Qingxin asked the two, then shifted her gaze to Xiaohua. Xiaohua, seeing Qingxin's gaze, immediately flew to her side. "Qingxin, it's all stinky. So many stinky people." Qingxin's heart sank. Looking at Wang's and Mailuan, she understood what had happened. She walked over to the sofa and sat down, looking at Wang's and Mailuan, and asked in a serious tone, "What exactly happened?" Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan quickly sat down as well, looking at the two with concern. "This morning, we went to our dormitory to look for our classmates. So far, no one in our class has any smell, probably because we only had 2 classes, so they're still safe." But Wang's thought of the other students and couldn't speak for a moment. Mailuan, seeing Wang's not talking, knew he couldn't continue. So he continued, "The seniors' dormitory is 2 floors above ours. As soon as we reached the stairs, Xiaohua said it was very stinky. We knocked on the doors one by one to look for the seniors. In every senior's dormitory taught by tutor Qingxin, half of the students had the stink Xiaohua mentioned. Of course, we didn't smell it, but overall, about 70% of the seniors who had been there for more than a month had already been infected with the stink. According to Xiaohua, they had also turned into those annoying creatures." After Mailuan finished speaking, Qingxin, Dongfang Ling, and Shui Huanlan fell silent. Qingxin was okay because she had already guessed this possibility, but Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan looked disbelieving. "Living creatures? What creatures?" Shui Huanlan stammered. "Yeah, why is it living creatures? Shouldn't they be humans? How did they become creatures? Could it really be like what Qingxin said?" A few of them recalled the story Qingxin had mentioned before, and suddenly fell silent. Everyone stopped talking. Qingxin was thinking about what to do, while Wang's and the others hadn't reacted yet, and were still trying to process the news. Chapter 306. Fear. Originally, life was calm and uneventful, but now, living in a peaceful era, such things as war felt far away, and they didn't have to worry. They just needed to focus on school. However, suddenly, danger appeared right beside them, and it was something so strange and hard to believe that fear and anxiety filled their hearts. 10 minutes later, Qingxin came back from her thoughts, looked up at the others, and found that they all wore worried and fearful expressions. "Hey, what are you all thinking about?" Qingxin shouted at them, and the others snapped out of their daze, looking at her with fear in their eyes. Qingxin handed the prepared sachets to Wang's and Mailuan. "Here, this is a sachet I made. It can resist some hallucinogenic smells and can also be used to repel insects. You two wear it and don't take it off. Let's see if it works when we have class on Monday. If it does, I'll make more and give some to our classmates and others in the academy as a precaution. It smells so good. Qingxin, I want one too." Dongfang Ling took Wang's sachet and smelled the fragrance, liking it very much. Shui Huanlan also caught a whiff of the light scent. looking at Mu Qingxin with anticipation. Mu Qingxin took out 2 more from the space and handed them to the 2. I made a lot. If it's effective, you should keep it on your body. It smells nice, but it's not too strong. Wang's and Miluan quickly put on the sachets, patting them reassuringly. Qingxin, can we sleep here with you? We're scared in our dormitory, Wang said. We didn't know before, but now knowing there are so many frightening and unknown dangers above us. Even though we haven't smelled anything, we're still scared. What if we get infected too? Mu Qingxin looked at them speechlessly. Those things certainly won't attack you so blatantly. Besides, if they do attack you, we have so many weapons to fight back. Generally, these kinds of creatures that attach to humans are weak at first. We should tell the tutor and the dean and have them clean up the academy, Dongfang Ling suggested. Mu Qingxin shook her head. I just thought of that. Think about it. Tutor Suo Xan has already become like this. Based on the student's situation, Tutor Suo Xan must have started turning into that kind of creature this semester. And who infected Tutor Suo Xan? I suspect there is more than just Tutor Suo Xan in the academy. And how could the dean believe us? If it weren't for Xiaohua and Yi, we wouldn't have discovered this. Then the gaze of Wang's and the others turned to Xiaohua. No way. Mu Qingxin rejected. Xiaohua cannot appear in front of everyone. It is already quite special. If people believe it, that is fine, but if they don't, will they capture Xiaohua? There are many powerful people who want to possess, and I won't let anyone take Xiaohua away. Wang's and the others' expressions dimmed again. Then what should we do? If we speak out, no one will believe us. Why don't we first give these sachets to our classmates, regardless of whether they work or not? Let them wear them. If they do work, that is even better. More people will notice Tutor Suo Xan's abnormality. Miluan expressed his thoughts. This idea was to make more people aware of Tutor Suo Xan's strangeness, and with more people, there would be more strength. If more people talked about it, then someone would believe it. Mu Qingxin thought about this method, unsure if it would work, because she had noticed in the last class that the content taught by Mentor Suo Xan was also normal. If it weren't for the expressions of other students and Xiaohua's reminder, she wouldn't have noticed anything unusual. In the end, Mu Qingxin and the others agreed to Miluan's plan. No matter if it worked or not, it was enough to have fewer people getting infected. Mu Qingxin took out the small sachets she made in the afternoon and gave them to Wang's and Miluan. But would those students actually wear them? Shui Huanlong couldn't help but ask in the end. Wang's and Miluan stiffly looked at the red and green sachets in their hands, then looked up for help at Mu Qingxin. Why are you looking at me? Mu Ringin shifted Hadgaze. This matter is up to you to solve, because they're your classmates. Wang's and Miluan exchanged a tearful glance and finally put the sachets away, thinking that they would find a way for their classmates. Anyway, regardless of what method Wang's and Miluan used to convince them, by Monday's class, Mu Qingxin saw that every classmate was wearing a small sachet around their necks, and each of them was proud to wear it. Now let's discuss this. We definitely can't solve this matter on our own. We need to know what those creatures are, and we need help. Mu Qingxin said seriously, looking at the others. We can tell our families. They will believe us. But will it alert the enemy? Dongfang Ling thought for a moment. I'll tell my brother and have him investigate. After hearing this, Mu Qingxin nodded. I believe in Dongfang Ji's ability. This method is good, but we need to be prepared for both sides. We can't rely solely on Dongfang Ge. How about asking the young Master Geo for help? Mu Qingxin hesitated. This could work. Wang's and the others' eyes lit up as they said in unison. In their minds, the young Master Geo was capable of anything. But Mu Qingxin smiled wryly recently. All major battle teams are in drills. Will the drills end? It seems like they last for half a month. Miluan confirmed. That means we still need another week. And then the commanders of the major battle teams will come to Capital Star to report the results of the drills, Wang's calmly said. Ah, Dongfang Ling suddenly exclaimed. What is wrong? Mu Qingxin and the others were startled, looking at Dongfang Ling in surprise. Dongfang Ling's face was filled with fear as she looked at them, gulping nervously. You guys think, how many people have already been affected by these creatures? Could there be some in the battle teams too? Or in other places? Suddenly, everyone felt their scalps go numb, thinking about the possibility, not knowing when these creatures started attacking humans. Could there be some in our company? Dongfang Ling thought of this possibility and immediately shivered as she opened her light brain to contact her brother. Shui Huanlan also quickly contacted her brother with tears in her eyes. Wang's quickly clicked on his light brain, and Miluan did the same. Chapter 307. If I am extinct. So are you? Mu Qingxin looked at the nervous group, feeling a bit tense herself. The enemy was lurking in the shadows, silently existing, which was more terrifying than any war. Looking at the panic group, Mu Qingxin calmly said, "Everyone calm down. Things are not as bad as they seem. The most important thing now is to remain calm. If we panic and fear, it will only benefit the enemy's attack. Remember, stay calm." Hearing Mu Qingxin's words, Dongfang Ling and the others gradually calmed down. Yes, calmness is essential. Panicking would lead to disaster. We still cannot determine what the enemy is. So what we need to do now is to be prepared. We first need to confirm whether the sachets are effective. If they are, I will make more so that everyone in the academy who hasn't been infected can have one. Over the next 2 days, you should talk to your families. Remember, do not alert the enemy. Investigate secretly. I think the situation is not that dire yet, Vito said. He hasn't found many elites in the academy. So perhaps their target is those with stronger abilities or those with greater influence. The most important thing is to find out what they are. Mu Qingxin analyzed step by step. After hearing Mu Qingxin's words, everyone's hearts settled down, as if they all had a clear goal. They discussed and then acted separately. Wang's and Miluan took the small sachets Mu Qingxin embroidered back to distribute to their classmates. Dongfang Ling contacted her family, having failed to reach Dongfang Zhe earlier. So now she directly contacted her family to start investigating. Shui Huanlan did the same, contacting her brother. Since such a situation occurred on Capital Star, could there be such creatures on Mercury as well? The most important thing now was to check all residents on Mercury. Mu Qingxin also video called her family to discuss this matter. After she finished speaking, Mu Gaozu's expression was one of shock, but he understood the severity of the situation. He believed his great-granddaughter's speculation. After advising Mu Qingxin to be careful in the academy, he hurriedly ended the video call and began discussing the matter with his family and the Ouyang family's ancestral home. As soon as Mu's ancestral grandfather entered the Mu family, he hurriedly shouted loudly, "Mu Shu, why are you rushing to call me? If there's something, just say it. Do you really think if I don't come, our ancestral family will be finished? Is there anyone like you?" Mu's ancestral grandfather had been angry all the way, feeling wrong for cursing their ancestral family for no reason. What kind of grudge was that? At this moment, Ouyang's grandfather arrived before Mu's ancestral grandfather. As soon as he finished speaking, the other one arrived, saying the same thing. Ouyang's grandfather turned to look at Mu Gaozu. "Mu Shu, what happened? Why did you say that if we don't hurry, our family will be finished?" Hearing Ouyang's grandfather's words, the ancestral grandfather was stunned. "Your family is going to be finished too?" Ouyang's grandfather was taken aback, not wanting to bother with this fool, and fixed his gaze on the calm Mu Gaozu. "Dad, what are you doing? Can't you speak properly? What do you mean by saying that if I'm extinct, you're also extinct? How can you curse yourself like that? Dad, have you lost your mind?" Ouyang's grandfather and the ancestral grandfather both looked back at the flustered Mu grandfather, and upon hearing his words, their anger dissipated instantly. They looked back at Mu Gaozu with a sigh, wondering if Mu Shu was sick. Cursing outsiders was one thing, but how could he curse himself to extinction? Mu Gaozu looked at his son and frowned, thinking about his overly impatient personality. If something really happened in the future, what would happen to the Mu family? "Why are you all here?" Mu grandfather saw Ouyang's grandfather and the ancestral grandfather standing in the room, looking puzzled at them, but his gaze shifted back to his father. Hearing his father's words just now nearly made him lose his breath. Ignoring the gazes of the three, Mu Gaozu turned and walked toward the study. Mu grandfather and Ouyang's grandfather followed suit, exchanging glances. Once in the study, Mu Gaozu remained silent, deep in thought with his brows furrowed, while the other three looked at him, unsure of what to say. They were just confused as to why he had called them only to fall silent upon their arrival. At noon, Mu Gaozu finally spoke up. Mu grandfather and the other two quickly perked up to listen attentively, eager to find out what had prompted Mu Gaozu to say such words. "Qingxin video called me," Mu Gaozu said, once again darkening his face, looking heavily at the three. The three felt their hearts race under Mu Gaozu's heavy gaze, feeling inexplicably anxious. Mu grandfather quietly asked, "Did something happen to Qingxin?" Hearing Mu grandfather's words, Ouyang's grandfather and the ancestral grandfather also looked at Mu Gaozu with concern. Mu Gaozu slowly shook his head, and the three of them sighed in relief. Then what happened? What did Qingxin say that made you so troubled? Alas, Mu Gaozu sighed heavily, looking ahead and saying gravely, "The interstellar world is about to change." Change? The three of them looked at Mu Gaozu in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Finally, Zone Weigong couldn't help it anymore and said, "Uncle Mu, stop playing charades and quickly tell us what happened. Your silence is making my heart race, and it's very uncomfortable." "Yes, Uncle Mu, just tell us what it is. We're listening." "Dad, what's going on?" The three of them looked at Mu Gaozu, who withdrew his gaze and looked at them. "Qingxin told me something. There are some mentors and students in their academy that emit a smell that humans can't detect, said to be a stench." "Humans can't detect it? How did Qingxin smell it? What stench?" "Mentors and students?" Seeing the increasingly puzzled expressions of the three, Mu Gaozu slowly recounted what his great-granddaughter had told him. After Mu Gaozu finished speaking, the expressions of the three changed dramatically. "Uncle Mu, could Qingxin be mistaken?" Zone Weigong asked uncertainly. Mu Gaozu shook his head. Qingxin and the others have already identified some students, and currently, her exotic beast class mentor is the prime suspect. Hearing Mu Gaozu's words, the hearts of the three sank. What could it be? "We don't know yet, but so many people have already been harmed in the academy. We don't know if there are dangerous people around us. What should we do now? Should we tell that person?" Wiggle asked nervously. "No, we don't have any evidence right now. If we tell that person and they don't believe us, what then? After all, humans can't perceive it, and that kind of creature has the ability to confuse people's minds, making it even harder to deal with." At this moment, Zone Weigong changed from his previous carefree demeanor, calmly analyzing the situation. Chapter 308. What race? Mu Gaozu nodded in agreement with Zone Weigong's words. "Yes, so we need to gather evidence first. I'll have Qingxin send me a list of students later. Once she sends it over, I'll forward it to you. Let us discreetly bring back a few infected students and see what this is all about." "Okay, Dad, do you have any guesses about what kind of creature this is?" Grandpa Mu looked at Mu Gaozu and asked. Hearing this, Weigong and Zone Weigong also looked at Mu Gaozu. "Yes, Uncle Mu, you've seen a lot. Do you know of any creatures that can enter the human body and then confuse people?" Mu Gaozu looked at the three of them in the universe. There are too many unknown creatures. In the universe, it can be said that humans are the weakest. So far, among the creatures that humans have encountered, there is one that can enter the human body and control it. "What is it?" The three looked at Mu Gaozu. "The insect race." "The insect race?" The three exclaimed in unison. "No way. The insect race has been completely exterminated. That's impossible." Zone Weigong was the first to speak, and soon the other two thought of it as well. The insect race was exterminated, but that was nearly 1,000 years ago. We didn't witness it ourselves. The insect race was said to have been completely eradicated, but was it really exterminated? None of us knows. Of course, it could also be another species. Until we have a conclusion, any speculation is possible. Mu Gaozu spoke slowly, clearly reluctant to arrive at this conclusion. Since humans entered the universe after the insect race invasion, humans have been entangled with the insect race for over 2,000 years. If we were to say who humanity's archenemy is, the insect race would be at the top. Among the casualties of humans entering the universe, 80 were harmed by the insect race, and the remaining 20 were due to environmental reasons and civil wars shortly after entering the universe. It was also 1,000 years ago that humans completely exterminated the insect race, allowing humanity to develop smoothly to its current state. However, even though the insect race was supposedly completely exterminated, who knows if they still exist in other star systems? And which kind of creature will invade this time? After returning home, Zone Weigong and Weigong didn't tell their family about this matter. They decided to handle it themselves. Mu Qingxin was unaware of the actions taken by her family and was still reading books in her space. Smack! Mu Qingxin helplessly put down the book, scratching her head in frustration. "What should I do? Qingxin, what's wrong?" "Xiaofu." "Yeah, and Lao Jiu all rushed over upon hearing Mu Qingxin's exclamation. Mu Qingxin made a bitter face, looking at the three little ones sigh. I forgot these books are from ancient times. The owner of the books has never been to the starry sky and doesn't he have any solutions for situations like this. Upon hearing this, the three little ones said in unison, Qingxin, don't be afraid. If those stinky creatures attack you, I'll burn them all with a fire. Mom, I will protect you. Dada Hididisiv. Qingxin, don't worry. The 10 of us will help you. Lao Jiu said loyally. Thank you all. With you here, I'm definitely not afraid. But what about the others? Mu Qingxin couldn't help but think of her family, friends, classmates, and even strangers. Ah, I forgot about third brother. He's also in the academy. I wonder if there's danger there. Suddenly thinking of her third brother, Mu Qingxin felt very worried. Forget it. There is no point in thinking about it. Worrying too much won't help. My abilities are too weak. I need to get stronger. Mu Qingxin stood up, waved her hand, and used her mental power to neatly organize the scattered books on the table. She took out her Qingxin, walked outside, and looked at the calm surroundings in her space, gradually calming her heart. She had already learned the first 2 layers of the echo technique, and now it was time for the third layer, Tianlai, and the 4th, 5th, and 6th moves of the 12 techniques. The third layer, Tianlai, is a healing ability. The second and third layers are both healing abilities, but the second layer, Qingxin, is focused on mental healing, while the third layer, Tianlai, is for physical healing, able to heal internal and external injuries instantly. Mu Qingxin thought about the echo technique. How wonderful it would be if she could practice the 4th layer now. The 4th layer is the ultimate killing move, using sound to kill. If she reaches the 4th layer, she wouldn't be afraid of these unknown creatures anymore. She could kill them one by one. Except for the 1st layer, all other layers of the echo technique require a lot of spiritual power and mental energy, especially in the healing aspect, which needs a significant amount of spiritual power. Physical healing requires even more spiritual power since the body is not the same as mental power. The healing of mental power can repair mental energy, and Mu Qingxin's mental power is quite strong at present. Mu Qingxin sat cross-legged, placing the Qingxin on her legs, and began to play according to the 3rd layer, Tianlai, of the echo technique in her mind. In less than 5 minutes, Mu Qingxin's face turned pale. Her internal spiritual power was depleted. The 3rd layer is simpler than the first 2 layers and can be learned quickly, but putting it into practice is very difficult. It requires too much mental power and spiritual energy. Seeing Mu Qingxin like this, Yiya sensed her condition and quickly ran to the spirit spring to fetch a bowl of spirit water to hand to Mu Qingxin. Thank you, Yiya. Mu Qingxin gratefully patted Yiya when she saw the spirit water she brought. Mu Qingxin took a sip, closed her eyes, and operated the solid spirit technique to quickly recover her internal spiritual power. Once restored, Mu Qingxin continued to practice Tianlai. And so, Mu Qingxin repeated this cycle, using up her spiritual power, drinking spirit water to recover, and then continuing to practice. From being able to persist for only 5 minutes to 8 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and eventually to half an hour. After sticking it out for half an hour, Mu Qingxin collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, her hair sticking to her pale face. She breathed heavily, feeling completely drained. This time she had exhausted all her internal spiritual power, leaving none behind. Looking at the vibrant plants in the space, a bitter smile appeared on her face. It turns out that healing is all about helping others. If the person playing doesn't have strong mental power and spiritual energy, they really can't save anyone. Otherwise, if they can't save others, they might end up sacrificing themselves. After recovering for a while, Mu Qingxin struggled to get up and drank the spiritual spring water prepared by Yiya beside her, quickly replenishing the empty, spiritual energy within her. Suddenly, she felt a surge of restlessness in her body and immediately sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and focused to stabilize herself. After adjusting her breath for a while, the restlessness inside her finally calmed down. Chapter 309. Playing dumb at this moment, Xiao Hua and Yiya, who were playing not far away, ran over, looking at Mu Qingxin with surprise. Xian, you advanced. Mom, so much power. Mu Qingxin opened her eyes, filled with joy as she looked at Xiaohua and Yi and nodded. Yes, I advanced, but I don't know what level I am now. At this time, the life pearl in Qingxin's dantian had grown larger and was brighter than before, with golden, red, and green colors entwining each other, looking extremely colorful. Now that Qingxin had advanced, her body was full of spiritual energy, and her mental strength had also leveled up. Qingxin got up and began to learn the fourth move among the 12 techniques. She had stayed in space for a long time, repeatedly practicing Tianlai, and after finishing Tianlai, she practiced the fourth move over and over again. By the time she exited the space, it was already 5 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. Xin, you finally came out. If you hadn't, we would have been worried, Dongfang Ling said hurriedly upon seeing Qingxin, who had disappeared for a day and a night. Xian, are you okay? Shui Huanlan looked at her with concern. Qingxin smiled and shook her head. I'm fine. I lost track of time while training in the space. Sorry to make you worry. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan breathed a sigh of relief. They had thought that Xian was also scared by the sudden events. Just now, Wang Si said he had already resolved the issue with the sachets and guaranteed that everyone would wear them tomorrow. Qingxin looked at Dongfang Ling in surprise. What method did he use? How could he get a bunch of big boys to wear those colorful sachets? Dongfang Ling shrugged. I don't know. I asked him, but he wouldn't say. Qingxin smiled. She figured Wang Si wouldn't say anything, because if he did, he wouldn't be Wang Si anymore. I contacted my family. Although they don't believe what I said, they have already started investigating, Dongfang Ling said while eating an apple. Recalling the look of disbelief her family had when she contacted them yesterday, making her feel a surge of anger. Fortunately, the little princess at home spoke up, and Dongfang Ling's elders would never refuse her request. Whether it was true or not, as long as they investigated and provided the results, it would be fine. Anyway, they would not suffer any losses. I also told my family, but without Xiaohua and Yi, we have no way to investigate, Shui Huanlan said with a frown. After hearing Huanlan's words, Qingxin also thought of this problem. Indeed, only Xiaohua and Yi could sense this creature now. They couldn't smell or sense it. So they had to wait. After they finished the experiment tomorrow, if the sachets were useful, they would mass-produce them, making sure everyone had one as a precaution, and then wait for the investigation results to find the creature's weak point to resolve the issue. Well, it can only be like this. Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan nodded. That night, Qingxin and Wang Si couldn't sleep, thinking about the exotic beast class the next day. The next morning, the academy was vibrant and full of energy, but that was just on the surface. Qingxin and the others went to class with complex feelings. Looking at the lively and spirited classmates, Qingxin felt very complicated. Sometimes, ignorance is also a kind of happiness. Those who know in advance are truly exhausted, as they have to think about more than others, and even save others. Almost becoming superheroes. Qingxin thought for a moment last night about whether her crossing into the interstellar world had a purpose, perhaps to help save humanity during this incident. As she thought of this again, she couldn't help but laugh. Cough, cough, classmate Mu. Please pay attention in class. Jingfu, who was standing up, looked at the chuckling Qingxin with a dark face, feeling pain that an I didn't pay attention to him now. Upon hearing Jingfu's reminder, Qingxin immediately sat up straight, hiding her smile and listening attentively. Jingfu glanced at Qingxin and continued the lecture. This scene shocked other students. Everyone looked at the instructor and Qingxin in surprise. Last class, Qingxin had been bombarded with questions by the instructor and was punished to write 30 times. Yet this week she laughed so loudly without being punished, and Jingfu had not questioned her for a long time. What was going on? Moreover, they had not seen Qingxin submit her punishment writing. After class, Jingfu hesitated and looked at Qingxin. He wanted her to speak well of him, but Qingxin kept avoiding his gaze. Classmate Mu, stay behind and submit what you wrote by hand last week. The rest of you can leave, Jingfu said. Upon hearing his words, the other students' curiosity was relieved, and they looked at Qingxin with sympathy. 30 times, sigh, they wondered if Qingxin had finished writing. Oh well, it wasn't their concern. They hurriedly left, What if Mu Qingxin hadn't finished writing and the instructor got angry again? In an instant, only Mu Qingxin and Zijingfu remained in the classroom. Instructor, why did you keep me? Mu Qingxin now had Aunt Bonnie as her support and was no longer afraid of Zijingfu. Zijingfu looked at the fearless Mu Qingxin, feeling a pang in his heart. Where's your punishment writing? Mu Qingxin looked at him in surprise. Instructor, how old are you this year? Why ask that? Don't change the subject. You must be getting old, which is why you have memory loss. Should I tell Aunt Bonnie? Maybe she has a way to treat your forgetfulness. Mu Qingxin pretended to pick up her light brain. Don't send it. Zijingfu quickly stopped her. Mu Qingxin smiled triumphantly, looking at Zijingfu. Instructor, do you remember that my punishment writing was exempted? Zijingfu choked and, finally, extremely reluctantly said, I remember. Well, since you remember, then I'll leave, instructor. Mu Qingxin got up and left with a smile. Wait. Zijingfu gritted his teeth and said, looking at the puzzled Mu Qingxin. He couldn't believe this girl didn't know why he had kept her. Instructor, is there anything else? Mu Qingxin secretly laughed. HMPF. Let you bully me so much before. Playing dumb is something anyone can do, and she could too. Zijingfu hesitated and said, how's your Aunt Bonnie doing lately? Mu Qingxin suppressed her smile and looked at Zijingfu innocently. Very well. Aunt Bonnie even video called me last night. Why? Isn't the instructor Aunt Bonnie's boyfriend? How is she doing? Shouldn't you know best? Chapter 3:10. Just don't think too much. Bonnie doesn't see me at all and doesn't answer my calls anymore, Zijingfu said, distressed. Oh, why? Mu Qingxin asked in confusion. Why? Aren't you the clearest about that? Zijingfu gritted his teeth. Mu Qingxin widened her eyes. I don't know. I study all day, and I have no time to understand your matters. Aunt Bonnie hasn't told me about you too. After all, I'm still a child. Zijingfu looked at Mu Qingxin, who was playing dumb, nearly grinding his teeth. Mu Qingxin happily said goodbye to the frustrated Zijingfu. It was the first time in 2 weeks of Monday morning classes that she felt so good, haha. After lunch, Mu Qingxin, Dongfang Ling, and Shui Huanlan sat on the sofa, looking at the time, waiting for class, feeling very complex. As the time for the first class approached, Mu Qingxin urged the two to hurry to class. No matter what the outcome was, they would know when they returned at night. Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan reluctantly left the dorm to attend class. Mu Qingxin saw that it was still early, so she entered the space to continue stitching the small sachets. Her mood was unusually anxious, needing to do something to calm her unstable emotions. When Mu Qingxin exited the space again, Yia and Xiaohua followed her out, skillfully diving into Mu Qingxin's pocket. Mu Qingxin looked at the two little creatures that had already burrowed into her pocket with helplessness, really not needing to worry. There was no danger yet. What if that stinky creature wanted to eat you in one bite? Mom, with us here, you can go to class with peace of mind. Hearing the voices coming from her pocket, Mu Qingxin had to give in. Just as she was about to come out of the space, they insisted on following her out, claiming they would protect her. After being bothered to the point of no return, Mu Qingxin brought them out together from the space. As long as the two little ones weren't discovered by anyone, it would be fine. Checking the time, Mu Qingxin finally confirmed the sachet matter with Wang Si, receiving an affirmative reply from him, and then she headed out toward the classroom. Wang Si and Mai Luan had also arrived early at the classroom. When Mu Qingxin got there, only Wang Si and Mai Luan were present. Xin, you're finally here. Wang Si looked at Mu Qingxin with a mix of anxiety and excitement. Why did you come so early? Class hasn't ended yet. Mu Qingxin raised her light brain to check. There were still 10 minutes until the first class ended. Hearing Mu Qingxin's words, Wang Si and Mai Luan exchanged awkward glances. Mu Qingxin looked at their uneasy expressions and asked, what's wrong? And nothing. Wang Si shook his head and looked elsewhere. Mu Qingxin became even more curious about Wang Si's expression and turned to Mai Luan. Mai Luan, what's wrong with you? Mai Luan's face turned slightly red as he glanced at Wang Si, then awkwardly said, we didn't know about the situation upstairs before. Now that we know there are a bunch of dangerous people living upstairs, we feel a bit creeped out entering the dormitory building. I can hardly sleep at night, fearing that the people around us might also be infected. Ha ha, coward. Xiaohua couldn't help but pop out from Mu Qingxin's pocket and mockingly said. Wang Si's eyes immediately lit up when he saw Xiaohua. Xiaohua, you're here too. Oh, is Xiaohua around? It's no big deal. Xiaohua, come here. Come sit with me today. My pocket is bigger and warmer. Wang Si bent down and said to Xiaohua, his tone full of flattery. Mu Qingxin looked at Wang Si with a dumbfounded expression. Wang Si, Xiaohua is already warm. You can't make it cold, but you can easily make it warmer. Besides, our pockets are the same size. Wang Si paused, awkwardly straightened up, and looked at Mu Qingxin with a heated gaze. Xin, can I discuss something with you? What is it? Mu Qingxin was not used to Wang Si's bashfulness. Let Xiaohua stay with me for a while. I promise to take good care of Xiaohua. Won't let it be discovered by others, and won't let it come to any harm. No way, don't even think about it. Before Mu Qingxin could respond, Xiaohua was the first to oppose. No, Xiaohua won't go with you. Yi also popped out, protesting. Wang Si hesitated when he saw Yi. How about letting Yi come with me too? Although Yi seems to have zero combat power, it can sense those dangerous creatures. I don't want to. Dadya loudly refused. Why not? I have lots of treasures. Whatever you want, I can find it for you, or you could just stay by my side at night. And during the day, you can return here to Xin. Wang Si tempted. No matter what Wang Si said, Xiaohua and Yi continued to refuse. Finally, Mu Qingxin spoke up. Wang Si, stop thinking about it. They won't go with you. Why not? Xin. Can you persuade them? Wang Si, please. Xin. Look at my eyes, my skin. I haven't had a good night's sleep for 2 nights. It's torturing me. Wang Si was dramatically rubbing his face in a pained expression. Mu Qingxin looked at Wang Si's somewhat poor complexion and felt a wave of sympathy. But she also felt a bit troubled as she said, Wang Si, it's not that I don't want to help you, but Xiaohua and you can't be away from me for too long. The contracted to oneself must stay close to their master. Last time, when Wang Si took Xiaohua to investigate, fortunately, Xiaohua and Yi stayed in the space every day, nurtured by the spiritual energy, allowing them to be away from Mu Qingxin for such a long time. However, once the time exceeds, Xiaohua and Yi would become very weak and must return to Mu Qingxin's side immediately. Clearly, Wang Si also thought of this point. And finally, he lay on the table in despair. What should I do? Miluan and I taking turns on night watch won't work either. You don't know what that feels like. It's dead quiet at night, and above us are a bunch of dangerous creatures whose nature we don't even know. What if one of them can't help but attack us? It's like living with a bunch of time bombs. After hearing this, Mu Qingxin laughed. You're just thinking too much. Why worry about these things? You can think about it from another perspective. What if the danger was in your dormitory before and you didn't know? You might have been assimilated one day. But now, your floor is very safe. Trust that those creatures won't attack humans so obviously unless they want to die quickly. Humans have strong combat power. Since they use deceptive methods, they definitely don't want to expose themselves. And they will erode humans little by little in ways that won't attract attention. So, you are safe now and can sleep soundly. Chapter 311. The sachet is useful. After hearing Mu Qingxin's words, Wang Si was stunned, and Mai Luan was also taken aback. The two exchanged glances, realizing they had been thinking in the wrong direction. If they continued like this, perhaps the enemy wouldn't attack them, and they would scare themselves to death first. After coming to this realization, Wang Si returned to his previous proud and talkative self. Are you sure everyone will wear the sachets? Mu Qingxin asked as time ticked away. Don't worry, I guarantee everyone will wear one. Wang Si patted his chest confidently. Mu Qingxin still didn't know that the wear Wang Si referred to was completely different from her understanding. She thought boys could just tuck those brightly colored sachets into their clothes, while Wang Si had them directly worn around their necks. When the class bell rang, Mu Qingxin and the two quickly found a corner to sit down, waiting for their classmates to arrive. With 10 minutes left before class, the students finally arrived. Hey, you three got here really early. The first student to arrive greeted the neatly seated trio with surprise. Mu Qingxin and the others greeted him back. And soon many other classmates arrived. Every one of them looked at Wang Si with gratitude. Mu Qingxin carefully observed each student and noticed that every incoming student was wearing the small sachets she had embroidered around their necks. Some discreetly tucked them inside their clothes, while others wore them openly. One had to admit that Wang Si's ability to persuade people was truly impressive. Mu Qingxin secretly gave Wang Si and Mai Luan a thumbs up. Seeing this, Wang Si proudly straightened his body. Gradually, the students were all seated, eagerly looking toward the classroom door, waiting for mentor Qingxin to arrive. Class is about to start. The closer it got to class, the more nervous Wang Si became, gripping the sachet tightly, with two hanging from his body. Seeing Wang Si's nervousness, Qingxin said helplessly, "Why are you so nervous? She can't eat you. Relax. Don't let it be discovered." Wang Si turned his head to look at Qingxin, and only then did she realize Wang Si's expression was not fear, but excitement. "I believe this sachet must be useful. I even sprinkled some medicinal powder on the podium. When she comes in, won't it be quite frustrating for her? Haha." Wang Si imagined mentor Qingxin walking into the classroom and finding that his charm didn't work, picturing her expression as quite interesting. So, she was just worrying for nothing. Qingxin rolled her eyes at Wang Si. The class bell rang, all sounds ceased, and everyone's gaze shifted to the entrance. The sound of high heels clicking echoed. Qingxin couldn't help but reach into her pocket, feeling the warmth of Xiao Hua and the soft prickles of Yiya, calming her heart. Tutor Qingxin appeared at the classroom door, as beautiful and charming as last week. She walked slowly into the classroom, gracefully making her way to the podium and gently placing the book in her hands down. However, at the moment she set the book down, there was a hint of hesitation that was almost imperceptible, quickly followed by a bright smile as she greeted everyone. Of course, Qingxin's hesitation did not escape Qingxin's eyes. It seemed that the powder had worked on her. As the class began, Qingxin's gaze appeared somewhat absent, as if she sensed something different about the students today. Her charm seemed ineffective against them, and a flash of confusion crossed her eyes, as if she were pondering why that was the case. Qingxin and her two companions exchanged glances, pretending nothing was amiss, and they all saw the smiles in each other's eyes. Great, the powder worked. Now we can produce it in bulk, giving people an extra layer of assurance. During this class, all the students' gazes were clear, showing no signs of distraction, and they listened attentively. Although Qingxin noticed that her charm was ineffective, she remained calm and finished the class. However, as soon as the bell rang, she left in a hurry. Qingxin and her two companions watched as Qingxin quickly departed and joyfully high-fived each other. "Yay, that's great. The sachet works. Huh, she's definitely going back to think of a way," said one. "What should we do next?" Wang Si asked excitedly, carefully placing the crumpled sachet into his pocket. "Relying on it for sleep tonight." "Sure, let's talk about it when we get back," Qingxin said, cautiously looking around. Wang Si quickly fell silent, glancing around and relieved to see no one was paying attention to them. Qingxin returned to the dormitory with Wang Si and Mai Luan. As soon as they entered, they were surrounded by Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan. "Qingxin, how is it? Does the sachet work? You guys weren't harmed, right?" Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan took turns asking. Qingxin shook her head, and before she could speak, Wang Si jumped in. "The sachet works, really works. Look, we're all fine." "Huh. That Qingxin tutor must be feeling frustrated now. She's probably back trying to figure something out." "That's great. The sachet works, so we're safe," Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan said happily. "No, we can only say we are temporarily safe. Right now, we can only guarantee that we won't be confused. We still don't know if they have other ways to attack us," Qingxin said as she took out the sachets she had prepared that afternoon. "Count how many there are, and I'll continue making them." Since the materials needed for the powder were only available in the space, only she could make the powder. Of course, it seemed no one had thought about this issue regarding the sachets. Wang Si and the others were counting the sachets when they heard Qingxin's words and looked up at her. "What is the problem? I can make the powder in bulk, but for these sachets..." Qingxin picked one up. "Even if I stitch them quickly, I can only keep up with the Academy's students, and I can't manage the entire Capital Planet's people. Not to mention there are so many in the star field." Upon hearing this, the others stopped, their faces showing a look of distress and confusion, troubled by this issue. "What should we do? Why not find someone to stitch them? Or use a machine?" Dongfang Ling suggested. Wang Si was the first to oppose. No. If it's machine-stitched, then no one will wear it. The biggest reason those classmates wore the sachets today is that they are handmade. So what do you suggest? Dongfang Ling glared at Wang Si, angrily asking, "Do you want Qingxin to work herself to death? There are millions of people in the star field. How could she stitch so many? We can also find someone to stitch them," Wang Si said in a lower voice. Who? May I ask, who in the star field can stitch sachets? Women? With such small needles, it would be better to give them a knife. Dongfang Ling had previously experienced the sharpness of embroidery needles and almost went crazy from it. Chapter 312. Pause all actions. Mu Qingxin clearly remembered when they were on vacation. Dongfang Ling insisted on learning embroidery from her. The scene back then could only be described in 4 words, a sight too painful to endure. At that time, all 10 of Dongfang Ling's fingers had been pricked, and just looking at it was painful. Thinking about the fierce women in the star field, it seemed that people in the star field, regardless of gender, spoke with strength. They would surely handle big swords and cannons skillfully, but giving them delicate embroidery needles would probably drive them crazy. What should we do? Wang Si was also troubled. Finally, Shui Huanlan timidly said, we can leave this matter to others to think about. We don't need to overthink it. Others will definitely have a way. Yeah, we're just underage kids. Why think so much? Saving humanity should be left to the leaders. Wang Si suddenly realized, feeling enlightened. Mu Qingxin thought about it and agreed. Now, she just needed to make the powder and then hand it to Gao Zhu and the others. I'll go make the powder. You guys check on the sachets. Wang Si, take these sachets and distribute them to the people in your dorm. It's more dangerous there, Mu Qingxin said before returning to her room. Wang Si readily agreed, promising that everyone in their dorm would have a sachet. Once Mu Qingxin entered the space, she began making the powder. Fortunately, there were plenty of medicinal materials in the space warehouse, though they couldn't grow more, and these materials had no seeds. If there were seeds, she could plant them and not worry about running out of these materials in the future. However, she was still able to produce a large amount of powder, and the stock in the warehouse was sufficient. Wang Si looked at the closed door and asked, is Qingxin not cooking? Dongfang Ling shot a sidelong glance at Wang Si, saying, what situation are we in now? Still thinking about eating? We're almost out of lives. Wang Si shrugged and lowered his head, falling silent. Dongfang Ling was not used to this and looked at Wang Si, wondering what was wrong with him. Wang Si still did not speak, lost in thought, so he did not notice Dongfang Ling's frequent glances. Dongfang Ling looked at Wang Si, then at Shui Huanlan. Shui Huanlan, seeing Dongfang Ling's signaling gaze, looked at Wang Si and shook her head in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Dongfang Ling looked back at Wang Si, wondering if her previous words had been too harsh. After thinking about it, Dongfang Ling took out some snacks from the space and handed them to Wang Si. Here, eat if you're hungry. Wang Si was deep in thought when a bag of tasty snacks suddenly appeared in front of him, and his eyes lit up instantly. He grabbed the snacks, delighted, looking at them with surprise, then followed his arm to see that they were handed to him by Dongfang Ling, which made him show an astonished expression. Noticing Wang Si's gaze, Dongfang Ling shyly turned her head, saying, I'm sorry if my words were too harsh. Wang Si, munching on the snacks, looked at Dongfang Ling in confusion, wondering what she had just said. He couldn't recall it, but he wisely chose not to ask, or else the bag of snacks would probably be taken back. Wang Si waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, I didn't mind. Come on, are you guys hungry? Eat snacks. Fill your stomachs so we can work well. Wang Si placed the snacks in the center, indicating for everyone to eat. Shui Huanlan also took out her snacks and placed them in the center for everyone to share. Wang Si looked at Shui Huanlan's snacks with envy, thinking it was nice to be close to Qingxin. There were delicious snacks anytime and anywhere. The night was extremely quiet. It was already midnight. At this time, the Philabel Academy was very quiet under the illumination of lights. In an inconspicuous corner, in a blind spot of the Academy's surveillance, stood 2 people. One was this office and tutor who taught Mu Qingxin and the others today, while the other remained in the shadows, making it hard to see who it was. Qingxin was quietly telling the person about the unusual events in the second class that afternoon. It was a very unpleasant smell. I don't know what it was, but the entire classroom was filled with it, and my charm was ineffective. Not a single student was confused. Oh, did someone notice you? Absolutely not. This class of students I taught for the first time last week. They were previously taught by Vito. Qingxin firmly denied it. Vito? Yes. Previously, Vito mentioned that there was a girl in that class who had a weapon in her hand that could block all attacks, though was uncertain whether it was true. Qingxin thought for a moment and realized that there was indeed a girl in that class, Qingxin. She didn't know if she had a weapon or not. Let's hold off for now. The situation in that class seems a bit off. Don't act rashly for the time being. I will instruct everyone to halt all actions. After some time, we will continue. Find out what that sin is and where it comes from. All right, be careful on your way back, and don't let anyone find out. Remember, the Empress requires absolute certainty. Don't disrupt the Empress's plans. Hearing the mention of the Empress, Qingxin immediately bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, I will definitely not disturb the Empress's plans." After finishing speaking, the person quickly left along the corner of the wall, passing through the dead corners of the surveillance at the family.With Academy, indicating their deep familiarity with the academy. Once that person left, Qingxin also set off. Just like that, a silent conversation came to an end. At this moment, Qingxin was in her space making medicinal powder. If she had known that Mentor Qingxin was planning an operation tonight, she definitely wouldn't have entered the space. She would have stayed outside monitoring everything in the academy and would have known who was in contact with Mentor Qingxin. However, things were unfortunate. Missing this opportunity meant they wouldn't be able to catch those people for a long time. The actions of those creatures really ceased for a long time until Qingxin and the others almost forgot and let their guard down, at which point they re-emerged, catching everyone off guard. But that's a story for another time. A week passed quickly. During this time, Qingxin spent much more time in her space than outside. Apart from class time, she stayed in the space during lunch and dinner. The medicinal powder had been made. Qingxin spent 2 days producing a large quantity of it. A person only needed a quantity the size of a fingernail to be effective. Therefore, during the other time, Qingxin was busy embroidering small sachets. This time, the sachets were simpler, with no change in shape, just a smaller size and no extra embroidery. Only a circle embroidered around the edges. Chapter 313. Video. The small sachets were only the size of quail eggs. Surprisingly, Wang's used his silver tongue and spent a week getting every student in the academy to wear one of these sachets. At this time, Bali and Locke and Darren also learned about this matter. They took 2 days to digest the information, but once they snapped back to reality, they actively helped. Qingxin instructed by Li Yin and the others to sprinkle the medicinal powder in corners of the academy, making the entire family.With Academy instantly filled with a light fragrance. What had been on Qingxin's mind was Cola and Thomas. Previously, she heard that Cola had something at home, so Thomas went back with her. But it had been a long time, and they still hadn't returned. Qingxin and the others tried to contact them, but there was no response, which worried her greatly. Yet she didn't know where Cola's home was. Today was Friday, and from the morning, the StarNet was filled with news of various teams completing their exercises perfectly. When Qingxin learned that the exercises had ended, it was already the last class of the afternoon, and students were discussing it. She hadn't been in contact with the aloof young commander for many days. After that night, his communication was also unreachable, and she didn't know what was going on. Worrying for a long time. Unexpectedly, the exercises ended so quickly, and she didn't know which team had won. Holding back her anxiousness, Qingxin finished the last class. As soon as the class bell rang, the instructor announced the end of class, and Qingxin immediately opened her light brain to check the situation of this exercise on the StarNet. When she saw that the StarNet was filled with accounts of the Phantom team's bravery and how impressive they were under the leadership of the aloof young commander, Qingxin's heart relaxed. Her guess had been correct. The Phantom team had won. A smile appeared on Qingxin's face, and she sent a message to Qingzhou, congratulating him. After sending it, Qingxin stood up and left the classroom, where there was already no one left, and the cleaning robots had started to clean. As soon as she arrived at the dormitory, Qingxin received a message from her mother, asking her to come home tomorrow, as her dad and older brothers would be arriving at Capital Star. Seeing her mother's message, Qingxin showed a look of surprise and immediately agreed to go back early tomorrow. Ling Ling, Lon Lon, I'm going home tomorrow. Do you want to come with me? Qingxin invited her 2 friends. Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan asked why she was going home. Qingxin told them about her dad and brothers returning home. The Phantom team won this time, but I saw the rankings on the battle report. The second place was the 9th team. Brother Mu is really impressive, They almost won against the Phantom team. This time, the ninth team was commanded by Brother Mu. It seems they lost because the ground troops of the ninth team weren't as strong as those of the Phantom team. If it had been other ground troops, according to Brother Mu's battle style, they would have certainly won. What a pity. But Brother Mu is already very impressive, Dong Fongling exclaimed. Beside her, Shui Huanlan echoed. Talking about Mu Dad and Mu Erge, Mu Qingxin felt a pang of guilt. She had only been focused on the Phantom team and forgot to check on how her dad and older brother's team was doing. Mu Fengnian, ha. My daughter has grown up and forgotten her real dad. Brother Mu. The younger sister's memory is getting better. Erge Mu. 1 word, pain. 2 words, heartache. 3 words, heartbreak. Feeling guilty, Mu Qingxin firmly remembered Dong Fongling and Shui Huanlan's words and thought that she must carefully look at the exercise records later that night. In the starry sky, every 3 years, various teams conduct exercises during which no information is allowed to be released. However, there are people who follow along to record the battle conditions. Once the exercises are over, they will send the battle conditions to the StarNet for all members of the Alliance to see. This is to allow everyone in the Alliance to have a more direct understanding of each team's situation and reflects freedom and democracy. In the end, Dong Fongling and Shui Huanlan both declined Mu Qingxin's invitation. They thought that since her dad and brothers were back, it was a rare opportunity to gather, and there would surely be many things to discuss, so they decided not to disturb them. They also planned to go out and have fun over the weekend. After dinner that night, Mu Qingxin retreated to her room to watch the exercise conditions, mainly focusing on the situation of her dad and brother's teams. Mu Qingxin clicked on a video on the StarNet that had already been viewed 30 million times, sat down, and started to watch, searching for her dad's third team, her brother's ninth team, and her second brother's first team. Suddenly, the video being played was interrupted by a request. Mu Qingxin looked at the flashing video request on her light brain, momentarily confused, and saw that it was Qingzhou, quickly snapping back to reality. Mu Qingxin hurriedly clicked on the video request. Soon, the video connected, and she saw Qingzhou, who seemed to be in a dark place with a window behind him. Qingge, Mu Qingxin called out to him in the video. Qingxin, I'm sorry. During the exercises, I had some matters to deal with, so I couldn't reply to you. Qingzhou said apologetically. Hearing his words, Mu Qingxin's inexplicable frustration and slight anger instantly dissipated, replaced by a hint of sweetness, and a smile appeared on her face. It's okay. I know the exercises are busy. Congratulations. I was right? The Phantom team won. Looking at the smiling figure in the video, Qingzhou felt warmth in his heart, his eyes smiling. Yes, you guessed right. Thanks to you, we were able to win this victory. The team of the underworld, who fought hard for victory, found their efforts attributed to a single comment from their leader, Mu Qingxin. If they knew, who knows how they would feel. How have you been lately? How are classes? Did the mentor of the alien plant class continue to ask you questions this week? Qingzhou sat down and asked. Thinking about Mentor Zijingfu's current frustration, Mu Qingxin couldn't help but chuckle, gleefully recounting last week's events to Qingzhou. Haha, you don't know. But Mentor Zijingfu's face turned green at that time. Let him bully me. When I wrote those 16 drafts, my hand almost broke. Next time I see Aunt Bonnie, I'll tell her to continue ignoring him and keep giving him the cold shoulder for a while. Chapter 314. Protecting oneself, your mentor might collapse. Because it's definitely painful for someone who loves another to be ignored. It must feel terrible inside, Qingzhou said seriously, looking at Mu Qingxin's face. Mu Qingxin listened to Qingzhou's words, feeling puzzled. Are you speaking well of Mentor Zijingfu? No. I'm just talking about how a man feels when he encounters the person he loves, Qingzhou replied. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxin fell silent, nervously looking at Qingzhou. When she saw his serious gaze, she immediately laughed awkwardly and said, What's wrong? Did someone you like reject you? Or are they ignoring you? After saying this, Mu Qingxin felt a wave of regret in her heart, while also feeling a mix of anticipation and anxiety waiting for Qingzhou's response. Qingzhou looked at the little person in the video, sighed inwardly, and thought, forget it, I'll wait a little longer. He didn't want to scare her away. It would be difficult to connect with her if he did. No, I don't have someone I like yet, Qingzhou replied with a smile. Oh, none? Mu Qingxin felt a mix of joy and disappointment upon hearing this answer. She didn't even know what kind of response would satisfy her. What were you just doing? I was. Mu Qingxin thought about why she felt this way while replying. I was watching the battle situation at her exercises. Tomorrow my dad, big brother, and second brother will be home. I wanted to see how their team was doing. It seems my big brother is personally commanding this exercise. Qingzhou laughed. Can you understand that battle situation? Mu Qingxin's smiling face immediately stiffened, followed by an embarrassment. It seems I can't understand it. Thinking back to how she had been watching for a while without knowing which team was which, she felt a headache coming on. After watching for quite some time, I still couldn't figure out which team was my big brother's or my dad's or second brother's. And those warships all look the same. It feels like they're just posing, doing this and that. Mu Qingxin complained about everything she had just seen, while Qingzhou watched the distressed little figure on the video. A smile flickering on his face, his eyes filled with affection. Actually, you don't need to watch that battle situation. You could just ask me. I'm right there on site, and I can explain it to you, Qingzhou said. Is that okay? Mu Qingxin looked at Qingzhou with surprise. She truly couldn't understand that video, and had spent a long time looking for her dad's team. Of course. Chapter 1. Section 1 Qingzhou said as he projected the battle situation onto the side, where Mu Qingxin could see it. Look, this red one is the first team, which is your second brother's team. Each team's color is red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, and gray. The underworld team is black, and your big brother's team is gray, this one here. Commander Mu is the yellow team. Qingzhou explained various situations of each team, their representative colors, and characteristics of the warships, combining the video with explanations of their strategies. Mu Qingxin listened carefully to Qingzhou's explanations and found that under his guidance, the whole battle situation became much more exciting. Qingzhou even discussed the advantages and disadvantages of each team's strategies, analyzing their situations thoroughly, even guessing the commander's psychological activities. Mu Qingxin looked at Qingzhou with admiration, marveling at how he could become a young commander at such a young age and even establish the underworld team. Qingzhou spent half an hour explaining the exercises that had taken place over the last month, and by the end, Mu Qingxin's gaze had turned into one of worship. Brother Qing, you're amazing. Mu Qingxin looked at Qingzhou with adoration. You're so impressive to analyze every team so thoroughly. Hearing Mu Qingxin's admiration and the look of worship in her eyes, Qingzhou felt that no one's praise in the past compared to the little one's. It's getting late. You should go to sleep. Tomorrow, Commander Mu and the others should be able to come home in the evening. We will reach Capital Star tonight and report the exercise situation and achievements to the leaders early tomorrow morning. So after finishing up, everyone will be able to go home. Oh, so you're on the ship now? Mu Qingxin finally understood why the scenery outside Qingzhou's window kept moving and she could faintly see other planets. Yeah, we rushed to Capital Star overnight. Qingzhou's gaze followed Mu Qingxin's to the window, looking at the shimmering universe. It's so beautiful. At that moment, the ship was flying right between several planets, and in the distance, a purple light drew a beautiful arc in the dark universe, illuminating several planets and making them even more beautiful, like a string of black and dazzling pearls. Listening to the little one's exclamations, Qingzhou also looked out the window. He had never taken the time to appreciate the universe. It turned out that such scenery was quite beautiful, and most importantly, he could have her by his side. Suddenly, Mu Qingxin thought of something else and asked Qingzhou, who was focused on looking out the window, Brother Qing. Qingzhou returned to his senses, looking at the little person in the video. Brother Qing, do you know how many unknown creatures exist in the universe? Where do they live? Are they friendly to humans? Upon hearing Mu Qingxin's question, Qingzhou was surprised. Why did she suddenly ask this? Mu Qingxin hesitated for a moment, feeling uneasy because of something that had happened recently. Uneasy? What happened? Didn't I tell you before about the mentor of the alien beast class, Mentor Vito? Mu Qingxin recounted the recent events to Qingzhou. After listening, Qingzhou's expression became very serious, and his gaze toward Mu Qingxin was filled with concern. Qingxin, you need to be careful recently. It's best not to act alone, and don't make any rash moves. I will investigate this matter. You don't need to worry about it. Just protect yourself and your friends. Remember, before you have enough power to confront the enemy, you must protect yourself first. I understand. We'll be careful. Mu Qingxin nodded in agreement. Qingzhou looked at the time. It was already very late, so he urged Mu Qingxin to rest quickly. After they hung up the video call, Qingzhou's expression became very serious, and he immediately clicked on his holographic computer, calling for MERS. Chapter 315. What is your relationship? You little brat. Do you know what time it is? You're just chatting with your little girlfriend, and didn't T think to call me earlier? Only after finishing with your little girlfriend did you remember me. MERS couldn't T help, but checked Qingzhou's chat records. Qingzhou's face darkened as he calmly looked at MERS. MERS instantly shrank back. Sorry, I accidentally saw it. What's the matter? Yaoman still needs me to organize the data. If it weren't for the seriousness of the situation, Qingzhou would have confined MERS here for a month. Is the information you gathered about Vito complete? Is his gene his own? MERS immediately became angry upon hearing this. You actually doubt my abilities. I'm not doubting your abilities. But Qingzhou then relayed what Mu Qingxin had just said to MERS. After hearing this, MERS also fell into silence. After a moment, he looked at Qingzhou with rare seriousness and said, I'm sure that Vito's genes are the same as his previous ones. However, this does not prove that he is the same person. Don't forget, there are some creatures in the universe that can assimilate humans, take on human appearances, and even replicate their genes. They use their bodies to achieve certain goals, and once their objectives are met, they abandon that body. Alternatively, they may choose to live in that person's form from then on. I will investigate this matter, but you need to strengthen the supervision of Capital Star. I know that everything on Capital Star is under your monitoring, but there are still some places that require you to rearrange your oversight. Qingzhou then shared some locations with MERS, suggesting that he should monitor those areas again, as they were chaotic places on Capital Star prone to incidents. After MERS left, Qingzhou thought for a moment, opened his holographic computer, and pressed a button in an inconspicuous place on the device. The holographic computer instantly changed color, and he quickly clicked through commands. With Qingzhou's intervention, Mu Qingxin finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she had a belief that as long as Qingzhou was around, she would be safe. That night, since learning about the incident, Mu Qingxin had not slept, constantly training in the space to strengthen herself. However, tonight, she took a break, perhaps because of Qingzhou's presence. She lay in bed and allowed herself a moment of rest, falling into a dreamless sleep. Early the next morning, feeling refreshed from a good night's sleep and knowing she would be going home, Mu Qingxin got up early to prepare breakfast. After leaving some food on the table and leaving a note for Ling Ling and Lan Lan, she packed her things and left the dormitory, heading towards the academy's entrance. Just as Mu Qingxin reached the academy's entrance, she received a message on her holographic computer from Qingzhou. Curious, she opened the message and immediately smiled upon reading it. Since it was still early, no students had yet left the academy. Upon exiting the Philibir Academy, Mu Qingxin noticed a flying vehicle parked near the entrance, next to which stood a woman. When the woman saw Mu Qingxin, her eyes lit up and she immediately walked over. Mu Qingxin looked down at the photo that Qingzhou had just sent and then looked up at the approaching woman, confirming the match. She put away her holographic computer and turned to face the woman who had reached her. Are you Miss Mu Qingxin? The woman asked respectfully, slightly bending at the waist. Mu Qingxin nodded yes. Hello. I am here to take you home on behalf of Marshal Geo. Please get in the flying vehicle. Thank you. Mu Qingxin replied with a smile as she followed the woman into the flying vehicle. It turned out that Qingzhou had sent someone to pick her up because he was worried about her returning home alone. Miss Mu, is your home in Lucy? The woman asked gently for Mu Qingxin's address. Mu Qingxin nodded. Yes, thank you for your trouble. You're welcome. Lucy quickly confirmed the location, activated the flying vehicle, and they set off. Sitting by the window, Mu Qingxin looked out at the scenery, feeling sweet and wearing a constant smile. She hadn't expected Qingzhou to think of sending someone to take her home. Just moments ago, she had been distressed about how to get home since she didn't have a flying vehicle. When her family equipped her, they only provided her with a flying skateboard, not a flying vehicle, because she couldn't operate one. They were all worried that if Mu Qingxin tried to fly, she might cause an accident due to unstable control. This time, everyone was busy with their own matters, so they overlooked how Mu Qingxin would get home. not wanting to trouble her family. She had thought about using the flying skateboard to return, even though she didn't know how to use it. Lucy piloted the flying vehicle, occasionally stealing glances back at Mu Qingxin, wondering about the relationship between the boss and this daughter of Commander Mu. Why had he specifically sent her to take her home? Moreover, why were they providing such close protection for her? Lucy observed Mu Qingxin, taking in her features. She seemed only about 15 years old and was truly adorable, with delicate features. One could imagine that she would grow up to be extremely beautiful. Could it be that the boss had taken a liking to this young girl? But that didn't make sense. There were so many women in the galaxy pursuing the boss, including beautiful, sexy, pure, and cute ones, all of whom were age-appropriate. This girl was still far from adulthood, so the boss probably wouldn't be interested in her. Otherwise, that would be too. Lucy dared not think further. In her mind, the boss's image was grand and formidable, not to be trifled with. Miss Mu, Lucy finally couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Mu Qingxin turned her head, smiling at Lucy. She had sensed Lucy observing her all along, but had chosen not to speak up. Hello, I am Lucy, she said, feeling a bit nervous under Mu Qingxin's clear gaze. Hello, Lucy. Is there something you want to ask? Mu Qingxin asked, puzzled. If it's not too bold, may I ask about your relationship with our boss? That is, Marshal Gio? Lucy asked curiously. Upon hearing this question, Mu Qingxin's heart skipped a beat, and she suppressed the urge for her face to flush. Calmly, she replied, Didn't Marshal Gio tell you? Lucy's eyes widened. How could that be? The boss never tells us the reasons for his actions, and we don't dare to ask. The last part of her sentence was said quietly, but Mu Qingxin still heard it. A smile flashed in Mu Qingxin's eyes. Indeed, the silent Qin Gio always exuded an aura that kept people at a distance, making it hard to look him in the eye. Miss Mu, are you with our boss? Lucy asked again. Mu Qingxin paused for a moment and smiled. You really shouldn't be asking me this question. You should ask Marshal Gio himself, because I don't even know what our relationship is right now. She gazed out the window, lost in thought. Why? Lucy pressed. Mu Qingxin withdrew her gaze, smiling at Lucy. Sorry, I've arrived home. If we meet again next time, I'll tell you. Lucy looked outside and muttered, we've really arrived. She felt a pang of regret. She had forgotten to set the time longer, which could have allowed her to uncover the boss's secret. But knowing next time would have to suffice. What Lucy didn't realize was that when they met next time, she wouldn't even need to ask, as everyone in the Fan Battle team would already know their boss's feelings. Mu Qingxin thanked Lucy and said goodbye. After watching Lucy fly away, she turned to ring her family's doorbell. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back. Mu Qingxin called out to the smart doorbell. Click. The outer protective shield opened, and Mu Qingxin walked in, taking in her surroundings. Previously, she had always flown directly into the house, never having walked this distance from the outer protective shield to the house, which was nearly 400 to 500 meters. Master, you are back. Hearing a familiar voice, Mu Qingxin looked over in surprise. Peer. Seeing the familiar peer again filled Mu Qingxin with immense joy. She immediately walked up to Peer and couldn't help but hug him tightly. That's great, Peer, you're back. Mu Qingxin clutched Peer's clothes tightly. Although Peer's body was hard and lacked warmth, Mu Qingxin still held on tightly. Ever since she learned about Peer's serious injuries, she had felt guilty and had been eagerly anticipating his return. Peer was momentarily stunned when hugged by his master, but then his expression softened into a gentle smile. Remembering how people interacted with one another, Peer's hands slowly moved to pat Mu Qingxin's back gently. Oh, cough, cough. Peer, are you going to take revenge? Mu Qingxin felt a sharp pain on her back after being patted twice by Peer, immediately squatting down and jumping out of his embrace, touching her back with a distressed expression. Peer's hand was still suspended in midair, and seeing his master's expression and actions, he was momentarily at a loss. After a moment, Mu Qingxin saw Peer's arm still in the air and smiled. Peer, put your arm down, I'm fine. Just next time, be a little gentler when you pat me. Peer showed a guilty expression, lowered his arm, and looked at his master with self-reproach. Okay, master, I will be more careful next time. All right, let's go. Who's home? Is Gaozu and the others out? It should still be early, right? By the way, Peer, when did you come back? As Mu Qingxin walked, she chatted with Peer and asked some questions. Peer slowed down his pace and patiently answered her questions. It took them nearly 5 minutes to reach the house. Pierre opened the door, and Mu Qingxin happily walked in, loudly calling Gaozu, "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back. Baby's back. Like Grandma, see if you've lost weight. It's been almost a month since I last saw you. Do you miss Grandma?" Barusha had been waiting for her granddaughter to come in, and upon seeing her, she immediately pulled her close for a warm embrace. Next to them, Mu Xiutao and Mu Jiaohui looked enviously at their beloved granddaughter, great-granddaughter, being held, as they hadn't seen her in a month either. Mu Qingxin answered all of Grandma's questions before finally having the time to look at Gaozu and Grandpa. "Gaozu, Grandpa, I missed you too." Hearing their great-granddaughter's words, Mu Jiaohui and Mu Xiutao finally showed happy smiles and continued to ask Mu Qingxin about her well-being. After a series of warm exchanges, Mu Gaozu's expression turned serious as he looked at Mu Qingxin and asked, "How are things at your academy lately? Has there been any change?" Mu Qingxin shook her head, her expression also turning serious. "No, and those people seem to have returned to normal." Xiao Hui said their aura has faded significantly, as if they are lying low. "Our beast class mentor is the same. Classes have returned to normal and no longer emit that alluring aura." Upon hearing this, Mu Jiaohui and the others did not relax, but became more vigilant. Could it be that our actions have alerted them? After some thought, they felt it was very possible that those people had noticed something and then ceased their activities, waiting for humans to let their guard down before making a comeback. Finally, Mu Jiaohui looked at Mu Qingxin and instructed her, "Qingxin, you and your friends should end this matter here. Do not continue your activities to avoid attracting their attention. Protect yourselves and focus on your studies. You don't need to worry about anything else. Remember, you're still children." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxin nodded. The interstellar people place great emphasis on protecting minors, especially since she is only 15, regarded as a child in their eyes. In fact, the stages of minors in the interstellar era are quite similar to those of students in her past life. Kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school, university, and then graduation to work. Mu Qingxin and her friends are equivalent to the elementary school stage, not considered children in the eyes of adults. By the way, Qingxin, how did you get back today? Mu Xiutao suddenly remembered this matter. Originally, he intended to pick up his granddaughter today, but after a nap, he forgot. Hearing Mu Xiutao's words, Mu Gaozu and Grandma also recalled that Mu Qingxin couldn't operate a flying vehicle and returned so early. How did she come back? Did she take the flying bus? Did you take the flying bus back? Barusha guessed. Mu Qingxin was taken aback. Flying bus? What is that? Seeing Mu Qingxin's expression, Barusha and the others immediately confirmed their guess, thinking that Mu Qingxin really took the flying bus home. What did you learn to take the flying bus? Did your friends teach you? I remember the flying bus in front of your academy seemed to be passing by. Before Mu Qingxin could speak, Barusha began to explain the route of the flying bus, continuously praising her granddaughter's bravery for being able to return home by herself. Chapter 317. Bad second brother Mu Qingxin felt quite embarrassed hearing this, but did not tell them the truth. Her intuition told her it was better not to mention that Qingzhou had sent someone to pick her up to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. From Gaozu, Mu Qingxin learned that her dad, older brother, and second brother would all be home tonight in time for dinner. She understood and thought to check the star net later to see what they would have for dinner, and then do some shopping. "Grandma, did my mom say when she would be back? Is she coming home for lunch today?" Mu Qingxin asked her grandmother before going upstairs. Barusha smiled and said, "Your mom has been busy at her research institute lately, so she'll be coming back with your dad tonight. It will just be us for lunch." "Okay, I understand. I'm going upstairs now." "All right, hurry up and rest." After returning to her room, Mu Qingxin laid down on her bed, having not been back for a month. She opened her light brain and saw that at 8 in the morning, people from various major teams had already gone to the summit, and a meeting was currently in progress, with the award ceremony about to be live-streamed. Looking at the images, she immediately spotted her dad, along with her older and second brothers, as well as the figure of the young Marshal Gio. Mu Qingxin gazed at the familiar faces with a smile, feeling proud. So handsome. Then Mu Qingxin logged onto the StarNet to start shopping, not knowing when her dad and the others would leave the capital star. She sighed at how difficult it was for the family to be together. The last holiday, her third brother was home, but this time, he couldn't make it back. The family always felt one person short. Mu Qingxin quickly purchased items, directly checking out anything that caught her eye. She had a habit of buying in bulk, so she wouldn't have to go through the hassle of shopping again next time. After finishing her grocery shopping, Mu Qingxin opened the door and told Pierre there might be a lot of packages coming later, so let it sign for them. Pierre readily agreed. After buying the groceries, Mu Qingxin had nothing else to do, so she entered her space to cultivate. At noon, thinking about how hard Qingxin was working in class at the academy, they decided not to let Mu Qingxin cook, and the meals were directly delivered from the restaurant. Looking at the food on the table, Mu Qingxin praised. Oolong's cooking skills have improved a lot. Ah yes, not only has Oolong improved, but the others have too. Some of the people they brought can also make 1 or 2 dishes now. At this rate, we can train a new batch of talents. Mu Xiuetao said happily. If this continues, our plan to advance into the interstellar space will get closer. All right, let us eat quickly. Otherwise, the food will get cold. Boruisha interrupted Mu Xiuetao, not letting him continue to ramble, as eating was the most important thing, and she couldn't let her precious granddaughter go hungry. Let's eat. Finally, Mu Jiaowei spoke up, and Mu Xiuetao immediately fell silent, looking pitifully at his granddaughter. Mu Qingxin smiled at her grandpa, quickly picking up food for him. Grandpa, eat some vegetables. Okay. Qingxin should eat too. Mu Xiuetao's face immediately brightened as he also picked up some food for Mu Qingxin. Barusha tapped her bowl, glaring at her husband. And Mu Xiuetao knowingly picked up food for his wife. Dear, this is your favorite. Eat it while it's hot. Barusha's expression softened as she looked at the food he picked, and she also served some to her granddaughter. Mu Qingxin served some to her grandma too. And after finishing serving everyone, the family could finally enjoy a warm meal together. In the afternoon, Mu Qingxin returned to her room after spending the entire afternoon practicing in the space. She had already mastered the 4th move of the 12 techniques and began practicing the 5th move. The subsequent moves became increasingly complex, so she spent the whole afternoon researching and breaking down the 5th move. When she exited the space again, it was already 5 o'clock. Looking at the time, Mu Qingxin hurried downstairs. Her dad and the others would be back soon, and she needed to quickly prepare the ingredients for dinner. The living room was empty, and she didn't know what her grandfather and grandparents were doing. Mu Qingxin walked to the kitchen and called for beer. Master, is there anything I can help with? Beer came over and asked. Beer, where's the package you received this morning? Please bring it to me, Mu Qingxin said as she rolled up her sleeves. Okay, master. Just a moment. Beer quickly brought over one package after another from the door and began opening them one by one to reveal the contents inside. Mu Qingxin thought about how hard her dad and brothers had worked for half a month and knew the training must have been tough. So she specifically bought some nourishing exotic beasts to prepare a few soups and also make some light dishes. With Beer's help, Mu Qingxin quickly processed the ingredients, started simmering the soup, and began marinating the rest when the doorbell suddenly rang. Mu Qingxin snapped back to reality from cooking, looking confused at Beer. Beer, what's that sound? Beer respectfully replied, It's the doorbell, master. It should be Madam returning. Mom's back? Then Dad and my brothers must be back too. Quickly open the door. I need to hurry, Mu Qingxin said excitedly as she quickened her pace. Beer rushed to open the door, and sure enough, it was Zhou Xiumei and Mu Fengyan along with the others. It smells so good. It must be my treasure, making delicious food, Mu Fengyan exclaimed as he entered the house, taking in the delicious aroma. Dad, hearing her father's voice. Mu Qingxin turned around and saw her tall and handsome dad walking in. She quickly put down what she was holding and ran over. Hey, baby. Mu Fengyan caught his running daughter in his arms and weighed her in his hands. Why aren't you gaining any weight? Is it too hard at the academy? No. Girls need to maintain their figure. This is just right, Mu Qingxin said, acting coy. Okay, just right. Whatever you say. Mu Fengyan laughed at his daughter's words. Oh dear, how come you're still so short? It's been almost 2 months. Why haven't you grown? Mu Qinan teased, gesturing to his sister with a smile in his eyes. Mu Qingxin immediately pouted, looking dissatisfied at her second brother. Second brother, I've grown. It's just not obvious. Yes, whatever you say is right. I can't tell at all. The others who entered laughed at Mu Qingxin's words, with Mu Qinan laughing the loudest, even pretending he couldn't see. Chapter 318. The misfortunate third brother. I won't talk to second brother anymore. Mu Qingxin pouted and turned her head away from him. Mu Qidong walked over and rubbed his sister's head, saying, "Don't mind your second brother. Big brother knows Qingxin has grown. Maybe she'll even surpass your second brother in the future." Hearing her big brother's words, Mu Qingxin instantly smiled, glancing at her second brother's height of 1.8 meters. It was impossible for her to surpass him, but she appreciated her big brother's comfort. Big brother is the best. Your eyes are so much better than second brother's. Mu Qingxin deliberately glanced at her second brother and said loudly. Mu Qinan couldn't help but chuckle at his sister's proud look. Little one really holds grudges. Where'd you make that smell so good? Oshuame came over, sniffing the delicious aroma in the air. Mom. Mu Qingxin walked up to her mother, took her hand, and hugged her arm, sweetly saying, "I made 2 nourishing soups especially for you. You've all worked hard lately." "Thank you, baby. You worked hard too," Oshuame said warmly, embracing her daughter and kissing her cheek. "You all are back." At that moment, Mu Gaozu came out of the study, followed closely by grandfather Mu, while grandmother Mu came out of her room. Seeing her grandchildren whom she hadn't seen for 2 months, she joyfully hugged both of them. "Grandfather, Dad, Mom." The 4 greeted Mu Gaozu, while Mu Qingxin walked to the stove to start serving the dishes. "Sister, let me serve." Mu Qinan ran over, trying to please her, and leaned in front of Mu Qingxin. Seeing her second brother, Mu Qingxin pouted and expressionlessly handed the bowl to him. Mu Qinan looked at his still sulking sister and smiled helplessly. It seemed that her height was indeed a sore spot for her, and he thought he should make fewer jokes about it in the future. What if the little one got upset and refused to feed him? "Sister, I brought you something good. Do you want it?" Mu Qinan chased after his sister, running back and forth. Mu Qingxin was annoyed by her second brother, but eventually, she finally acknowledged him, glancing at him and asking, "Did I grow taller?" Upon hearing his sister's words, Mu Qinan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. "You've grown taller. You've grown taller." He had just been joking before. "I'm sorry. Next time I won't tease you anymore. From now on, I'll only tell you the truth." That's more like it. Mu Qingxin finally smiled at Mu Qinan and handed him the prepared dishes. Mu Qinan held the plate, turned around, and met his big brother's gaze, only to smile bitterly and shrug. Mu Qidong responded with a smirk of "You asked for it." Mu Qinan raised an eyebrow, looking at Dad and grandfather Mu Gaozu, but they all indicated he deserved it. Mu Qinan once again felt the family's bias toward males over females. Sigh. There was nothing he could do since he also wanted to spoil the little one. Once all the dishes were served, everyone looked at the food on the table, enjoying the aroma of the rice with their eyes squinted in pleasure. Qingxin's cooking is still the best," Mu Xuetao said blissfully. Fresh food is still the best," Mu Fengyan agreed. "Let's eat," Mu Zhaohui announced, and everyone picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Mu Qingxin felt a surge of happiness seeing her family enjoy the food she made. Suddenly, she thought of her third brother and quickly lowered her head to send him a video request. Mu Qingxin put the video on speaker, projecting it beside everyone. When the others saw the name on the video, they couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, Qingxin, your video calling your third brother at this time. He'll cry." Mu Qinan took a sip of soup, his face showing a delicious expression as he laughed. "Your third brother will definitely cry. He'll be so jealous of us." Ding. The video was connected. "Hello, little sister. What do you want from your third brother? Are you missing me? You guys are so unfair. Eating good food while I'm not around." Mu Qingxin protested loudly after seeing the video image. "Hello, third brother, want a sip of soup? This soup is super delicious. Qingxin said it's specially made for us, and the energy in it." Mu Qinan closed his eyes to feel it. It should be over 80%. Fuck. Mu Qingxin cursed repeatedly at his second brother's actions and words. "Mu Qingxin, how can you speak like that?" Mu Fengyan frowned, warning his youngest son. "What if you teach your sister bad words?" Seeing his father's gaze, Mu Qingxin immediately shut up, but he still wore a dissatisfied expression and snapped. "Why didn't you tell me? If I had known you were coming home, I would have definitely come back this week." "Why would you come back? Your academy is so far. When would you even get back?" Mu Qidong said while drinking soup. "Yeah, you'd probably just make it for dinner and then leave early tomorrow morning." "No, maybe you'd have to leave at midnight." "Why come back?" Mu Xuetao added. Mu Qinan looked at his family happily enjoying their meal, feeling a pang of pain in his heart. And finally, he looked at his sister with a pitiful expression, asking, Xian, why did you video call me? Mu Qingxin looked at her pitiful third brother, smiled sweetly, and said, I saw everyone was back, but only you weren't. I missed you, so I called you, just to make it feel like you were home too. Hehe, Xian, you're really nice. But if you really think about what Sangu said, send me a portion of the meal you guys are having tonight. That way it would feel more like I'm at home too. Mu Qishi said painfully. Sangu, you're so smart. Mu Qingxin glanced at the time. The package should have arrived by now. What? Mu Qishi looked at Mu Qingxin in surprise. Xian, did you send me delicious food? Mu Qingxin nodded, took a bite of the dish, and said yes. But I didn't wait for these 2 dishes to be done because I was afraid it would be late to send it. So I sent it over without waiting for them to be ready. After hearing this, Mu Qishi laughed heartily. It's okay. I've eaten those 2 dishes before. Other dishes are fine. My sister loves me. Sanga loves you to death. Just as Mu Qishi finished speaking, a voice came from outside, notifying him to pick up the package, and he happily ran out to get the delivery. Their SA package again, come on. Let us share a bite. Brother, luckily I didn't leave this week. Finally waiting for this package. Delicious food. I've been waiting so hard. As soon as Mu Qishi brought the package into the dormitory, he was surrounded by 3 people from his dorm. Chapter 319. Sangu, look out for yourself. Stop, you guys stop. Mu Qishi desperately protected his package. On Mu Qingxin's side, the family watched as Mu Qishi was robbed, and seeing his embarrassed appearance. They all laughed heartily. In the end, Mu Qishi couldn't protect his package, but since there was a lot of food sent by Mu Qingxin, after dividing some for the 3 of them, he quickly placed the food on the table and projected the video so that the family could also see him eating. Come on, let us eat together. Finally eating delicious food, Mu Qishi raised the soup towards the video, took a sip, and was instantly captivated by the clear soup. After dinner, Mu tidied up, while Mu Qingxin took out fruit tea and poured a cup for everyone to drink. Xin, why didn't you send me the tea you guys are drinking? Mu Qishi, having finished eating, looked enviously at the people on the video who were still enjoying the brightly colored fruit tea. Sangu, I'm sorry I forgot. I'll send it to you tomorrow morning. Mu Qingxin looked apologetically at Sangu on the video and promised to send it first thing tomorrow. The family sat together, sharing recent happenings and asking about Mu Qingxin's school. Mu Qingxin answered everything one by one. When Mu Qingxin spoke, she inevitably mentioned the matters concerning Vito and Qingxin, detailing what she did with her friends and took out the medicine powder she made, which was packed in several boxes, full to the brim. This is the sachet I made, Dad. You all wear it just in case. Mu Qingxin took out a beautifully embroidered sachet and handed it to her family. What about mine? Mu Qishi shouted. Sangu, I'll send yours first thing tomorrow morning, and the 3 of Weigu will also have, so you can let them wear it too. Although it's uncertain if there's any danger in Sanji's academy, it's better to be prepared just in case. After everyone received the sachet made by Mu Qingxin, they directly put it on, their faces serious. Mu Qidong looked at his sister, asking who Xiaohua was. They all knew who Yiya was, as Xian had told them before, but who was Xiaohua? Hearing this, Mu Fengyan and Mu Qixin also showed puzzled expressions. Looking at Mu Qingxin. Meanwhile, Mu Gaozu and the others fell silent, ignoring Mu Qingxin's gaze, drinking tea or looking elsewhere, simply not looking at her. And at that moment, Mu Qishi in the video was also tightly holding back, afraid to speak. Xiaohua. Mu Qingxin looked at Gaozu for help. But no one looked at her, not even her mother. Mu Qingxin looked at her expressionless eldest brother, her heart racing. Mu Qidong stared at his sister. Xiaohua is a strange fire. It's my strange fire now, capable of shooting out large and powerful flames. I could do it too, look. Saying this, Mu Qingxin snapped her fingers, and a wisp of flame erupted from her fingertips. Wow, our Xian is really amazing. She actually is strange fire. From Mu Fengyan, who believes everything his daughter does is right and wonderful. Seeing his daughter with strange fire, his first reaction was to praise her. Of course, at this moment, only Mu Fengyan, who was fond of his daughter, kept praising her. Hearing her father's praise, Mu Qingxin happily showcased it. but her small eyes were still sneakily glancing at her eldest brother and the second brother, who showed a playful smile. Qingxin looked at the flames in his sister's hand, a smile appearing on his face, stroking his chin, and said, I remember that generally, humans who possess strange fire, aside from fire-type ability users, can only have strange fire if they have experienced great opportunities. And this great opportunity often comes with. Qingxin didn't finish his sentence, just smiling as he looked at his sister, whose face had turned stiff. Hearing his son's words, Qingxin snapped back from his joyous praise, his expression gradually becoming serious. He certainly knew what came with the great opportunity, and he looked at his daughter, Qingxin. How did you get the strange fire? Qingxin saw her father and her brothers looking at her with interrogating eyes, and she looked at her mother for help. Seeing her daughter's gaze, finally softened. It's a good thing that Qingxin has strange fire. It adds a layer of protection, and since nothing happened to her, what if something happens? Qingdong said coldly. Oshuamai was taken aback by her eldest son's words. Yes, she never wanted to experience the feelings of not being able to find her daughter again. She couldn't help but stop, seeing that under her eldest brother's gaze, no one dared to say anything nice for her. Qingxin finally honestly confessed. After Qingxin finished speaking, she lowered her head in guilt, not daring to look at her father and her brothers. After a long time, still not hearing anyone speak, Qingxin couldn't help but secretly raise her head to look at them, only to find the three of them staring at her with serious expressions. Dad, eldest brother, second brother, why are you all looking like that? I promise I will never sneak out to do those dangerous things again, really. Unable to bear the stares from the three, Qingxin kept assuring them, while looking at Gaozu for help. All right, Qingxin already knows she was wrong. You guys don't need to say anything more. Just a reminder is enough. What if you scare her? Mu Zhaohui glared at the three, not intervening earlier, just hoping they would give his great-granddaughter another talk so that she could have more safety awareness. Who knew that after hearing this, the three would just remain silent. Staring at her. It's not like we want to scare her. Exactly. Just say what you need to say. Staring like that is so scary. Bo Ruisha also muttered softly, pulling her granddaughter to sit beside her. Enough. This matter has passed for almost a month. The reason we didn't let you know back then was to avoid you worrying and getting flustered. We have already criticized Qingxin, so you don't need to repeat it. Mu Shiwetao also spoke up. Exactly. Even Mu Qishi in the video nodded in agreement. Three pairs of eyes turned to Mu Qishi, who felt a shiver down his spine under their gazes. Speaking of which, Sandy is the most powerful. When Qingxin goes out, you don't even know. How are you being a brother? Mu Qixin sneered at Mu Qishi. Mu Qishi was at a loss for words. Don't come home for the holidays. Just come with me to the team training. Mu Fengyan said coldly. I don't want to. Mu Qishi protested. If you don't want to go to Dad's team, you can come to mine. Mu Qidong added from the side. Chapter 320. United Efforts to Throw Mud. 1. Mu Qishi wanted to cry without tears. He only said one sentence. Why did all the anger come to him? Separated by several planets, and so many light years, they can still set fire to him. Mu Qingxin looked apologetically at third brother, watching him being criticized by Dad, as well as eldest brother and second brother. She silently mourned in her heart and decided to send delicious food to third brother tomorrow. From now on, she would fulfill any request third brother had. Although third brother had taken the heat for her, in the end, Mu Qingxin still couldn't escape the deep concern and greetings from Dad, eldest brother, and second brother. Afterwards, everyone asked Mu Qingxin to go upstairs to sleep. Mu Qingxin noticed that they seemed to be discussing something but didn't want her to hear, so she obediently went upstairs. As soon as she arrived in her room, Mu Qingxin released her mental power to eavesdrop on what Dad and the others were saying. Upon hearing their conversation, Mu Qingxin understood that they were discussing the issues related to those students who had been possessed by some creatures. It seemed that everyone took this matter quite seriously. Just now, after she spoke, everyone's attention had been on Xiao Hua, and she had been reprimanded for a while. She thought that everyone didn't care about that matter. Lying on her bed, Mu Qingxin quietly listened to their conversation. After nearly an hour, the people downstairs still hadn't reached a conclusion. The situation was a bit tricky because they didn't have the authority to capture those students since they were all minors. If it became known that they had taken away minors, they would face interstellar law. As for those mentors, there was no need to mention them. They were protected by the academy. Therefore, in the end, they decided to shift their focus, assigning people to guard Qingxin at the academy, and if possible, have Qingxin look for any similar possessed individuals among adults for further research. Research how to research. Upon hearing these two words, Qingxin decided not to continue listening, letting out a silent sigh. Research can be of two kinds. One is external research, which only records the person's behavior and conducts some genetic and physical tests. The other kind is internal research, and if there are no breakthrough conclusions, it would probably require further dissection. Just thinking about it. No matter what kind of creature it is, as long as it involves research, it makes one feel that those researchers are quite perverted. As soon as Qingxin withdrew her mental power, Mu Jiahui took a deep breath and sighed, revealing a bitter smile and a sense of pride on his face. The others looked at Mu Gaozu's expression in confusion. "Dad, what's wrong?" Mu Shutao asked. Mu Gaozu smiled at the few of them and shook his head. "It's nothing. Just feel that our Xin is getting more and more impressive. Her mental power is growing stronger. If it weren't for the significant fluctuation when she withdrew her mental power just now, I wouldn't have noticed that her mental power had been here all along." Xin's mental power? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Mu Jiahui nodded. "Yes, it should have been here since she went upstairs." At this point, Mu Jiahui laughed. No wonder she agreed so readily when we asked her to go upstairs just now. It turns out she had a backup plan, haha. Upon hearing this, the expressions on everyone's faces varied. Mu Shutao and Barusha had proud expressions, while Mu Qidong and Mu Qinan showed a hint of embarrassment. What should they do if their little sister's mental power was stronger than theirs? No, they needed to train harder. Otherwise, how could they protect their sister in the future? I wonder what level Xin's mental power is at now. Oshiwame smiled and speculated. Even Grandpa finds it hard to detect. Could be at level A? Because Mu Gaozu's mental power had already reached level A. Previously, the students' tests only measured each person's talent, not their actual level. For example, if a person's mental power talent level is level C, it means they might reach level A in the future, rather than their current level being level A. It's very likely, and even if not, Xin's concealment ability is quite strong. I just didn't notice it. Mu Jiahui nodded in agreement. At this moment, Mu Qingxin had no idea that her eavesdropping had been discovered by everyone, and that they had discussed her mental power for quite a while. She had a sweet dream that night. The next morning, the whole family got up early, and Mu Qingxin also got up early to make breakfast. Of course, she had promised to send food to third brother last night, so she had Pierre send it over first thing in the morning. "Your exercises are over. Soon, will the Empire's people be coming?" At the dining table, Mu Jiahui asked Mu Fengyan. During the meeting yesterday, the Foreign Affairs Department mentioned this matter. The Empire's people will probably arrive at Capital Star next week, but the exact day hasn't been decided yet. Did the leaders say which battle team will stay at Capital Star? At this point, the expressions on the faces of Mu Fengyan and his two sons changed. Mu Qingxin was eating her food, listening attentively to Dad and the others' conversation, and noticed that Dad and eldest brother and second brother had some strange expressions, and that second brother glanced at her. Mu Qingxin felt a flash of doubt in her heart. What's going on? Which of you three will stay? Mu Jiahui and the others also noticed their expressions and speculated. Mu Fengyan shook his head. None of our three battle teams will stay. Tomorrow, we will head back to our respective positions. This time, the one staying is the Netherworld battle team. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxin was surprised and stopped, a flash of joy crossing her heart. Noticing her unusual expression, Mu Qidong and Mu Qinan exchanged glances, evidently pleased. It seemed that this time they had shown mercy to that Qingzhou kid. Next time they see him, they wouldn't hold back. Oh, the Netherworld battle team? The others were surprised. In the past, the Netherworld battle team never got involved in such trivial matters. They didn't participate in any miscellaneous business in the interstellar realm. Was it decided by Vice Commander Ling or Commander Geo? Commander Geo. Commander Geo personally decided it? How could that be? Commander Geo said that starting this month, they will begin recruiting new members, with the first batch at Philippe Academy, so they can conveniently help stay at Capital Star. Mu Qinan recalled the surprised expression on the leader's face when Qingxin mentioned this reason, and he couldn't help but smile. Recruiting new members? Wasn't that supposed to start next year? Why is it ahead of schedule this year? Mu Shutao asked in confusion. Yes, but Commander Gio said he was willing. The others fell silent. However, that phrase truly sounded like something Commander Gio would say. He is the leader of the Netherworld battle team, and he can decide however he wants. It's indeed according to his wishes, and no one else can interfere or has the right to do so. Chapter 321. Working together to spread dirt. 2. Upon hearing her brother say that, Commander Gio answered with, "I am willing." A smile couldn't help but appear on Mu Qingxin's face. She imagined the arrogant and casual expression on Qingxin's face when he said those 3 words, and it made her want to laugh. The men present all noticed Mu Qingxin, and seeing the smile on her face, they all mentally marked a big exclamation point and exchanged knowing glances, speaking in unison. How old is Commander Gio this year? Mu Jiaowei asked, pretending to be confused. Upon hearing the topic about Qingxin, Mu Qingxin immediately perked up her ears and listened seriously. Realizing the little one's thoughts, several men shook their heads vigorously. Meanwhile, the other 2 women also became interested upon hearing the topic about Qingxin. He should be 33 this year. Oh my! Commander Gio is so impressive at such a young age, truly a young hero, Oshiwame exclaimed. Beside her, Barusha nodded in agreement. Yes. This time the Netherworld battle team won again in the exercises. Commander Gio is so young, and the Netherworld battle team he leads is truly impressive. I heard that the members of the Netherworld battle team can take on 100 opponents. I wonder if it's true. So impressive? Taking on 100 opponents. Mu Qingxin looked at her grandmother in shock. No way. How can they take on 100 opponents? Then, those 100 must be pretty weak. It should be true. I saw with my own eyes how Commander Gio, at a young age, dealt with space pirates single-handedly. If it weren't for him back then, I wouldn't know where Xin and I would be now. Oshiwame thought back to the life-saving grace of Commander Gio and couldn't help but feel grateful. The men listened to the conversation of the other 2 women and the expressions on their faces, and they felt a sense of dread. They forgot that the young and mysterious General G, you can seemingly capture the hearts of any woman in the galaxy, regardless of age. How can 33 be considered young? Haven't you been an adult for 3 years already? Mu Sutao looked at the admiration on his wife's face and retorted with jealousy. 33 isn't old. Our 2 boys are older than him. Look at how he has supported an entire battle team. Barusha pointed to her 2 grandsons sitting nearby, her expression softening as she continued. Of course, I'm not saying you 2 aren't capable. You both are great. It's just that when compared to General Gu. Grandma, I understand. You don't need to explain anymore. I'm afraid that the more you explain, the lower our abilities will seem. Mu Qinan interrupted his grandmother with a bitter smile. I've heard that there are lots of women who like General Gu. All over the galaxy, whether unmarried or married. They are lining up for his favor. And every time General Gu goes out, there are women offering him passionate kisses, Mu Fengyan said softly. Passionate kisses? Mu Qingxin frowned. If someone was offering passionate kisses, did Qingxin accept them? Seeing his sister's frown, Mu Qinan and Mu Qidong exchanged amused glances. Yes. A friend of mine saw it in person. I heard that the scene was extremely out of control and very steamy. Mu Qinan added. Mu Qingxin looked skeptically at her second brother, recalling Qingxin's cold, distant expression, thinking his words couldn't possibly be true. Well, yes. I saw it with my own eyes, Mu Qidong chimed in. This statement landed heavily on Mu Qingxin's heart. Seeing her granddaughter's gloomy demeanor as she lowered her head to eat, Mu Jiaowei sighed. Today's young people really are becoming more and more out of touch. At such a young age, General Gu is already an adult and of marriageable age. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? He should, right? Mu Sutao replied. At this moment, Oshiwame and Barusha noticed the odd behavior of the men. What nonsense are they spouting? Why were they slandering General Gu? Just as Oshiwame was about to reprimand them, her husband covered her mouth. Mu Qingxin kept her head down, eating from her bowl. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She just felt very uncomfortable and angry hearing her dad say Qingxin was kissing other women. Qingxin actually had a girlfriend. Then why did he video chat with her every night out of boredom? Why did he have someone specifically pick her up? Why had he made her accustomed to telling him everything? Why did he make her develop feelings for him? At that moment, Qingxin realized that she had unconsciously become dependent on Qingzhou, unable to resist telling him everything first, wanting to hear his voice, wanting him to know how she felt every day, seeking his advice or comfort, wanting to see him. I'm done eating. I'm going upstairs first. Qingxin suppressed her discomfort, put down her chopsticks, and quickly said goodbye to everyone as she rushed upstairs. Hey, Xin, are you full? Why did you eat so little? Barusha called out, noticing there was still a lot of food left in her granddaughter's bowl. I'm full, Grandma. I'm going upstairs. Qingxin said, holding back tears, not looking back as she quickly ran up the stairs. What's wrong with that child? Barusha looked puzzled at her granddaughter, disappearing at the staircase. Oshiume pushed away her husband's hand that had covered her mouth, glaring angrily at the men who had just been joking around, and raised an eyebrow. Come on, what was that all about? Why did you say such things? At this point, Barusha also noticed the strange behavior of the men, frowning at them with an attitude that suggested they wouldn't have an easy time if they didn't speak up. The men glanced at the empty staircase, recalling the clear sob in Qingxin's last words, feeling uneasy in their hearts. It's nothing. Just hurry up and eat. The food is getting cold. Su Tao urged everyone to eat. Hearing Grandpa Mu's words, Mu Fengyan and the others quickly started eating. Why didn't they eat before? Why were they constantly speaking ill of General Jiyu? Did he win in the recent exercise, making them harbor grudges and jealousy, leading them to speak badly of him? Why are they so pathetic? Barusha began to scold her sons and grandsons based on her assumptions. Mu Fengyan, Mu Chidong, and Mu Chinan were left speechless by their mother-s, grandmother-s, reprimand, wearing bitter smiles. And you, at your age, still going along with them. They may not understand. But don't you? General Jiyu doesn't have a girlfriend. Are you looking for one for him? Just as Su Tao had shown sympathy for his sons and grandsons, the fire shifted to him, and now his sons and grandsons looked at him with pity. Chapter 322, No Interference Allowed. Oshiume, hearing her mother-in-law's speculation, did not agree with it. Looking at her husband and sons, she demanded, Come on, what is going on? Mu Fengyan and the others exchanged glances, and together they looked at the most authoritative Mu Gaozu, receiving the gazes from his sons and grandsons. Mu Gaozu calmly put down his chopsticks, stood up, and said, I'm full. I have things to do. You all continue eating. The implication was clear. How you resolve the rest is up to you. A 1T get involved. Mu Sutao, Mu Fengyan. And the others looked at the escaping Mu Gaozu with disdain. Mu Gaozu noticed, but ignored them. He was getting old, and his eyesight and hearing were failing. Under the angry stares of the two women, Su Tao and the others could only take turns discussing Qingzhou's matters and their precious one's peculiar feelings towards him. After hearing everything, Oshiume and Barusha showed expressions of surprise. Seeing their reactions, Su Tao and the others felt anxious. What was going on? Are you sure, General Jiyu has those feelings for our Xin? Oshiume asked, suppressing her excitement. Mu Fengyan looked at his wife warily. What do you want to do? Cut the nonsense and just answer me. Oshiume impatiently replied. It should be, I guess. Mu Fengyan, intimidated by his wife's tone, quickly conceded. Barusha, hearing her grandson's words, asked, Has General Jiyu said anything clearly? Not really. He just avoided us during the exercises. Oh, both Barusha and Oshiume couldn't help but feel disappointed. Next, the four of them watched as Oshiume and Barusha exchanged silent glances. The two looked at each other with rich expressions, leaving the four completely puzzled about what they were communicating. What were they discussing? Oshiume and Barusha thought, of course. They couldn't let them know. This was their special way of communication, and no one knew about it. Moreover, what they were discussing was related to their Xin's lifelong happiness. These men only knew to prevent other women from approaching Xin, but they didn't realize that one day she would get married. Furthermore, her partner certainly couldn't be just anyone. He must be exceptional and treat their Xin extremely well. Daughter-in-law, what do you think about this matter? Marusha squinted at her daughter-in-law. Mother-in-law, I think this is a great idea. Oshiume blinked twice in reply. I also think it's great. General Gu is so outstanding. P.S. just right for our Xin. Yes, yes. The most important thing is that General Gu has the ability to protect our Xin. Exactly. But we can't let this group of men interfere with this matter. I agree. Great. Now let us warn them. Okay, let us warn them sternly. After the silent exchange, the two women gave each other a determined look and turned their gazes towards the bewildered four men. Mu Fengyin and the others felt an ominous premonition as they saw the two women looking at them. Mu Qidong suddenly stood up. I have something to do. I'm going upstairs first. I also have things to do. I need to report to our commander, so I'm going upstairs. Mu Fengyin and Mu Xiutao also stood up to leave. They couldn't stay here any longer. They felt that if they continued to linger, something terrible would happen. Everyone sit down. No one is allowed to leave. Sit down. Aoxuimai and Barusha's expressions darkened as they spoke in unison. Mu Qidong and Mu Qinan, who had not left, paused and had no choice but to sit back down, while Mu Fengyin and Mu Xiutao, who had only gotten halfway up, also had to sit back down. Seeing the four of them obediently sitting down, Barusha cleared her throat and said seriously, regarding the matter of Qingxin and the young Master Gio, I disagree. Mu Qidong replied coldly. I also disagree, Grandma. I know what you want to say. Qingxin is still so young. You are overthinking. Mu Qinan said with a gentle smile on his face. I also disagree. Our Qingxin is so young. I refuse to let any boy try to get close to her. Mu Xiutao firmly refused. Mu Fengyin's eyes turned red, thinking about his daughter being deceived by some little brat in the future, and his heart ached unbearably. I refuse. Refuse. Seeing the four of them so resolute, Barusha and Aoxuimai were even more determined. No, we have the final say. You cannot stop them from dating. The young Master Gio is so outstanding. What are you rejecting? Are you jealous that he is better than you? Besides, Qingxin will eventually need to find a partner when she grows up. Now that they're such an excellent match, we must hold on tight. Anyway, Qingxin and the young Master Gio haven't broken through that layer of relationship yet. If they get together, we will support them. If not, we will help Qingxin find someone better. Of course, it's unlikely to find a better man than the young Master Gio in the entire star system, so when necessary, we should also help Qingxin get them together, facilitate a bit. Right. Qidong, didn't you insist on sticking it out until the end in this exercise? You can totally use that to invite him to our house to discuss strategies or something. Listening to the two of them going back and forth, Mu Fengyin and the others felt extremely uncomfortable. No matter what the two said, they refused to relent. After all, their Qingxin didn't need someone too outstanding, as two excellent people are hard to keep, and they certainly couldn't just find anyone. Anyway, it was not going to happen now. At this moment, Mu Qingxin was upstairs, completely unaware that everyone downstairs was arguing fiercely over her matter. Of course, it was only Grandma and Mom who were arguing. The men remained silent and did not relent. Upon entering her room, Mu Qingxin directly went into the space, lying on the grass, gazing at the sky, her thoughts wandering far away. At this moment, Mu Qingxin's heart was in turmoil. She had been thinking about Qin Gio, recalling the time since they first met and their subsequent interactions. With each encounter, it was easy for Mu Qingxin to notice that Qin Gio seemed to treat her differently than others. However, what kind of difference was it? This troubled Mu Qingxin greatly. Unbeknownst to her, she had already grown accustomed to Qin Gio. Although he was by her side, and she couldn't see him often, the daily video calls were not fake, and her psychological dependency was also real. Chapter 323. Do you have someone you like? Mu Qingxin closed her eyes, feeling her heart. In her previous life, she had never been in a relationship, only a few meals with blind dates, but she felt nothing for those blind dates. She only thought she was getting older and had to marry and have children. It was a task, a part of life that one must go through. As for secret crushes, of course, she had them during school, but after graduation, she had long forgotten those feelings. Now, did she like Qin Gio? And what kind of attitude did Qin Gio have towards her? What kind of mindset did he have when he video called her every day? Guessing people's hearts is the hardest thing, and liking someone while not knowing their thoughts is also a painful feeling. Qingxin recalled what her father and the others had just said. Passionate kisses? Girlfriend? At this thought, a pang of pain shot through her heart. Qingxin opened her eyes, sadness flashing in her gaze, her hand resting over her heart, feeling the repeated beating of her heart, and softly said, "Do you really have a girlfriend? If so, why do you video call me? Why say those ambiguous things? Why do things that make me misunderstand?" Suddenly, Qingxin sat up abruptly. "No, I have to ask him, or I won't be able to sleep or eat well, and I'll die early and be reborn." With thoughts of dying early and being reborn, Qingxin quickly exited the space. As soon as she came out, she opened her light brain and sent a message to Qingzhou. "Do you have someone you like?" After sending it, Qingxin's face flushed, holding the light brain with her heart racing. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. The waiting felt so long. Her heartbeat quickened as she anxiously anticipated a reply. After waiting for a minute without receiving a response, Qingxin could no longer stand it and went back into the space. She felt a bit regretful. Once in the space, Qingxin felt a surge of frustration, realizing that she had acted a bit impulsively. What if Qingzhou really had someone he liked? How would she face him in the future? Liking someone can be so tragic. When you find out the other person has someone they like, the feeling of liking them still makes you want to get close to them. No wonder it is said that in love, whoever falls in love first loses. In the time that followed, Qingxin forced herself to calm down and cultivate, try not to think of other things, desperately resisting the urge to exit the space. Meanwhile, Qingzhou, unaware that he had been set up by his future father-in-law and brothers-in-law, was in the head office. All information was blocked out. He had specially summoned MERS to add a layer of protection to the office and had reinforced his mental power. No messages could come in or go out. And of course, his own light brain also received no messages, as he had MERS filter everything. Because Qingzhou was currently reporting to the head about what Qingxin had mentioned to him earlier. After listening to Qingzhou, Xiacules's expression immediately darkened. "Is your information confirmed?" "Confirmed," Qingzhou replied firmly. "How many people have been assimilated in the star system is still unknown. I am investigating in the dark, and I suspect it is very likely the insect race." After hearing this, Xiacules's expression became even more serious. Isn't the insect race already the head wouldn't believe that the insect race had been completely exterminated, would he? Qingzhou looked at Xiacules and asked, his eyes filled with mockery. The reproductive ability of the insect race is stronger than any other creature. The extermination of the insect race? That's impossible. It should be said that they have been severely injured at most. After hearing his nephew's words, Xiacules's heart sank heavily. If it really is the insect race, then humanity will face another challenge. Xiacules immediately began to make arrangements. Until it was confirmed, this matter could not be known to others. So it could only be entrusted to his own nephew. He didn't trust anyone else's capabilities. After discussing this, Qingzhou looked darkly at Xiacules. "Have you taken action on that matter?" Xiacules paused for a moment, then raised his head to look at his nephew and smiled. "What do you think?" Qingzhou fell silent, looking at his uncle, unsure of what he was thinking. Xiacules also looked at Qingzhou, silent for a moment, then spoke. "I know what you are worried about, but this is my mission, my responsibility. I must do this." Qingzhou looked at his uncle, the only blood relative he had in this world. "I know. That's why didn't he stop you? However, I hope you can protect yourself and them. I don't care about the safety of others, but once it involves my people, don't worry, it won't involve anyone," Xiacules assured him. "Okay." Qingzhou nodded. Just as he walked out of the head office, MERS appeared on Qingzhou's light brain, bursting into a series of sneaky laughs. Qingzhou coldly glanced at MERS, ignoring this fool. MERS, seeing that Qingzhou was ignoring him, snorted coldly in his heart, thinking that he would wait for the moment when Qingzhou needed him. And then he would enjoy the sight of his embarrassment. "Someone sent you a message." MERS smiled at Qingzhou. Qingzhou continued to walk outside, ignoring MERS' silly grin. "Aren't you curious about who sent you a message?" MERS couldn't help but ask. Qingzhou still ignored MERS and walked out of the low-pressure building with a blank expression. "Hey, you actually ignored the little girl. The little girl has been trying to contact you for almost 2 hours now." Suddenly, Qingzhou stopped, raised his light brain, and said, "You can leave now." "Hey, you're just using me and then letting me go without any acknowledgement, you little brat." Mer started to curse loudly. 3 seconds. Qingxin said coldly. "Damn it, you little brat, just wait. Sooner or later, you'll need me." Mer's lost again and quickly disappeared after leaving a harsh remark. Chapter 1. Section 1. Qingxin saw a message and opened it. After reading the content, his expression tightened. He wondered why the little girl suddenly asked this question. After thinking for a moment, Qingxin sent a one-word reply. "Yes," then slightly curved his lips, waiting for the little girl to continue asking who it was. At that time, he could directly say it was her, which would save waiting until she came of age. According to Commander Mu and Mu Qidong, Mu Qinan's intentions seemed to be to block this, so it would be better to let the little girl know his feelings early on, and then slowly nurture their relationship. By the time the little girl turned 18, he could. Chapter 324. Retreat in the Space. Mu Qingxin was unaware that Qingxin had already sent her a message. She had just calmed down and was focusing on her cultivation. What do you think is wrong with Xin? Why is her mood so unstable? At this moment, Xiaohua, yeah, and the poison needle bee Lao Jiao were watching her not far away. Xiaohua and Yi could sense Mu Qingxin's inner feelings because they had made a contract with her. Early this morning, they sensed a wave of emotion. And then they saw her enter the space and block them with her mental power, not allowing them to approach. Now, she had been cultivating for such a long time without stopping. Yi looked worriedly at Mu Qingxin, slowly reaching her hands forward, but was still blocked by a layer of mental power and couldn't get through. Disappointed, Yaya retracted her outstretched arms. "Why won't Mommy let us in?" Yi asked again. "Maybe she's in a bad mood. Did something happen outside?" Xiaohua speculated. "I want to hug Mommy and comfort her." Yi looked longingly at Mu Qingxin inside. "I can't get in either. It's difficult for me," Xiaohua said, feeling helpless, as it also couldn't go in. Lao Zhu, listening to the two's conversation, felt quite bored. Now, Lao Jiao had become partners and friends with Xiaohua and Yi. And the reason why Xiaohua and Yi accepted Lao Jiao among so many poison needle bees was that Lao Jiao was smarter, funnier, and knowledgeable than the others. So at this moment, Xiaohua and Yi looked at Lao Jiao, thinking that as partners, he should step up when his companions were in trouble. "How about I give it a try?" Lao Jiao asked hesitantly. "We can't get in, can you?" Xiaohua asked suspiciously. Lao Jiao looked ahead. It had been wondering why. In its eyes, there was clearly nothing there, but Xiaohua and Yi couldn't get through. Lao Jiao flew straight ahead. Xiaohua and Yi thought nothing of it and prepared to see it get blocked back as well, but the next second, they were both stunned. Lao Jiao flew forward without hesitation, navigating effortlessly all the way to in front of Mu Qingxin. Xiaohua and Yi thought that the mental power had been withdrawn and hurriedly ran over. But the mental power was still there, and Xiaohua and Yi were gently bounced back, looking dumbfounded at Lao Jiao, who had already flown to Mu Qingxin. How to get in? Xiaohua flew back up along the route Lao Jiao had taken, but was still bounced back by the mental power. Yi was also surprised and looked at Lao Jiao with admiration, not expecting it to have such abilities. Lao Jiao flew freely to Mu Qingxin, but didn't dare get too close. "Ikaoli sao laoli, xin xin, xin xin." Hearing Lao Jiao's call, Mu Qingxin finished a set of movements before stopping and looking at Lao Jiao. "What's wrong, Lao Jiao? Is there something?" At this moment, Mu Qingxin had completely calmed down, forgetting about the things outside and what was on her mind. Lao Jiao saw Mu Qingxin stop and dare to fly over. "Xin. Xiaohua, and you want to come in?" They said something is blocking them and they can't get through. Mu Qingxin looked over and saw Xiaohua and Yi waving their hands not far away. Mu Qingxin slapped her forehead in annoyance, realizing she had forgotten that she had set up a layer of mental power to block them when she entered the space due to her frustration. Mu Qingxin immediately withdrew her mental power and then looked at Lao Jiao. "Lao Jiao, you are getting more and more impressive. You were able to fly in even with such thick mental power." Mu Qingxin smiled at Lao Jiao. She had previously known about Lao Jiao's ability to be unaffected by mental power, but she didn't expect that even with so many layers of mental power, it could still not be stopped. She really didn't know what was up with Lao Jiao. Was it a genetic mutation? "Of course. Nothing can stop me," Lao Jiao said proudly, lifting its head. "Mommy." Yi quickly ran over, leaping onto Qingxin, her arms and legs wrapping around her tightly. "Yi, what's wrong?" Qingxin gently patted Yi. "Xin, Xin." At this moment, Xiaohua also flew over, circling around Qingxin to check her out, and only relaxed when it saw she was okay. Qingxin looked at the anxious Xiaohua and the unusual Yi, puzzled. "What is wrong with you? We were going to ask you what happened. Did something happen outside? Why do we sense that you were in a bad mood?" Hearing Xiaohua's words, the events outside suddenly flooded back to Qingxin's mind, and she remembered the message she had sent. Her heart felt blocked again. "Nothing happened. I was a bit irritated earlier, but I'm fine now." Qingxin forced a smile. "Mommy, you're lying. You're feeling sad again." Yi looked up, saying, it didn't know if it was good or bad that someone could sense her feelings, but luckily, it didn't know her true thoughts. "It's really nothing. I was just thinking about the academy and feeling a bit down, but it's okay." Qingxin lied to them, thinking that they wouldn't understand such things. So it was better not to say anything. Yi and Xiaohua accepted this reason with suspicion. Qingxin thought about whether Qingzhou had replied to her message and quickly said goodbye to Xiaohua and Yi, telling them that at noon, she would take them out to meet her dad and older brothers. As soon as Qingxin stepped out of the space, her light brain rang. Qingxin's heart tightened, feeling both excited and scared. Finally, she took a deep breath, raised her hand to check her light brain, and saw that one word, yes. Suddenly, Qingxin felt deflated like a punctured balloon, sitting weakly on the ground, staring blankly at that word. Yes. Does it mean there is someone she likes? Tears welled up in Qingxin's eyes unconsciously. She looked up, taking a deep breath, breathing heavily with reddened eyes, forcing the tears back. She didn't dare to continue asking Qingzhou who that person was. On one hand, she felt she didn't have a right to inquire, and, on the other, she was afraid that once she knew who the girl was, she wouldn't be able to resist comparing herself to her, or doing something crazy. He sighed. Qingxin first mocked herself for overthinking, then sighed for her unfulfilled feelings. Then she thought about how someone as excellent as Gio could possibly like her. Remembering that she had a sliver of such expectations before made her unable to help but laugh. Chapter 325. You say, how come we're getting older? Qingxin, like an ostrich, dared not ask any further. She had made up her mind to no longer have any ties with Qingzhou, letting this fondness fade away slowly. After deciding, Qingxin stood up, stretched, wiped her face, patted her cheeks to encourage herself, and cheered up. Come on, Qingxin, it's just this little thing. What is the big deal? Luckily, I didn't get too deeply involved. Thank goodness. Haha, there are plenty of handsome guys in the galaxy. I can choose anyone in the future. Perhaps I'll even meet someone more handsome than him. Thinking of this, Qingxin suppressed the slight discomfort in her heart and entered the space again. Suddenly, she really wanted to eat something sweet. Old Gio, can you go back and tell the boss to give me some honey? I want to make some sweets. Qingxin said to Old Gio as soon as she entered the space. Old Gio quickly flew back to inform the boss, who generously ordered everyone to bring a large block of honey to Qingxin. Qingxin, is this enough? If not, we could get you more. After the last incident, Qingxin waived their rent, and they were so excited that they saved a lot of honey, now worried about how to use it. Qingxin looked at the large block of honey and nodded. That's enough. Thank you. You're welcome. As long as it's enough, if not, just let us know, and we'll get you more, the boss said, patting his little chest. Okay. Qingxin smiled and nodded, but her smile was a bit bitter. Looking at the enthusiastic wasps and the concerned little Hua and Yiya, Qingxin felt tears welling up. Taking a deep breath, she tried hard to hold back her tears and said with a smile, I'll make you delicious food. So, come over to eat later, okay? Okay, we'll wait. The boss and the other wasps replied in unison. Little Hua and Yiya looked at Qingxin with worry, sensing her sadness and wanting to cry. Qingxin turned around, carrying the honey into the kitchen, closing the door to block out all the gazes from outside. As soon as she shut the door, her tears fell. Sigh, what is the big deal? She looked at the tears on her hands, took out a handkerchief to dry her face, and exhaled, as if trying to release all the bitterness, irritation, and sadness in her heart. Holding the honey, she placed it on the counter and started making desserts. She needed a lot of sweets to adjust her mood. Many desserts she had eaten in her past life flashed in her mind. Qingxin had a habit. Whenever she encountered unhappy events, she would eat all kinds of sweets frantically, as if eating sweet food could cover the bitterness in her heart, making her feel nothing but sweetness. Fortunately, her body type was such that she wouldn't gain weight. Otherwise, with her eating habits, she would definitely become a big fat person. At this moment, Qingxin had already begun to make desserts, and sweet food flashed through her mind. She decided that today's lunch would be entirely sweet. She directly pinched a small piece of honey with her fingers and put it in her mouth. The rich and sweet flavor flooded her senses. The honey produced by the wasps was sweeter than any honey she had eaten in her past life. And with the plants in the space being nourished by spiritual energy, it tasted even better. The rich sweetness seeped into every cell of her body, and instantly, Qingxin felt sweet in her heart, her lips curling up as she focused on making desserts. Time passed second by second. Qingxin, who had returned to the base of the underworld battle team in Capital Star, occasionally glanced at his light brain, waiting for Qingxin's next question. But no matter how long he waited, he didn't see anything. It was already noon, and he still hadn't seen her. Finally, unable to wait any longer, Qingxin stood up, looked at everyone, announced the end of the meeting, and quickly left the conference room, sending messages while walking. Ling Xian and the others let out a big sigh of relief. The boss had been too restless just now, and his sudden coldness had made everyone anxious. Great. We can stay in Capital Star for a while, Gray said excitedly, clapping his hands. This morning, several majors from the underworld battle team had brought their teams to Capital Star to meet with Ling Xian and the others. Haha, this decision from the boss is great. Let us go eat at the Sky Food City. Li King quickly packed his things and headed out. Wait, we're going together. Yuxiu and the others followed closely. Wait for me too. Ling Xian hurried after them, eager to taste fresh meals after eating delivered food for so long. Yes, thanks to the boss taking this mission. It's fantastic. The boss is brilliant. Let us see who the chef at Sky Food City is. If we have the chance, we should recruit him into our team so we can have good meals every day. That is a good idea. Come on, Li Qian. Whether we can eat good meals every day in the future depends on you. What do you mean it depends on me? What does it have to do with me? How can it not? You are the best at persuasion. You have to convince him. Sure, as long as the boss agrees, I definitely have a way to persuade him. Yuxiu listened to the others and laughed. If you guys kidnap the chef for our team, I bet the entire Capital Star will chase after us to scold us. Haha. Who cares as long as we have food? Let us hurry. What if the food runs out? Let us go. Ling Xian and the others quickly boarded the flying vehicle and flew towards Linglang Street. The person on duty at the entrance looked on in despair as waves of people flew towards Linglang Street for good food. He also wanted to go, but he had lost a bet last night and had to be on duty today, Sai. Mu family was already noon, and everyone was sitting in the living room, talking while waiting for Qingxin. Hey, why has Qingxin come down yet? Yuxiu glanced at the time and then looked upstairs. Qingxin called Pierre. Is Qingxin out today? No, Master Qingxin has been in her room the whole time. Pierre answered respectfully. Could it be? Qingxin guessed, glancing at everyone awkwardly. Could it be that what they said this morning made her sad? And now she doesn't want to come down? That can't be. Mu Fengyan firmly denied it. What's so good about that Qingxin? My Qingxin wouldn't be sad because of him. Yuxiu glared at her husband, coldly saying, Dear, why don't you tell us what's wrong with that young Master Geo? Come on, tell us. Chapter 326, All Sweet Food. Hearing his wife call him dear, Mu Fengyan felt a chill run down his spine. Seeing her smile that didn't reach her eyes, he felt uneasy and chuckled awkwardly. It's nothing bad. He just older. Older. Yuxiu raised her voice. How come he older? If I remember correctly, he younger than these two brats. She pointed at Mu Qidong and Mu Qinan. The two brats mentioned, Mu Qidong and Mu Qinan, shrugged, used to being called that. Mu Fengyan was rebutted by his wife, feeling honoredly defeated. But he is older than our baby, Mu Xiutao said in a low voice, not daring to speak loudly, not wanting to quarrel with his daughter-in-law. How is he older? Where is he older? This is just right. Being older means he knows how to care for people. Why don't you mention that you're 20 years older than me? When you were pursuing me, what did you say to my father? Saying that being older means you would spoil me like a daughter and take care of me? When my father disagreed, you stayed in my house stubbornly, refusing to leave. Barusha, standing nearby, directly revealed her husband as past. Cough cough. Mu Xiutao felt embarrassed as his wife exposed him in front of their son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren. Especially with the teasing smiles on Mu Fengyin and the others, Mu Xiutao's face turned red, and he shot a fierce glare at his son and grandchildren. Finally, under his wife's bombardment, he honorably fell. Finally, Mu Fengyin and a few others turned their gaze back to Mu Gaozu. After thinking for a moment, Mu Gaozu said, "From now on, no one should interfere in this matter. It concerns Xin's feelings, and emotions are something best left untouched. As long as Xin is not hurt, we could just watch from the sidelines. After all, life is about Xin, and we shouldn't meddle too much." Ultimately, under Mu Gaozu's decision, everyone was not to interfere in the matters between Mu Qingxin and Qingjio. Of course, at the end, Mu Gaozu subtly gave his son, grandson, and great-grandsons a look, letting them understand on their own. Mu Xiutao and Mu Fengyin expressed their understanding. Just as everyone was preparing to send Bier to buy some food, Mu Qingxin came bouncing down the stairs. "Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, Big Brother, Second Brother, good afternoon. I've already made lunch. Let's eat. I guarantee you'll love today's meal," Mu Qingxin said with a sweet smile as she skipped down the stairs. Xin, we were just about to send Bier to buy food," Mu Qinan said with a smile to his sister. "I'm home. Why buy food? Come, let's eat." Mu Qingxin walked to the table and took out plate after plate of dishes from her space. "Wow, it smells so good. What is this? It's so red." Oshiwame looked at the dishes she had never seen before with surprise. "There's a special fragrance," Mu Fengyin remarked as he sniffed the aroma. Everyone looked at the new dishes on the table with excitement, filled with anticipation for today's new offerings. Every time Xin made new dishes, they were always delighted. "All right, that's it. Just try these. They're really delicious." Mu Qingxin sat down, happily recommending the food. Mu Gaozu waved his hand, signaling everyone to start eating. And everyone eagerly reached for the dishes. So sweet and fragrant," Oshiwame said happily. "This is sour and sweet. It's delicious." Boruisha also enjoyed the food she just tasted. "This is so sweet, and this is sweet too. Are all of these sweet?" Eating 1 or 2 sweet dishes was acceptable, but when the entire table was filled with 10 dishes, all sweet, even the rice today was sweet, it became a bit overwhelming. Mu Qingxin happily ate her food. It's so delicious. Today's theme is sweetness. Isn't it great?" Mu Qingxin looked at everyone with joy. As everyone watched Mu Qingxin devour the sweet food, some began to find it hard to continue. One bite was good, but a second bite felt a bit too much. I think I prefer savory dishes," Mu Qinan told his sister his preference. "I really like that spicy one from before." Mu Fengyin fondly reminisced about the spicy crayfish his daughter had made. "I like that boiled meat slices. I like that bone soup. It was delicious." As everyone discussed their favorites, they suddenly stopped, noticing Mu Qingxin's face had become somewhat downcast, and they all spoke in unison. "As long as it's made by Xin, we all love to eat." At that moment, they realized something was off with Mu Qingxin, which was evident from the table full of sweet dishes she had prepared today. Hearing everyone's last words, Mu Qingxin finally smiled and looked up at them with a slightly embarrassed expression, saying, "I'm sorry, I was a bit willful." Seeing the melancholy on Xin's face disappear, everyone sighed in relief and continued to serve themselves food. No, today's meal is also very delicious. It feels sweet in my heart." "Really?" Mu Qingxin asked happily upon hearing this. "Yes, after eating, there's a feeling of happiness." Oshiwame looked at her daughter gently. As long as it was made by her daughter, she felt happy. Mu Qingxin nodded in agreement. "I love sweet food the most. After eating, I feel like everything unhappy, sad, or unpleasant can be forgotten, leaving only sweetness." "Haha, I really feel that way." Mu Qinan laughed and agreed. The others nodded in agreement. Eating heartily, by the end of the afternoon, everyone had cleaned the table, leaving no food behind. Mu Qingxin looked at the empty plates with satisfaction, bid farewell to everyone, and went upstairs. As they watched her ascend, the smiles on everyone's faces gradually faded, revealing complex expressions, and they fell silent. Finally, Mu Gaozu sighed, looking at everyone, and said, "As I said before, We shouldn't interfere too much into matters between Qingxin and Qingzhou. I believe Qingxin will handle it well, and I trust my great-granddaughter's judgment. Okay, everyone agreed, feeling a pang of heartache as they recalled Qingxin's unusual behavior and those words. After Qingxin went upstairs, she saw many messages and video requests on her light brain, but she rejected them all. She felt that she wasn't ready to face Qingzhou yet, so it was better not to see him while her emotions were unstable, fearing she might embarrass herself. Chapter 3:27. They came after her. Qingxin tidied up her things, entered her space, picked some fruits, and set aside some snacks and desserts she had made in the morning, portioning them out carefully. Then she exited the space and went downstairs. Seeing her elders still there, she took out each person's portion. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm heading to school. Dad, big brother, second brother, I'm leaving now. I won't see you off later. Remember to message me when you get back. If you want anything to eat in the future, let me know, and I'll make it for you. Once you finish, I'll send more. All right, little nagging. You're about to catch up to your third brother's nagging mode. Qingxin said with a smile and a shake of his head. Qingxin walked up to his sister, gently ruffled her hair, and said softly, "Remember to contact your big brother if you have any issues, okay?" "Okay, I'll remember," Qingxin replied, feeling a warm current surge in her heart. Listening to her family's numerous reminders made her feel that as long as there were family members and their love, nothing else mattered. Amidst her family's concern, Qingxin boarded the flying vehicle that would take her to school, this time driven by Pierre. Beep beep. Qingxin looked at the communication requests on her light brain, hesitated for 2 seconds, and directly hung up. After 5 seconds, the light brain rang again, and Qingxin hung up once more. Pierre listened to the persistent ringing of the light brain, noticing that Qingxin was continuously hanging up, feeling somewhat puzzled. However, he noticed that his master's mood was quite poor, so he cautiously said, "Master, do you want to watch a video?" Qingxin looked up and asked him, "Is there anything good to watch?" "There is. I'll find something nice for you." Pierre immediately opened his chest compartment and projected a video he had prepared earlier. Qingxin watched the animated video projected on the screen, which depicted a humorous story of humans battling insectoids. It was quite funny, though the humorous targets were the insectoids, while humans played serious, strong roles, portraying the insects as foolish, ignorant, and brutal. Qingzhou frowned, watching his repeated communication requests being hung up, and directly opened his wristband to locate Qingxin's position. Not bothering with the flying vehicle, which was too slow, he activated the dragon wing, and the mech's form transformed instantly, quickly flying towards Qingxin's location. On the mech, Qingzhou continued to send communication requests, but they were still hung up. A premonition rose in his heart. He felt that if he didn't clarify things today, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Qingxin sat numbly in the flying vehicle, watching the boring animated video. She didn't want to ask Pierre why he was showing her a video meant for kids. As long as it distracted her, that was enough. However, glancing at her light brain again, she forcibly redirected her attention back to the video. It had been 5 minutes without another ring. Had he given up on contacting her? Suddenly, the flying vehicle emitted an alarm sound. Beale immediately interrupted the video, turned around, and walked to the control stick. Qingxin was startled as well, and snapped back to her senses, quickly looking ahead. She saw a shadow suddenly appear in front of them, gradually pressing down. Ding, ding, ding. Beale quickly maneuvered the aircraft, trying to fly it backward, but suddenly lost control. It wouldn't move at all. "Beale, what's wrong?" Qingxin stumbled over to Beale, bringing out the little fire and Yaya from the space, looking warily outside. Beale looked outside, saw the markings, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Master, that's a dragon wing mecha. They don't have any ill intentions. They must just be passing by." In the starry skies, once military mechas are deployed, it signifies an urgent mission, and all non-military aircraft must yield. Just like ambulances and police cars in the past life, when encountering such special vehicles on the road, they must urgently give way to avoid delaying their operations. Just as Beale finished speaking, a massive dragon wing mecha flew horizontally right in front of them and stopped. Qingxin looked at the mecha, her expression complex. The dragon wing mecha, ISNT, that Qingzhou, bang. The aircraft where Mu Qingxin and others were located was tightly clamped by an arm extended from the dragon wing mecha. Beale was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, adjusting the volume to the maximum. "Hello, I am Beale, the personal steward of Commander Mu. May I ask what the matter is? Why are you imprisoning our aircraft? Please respond." Inside the control room of the Dragon Wing mecha, Qingxin coldly operated the mecha, while the mini version of Dragon Wing looked outside and turned to ask Qingxin, "Hey, I senti it a bit inappropriate for you to be so blatantly kidnapping someone." Qingxin remained expressionless, staring at the person inside the aircraft, a glint flashing in his eyes, then activated the mecha, quickly taking the aircraft away from there. "Master." There's no response from the other side. "I'll contact the master right away." Beale watched as they were being taken away, unsure of where they were headed, and uncertain if the person inside was really the young Marshal Geo. Mu Qingxin looked at the Dragon Wing mecha and stopped Beale, saying, "No need, Beale. It's not dangerous." "Master, what if?" Beale anxiously looked at Mu Qingxin. "It's fine." Mu Qingxin made the little fire, and Yaya returned to the space, then turned and sat in her seat, lowering her head, lost in thought. However, from her tightly clenched hands, it was evident that her mood was very tense. Boom! The Dragon Wing mecha descended and gently placed the aircraft down. Beale immediately took out a weapon, aiming outside, vigilantly watching the main cabin door of the Dragon Wing mecha. Bang! The main cabin door of the Dragon Wing mecha opened, and a palm-sized mini Dragon Wing flew out, followed by a tall, upright figure stepping out. Mu Qingxin looked at the person coming out, her heart racing uncontrollably. She clenched her fists, took a deep breath to calm herself, and stood up. "Beale, open the door." "Master, even though it's the young Marshal Geo outside, I'm still a bit worried." "It's fine," Mu Qingxin said to the person who had already walked outside the aircraft. Beale glanced at the person outside, then at the master, and had no choice but to open the aircraft. Bang! The door of the aircraft opened, and Mu Qingxin saw Qingxin standing outside. Qingxin's gaze was also fixed directly on Mu Qingxin. The two instantly locked eyes, one inside the aircraft and one outside, silently staring at each other. Chapter 328. "Only what are you two doing? Playing a staring contest? Oh no, both of your eyes are quite big, haha." The dragon wing suddenly flew in between the two, looking at their silent expressions with confusion. Beale stepped forward. "Young Marshal Geo, do you have any business? Why did you bring us here?" Beale looked around at the empty surroundings, still very alert. Qingxin withdrew his gaze and looked at Beale. "I'm sorry. I need to talk to your master for a moment. Would you please step outside?" Beale looked at Qingxin, feeling that he hadn't answered his question yet. "Beale, wait for me outside for a bit," Mu Qingxin said, looking at Qingxin. Since the master had spoken, Beale had to comply. "Okay, master, if you need anything, just call me. I'll be standing right here." Beale walked to the door and looked at the master. After hearing this, Mu Qingxin nodded and then turned to walk inside. Qingxin looked at the suddenly cold Mu Qingxin, feeling a chill in his heart, not knowing what had happened, and followed her inside, closing the door, surrounding the aircraft with spiritual energy to prevent eavesdropping. Sure enough, after the door of the aircraft closed, Beale perked up his ears to listen to the movements inside. "Hey, what are you doing?" The dragon wing, abandoned by the master, flew over and asked Beale. Beale looked at the dragon wing, his attention instantly drawn to it. It was his first time seeing a conscious mecha. Entering the aircraft, Qingxin saw Mu Qingxin sitting on the sofa and walked over, sitting down opposite her, looking at her. "Why didn't you answer my communications?" Mu Qingxin glanced up at Qingxin, not wanting to respond. Hearing this answer, Qingxin's face turned cold, but he still gently asked, "Did something happen? Why did you suddenly ask me if I like someone? Since you asked, why not ask to the end? Why should I ask to the end?" Mu Qingxin shot up, glaring at Qingxin angrily. Seeing Mu Qingxin mad, Qingxin smiled. "Of course you should ask. If you don't ask, how will you know who I like? Silly girl." Mu Qingxin looked at Qingxin, who unexpectedly smiled. Her heart ached, and suppressing her pain, she said stubbornly, "I don't want to know who you like. I also don't want to know who your girlfriend is, and I don't want to know how many women you've kissed. And I definitely don't want to know." Thinking of the conversations with her father, grandfather, and brothers, she grew angrier, her heart pained more, and she couldn't help but want to cry. Qingzhou saw the little person opposite with reddened eyes, and hearing her words, his face instantly darkened. By the end of Mu Qingxin's words, tears could no longer be held back, and she quickly lowered her head, no longer looking at Qingzhou, afraid he would see her crying. Seeing the tears fall, Qingzhou's heart ached, and he got up to sit beside Mu Qingxin. Looking at the little girl with her head down, he sighed heavily. Who told you I have a girlfriend? Who told you that other women have kissed me? There is absolutely no such thing. You can ask me directly about these things. I've never lied to you, and I will tell you whatever you ask. I won't hide anything from you. Upon hearing Qingzhou's words, Mu Qingxin raised her red eyes to look at him. So you don't have a girlfriend? And you haven't kissed any other women? My grandfather said he saw it with his own eyes, and so did my brother. Qingzhou, hearing the little girl's words, nearly bit his teeth in anger, thinking resentfully about how he had attracted the wrath of the Mu family men, being so slandered. Absolutely not. I can swear, I have never had contact with any female other than you, and I do have someone I like. But I don't have a girlfriend because the person I like doesn't know I like her. Qingzhou looked at Mu Qingxin affectionately, his eyes fixed on her. Mu Qingxin saw the gaze Qingzhou was giving her. Her face suddenly flushed, her heart raced uncontrollably, feeling like it was about to jump out of her throat. She wanted to lower her head and not look at him, but a voice inside her told her not to be cowardly, to look at him, and to clarify things before speaking. Mu Qingxin swallowed hard, looking at Qingzhou, her voice trembling as she asked, "Who is the person you like?" As soon as the words left her mouth, sweat had already formed in her palms, and her heart was pounding loudly. Qingzhou looked at the nervous little girl and gently smiled. "It's you, only you. Besides you, I haven't touched any other woman." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxin was momentarily in disbelief. "You like me?" "Yes, and you?" Qingzhou lowered his head and gazed deeply at Mu Qingxin. Looking at the admitting Qingzhou, Mu Qingxin felt her heart bloom with sweetness, a smile unconsciously appearing on her face. "Hold it together. Stay composed. Mu Qingxin, be a little reserved," she reminded herself, forcing her smile to fade as she turned her gaze aside and asked softly, "Then why are there rumors outside that you've been kissing other women?" "Absolutely not," Qingzhou denied, while secretly sighing in his heart. It seemed he hadn't provoked his future grandfather-in-law and little brothers-in-law, so he would have to communicate with them more and try to please them in the future. "Do you have a girlfriend?" "No, but I want you to be my girlfriend," Qingzhou said, looking at Mu Qingxin with deep affection. Hearing this, Mu Qingxin's heart blossomed with joy, thinking, "Oh my, someone finally likes me and even confessed. And such an outstanding and handsome person too. Haha." Seeing the little girl unable to stop smiling, Qingzhou's eyes flashed with affection and indulgence. He reached out to touch her long-desired cheek, which was as soft and tender as he imagined, and gently asked again, "Can you be my girlfriend, or should I wait until you come of age?" "Of course, after you come of age, you won't just be a girlfriend. You can directly become my wife." Mu Qingxin's face turned red as she looked at the handsome Qingzhou and shyly asked, "When did you start liking me?" Hearing her question, Qingzhou paused and awkwardly replied, "I don't really know. Maybe it was when I first saw you, or maybe it was when you were singing during the talent show." Qingzhou himself didn't know when he began to focus more on the little girl, but the weight of his feelings grew heavier. "Oh, so you had ulterior motives when you first saw me?" Mu Qingxin giggled, and all her earlier worries and frustrations disappeared, replaced by a sense of sweetness. "Yes, I had ulterior motives for you," Qingzhou replied playfully, seeing the little girl smile again, which made his heart feel lively. Mu Qingxin rolled her eyes playfully at Qingzhou, realizing she hadn't noticed how thick-skinned he was. "So do you agree?" Qingzhou asked seriously and cautiously. "Do you want me to agree?" Mu Qingxin raised her eyebrows and smiled at Qingzhou. "Of course I do," Qingzhou said firmly, his eyes full of anticipation. Then, Mu Qingxin said with a mischievous smile, "If you eat this, I'll agree." She took out a super sweet drink she had made earlier that morning. It was more than just a drink. It was filled with honey, apple juice, pear juice, peach juice, and everything sweet she could find. After tasting it, Mu Qingxin thought it was indescribably sweet, and according to Yaya and Xiaohua, it should have been a complete culinary failure, even worse than dark cuisine. Qingzhou looked at the cup of liquid, unsure of its color, and looked into Mu Qingxin's eyes. "If I drink this, will you agree to be my girlfriend and then my wife once you come of age?" Hey, we're just talking about being your girlfriend now. I still have a long way to go before I'm of age. Who knows what will happen by then? What if you don't like me anymore? Mu Qingxin thought anxiously. "Okay, then you can be my girlfriend for now. Once you come of age, there are plenty of ways to make you my wife." Qingzhou took the cup and gulped it down without a second thought. Mu Qingxin was surprised to see Qingzhou drink it without hesitation and felt a pang of regret, looking at him with concern. "Are you feeling unwell?" Qingzhou set down the cup, his eyes shining as he looked at Mu Qingxin. She felt flustered under his gaze, nervously asking, "Are you feeling sick? You should drink the antidote." No, the antidote has bad ingredients. Drink this instead." In her panic, Mu Qingxin handed him the diluted spirit water, fearing he might be affected by her dark cuisine. Qingzhou was overjoyed to see the nervous little girl and tightly held her hand. "You are already my girlfriend." "Huh?" Mu Qingxin looked at Qingzhou in surprise. When she met his deep gaze, she was captivated. Qingzhou looked into Mu Qingxin's eyes, slowly taking her other hand and placing on his chest as he said softly, "You, Mu Qingxin, from now on, are my girlfriend, and I am yours." Feeling the strong heartbeat beneath her hand and looking at Qingzhou's affectionate and determined gaze, Mu Qingxin felt a buzzing in her ears. "I am yours," she said, her face turning bright red. "So shy, so bashful, he is mine." Mu Qingxin shyly nodded. "Yes, you are mine. I hope you will always be mine." Finally, Qingzhou put away his mech and accompanied Mu Qingxin to the academy. Sitting in the flying vehicle and watching Mu Qingxin enter the academy, he turned to the ever-watchful buyer, and his expression returned to calm. "Let's go. I need to visit the Mu family. Commander Mu should still be there." Buyer didn't understand why the young marshal wanted to go to the Mu family, but based on the situation with his master just now, he felt a sense of crisis for Commander Mu. He quickly piloted the vehicle away from Falabelle Academy and headed back to the Mu family. Qingzhou looked at the disappearing Falabelle Academy, smiling as he thought, soon, very soon, he would see the little girl again. She is his girlfriend. Retracting his gaze, Qingzhou looked at the liquid in his hand that Mu Qingxin had insisted he must drink. To be honest, he was a bit afraid. The taste of that drink was still fresh in his memory. However, he still opened the cap and drank it. No matter what she asked him to drink, he trusted her unconditionally. After taking a sip, Qingzhou instantly sensed something different about the liquid. He looked at the remaining half of the white liquid in shock, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. He carefully capped the remaining half and stored away. After a moment of thought, a helpless smile appeared on Qingzhou's face. He thought of the carefree little girl. He had known about her secrets before, but he hadn't expected this silly girl to casually take out something so precious and use it so carelessly. It must have been the bottle that previously held the nutrient solution. He guessed that she had poured it all out and filled it with this liquid. Thinking about how the little girl had disdainfully poured out the nutrient solution while casually filling the bottle with spirit liquid, Qingzhou couldn't help but smile. Only this silly girl and his family could be so carefree. If others knew she had such precious spirit liquid. Thinking about that possibility made a cold glint flash in Qingzhou's eyes. Whoever had ill intentions toward his little girl was asking for trouble. "Young Marshal Geo, we've arrived. Please disembark from the flying vehicle." Buyer had already parked the vehicle at the entrance and had informed Commander Mu of young Marshal Geo's arrival. Qingzhou returned to his thoughts, stood up, adjusted his clothes, and stepped off the flying vehicle. Inside, Mu Fengyan received Buyer's message and called over his two sons, preventing them from leaving too early to see what Qingzhou was here for. During the conversation, they learned from Buyer that when he was dropping off Qingxin, Qingzhou had taken her away and had a long private conversation with her. When Buyer saw Qingxin again, she looked very happy, and her demeanor with Qingzhou was quite different from before. As soon as they heard this, Mu Fengyan and the others were nearly grinding their teeth in frustration, just one step away. Why didn't they personally send their precious daughter to school just now? When Qingzhou entered the Mu family's living room, he saw several men from the Mu family sitting there with serious expressions. Major Geo is here. Please sit down," Bo Ruisha exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she warmly invited Qingzhou to take a seat. "Sorry to disturb you, Mrs. Mu. Qingxin said respectfully to Bo Ruisha. Disturb? No, no, Major Gio, come sit here. On the side, Oshume directly pulled Qingxin down to sit. Mrs. Mu, you don't have to call me Major. You could just call me Gio. Within a minute of entering, Qingxin had already noticed that the attitudes of the two ladies held the majority of the decision-making power. So it was better to please the future grandmother and mother-in-law first. Chapter 330, Negotiation 1. Great, Gio, please sit down. Bo Ruisha and Oshume happily agreed to Qingxin's words, becoming more and more satisfied with him. The men of the Mu family watched as the two women smiled brightly, realizing that if they didn't interrupt them soon, they would be offering their precious daughter to him. Ahem, Gio, please sit down, Mu Gaozu coughed and said. Okay. Qingxin respectfully took a seat. On the side, Mu Fengyan, upon hearing that his precious daughter was entering the academy, felt very reluctant towards this kid, and he had been holding back his anger with red eyes while looking at Qingxin, coldly snorting, Major Gio, you suddenly come in my house. Is there something you want? I remember we made it very clear during the exercise. What does your appearance today mean? This brat dares to steal my precious daughter. Let us see if I don't deal with you. Yes, Major Gio. I remember we said before that our relationship should only be work-related, and we should avoid getting too involved. Mu Qinan gritted his teeth and said. Mu Qidong coldly looked at Qingxin, his gaze deep as he said, Is there something you need to discuss, Major Gio? For work matters, you can have Vice Commander Ling contact me directly. Your personal visit is somewhat inappropriate. If others see this, I'm afraid. Mu Grandpa, sitting silently aside, had a face full of anger that also expressed his attitude. Qingxin looked at the Mu family members and sighed inwardly. It seemed that only his little one and her mother and grandmother welcomed him. The others were not very happy to see him at all. I came today, not for work, but for personal matters, Qingxin said, slightly lowering his head and speaking respectfully. To make Qingxin lower his head, even the leader Shakur couldn't do that, but for Mu Qingxin, he willingly lowered his head to her family. Seeing Qingxin bow his head, Oshume and Bo Ruisha looked regretful and shot angry glares at the men present. Their eyes filled with warnings. The men of the Mu family, under the intense gaze of the two ladies, braced themselves, unafraid of the hostile attacks, fighting for their precious daughter not to be taken away. Personal matters? Personal matters are even less necessary. It seems we have nothing personal to discuss. Major, you've come to the wrong place. It's okay. It's not too late to leave now, Mu Fengyan said, glancing at the time, feeling embarrassed. Major, the three of us need to hurry back to the battle team, so we want to keep you. Please take care. Hurry up and get lost. Seeing you makes my heart ache. Qingxin bitterly smiled at his heart. He had predicted that the process would not go well, but he didn't expect it to be so intense. Qingxin remained composed on the sofa, showing no signs of being affected by Mu Fengyan's impolite words. I came to tell you about my relationship with Qingxin. What? I can't hear you. Say it again, what? Mu Fengyan suddenly stood up, pressing his light brain to his ear, shouting loudly, but the dim light brain showed he was just entertaining himself. Qingxin was interrupted again, but he wasn't anxious, waiting for Mu Fengyan to finish his call. Oh, do I need to return urgently? Okay, I'll set off immediately. You all wait for me for 10 minutes. I'll be there in 10 minutes. I'm on my way. Okay. Mu Fengyan hung up, looking anxious, and said to his family, I have to hurry. The whole team is waiting for me. We have some matters to attend to. Oshume's cold gaze fixed on Mu Fengyan, and with a cold snort, Mu Fengyan's voice weakened and eventually fell silent. Qingxin looked on and sighed in his heart. Still, the future mother-in-law is formidable. I am dating Qingxin. Please give us your approval. Qingxin stood up without further delay and said, then bowed to the others. The Mu family was stunned, staring blankly at the bowing Qingxin. After 5 seconds, Oshume and Bo Ruisha's faces revealed expressions of surprise, filled with joy as they hurriedly pulled Qingxin up. Gio, quickly get up, we agree just. I do not agree. I also do not agree. No agreement. Mu Fengyan, Mu Xiutao, Mu Qidong. And Mu Qinan quickly reacted and said, objection invalid. Bo Ruisha said, without even looking at them. No, my granddaughter is still so young. Not yet an adult, no. No, absolutely not. Mu Xiutao shouted loudly. What do you mean no? Didn't Tiwi say before that we should not interfere in their matters? You all. No, I absolutely oppose. You old man, are you trying to rebel? I'll rebel too, but I want to let my granddaughter be taken away. You. Enough. Finally, Mu Gaozu slammed the table, silencing the arguing people. Immediately, everyone's gaze turned to him. With a cold face and furrowed brows, Mu Gaozu looked at everyone. Sit down. What are you making a racket for? The highest-ranking person spoke, and everyone obediently sat down. Mu Xiutao and the others looked at Mu Gaozu with eager eyes, hoping he could stop this matter. Mu Gaozu ignored them and looked deeply at Qingzhou. What do you mean by dating? Qingzhou faced Mu Gaozu and sincerely said, I like Xin, and I have already obtained her consent. We are dating. Of course, Xin is still underage, and there is still some time until she reaches adulthood. Qingzhou paused, so I want to interfere with her studies. I will be by her side, waiting for her to reach adulthood. You can rest assured, I will never do anything to harm her. Hearing Qingzhou's words, Mu Grandpa and Mu Fengyan still looked displeased, unwilling and unhappy. Instead, Bo Ruisha and O Xiumei on the side showed expressions of admiration and envy, making Mu Grandpa and Mu Fengyan feel even more frustrated. Mu Gaozu looked at Qingzhou. Although I trust your character and know you are a man of your word, however. Qingzhou's heart tightened at the however. Nervously watching Mu Gaozu. He had never been this nervous facing so many adversaries before, using all his nervousness today. Seeing the nervous expression on Qingzhou's face, Mu Gaozu was momentarily taken aback. Then a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It seemed that Major Geo really cared about their Xin, to the point of being nervous in front of them. Chapter 331. Negotiation 2. Mu Gaozu looked at Qingzhou and slowly said, You also know that Xin is only 15 years old now. Her previous experiences are well known to us. Mu Gaozu paused. This matter was widely known, so he wouldn't bring it up again. Now that Xin has woken up and is so sensible, it is indeed something we would smile about in our dreams. However, she has only been awake for a little over 2 months and is still not familiar with interstellar affairs, nor is she knowledgeable about relationships. Mu Qingxin, no. The real me understands very well. I'm not sure if Qingxin's feelings for you are genuine romantic feelings, or just admiration for someone she looks up to, or perhaps the kind of affection she has for an older brother. Hearing this, Qingzhou's heart sank. He seemed uncertain about what kind of feelings the little one had for him. Mu Gaozu looked at Qingzhou and said, Therefore, before Qingxin can clearly determine her feelings, I hope you can keep your distance from her. You cannot hurt her, cannot touch her. Mu Gaozu went on to say several cannot statements. The others, including Mu Fengyan, listened to Mu Gaozu and gave him a thumbs up, thinking, so, experience does matter. How about this? If you could do all these, we want to stop you from being with Qingxin. After Mu Gaozu finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on Qingzhou, not missing any expression on his face. After listening to Mu Gaozu's request, Qingzhou thought for a moment and nodded without hesitation. Okay. Hearing Qingzhou agree, Barusha and Aoxumei breathed a sigh of relief. They felt that Mu Gaozu's demands were excessive, but they didn't expect Qingzhou to agree so readily, which made them like this son-in-law, grandson-in-law. Even more, Mu Xuetao, Mu Fengyan, Mu Qidong, and Mu Qinan all held their breath. They wanted Qingzhou to back down, but they didn't expect him to agree to such unreasonable demands. In the end, the negotiation ended perfectly, with several men from the Mu family holding their breath. After Qingzhou left the Mu family, he rushed back to the battle team to quickly handle matters and then go directly to Felabel Academy to work. After Qingzhou left, there was a moment of silence in the Mu family's living room. Today's events were a blow to the men. It's all your fault for bringing up Qingzhou in front of Qingxin. Now look, they've broken through that barrier. And he even came to our house to notify us. How can you blame me? You were the one who poured dirt on him pretty fiercely. It's obviously you guys. We didn't. The men of the Mu family began to argue again, blaming each other for not being supportive. Enough. The person has left. What's the use of talking now? Mu Gaozu slammed his hand on the table, shouted a couple of times, and got up to leave. However, before leaving, he threw down a sentence. You are not allowed to interfere in this matter. Just supervise from the sidelines and don't embarrass me. The remaining people looked at each other, expressing their dissatisfaction. Did you hear that? No interference, or I'll chop off your hands. Barusha poked her husband's chest and threatened. This grandson-in-law is mine, and no one is allowed to obstruct. Qingxin glared at her husband and sons. Understood, understood. We won't interfere. Mu Fengyan spread his hands and said, besides, we spend all day in the battle team. How can we have time to interfere? We can also talk more with our daughter about her ideals in life. Ding ding. Mu Qidong's light brain beeped, and he looked down to open it, seeing a message from his friend Alan, notifying him that the battle team would leave Capital Star at 7 o'clock. At the end, Alan mentioned that someone else would be leaving with them, but he didn't say who it was. Mu Qidong didn't have the mood to ask further, feeling quite unhappy at the moment. He closed his light brain, stood up, and coldly said, I'm returning to the team. After saying that, he left with a dark face. Sai, I'm going back too. I'll come back next time during the holiday. Mu Qinan sighed and said, what do you mean going back? Don't come back until you find a girlfriend. Qingxin said coldly to her second son. Mu Qinan was taken aback, looking helplessly at his older brother, who had already left without looking back, then turned to see his grandparents and father looking disapprovingly at him. He felt very frustrated, thinking, why don't you say anything about my older brother? He is older than me. Why is it always me? I just turned 18. Mu Fengyan curled his lips. Your brother is taken care of. Don't compare yourself to him. Hurry up and get lost. Seeing you makes me upset. You're already an adult. Hurry up and find a girlfriend. When you're still single, don't come crying to us. Nan. Barusha looked at her second grandson, calling him gently. Hearing those words, Mu Qidong reflexively shivered, his scalp tingling, and quickly said, Grandma, I have to return to the team now. I'll be leaving. Bye. After saying that, he left without looking back. Hey, don't go, Nan. Grandma has some photos of just turned adult girls. I'll send them to you. You must take a good look, and if you like anyone, let Grandma know. I'll arrange it for you. Having quickly run out of the house, Mu Qinan finally couldn't hear his grandma's voice anymore. He let out a heavy sigh and raised his eyes, seeing his older brother already on the flying vehicle and flying away. Remembering what his dad had just said, a sly smile appeared on his face. You run so fast. Just wait for someone to take you. But thinking about it, if his brother got taken, wouldn't it be his turn next? Looking at the already disappeared flying vehicle, Mu Qinan silently said, Big brother, hang in there. Mu Qidong quickly returned to the temporary station of the 9th Battle Team, boarded the ship, and saw his teammates looking at him strangely. Mu Qidong subtly frowned and walked forward without looking sideways. Deputy Commander, you're back. Mu Qidong's assistant, Ling Shan, saw him and hurriedly shouted, seemingly reminding certain people. Upon hearing Ling Shan's words, everyone looked over, and upon seeing Mu Qidong, they quickly stood up and shouted, Deputy Commander, hello. Mu Qidong nodded, signaling everyone to continue with their tasks. Everyone's expressions were strange as they glanced at a particular spot, then quickly lowered their heads to sit down. Following everyone's gaze, Mu Qidong looked over and saw a woman in uniform with an alluring figure from behind. She indeed had a slim waist and curvy hips, sporting a high ponytail, standing there with an invisible aura. Chapter 332. The person to take you is here. Mu Qidong looked at Ling Shan, signaling him to clarify, but Ling Shan hesitated, stammering. Deputy Commander, hello. A crisp and bright voice came, and Mu Qidong looked over to see the lady had turned around. Her figure was indeed quite attractive, not just from the back, but also from the front, and she had a beautiful yet spirited appearance. When his gaze landed on her chest, he thought, Major? A look of surprise flashed in Mu Qidong's eyes as he noticed this young woman was already a major at such a young age. Who are you? Mu Qidong asked the lady across from him. Deputy Commander, hello. I am Anna, here to report. Please give me instructions. Anna stepped forward to Mu Qidong, her expression calm, but her eyes were fixed on his chest, not daring to look up at his face. She suppressed her nervousness and shyness. This man was the one she had liked for 5 years, and now she could finally work and fight alongside him. Anna? Upon hearing this name and seeing the woman's appearance, Mu Qidong realized who she was. You shouldn't report to me. You should go to your father. As he spoke, he turned and walked toward the main command room, focusing on the upcoming tasks, no longer paying attention to Anna standing there. Seeing that Mu Qidong ignored her, Anna showed a hint of hurt on her face, but quickly masked it with a confident smile. Turning to look at Mu Qidong, who was seriously reviewing the documents, she hid her affection in her eyes and said with a smile, "I'm here to report to you. I'm applying to be your assistant. Commander and has already agreed, and I'll be interning by your side." Mu Qidong paused in his action of flipping through the documents, looking coldly at the perfectly smiling Anna. "I already have an assistant. I don't need an intern. I think Commander and needs an assistant more. If you go to him, my work can be lessened and easier." "No, there's no work with Commander and I came here to learn skills. This is the place to train people," Anna retorted. "I don't need it. If you want to train, go to other departments. I don't want interns here," Mu Qidong said decisively, with no room for resistance. Anna's smile remained unchanged, but the joy in her eyes grew fainter. "I don't care. Anyway, the notice I received is that I'm the internship assistant to Deputy Commander Mu, so I will stay by your side." Saying this, she walked to the back of Mu Qidong, following him wherever he went. Mu Qidong paid no attention to Anna behind him, focusing solely on his own tasks, while Anna actively sought things to do. "Is everyone here? If everyone is here, we could depart from Capital Star?" Mu Qidong asked Ling Shan beside him. Ling Shan opened his mouth to report, but was interrupted by Anna. 5 minutes ago, everyone had returned to the ship and is already in position, waiting to depart from Capital Star. "Deputy Commander, we can set off now," Anna said, holding a large notebook as she reported to Mu Qidong. Mu Qidong did not move at all, seemingly ignoring Anna's words, and looked at Ling Shan. Receiving the cold gaze from the Deputy Commander, Ling Shan quickly said, "Report to the Deputy Commander. All the team members who came to Capital Star are present, and we can leave Capital Star." Mu Qidong withdrew his gaze. "Let's depart." Ling Shan hurriedly turned to notify the control room to inform the personnel to set sail and leave Capital Star. Anna, ignored by Mu Qidong, didn't mind at all, still wearing a smile on her face, completely unconcerned about the gazes of others, standing firmly behind Mu Qidong. Anna looked at the towering figure in front of her. This person, Mu Qidong, whom she had secretly loved for 5 years. Anna was the daughter of Commander Andre of the 9th Battle Team, and she had just graduated this year. Andre often talked about introducing his daughter to Mu Qidong. Anna met Mu Qidong when he had just graduated from Philibert Academy and entered the 9th Battle Team for an internship 5 years ago. That day, Anna was delivering something to her father, Andre. She had never been to the 9th Battle Team before, but just happened to be training with a friend on a neighboring planet and went to deliver something to her father alone. However, upon arriving at the 9th Battle Team, she was stopped at the door. After explaining the reason to the guard, he did not believe her at all. She contacted her father, but he did not respond, likely because he was in a meeting. So reluctantly, she had to squat at the door and wait for her father to finish the meeting and see her message so he could let her in. She waited for a full hour. It was still summer, and the air was unbearably hot. Her flying device broke down while crossing the atmosphere due to her improper operation. At that moment, Anna felt incredibly unlucky and negotiated with the guard. "I want to go in. Can you let me stay in the guard room? It's too hot outside." Anna took out a book from her space pocket to shield her head and discussed with the guard. "No. The team regulations state that no one can cross that line. Letting you stand here is already a violation of orders," the guard firmly opposed. "Come on. Can you do me a favor? I really am Commander Andre's daughter. Look at this. This is my information." Anna wiped the sweat from her face and showed her information to the guard, but the guard was too dedicated to look at it. Anna squatted down helplessly, sighing inside. She didn't know whether to feel proud of her father for having such a dedicated guard or to feel sad for herself. Just when Anna felt she was about to be roasted by the sun, she suddenly heard a voice that felt very refreshing. "What is going on? Report to Major Mu. This lady is here to see the commander, saying she is the commander's daughter, but I haven't received any instructions from the commander and can't contact him. So." Mu Qidong walked over, looking at the girl who was sunburned and sweating profusely. "Please show your identification." Anna looked at the man coming towards her, quickly stood up, and handed over her information. Mu Qidong carefully looked at the information before finally glancing at the disheveled Anna. "You can wait in the guard room. The commander is currently in a meeting. I will ask the commander. It won't take long." After saying this, He spoke to the guard and then turned to run away. Anna watched the man run away, and the seed of her affection for him took root and sprouted in her heart. Later, Anna learned from her father about Mu Qidong's movements. Her father had always praised Mu Qidong, but was often annoyed by his arrogant temper. Every time her father mentioned him, his tone was filled with frustration mixed with pride, and her feelings for him grew stronger. Chapter 333. Enemies on a narrow road in order to work with Mu Qidong in the same battle team. Anna spent 5 years improving herself and forcing herself to train to the extreme. Finally, she reached the rank of major upon graduation, qualifying to enter the 9th battle team for an internship by his side. At 7 o'clock, the ship belonging to the 9th battle team set sail on time, leaving Capital Star. After arranging everything, Mu Qidong walked toward his room. Anna continued to follow Mu Qidong closely, her eyes burning as she gazed at his back. Suddenly, Mu Qidong stopped, and Anna, unable to stop in time, bumped directly into his hard back, causing her to let out a soft gasp. Hearing the sound behind him, Mu Qidong turned around and looked at Anna with a dark expression. Feeling his gaze, Anna quickly put down her hands that were rubbing her face and calmly raised her eyes to look at Mu Qidong. "Deputy Commander, do you have any instructions?" Mu Qidong looked at Anna, whose face was flushed from the bump, and remained silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Miss Anna, there's nothing to do now. You can go back. Also, regarding your internship, I will consult the commander when we return to Planet 09. I do not need an intern by my side. You can go back to your room and consider which department you want to intern in next." After saying this, he turned and opened the door, blocking Anna outside. Outside the door, Anna, who had been standing straight, suddenly slumped upon the door closing, revealing a disappointed expression on her face. Her eyes glimmering with melancholy as she looked at the closed door and murmured, "I just want to stay by your side, not go anywhere." After speaking, she straightened her posture again, looked determinedly at the closed door, and then turned to leave. Inside the room, Mu Qidong took off his coat, opened his light brain, and sent a message to Alan, asking him to come over. Soon, Alan arrived. Upon entering the room and seeing Mu Qidong, he ran over with an expectant face. "Qidong, how's my sister? Did you see Qingxin? Has she grown taller?" When it came to his sister, Mu Qidong's cold face softened a bit, but Alan's next words made him cold again. "Did Qingxin bring me something delicious? Hurry up and take it out for me." Alan impatiently awaited Mu Qidong to give him food. The last 2 days, he personally went to the Sky Gourmet City, staying there, and as soon as it opened, he rushed in to buy a ton of food. If it weren't for the purchase limit, he would have bought everything in the store. "No," Mu Qidong coldly replied. "I don't believe it," Alan said in disbelief. Mu Qidong decided not to continue this topic. Looking at Alan, "What is going on with that, Anna?" "Anna?" The topic changed too quickly, and Alan was momentarily confused, but he quickly remembered who Anna was and looked at Mu Qidong with a sly smile. "You already know who Anna is, right? She must have told you. She is your internship assistant, and she's a major too. I don't need an assistant. You need one." No. I don't have the fortune to use someone at the major level. Besides, she came straight for you." Alan quickly waved his hands. "When did she board the ship? Did the commander say anything?" "Just now." Mu Qidong had been trying to contact Commander Andre, but had not been able to reach him. Alan shrugged and waved his hands, saying nothing, just that this is your internship assistant, and you two should get along well on this journey and slowly adapt. Mu Qidong's face stiffened, knowing he wouldn't get any useful information from Alan, so he let him leave. "No way. You still haven't given me the food my sister brought." Alan was unhappy, thinking he couldn't just be discarded after being used. "Is it no benefit at all?" "No." Mu Qidong walked into the bathroom, leaving behind 2 words. "This always happens. You're not being a brother at all. Cutting back on the food my sister sent me." Alan shouted loudly towards the bathroom, unwillingly leaving. In the Capital Star, Mu Qingxin, whose mood had been at its peak, was strolling leisurely in the academy, her face slightly flushed and a sweet smile on her face. Excitedly lost in thoughts about being confessed to and already having a boyfriend. In her previous life, for nearly 30 years, she had never had a boyfriend, and she never expected that after coming to the interstellar world, she could have such a handsome and outstanding boyfriend. It felt like winning $1 billion lottery. Mu Qingxin kept recalling the words Qin Jio had just confessed to her, The more she thought about it, the redder her face became, her mood soaring with excitement. Oh, who is that? Qingxin. Suddenly, a very annoying voice rang out in front of her. And Qingxin snapped back to reality and looked up to see the familiar figure of Peter walking towards her. Upon seeing Peter, Qingxin instinctively frowned and discreetly looked around. This was just behind a teaching building, and no one was here. Qingxin's instinct made her alert. Peter, what a coincidence. Is your mecha repaired? Qingxin quietly took a step back, creating distance between herself and Peter. Upon hearing his mecha mentioned, a glimmer of green light flashed in Peter's eyes, which Qingxin noticed, but when she looked closely, it was gone again, still black. Qingxin suspected she might have seen it wrong. If you hadn't mentioned my mecha, we could have had a nice conversation. But now that you brought it up, Peter's face showed hatred as he quietly pulled out a laser sword. When Peter took out the laser sword, Qingxin had already sensed it. Her mental energy had completely locked onto Peter, and she was aware of every move he made. What? Want to fight? Qingxin narrowed her eyes and sneered. It seems I was too gentle last time. Otherwise, you wouldn't be approaching me, but turning around to leave. Stop talking nonsense. Today I'll deal with you. Then I'll swallow you whole. Peter quietly emitted a certain aura, raising the laser sword and charging towards Qingxin. Qingxin saw Peter rushing towards her. Her heart tightened, and she immediately threw out a fire vine to lash at him. Crack! The whip struck, but Peter surprisingly dodged it nimbly. The next second, Peter was already in front of Qingxin. She quickly moved to maintain distance from him while feeling alarmed. Peter hadn't been this fast before. Why was his speed so much quicker after just a month? The laser sword of Peter slashed at the fire vine that Qingxin swung, producing a sizzling sound as the laser and fire vine clashed. Yet the fire vine remained intact while Peter's laser sword was on the verge of breaking. Chapter 334. What is that? However, Peter didn't care about his almost shattered laser sword and kept closing in on Qingxin. If Qingxin had closely observed his eyes at this moment, she would have noticed they had turned deep green. Qingxin quickly dodged, feeling that she couldn't let Peter get close. It was dangerous. Peter rapidly approached Qingxin, continuously advancing, and took out a light wave bomb from a spatial pocket and threw it at her. Bang! Boom! Qingxin agilely swatted away the incoming light wave bomb, which exploded far away with a loud sound. Suddenly, Peter let out a loud scream, and Qingxin looked over to find Peter's entire body undergoing a transformation. His exposed skin turned green, and his arms elongated towards her. Qingxin swiftly took out her phoenix bow, striking away the reaching arm, and brought out Xiaohua and Yiya from the spatial pocket. It stinks, another one of those stinky creatures. As soon as Xiaohua came out, he looked disgustedly at the pursuing Peter. I hate it, Mommy. Can I hit it? Yiya deeply detested this creature and wanted to annihilate it upon seeing it. Qingxin continuously struck at Peter with her phoenix bow, saying, Go ahead, just don't kill it. Upon hearing Qingxin's words, Xiaohua and Yiya rolled up their sleeves and surrounded Peter. Yiya directly elongated her body, and the spikes on her body instantly became sharp and pointed, striking at Peter. Xiaohua quickly erected a wall of fire in front of Qingxin, blocking Peter's attack and also surrounding him with a ring of fire to prevent his escape. Seeing that Peter was already entangled by Xiaohua and Yiya, Qingxin immediately used her mental energy to secure the area and hurriedly opened her light brain to contact Qingzhou. Just as Qingzhou returned to the team, he saw the communication sent by Qingxin, and a smile appeared on his face as he opened it. Xian, are you back at the dorm? Qingxin looked at the video of Qingzhou, shook her head, and pointed the video at Peter. Qingzhou, come quickly, it's this kind of creature. This is Peter. He just tried to attack me. Luckily, I reacted quickly. He must be trying to assimilate me. The moment Qingzhou saw Peter, he immediately contacted the people at Philabel Academy. Xian, where are you now? Qingzhou moved quickly. Hey, boss. Just now Ling Xian saw the boss and hurriedly reported the news he just got. Come with me. Qingzhou directly grabbed Ling Xian and ran towards the door. Qingxin, be careful. Don't let him get close, and watch out for your surroundings in case there are others of his kind. I've already sent someone over. I'm coming too. Don't be scared. Wait for me. Mu Qingxin glanced at Peter, who was being tormented by Yiya and Xiao Hua, and wanted to escape. Nodded. Okay, don't worry. With Xiao Hua and Yi here, I'm very safe. Chapter 1. Section 1. Qingzhou looked at the scene, feeling relieved. He walked to the door and immediately took out Longyi, revealing the mecha, pulling Ling Xian directly onto the mecha, and ordered Longyi to fly quickly towards Philabel Academy. Boss! Cough! Can you loosen up a bit? Cough! Ling Xian was almost out of breath from holding onto Qingzhou's hand. Qingzhou loosened his grip, glanced at Ling Xian, and projected the video of Mu Qingxin that he was currently in contact with. Cough! Ling Xian breathed heavily, almost losing his life just now, and looked up to be stunned by the scene in the video, where a flame and an unknown exotic plant were attacking a person. Boss, are we going to catch this exotic plant? What else with that fire? It can even act independently to catch people. People? Ling Xian looked at the boss in confusion. Why catch people? Should it be capturing? Look closely. Qingzhou's eyes were fixed on the video, while his other hand quickly pressed the light brain. Soon, another projection appeared, showing the scene above Mu Qingxin's head. Mu Qingxin seemed to sense something and looked up at a tiny surveillance camera above her head, preparing to knock it down when she heard Qingzhou say it was under his control. Mu Qingxin. Peter was being burned by the flames and violently struck by the exotic plant, his body already covered in wounds, glaring fiercely at the distant Mu Qingxin, regretting again in his heart that he shouldn't have recklessly attacked her. He thought Mu Qingxin only relied on that wooden board and didn't expect her to have this strange fire and exotic plant. Damn it, he had made a miscalculation. Hearing Peter's shout, Mu Qingxin looked over and saw green liquid flowing from his body. Peter? Is that you, Peter? Mu Qingxin asked tentatively. Suddenly, Peter showed a painful expression, looking at Mu Qingxin with pleading eyes. Save me. Mu Qingxin, help me. I've been possessed by a monster. Save me. Peter curled up in pain on the ground. Mu Qingxin instructed Xiao Hua and Yiya to stop attacking and walked forward. Don't come over. Don't go near him. Xiao Hua and Qingzhou shouted simultaneously, and Mu Qingxin immediately stopped. I'm not going over, just want to see what he really is. It stinks too much. Be careful not to get contaminated. Xiao Hua complained. Qingzhou was anxious and repeatedly urged, don't go over there. Wait until I arrive before you look. Suddenly, Peter let out a terrible scream, his body convulsing rapidly. Not good. Xin, get out of here quickly. Qingzhou shouted loudly as he watched Peter on the screen. Mu Qingxin, upon hearing this, immediately followed Qingzhou's instructions and turned to leave quickly. Let Xiao Hua enlarge the fire and surround it. Qingzhou looked solemnly at another screen. As Mu Qingxin ran, she contacted Xiao Hua, instructing it to enlarge the fire and surround Peter. Le Degalif, Qingzhou said, looking at Peter, who had turned dark green. Mu Ringin quickly contacted Yaya, telling it to leave. At this point, Mu Qingxin had already left the area, keeping her mental energy focused on the situation there. Yaya had also hidden far away, while Xiao was set up a firewall around Peter. Peter screamed, and then his body suddenly arched back, his chest and abdomen swelling as if something was about to emerge. Boss, what is that? Ling Xian asked, his eyes wide as he watched the scene on the video. Stammering. Qingzhou had already seen personnel rushing over in the surveillance and immediately ordered the evacuation of students and to cover the area with an isolation shield. Chapter 335. Disembowelment. At this moment, Dean Hatchlin also received the news and quickly ordered personnel and security robots to rush over, to avoid causing panic among the students. He instructed the instructors to notify the students to gather in the auditorium for an announcement. The students who received the communication hurried to the auditorium, and Mu Qingxin also received the message. Shortly after, she got a communication from Dongfang Ling Xin. Where are you? Have you arrived at the academy? The academy has notified us to go to the auditorium for a meeting. Where are you now? While keeping an eye on the situation, Mu Qingxin replied to Dongfang Ling. I've arrived at the academy. You guys go to the auditorium first. I'll be there shortly. Okay, don't be late. Contact me when you arrive. Bye. See you soon. Mu Qingxin quickly hung up the communication, anxiously looking in a certain direction. the direction where Peter was. Quick! Quick! Qingxin noticed many people dressed in black uniforms, seemingly from the Academy security team, along with a group of tall robots armed with weapons, rushing towards that direction. Suddenly, someone spotted Qingxin standing aside, stopped, and shouted, "Classmate, hurry to the auditorium. The principal seems to have something to announce. Go quickly, don't be late." "Oh, okay. I'll go right away." Qingxin responded and turned to leave. However, Peter suddenly changed, causing Qingxin to stop again. The isolation shield was already set up, with Xiaohua inside, and Yi quickly hiding on a building, quietly observing the scene inside. All personnel were ready, weapons aimed inside. And they saw Peter's chest and abdomen suddenly burst open, as a green, soft-bodied creature slowly emerged from within. Once the creature left Peter, he instantly became a grotesque, desiccated corpse. "What is that? Oh my God!" The people present looked at the disemboweled, grotesque corpse, and then at the writhing creature on the ground. Some even vomited. The massive writhing creature attempted to escape, but was surrounded by flames. Each time it touched the fire, its body curled up as if afraid of the flames. Upon seeing this, the people present breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that it wasn't too powerful of a creature. But what was it? How could it have drilled into a person's body and turned them into a desiccated corpse? It was absolutely disgusting. Qingxin focused her mental energy on the pile of soft-bodied creatures, unconsciously walking towards the auditorium, while contacting Xiaohua. "Xiaohua, can you hold on?" "No problem. I can hold on. If it dares to move, I'll burn it to ashes." "All right, be careful. Wait for Qingzhou to arrive before you retreat." Hearing Xiaohua's words, Qingxin felt relieved and contacted Yi. "Yi, where are you? Hurry back." Upon hearing her mother's call, Yi jumped to the ground and quickly ran towards Qingxin. "Mom, I'll find you right away." Suddenly, a shadow appeared overhead, and everyone looked up to see a dragon-winged mech flying over. It was the mech of Marshal Geo. Everyone immediately lowered their heads, fully armed, watching the creature in the isolation shield. Bang! Suddenly, the green creature bounced out of the firewall and dashed towards the crowd at high speed. Everyone stood still, weapons drawn, ready to strike, but with the isolation shield in place, they were not afraid of the creature escaping. Bang! The green creature crashed into the isolation shield, bouncing back to the ground and turning into a lump of gooey substance, continuing to writhe and reshape. Xiaohua, seeing the creature escape its firewall, quickly extinguished the flames and flew over, compressing the fire into a smaller ring. Which ability user is controlling the fire here? The people outside watched as the flames moved on their own, glancing around, but besides them, there was no one else. Could this powerful individual be hiding to keep a low profile? Someone speculated. That is very possible. At this point, the mech had stopped, and Qingzhou and Ling Xian stepped out. After they exited, the dragon-winged mech was retracted. Qingzhou and Ling Xian quickly walked over. Ling Xian's face was slightly pale because he had just learned that the insect race had appeared again in the galaxy. This terrible news shocked him greatly. The insect race was such a terrifying and evil creature for humanity, and to see them re-emerge in human life would reignite the war between humans and the insect race. Seeing Qingzhou arrive, Qingxin felt her anxious heart relax. He was here. Everything would be fine. Yi had already entered the space, and Xiaohua was no longer a concern. She had instructed it to follow Qingzhou for now. As she received the notification that the meeting was about to start, Qingxin quickly moved towards the auditorium. Xin, over here. Dongfang Ling had been anxiously watching the entrance of the auditorium and waved her hand when she saw Qingxin. Qingxin hurried over and sat between Dongfang Ling and Xue Huanlan, a seat they had saved for her. Why is there a sudden meeting? As soon as Qingxin asked, she remembered the green creature situation. It was likely that Dean Hatchlin didn't want the students to witness that scene. So everyone was gathered here. Qingxin observed the security robots surrounding the auditorium and felt more certain that this was a form of protection. But they didn't know that there were still some dangerous individuals in this auditorium. I don't know. It was a sudden notification. Fortunately, Lon and I were in the dormitory and didn't go out. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it. Dongfang Ling said with relief. Many students just rushed over. Some ran back from outside, and everyone is complaining quietly. Shui Huanlan said softly. Mu Qingxin nodded. I'll explain the reason when we go back. What reason? Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan looked at Mu Qingxin in confusion. The reason for the meeting. Mu Qingxin thought of the earlier scene and felt a bit blocked in her heart. Although she hated Peter, seeing him turn into a desiccated corpse still made her feel uncomfortable. Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan understood and nodded, realizing that something serious had indeed happened, which was why they had been urgently summoned here. Mu Qingxin's mental energy continued to monitor the situation over there, and she saw Xiao Hua tightly wrapping the mass of the creature on the ground, continuously shrinking and burning it. Suddenly, the creature emitted a piercing sound. Chapter 336. The Weakest Ah. The people outside heard this sound and felt a sharp pain in their heads, unable to resist covering their ears, their faces showing expressions of anguish. The little fire was also attacked by that sound, causing the flames to become unstable. Mu Qingxin felt some impact as well and immediately retracted her mental energy, her face turning pale. The sound just now was not a sound attack, but a mental energy attack. Such strong mental energy. She was caught off guard and directly hit. After stabilizing her mental energy, when she probed again, she found that the creature was still making noise, but its mental energy was suppressed. Only small sounds could be heard, and there was no mental energy attack anymore. Mu Qingxin looked and saw that the creature was gradually rising and continuously condensing. She was astonished to witness this scene, and the people present were also shocked. Open the isolation shield, Qingzhou said coldly. Okay. The person beside him hesitated for a moment upon hearing Qingzhou's words. But thinking that Major Xiaojio was here, they didn't need to worry about this thing escaping. After opening the isolation shield, Qingzhou controlled his mental energy to move the struggling creature over and took out a vessel from the spatial pocket. In front of everyone's eyes, the struggling creature was locked inside the vessel, continuously writhing and releasing a thick green liquid, but it was of no use. The vessel remained intact. Ling Xian, looking at the vessel he received, shook it and smiled. So weak, it seemed quite easy to deal with. Qingzhou cast a cold glance at the relaxed Ling Xian. You're thinking too much. This should be the weakest among them. And have you seen that dark green liquid? Ling Xian nodded while looking at the liquid. That has corrosive properties. If it touches even a little, it will slowly corrode the entire body, and nothing can stop its corrosion. Only this vessel was specially researched to restrain the insect race. It seems we still need to mass-produce it. Qingzhou looked at the struggling creature in the vessel. His heart sinking. Put it away, Qingzhou instructed Ling Xian to store the vessel, and Ling Xian quickly put it into the spatial pocket. Clean this place up. Return to your posts. Also, from now on, everyone stay alert and take turns patrolling every day. If anything unusual is found, do not approach it on your own. Immediately notify your companions. Remember, do not let this creature get close. Once it gets close, you will end up like him. Qingzhou pointed at the dried corpse on the ground. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone sensed the seriousness of the situation and replied loudly. After Qingzhou finished giving instructions, he left the rest to Ling Xian and turned to leave, preparing to inform Dean Hachilin about this bad news so he could get ready early. Wait. Little fire suddenly flew in front of Qingzhou. Chapter 1, Section 1. Seeing little fire, Qingzhou stopped. He knew little fire. It had been introduced to him by Xin during their video calls. Qingzhou smiled gently, extending his hand. Come on, I'll take you to find Xin. Little fire hesitated for a moment, but then flew onto Qingzhou's hand. Qingzhou felt the warm temperature coming from his hand, surprised that this strange fire could control its own temperature. The people who were cleaning up secretly glanced at Major Xiaojio, realizing that this flame belonged to him. No wonder it was so powerful. However, Major Xiaojio's strength was so strong that he could control flames from a distance. It was amazing. Everyone's admiration for him surged once again. Along the way, Little Fire was unusually quiet, occasionally looking at Qingzhou in admiration. Wow, this man is so strong. His mental energy is so powerful. That disgusting creature just now was like an ant in front of him, easily pinned to the ground. In the assembly hall, Dean Hachilin personally sat on the stage, watching the students with immense anxiety and worry. He didn't know what had happened. He only knew that Major Xiao Jio had sent a message to gather the students urgently, stating that there was danger and he would handle it. And they needed to strengthen their defenses. Why hadn't it started yet? Yeah, why do we rush here? What are we sitting here for? Why can't they send a message about what is going on? Why do we have to come in person? I was just at Ling Lang Street buying food. And just as it was my turn, I got called back. Hey, brother, you were at Qingtian Food City too? I was okay, I was just in line behind. Isn't that so? I was about to go in, and now we've been called back. The students below were getting anxious as the academy had hurriedly called them back, making them sit there for 20 minutes, and the dean was just sitting still. Wasn't this supposed to be an important announcement? Why hadn't they announced anything yet? Beep beep. Hachilin's light brain rang. Hearing the sound, his heart tightened, hoping it wasn't bad news. He opened the light brain, and seeing the message, he let out a heavy sigh of relief and nodded at the instructor beside him. Receiving the dean's signal, Zi Jinfu stood up and walked to the center. Quiet. Zi Jinfu shouted loudly, and the assembly hall instantly fell silent. Hello, students. Today, you are urgently recalled to the academy because there is something to discuss. I know some of you might still be outside and suddenly receive the message, rushing to the academy without stopping, so I've given you a long break. You should have had enough rest, right? Zi Jinfu said with a smile. Since you've rested well, let's get ready to listen to our dean's speech. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone applauded. It must be said that Zi Jinfu was quite clever because he had no idea what was happening, nor did he know what the dean was about to announce. He was even pulled in to host this at the last minute. He felt quite frustrated as he had been in the Alien Plant Research Institute these past few days, trying to win over Banny's forgiveness. This afternoon, Banny finally gave him a good face, and he was preparing to be even bolder tonight, but suddenly he got called back to the academy. Because of Zi Jinfu's few words, the students who were originally angry suddenly calmed down and quietly waited for the dean to speak. It turned out that the reason they had to wait so long was to give them a breather. The dean was really considerate. Chapter 337. Cleverness doesn't need to be time below. Mu Qingxin looked at Zi Jinfu, who had returned to his position, with surprise on her face. She didn't expect him to be so clever, resolving the awkwardness with just one sentence. So why hasn't such a smart person managed to win over Aunt Banny yet? It seems that cleverness doesn't always come in handy. Zi Jinfu. Hachilin slowly walked to the center, looking at the students below with a kind smile, and said, Good afternoon, children. Earlier, at the opening ceremony, I announced a few things. I wonder if you still remember? Yes. The students below shouted loudly. Hearing that the students hadn't forgotten, Hachilin nodded in satisfaction. Very good. It seems I still have some influence. You all listened to what I said seriously, haha. Dean Hachilin's humorous and witty words made the students feel exceptionally relaxed. Dean Hachilin was like an old child, very approachable, and the students were both friendly and respectful towards him. All right, let's get back on track. Previously, I told you all to remember that the military training has ended. Next, the Empire will be having a friendly match with our alliance, and the Empire students should be arriving at Capital Star next week. In a few days, the elites from the other two academies in the alliance will also be coming to our academy. I hope that the students of Philip-Bell Academy can get along well with the students from the other two academies, and most importantly, unity. The students from Empire are still uncertain about when they will arrive next week, and they don't know what the friendly match will entail. However, I believe that our students from the Philip-Bell Academy are all elites, the best of the best. No matter what kind of competition it is, we are not afraid. If they dare to come, we will show them our strength. Don't you agree? Hakarin asked loudly to the students below. Yes. The students were invigorated by the dean's words. After that, Dean Hakarin went over some precautions and rules for the different departments before letting the students disperse. Let us go back to the dormitory. Qingxin, you haven't been around these past 2 days. Lan Lan and I are about to starve. Dongfang Ling pulled Mu Qingxin and headed towards the dormitory. Qingxin, instant noodles are not tasty. 2 meals are enough, Shui Huanlan said with a frown. Mu Qingxin looked at the two of them with a wronged expression and said, You were dying to eat instant noodles when you first had them. And now you've had enough? What about those who have never eaten instant noodles? If you say that, you might get beaten. While Mu Qingxin was talking to the two, she kept an eye on Dean Hakarin's movements. She saw him finish speaking and quickly walk toward the dean's office, where Qin Jio was already sitting. Qingzhou was stroking the little flame in his palm, while his mental power enveloped the entire academy. When he sensed Mu Qingxin's mental energy, he paused, then curled his lips into a smile and changed his posture to continue stroking the little flame. Qingxin, what is wrong? Qingxin, did you hear that? Yes, I heard it. Mu Qingxin had been focused on looking at Qingzhou, who was in a tempting posture. And didn't he hear her friends at first? Coming back to her senses, she swallowed hard, her face slightly flushed, and her heart raced. She sighed inwardly about her incredible luck in finding such a handsome guy. Just now, Qingzhou's movements, gaze, and posture while stroking the little flame made her suddenly a bit jealous of the little flame. Qingxin, Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan looked at the distracted Mu Qingxin in confusion. What? Mu Qingxin snapped back to reality and looked at her two friends. Qingxin, what were you just thinking about? Why is your face red? Dongfang Ling looked at Mu Qingxin suspiciously. Is it? No, I just feel a bit hot. A bit hot, Mu Qingxin said, pretending to be relaxed as she touched her face and pulled her close. Really? But it's already November, and the temperature on Capital Star has dropped several degrees. Next month, it will start to snow. How could it be hot? Mu Qingxin felt uneasy under her friends' gazes. However, she thought it was better to keep her relationship a secret from her family. Right? Mu Qingxin suddenly remembered an important matter. She had to keep her relationship secret from her family. Generally, parents do not allow their underage children to date. Thinking of this, Mu Qingxin decided to take the time to tell Qingzhou later that they couldn't tell anyone about their relationship and would expose it only after they reached adulthood. Mu Qingxin looked at her two friends and said, "Let us go back to the dormitory. I have something bad to tell you. Oh, and let Wangxi and the others know too." This afternoon's experience was too terrifying, especially the scene of Peter being disemboweled. Just thinking about it is scary. Although Qingzhou intervened, she couldn't let her friends live in ignorance like others in a comfortable environment. Danger was nearby, and they needed to remain vigilant so they could resist in case of danger in the future. Seeing Mu Qingxin's serious expression, Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan felt puzzled, but still contacted Wangxi and Beilian to gather in the dormitory. Hey Qingxin, just as Dongfang Ling sent the message, she heard Wangxi's shout from behind. Mu Qingxin and the others turned around to see Wangxi, Miluan, and Beilian running towards them. The three of them exchanged glances and smiled, forgetting that everyone was just having a meeting here. Qingxin, are you going to make something delicious? Wangxi looked at Mu Qingxin excitedly. Dongfang Ling, hearing this, looked at Wangxi disdainfully and said, "You glutton, all you think about is eating. Don't you have anything else to do?" Upon hearing Dongfang Ling's disdain, Wangxi turned around to retort. "Then why did you send a message to gather at the dormitory instead of going to eat?" "Of course, it's for something important," Dongfang Ling shouted loudly. "What is it?" Wangxi's voice became even louder. Mu Qingxin and Shui Huanlan covered their ears and looked at them helplessly, while other students nearby also curiously looked over. "Qingxin, we're here." Darren, Locke, and Beilian also arrived. Mu Qingxin looked back and asked, "Are Kola and Thomas back at the academy yet?" Beilian nodded and said yes. "I asked the seniors from their department, and they said they took a long leave and Haven T returned to the academy yet." After hearing this, Mu Qingxin felt a bit worried. She hadn't been able to contact Kola and Thomas recently, and she was concerned about them. Chapter 338, Regret. What about Corey? Has Corey come to the academy? Not yet. Oh. Mu Qingxin lowered her head and opened her communicator to contact Kola, but still no one answered. She had to continue sending messages. Planet 101 of the Level 7 Literature Star. At this moment, in a secret underground room, two people were curled up tightly in an embrace. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One person's communicator on their wrist vibrated and then stopped, followed by another vibration before it completely ceased moving. Cough, cough. Suddenly, one of them weakly coughed, and the other immediately woke up. Seeing the weak state of the person in their arms, they gently patted her head, holding her tightly and softly saying, it's okay. You'll be fine. Thomas. Yes, I'm here. These two were, in fact, Kola and Thomas, whom Mu Qingxin and the others were worried about. They didn't know what they had gone through, but both of them were in a disheveled state with various wounds on their bodies. I'm sorry. Kola weakly said with her eyes closed. If I had listened to you and not come back, it would have been better. It's okay. Don't say sorry to me. Thomas held Kola tightly, looking down at her skin, which had turned a light green, and his own exposed skin was the same shade of green. Seeing this, Thomas kissed Kola's forehead while softly saying, "We're both lucky. We've already lived for 5 more years. Who knows, maybe we can live longer. I'm still waiting for us to join the combat team together after we come of age." Suddenly, Thomas let out a muffled groan, and his body started to convulse violently. However, even in that state, he didn't let go of Kola. Kola struggled to open her eyes, looking worriedly at Thomas. "Thomas, what's wrong? Are you okay? I'll find someone to save us." Qingxin, that was definitely a message from Qingxin just now. "I'll contact her," Kola said, straining to lift her arm. If one looked closely, they would see that the arm with the communicator was dislocated, and any movement caused excruciating pain. Kola endured the pain, using her other hand to awkwardly move her arm. Just as she was about to touch the communicator, a green substance suddenly seeped out from her wrist, tightly wrapping around the communicator, preventing her from touching it. "Oh, damn it, what the hell are you?" Kola frantically tugged at the disgusting green substance wrapping around the communicator, but no matter how she pulled, it wouldn't come off. Instead, with each tug, it felt like a knife was twisting inside her. Puff! Kola directly spat out a mouthful of blood, finally collapsing weakly, tears flowing silently. Watching Thomas, who was convulsing and struggling while trying hard to endure the pain, Kola felt an immense sense of regret and self-blame. If she had listened to Thomas and not come back, this wouldn't have happened, or if she had come back alone, Thomas wouldn't have been dragged into this. Capital Star, Art Department Dormitory. Qingxin and a few others arrived at the dormitory and greeted Jim in the lobby before going upstairs. "Why is it that every time we come to your dorm building, we never run into anyone else?" Darren asked, looking at the empty surroundings. Qingxin, Dongfang Kedink, and Shui Huanlon shook their heads in unison. "Don't mention you guys. We hardly ever run into other senior sisters, even though we live here all day. You'd think this dormitory only housed the 3 of us. Why? Don't they go out? Don't they have classes?" Wang Xi's curiosity piqued as he asked. Qingxin and the others shook their heads. "We were curious about it too and asked Jim before. He said that students in the art department can apply to go out for practical experience ahead of time. So, a few have already gone out, and their class schedules are different from ours, so we haven't bumped into them." As they spoke, they reached the dormitory, and the group entered together. Wang Xi and the others unceremoniously grabbed the snacks on the table and started eating. "Your dorm is so luxurious. Not only is it spacious, but there's also food. Yeah, living here is such a treat. It's so much better than our living conditions. If I had known it was this good, I should have just applied to the art department." The boys lounged on the sofa, enjoying their snacks while discussing. Because Qingxin was around, she often made some snacks in her space and left them on the table, so they never lacked for snacks. Therefore, Wang Xi and the others ate without restraint, and Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlon didn't mind because they had plenty in their space as well. Xin, what are we having for dinner tonight?" Locke looked at Qingxin expectantly. Qingxin shook her head. "I didn't call you here to eat. I have something to tell you." "Huh?" Wang Xi and the others looked at Qingxin with disappointment. Milon's expression tightened. Xin, is it about that matter?" Upon hearing this, everyone sat up straight and looked at Qingxin. Qingxin nodded. "As I mentioned before, everyone should go to school with a normal mindset and not investigate those matters anymore, because someone has already taken over the investigation. We just need to focus on our classes, and it's still the same now. However, I ran into Peter today." "Peter?" Everyone looked at Qingxin in confusion. "Is Peter related to that matter?" Could it be that Peter is?" Dongfang Ling speculated. Qingxin looked at everyone and nodded, yes. Xin, you weren't hurt, were you?" They looked at Qingxin with concern, feeling anxious that she might have been possessed by that thing too. Qingxin noticed the worry in their eyes and thought they were just concerned for her, so she shook her head. "No, it's just that Peter died." She then recounted what happened that afternoon. After Qingxin finished speaking, there was a moment of silence, and everyone looked horrified and incredulous. "What on earth is that thing?" Wang Xi scratched his head irritably. "I don't know, but I think we'll find out soon." I just wanted to prepare everyone psychologically when encountering danger. First set fire to it, then quickly escape. Qingxin revealed the weaknesses of the creature she discovered that afternoon. Of course, being afraid of fire might just be a small aspect. That creature certainly won't be that weak. I just hope everyone can react in time and escape when they encounter danger. After hearing Qingxin's words, everyone lost their appetite for cooking and hurriedly left, presumably to tell their families about today's events. Chapter 339. Is half an hour enough? Currently, only a small portion of people in the stars knew about this matter. But without confirming what kind of dangerous creature it was, everyone unanimously chose not to spread the news because there is a regulation in interstellar law that prohibits any citizen from causing panic. Otherwise, their citizenship would be revoked. At this moment, in the dean's office, Dean Hatchelin hurried back. When he returned to the office, he saw Qingxin already sitting there. Hatchelin took a moment to catch his breath, walked to his seat, sat down, and looked solemnly at Qingxin. Young Marshal Gio, what on earth happened? As Hatchelin approached the office, Qingxin had already put the small fire into his pocket and instructed it not to come out, assuring that he would find Qingxin shortly and let it go back. Hearing Hatchelin's question, Qingxin looked up and said, "You can see for yourself what happened." Saying this, he projected the scene of Peter being disemboweled. Hatchelin watched the content, and when he saw what came out of Peter's stomach, disbelief spread across his face. And he kept muttering, "Impossible, this can't be happening." After the video finished playing, Qingxin looked at the shocked Hatchelin, knowing that the dean must also recognize what that thing was. Let me be clear, there are no fewer than 100 of that creature in Bear Academy. And as for the exact number, it's still unclear. Smack! Hatchelin, trembling as he held the teacup, ready to take a sip to calm his nerves, dropped the cup to the ground in shock upon hearing Qingxin's words. Fortunately, the cup wasn't glass, so it didn't shatter. Hatchelin ignored the cup that fell to the ground and the spilled liquid on the carpet he had painstakingly maintained, looking pale at Qingxin, swallowing hard. "You mean, how many students in the academy have been possessed by the insect race?" "Not fewer than 100. Bang! Hatchelin leaned back against the chair, his heart sinking to the bottom. The insect race had infiltrated the academy, and he hadn't noticed at all, allowing so many of his students to be harmed. Hatchelin's eyes turned red. He looked up at Qingxin. "Young Marshal Gio, what do you plan to do next?" "I will cooperate fully as long as we can stop those insect races from continuing to harm my students." Qingxin looked at the dean, who suddenly seemed decades older, knowing that he had devoted much of his life to his students. Qingxin stood up and respectfully said, "Dean, rest assured, since I have taken over the responsibility for the safety of Capital Star this time, I will see it through to the end to ensure the safety of Capital Star. I will have a team stationed in the academy to conduct a thorough investigation as soon as possible, and I will report this matter to the leaders." Qingxin said nothing more about other planets. Hatchelin fell silent upon hearing Qingxin's words, deep in thought. It was terrifying to consider that so many insect races had entered Capital Star. What about lower-level civilized planets? Were there perhaps more humans possessed by the insect race in places they didn't know about? After leaving the dean's office, Qingxin headed straight to the art department dormitory, sending a message to Qingxin as he walked. Xin, I'm downstairs at the art department dormitory. Can you come down to get the little fire?" After sending the message, Qingxin's figure immediately vanished from the spot. Ding ding. Qingxin's light brain rang, and upon seeing the message, she immediately stood up and ran downstairs. By this time, everyone had already left, and Ling Ling and Lon Lon were feeling a bit down after just hearing the news, so they had gone to their rooms early. Therefore, when Qingxin went out, no one noticed. Qingxin quickly ran downstairs, and just as she reached the bottom, she saw a tall, handsome figure in the lobby with his back to her. It seemed that he sensed Qingxin's arrival. Qingxin turned around and, upon seeing Qingxin, smiled. Xin. Qingxin strode towards Qingxin. Qingxin smiled and ran towards him. When she got to Qingxin's side, she raised her head high, but then frowned and decisively took 2 steps back, 3 steps, 5 steps. After checking the distance, she looked up at Qingxin, satisfied that this distance didn't require her to strain her neck so much. Qingxin looked at Qingxin, who had stepped back 5 steps, feeling helpless. For the first time, He thought being tall was a disadvantage, as it made his girlfriend stand so far away just to look him in the eye. Qingxin stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Qingxin's shoulder as they walked towards Jim's room. Jim, who had been secretly observing the situation in the hall, saw the cold and stern young Marshal Gio approaching with Miss Mu and quickly stood up, heading into the room to pretend he was unaware of everything outside. "Where are we going?" Qingxin, being pulled forward, looked up at Qingxin's chin in confusion. This man's chin is surprisingly good-looking, with smooth skin and only a faint bruise, but his face is clean-shaven. "To borrow a room." Qingxin suddenly stopped, looking at Qingxin in shock. "What's wrong?" Noticing that the little one had stopped moving, Qingxin looked down at her, and, seeing the expression in her eyes, couldn't help but chuckle as he tapped her on the head. "What are you thinking about? Where do you want it?" Qingxin's face flushed, and she exclaimed loudly, "I'm not thinking about anything." Qingxin smiled, choosing not to continue the conversation for fear of embarrassing her further, and led her to the door of Jim's room. "Knock, knock." Jim heard the knock and quickly ran over to open the door, only to see the cold and stern young Marshal Gio. He immediately said respectfully, "Young Marshal Gio, how may I assist you?" Qingxin nodded slightly. "Hello. I'd like to borrow your room for half an hour. Is that okay?" "Just half an hour?" Jim looked at Qingxin with a skeptical expression. "Yes." Qingxin narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression cooling. "Ahem. All right. Young Marshal Gio, please go ahead." Seeing that Qingxin's face had turned cold, Jim quickly shut up and respectfully welcomed Qingxin and Qingxin inside, then stepped out and thoughtfully closed the door. After exiting, Jim leaned against the door to listen carefully, not hearing any sounds and fearing being discovered by young Marshal Gio. He hurriedly left, murmuring to himself, "Young Marshal Gio is so powerful. Can half an hour really solve it? Shouldn't it be a battle of hundreds of rounds for days and nights?" Inside the room, Qingxin's face grew darker, while Qingxin's face reddened more and more. Both of them had heard Jim's words through their spiritual senses, but upon exchanging glances, they quickly averted their eyes, pretending not to have heard anything. Chapter 340. No race will truly become extinct to avoid eavesdropping. Qingxin enveloped the entire room behind Qingxin with his spiritual power. Ahem, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and Qingxin cleared his throat. "Qingxin." Little fire couldn't help but pop out from Qingxin's pocket, holding a small stone in its arms, flying towards Qingxin. "Little fire." Qingxin looked curiously at the stone in Little Fire's arms. "What are you holding?" This is..." Little Fire glanced at Qingxin, feeling a bit shy. Previously, Qingxin had given it a piece of obsidian to keep it from leaving the pocket and had told it to stay there until it was allowed out. However, knowing that Qingxin had arrived, Little Fire had been holding back for so long, and since Qingxin hadn't let it out yet, it couldn't resist sharing the obsidian with Yi and Lao Jio, so it came out without listening to Qingxin. Little Fire felt quite embarrassed for taking someone else's thing and not following his instructions. Qingxin didn't blame Little Fire, gently patting it and smiling. "This is obsidian. It contains some spiritual energy, and I think they would like it. Little Fire contributed a lot in capturing that insect race today, and I haven't thanked it yet." Little Fire felt even more ashamed at Qingxin's gratitude. Qingxin reached out to take a look at the obsidian, and Little Fire handed it to her. Qingxin picked up the obsidian, examining it closely. Its exterior was completely black. Even the inside was black, pure, without any impurities, and there was indeed spiritual energy inside. However, compared to the spiritual energy in the space, it was negligible. Seeing how much Little Fire liked it, she didn't say anything and returned the obsidian to Little Fire. "Thank you for giving Little Fire this obsidian." Qingxin allowed Little Fire to enter the space. At this moment, Qingxin noticed that the little one had changed how she addressed him. Looking at Qingxin, he asked, "Just now, why did you call me by my name directly?" "You used to call me." Qingxin thought for a moment. It seemed that today was the only day the address had changed. Qingxin lowered his head, looking seriously at Qingxin. "Why the change?" Qingxin rolled her eyes, hesitating for a moment before looking at Qingxin and saying, "I feel like I've become your girlfriend, so I shouldn't call you Brother Qin anymore, or else people might misunderstand that I'm your sister." The title Brother Qin seemed a bit childish and pretentious. As someone with a boyfriend, she couldn't be so childish anymore. I don't think it's childish. Qingzhou smiled as he looked at Mu Qingxin. Anyway, I won't call you brother anymore. Mu Qingxin rolled her eyes and said. Qingzhou pulled Mu Qingxin to sit down. Then what do you want to call me? You can't just call me by my full name, right? If I can't have any other benefits, can't I at least have this benefit of address? Gio? You old Qin? When Mu Qingxin said old Qin, Qingzhou's face immediately darkened, and he directly denied. Don't call me old Qin. That makes me seem older. Mu Qingxin covered her mouth and chuckled, looking at Qingzhou. Then how about just you? Okay, as long as it's not old Qin. Why you? Hearing the little one's affectionate call, Qingzhou's expression softened. By the way, what was that creature this afternoon? Mu Qingxin recalled the soft creature from the afternoon and asked. Qingzhou looked at Mu Qingxin, but didn't inquire why she knew about that creature, saying, That was the insect race. The insect race? Upon hearing this term, Mu Qingxin's heart sank because she was most afraid of disgusting things like insects, those soft, green, slippery creatures. But the insect race has been exterminated, right? How could they suddenly appear? Mu Qingxin suddenly remembered that when Beer was explaining interstellar civilization history to her, he had once mentioned that the largest enemy of humanity in the universe, apart from adapting to life in space, was the attacks from the insect race. However, Beer had said that humanity had completely exterminated the insect race, which was why they could adapt to life in the universe more quickly and achieve the technology they have today. No race will truly become extinct. The insect race is the most cunning creature. Back then, humanity did destroy the insect race's main nest and killed their queen. But the insect race's greatest skill is to assimilate others. You should understand this now, just like those students possessed by the insect race. The larvae enter their bodies without their knowledge, grow inside them, and once they mature, the person's body is already empty, equivalent to just a shell left behind, beneath which is just an insect. The insect race can act under the guise of a human shell, doing anything without anyone noticing, not just humans. But even other races are spared from the harm of the insect race. So, with such a skill, can the insect race really be exterminated? Mu Qingxin shook her head. No, perhaps the insect race's nest was destroyed back then, but within humanity or other races, there are still individual insects existing. After so many years, they should have been recuperating and continuing to assimilate their companions. After so many years, would the number of the insect race have decreased? Qingzhou looked at the little one, a proud light flashing in his eyes. His little one was truly smart. Qingxin, can I borrow a little fire from you? Qingzhou asked. For the next period, I will be staying at Philibel Academy to thoroughly investigate all the students and mentors at Philibel Academy, and then investigate the capital star. Therefore, I need little fire to help us find the insect race. Humanity's technology has improved, and with the research of scientists, they should be able to develop instruments to detect the insect race. By then, they won't have to be afraid anymore, but for now, they likely still need little fire's help because they can't identify them. Mu Qingxin naturally agreed. This involved the entire human race, as well as other species. So she definitely agreed. However, Xiaohu couldn't be too far away from her for too long. Chapter 1. Section 1. Qingzhou was not at all concerned when he heard Mu Qingxin's worry. It's fine. I can tell the dean when the time comes. If necessary, you can act with me. Hearing that she could act with Qingzhou made Mu Qingxin look at him with surprise. Qingzhou looked at her rosy little face, and his hand couldn't help but reach up to touch it. Feeling the warm palm on her face, Mu Qingxin felt as if she was burning up. Her whole body felt hot, almost unable to breathe. There's still one more thing, Mu Qingxin said a bit nervously. Chapter 341, Is Gio not okay? What is it? Qingzhou looked intently at Mu Qingxin, whose face was growing redder, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Listening to his gentle voice, Mu Qingxin felt a bit dizzy, almost lost in his charm. Mu Qingxin swallowed hard, feeling dry and parched, and quickly lowered her head to pretend nothing was wrong as she took out a cup of fruit tea from her space and handed one to Qingzhou as well. Qingzhou stared stiffly at the fruit tea in his hand, immediately recalling the cup he had drunk that afternoon. Mu Qingxin finished her fruit tea in one gulp and looked up to see Qingxin staring intently at the fruit tea in his hand. She couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Don't worry. This cup is normal fruit tea, not the kind I made you drink before. Why don't you give it a try?" A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes as she teased Qingxin. When Qingxin realized he had been caught by Qingxin, he quickly returned to normal. Seeing the little one watching the show with anticipation, he smiled and slowly raised the cup to taste it. After taking a sip, he raised an eyebrow at the red liquid in the cup. "This is better than the previous one." "Haha." Qingxin couldn't help but burst into laughter at Qingxin's serious comment. "That's for sure." Seeing Qingxin so happy, Qingxin also smiled. What he wanted was for the little one to be completely relaxed and happy when she was with him. "You just said there was something you wanted to tell me?" Qingxin asked, looking at Qingxin. "Oh, I almost forgot." Qingxin patted her head and then looked at Qingxin with some apprehension. Qingxin looked at her gently. If the people from the underworld battle team saw Qingxin at this moment, they would definitely be shocked. "It's about us." "Well, it's better to keep it a secret for now. Don't let anyone else know, and especially don't let my family know. My dad and brothers absolutely must not find out." As Qingxin recalled, she realized that her family seemed to have a bad impression of Qingxin. Otherwise, why would they speak ill of him? "Why? Do you think I'm too old?" Qingxin looked at Qingxin with some hurt in his eyes. Could it really be that he was too old? No, I don't think you're old at all. Your age is just right." In reality, she was almost 30, which paired perfectly with his 33. "It's just that I think everyone admires and respects you. If others find out you have a girlfriend, it might cause public outrage. What if I get attacked by those women who admire you? Women's jealousy can be quite intense. They wouldn't dare. You're mine. Anyone who hurts you, I will make them wish they were dead." A cold glint flashed in Qingxin's eyes at the thought of this possibility. Hearing Qingxin's words, Qingxin smiled contentedly. "I don't care about them, but my family must be kept in the dark. After all, I'm still not of age. I'll tell them once I'm of age. By then, their opposition will be useless." However, Qingxin looked at Qingxin hesitantly. "No buts, you must agree. Otherwise, my dad, brothers, and grandpa will make your life miserable." Qingxin said firmly. "All right, we'll do it your way. You can announce me as your boyfriend whenever you want. Although your family already knows and is indeed against it, I will make them agree with my actions. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you." Qingxin nodded in satisfaction, giving Qingxin's face a queenly pat. As soon as she touched Qingxin's face, she became addicted to it, constantly marveling in her heart at how smooth his skin was, smoother than a woman's. Qingxin's eyes flashed with indulgence as he watched the little one play with his face, feeling quite pleased that she was satisfied with his appearance for the first time. When Qingxin and Qingxin came out, it had just been half an hour. After watching Qingxin go upstairs, Qingxin walked toward Jim, thanked him, and then left. Jim watched Qingxin leave and hurriedly went inside the house, looking around to find everything intact and normal. With a hint of regret, he muttered, "Why didn't anything happen? Could it be that Jio Xiao didn't perform well? No way. By the way, the dormitory manager of the potion department seems to know some recipes in this area. I'll ask him. Maybe I can give it to Jio Xiao the next time I see him. He might find it useful." After speaking, Jim immediately contacted the dormitory manager of the potion department. For the students of Philibur Academy, the following week was filled with excitement and anticipation. Not because students from other academies were coming or because students from the Imperial Academy were coming, but because Jio Xiao would be staying at Philibur Academy. They might just encounter Jio Xiao after class. The girls of Philibur Academy, upon hearing this news, were ready to scream. They were so excited that they couldn't sleep at night and couldn't focus in class during the day. As soon as class ended, they rushed to Qingxin's residence, hoping for a chance encounter and wishing that Jio Xiao would fall for them. Qingxin watched as her classmates discussed Qingxin before every class, feeling a sense of secret delight in her heart. The person they admired and liked was hers. Starting from Monday, every morning, Qingxin waited downstairs at the art department's dormitory. Qingxin would run down to give him xiaohua while also bringing him a meal. Then, in the evening, Qingxin would return xiaohua, and Qingxin would go downstairs to receive xiaohua, bringing along a late-night snack. Meeting twice a day, they managed to keep it a secret from everyone, except for Jim. Ling Xian looked at his boss, who was obviously in a good mood and thriving lately, feeling extremely unhappy. He glanced at his meal and then at his boss's, which was clearly from a different place. "Boss," Ling Xian said, looking at the variety of meals his boss had every day and licking his lips. "What did you eat this morning?" Qingxin coldly glanced at Ling Xian. "I don't know, but it's really good." "Of course, if it weren't good, why would I ask you?" Ling Xian gave up, knowing his boss wouldn't tell him. Without a doubt, it was made by Qingxin. His boss was too cunning, using Xiaohua to get close to her. Chapter 342 Boss. "I'll go deliver Xiaohua tonight. It must be inconvenient for you to keep running around," Ling Xian suggested. "No need." Qingxin immediately rejected without thinking. "This matter cannot be known to others. I feel more at ease going." Xiaohua also nodded. It's better for Qin to take me. You're too clumsy. Besides, Qin takes me every day so he can bond with his heart. What good would it do for you to go?" Ling Xian felt wronged by the immediate rejection from both his boss and Xiaohua. He mainly wanted to see Qingxin and eat the food she made. Today, the mentors and students from the other two colleges have arrived. You and Xiaohua should first conduct a sweep of those individuals. Once that's done, it's time to check the artillery department. Qingxin mentioned today's tasks. "Is there any progress from the research institute?" As soon as work was mentioned, Ling Xian became serious. "Master Arthur is currently working on a potion to resist the assimilation of the insect race, while the clan is mass-producing vessels that can contain the insect race. As for the instruments for detecting the insect race, researchers are still studying them. The insect that came out of Peter has been sent to Master Arthur's research institute. Master Arthur is not only a master in exotic plants, but also highly skilled in potion research. In the starry sky, when it comes to potions, the G family is the most suitable, but due to their poor character and behavior, they haven't sought out anyone from the G family for research. Previously, Qingxin had used a vessel for the insect race, which was left over from years ago. Since Qingxin had mentioned this to him, Qingxin had taken it to heart and retrieved one from the museum on Capital Star. Now that there are no more insect races, many have been continuously destroyed, leaving only a few for people to appreciate and understand in the museum. In terms of manufacturing, the clan is still more adept for them. As long as they can decompose one, they can produce countless vessels. In the past few days, Qingxin has first checked everyone from the Underworld Battle Team who arrived on Capital Star. Fortunately, none of his team members have been assimilated. He then quickly began sweeping through various departments under the pretense of recruiting new soldiers, with the list he had already noted down, just waiting for the clan to finish making the vessels to start closing in. Relying solely on Xiaohua is impossible with so many planets in the starry sky. So the leaders ordered all researchers to immediately put down their tasks and develop instruments to detect the insect race. And of course, those researchers are also to keep it confidential. On Wednesday, the students and mentors from the other two colleges of the Alliance arrived at Philibert College on time, personally welcomed by Dean Hatchelin. During class, Qingxin felt the vibration of her light brain and, glancing at the mentor who was teaching, discreetly opened her light brain while the mentor wasn't looking. It was a message from her third brother. Confused, Qingxin opened the message, sneaking glances at the mentor, wondering what her brother could possibly want at this moment. "Qingxin, I've arrived at your college. I'll come find you at noon. I want to eat something good." Seeing the message from her brother, Qingxin was extremely surprised. He hadn't mentioned anything about coming before, so why the suddenness? She immediately replied, "Third brother, why are you at our college? How did you get in? Did the college let you in?" At that moment, Qingxin, who was following the college team, saw his sister's reply and smiled, quickly responding, "Didn't they say that people from the Empire are coming for some friendship match? So our college's elites are here. As for me, your third brother, I'm also an elite, so I had to come. I couldn't avoid it, even if I wanted to, sigh." Qingxin imagined her brother's proud expression upon seeing his reply and smiled to herself. "Okay, I'll prepare something delicious for elite third brother at noon. I'll go back to get ready after class." "All right, elite's little sister, you're working hard. You go to class, don't get caught by the mentor." Qingxin wrinkled her nose and sent the last 3 words, "Definitely won't." After sending it, she looked up to listen to the lecture, just as she caught the mentor's deadly gaze. "Qingxin, tell me what I just talked about." The interstellar civilization history mentor glared at Qingxin sternly. Inside, Qingxin screamed bad and awkwardly stood up, her eyes darting to a classmate in front who kindly flipped to the relevant page, saying, "What we just talked about was one of the lifestyles of the ancient Blue Star people." When she selected this course, it was also to make it easier to earn credits. But this interstellar civilization history mentor, Mentor Henry, seemed to be particularly interested in studying the development history of ancient humans. She thought she could learn more about interstellar history. But Mentor Henry's lectures were all about ancient Blue Star, which was knowledge of the world she was familiar with. Moreover, some historical facts about ancient Blue Star mentioned by Mentor Henry were vastly different from what she knew, to say the least. It was like someone from the 21st century trying to understand the age of dinosaurs. After all, thousands of years had passed, and humanity had long forgotten everything about their previous living planets. Therefore, Qingxin treated this class like a storytelling session. What kind? Qingxin looked pleadingly at the classmates in front of her. The youngest and cutest little guy in the class looked at her, and the classmates all used various methods to signal her what the mentor had just talked about. Qingxin keenly noticed their answers, cleared her throat, and said, "The ancient Blue Star people celebrated their birthdays in what way?" Mentor Henry nodded and continued, "In what form did they celebrate?" Qingxin hadn't heard what Mentor Henry had said earlier, as she was too busy messaging her brother. Looking back at her classmates, they all looked at her with difficulty. What was that expression? Didn't they know either? With no way to seek help, Qingxin had to speak for herself. The ancient Blue Star people celebrated their birthdays very differently from how we do now. Mentor Henry on stage, and all the classmates looked at Qingxin speechlessly, thinking, "Isn't this obvious? If it were the same, what would the mentor be lecturing about?" Qingxin saw everyone looking at her and awkwardly smiled, realizing she had just stated the obvious, but the following points were the key. When humans lived on ancient Blue Star, their eras, lifestyles, environments, and technologies were all different. Due to these differences, their thoughts were also different, thus their ways of celebrating birthdays were different. Chapter 343. We want to taste it. We often talk about the ancient Blue Star people, but it seems everyone doesn't realize that the ancient Blue Star people also evolved from a primitive society. At first, they didn't even think about celebrating birthdays. They just needed to eat and survive. Later, as people gradually developed and living conditions improved, they began to celebrate with feasts. The ancient Blue Star people had different races living on different continents, leading to different lifestyles. I know about one race on one continent and how they celebrate birthdays. On the day of one's birthday, friends and family would bring gifts to congratulate, but such feasts were generally a way for older individuals to celebrate. On a larger scale, children in ancient times would celebrate their birthdays by having their families make a bowl of longevity noodles or their favorite foods to celebrate their birthday. However, as time progressed and living conditions improved, celebrating birthdays became a common event, with the most typical being the appearance of birthday cakes. No matter the age, everyone must have a birthday cake for their birthday. When celebrating a birthday, if one wants to celebrate with everyone, they would go to a restaurant or celebrate at home. If they didn't want to tell their friends, they would just celebrate with their family. Qingxin shared what she knew, then sighed, looking at everyone. Actually, the main purpose of celebrating a birthday is to commemorate the day of one's birth. But the most important thing is to thank one's parents, especially the mother who gave birth. Gratitude is the main purpose of a celebration because that day is not only one's birthday, but also the day of the mother's suffering. The happiest day for parents. Mentor, I'm done. Qingxin finished speaking and looked at Mentor Henry. At this moment, the entire classroom was quiet, and everyone was staring in amazement at Qingxin, especially Mentor Henry on the podium. He had never heard or understood what Qingxin had just said. Looking at her calm expression, Mentor Henry quickly regained his composure. Although what you said is completely different from what I just explained, you have given me a deeper understanding of the lifestyle of the GALAXY'S people. I do like to ask, what did you learn so much? A preliminary assessment suggests that it is not fabricated, as there was not a hint of hesitation when you spoke, and your arguments were logical. Qingxin paused for a moment and said, I saw it in an ancient book from Tianji Star, and I stumbled upon it. Everyone knew that Qingxin had lived on Tianji Star before, so Henry had to let it go, and then Qingxin sat down. Suddenly, a student raised their hand, and Mentor Henry allowed them to speak. Teacher, I want to know what the longevity noodles are that Moo classmate mentioned regarding the ancient people's birthday celebrations. Mentor Henry also turned his gaze to Moo Qingxin, and he didn't know much about it either and was unsure if Moo classmate knew. Moo Qingxin stood up and explained these longevity noodles have been a customary birthday dish on that continent, said to be related to Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty, a famous figure from ancient times. The main ingredient of longevity noodles is high-gluten flour, mixed with various seasonings, representing people's good wishes for the future. The word noodle is similar to face, and a long face represents a long life, so people use long noodles to wish for longevity. Gradually, this practice evolved into the habit of eating noodles on birthdays, festivals, referred to as eating longevity noodles. Is it delicious? Asked a slightly plump student next to Moo Qingxin. Moo Qingxin smiled and nodded. Of course it's delicious. Moreover, different regions have different ways of making longevity noodles. Even the noodles themselves vary. Is it better than the food in the Sky Food City? Another student pressed on. Previously, people were uninterested in food, but after trying the delicious offerings in Sky Food City, they couldn't get enough. Unfortunately, once they started school, they couldn't eat from Sky Food City anymore. Although they could order online, their speed could never match that of the professionals. Upon hearing Sky Food City, everyone's gaze turned to Moo Qingxin. She was momentarily taken aback and shook her head, saying, "This can't be compared. First, the foods are different, each with its own flavor characteristics. Second, everyone has different preferences. The same dish may be liked by some and not by others. Third, the meaning of longevity noodles is different. It represents blessings. Therefore, they are not comparable, but they are also very tasty." Wow, being a Gulancing person means you can eat a lot of delicious food, the slightly plump student said dreamily. What about birthday cakes? What is that? Is it delicious? Moo Qingxin couldn't help but marvel at how the interstellar people were hidden foodies, remembering only these two dishes from her lengthy explanation. The origin of the birthday cake comes from another continent of Gulancing. The people there believe that birthdays are the days when the soul is most vulnerable to demonic invasion. Therefore, on birthdays, family and friends gather around to give blessings and present cakes to bring good luck and drive away demons. This tradition has persisted, and now, both adults and children can buy a beautiful cake on their birthday and enjoy the blessings from everyone, due to their love for children. Some regions place many lit candles on the cake when celebrating their child's birthday, adding a new activity of blowing out these lit candles. They believe that the lit candles possess mysterious powers. If the birthday child makes a wish in their heart and blows out all the candles in one breath, then that child's good wish will surely come true. Is it delicious? The slightly plump boy asked again. Moo Qingxin nodded. Yes, it's delicious because it represents blessings. And eating, it has a taste of happiness. Moo Qingxin thought of the cakes she had eaten in her past life when her parents were still alive. That was happiness. Have you eaten it? How do you know it tastes like happiness? The slightly plump boy Bruce looked at Moo Qingxin skeptically. Other students also looked at her with doubtful expressions, wondering if she was making things up since they had never eaten those things or even heard of them. How could she know about these foods and what they tasted like? Moo Qingxin came back to her senses and looked at Bruce. You'll know when you try it. Do you want to eat it? Yes. If there is, I definitely want to try, Bruce said without hesitation. In class next week, I'll bring longevity noodles and cake for you to try and see if there's a taste of happiness. Really? Are you sure? Bruce looked at Moo Qingxin excitedly. The others looked at Moo Qingxin with expectations and doubts. When they saw her nod, they all said, Moo classmate, we want to try too, can we? Moo Qingxin smiled and nodded. Sure. Next week I'll let you all try. Looking at Mentor Henry on the podium, of course, Mentor Henry will have to try as well. When Henry heard Moo Qingxin's words, a smile appeared on his face. Okay. Next week we'll wait for Moo classmate to show us these two foods, longevity noodles and birthday cake. If Moo classmate can bring these two foods, you will receive full credits for this semester. Wow. When Mentor Henry said this, all the students present gasped and looked at Moo Qingxin with envy. But there was more anticipation in their eyes. Moo Qingxin was also very shocked at that moment, not expecting it to be like this. After regaining her composure, she smiled broadly at Mentor Henry, sweetly assuring, Mentor, I promise to satisfy you with these two foods next week. Credits, she was determined. Mu Qingxin. I have high hopes for you. Bruce said expectantly. Mu classmate, you must bring it. We are all waiting. Yeah, for the credits, you have to find those foods. I also want to taste the flavor of happiness. Me too. What is the taste of happiness? I really don't know. That day, a hot post appeared on the internal network of Philabel Academy, titled The Legendary Food of Happiness. The flavor of happiness, I will know next week. The content detailed Mu Qingxin's words during that class on interstellar civilization, which the poster elaborated on. In the final note, they wrote, although I don't know what kind of food Mu classmate will bring us next week, I really want to taste the flavor of happiness and experience the blessed food of the GALAXY'S people. Looking forward to it. The excitement of the post was not about its content, but about the promise made by the interstellar civilization history mentor. Once this post came out, it was pinned by students who had previously attended Henry's classes and sparked heated discussions. Impossible. Mentor Henry's rigid personality wouldn't make such a promise. This is definitely not my mentor Henry. For a bite of food, he actually offered credits. Impossible. The flavor of happiness? Don't tell me that Junior is just fooling you all with some trash. I suggest the poster not to have high hopes, or you will be disappointed. I'm looking forward to it too. When the time comes, the poster must take pictures and share what the flavor of happiness is like, what it feels like. Although I don't know what longevity noodles and birthday cakes are, I'm attracted to this birthday celebration method of the GALAXY'S people. I envy them for having this custom. I almost forgot when my birthday is, and a group of people eagerly waiting for the results next week. No matter how everyone discusses or views it, Mu Qingxin doesn't care at all. Longevity noodles are easy to make, but the most important thing is the cake. She needs to look for some ingredients she doesn't have. And if she still can't find them, she'll have to use substitutes. Thinking of her third brother, she quickly runs back to the dormitory after class to prepare a meal for him. Although her third brother's bad luck has been confirmed, she is still very happy about his arrival. It's just a bit regretful that when their eldest brother, second brother, and dad returned last time, her third brother didn't come back. If her third brother had returned a couple of days earlier, their family could have reunited. Mu Qingxin has just realized that in the interstellar world, family reunions are truly rare because the men are mostly in various battle teams or different jobs. With 90% working on other planets, women are similar. Although there are fewer of them, those in the interstellar world are also quite strong in combat. Of course, fewer inter-battle teams, but they all work outside. Basically, there are no idle people in the interstellar world. For Mu Qingxin, who looks forward to being a rice bug, this is simply bad news. At noon, Dong Fongling and Shui Huanlan return to the dormitory and see several dishes already laid out on the table. Looking surprised at Mu Qingxin. Qingxin, what's the occasion today? Why did you make so many dishes? Dong Fongling leans closer to Mu Qingxin, sneaking a bite from the plate. Are Wang Si and the others coming? Shui Huanlan also sneaks a taste. Mu Qingxin replies while stir-frying, no, my third brother is coming. Aren't students from the other two colleges coming to our college today? My third brother is among them, and he told me he's coming here for lunch. Mu Sangu is coming to our college? Great. I haven't seen Mu Sangu in a long time. Dong Fongling, who previously lived at Mu Qingxin's home, is quite familiar with Mu Qixi. Qingxin's third brother? Shui Huanlan asks in confusion. Yes, don't worry. Mu Sangu is very nice and easygoing, so don't be scared. Dong Fongling comforts Shui Huanlan, whose timid personality they are both used to, so they always inform her in advance to avoid scaring her. Their essay knock on the door, and before Mu Qingxin can speak, Dong Fongling runs over happily. Ah, it must be Mu Sangu. She opens the door and sees Jim. Jim smiles at Dong Fongling. Miss Dongfong, their S8 guest looking for you. He says he S Miss Mu's brother. Hello, Lingling. Long time no see. Mu Qixi steps in, smiling and greeting Dong Fongling, catching the delicious aroma coming from the room. He sees his sister cooking, and his smile broadens. Mu Sangu, Dong Fongling joyfully exclaims, come in, come in. Qingxin has already prepared the food, and is just waiting for you. Huh. Finally I can eat my sister's cooking. I knew my sister was the best. As he speaks, Mu Qixi enters the room. Dong Fongling looks at Jim outside the door and smiles, saying, thank you, Jim. Jim glances at the scene inside, respectfully smiles, and says, you're welcome. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye. Goodbye. Dong Fongling closes the door and sees Mu Qixi already close to Qingxin, laughing and talking while sneaking bites from the dishes. Sister, do you know how much I've missed you? It's been over a month since I last saw you. I fought tooth and nail for this opportunity just to see you. Mu Qingxin starts to vent his frustrations. Chapter 345. Visitors from the Empire. Mu Qingxin smiles and listens to her third brother's complaints, occasionally interjecting a word or two, until she finishes frying all the dishes and Mu Qingxin is still talking. Mu Qingxin looks at Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan, who are already waiting at the table, and interrupt her brother with a smile. Third brother, let us eat. We can talk after we finish. We're all hungry. Mu Qingxin looks at the table full of dishes. Eat. I'm hungry too. It's been a long time since I've had such fresh food. Huh? Is this little girl on lawn? Mu Qingxin suddenly notices Shui Huanlan behind Dongfang Ling. Haha. Sorry, I was just focused on talking to Qingxin and didn't see you. I'm Qingxin's third brother. You can also call me Sange. It's okay. Mu Sange, Shui Huanlan replies softly, her face turning red as she suppresses the urge to shy away. Mu Qingxin smiles and, knowing that his sister's friend is timid, decides not to tease her. He just loudly proclaims how hungry he is and urges everyone to eat. Finally, Mu Qingxin announces that everyone can sit together and start eating. Third brother, how many people came from your college? Mu Qingxin answers while eating, well, our dean came too. Including the dean and the mentors, we have 7 students. A total of 13 people. What about GALAXY'S College? Dongfang Ling asks curiously. Same. Including mentors and the dean, they also have 13 people. Huh? Why are there only so few students coming? Mu Qingxin swallows his food and sees the 3 girls looking puzzled. He laughs, not few. We're 2 colleges combined. It's just that these are the students from the departments our colleges are good at. Our Qingxin College is particularly strong in mecha research, so we only selected from these few departments. GALAXY'S College, like family.With Academy, focuses on combat, so they also only picked 7 strong students. Of course, the most important ones are from family.With Academy. Since they gathered at family.With Academy, if they want talent, it's not hard to find. They are everywhere. After hearing Mu Qingxin's analysis, Mu Qingxin and the other 2 nod in understanding and continue eating quietly. By the way, I just saw Vice Commander Ling Xian. Mu Qingxin suddenly recalls something, feeling a bit strange about why Vice Commander Ling was also present when family.With Academy received them, and he even called over a student and a mentor. Mu Qingxin's expression tightens as she looks at her brother. Is he from your college? No. He is from GALAXY'S College. Mu Qingxin shakes his head. Third brother, did you travel with GALAXY'S College? No. Our college is not on the same planet. We all have our own routes. We just agreed to meet at the capital planet before heading to family.With Academy. Oh. Mu Qingxin and the others sigh in relief. What's wrong? Mu Qingxin looks at the 3 of them in confusion. Mu Qingxin continues to eat while explaining to her brother about the recent events. After listening, Mu Qingxin grows quiet, slowing down his eating. Finally, he can't help but look at Mu Qingxin and asks, Qingxin, are you sure it's really the Zerd? Mu Qingxin nods. Yes, it's from you, Commander G, you said so. Hearing his sister's words, Mu Qingxin loses his appetite. Does the family know? They know. I've already told Gao Zhu and the others. So, Commander Gu is currently investigating everyone at family.With Academy. What about the other planets? Mu Qingxin's heart sinks. Hearing Mu Qingxin's words, Mu Qingxin and the other 2 fall silent. Looking at her brother's worried expression, Mu Qingxin reassures him, Third brother, don't worry. Now that we are aware of the Zerg's invasion early on, Commander Gu has done his utmost to resolve this issue. Don't worry. The Zerg will definitely be eradicated again. I know, Mu Qingxin says with a low mood. After finishing the meal, since Mu Qingxin and the others have classes, Mu Qingxin also needs to return to his team. After eating, he leaves, and Mu Qingxin and the others hurry to their respective classrooms. For the next 2 days, whenever Mu Qingxin has free time, he comes to Mu Qingxin's dorm to eat. At first, he comes alone, but later it becomes 2 people, the other one being his good buddy, Wei Hufeng. After waiting for a week, the Empire's people finally arrive at Capital Star on Saturday. But the students from family.With Academy have already gone on vacation and are not attending classes. It is unclear what kind of mindset the Empire's people had in scheduling their arrival at Capital Star. Since the Academy is not accepting them, the leaders will receive them instead, on Saturday and Sunday. The leader sent someone to receive them and arrange for them to stay at the One Tao Wu Lu Grand Hotel, accompanying them to explore the sights of Capital Star for 2 days. A total of 20 people from the empire arrived, including 10 students, 8 boys and 2 girls, 5 mentors, 1 diplomat, and the remaining 4 were likely security personnel protecting the group. Inside the One Tao Wu Lu Grand Hotel, the diplomat Frank, who was leading everyone, respectfully looked at one of the female students. Princess, we have found out that the singing student is from Philibert Academy, named Mu Qingxin. She is the daughter of Commander Mu of the 3rd Squad, and she is 15 years old. Previously, when Princess Isha heard Frank's words, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Can a mind still recover? In the star system where humans survive, it is now divided into 2 parts, the Alliance and the Empire. The Alliance is where Mu Qingxin lives, advocating democracy, civil liberties, equality, and the right for citizens to participate in major decisions and to be informed. However, some people prefer a society that respects the strong, leading to the emergence of the empire, where the people follow a hereditary monarchy, advocating for power. The Alliance is the leader, while the empire is the monarch. The monarch decides everything, followed by the royal family and nobility, and finally the commoners. This model is akin to the 21st century that Mu Qingxin lives in, resembling the Alliance, while the ancient monarch era is similar to the empire. In summary, the commoners in the empire are oppressed, but they dare not resist because the allure of power is overwhelming. Everyone desires power, so they willingly accept oppression in hopes of obtaining it. The emperor of the empire, Qingxin, has long sought to conquer the entire star system and unify the universe, resulting in constant civil wars. Historically, the Empire and the Alliance have always been in opposition, and now suddenly wanting to talk peace leaves everyone in the Alliance puzzled. Isha, do you want to compete with that singing girl? Another girl named Carol asked Isha. Chapter 346. The G family. Isha nodded, of course. Second brother. Who do you think sings better, me or that Mu Qingxin? Isha asked her older brother, Prince Rory. Rory looked at his sister and smiled. Of course it's our princess. No one can compare to our Princess Isha's singing. Yes. No one can match Princess Isha's voice. That little girl from the Alliance can't compete with you, Princess. You'll definitely win. Frank quickly flattered her. Isha ignored Frank and was overjoyed to hear her brother's affirmation, while Carol beside her hesitated. She had heard Mu Qingxin's songs and watched the videos. She was uncertain whether the princess would win against Mu Qingxin. The princess's voice was ethereal and beautiful, invigorating listeners, while Mu Qingxin's songs had a stirring quality that easily moved people's hearts. In short, both had their own characteristics. Frank, are we going to Philibert Academy this afternoon or early tomorrow morning? Isha asked impatiently. Your Highness, we will go to Philibert Academy early tomorrow morning, Frank said respectfully, bowing slightly. We have to wait until tomorrow morning? Isha said disappointedly, her face full of regret. Seeing his sister's downcast expression, Rory comforted her. Just wait a little longer. Didn't you say you wanted to see the guardian tree of Capital Star? Let's go see it today. Okay. Isha perked up immediately at the mention of the guardian tree of Capital Star. Frank quickly made arrangements. His main task during this trip to Capital Star was to protect Princess Isha and Prince Rory while also gathering intelligence on the Alliance's situation. Carol also immediately followed Princess Isha out, accompanied by 3 security personnel who exuded a fierce aura. Carol was actually Princess Isha's personal bodyguard, having grown up alongside her, both being 20 years old. The royal bodyguards of the Empire are from Qingxin, a group specifically trained to protect royalty. The 5 security personnel accompanying them were from Qingxin, with 2 protecting the other 8 students and the remaining 3, along with Carol, protecting Isha and Rory. This week, Mu Qingxin went home with her 3rd brother. After Mu Qi consulted with the principal, they returned home, accompanied by Wei Hifeng, Dong Fongling, and Shui Huanlan. There wasn't too much going on at the academy, and due to the recruitment of new members for the Spectre Squad and the presence of a young commander in the academy, there were very few students leaving. Mu Qingxin and her friends spent 2 days at home, during which they made several new dishes for everyone and also taught Lang and the others via video how to prepare a few new dishes to sell in their restaurant. Now, the Qingtian Food City has opened in other star systems, and discussions about the delicious food at Qingtian Food City are everywhere on the Star Network. The the head of the G family, looked at the reports from below, suppressing his anger, and called for a meeting. During the meeting, everyone looked at Qingxin, the head of the G family, who wore an angry expression, and no one dared to speak. Qingxin looked at his subordinates, who were once boastful but now as timid as a tortoise, and his anger intensified. He slammed his hand on the table, bang. All present were startled by the sound, looking at Qingxin with trepidation. "Tell me, why has this month's performance dropped so much?" Qingxin pointed at a steep decline in the performance chart projected on the screen, asking angrily. The people below lowered their heads in silence, cautiously glancing at each other. "What? You still haven't found out the reason?" Qingxin's tone turned icy. The G family, which has silently controlled the entire star system, has a monopoly in the pharmaceutical industry due to their medications. Whenever a small pharmaceutical company threatens the interests of the G family, it is immediately suppressed and attacked, leading to its closure and takeover by the G family. Now, this month, the performance of Capital Star has dropped so significantly. How could it not attract Qingxin's attention? What on earth is going on? Qingxin looked at his silent subordinates, angrily slamming the table again. Finally, the general manager of the G family's Capital Star headquarters spoke nervously. "Chairman, it's because more and more people have discovered alternatives to our medications." "What alternatives?" Qingxin asked coldly, not believing that anything could replace medications, energy supplements, and nutrient solutions. These are daily necessities. It's food. What? What did you say? Qingxin frowned, looking at the general manager and asking again. The general manager swallowed hard and continued to explain. "Chairman, a little over a month ago, a new Qingtian Food City opened on Linglang Street, selling food we have never seen before. It smells great and tastes delicious, and people immediately fell in love with the food there. It not only fills their stomachs, but also—" "And what else?" Qingxin asked coldly. "And those foods contain energy that can directly stimulate and replenish the body's energy. Some foods can even enhance the abilities of ability users." The more Qingxin listened, the darker his expression became, and he finally said firmly, "Impossible. I don't believe anything can replace medications." However, as the head of the G family, Qingxin still ordered someone to quickly go to Qingtian Food City to buy some food for research. The final result was that Qingxin personally tested the food he bought, consuming it all. After finishing the food, he immediately felt the energy it provided, leaving him greatly shocked. Who opened this store? Qingxin's mind flashed with greedy thoughts. It's the Mu family, the O family, the Zong family, and some smaller families. Upon hearing this, Qingxin's face showed astonishment. He never expected those three families to collaborate, which complicates matters. "Chairman," the general manager said, his expression somewhat hesitant. "Speak." Qingxin pondered. On the 7th-level literary star, the 6th-level literary star, and the 5th-level literary star, a Sky Cuisine Food City opened yesterday, and business was booming. If they expand throughout the entire star sector like this, the consequences for our company are something everyone can foresee, especially since those who have tasted the food at Sky Cuisine Food City can't seem to give it up. Of course, this matter must not be disclosed to the chairman. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. Qingxin's face darkened further upon hearing the general manager's words. He looked at the people below and ordered them to investigate who made these foods, what materials were used in their shops, and how these foods were made. He demanded a full report within a week. Chapter 347. Thought it was a stone. The people below immediately agreed. Qingxin waved his hand, dismissing them to attend to their tasks. Once everyone had left, he sat alone in the conference room, staring at the news about Sky Cuisine Food City on his holographic screen. He had only been away for a month, and he didn't expect that the three establishments would make such significant moves in that time. Those foolish subordinates hadn't reported this to him. It was infuriating. No, he must obtain the recipes for those foods. On Monday, colorful ribbons and banners welcoming visitors were everywhere at the Filebell Academy. This had already been set up when the people from Ogading Academy and Jalisi Academy came last week, but it was still useful now. Dean Hachilin stood at the academy's entrance with a group of instructors who had no classes, ready to welcome the Imperial Academy's people. accompanied by Ling Xian. After a week of investigation, everyone at Bell Academy had been checked, and the assimilated individuals were recorded and monitored to prevent them from harming others. Qingxin was in a physical training class, learning new movements from the physical instructor, but her mental energy was focused on the entrance of the academy. She was curious about the people from the Empire, as they were the opposing side, and she wondered if they looked like those from the Alliance. Living in another star sector. Having been in the star sector for so long, Qingxin noticed that humans had mixed blood, exhibiting features familiar to her from her past life in the West, even down to their names, and they were very passionate in character. To date, she had not encountered anyone who completely resembled the black-haired, black-eyed, yellow-skinned individual she was familiar with. Suddenly, Qingxin noticed a medium-sized flying vehicle approaching from a distance. The first person to descend was her uncle, Xiefeng, followed by a younger individual dressed in Alliance uniform. The two stood outside the vehicle, nodding and greeting Dean Qingxin and others at the entrance. Then everyone's gaze turned towards the flying vehicle. People began to descend from the vehicle in succession. The first was Frank, a chubby man with curly hair and a mustache. Following him were 5 security personnel with intimidating expressions. Then came the older instructors. And finally the students. Qingxin observed these individuals. They looked like those from the Alliance, all handsome, but their features were more defined compared to those from the Alliance. However, she noticed something unusual among them. It seemed that the group had some apprehension towards 3 individuals, 2 girls and 1 boy, who appeared to be students and likely held a higher status than the others. Qingxin did not approach with her mental energy, but observed from a distance, as the 5 security personnel from the Empire looked quite formidable. It was best not to draw their attention, lest an accidental conflict arise. Chapter 1, Section 1. Ling Xian stood behind Dean Qingxin, watching as the people from the Empire arrived. He subtly patted his pocket. Inside was a small fire creature, Xiaohua, clinging to an obsidian stone, which immediately perked up and began to work. The obsidian in its arms was its reward for working. When Ling Xian saw the obsidian, his face crinkled in pain. They had worked hard to transport it back from the dark planet. Obsidian is a natural glass formed when volcanic lava cools rapidly, belonging to the category of amorphous gemstones, primarily composed of silicon dioxide, SiO2. Due to the rapid temperature drop at the outer edges of the lava flow, the magma rich in silicon dioxide quickly solidifies. Obsidian typically appears near the edges of lava flows or at the base of volcanoes near the sea. Because of its unique formation process, obsidian also contains moisture. And being naturally formed, the spiritual energy it holds is highly attractive. In the star sector, a piece of obsidian the size of a palm is priceless, as it is extremely difficult to find, and those who have it usually keep it for themselves to absorb and collect. There are many types of obsidian, categorized by color: purple obsidian, green obsidian, blue obsidian, red obsidian, sand gold obsidian, and eye of God obsidian, with the first 3 being relatively easy to find, while red is less common, and sand gold and eye of God obsidian are quite rare. There are also ghostly blue-eyed obsidian, ghostly red-eyed obsidian, and ghostly dark gold-eyed obsidian, which are extremely rare and mostly unseen. Obsidian not only allows people to absorb its spiritual energy, but can also be used for decorative purposes. Its most significant use is in weapon manufacturing. Weapons made from obsidian are incredibly powerful and can cause immense damage. A weapon made from a piece of obsidian the size of a palm can directly destroy a planet. Therefore, the weapon manufacturing team of the Netherworld Battle Team uses small pieces of obsidian for their research and production. At that moment, Xiaohua was holding a piece of red obsidian, and when Ling Xian saw it, he felt a pang of heartache. However, seeing that the boss gave Xiaohua a new piece every day, Ling Xian had grown numb to it. The boss's generosity was unmatched. Xiaohua also loved obsidian. Although Qingxin's space was rich in spiritual energy, the naturally formed obsidian, having undergone the Creator's baptism, contained even more attractive spiritual energy for spiritual beings like it. Over the past few days, Xiaohua had completely been won over by Qingjiu, saving up some obsidian and generously sharing some with Ye and Laojiu, making them eager to work too. Xiaohua even gave Qingxin a piece. But it was quickly taken back because the piece Qingzhio gave her was larger than any they had. It was a rare, ghostly, dark gold-eyed obsidian. And when Mu Qingxin received it, she initially thought it was an ordinary gemstone. Everyone knew she liked shiny stones, so now, when gifts were given, they tended to be various, beautiful, eye-catching stones. Therefore, when she saw the black stone from her boyfriend, she graciously accepted it. When she brought the stone into her space, she was surrounded by Xiao Hua and the others. Later, she realized how precious the stone was. What embarrassed her the most was that night, when she accepted the obsidian. She even asked, "Is this all you're giving me?" Chapter 348, Uncle has arrived. Thinking back to Qingzhio's stiff expression at that moment, Mu Qingxin covered her face and shouted in embarrassment. However, Qingzhio later replied that he would give her more if they met again. At noon, Mu Qingxin received a message from her third brother, saying that their uncle would come to see her. Upon reading this, Mu Qingxin knew exactly what to do and immediately returned to her dormitory to prepare some delicious food as soon as class was over. Qingxin. I just saw people from the Empire. They look so different from us. I saw a handsome guy. Mu Qingxin was cooking, and suddenly the door was opened. Dongfang Ling rushed in, excitedly talking about what she just saw. Then, Shui Huanlan also came back, running with a flushed face. Dongfang Ling immediately grabbed Shui Huanlan and started talking about a handsome guy she had just seen. "Oh, you guys don't know? That handsome guy I saw just now even turned his head to look at me. So handsome, just like a prince, with a gentle and noble demeanor radiating from within, and those long legs so straight." Dongfang Ling shook hands, looking dreamy. Shui Huanlan looked at the excited Dongfang Ling with confusion, not knowing what she was so excited about. After finishing a dish, Mu Qingxin turned around to see Dongfang Ling in a lovesick state and quickly took a picture of her silly look, laughing. "We have many handsome guys in our alliance. And people from the Empire look just like us, just with deeper features. Which one is the handsome guy? I didn't see him." As soon as Mu Qingxin said this, it immediately attracted the attention of Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan. The two looked at Mu Qingxin suspiciously, wondering what could have prompted her to say there are no handsome guys. Mu Qingxin completely ignored their strange looks, focusing on cooking, thinking that indeed there were no handsome guys among those students from the Empire. Ever since she got a boyfriend, no other guys looked as good as him because the most handsome one was already hers. The rest were just not handsome. Thinking of her boyfriend, Mu Qingxin's face suspiciously turned red. She decided to prepare more braised pork ribs for a late-night snack for her boyfriend. Knock, knock. Hearing the knocking sound, Mu Qingxin came back to her senses and said to Dongfang Ling, who had already walked to the door, "My uncle is coming over for lunch today. It must be my third brother bringing him." "Uncle?" Dongfang Ling looked at Mu Qingxin in confusion as she opened the door, still wondering what they should call Qingxin's uncle. "Hello, Lingling Lanlan, how are you?" Mu Qingxin greeted the two with a smile. Having been coming over to crash meals for a whole week, Mu Qingxin was already familiar with the place, not needing Jim to lead the way. Mu Qingxin introduced the person behind him to the two, Lingling Lanlan. "This is my and Qingxin's uncle." "Uncle, these are Qingxin's good friends, Lingling and Lanlan." Mu Qingxin stepped aside to reveal Uncle Xiefeng behind him. Seeing the person behind Mu Qingxin, Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan quickly greeted politely, "Hello, Uncle." Smelling the aroma of the food in the air, Xiefeng was extremely happy. Looking at the two young girls at the door, he cheerfully greeted, "Hello, Qingxin stays in the same dormitory as you. Thank you for taking care of her." No, it's Qingxin taking care of us," Dongfang Ling said shyly. The original intention of coming to the art department was to protect Qingxin, but now Qingxin was doing great and even cooked delicious meals for them. They should be the ones troubling Qingxin. Xiefeng looked at the two shy girls and knew that his niece was getting along well with these two friends, smiling happily. "Uncle, let's go inside. Qingxin must have prepared the food for us." Behind them, Wei Hefeng could no longer wait. Today, he shamelessly followed Mu Qingxin to come for a meal. The biggest gain from coming to Philibir College this time was to see Qingxin and taste the food she made, which was much better than the food in the Qingtian food city. "Uncle." At this moment, Mu Qingxin put down what she was holding and ran to the door, happily hugging her uncle. "Hey, Qingxin, Xiefeng was also very happy to see his niece and hugged her tightly. It's been a long time since we last met. This time, I volunteered to bring people from the Empire to Philibir College just to eat your cooking, to see my niece. Uncle, coming quickly. The food is ready and waiting for you. Qingxin pulled Xiefeng into the house. Seeing the dishes on the table, Xiefeng's smile grew even larger. Looking down at his niece, he said indulgently, "You must have worked hard to prepare this meal. It must have been tiring." "Not all, Uncle. Let me tell you a secret. While I cook, I also train my mental strength and physical abilities. The more I cook, the stronger I become." Qingxin mischievously covered her mouth and secretly told her uncle. Although she was whispering, everyone could hear her. Hearing this, Xiefeng felt even warmer inside. He knew that Qingxin was saying this on purpose. Ruffling his niece's hair, he said, "Okay, but you also need to pay attention to resting. Classes are already tiring enough." I know, Uncle. Let's eat." Qingxin smiled and agreed, pulling her uncle to sit down and letting the others sit down to eat as well. During the meal, Xiefeng was very satisfied. In the afternoon, Qingxin had no classes, while Lingling and Lan went to class. Qingxin could still stay with her uncle and third brother. The few of them drank tea and chatted. "Uncle, are you going to stay here until the people from the Empire leave?" Qingxin asked his uncle. Xiefeng shook his head. "I'm leaving in the afternoon. I just brought them here and came to see Qingxin and you. This time, it's Vice Minister Hagen who is handling this matter. He will stay at Philibir College to talk with the Empire's diplomat, Frank. I thought Uncle would stay at the college. Last time, when I went to Grandpa's house, I didn't see you. It's so hard to meet you in the capital star." Qingxin pouted and said. Seeing Qingxin's complaining expression, Xiefeng laughed heartily. "Isn't it because Uncle is busy with work? This time, knowing I'm coming to Philibir College, I immediately took on this task just to see you." That's more like it. I thought you might forget about your niece. Otherwise, I would complain to Annie when I go back." How could I forget? I might forget your cousins, but I won't forget you, little one." After some laughter, Wei Huffeng left first, leaving time for their family to talk. Chapter 349. Are you rich? We are richer. Now that there was no one around, Xiefeng looked seriously at Qingxin and Qixi. "I've heard about that matter. This time, the discovery of the insect race was thanks to you, Qingxin. Now, some people in the higher-ups already know about this, but we still can't let others know, because we don't know if there are any assimilated individuals among them." Xiefeng shared what he could with his niece and nephew, but he didn't say a word about what he couldn't. By the way, Xiefeng looked at Qixi. "Be careful during this friendly match. Don't cause trouble, especially with the people from the Empire. Don't get into conflict with them." Qingxin, being young, couldn't possibly participate in that friendly match, but Qixi was different. He was sent to participate, and Xiefeng was worried about his temper. As soon as Qixi heard his uncle's warning, he became unhappy. "Uncle, why don't you trust me? Am I the kind of person who causes trouble?" "Yes," Xiefeng replied bluntly. Qixi was momentarily taken aback by his uncle's blunt words and couldn't speak. Xiefeng looked at this nephew, who had a lively personality since childhood, warning him seriously. Among the students from the Empire, there are two with special identities. They're from the Imperial family, and the other students have significant backgrounds as well. The strong ones in the Imperial Academy are all trained from the Imperial family and nobility. If there were any conflicts, it could directly lead to war between the Empire and the Alliance. The Empire has finally calmed down for the past 2 years, so don't start it up again with such excuses. Thinking about the troublesome matters of the Empire made Xiefeng feel a headache and disgusted. Those people from the Empire couldn't be reasoned with at all. Qixi nodded in understanding, assuring that he wouldn't cause trouble. Unless the people from the Empire provoke him first, how could he possibly cause trouble? Qingxin looked at her uncle in confusion. "Two people from the royal family? Are they among the 3 I saw today? I wonder which 2 they are." In the mentor meeting room of Philibel Academy, Dean Hatchlin and the mentors who were not in class sat together, along with the deans and mentors from 2 other academies, as well as a group from the Empire. Dean Hatchlin, it's truly an honor to visit Philibel Academy. Your academy is fantastic, though it is a bit simple. Frank unabashedly praised the Empire Academy in front of everyone. After praising the Empire Academy, he began to compliment the children of the Empire, further bragging about the lives of the Empire's people. Apart from the smug expressions on the faces of the Empire members, Everyone from the Alliance looked at Frank with blank faces, thinking that showing off the Empire to them was just looking for trouble. Boasting that your Empire is better than our Alliance? He can't see that. Frank, feeling dry-mouthed from his boasting, was about to take out his water bottle when Zijingfu beside him chuckled and said, after talking for so long, everyone must be a bit thirsty. Let's have some tea and snacks while we chat. Zijingfu gestured for the nearby smart robot to bring over tea and snacks. Yeah. No. We Empire people are used to drinking high-grade energy liquid instead of water. That stuff replenishes energy, quenches thirst, and... What is this? Frank was bragging about the Empire's extravagance when he suddenly noticed a steaming cup of green liquid placed in front of him, emitting a fragrant aroma, along with a small plate of unknown snacks that somehow tempted his taste buds. Everyone from the Empire stared at the items in front of them, unsure of what they were. This is our Alliance's unique green tea, and these snacks are delicious. You should try them. This snack is a new product just released by the Sky Food City. Oh, I forgot. You Empire people don't have Sky Food City. By the way, have you been to Sky Food City to try the food there in the past few days? Frank swallowed hard, shifting his gaze to Zijingfu. Zijingfu looked regretful and said, Alas, you haven't been to Sky Food City? What bad luck. You probably don't know, but we Alliance people no longer drink. He pointed at the energy liquid and nutritional liquids in Frank's hand. We only eat food now, meals. Those foods are not only delicious, but the energy they contain can rival high-grade energy liquids, and the human absorption rate exceeds 90%. Impossible. Frank outright disbelieved such nonsense. The Empire members all wore skeptical expressions, but seeing the confident and smug faces of the Alliance members, they had no choice but to believe it. You'll know once you try. Zijingfu pointed at the snacks on the table and called the other two Academy deans to join them for tea and snacks. The Alliance members were smiling and casually sipping tea, savoring it while occasionally eating snacks. Seeing the Alliance members eating, the Empire members all turned their gaze to the second prince, Rory. With a gloomy expression, Rory looked at the items on the table and reached for the tea, ready to drink. Second brother, no. Isha anxiously grabbed her brother's hand, stopping him. What if these things are poisoned? Rory glanced at his sister, then at the Alliance members, and laughed. Haha, it's fine. We are in the Alliance. How could they let something happen to us? Besides, we are here to participate in a friendly match. For the friendship between the Alliance and the Empire, we will return home safely. Right, Dean Hatchlin? The Alliance members' faces all darkened. What did that mean? Were they implying that if something happened to the Empire members in the Alliance, the responsibility would fall on them? Dean Hatchlin, with a kind smile, nodded yes. You will return home safely. No matter what the final result of the friendly match is, friendship comes first, competition second. Haha. Yes, friendship first, friendship first. Frank hurriedly laughed to ease the tension. Rory smirked and unhesitatingly drank the tea in his cup. The first sensation he felt was the fragrant, sweet, and refreshing taste of the tea, and then he surprisingly felt a surge of energy. Rory looked in shock at the tea in his cup, unable to believe it. Everyone from the Empire noticed Rory's reaction. When they saw the unusual expression on his face, they all became tense. And the 5 security personnel behind him immediately drew their weapons, aiming at the Alliance members. What are you doing? Alliance Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs Hagen glared angrily at those people. Stop! Step back! Rory shouted sternly, and the 5 immediately put away their weapons and retreated. Seeing this, Frank quickly took a sip of tea, and after feeling the energy in it, he was also shocked. The others, seeing this, began to taste it as well, and moments later, everyone from the Empire, except for those 5 security personnel, wore shocked expressions on their faces. Rory looked at the snacks on the plate, expressionless, and took one to eat. Unconsciously, he ended up finishing all the snacks on the plate. He noticed that the Alliance members only took a small bite before putting them down, while some from the Empire were even wolfing them down, eating in a rather embarrassing manner, which made Rory feel quite irritated. Oomph! Rory let out a light snort. Hearing Rory's snort, the other Empire members immediately restrained themselves, reluctantly putting down their snacks. When they looked at the Alliance members again, their mocking gazes turned into deep embarrassment, and they lowered their heads in silence. The first battle ended in a complete defeat for the Empire. Ahem, Dean Hatchelin coughed to suppress his laughter, then raised his head as if nothing had happened. Looking kindly at Frank, since we were going to have a friendly match, I think we should start tomorrow. Frank immediately sat up straight, smiling hypocritically. Oh? Doesn't Dean Hatchelin need to let your academy's students prepare? Watching the hypocritical diplomat of the empire always focus on the students of Philibel Academy, as if looking down on those from Aeguting Academy and Galaxy Academy. The deans of the two academies interjected, prepare for what? Our alliance students are all top-notch. They can go straight into it, no preparation needed. Yes, we for Galaxy Academy just brought these few students. They were just randomly picked. They didn't even want to come. If it weren't for Marshal Geo being here, they wouldn't have come at all. The deans of the two academies were shamelessly praising their own students, and all the alliance members felt embarrassed listening to it. What do you mean randomly picked? Clearly, you brought the elites of your academies. Dean Hatchelin didn't want to listen to these two prattling on. Looking at Frank, who was enjoying the show, he asked, by the way, what events are we preparing for in this friendly match? How long will it last? Should we discuss this in detail? Haha, yes, it really needs to be discussed. Frank nodded with a smile, preparing to mention the previously agreed-upon contents. Since the Alliance students are all top-notch and don't need to prepare, let's change the way we compete this time and have random contests. Let us Empire people see the prowess of the Alliance students. Tomorrow morning at 8, we will meet directly at your Academy's training ground, and the events will be announced half an hour in advance. Is that okay? Rory looked at Dean Hatchelin and the other two deans. The Dean of Galaxy Academy and the Dean of Aeguting Academy stared stiffly at Dean Hatchelin. Dean Hatchelin's expression also stiffened as he shot a fierce glare at the two who had just been showing off. After receiving Dean Hatchelin's gaze, the two lowered their heads in regret and didn't dare to look up. Dean Hatchelin looked at Rory, then at Frank, and asked, may I ask who this is? Frank chuckled. This is our Empire's second prince, His Highness Lorui. Haha, I also think the method suggested by His Highness is feasible. Dean Hatchelin, what do you think? Hatchelin looked at Lorui and nodded with a smile. Since it's His Highness's suggestion, we certainly agree. So it's settled. We'll announce the competition items at 8 tomorrow morning. It should last a week. After all, our students need to rest on the weekends. It's best to finish it in a week so it doesn't delay us, right? Hatchelin took the initiative to decide on the time. Since the Imperial side had already decided on the competition items, they needed to decide on the timing as well, not allowing them to drag it on for 10 days or half a month. The longer it lasted, the more unpredictable things could get. Hatchelin was somewhat worried, glancing sternly at the two deans of the academies. Well, they've got us to this point without saying a word. Really, what a mess. Frank saw that the second prince nodded and said with a smile, all right, we'll have 1 week for the friendly match. Friendship first, haha. In the second match, the alliance was completely defeated. Hearing their agreement, Dean Hatchelin smiled and stood up, then let us call it a day. Your accommodations have been arranged. You can go rest. Tomorrow we'll officially start the friendly match. Frank and the others also stood up. Okay, see you tomorrow. Sorry for the disturbance these past days. No. Dean Hatchelin had someone lead them to their accommodations. Once the Imperial personnel left, the remaining people quickly devoured the snacks they hadn't eaten and finished the tea they hadn't drunk. Hatchelin turned around and saw the two deans eating ravenously and scoffed. The deans of the two academies, seeing Hatchelin's cold expression, quickly wiped the food from their mouths, sat up straight, and awkwardly looked at him. Big brother, what do you think we should do tomorrow? Dean Gleeder asked anxiously, looking at Hatchelin. What to do? Just chill. Hatchelin sat down and said coldly, didn't we just agree on this? Why aren't you saying anything now? Let us see how you explain this to the students later. The two deans lowered their heads in silence, looking a loss. Hatchelin, frustrated, glanced at the two and turned to the others. Now, we don't know what kind of competition items those Imperial people will come up with tomorrow. If it's something conventional, we might be okay, but if they throw out something unexpected, we won't stand chance. What should we do? The two deans looked worriedly at Dean Hatchelin. Chapter 1, Section 1. Hatchelin didn't even look at them. First, inform all the students in school. This matter concerns everyone's responsibility to protect the interests of the Alliance. Starting tomorrow, all students must be on standby all day. If any unconventional competitions arise, those who are skilled should step up. Dean, are we notifying all students? Asked a junior named Zijin. Notify them, Hatchelin said firmly. As they said, our Alliance S students are all capable, regardless of age. Everyone has their strengths. The younger ones might even have hidden talents. Chapter 351. Everyone participates. You too. Hatchelin looked at the two deans. You must also notify your students to be on standby. When the time comes, let us show our Alliance S strength and not make a fool of ourselves. Understood. Understood. We've already made a military pledge before setting out to ensure we don't embarrass the Alliance. The two deans nodded, promising. Hatchelin nodded and then spoke to everyone about the arrangements for the upcoming week. Actually, even though it was said to be a week, today was already Monday, so there were only 4 days left, and it would pass quickly. The Imperial people came for this friendly match, and it was unclear what their intentions were. In any case, we'll deal with it when the time comes. If they're here to stir trouble, our Alliance is not to be underestimated. The group from the Empire arrived at their accommodations, and Lorui glanced at the 5 security personnel. 2 stood guard outside the door, while the remaining 3 quickly checked all the rooms, using devices to scan. After finishing, one of them approached Lorui and reported that everything was fine. Lorui waved his hand, signaling them to stand down. The 3 quickly took positions in the corners, keeping their distance from the crowd, but remaining vigilant. Second brother, what exactly is the Sky Blue Food City? Do the Alliance people really not need to drink nutritional fluids? And those teas and snacks, they really contain energy. How amazing. And they taste so good. Since eating the snacks earlier, Isha had been thinking about them and really wanted more. Everyone else was also curious about the food they had just eaten, discussing its wonders, and indeed it contained energy that could be directly absorbed. Lorui looked at the mentors and asked, Mentors, after eating those things, did you notice what they were made of? Several mentors exchanged glances, feeling quite ashamed, and shook their heads. We didn't taste anything. When they ate earlier, they only felt it was delicious and didn't have time to analyze what the ingredients were. Lorui had anticipated this situation, but asked anyway, respecting the mentors. He turned to a nearby security personnel. Go check what the Sky Blue Food City sells and bring back some items. The security personnel immediately took the order and left. Watching him leave, Lorui turned to the others and said, Let us discuss the upcoming friendly match. Everyone immediately stopped and awkwardly sat back down. There was no way around it. Prince Lorui was the highest authority here, and they had to follow his lead. Frank grinned and invited everyone to sit down and discuss. Come, let us plan this out. We must make the Alliance lose badly in this friendly match. Yes, let the Alliance know our strength. Come on. This time we want to give them any time to prepare. We'll catch them off guard and make them lose convincingly. Haha, just thinking about how panicked they will be tomorrow makes me very excited. Come on, what should we compete in tomorrow? As he spoke, everyone eagerly bent down to begin discussing. I want to compete in singing. I want to challenge that one. What's his name? Isha said anxiously. Isha, Lorui scolded. Your singing competition can wait. Since we have priority, we can't go overboard. The students we brought are all elites from various departments. But we can't underestimate the Alliance S students. They might have strong competitors too. So we must catch them off guard and not be arrogant. We only have 4 days left, starting tomorrow. Although it was a group discussion at this moment, only Lorui was deciding the arrangements for the friendly match. And no one else had any objections. Everyone followed Lorui's lead. By evening, all students of Philibel Academy received a notice from the Academy, stating, Emergency notice. Emergency notice. Emergency notice. All members of Philibel Academy, starting tomorrow, please pay close attention to the notifications on the Philibel Academy website. For the next week, students from the Imperial Academy will be competing with us in a friendly match. The specific competition items are currently unknown and will only be announced half an hour before the match. Therefore, all students of Philibel Academy, regardless of age, must participate. As long as you believe you can surpass the Imperial students, come to the Academy training ground to participate. Of course, students without classes are welcome to come cheer for the competitors. After receiving this notice, everyone was shocked, and after the shock came excitement. Because there were no age restrictions for the friendly match, as long as you were strong, you could participate. If you win, the rewards would surely be generous. Not to mention, this was a battle for the entire Alliance. For a moment, all the students at Philibel Academy were incredibly excited. As soon as class ended, they began discussing the event, with some even pretending to be sick to ask their mentor for leave tomorrow to go watch the competition. Of course, the mentors were well aware of the students' schemes, and their replies were unanimous. This left the students who had planned everything in despair. That evening after class, Qingxin and a few others gathered in their dormitory, all excited about the competition the next day, which is why they rushed over. Everyone was eagerly discussing the upcoming match. I think if there's a team battle, our squad must participate. We'll definitely win first place, Locke said, thumping his chest. Yes, we got first place in military training, so if it's a team battle, we'll definitely win again. Darren agreed. But Cola and Thomas aren't here. So we don't have enough people, Li Yin said quietly. The others paused, thinking of the two they hadn't been in contact with for a long time. And the topic quickly shifted back to Cola and Thomas. What do you think happened to Cola's family? Why haven't they come back yet? I wonder if they received the Academy's notice. If they saw that notice, would they rush back to witness this glorious scene? Our alliance will definitely win. Shui Huanlan gently prayed for Cola to return soon. Qingxin heard everyone's discussion and felt a wave of worry. She decided to ask Qingzhou later if he had any way to contact Cola and Thomas. The conversation quickly returned to the friendly match the next day, with everyone discussing their own strengths and how great it would be if they could participate in the competition. Chapter 352. Don't worry. I'm here. Qingxin quietly cooked a simple pot of vegetarian noodles. Tonight, Sangu and Weigu weren't coming, so she wanted something simple. After several days of cooking meat dishes, Qingxin was tired of them and just wanted a bowl of plain noodles. After dinner last night, Qingxin called everyone to eat. Watching them enjoy their noodles, she smiled happily, but tonight she felt something was missing. Looking around, everyone was there except Cola and Thomas. What was missing? Qingxin couldn't think of it, so she decided to just eat. It wasn't tea until after dinner, when everyone left satisfied, that Qingxin remembered what was missing. Seeing Wang's and Milun return, she looked at them in confusion. She felt something was off tonight. Wang's had been so quiet, not speaking or arguing with Ling Wang's. Are you okay? Qingxin asked, puzzled. Wang's looked hesitant, finally unable to hold back, and asked Qingxin, I want to ask you, did Xiaohua check those people from the Empire today? Were any of them assimilated? Qingxin didn't understand why Wang's was asking about the Empire, feeling puzzled but not asking further. They should have been checked. Now everyone entering and leaving the academy has to be checked. But Xiaohua hasn't returned yet, so I don't know the results. How about this? When Xiaohua comes back, I'll ask him for you and let you know, okay? Wang's face lit up with joy. Okay, you must tell me then. I'll be waiting for your news. Sure, Qingxin promised. Watching Wang's and Milun leave, Qingxin still felt puzzled. She didn't ask Wang's out of respect. Everyone has their own secrets. In fact, everyone was confused about Wang's identity because Milun always referred to him as young master, and he was always following Wang's around. Unless she asked Milun something. He was always silent. After their military training, everyone got to know Milun, so no one paid much attention. Qingxin entered her room with her doubts. Soon, Qingzhou came with Xiaohua, and Qingxin hurried downstairs. She rushed to Jim's room, where Jim was sadly looking at his room, which had been openly occupied. Remembering a few days ago, when he sent that formula to the young marshal, who had thanked him, he wondered why the young marshal hadn't promoted him as expected. He had been thinking about it for days and wanted to know if the young marshal had used that formula, because every time the young marshal spent time with Qingxin, it never exceeded half an hour. It was too quick. He definitely hadn't used that formula. Or maybe he did, but it didn't work. Jim thought of this possibility and quickly contacted the robot from the pharmacy department to ask if there were any other formulas. If Qingzhou knew how much Jim cared about his health, he would definitely promote him well. Were you tired in class today? Qingzhou gently asked Qingxin as he held her hand while sitting on the sofa. Qingxin blushed, smiling sweetly. No, I'm not tired at all. You're the one working hard. Now everything at the academy was handed over to Ling Xian, while Qingzhou took Yaya out every morning to pick up Xiaohua and Yaya. After handing Xiaohua over to Ling Xian, he would take Yaya out of Philibert Academy, not knowing where to investigate. In the evening, he would go back to pick up Xiaohua from Ling Xian and bring them to Qingxin. With such a busy schedule every day, Qingxin naturally felt distressed. Seeing the little girl, so worried about him, Qingzhou felt a warm current in his heart and couldn't help but gently embrace his girlfriend, sighing internally, "Grow up quickly." Today, the people from the empire came, and Qingxin leaned against her boyfriend's shoulder, recounting what had happened at the academy today, chattering on for a long time. Qingzhou listened quietly. Although he had reports about these matters, hearing it from her made him pay more attention than ever. By the way, Qingxin sat up, looking at Qingzhou. "Can you help me find two people?" Qingzhou looked at her gently, his gaze focused. "Who do you want to find?" "Cola and Thomas. They were members of our team before. Cola seemed to have some family matters and took leave to go home, and Thomas left with him. But since they left the academy, we haven't been able to contact them, and it's been a long time. We're all very worried about them. I was wondering if you could reach them." Qingxin looked at Qingzhou with concern, unable to stop worrying for Cola and Thomas. Seeing her frowning with worry for others, Qingzhou felt a pang in his heart. He raised his hand to gently smooth out her furrowed brow and softly promised, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Those 3 short words filled Qingxin with happiness and sweetness. "Don't worry, I'm here." Those 6 words were more touching than any love confession. "Okay." Qingxin sweetly agreed, looking at Qingzhou with a smile, and hugged him tightly. Feeling her joy, Qingzhou smiled back, embracing her. They chatted for a while longer, mostly Qingxin talking and Qingzhou listening, and when the time was up, they reluctantly parted. Qingxin happily skipped upstairs. Watching her leave, Qingzhou sighed, glancing at the time. He sighed internally, wishing he could spend more time with her. But thinking of the agreement with his future father-in-law, he couldn't help but sigh again. One of the rules was that before Qingxin became an adult, their time together couldn't exceed half an hour. At the door, Jim had just received another useful formula from his old partner. Seeing Qingzhou preparing to leave, he hurried over. "Young Marshal, please wait a moment." Qingzhou heard Jim's call and stopped, looking at him expressionlessly. "What is it?" Jim smiled and said, "Jiu Xiao Shui. Was the recipe I gave you last time not effective? I have an improved version here that will definitely keep you going for over half an hour. You can use it with confidence." Qingzhou's face darkened, suppressing the urge to directly discard it. He stood there listening to him speak. Chapter 353, Commanding Mecha Battles in the End. After Jim finished speaking, he looked at Qingzhou with anticipation. Qingzhou glanced at the iron lump in front of him and coldly replied, "Thank you, but no." Without waiting for Jim to respond, he turned and walked away. As he walked, Qingzhou lowered his head and tapped on his light brain, sending a message to Moss. "Help me find 2 people, Cola and Thomas. Let me know when you find them." Moss, who was working hard in the research institute, received Qingzhou's message and began to complain about this troublesome little brat. "Yaoman, what happened to that little brat? He used to be so aloof. What changed him?" Yaoman remained silent, quickly calculating things with both hands. "Damn it. Every time he comes to me, it's for a favor. I help him out, and he doesn't even give me a thank you." Moss continued to grumble. "At least a thank you would be nice. Every time I refuse to help him, he finds ways to make me pay for it." He helplessly said, "Yaoman, what do you think? Should I help him this time? If I do, it feels like my status is diminished, but if I don't..." Unable to stand the nagging any longer, Yaoman finally looked up, his eyes red, as if he hadn't rested in a long time. He glanced at the faces of Moss's complaints on the screens above and couldn't help but pinch his brows, muttering, "You better go help Qingzhou. Don't let him call you back here after you go. There is still a pile of work to do." Moss looked at Yaoman, who had spoken the truth, and felt a pang of heartache. Oh no, he didn't have a heart, but it was just a bit embarrassing. In the end, Moss obediently went to find people for Qingzhou. As Qingxin was about to enter space, she heard a notification from her light brain. Upon opening it, she saw a message from Qingzhou stating that Cola and Thomas were fine and currently at Cola's house, and it seemed the issue was resolved. They would be back in Capital Star to continue classes soon. Upon receiving this news, Qingxin sighed in relief and was extremely happy that Cola and Thomas were okay. Now, they just had to wait for their return. On the other side, Qingzhou saw the heart emoji sent by the little person and smiled slightly. He closed his light brain and once again raised his head, his expression completely concealed. Looking at Ling Xian beside him, he said in a deep voice, "Send someone to..." Hearing the boss's instructions, Ling Xian's expression grew increasingly serious, especially after receiving the image sent by the boss. Upon seeing the content, he looked incredulous and lifted his head to look at the boss's stern face, saying, "Boss, quickly." Qingxin did not answer him further, only saying 2 words. Ling Xian lowered his head again to look at the 2 people in the image, feeling a jolt, and gravely said, "Okay, I will send someone to find them and rescue them." After saying that, he immediately left. After Ling Xian left, Qingxin remained still for a while, gazing at the night sky, lost in thought. After a moment, he came back to his senses, lowered his head, and called for Moss. "Damn brat. Didn't I already find the people for you? I even took a picture. What do you want now?" Moss said impatiently. Qingxin looked at Moss with a cold expression and said softly, "Moss, do me a favor." "Huh?" Moss was stunned. This was the first time Qingxin had said such a thing, asking him for a favor. Previously, he would just order him around. What was going on today? His attitude was surprisingly nice. Ignoring Moss's surprise, Qingxin continued, "Help me start a video call with those 2. I have something to say to them." Moss's expression became even more strange upon hearing this. "Are you sure it's just this small matter?" "Yes." Moss paused for a moment, then quickly left Qingxin's light brain. The next second, a projection appeared on Qingxin's light brain, showing a scene where 2 people were tightly hugging each other. On Tuesday, with clear weather, everyone at Philibert Academy was in an excited state, not just the students but also the instructors. Early in the morning, students and instructors without classes had already arrived at the training room of Philibert Academy. The training room had nearly 800 square meters of space, spread across 5 floors, each with different scenarios. Students trained in the training room according to their needs to improve their abilities. The 5th floor of the training room was a dual arena for students to resolve internal conflicts and refresh the academy's leaderboard. Every academy has conflicts, and although Philibert Academy strictly prohibits students from fighting, problems can be resolved in another way: dueling. Philibert Academy has a leaderboard that is refreshed based on the dual arena's conditions, featuring students from the academy. The top 10 on the leaderboard are all soon-to-graduate students who are no longer in the academy, having gone out to train or intern. At 8 o'clock, the Empire's people appeared on the 1st floor of the training room on time, and Dean Hatchlin had been waiting there. Frank, leading the Empire Academy's team, exchanged pleasantries with Hatchlin and the other 2 deans before announcing the competition project for the morning, commanding mecha battles. After Frank finished stating the competition project, he stepped back and sat on the Empire Academy side, waiting for the competition to start in half an hour. Upon learning of the competition project, the Alliance immediately had someone post the project on the Academy's website, as the students from the Ogdine Academy and the Jaliso Academy were already there, so they didn't need to be notified. At this moment, all personnel at Philibert Academy received notifications on their light brains. Qingxin, who was in class, was drawn to the sound of notifications in the classroom. She noticed that her classmates were all looking down at their light brains, recalling the notification from last night, and quickly logged onto the Academy website. She immediately saw a pinned notice. At 8:05, the first match of the friendly competition will be the project of commanding mecha battles. Experienced commanders are invited. The competition will start in half an hour. Please hurry to the training room on the 1st floor. Upon seeing this notice, everyone began to discuss it. There were many experts in the commanding department. Qingxin looked at the competition project, commanding mecha battles, a term she was unfamiliar with, and asked her deskmate softly, "What does commanding mecha battles mean? Does it mean students in the commanding department command battles? Why use mechas instead of fighter jets? Do mechas require personnel? Why not let the pilots go?" Qingxin voiced her questions. Chapter 354. The First Showdown. 1. Qingxin's deskmate was a boy who turned red upon hearing her question and excitedly said, "Commanding mecha battles is a virtual battlefield. It might be because the Empire's people are coming less frequently, which is why they chose this virtual battlefield. In a virtual battlefield, all equipment configurations are the same, so it's fair, avoiding any violations. In this case, it depends on the commander's ability to adapt and their high-level command skills. Generally, the most common type of battlefield is the virtual starry sky battlefield, which involves battles between fighter ships, where only the command of fighter ships is needed since the battles occur in space. focusing only on the formation changes and attack-defense transitions. To increase the difficulty, in addition to fighter ships, there are also virtual ground troops attacking, which is used when directly occupying a planet. There is also a type of battle specifically for land combat, which involves mecha warfare. Since mechas can also fly, this combat mode is relatively difficult to control, as it requires preventing aerial ambushes while blocking land attacks. The damage inflicted by mecha attacks is much greater than that of ground troops. Not only do they need to change formations during aerial combat, but they also have to pay attention to defense on land, ensuring that their headquarters is not directly bombed. Qingxin listened attentively and, after her deskmate's explanation, suddenly understood and hurriedly thanked her deskmate, who blushed and said it was no trouble. Qingxin looked at the instructor on stage and noticed that the instructor was no longer focused on teaching, but was discussing with the students whether there were any strong candidates in the command department and predicting the chances of winning this time. It seemed that the seniors from the command department had all gone out for internships. Some were out gaining experience. Oh, why is the timing so unfortunate this time? Generally, upperclassmen start going out for internships around March. However, there are still the seniors from the 12th grade. They should be able to fight, right? Yes. I heard that some of the newly promoted seniors in the command department are quite impressive, like Rex and Beck. Who else was there? I know Beck. He seems to have gotten second place in this year's military training. Then who got first place? Was it Senior Rex? No. It was a younger student. The captain seems to be named by Li Yan, a descendant of General Bai Li. A descendant of General Bai Li? Then he must be very strong. What level is he? Level? No, he is level 1. Level 1. 10 years old. Upon hearing Bai Li Yan's age, everyone consciously ignored him. He was too young and lacked experience, so he was bound to fail. It's better to wait. Even though he is a descendant of General Bai Li, he should still gain more experience and knowledge. Qingxin listened to everyone's discussion and found it coincidental that she knew the people they were discussing. Rex was out of the question. His character was too poor. Bai Li Yan was also not suitable. He was indeed too young. Among the students from the Empire, there were no younger students this time. The youngest was reportedly 18, 8 years older than Bai Li Yan. Not to mention, the students sent from the Empire might not even be that 18-year-old. So in terms of experience, they would definitely surpass Bai Li Yan. Thinking of Beck, Qingxin thought of the twin sisters Bella and Beth, looking at the instructor and students who had lost interest in continuing the class. Qingxin openly opened her light brain to gather information. She opened her communication and looked for Bella and Beth's contacts. After some thought, she decided to contact Bella. Senior Bella, is Senior Beck going to participate in the friendship match? As soon as Qingxin sent the message, Bella's reply came back immediately. Qingxin, you contacted me. Ha ha ha. I'm so happy. We've always wanted to come find you. But our instructor has been so demanding this year with so many tasks that we Haven Tea found the time to look for you. I really want to eat the food you make. Qingxin looked at the message Bella sent. Her mouth twitched, unable to help but laugh. After sending so much, she didn't even answer her question. Beep. Qingxin saw another message from Beth. She opened it, and her expression turned awkward, revealing a bitter smile. The content read, Qingxin, why didn't you ask me? I'm so sad. You can ask me anything. Bella is busy replying to others. Ask me, hurry. There was no way around it. Qingxin had to ask Beth again. Senior Beth, long time no see. I thought you and Senior Bella were together. So asking her was like asking you. I'm sorry. I want to ask if Senior Beck is going to participate in the friendship match later. It's okay. I love you the most, Qingxin. As long as you take me out to eat, I'll forgive you. My brother has already rushed to the training room. Don't worry. My brother will definitely win first place. Qingxin received the confirmation and replied, Okay, if Captain Beck wins, I'll make a celebratory feast for him. And you all come too. Definitely. Qingxin turned off her light brain. She thought for a moment. She had never seen Beck's command ability. But since her classmates mentioned Beck, he must be quite capable. Half an hour quickly passed, and the students selected for the competition were already in the training room. This match would consist of several rounds, each lasting 1 hour. The two students from the Empire competing were Rory and Dai, while the two students from the Alliance were Beck and Rex. Oga Ding Academy consciously did not vie for a spot in this match because they knew what their students excelled at. There were no students from the command department among those who came this time. The principal of GALAXY'S Academy wanted to compete, but after seeing the battle records of the two students from Philip Academy, he wisely withdrew his students. 2 matches would be held simultaneously, with a draw to determine each side's opponents, and the winners of those 2 matches would compete again to determine the final victor. The, Beck, and Rex walked together to the drawing area, each extending their hands to draw a slip. Ji Jinfu walked over, looked at the slips the 4 drew, and quickly input the names into 2 virtual battle rooms. Now, please enter the rooms to prepare. In 5 minutes, the virtual battlefield will start, and the timer will count down from 60 minutes, Ji Jinfu announced. After he finished speaking, he stepped back, enduring the intense gaze from the vice principal beside him. Sighing internally, he didn't want to join this excitement. He really didn't know what was wrong with the principal lately, as he always liked to find him for matters. Chapter 355. The first match, 2. The 4 exchanged glances, nodded, and smiled at each other's opponents before heading to their respective rooms. Once they entered, they realized who their opponents were. Rory would fight Rex, while Dai would face Beck. The Empire's contestant, Rory, was 29 years old, a student from the command department, holding a significant advantage in experience and age. Dai, 27 years old, was not from the command department, but from the artillery department. Generally, artillery students also have opportunities to become commanders, as the operations of combat aircraft and ships require a keen sense of direction and adaptability. The Empire's hopes rested on Rory, so the outcome for the other person was irrelevant. Seeing the basic information of both sides, the Alliance members began to feel nervous, as both Beck and Rex were only 25 years old, making them weaker in terms of experience and age. The Empire's participants looked at the information with confident expressions, while the students and instructors present sighed. They couldn't blame others. They could only blame the strong students in the academy for not being present. Generally, strong students wouldn't stay in the academy obediently studying. They would seek opportunities for themselves, earning military ranks before graduation and choosing their desired battle teams afterward. Of course, the students who had been outside last week returned for the selection of the Underworld battle team, and after completing the selection, they quickly left. It was impossible to call them back now, so they could only place their hopes on these young kids. 5 minutes passed, and the scenes on the virtual battlefield transformed. Not only could everyone outside see the scenes on the screen, but the school network also started a live broadcast. At this moment, Qingxin sat in the classroom, and the instructor had already turned on the live stream for everyone to watch, under the pretense of learning and observing. Soon, both sides began to battle. Qingxin watched the 2 live scenes, listening to her deskmate's explanation, looking at her deskmate in surprise, then glancing at his badge, realizing that although he was a student from the ground troop department, he was very knowledgeable about the command department's knowledge. Qingxin didn't voice her doubts as she looked at the battlefield, where the fighting was intense. One had to admit that the interstellar people were truly warlike, especially with the ability to control so many mechs in battle, changing formations and close combat modes in an instant. Come on, get up and fight back. Hurry up. Suddenly, the instructor in front of her stood up abruptly and shouted loudly. In one scene, a blue mech that was in a good defensive state suddenly fell for some unknown reason, causing the protective formation to be instantly shattered by the opponent, and moments later, the entire squad was wiped out. Ding! Battle finished, Lori wins. The battle between Lori and Rex took only 42 minutes. When Rex exited the virtual battlefield, he was enveloped in gloom, looking at Dean Hatchelin with a face full of self-reproach. Chapter 1, Section 1. Dean Hatchelin smiled and comforted him. Very good, child. You've done quite well. I believe that by the time you reach the age of 29, you will be just as formidable as your opponents. Keep working hard. Upon hearing this, everyone present understood the meaning behind Dean Hatchelin's words. They didn't care that Rex lost to his opponent in experience. The students of family.With Academy all consoled and encouraged Rex, who gradually emerged from his gloom. Shortly after, another battle concluded, and Beck emerged victorious. The members of the Alliance cheered at this result, celebrating Beck's success. Rex watched as Beck, with a triumphant smile, walked out, and his expression immediately darkened. He cast a gloomy glance at Beck, surrounded by admirers, and turned away without hesitation, leaving the training room. Deer from the Imperial Academy timidly returned to his team. Deer, I can't believe you lost on the first day. Haha, how pathetic. One teammate joked. Upon hearing this, Deer covered his face in frustration, casting a resentful glance at Beck. He dared not scold the joking student, as that student was of a higher status, so he could only vent his anger on Beck. Your Highness, you must defeat that guy and help me take revenge, Deer said to Luori with determination. Luori smiled, stood up, walked over to Deer, and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll get your revenge. Seeing the second prince's encouraging smile, Deer's admiration for Luori grew even stronger. The second prince was generous and tolerant. Thankfully, the first prince wasn't here, or else he would have been scolded severely for losing. Second brother, you must work hard, shouted Isha to her brother. As Luori walked toward the virtual room, he smiled and nodded at his sister before decisively stepping inside. Beck, go for it. Beck, go for it. Beck, crush him and leave no trace. Senior Beck, you're so handsome. You must win. The students of family.With Academy cheered for Beck. Meanwhile, the Star Network was abuzz with discussions about the final showdown. But the one common point was that everyone was cheering for Beck. When Luori and Beck entered the virtual room, the class bell rang. The instructor, excited, immediately turned off the projection and hurriedly packed up, saying class dismissed, see you next week, bye. After saying this, he rushed toward the training room to witness the battle firsthand. Ah, instructor, you abandoned us, the students who were waiting to see the final result exclaimed. Some students quickly got up and left for their next class, hoping to catch a glimpse of the battle. Qingxin watched everyone leave in a hurry and also got up to head to the next classroom. Upon arriving, she found the classroom already filled with students, all quietly watching the live stream on their light brains. Qingxin looked around the classroom, walked to an empty seat, sat down, and quietly opened her light brain to watch as well. Ah, run. Run forward. Run, run. Left, left. Oh no, there are mechs coming from the right too. Damn it. Hurry up and get back up to fight. The intense shouts echoed in her ears as Qingxin watched the live battle, her blood boiling, and she couldn't help but cheer along. The class bell rang, but all the students remained oblivious, still focused on their light brains, completely forgetting where they were. Chapter 356. Regretful defeat. Suddenly, a series of knocks sounded from the front. Qingxin looked up to see the instructor glaring at everyone. She hurriedly turned off her light brain and whispered, the instructor is here. Class is starting. The people next to her immediately looked up, and upon seeing the instructor, hurriedly closed their light brains, carefully reminding others. After a brief commotion in the classroom, all the students sat up straight. The instructor looked at the seated students, his expression returning to normal. This is the first time, and I hope it will be the last. Do you hear me? We hear you. All the students replied loudly. Watching the instructor speak, the students below let out a heavy sigh of relief, grateful that the instructor didn't lose his temper. Qingxin felt the excitement and anxiety of her classmates around her and couldn't help but smile. This was the pure innocence of student life, full of youthful spirit. Once class was over and the instructor left, the students didn't immediately disperse. Their first reaction was to open their light brains to check the battle results. Qingxin chose not to look, stood up, and left for the dormitory. Oh, they actually lost. How could this happen? Lost. How could this be? Ah, why did Senior Beck lose? As Qingxin reached the classroom door, she heard the wails of her classmates. Lost. Listening to their discussions, her mood also sank. How regrettable. Oh, why? Why did Senior Beck lose? Sigh. However, Senior Beck is still impressive. That Luori is much older than him. Sigh, that's true, but still feels so regrettable. As soon as Qingxin entered the dormitory, she heard Lingling and Lamon talking. What's wrong? Seeing Lingling lying on the sofa with a look of despair, Qingxin asked. Qingxin, you're back. Did you know that the Empire won today's friendly match? Dongfang Ling sat up. Sigh, Senior Beck actually lost at the end. It hurts my heart. I had high hopes for him. Qingxin shrugged at Dongfang Ling's lament. Winning or losing is common in battle. Losing this time doesn't mean losing next time. In fact, losing this time will only add to the experience for future successes. So there's no need to be disheartened. I believe Senior Beck thinks the same. It can only be said that it's a bit regrettable. However, if Senior Beck has a broad mind, he will definitely become an excellent commander in the future. If he is narrow-minded and only thinks about this defeat, the road ahead will be quite tough. Shui Huanlan looked at Mu Qingxin in admiration, her eyes shining. Qingxin, what you said makes so much sense. Mu Qingxin laughed, reaching out to ruffle Huanlan's hair. When did I ever say anything unpleasant? Life requires repeated failures to achieve future success. She then noticed Dongfang Ling, who had been silent for a while, curiously watching her as she kept pressing on her light brain. Ling, what are you doing? Shui Huanlan asked, leaning over. Dongfang Ling looked up, her face beaming with joy. I think what Qingxin said is so philosophical that I edited it into a post to share on the forum. Mu Qingxin was momentarily speechless and shook her head helplessly. Go cook. Today, Sangu and the others aren't coming again. It seems the Academy specially bought food from Qingtian Food City to treat the people from the Empire. As Sangu said, since it's free, we might as well eat it. In the same conference room, the scene was chaotic. The people from the Empire were voraciously devouring the food on the table. On the Alliance side, although the personnel were also eating quickly, everyone had tasted this food many times before and still maintained some dining etiquette. The Alliance members were elegantly using chopsticks, while the Empire personnel struggled with them and could only use spoons and forks. Some even had difficulty using those, especially Frank, the Empire's diplomat, who was seen uncontrollably grabbing food with his hands. The food on the table was consumed completely, and everyone present felt unsatisfied, especially the Empire side, who for the first time tasted such delicious food that had a variety of flavors, sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy, and felt they hadn't eaten enough, drooling while looking at Dean Hackerin. Finally, Frank, with a bold smile, asked Dean Hackerin, may I ask if this food is from that culinary city? Originally, yesterday, Lori had sent someone to the Qingtian culinary city to buy food, but when they arrived, it was already empty. They went early this morning but still couldn't buy any food as they had to wait in a long line, and by the time it was his turn, everything was sold out. Now that the Empire personnel had tasted the food from Qingtian Culinary City, they suddenly understood why they could never buy any before. It was too delicious, and they had to go early. Dean Hackerin replied with a smile, yes, this is the food from Qingtian Culinary City. Nowadays, besides the capital star, there are also Qingtian culinary cities on other planets in our alliance. However, we all complain that having only one store on a planet is too few. We need dozens to meet our needs. Because of the purchase limit imposed by Qingtian Culinary City, we cannot buy more. This time, to entertain everyone, we negotiated for a long time with the owner of Qingtian Culinary City to agree to prepare some food specifically for you until you leave. Oh, the owner is so nice. I wonder who it is, Frank asked after catching the glance of the second prince. Dean Hackerin smiled and shook his head. I may not be able to say that. You can investigate it yourself. If I reveal it, he'll get angry. And it would be bad if he doesn't sell me food in the future, haha. By the way, I also want to congratulate you on your victory today. The morning match was truly exciting. Prince Lori's command in battle is indeed impressive. Dean Hackerin timely shifted the topic, wanting to know? I won't tell you. With the topic forcefully changed, Frank chuckled awkwardly, while Lori secretly thought to himself how cunning that was and smiled. Thank you for the lunch provided by your academy. Now that the time is about right, how about we discuss the events for the afternoon match and continue in half an hour? Sure, of course. Strike while the iron is hot, Dean Hackerin agreed. Well then, in the afternoon, we will compete in close combat. I've admired the combat skills of the Philibert Academy for a long time. So how about we have a close combat match this afternoon? Chapter 357. Close combat, hee good. Dean Hackerin agreed with a smile, but he was quite dissatisfied inside. Close combat. Hee. What did you hear that our academy has such combat skills? We mostly focus on physical training. There are no specialized combat techniques. Only certain aristocratic families have their own set of specialized combat methods. What we have in the academy is just regular physical training. Since that's the case, let's go back and rest for a bit. See you in half an hour. Frank stood up, laughing while holding his stomach. Okay, see you in half an hour. Dean Hackerin and everyone else stood up, watching the Empire personnel leave. Didi, Mu Qingxin and the other two had just finished their meal when their light brains rang simultaneously. They opened their light brains in unison and saw the notification. In half an hour, The second match of close combat will be held on the second floor of the training room. Students skilled in combat, please proceed to the second floor of the training room. The match will begin in half an hour. Please hurry. Close combat. Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Mu Qingxin looked up at the two. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Dongfang Ling nodded. It's a big problem. Close combat means real fighting. No weapons can be used, only fists for fighting. Let me think. Which of the students in our Philibert Academy are from aristocratic families? Aristocratic families? Why do we need students from aristocratic families? Mu Qingxin asked in confusion. Isn't close combat quite normal? In my previous life, there were taekwondo, judo, boxing, and countless martial arts schools everywhere. Because only the children of aristocratic families have specialized combat techniques. Others only know ordinary fighting, and they can't do close combat with just fists. They need to use weapons. Also, Shui Huanlan shared what she knew with Qingxin. After hearing this, Mu Qingxin realized that interstellar people now commonly use abilities or overly rely on weapons. And their usual training is just to enhance mental strength and physical fitness, preventing their cells from aging too quickly. So there are no taekwondo, judo, or boxing classes. Only a few families with strong backgrounds might have such legacies. Oh no, what we do? Just those two families, and they aren't even in the academy right now. It seems they've gone to intern in the battle teams. What should we do? We already lost once in the morning. Are we going to lose again in this match? Dongfang Ling said regretfully after carefully reviewing the list of aristocratic families. What a coincidence. Shui Huanlan pouted. Mu Qingxin looked at the two, who were feeling down, and also shook her head regretfully. If we don't use students, perhaps some of our academy's instructors could fight. Besides, the members of the Yuming battle team are still in our academy, and any of them would probably not lose to those from the Empire. Mu Qingxin said firmly. Yes, especially Marshal Gio. He could take them down with one move. Dongfang Ling said, clenching her fists, as if she could see the Empire personnel in front of her and wanted to knock them down. Qingxin, Lingling. Should we also go to the training room to take a look? Shui Huanlan suggested. Anyway, there's still time. Sure. There are no classes yet. Maybe we can still catch a match. Dongfang Ling said repeatedly, and Mu Qingxin nodded in agreement. The three packed their things and immediately headed to the training room. Upon arriving at the door, they saw a steady stream of students heading towards the second floor of the training room. The three quickly went upstairs and saw a crowded hall, with many boys at the registration desk submitting their information to apply for the match. The defeat in the morning had hit everyone hard, so in the afternoon match, everyone was determined to win back a victory. Hey, I see our instructor. Let's go over and take a look. Mu Qingxin, with sharp eyes, spotted instructor Zijinfu at the registration desk and pulled Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan over. Hi, Instructor Zijinfu. Mu Qingxin smiled and greeted him as she approached. Instructor Zijinfu, hearing the familiar voice, looked up and saw Mu Qingxin, the little one he both hated and loved. What are you doing here? He asked, glancing coldly at Mu Qingxin. Mu Qingxin didn't mind his cold attitude, because since she reported him last time, his attitude toward her had been fluctuating. But she wasn't worried. With Aunt Banny around, she wouldn't suffer any loss. I just came to see the friendly match. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be with Aunt Banny? Instructor Zijinfu's face darkened. I was dragged here by the dean to be a volunteer. Volunteer? Mu Qingxin looked at him curiously. Just here to work for free? Instructor Zijinfu rolled his eyes at Mu Qingxin. Puffed. Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan behind couldn't help but laugh. Instructor Zijinfu glanced at them, but didn't say anything. Instructor, have the participants for the match been confirmed? Mu Qingxin asked curiously. Why? Do you want to participate too? Zijin glanced at Mu Qingxin's small frame and disdainfully said, You should give up that thought as soon as possible. I'm the first one who won't let you pass. Do you think close combat is a joke? Don't go up and get knocked away with one punch. Teacher, that's a blatant personal attack. Mu Qingxin glared at Zijin in anger. Hurry up and go. Class is starting soon. The competitors have already been decided. They are both level 1 students. One is Jill and the other is Tabor. Their physical abilities are quite good. As Zijin urged Mu Qingxin to leave, he shared the situation with her. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxin, Dongfang Ling Shui, and Shui Huanlan were all surprised. They didn't expect to see familiar faces again. That Jill was one of the two people who had been taken by the Devil Vine during military training and was later rescued. In fact, when Qingxin was captured, Jill had bravely gone to save her. Tabor also seemed to be one of the few from the small teams at that time, as they had crossed paths before. Is Jill capable? Shui Huanlan looked at Qingxin and Lingling, asking doubtfully. Neither Qingxin nor Dongfang Ling were certain. It wasn't that the three of them didn't believe in Jill. It was just that during military training, when Jill was taken by the Devil Vine, he had really been in a weak state. Whoever it is, we just need to cheer for him, Qingxin said, then lowered her head to send a message of encouragement to Jill. Qingxin, just as Qingxin sent the message, she heard someone calling her name. She looked up and saw Jill, his brother, and a few of his teammates walking towards them. Chapter 358. A Jealous Boyfriend Jill. Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan also spotted them, their faces filled with surprise. After all, they had just been doubting him, and now here he was walking over, creating a slight awkwardness. Jill, I just found out you were going to participate in the next match. I just sent you a message to cheer you on, and I didn't expect to see you. Qingxin smiled as she walked over to Jill. Hearing Qingxin's words, Jill asked in surprise, Really? I haven't had time to check, he said, lowering his head to open his light brain and search through messages. So many people were sending him messages at this moment. He didn't want to go through them one by one to avoid adding to his stress. Qingxin, I will do my best, Jill said firmly. Jill, we believe in you. You have to work hard. Dongfang Ling punched Jill on the shoulder, pleased to see he didn't move at all. Shui Huanlan also smiled and wished him, I hope you can win a battle for our alliance. Beside them, Qingxin said confidently, My brother can definitely win, that's for sure. Yes, we all believe in Jill. Go Jill, we support you. The people around looked at Jill, all shouting encouragement. Jill felt embarrassed by everyone's praises, the pressure in his heart increasing. And he smiled wryly in response. Seeing Jill's, Qingxin walked in front of him, gently patted his arm, and softly said, Jill, relax. Just treat it as an experience. No matter if you win or lose, we will cheer for you and shout for you. Whether you win or lose, we support you. Jill looked down at Qingxin's determined gaze. Warmth surged in his heart, and heat rose to his face and even his eyes, feeling moved to tears. The image of Qingxin before him overlapped with her tall figure when she rescued him that night. Qingxin, thank you, Jill said seriously, looking at Qingxin. When everyone else had expectations that unconsciously pressured him, only she made him feel relaxed, telling him that failure wasn't scary and that it was just an experience. Qingxin felt a bit flustered under Jill's suddenly intense gaze. Looking around, she noticed everyone had stopped discussing and was watching the two of them with teasing looks. Qingxin quickly laughed and said, No need to be polite. Jill, you go for it. I have to go to class now, bye. After speaking, she hurriedly pulled Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan away. When they got downstairs, Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan looked at Qingxin with mischievous smiles. Qingxin, what did you just say to Jill? Why is his face so red? Dongfang Ling asked with a wicked grin. Qingxin rolled her eyes. I didn't say anything. Just told him not to feel pressured and to relax. I'm going to class now, what about you? My class is in building 13, very close. I'll go later. I'm in building 21, also very close. I'll wait a bit longer. Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan shook their heads, wanting to stay and watch a bit longer. Qingxin nodded. Okay then, my classroom is far. I'll head out first. Don't be late for class. Okay. After Qingxin said goodbye to them, she headed to building 3 for class. At this moment, she had no idea that the scene of Jill looking at her affectionately and her reciprocating was captured and posted on the forum. Half an hour later, the Imperial team arrived on the second floor of the training room on time. Frank looked at Dean Hatchelin with a smile. Dean Hatchelin, are the competitors ready? Shall we start? They're ready. We can start. Dean Hatchelin laughed heartily. At this time, the students who were supposed to be in class had left, and some who had no class stayed behind to watch the match. The second floor training room was spacious and bright, set up with challenge platforms, and various equipment was placed around. The competitors were already in position on 2 challenge platforms, and others were surrounding those platforms, cheering for their chosen competitors. Of course, the cheers from the Alliance were the loudest, while only a few people from the Imperial side shouted encouragement. After a while, their cheers were completely drowned out, so they stopped. Ding dong. The match began. The competitors on the two platforms were already in position, watching their opponents warily. The two competitors from the Imperial side were Shadi, 28 years old, and Lin Tai, 27 years old. Both were burly, and, compared to Jill and Tabor, they had a physical advantage. Ding ding. At this moment, Mu Qingxin's light brain rang during class. She looked around and saw that the teacher and classmates were closely watching the live broadcast, paying her no mind. So, Mu Qingxin opened her light brain to see who had sent her a message. It turned out to be her boyfriend. A smile immediately appeared on Mu Qingxin's face. It must be that her boyfriend was thinking of her. She opened the message, and her expression froze for a moment, feeling a bit puzzled. The content read, "How do you know that kid? Do you like him?" Mu Qingxin stared at the message for a long time, confused about what Qingzhou meant by that. What kid? What do you mean like him? It was inexplicable. She quickly sent back a message. What? What do you mean? In the research institute. Qingzhou was gloomily staring at the photo. The researchers beside him felt the coldness emanating from the young commander, not daring to lift their heads as they focused on their work. When they saw the series of messages from the little one, Qingzhou's expression softened a bit. However, upon seeing the photo again, his expression darkened, and he sent the image to Mu Qingxin. It's him. After sending it, Qingzhou expressionlessly raised his head and looked around. Heaven knows how close he was to exploding when he accidentally saw that photo. He wished he could eliminate the brat in the picture. All the researchers, seeing the expressionless Qingzhou, breathed a slight sigh of relief. To outsiders, he appeared calm, but inside, he was anxiously and nervously waiting for the little one to reply. Mu Qingxin looked at the picture, stunned for a long time, and then helplessness washed over her. However, realizing that Qingzhou was jealous made her heart bloom with joy, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Ha! Qingzhou is jealous. Who would have thought? This boy is Jill, and during military training, Mu Qingxin detailed how she got to know Jill and what had just happened, sending it all to her jealous boyfriend. Mu Qingxin's greatest strength is that she doesn't like to hide things. She resolves issues on the spot. Otherwise, misunderstandings can deepen and become irreparable in the end. Chapter 359, An Eye for an Eye. Seeing the little person's lengthy explanation, Qingzhou's face finally brightened, and he looked up again with a smile in the corners of his eyes. At this moment, the atmosphere in the research institute was clearly much better than before. Mu Qingxin waited anxiously for her boyfriend's response, wondering if he had seen her message. Why wasn't he replying? Could it be that it didn't send successfully? Mu Qingxin quickly looked down to check the message she had just sent. It showed that the recipient had successfully received it, so she breathed a sigh of relief. But then she became anxious again. Why wasn't he replying? Was he busy? Just as Mu Qingxin was nervously waiting for Qingzhou's reply, a gasp came from the classroom, startling her. She looked up to see everyone anxiously staring at one of the projections on the podium. Mu Qingxin looked over and saw that Tabor had been kicked by his opponent and bounced off the railing onto the ground. Bang! 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 The opponent quickly knelt in front of Tabor, punching his chest repeatedly. The muffled sounds of the punches struck heavily in the hearts of everyone present, and some even had tears in their eyes. As Tabor's eyes bulged and blood flowed from his mouth and ears, he still didn't surrender. Once on the challenge stage, one must abide by its rules. However, since it was a friendly match, there was no life-and-death agreement. The duel could be stopped as long as the opponent called for a halt or surrendered voluntarily. Just as it seemed that Tabor was about to succumb, his opponent showed no concern for his condition and continued to strike him mercilessly. Finally, the crowd urged them to stop. Hachelin and the other instructors had dark expressions, and Zijingfu directly stepped in to stop the Empire's Lin Tai. Stop. He has lost consciousness. You've already won. Stop. However, Lin Tai ignored Zijingfu completely. The people below couldn't sit still any longer and glared angrily at the Empire's team. Zijingfu's expression turned cold, preparing to take action. When he finally heard a voice from the Empire's side, Lin Kong, stop. Luo Rui's eyes sparkled, stopping Lin Tai. It seemed he was quite satisfied with Lin Tai's performance. Lin Tai halted, glanced at the unconscious Tabor with disdain, and turned away. Quick, someone, take him to the medical chamber for treatment. Zijingfu shouted loudly, his eyes red. The students quickly stepped forward, carefully lifting Tabor and handing him over to the robots to take him to the medical room. Everyone watched anxiously as Tabor was carried away. And for a moment, the Alliance's people glared at everyone from the Empire. Coughing, Frank lowered his head to hide his amusement and then looked up apologetically at Dean Hatchlin. I'm really sorry. Our Empire's people can be a bit out of control in fights. Once on the challenge stage, it means life and death are in the hands of the strong. Just then, a loud thud echoed from another challenge stage, drawing everyone's attention. They saw the Empire's contestant, Suddy, curled up on the ground, spitting out blood. Gil cast a cold glance at Frank and everyone from the Empire, slowly walking toward the fallen Suddy, raising his fist to strike hard. Gil pounded his opponent with heavy punches. He had witnessed Tabor's tragic state clearly, and now all his pin-up rage was directed at his opponent. Good, someone suddenly shouted in approval, followed by a series of cheers. Stop, I concede, Suddy weakly called out. Gil, hit him. Keep hitting, don't stop. The crowd shouted loudly, drowning out Suddy's voice of surrender. Gil, closest to Suddy, certainly heard his opponent's concession, but sorry, he didn't listen. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing their own people in such a dire state, the Empire's folks grew anxious. Frank quickly looked at Dean Hatchlin. Dean Hatchlin, our contestant has already conceded. Please stop your contestant. Dean Hatchlin slowly picked up his tea, took a sip, and looked at Frank in confusion. What did you say? You conceded? I didn't see that. Zhengfu, go check if he conceded. Zhengfu suppressed a laugh at the Dean's feigned confusion and slowly walked over, crouched down beside the unconscious contestant, and turned back with a helpless gesture, indicating he and conceded. Bang! The final blow landed heavily on Suddy's stomach, and those with keen eyes noticed that the last punch was exactly the one Lin Tai had delivered to Tabor. After delivering the punch, Gil stood up, casting a warning glance at the Empire people and Lin Tai, then walked to the side to await the referee's announcement of the end. Lin Tai, seeing Gil's provocative gaze, had a dark expression as he clenched his fists, waiting for his turn to deal with Gil. The Empire people also wore grim faces, and two girls looked worriedly at Suddy on the ground. The challenge was declared over, with Gil victorious, and Suddy was taken away for treatment. The Alliance members felt a great sense of relief watching the Empire carry Suddy away, much like Tabor's injuries earlier. At this moment, not only the students of Philibert Academy, but even everyone in the Alliance watching the live broadcast felt a sense of satisfaction, especially seeing Frank's face of embarrassment. Everyone was extraordinarily happy. Haha, that is so satisfying. That is how you should fight. This is an eye for an eye. The Empire's embarrassed expressions are delightful. Go for it. Take that guy down. Qingxin listened to everyone's cheers, and even the instructors on the podium were cursing. She watched Gil in the live broadcast, feeling happy for him and silently cheering him on. After a 15-minute break, Lin Tai and Gil stepped onto the challenge stage. At this moment, the Alliance members cheered loudly for Gil, and the Star Network was flooded with messages of support for him. Gil looked expressionlessly at Lin Tai across from him, the scene of Tabor being carried away flashing through his mind. He fixed his gaze on his opponent, fists clenched and ready. Lin Tai looked at Gil with contempt, as if he already viewed him as a loser. Damn, what kind of look is that? Go, go, go. Take him down. The entire classroom of Philibert Academy was filled with waves of shouts, the noise gradually reaching the training room and into the ears of the Empire's people, whose faces turned grim. Chapter 360, Gil like a puddle of mud. Bang, bang. The match began. As the match started, the cheering stopped, and everyone nervously watched the two on the challenge stage. The two were oblivious to everything outside, just staring intently at each other. If the enemy didn't team move, they wouldn't team move. If the enemy moved, they would respond. Suddenly, Lin Tai took the initiative, swiftly moving to Gil's right side, crouching down to sweep his leg. Some students couldn't help but shout, fearing Gil would get swept. But Gil's reaction was quick. The moment Lin Tai moved, he swiftly dodged to the left and jumped, kicking toward Lin Tai's chest as he landed. Slap! Lin Tai caught Gil's leg with both hands, twisting, and threw Gil to the ground. Lin Tai didn't let go of Gil's leg, forcefully bending it upward. Lin Tai cried out in pain. quickly spinning his body to relieve the pressure, then kicked fiercely toward Lin Tai. Lin Tai sidestepped but still didn't release Gil's leg, holding it back tightly as he stood up, dragging Gil toward the corner of the challenge stage. "Gil, go for it! Gil, go for it!" The students and instructors below cheered loudly for Gil. "Gil, go for it!" Qingxin silently shouted as the students in the classroom cheered loudly, fists clenched and voices hoarse. Inconspicuous. In the league, those watching the live broadcast were also shouting for Gil. Gil exerted force with his waist, clapped his hands against the ground, using Lin Tai's grip on his leg to rise up, locking his other leg tightly around Lin Tai's neck, and punched Lin Tai's face with all his might. Lin Tai, in pain, released his grip, covering his swollen eye with his hand, gritting his teeth and bowing his head. Gil seized the opportunity, kicking Lin Tai in the stomach, sending him crashing against the elastic ropes of the challenge stage. "Oh, Gil, well done. Keep going, hit him. Hit him. Gil, you're the best. Go for it." Seeing Gil's overwhelming assault on Lin Tai, everyone felt relieved, their faces filled with excitement as they shouted. The bell rang for the end of class, and the instructor immediately turned off the projector and rushed toward the training room with teaching tools in hand. The students were engrossed in the excitement of the match, and suddenly it stopped, leaving them wailing, but the instructor had already dashed away. Everyone hurried to the next classroom, which was nearby, quickly opening their light brains to watch the live broadcast while heading to the next classroom. Qingxin also rushed to the next classroom, observing the students in the campus, all with their heads down as they walked forward. Even the instructors were looking down at the live stream. Qingxin moved swiftly, running to the next classroom. Those who were watching the live stream only felt a sudden gust of wind beside them, cool and refreshing. Some looked up but saw nothing and continued to watch the broadcast. Upon reaching the classroom, Qingxin saw several students already seated and watching the live broadcast.
She glanced around and found a seat to sit down. Just as she settled in, she was startled by the sound of several students crying. Turning her head,
she saw a few big boys with red noses and tear-filled eyes. "What happened to you?" Qingxin softly asked the students. The boys with red eyes looked up at her, tears streaming down their faces. Qingxin felt embarrassed, confused about what was happening. "Boo-boo, Gil. Gil, one of the students sobbed. Qingxin's heart sank. What happened to Gil? He was beaten until he vomited blood, and Qingxin rushed over, directly grabbing the student's light brain to check, but she forgot that only the owner could view it unless permissions were granted. Unable to wait for the permissions to be set, she quickly opened her own light brain to watch the live stream. When she saw the content on the broadcast, her face immediately stiffened, and her eyes turned red like those of her classmates, tears streaming down without warning. Below the broadcast, various comments were filled with curses against Lin Tai from the Empire and expressions of sympathy for Gil. As the live stream ended, Qingxin continued to lower her head, tears flowing, while students who entered one after another had red eyes and walked in silently. Sitting there with her head down, Qingxin's mind kept flashing back to Gil's last state. He was carried away, his limbs completely twisted, his body limp, resembling a pile of mud. Thinking of Gil, who had just been joking with everyone not long ago, to now not knowing whether he was alive or dead, Qingxin felt an immense pain in her heart, wishing she could crush the person who had done this to Gil. Qingxin's emotions were like a volcano about to erupt, burning fiercely within her, and she believed many shared her feelings. This class was the most somber and sorrowful one Qingxin had ever attended, as not only she and the students, but even the instructor, who had been raised to a painful expression, delivered the lesson in an extremely low voice. The instructor didn't care if the students were listening attentively. Even when the girls were sobbing softly, he didn't stop them. Gil's battle represented not only himself, but the entire league. Every student who faced the Empire in battle represented the league. Today, in these two matches, the league suffered total defeat, and the Empire achieved a complete victory. That evening, Dean Hackelin ordered the meals to be delivered directly to the accommodations of the Empire's people. He didn't want to see that group, fearing that seeing them would remind him of the suffering his students had endured, making him unable to resist wanting to strike them down. At this moment, the Star Network was filled with calls for revenge, discussing whether to wipe out that group and openly declare war on the Empire. They were not afraid of war. Friendship matches? To hell with friendship matches. They had seen clearly this afternoon. The people from the Empire wanted nothing more than to beat their league's contestants to death. What had happened to those two kids? Especially the second kid. Would he be able to pull through? Dean Hacklin directly contacted the leader, Shakuras, requesting permission for the chief healing master to come treat Gil. Gil's injuries were beyond the capacity of the medical pod, and even the level 7 healing ability practitioners in the academy could only barely heal his external injuries. The internal injuries were the most severe and difficult to treat. Chapter 361. Watching his fate, Shakuras agreed and allowed the chief healing master to come treat Gil. This chief healing master was the highest level healer in the league. At level 9, Chief Healing Master Nayanes carefully examined Gil's injuries and found that about 70% of the bones in Gil's body were shattered, his limbs dislocated and fractured, his spine broken, and he had 2 broken ribs with 2 more shattered. It was a miracle that he was still alive. Nayanes sighed as he looked at Hacklin. This kid has an incredibly strong will. Despite his body being so badly injured, he is still fighting to live. I can heal his injuries, he began. But just as Hacklin was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he was choked by Nayanes's words and grabbed him, asking urgently, "But what?" Nayanes shook his head and sighed. "But in the future, I don't know if he can recover to his current state, let alone make progress." Zijingfu, who was listening to this, was so angry that he slammed his fist on the nearby table, instantly shattering it into pieces on the ground. Hacklin's face was filled with pain and anger as he looked at Gil, unable to bear it. He looked at Nayanes and pleaded, "Brother, please make sure to heal this child. He has become this way for our league. He is still underage, and he should have a brilliant future ahead." Hacklin could no longer continue. Nayanes understood Hacklin's pain deeply. This elder brother had dedicated his life to this academy, and seeing his student like this must have been incredibly heartbreaking. Nayanes patted Hacklin's shoulder. "Don't worry, I will do my utmost to heal this child. As for what happens in the future, it depends on his fate." For this child's future, Nayanes felt powerless. Everything was left to fate. Both Hacklin and Zijingfu looked very solemn. Nayanes approached Gil, raised his hands, and burst forth with a white light, enveloping Gil completely. Gil's painful expression gradually eased, and his internal injuries began to heal and reassemble bit by bit. The previously shattered bones were returning to their original state, and the dislocated and fractured bones were realigning, while the damaged internal organs also healed. Watching as Gil's body completely healed and returned to its original form, this was only on the surface. The severe internal injuries still required time to recover. Moreover, his original levels of physical ability and mental strength would likely drop significantly, and it was uncertain whether he could reach his previous level or even surpass it in the future. Gil's body has been healed, and at this moment, he has entered a deep sleep. An intelligent robot comes in and takes Gil to the medical room, where Tabor is also lying down, already healed, but ordered to rest until evening before he can leave. As soon as Gil is pushed in, Tabor wakes up immediately. Seeing Gil being brought in, he jumps up and anxiously asks the robot, "What happened to Gil? What's going on? Gil! Gil!" A robot quickly stops Tabor, saying, "Please do not disturb the patient. He is falling into a deep sleep and will wake up naturally shortly." Tabor is stopped and, hearing the robot's words, breathes a sigh of relief. Looking at Gil's complexion, he notices that Gil's face is flushed. But why is Gil here? With confusion, Tabor logs into the StarNet to watch the video from earlier. He had just woken up and hadn't had a chance to see how it ended. After quietly watching the short video of just over 10 minutes, Tabor's eyes turn red as he looks up, staring at the sleeping Gil, lost in thought for a long time. That night, the Phi-Libel Academy is quieter than usual. Everyone walks silently with their heads down. At this time, Qingxin has returned to her dormitory and finds that Lingling and Lanlan have not yet returned. Remembering that tomorrow is Wednesday, and she still hasn't completed the tasks she promised her mentor and classmates last week, Qingxin directly enters the space to start making cake and longevity noodles. She had already bought all the ingredients during the holiday. She replaced eggs with beast eggs and milk with unicorn milk, using other available ingredients in the current interstellar market. Concentrating on making the cake, The longevity noodles are easy to prepare. She will roll out the dough and prepare the seasonings and just needs to cook them before class tomorrow morning. Suddenly, Qingxin hears some noise outside the space. She immediately puts down what she is doing and exits the space. Upon exiting, she realizes that it is Lingling and Lan returning. Qingxin pushes the door open and sees the two sitting on the sofa, silently crying. What is wrong with you? Why are you crying? Qingxin hurriedly asks them. Dongfang Ling, with red eyes, wipes her tears and looks at Qingxin, saying, Qingxin, Jill is so pitiful. Jill? Isn't he fine now? Qingxin looks at Dongfang Ling in confusion. Previously, after school, she had planned to visit Jill, but on the way, she met Ling Xian, who told her that Jill had been healed by the chief healer and was now sleeping, which is why she returned to the dormitory to wait for Jill to wake up. What does Lingling mean by this now? Shui Huanlan sobs, Jill, his cultivation is gone, and he can't progress anymore. What? Qingxin's eyes widen, and her heart sinks immediately. She cannot believe it. It's true. Master Nanace said it himself, and a student heard it. Now everyone knows about it, Dongfang Ling says, and her tears flow even more fiercely. Although she is not close to Jill, she witnessed the entire battle, and seeing Jill end up like this is the last thing everyone wanted. Qingxin sits down on the sofa, stunned for a moment. After a while, she regains her senses and immediately gets up to leave the dormitory. Qingxin, where are you going? Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan ask with red eyes. I'm going to see Jill. Qingxin leaves without looking back. Watching the door that is already closed, Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan murmur, it's useless. Jill already knows his situation. Now he doesn't want to see anyone. They had just been to see Jill, but were stopped outside the door, along with Jill's younger brother, Qingxin, and his friends. As Qingxin goes downstairs, she sees Qingzhou just walking into the dormitory. Upon seeing him, Qingxin rushes over and throws herself into his arms, surprising him. What's wrong? What happened? He asks, noticing her red eyes. Chapter 362. Do you believe me? Qingxin wipes her tears on Qingzhou's clothes and looks up at him, saying, You, come with me to see a friend? Qingzhou looks at her red eyes, remains silent for 2 seconds, and replies, Okay. Qingxin and Qingzhou head to the medical room. On the way, Qingxin quietly explains Jill's situation. Thinking about how much Jill must be suffering right now makes her heart ache. She hopes she can help him. Earlier in the dormitory, she thought that the spiritual spring water in her space might be able to help Jill. After hearing Qingxin's words, Qingzhou realizes who she wants to see. Remembering Ling Xian mentioning that person is the one he saw in the photo today, he feels uncomfortable and pulls Qingxin back. She looks up at him in confusion as he stops. Suppressing his jealousy, Qingzhou says his feelings must be very complicated right now. He doesn't want to see anyone. If you go, he might be stopped outside. Qingxin looks into Qingzhou's eyes. I know, but I want to help him. As a friend, even though we are not very close, I want to help him. How will you help? The top healer is Master Nanace, and he already said it's impossible. How do you plan to help him? Qingzhou doesn't like Qingxin worrying about another guy. I have this. Qingxin takes out the diluted spiritual spring water for Qingzhou to see. Seeing the bottle, Qingzhou's expression immediately darkens. No, why not? Qingxin looks at him in shock. Qingzhou immediately envelopes them both with his mental energy, ensuring no one else can hear their conversation. He looks seriously at Qingxin and says, It's too dangerous. Do you know the energy of this liquid? If that Jill gets greedy or tells someone else, you'll become a target, and people with bad intentions will be after you. You will always be in danger. I won't allow it. Hearing Qingzhou's words warms Qingxin's heart. She gently holds his hand and reassures him, Don't worry, I believe in Jill. He won't be greedy, and he won't say anything. What if? Qingzhou counters. If Qingxin thinks of that possibility, her eyes narrow, and her expression turns cold as she responds. If I misjudge him, then I'll be the first to deal with him. Although Qingxin has a good personality, she is also someone who keeps score at her heart. After Qingxin finishes speaking and not receiving a response from Qingzhou for a long time, she looks up at him and sees him staring straight at her. Her heart skips a beat as she asks, Do you think I'm bad? Qingzhou looks at her, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. No, not all. You are mine, and whatever you do, I support you. Just tell me who you want to deal with when the time comes, and I'll handle it. Gently holding Mu Qingxin's hand, he leans down to kiss her, looking at her slightly flushed face and saying, "Don't dirty your hands. I like everything about you. If anything is to be dirty, let it be my hands." Mu Qingxin's heart races. Her eyes curve into a smile as she replies, "Okay, as you say." With the issue resolved, Mu Qingxin and Qingzhou happily head to find Jill. Their thoughts are different. Mu Qingxin is determined to help Jill, while Qingzhou is waiting to deal with that guy. When they arrive at the medical room, they see several students squatting outside, their expressions sorrowful. When they see Qingzhou, their faces show shock as they stare at him in disbelief. Qingzhou strides forward, but suddenly a robot steps out to block him. Qingzhou simply taps the robot a few times, and it respectfully lets him in. However, as he enters, he uses his mental energy to knock out the students waiting outside. At this moment, Mu Qingxin walks over and enters the room with Qingzhou. As soon as Mu Qingxin enters, she sees Jill kneeling alone on the floor, holding his head in his hands. Looking at the figure enveloped in a sad and desolate atmosphere, Mu Qingxin's heart aches, and she softly calls out, "Jill." Kneeling on the ground, Jill suddenly heard a voice. His body shook, and then he slowly raised his head to look at the person in front of him, only to find that standing in the room were the silent general and Mu Qingxin. Mu Qingxin and Qingzhou walked towards Jill, whose eyes were bloodshot. "Silent general? Xin? Jill asked hoarsely, wondering if it was an illusion. How could the silent general be holding Xin's hand? "Jill, it's me," Mu Qingxin said, releasing Qingzhou's hand and rushing to Jill's side, reaching out to help him up. Suddenly, a pair of hands stretched out from behind, directly lifting Jill up and placing him on the bed. Jill was abruptly lifted and then set down, looking blankly at the person in front of him. Is this really an illusion? Right? It must be an illusion. So he was still the same as before. He wasn't injured. His cultivation was still there. Seeing Jill's dazed expression, Mu Qingxin felt even worse. She took out some diluted spirit spring water, looked at Jill, and said softly, "Jill, I know you're feeling very distressed right now, but think about what I said before. Current failure does not mean everything. As the ancient saying goes, heaven will assign a great responsibility to a person. It must first temper their will, labor their muscles and bones, and star their bodies. I believe that after this incident, you will definitely become very outstanding in the future." "Really?" Mu Qingxin spoke word by word, trying her best to comfort Jill with words of encouragement. Finally, just as she was running out of things to say, Jill reacted. Looking at the awakened Jill, Mu Qingxin happily said, "Really? It must be true." Qingzhou behind them watched Mu Qingxin chatter on with a pampering gaze, and as he listened to her righteous words, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, not expecting the little one to have so much wisdom. "However, my body can't return to how it was before." As Jill's hope rose, he thought of his current physical condition and was once again brought back to reality. Mu Qingxin grabbed Jill's shoulders with both hands, while Qingzhou narrowed his eyes and said, "Jill, do you believe me?" Jill was moved by Mu Qingxin's serious gaze and nodded involuntarily. "I believe you. If it weren't for you, I might have died in the primitive forest long ago." Remembering that Mu Qingxin had saved him before, hope rose in Jill's heart again. "Good. Then drink this." Mu Qingxin handed the diluted spirit spring water to Jill. Jill looked at the liquid in Mu Qingxin's hand, took it without hesitation, and drank it down. Chapter 363. Recovery after drinking. Mu Qingxin looked at Jill with anticipation. 5 minutes later, she asked, "Jill, how do you feel about your body now?" Jill looked at Mu Qingxin blankly, lowered his head to feel his body, got out of bed, turned around, and grabbed the table full of equipment with both hands. Jill used all his strength, but still couldn't move the table, which he had previously lifted easily. Regrettably shaking his head, he said, "Still can't." Jill smiled bitterly. Mu Qingxin furrowed her brows. Could it be that the spirit spring water is useless? Should I get some more? She took out a few more bottles of diluted spirit spring water and handed them to Jill. Jill didn't think twice and simply drank some. After waiting 5 minutes again, he still couldn't lift the table. Mu Qingxin was anxious. No way, how could it be useless? It can't be like this. Looking at the anxious Mu Qingxin, Jill showed a relieved smile and said, Xin, thank you." You gave me so much of this for my sake. Jill raised the empty bottle, knowing that the liquid Qingxin gave him must be precious. It was too wasteful for him to drink so much. Thank you, Qingxin. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone you came here tonight, and I'm fine. I don't believe I will always stagnate. Just like you said, effort doesn't always yield rewards, but it will never be in vain. I will train hard and not give up. A determined look appeared on Jill's face as he looked at Qingxin. It's already very late. Qingxin, you should go back. Seeing Jill like this, Qingxin felt even worse. She originally wanted to help Jill, but didn't expect to be unable to do so, and she felt a bit guilty. Qingxin, watching the little one show an expression of guilt and self-blame towards that kid, immediately turned cold and walked over. Qingxin, do you have any liquid with a higher concentration? Or is it just like this? The first bottle that Qingxin gave him, he took back to study and found that it had been diluted with a low purity, but it was still much better than those top-grade energy liquids. Qingxin's eyes lit up with surprise as she looked at Qingxin. Yes. She then turned to Jill, and a look of worry flashed across her face. What's wrong? Qingxin walked up to Qingxin and gently ruffled her hair. Jill, in front of them, stiffly turned his gaze away. He had a feeling that Qingxin had been somewhat hostile towards him, and now he was so openly standing in front of Qingxin, which was a typical case of a protective attitude. But what kind of relationship did Qingxin have with Qingxin? Qingxin recalled the first time she drank the spirit spring water. She had taken too much and without dilution. The pain from that experience was still fresh in her memory, and she was afraid Jill couldn't handle it. I'm worried Jill won't be able to take it, because the undiluted version will directly expel all the impurities and filth from the body, even from the bones, so it will be very painful. Qingxin said with a frown. After hearing this, Qingxin rubbed Qingxin's head and looked at Jill. Do you want to recover? If you're afraid of pain, then let's forget it and leave. I'm not afraid of pain. As long as I can recover, I'll do whatever it takes, Jill said firmly. Qingxin thought for a moment, looked at Qingxin, and upon seeing his approving gaze, took out a bottle of spirit spring water from her space. There wasn't much, as she was afraid Jill couldn't handle that kind of pain. Looking at Jill, Qingxin said seriously, Jill, you must hold on. Okay. Jill firmly took the spirit spring water and drank it in one gulp, then waited for changes in his body. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 5 minutes passed, and Jill surprisingly showed no change. Qingxin's eyes widened. How could this be? Suddenly, Jill clutched his body, curled up on the bed, his face increasingly pained, unable to help but cry out, with veins bulging all over, looking very frightening. Qingxin was momentarily stunned, and after reacting, a joyful smile appeared on her face as she looked at Qingxin. I knew it. My spirit spring water must be effective. After the previous disappointment, this time, looking at the pain Jill, Qingxin's face was full of smiles. It hurts, right? It hurts, but after the pain, it will be laughter. Qingxin looked at the childlike, smiling little one with a doting gaze. Suddenly, he asked with a hint of acidity. He looked over and saw some black substance seeping out from Jill's exposed skin, looking quite disgusting. Qingxin quickly covered Qingxin's eyes and hugged her as they walked towards the door. The students outside had already been sent back to their dorms by the people Qingxin called, and only a robot remained to guard the place. Qingxin took Qingxin to sit on a chair outside. How's the research at the institute going? Have the results come out yet? Qingxin leaned against Qingxin and asked. Qingxin spread his spiritual power all around so that outsiders couldn't see them. Not yet, but there has been significant progress. I believe it will be out soon. The anti-insect tribe assimilation drug is close to completion thanks to those medicinal powders you provided, which enabled them to make breakthroughs. That's good. Qingxin nodded happily, looking at the night sky. Why do you think these people in the Empire are being so ruthless? As fellow humans, in such a vast universe, shouldn't we unite? She couldn't help but think of the world in her previous life and fell silent. Perhaps humanity's inherent flaws were just like this, and Qingxin chose not to comment. Qingxin looked at the suddenly downcast little one, gently patting her shoulder and softly saying, don't think too much. In the universe, human nature and human hearts are probably the hardest to grasp. Just let it go. Qingxin nodded and suddenly looked up at Qingxin. Let's talk about something else. By the way, My cake and longevity noodles aren't ready yet. Last Wednesday, during the interstellar civilization history class, Sangu was so annoying. Qingxin shifted the topic with Qingzhou, chatting while waiting for Gil inside. About half an hour later, a booming sound came from the room. Qingxin and Qingzhou stopped talking, and their mental powers immediately swept inside. They saw a dark figure lifting and putting down a table repeatedly, going through a loop. Qingzhou and Qingxin exchanged glances, and Qingxin smiled sweetly, happily pulling Qingzhou into the room. Qingzhou behind her showed a helpless look in his eyes, thinking that the kid was lucky. Ugh, it smells bad. As soon as the door opened, a strong stench hit them. Qingxin immediately covered her nose, and Qingzhou quickly enveloped both of them with his mental power. All right, you can put down now. Qingxin released her hand, sniffed, and found there was no smell anymore. She looked at Qingzhou with surprise and gave him a thumbs up, to which Qingzhou smiled slightly. Gil, how do you feel? Qingxin asked as she looked at Gil, who was covered in black stuff. Gil turned to Qingxin with excitement. Qingxin, I'm better. I really recovered, and I'm even stronger than before. As he spoke, he was about to run over to pull Qingxin. Qingxin was so scared that she quickly stepped back, and Gil was stopped by an invisible barrier of mental power. Qingzhou walked over, looking expressionless at Gil. Seeing the cold gaze of the handsome Qingzhou, Gil felt a jolt in his heart and said nervously, Young Master Gio, I hope you can forget everything that happened tonight. You didn't see anyone, didn't take any drugs. Your abilities recovered on their own. If I find out that you tell anyone anything, Qingzhou stared directly into Gil's eyes, warning him. I won't give you a chance to explain. Remember what I said? Gil's expression turned serious as he looked at Qingxin in front and then at young Master Gio. He raised his hand and swore, I, Gil, owe my life to Qingxin. My fate was saved by Qingxin. Everything I have is given by Qingxin. I swear, I won't tell anyone about what happened tonight until I die. If I leak a word, I, Gil, will disappear from the entire universe, and my soul will cease to exist. Qingxin watched Gil swear, a smile creeping up on her lips, realizing she hadn't helped the wrong person. Qingzhou looked into Gil's eyes for a few seconds before saying in a deep voice, Remember your oath. I don't mind enforcing it for you. After saying that, he turned and pulled Qingxin away, not giving the two any chance to speak. Gil looked at Qingxin being dragged away, a reluctant look in his eyes. As Qingxin was domineeringly pulled away by her boyfriend, she could only leave one last sentence. Gil, hurry up and take a shower. You're so smelly. Huh? Gil was stunned, and when he looked down at himself, he discovered that his arms were covered in a thick layer of dirt. Ugh! Seeing his own body, he couldn't help but start gagging and staggered off to the bathroom to clean up. Qingzhou took Qingxin back to her dorm and then left. When Qingxin returned to her dorm, she found Ling Ling and Lan Lan were already asleep. Looking at the time, she was shocked to find it was already midnight. Qingxin hurriedly entered her space to continue making the cake and longevity noodles. On Wednesday, early in the morning, Qingxin's room was knocked on. At that time, she was making longevity noodles in her space. Qingxin, are you back? Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan stood at Qingxin's door. They had waited too long last night and couldn't resist go to sleep. So as soon as they woke up, they rushed over to see if Qingxin was back. Qingxin exited the space and opened the door. I'm back. I returned a bit late last night and saw you were asleep, so I didn't call you. Qingxin, did you see Gil last night? How is he? Dongfang Ling asked, pulling Qingxin. A smile appeared on Qingxin's face as she replied. You guys were just overly worried. When I went over last night, Gil had already recovered. You scare me a bit. And then we chatted for a while before I came back. Recovered? Qingxin and Shui Huanlan exclaimed in surprise in unison. Yeah, if you don't believe me, you can ask Gil. I made cake and longevity noodles. Do you want to eat? Qingxin walked into the living room and took out the small cake and 3 bowls of longevity noodles she made last night. Seeing the exquisite and cute cake on the table, the two immediately became captivated. I want to eat. Qingxin, what's this? It's so beautiful. Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan exclaimed in amazement at the small cake. This is what I mentioned last week, the taste of happiness. When it's your birthday, I'll make you a big one. Great, great. My birthday is. Hearing Qingxin say she would make a big one for them on their birthdays, The two eagerly shared their birthdays, and Qingxin noted them down one by one. The three of them happily ate the bowls of longevity noodles and then enjoyed the small cake before cheerfully heading to class. However, just as the three were about to leave the dorm, their light brain rang simultaneously. They exchanged glances, and their expressions darkened. They were increasingly disliking the sound of the light brain. After losing all day yesterday, the Empire was clearly bullying them by not allowing them to prepare in advance. Qingxin silently opened the light brain, and the content displayed was, "Notice, after yesterday's two battles, our alliance suffered a crushing defeat. Today's competition is a mech team battle. With only one day's time, students from the Imperial Academy will take turns competing. The team consists of 5 members. Please gather at the first floor of the training room for teamwork training. We must achieve victory today. Avenge the students who failed yesterday." The last sentence resonated with everyone's feelings. Avenge the contestants who lost yesterday. At this moment, the students who received this notice immediately contacted their teammates, with whom they often fought team battles, preparing to head to the training room. "Why can't the students from our grade participate?" Dongfang Ling said unhappily. She also wanted to participate and beat those despicable imperial people. Qingxin felt a bit regretful as well. She turned off the light brain and said, "Let's go to class. It's almost time." Dongfang Ling pouted, reluctantly turning off the light brain. She and Lan Lan went to class together, while Qingxin hurriedly headed to the classroom. Upon arriving at the classroom, Qingxin heard everyone discussing the previous day's competition, with each person expressing anger and disdain towards the Imperial students, complaining about why they couldn't participate in the team battle today. If they had participated, they would have definitely defeated them thoroughly. Listening to everyone's discussions, Qingxin entered the classroom. As soon as she stepped in, she heard people shouting, "Qingxin, you're here. Qingxin, you didn't forget what you promised us last week, did you? Qingxin, the instructor has already arrived and is waiting to give you credits." Seeing the instructor on the podium, Qingxin smiled and said, "Of course I haven't forgotten. I always keep my word, and you'll know soon in class." "Really? Can we really taste the flavor of happiness? What exactly does it taste like?" All the students excitedly questioned Qingxin, who just smiled without answering. The instructor on the podium also looked at Qingxin with anticipation. He had been waiting for a week for this day. When the class bell rang, everyone quickly sat down, waiting for Qingxin to take out her items. Chapter 365. A special birthday. The instructor on the podium stood up, looking at everyone and at Qingxin in the middle. "Ahem, students. I'm very glad to see you all again. Last week, we talked about the birthday celebration methods of the ancient Blue Star people. The instructor's explanation was a bit one-sided, but our classmate Qingxin has enlightened us on many ancient Blue Star birthday celebration methods. And she even said she would let us taste the cake and longevity noodles that the ancient Blue Star people eat for their birthdays. Students, would you like a try?" "Yes." All the students shouted in unison, eagerly looking at Qingxin. The instructor at the podium also looked at Qingxin with anticipation and smiled. "Qingxin, can you bring it out now?" Qingxin nodded and, at the instructor's gesture, walked to the podium. Under everyone's gaze, she took out a large cake and a bowl of steaming longevity noodles. "What is that?" Everyone's eyes widened as they smelled a delicious aroma. Unable to help but salivate. "Is this cake and longevity noodles?" Instructor Henry looked shocked at the cake and longevity noodles on the table. The students below couldn't hold back either and instinctively moved closer, asking Qingxin one after another. "Qingxin, what is this? Is it delicious? That cake looks so good. What flavor is it? What is this long, thin thing? It smells so good. I really want to eat it. It seems more appealing than the food in the Qingtian food city. Step aside. Let me take a picture." A student from behind began taking photos of the cake and longevity noodles. Other students quickly realized and took out their own light brains to snap pictures of the cake and longevity noodles on the table. Some even secretly recording videos to upload to the StarNet. The junior really kept her promise from last week, bringing out the cake and longevity noodles today. "They look so good. I really want to eat. I still don't know what happiness tastes like. I'll share my feelings after eating later." Image. Netizens who had previously followed the poster received a notification when the poster posted again, and they quickly clicked to see the items in the picture, leaving comments one after another. Before long, this post became the second hottest topic on StarNet after the Imperial and Alliance friendship match, sparking a lively discussion. Poster, please help us taste it. What does the red thing taste like? Poster, can you save me a bite? Just one bite. Let me try it too. Don't get your hopes up. Usually, things that look good don't taste great. That's not true. Look at the food in Qingtian Food City. Everything looks good and tastes great. I can't wait to taste happiness. The poster is so lucky to have such an amazing junior. It's a shame we're still in class. Otherwise, I would run over to try it. The person above revealed their identity. They must also be a student of the Philibert Academy. I'm right next door. I heard the gas coming from there early on. We were just watching the friendship match live, and now seeing this picture, it's already plastered on the wall, keeping an eye on the happenings next door. A flurry of discussions erupted on StarNet. At this moment, in the interstellar civilization history classroom, the students were called back to their seats by Instructor Henry. He turned to Mu Qingxin with a kind expression. Mu classmate, can we eat this? Of course. Mu Qingxin nodded, looking at everyone's eager eyes, and smiled. Don't worry. I made a lot, so everyone can have some. Oh, that's great. Xin, you're amazing. You my goddess? Mu Qingxin, thank you so much. The classmates thanked her one by one with surprised expressions on their faces. Amidst the joyful gazes, Mu Qingxin counted in front and started distributing the longevity noodles, asking the front row students to pass them back. 3 minutes later, everyone had a serving of longevity noodles. Then, under the astonished and excited gazes of everyone, Mu Qingxin brought out 3 cakes, totaling 4 cakes, each about 20 inches in size, enough for everyone to enjoy. Looking at the excited faces of her classmates, Mu Qingxin said, I don't know when everyone's birthdays are, but this year, I'm lucky to be classmates with you and to have this special opportunity to attend Instructor Henry's Interstellar Civilization History class. Today, let us celebrate a special birthday together. On the birthday of Ancient Blue Star, we should all say blessing words to those celebrating their birthdays. So let me start. First, I wish Instructor Henry health and happiness every day and a harmonious and happy family. I also wish all of you success in your studies, a carefree learning life every day, and a satisfactory future. Today, we celebrate our birthdays together, and everyone can say happy birthday to each other and offer a blessing. After Mu Qingxin finished speaking, she looked at everyone. Listening to her words, the students felt deeply moved. This was something they had never experienced before. None of them had celebrated their birthdays. Looking at the people next to them, some shyly said happy birthday, followed by a few blessing words. Gradually, everyone stood up to say blessing words to other classmates, and hearing the blessings made everyone extremely happy. Instructor Henry, happy birthday! Wishing you to stay young forever. Wishing you to be more handsome. Wishing you and your wife happiness. A group of students didn't forget to bless Instructor Henry at the podium. Hearing their blessings, Instructor Henry's eyes turned red with happiness. This was something he had never experienced in all these years. He looked at his students with emotion and said, I also wish you all a happy birthday. Thank you, Mu classmate, for the birthday cake and longevity noodles. Thank you, this class today. I will never forget in my life. Seeing that everyone had finished their blessings, Mu Qingxin continued, there's one more important thing, which is to make a wish. You can make a wish while looking at the birthday cake or longevity noodles. Close your hands and eyes and make your wishes. They are likely to come true. After speaking, Mu Qingxin quietly closed her eyes and made a wish in front of the cake. The students and the instructor below also bowed their heads and made wishes towards the longevity noodles. This scene was live-streamed by a student on StarNet. At this moment, the barrage on the screen was already filled with blessing words, wishes, and the number of people wishing to celebrate their birthdays, which was about to surpass the number of viewers for the friendship match next door. Chapter 366, lost again at this moment. A student watching the match in the training room had his light brain beeping continuously. The person next to him looked at him impatiently and said, Can you turn off your light brain? It's affecting our match viewing. The person being addressed turned red with embarrassment and quickly lowered his head to turn off the light brain. Before he could turn it off, he was attracted by a series of comments and curiously scrolled up to see what the poster had shared. What the hell? When he saw the photo shared by the poster, he exclaimed in shock, instantly attracting everyone's attention in the quiet training room. Frank from the Empire looked at the student and laughed. Ha! It seems that students from Philibert Academy are also quite interesting. Upon hearing the Empire's comment, the Alliance members immediately darkened their expressions. Wasn't this clearly mocking them for their lack of manners? The person next to the student nudged him. What are you doing? Be mindful of the occasion. Don't embarrass our alliance in front of outsiders. The student, still staring at the live stream on his light brain, was nudged and drooled as he looked up. Look. He opened the permissions on his light brain and showed it to the people beside him. The others gathered around to see what had caused this student to lose his composure. When they saw the contents inside, they all exclaimed in shock. What the hell? Where's this? It's our academy's uniform. Where is it? Did Qingtian Food City release new products again? Their outburst immediately drew the attention of others. The Empire members watched this scene with amused expressions, their eyes filled with disdain and mockery, while Dean Halcyon and the instructors looked stern. Zijingfu directly raised his voice and said, Students over there, what are you doing? If it were any other time, I would have made you all go out and write the school rules 50 times. At this moment, they couldn't let the Empire people make a joke out of them. It would be best if these little brats had a good reason. The students who were called out finally came to their senses, remembering the occasion, and all turned red, awkwardly apologizing to the dean and others. Haha, these kids are very polite, that's great. The dean and the mentors have done a good job teaching them. Frank spoke up again, thinking it was over, but he clearly wanted to see the league people embarrassed. He said, I wonder if this kid can show us what you saw. What made you so excited? We're curious too. Yes. The other mentors and students from the Empire chimed in, expressing their curiosity. The student blushed and nervously looked at the dean and the mentors. Dean Hatchelin's gaze deepened as he looked at the anxious student, smiled, and comforted him, saying, Child, let us see what you have. It's okay. Looking towards Frank, he continued, Haha, kids at this age are curious about everything. Everything feels fresh, and it's normal to play around. Encouraged by the dean, the student projected the live stream they had just watched. Before everyone could see the content, they first heard a clear voice speaking. After everyone made their wishes and blessings, the speaker said, Finally, before we eat the birthday cake and longevity noodles, I will sing a birthday song for everyone. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to us. Happy birthday, everyone. All right, let's eat the longevity noodles and the birthday cake together. Due to time constraints, only one flavor of longevity noodles was prepared, and the speaker encouraged everyone to taste it. Let's eat. Everyone shouted, Happy birthday to us. Happy birthday to me. The students couldn't wait to dig in. The sounds of swallowing could be heard in the quiet training room, and the voices from the Empire were even louder. All eyes on the students in the live stream, devouring what looked like delicious food. What's going on? Birthday cake? Longevity noodles? The Empire people stared wide-eyed, shocked to see the classroom students enjoying what seemed to be very tasty food. So delicious. So happy. I really tasted happiness. I've never celebrated a birthday in my life, and today I finally got to celebrate one. I'm so happy. Watching the students in the video, filled with joy and emotion, moved the viewers as well. Some mentors from the Empire were even more shocked, realizing how advanced the League's teaching model had become, allowing each student to celebrate their birthday in class. Seeing this scene, Dean Hatchelin sighed in relief, but also looked somewhat reproachfully at the excited students inside, thinking, these little rascals don't even know to let the dean have a taste. All right, shut it down. Dean Hatchelin smiled and gestured for the student to turn off the holographic device, looking at the stunned Empire side, and said, sorry to show you this. This is a class of one of our mentors. They should be celebrating a birthday. Frank swallowed hard, looking at the seemingly unfazed Dean Hatchelin, and asked Dean Hatchelin, what about that food? Oh, it should be the students experimenting and making it themselves. In the League now, since food has appeared, everyone is making their own meals. The taste of nutrient solution gets a bit boring after a while. The people from the Empire, still drinking nutrient solution, felt their faces burn. At this moment, the League students and mentors pretended to look nonchalant, thinking, who can show off? Although they were also shocked, they couldn't lose face in front of the Empire. The dean is the coolest, showing off the hardest. But seeing the Empire people embarrassed is so satisfying. Ding! Suddenly, the training room announced the end of the session. and the faces of the previously proud league members immediately dropped as they saw the results. How do we lose again? The people from the Empire, who had just been lethargic, now looked smugly at the league side, saying, "Humph, what is the use of living well? What is the use of having delicious food? If your combat skills are lacking, don't say anything." The team that came out of the simulated battlefield was Beck's team, all with dark expressions. When Rex outside saw they lost, he smiled and signaled his teammates to get up and prepare to enter. Dean Hatchlin and the other mentors were somewhat regretful to see Beck's team had lost, looking at Rex, the last hope resting on them. "Dean, I'm sorry we lost," Beck said, approaching the Dean with his teammates, feeling guilty. Chapter 367. "Just do your best." Dean Hatchlin stood up, kindly patted Beck on the back, saying it's okay. "No need to apologize. Winning or losing is very normal. Don't worry about it. As long as you can gain experience from it. That's more important than success." Hearing the Dean's words, although the faces of Beck and the others showed regret, they were not as downcast as before. Beck walked up to Rex and patted his shoulder, saying, "Be careful, they have already set up an ambush inside. Be cautious. That Rory is very cunning. Don't worry, our team has more brains than yours." Rex interrupted Beck's warning, smiling confidently. "I lost yesterday, but today I will definitely win a match for the league." Rex led his teammates into the virtual battlefield room, ignoring Beck's advice. "Captain, why are you saying so much to them? You know Rex won't listen. What a proud and arrogant guy." Andy came over, glaring fiercely at Rex's team. Zonglun also approached, patted Beck on the shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, they won to appreciate it. Let us sit there and wait for them to come back defeated. Right, when they lose, just watch me laugh at them." Andy and the other two sat on chairs, eyes glued to the big screen, watching the battle situation inside, thinking that since they lost, Rex's team must lose even worse. Beck smiled bitterly at Zonglin, saying, "Let us go. Maybe they can win. I actually hope they can win. Otherwise, our league will be in big trouble." Zonglin also put away his smile, looking at the big screen where Rex and his team had already entered the battlefield, softly saying, "Let us hope." Beck and Rex sat down, eyes fixed on the big screen. At this moment, the league people looked tense, while the Empire folks were very relaxed, feeling completely secure about the five inside. Today, victory was certain. As Rex and his teammates just entered the battlefield, they cautiously observed their surroundings. This virtual battlefield was a forest, with trees providing cover, making it easy to hide, but also restricting the use of mechs. They needed to find a clear area to deploy their mechs. Otherwise, it would create a lot of noise and directly reveal their position to the enemy. Rex had to admit that he was quite skilled in deployment. He quickly commanded, "Dinah, find the enemy's position. Dorian, activate the shield. Stay alert to the surroundings. G, prepare your weapons, be ready to attack, and check for any suitable areas to deploy mechs. Lou, quickly check the energy liquid. We'll need your support soon. Boss, we've located the enemy's position at 10 o'clock, 500 meters away. The shield is ready. There's an open area 50 meters ahead where we can deploy the mechs. The energy liquid is all set." Listening to his teammates' reports, Rex quickly made a judgment, moving forward 50 meters to deploy the mechs. Stay alert to the surroundings. After saying that, he was the first to run forward, paying attention to the environment, while his teammates followed suit in a coordinated manner. Watching Rex's team progress in an orderly manner, the league members finally relaxed a bit, holding on to hope as they looked at Rex's team. However, the slap in the face came swiftly and fiercely. In just 5 minutes, they might have set a record for the fastest elimination of a team, as Rex's team was caught up to. "Haha, this is too funny. How could this team be so foolish? They didn't even get to deploy their mechs before being eliminated. Ha ha ha." On the Empire side, Isha laughed until tears came out. The League students, hearing the Empire's unabashed mockery, felt their faces turn red with anger as they watched Rex's team come out looking like lost dogs. Their eyes filled with ridicule. It was so embarrassing. "Just accept the loss," Rex said with a grim face. He didn't expect the people from the Empire to be so cunning, setting a trap in the open area they had chosen. They had just brought out the mechs and hadn't logged in yet when they were captured. Listening to the mocking voices from the Empire and seeing the obvious derision in Baker's team's eyes, Rex's gaze darkened as he clenched his fists tightly. He led his teammates to the headmaster, saying heavily, Headmaster, we lost. Headmaster Hackerin looked at the 5 dejected kids and sighed silently. He gathered his spirits to comfort them, and after speaking, he told them to go back and rest. Rex sat down with his teammates, determined to see who would win today. Captain, don't be angry. It's obvious the Empire side has the advantage. They entered the battlefield early and are familiar with the terrain, which is unfavorable for those entering later. I estimate that the subsequent teams won't do well either. Yeah, Captain, don't be angry. Seeing Rex's serious face, a few teammates with a good mentality tried to comfort him. Rex understood their reasoning, but couldn't swallow his frustration at being worse than Baker. Oh wow. Our captain even said that the other side was cunning. And we didn't believe it. We thought our team was smarter, haha. But I think it's the other way around. Andy laughed heartily, not bothering to turn around, speaking to Zhong Luan beside him. His voice was loud enough for those around to hear. Who are you calling less smart? Dana suddenly stood up, swinging his fist to hit Andy. Whoever talks back gets it. Andy, unwilling to back down, stood up ready to fight. Enough. Sit down. Zijing Fu slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Isn't it embarrassing enough? If you want to stay here, sit down quietly. If you don't want to stay, hurry back and don't disturb others. What a bunch of inconsiderate brats. If you want to fight, do it outside where no one can see. Baker and Zhong Luan quickly dragged Andy back to his seat, urging him to sit down and stop talking. Rex also called Dana back. But their faces were all very grim, darkly staring at the people in front of them. Frank chuckled at the scene, finally standing up to look at Headmaster Hackerin and said, Originally, this match was supposed to last a day. I wonder if the Alliance has any matches left. If not, why not announce it now? Of course there is. At this moment, Mu Qingxin stood up, bringing along the students from their academy. The heads of the Ogading Academy looked at these temporarily grouped students with some concern, but in order to avoid letting the Empire laugh at them, they could only quietly say, Kids, do your best. Just try your best. After all, both the Family.With Academy and the GALAXY'S Academy had lost, and it was normal for an academy focused on research to lose. Chapter 368. Team 8 returns to the stage. 1. Mu Qingxin and a few teammates looked at their headmaster, who seemed so devoid of hope for them. Their faces stiffened, and they smiled helplessly as they entered the virtual battlefield. Everyone outside watched these somewhat uncoordinated individuals shaking their heads in unison, really just like their headmaster said. Just do your best. At this moment, Headmaster Hackerin felt extremely anxious. Looking at Zijing Fu and the other mentors, he quietly asked, Is there no one in our academy? The vice principal beside him shook his head with a bitter expression, saying that everyone who could go had already gone, but unfortunately, they all lost. Headmaster Hackerin's face stiffened as he watched the confident demeanor of the Empire's side, wishing he could bite his teeth in frustration. Zijing Fu hesitated for a moment and suggested, Headmaster, why not let this year's military training first place give it a try? This year's military training first place? Who? Hackerin was momentarily confused. The vice principal immediately refuted. No way. They just got lucky, and they're all just kids. It would make the Empire think we really have no one left, and that we had to send children. At this moment, Headmaster Hackerin finally remembered who this year's military training first place students were. All right, Headmaster? The vice principal paused, looking at the headmaster in surprise. Zijing Fu immediately smiled. I'll contact them right away. Saying that, he reached out to contact Mu Qingxin and her group. Headmaster, they're all just new students, the vice principal persisted. Enough. Having someone is better than having no one. Is it possible to just end it like this? We've already lost 2 matches. If we keep losing, what will happen to the Alliance's reputation? What about the face of Family.With Academy? I believe in those kids. Maybe they can do it. Thinking about the video he had shown to the quiet young commander after his return, he had once held doubts about the first place in this military training. But after watching the video, he was filled with surprise and shock. His last hope could only be pinned on these kids. At this moment, Mu Qingxin, who was attending another class, suddenly received a message from mentor Zijing Fu, urging her to quickly go to the training room to participate in the competition. What's going on? Mu Qingxin looked down at her device, confirming the message again, wondering if it was sent to the wrong person. Mu Qingxin, what are you doing? Just started class, and you're already drifting off? Do you not know that our alliance is about to lose everything? The mentor looked at Mu Qingxin with a dark face. Do you know what our alliance has lost? You didn't listen carefully during class, And today's mech team battle was such a devastating loss. What did I say in class about encountering an attack? First thing to do is, ding ding, Mu Qingxin's light brain buzzed again. It was a message from Ling Ling, saying that they had all received Mentor Zijingfu's notification and were heading to the training room now. She was urged to hurry as well. Mu Qingxin was stunned for a moment, looking at the excited Mentor, and weakly raised her hand. The Mentor looked at Mu Qingxin, paused, and frowned. What is your question? Mentor, I just received a message saying I need to go to the training room for the competition. Mu Qingxin pointed at her light brain and said, What? The Mentor and all the students in the class widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Mu Qingxin. Are you dreaming? They want you to participate in the competition. The Mentor couldn't believe it, and the students below were even more skeptical. It's true. Mentor, if you don't believe me, look. Mu Qingxin walked over to the Mentor, showing the message from Mentor Zijingfu. The Mentor looked at the signature below, then at the content inside, then back at Mu Qingxin. They really want you to compete, not just to cheer. Although Mu Qingxin usually performed well in class, it was hard to believe that the headmaster would agree to send a student who just enrolled to compete after all the upperclassmen lost. Wait a minute, let me confirm. The Mentor quickly inquired with Zijingfu, and not long after, he received a reply. He looked back at Mu Qingxin, still in disbelief, but said, Mu Qingxin, you go ahead. Do your best, and we'll all cheer for you. Is it really true? What is going on? It can't be. The students below were all discussing, not believing that Mu Qingxin was going to participate in the competition. The Mentor called for silence, quiet. The students immediately quieted down and then looked at Mu Qingxin. You should hurry. Mu Qingxin nodded. Mentor, I will do my best. After saying that, she turned to leave. Watching Mu Qingxin leave, the Mentor also stopped the class, opened his light brain, and projected the live broadcast, saying, Let us all cheer for Mu Qingxin and her team. Although victory may be unlikely, let us cheer for them. Go, Mu Qingxin! The students shouted in unison. Although they didn't believe that Mu Qingxin and her team would win, they still held on to hope as protective classmates. Mu Qingxin quickly ran to the training room, and as soon as she arrived, she saw her brother and Wei Huffing coming down from the virtual battlefield with faces like bitter gourds. Third brother. Mu Qingxin hurried over to Mu Qixi. Qingxin, what are you doing here? Mu Qixi looked at his sister in surprise. Princess, that's Mu Qingxin, Carlo said softly to Princess Isha as she spotted Mu Qingxin. Isha quickly looked over and exclaimed, Is that really Mu Qingxin? She's so small. Isha was surprised as she looked at the tiny Mu Qingxin, but she found her really cute, although no one could be cuter than her. Isha said narcissistically. Suddenly, Isha gasped as she saw two people enter. Carlo looked over, equally surprised. Princess, that's Qingxin and Wang's. They hurried in, and although Wang's initially didn't want to come, he did. Catching sight of the astonished duo, Wang's turned his body away from the people of the empire, and Melon nervously followed suit. Princess Carlo looked at Isha, unsure of what was happening. Let's wait until my second brother comes out to discuss this. We're in the alliance, Isha said, her gaze fixed on the boy who dared not turn around. At this moment, the 8th squad, except for Kola and Thomas, had arrived at the training room, looking bewildered yet excited. Ji Jinfu approached and said, I called you over because I want you to participate in today's mecha team battle. Do you want to join? You should know that the senior students ahead have already lost. We're looking for you because your team won first place in the military training. So the dean and I believe in your abilities. Really? That's great. We can do it. Dongfang Ling exclaimed excitedly. Bai Li Yin and the others couldn't hide their excitement as they looked at one another. We need 5 people. Discuss who will go and report back here to enter. Ji Jinfu said, glancing at the kids, hesitation flickering in his eyes as he wondered if his choice was correct. The group exchanged glances, and Shui Huanlon weakly said, I want to go. I'll just hold you back. I can't go either. You all should go, she added. Based on their previous experiences in military training, they quickly analyzed the situation, and the final 5 participants for the competition were Bai Li Yin, Wang's, Melon, Mu Qingxin, and Dongfang Ling. Due to their age, Bai Li Yin, Darren, and Rock were still young, only 10 years old and just enrolled, so they were relatively weaker. However, Bai Li Yin was different. He always had a clear mind, likely due to the Bai family's genetics. In emergencies, Bai Liyin could always make the right decisions to lead everyone. Everyone knew that Shui Huanlan was too timid, so she could only stay outside and watch. Once the participants were confirmed, Mu Qingxin and the others exchanged smiles, feeling nostalgic about teaming up again, reminiscent of their military training days. Qingxin Mu Qixi approached with a frown. Are you five going in to compete? Seeing her third brother, Mu Qingxi nodded and smiled, introducing her friends to him and vice versa. It's very dangerous inside. The Empire's five have already familiarized themselves with the terrain, and there are traps everywhere. We've all lost, so you shouldn't go. Really? That's great. I love overcoming difficulties. Dongfang Ling said excitedly. Bai Liyin added, this is your strong suit. Just be careful of traps once you go in. Wang's clapped Bai Liyin on the shoulder, emphasizing the point. Okay, don't worry, leave it to me. Bai Liyin replied brightly. Mu Qixi looked at the excited kids and paused, noticing her sister's eager expression. What she had planned to say slipped away and turned into, just be careful. Winning or losing doesn't matter, as long as you're safe. Since they were already destined to lose, coming out safely was what mattered. At that moment, Qingxin's sister, Zonglun, and Becker approached, sharing details about the situation inside and the characteristics of the Empire S5. The five listened intently as Rex chuckled. It seems that Dean really had no one else to find but you little kids. What is wrong with being a kid? I remember it was the kids who left you in tatters back then. Andy scoffed. Rex, recalling the humiliation, darkened his expression and fell silent, believing that his previous loss was merely due to bad luck. This time, he would watch these kids get beaten firsthand. The mentors from the Empire looked at the surrounded kids, puzzled. What is going on here? Are they really letting these kids compete? No way. Ha. The Alliance has no one else to compete. So, they're sending in these kids? They're doomed. Frank smiled broadly at the kids, saying, it doesn't matter. As long as our side keeps winning, it doesn't matter who from the Alliance goes in. The result will be the same. Loss. After hearing Zonglun and Captain Becker's briefing, Mu Qingxin and the others walked over to register with Dean Hachilin. The Dean smiled at the five kids. Children, we're counting on you to help the Alliance win a game this time. Thank you. Hearing the Dean's sincere words, the kids felt a sudden pressure. They weren't sure if they could win. Mu Qingxin looked at the Dean and assured, don't worry, Dean, we'll do our best. Perhaps we will really win. Just remember to cheer for us. After saying that, she mischievously winked at Dean Hachilin. In an instant, the tense and pressured atmosphere lightened, and confidence filled the hearts of these budding warriors once more. Don't worry, Dean. The honor of the Alliance rests on our shoulders, Dongfang Ling said confidently, patting her chest. Dean Hachilin looked at the kids with emotion, glancing at Mu Qingxin. Kids, please take care of it. No problem, Dean. We guarantee to complete the mission. The five shouted in unison. You can go in now, Jinfu said from the side. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxin and the others entered the virtual battlefield room together. Those watching the live stream suddenly saw the five kids enter the battlefield, feeling momentarily confused, unsure of what was happening. How did the kids get in? Doesn't Phi Libel Academy have any students left? Why are Phi Libel Academy's students so weak this year? Losing so badly, and now they're sending in five kids to compete? The Alliance is going to lose face. Regardless of their thoughts, the live stream continued to focus on the five kids who were being cheered for. As soon as Mu Qingxin and her friends stepped into the virtual battlefield, Dongfang Ling was about to move forward when Mu Qingxin immediately pulled her back. Wait. Mu Qingxin extended her mental powers around her, and just 2 steps ahead, there was a trap. Bai Li, come take a look. She instructed Bai Liyin to check the trap. The others sensed something was wrong and went silent, starting to check their gear. Bai Liyin moved ahead to observe the surroundings. Wow, these kids are quite alert. Not bad, not bad. They're not like the previous kids who entered the battlefield and fell into traps right away. Smart, but I wonder how long they can last, someone commented. That little girl earlier, isn't she the one who sings? She is Commander Mu's daughter. No wonder she is so alert. Commander Mu's daughter? Really? I didn't know. Commander Mu has such a cute daughter. How lucky. Oh dear, I want a daughter too. Look at that little girl's serious face. It's even cuter. Is Commander Mu around? Can I call you father-in-law? Commander Mu, I'm your son-in-law. Suddenly, The livestream's comments turned into a barrage of people claiming to be in-laws, and upon hearing that his precious daughter was competing, Commander Mu quickly opened stream, only to be startled by the father-in-law remarks. After a while, he realized these were just boys peeking at his precious daughter. Commander Mu directly closed the comments, thinking, "Want to call me father-in-law? Dream on. If you have the ability, go compete with that guy." Chapter 370. Team 8 returns 3. At the same time, Qingxin, who was watching a live broadcast, looked at the barrage on the screen, and his face darkened to an extreme. He immediately reported those who were calling him father-in-law. After seeing the barrage quiet down, his expression finally eased. Those who were reported, damn, which shameless lunatic reported me? Lian had already dismantled the traps in front, and Miluan had found the enemy's position, which was currently 1,000 meters directly ahead of them, and had not moved. Qingxin glanced at Miluan's detector and shook her head. No, that detector can only detect the mecha's location, not the human's location. She had just noticed that the mecha was indeed there, but the 5 members of the Empire were hiding 600 meters away from them. The 4 believed Qingxin's words without a doubt. Since that was the case, Miluan directly turned off the detector. With Xin here, Xin was equivalent to the detector. There is one person guarding the mecha 600 meters to our right front. Everyone be careful. There must be traps everywhere. Qingxin whispered. Hearing the enemy's position, the other's eyes brightened. How do we get there? Vance looked at Xin. Qingxin looked at Lian. Bai, do you think we should directly board the mecha or go on foot? Lian looked around. If we board the mecha, it would be very convenient. Right now, there is only one enemy at the mecha, and we can take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. But there are trees everywhere. We might need to find an open space to board the mecha, which will definitely have a lot of traps. If we go on foot, everywhere is already set as traps, and we need to guard against both traps and enemy sneak attacks. Lian found himself in a dilemma. Then let's directly board the mecha. Let's make it quick. After hearing Lian's words, Qingxin decided. Xin, how do we board the mecha? Vance and the others looked at Qingxin in confusion. Qingxin looked at everyone and said with a sly smile, "Watch me." After that, she lowered her head and rummaged in her space pocket. She hadn't used this space pocket yet. It was filled with weapons and equipment prepared by her elders. And now she could finally use them. Qingxin took out a pile of weapons from the space pocket and, under the puzzled gazes of everyone, selected a handy wave cannon and fired it at the trees ahead. Boom! A clearing was blasted out in front, and her companions and the live viewers were stunned. Hurry up, choose a weapon, and start. If there's no open space to board the mecha, we'll just blow one up. Qingxin said, while carrying the wave cannon, then fired again. This is great. Vance came back to his senses, clapped happily, chose a weapon, and started bombing the trees like Qingxin. Then Miluan, Lian, and Dongfang Ling also came back to their senses, happily selecting weapons to bombard. Not far away, the Empire's hidden members looked at the front in confusion. What has happened? Why is there the sound of explosions? Didn't we set wave bombs in front? No. Let me check. Don't go. Luo Rue shouted back at that person, staring ahead, and said, "Finally, a team of clever people has arrived. They must be trying to use the sound to lure us over. Once we go over, we'll fall into their trap. Everyone stay here and proceed as planned." Yes. The others felt Luo Rue's reasoning was sound. The enemy was indeed trying to lure them with the noise. It must be said that the Empire's people, having won many times, developed a kind of mysterious confidence and forgot that there are occasionally people who play by different rules. At this time, seeing the 5 kids happily bombing away inside, Dean Hatchlin couldn't help but laugh. Really clever, haha. Zi Jinfu looked at the big screen with a smile on his face. He was filled with expectations for these 5 kids. The Empire's people, on the other hand, had ugly expressions, internally shouting for the people inside to hurry over. If those kids boarded the mecha, it would be over. Unfortunately, the people in the virtual battlefield had no idea about the intense shouts from outside. After a minute of bombing, the surroundings were leveled, and Qingxin put away the weapons. "Let us board the mecha." After saying that, she took out the Chilean, which immediately transformed into a cool mecha, its bright red color instantly attracting the attention of the live viewers. Cool. What a cool mecha. Wow, so beautiful. Why does this look so familiar? Me too. It looks familiar. Dongfang Ling and the others quickly took out their mechas and swiftly boarded them. Now, let us go straight to their mecha and blow it up. Mu Qingxin told everyone. Okay, let us go quickly. Don't let them find out. Bai Lian followed Mu Qingxin closely, flying quickly toward the front, with Dongfang Ling, Vance, and Miloin bringing up the rear. Miloin hesitated and sent a message to Vance. Young master, what if His Highness the Second Prince sees us? Vance looked at Miloin's message and fell silent, then replied, Act like we don't know him. Miloin saw Vance's reply and felt helpless. How can we not know him? Unless His Highness the Second Prince is blind. Suddenly, the four of them, still hiding in the grass, heard a sound above them. They looked up and saw several mechas flying past. Not good. Hurry back to the mecha. Luo Rue's face darkened as he shouted, immediately getting up to run back, and the others reacted quickly, running back as well. Phil! The enemy has passed. Quickly activate the defense system. Hold on until we get back. Phil, please respond. Luo Rue called out to Phil, who was guarding the mecha while running. Phil, who was in the mecha, heard Luo Rue's words and immediately activated the defense system, replying, Received. Defense system activated. Hearing Phil's words, Luo Rue breathed a sigh of relief and quickened his pace. Fortunately, they weren't far from the mecha. At this time, they could already see the mecha and also saw 5 mechas surrounding their mecha, aiming their weapons and starting to bombard. Boom, bang, crash. The sounds of explosions resounded. And Mu Qingxin looked at the few people who were having a great time bombing, smiling, while also noticing that the 4 had already arrived and immediately notified everyone. You guys keep bombing. After 2 more blasts, their defense system will collapse. I'll hold off those 4. Chapter 371. Team 8 returns 4. Okay. The 4 responded in unison, continuing to bombard. Vance glanced below and saw the leading person awkwardly turn away, not looking at him and fiercely continuing to bombard. Ding. Defense system damaged by 90. 10 seconds until collapse. Hearing the system's voice, Phil became anxious. Damn. Luo Rue, the defense system will collapse in 5 seconds. Hurry up. After saying that, he aimed at one of the mechas, ready to attack. Luo Rue heard Phil's words and quickened his pace, raising his weapon to aim at the mecha in the air, trying to attract their attention. Boom! A wave bomb flew toward one of the mechas, followed by a loud explosion. Crack! Bang! The defense system collapsed. But no one paid attention to the collapse of the defense system. Everyone's gaze was focused on Luo Rue and the others, who had just narrowly avoided being blown away. What just happened? Why did Luo Rue's wave bomb explode on us? What's going on? Cough, cough. Luo Rue, why did you blow us up? Sandy, who had just gotten up from the ground, looked at Luo Rue with a dirty face. Luo Rue was also confused. He clearly aimed at the blue mecha in the air. Did his wave cannon break? Luo Rue immediately switched to another wave cannon when suddenly a shadow appeared above their heads. Luo Rue cautiously looked up and saw a brilliantly red mecha hovering above them, holding a wooden board. What was it planning to do? Trying to smack them to death with that board? Haha, wishful thinking. Phil, hang in there, we're almost there. Rory said to Phil, then looked at the other 3. I'll deal with this mech. You 3 hurry back to your own mechs. All right. Sandy and the others quickly got up and moved towards the direction of the mechs. Rory then raised his head, looking at the mech in the sky with a grim smile, and began to launch a fierce attack. Mu Qingxin watched the people below attacking her so openly without finding a place to hide, and wondered if this weapon could really defeat the mech. She adjusted the Qingxin in her hand and thought, it's up to you now, my friend. The Qingxin emitted a dull hum, seemingly responding to Mu Qingxin. Boom! Rory started firing continuously at Mu Qingxin's mech, as small light wave bullets flew towards her, and 3 people tried to slip away from the side. Mu Qingxin raised the Qingxin, changed her stance, and prepared to fight back. Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom! At this moment, Mu Qingxin was in a position like playing ping pong. Whenever a light wave bullet came, she would hit it back, but not towards Rory, rather towards the 3 who were trying to reach their mechs, blocking their path. Get out of the way, Sandy shouted as he watched the incoming light wave bullets, immediately turning to dodge, while shouting at the other two. "Rory, please aim better. We almost got killed by you," Lin Kong yelled while avoiding the flying light wave bullets. After Rory finished bombarding, he looked at the intact mech and then at his utterly embarrassed teammates, feeling dazed. To find out the reason, Rory opened his eyes wide. Watching the light wave bullets fly towards the mech, the direction was correct. Suddenly, he saw the mech awkwardly using a board to deflect its own light wave bullets. Sandy and the others were hit by the light wave bullets this time. Fortunately, they were wearing protective suits, which were now rendered useless. The three had various injuries on their faces and weakly retreated into the woods. Rory was still in shock, staring at the mech in front of him, not understanding how that action was accomplished. Can a mech do the splits, twist its waist, and stretch its arms behind its shoulders? He felt like he had never seen such a maneuver before. Not only Rory, but even the audience watching the live stream were shocked, staring in confusion at the red mech, wondering if they were seeing things. How could that mech perform such a difficult move? How was it done? In the next second, the screen was filled with comments, all amazed by the previous scene, with some analyzing how that action could be performed. No way, my eyes weren't playing tricks on me. Right? They weren't. If they were, then we all are. Can someone explain how that move was done? It shouldn't be possible. But they did it in front of so many people. Don't ask me how they did it, because I don't know either. Stop talking up there. You're blocking my view. The move of that red mech was very skilled. She must practice every day. Wrong. That's Mu Qingxin's mech. Mu Qingxin. Little sister. I take back what I just said. Or else I would seem worse than the little sister. The viewers in the live stream joined the discussion and analysis, while the battle in the virtual battlefield was nearing its end. Mu Qingxin was blocking Rory and the others, while Dongfang Ling, Bailey Yan, and Wang's Meluan bombarded the Empire S5 mechs without rest. Phil had never felt so stifled being bombarded, unable to fight back, only silently listening to the sounds of the mech being bombarded and damaged. "Rory, our mech is out of commission." Phil looked at his mech, which had been damaged by 70%, feeling heartbroken, and informed Rory of the situation. At this moment, Rory had already thrown a pile of weapons around, all used to bombard Mu Qingxin's mech. He looked down at the ground full of weapons, then up at the intact mech, suddenly feeling a sense of helplessness and threat. His team's combat had never failed before. There was such a master in the alliance. Who was it? Why had their intel not discovered this person? Rory looked at the smoking mech opposite him, feeling a twinge in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "We surrender." Hearing Rory's words, Mu Qingxin smiled and quickly sent a message to Dongfang Ling and the others. Stop. They surrendered. The four of them stopped in unison and flew over to Mu Qingxin. "Ha, that feels great." Dongfang Ling laughed loudly. "Yes, this time we finally won a match for the Alliance. The two matches we lost yesterday were really frustrating." Bailey Yan also laughed. Luckily Gil is fine. Otherwise, I would have taken him out just now," Dongfang Ling said angrily. Early that morning, the Academy was shocked to see Gil recovered. Everyone had sympathized with him last night, and now he was better. People couldn't help but doubt the intentions of the one who leaked the news yesterday. It turned out he was fine and had falsely reported the situation. Chapter 372. You're 10 years old? The Chief Healing Master returned to Philibel Academy to give Gil a thorough examination, finally looking at Gil in disbelief, repeatedly asking if anything had happened. Gil insisted that nothing had happened. He just fell asleep and woke up to find himself recovered, and he was very happy about it. The Chief Healing Master sighed, declaring it a miracle, a once-in-a-thousand-years miracle. Principal Hackelin was also extremely happy, relieved that he had recovered, no matter the reason. As long as the child was fine, that was good. Mu Qingxin noticed that Wang's and Meluan had been unusually silent today, not knowing what was wrong. Meluan's silence was normal, but Wang's being quiet was quite unusual. Rory and the others wore dark expressions as they packed up their already damaged mechs, looking at their mechs with great sorrow. However, their opponent was so formidable that it had been a one-sided beating. The five of them left the virtual battlefield looking dejected. Rory was still wondering if the upperclassmen from Philibel Academy had returned. Second brother, Isa rushed over, worriedly looking at her second brother, who had a serious face. Her second brother had never lost, especially not to 5 little kids. He must be feeling very upset right now, seeing the worried looks in their eyes. Rory nodded to indicate they were fine and turned to Principal Hacklin. I never expected there to be such strong students in the Alliance. We just witnessed the power of that master, and I truly accept our defeat today. Rory said frankly, not at all. This was just a friendly match. There are no masters or anything. They were just playing. If they hadn't insisted on playing a match, I wouldn't have agreed to let them in. Given their age, Hacklin said proudly. Rory felt a bit puzzled upon hearing this, but didn't show it, thinking it was Hacklin showing off. Those 5 students should be younger than him. If that was the case, then they indeed had the right to brag. He didn't care about the others. He was only interested in the person in the red mech, and he wanted to get to know her. Could you let the 5 opponents come out so we can meet them? We would really like to know those 5 masters who just defeated us. I hope we can discuss with each other, Rory said sincerely. Prince Frank, hearing Rory's words, felt worried. He didn't realize the opponents were a group of kids. When he saw them later, he would feel a bit frightened. Principal Hacklin and the other instructors looked at Rory's sincerity, suppressing their laughter. Principal Hacklin confirmed again. You want to meet them? Yes, Rory replied firmly, but thought to himself, do they not want to reveal that master? Today, I must see who that person is. Hacklin looked at the determined gazes of Rory and the 5 others, then turned to Zijingfu. Notify those 5 and let them come out. The competition is over. Zijingfu nodded with a smile and sent a message to the 5. After receiving the message, Qingxin and the others happily exited their mechas, leaving this place. Great! They won a match against the Empire. The others in the hall had been holding back their excitement, occasionally glancing at Rory and the others, then looking at the door, eagerly waiting to see the spectacle. Click! The door to the virtual battlefield opened, and under everyone's gaze, Qingxin and the 5 walked out. Oh, welcome back, victorious. You were amazing. Qingxin, you did great. You all were fantastic. The members of the Alliance cheered and shouted. Qingxin and the others felt a bit shy hearing the cheers. Dean Hacklin also greeted the 5 with a broad smile, saying, these 5 kids are all excellent. Especially the little girl. She has a bright future ahead. The 5 walked over to Dean Hacklin, and Dongfang Ling asked, Dean, we didn't let you down, did we? Huh, you certainly didn't let me down. You're all the best. Dean Hacklin praised, then turned to the 5 who were already stiff with tension, a smile flashing in his eyes. Your Highness the Second Prince, these 5 are the ones from just now. The youngest among them just entered school this year at only 10 years old, and these 2 girls also just entered school this year at 15, having not attended school for 5 years for various reasons. They are all outstanding children. Dean Hacklin introduced Qingxin and the others to Rory. Rory cast a dark gaze at Vance and Myron, but did not engage with them, instead looking at the other 3. Hearing Dean Hacklin's words, his expression darkened further. These 3 just entered school this year? Those experts from just now? Rory glanced at Dean Hacklin and said with a smile, Dean Hacklin, you wouldn't be trying to keep that expert from us, would you? That's why you replaced them with these 5 kids. Ha ha ha, Your Highness the Second Prince. You really joke well. Our friendly match is being broadcast live. How could I change the personnel? If you don't believe me, ask your people, Dean Hacklin replied, nodding at Frank with a smile. Rory's gaze turned serious as he looked at Frank, and after seeing Frank awkwardly nod, his expression could no longer be described as just dark. Standing here was all thanks to the etiquette training he had received over the years. Rory had cultivated himself well, but that did not mean the other 4 were the same. I don't believe it. How could they possibly defeat us? Suddy sneered at the 5 kids. Who was controlling that red mecha just now? Lin Kong asked. Qingxin's lips twitched. Did he not believe the outcome of the defeat? Was he here to seek accountability? It was me. Is there a problem? Qingxin stepped forward, smiling at the few who were looking for trouble. At the same time, Rory's gaze was also fixed on Qingxin. It was you? Yes, it was. Qingxin raised her eyebrows, reluctantly looking up, silently complaining about why interstellar people had to be so tall. You're 10 years old? Rory asked suddenly, intrigued, looking at the unwilling little girl. Upon hearing Rory's words, Qingxin's expression darkened immediately. Qingxin, who was walking over, thought to himself that this was going to be trouble. Why bring up her age? It was practically a death wish, asking about her age. His sister absolutely hated it when people questioned her age and height. Chapter 373. People are more annoying than others. Mu Qingxin crossed her arms and tilted her head, coldly laughing at Luori. Sorry, but I'm already 15 this year. I have a remedy here specifically for poor eyesight. Do you need it? It's very cheap. Only 222 credit points, and I guarantee that after a week of taking it, your eyesight will be perfect. Mu Qingxin, who had just reached his sister's side, couldn't hold back his laughter upon hearing that string of twos. The others also struggled to suppress their laughter, forcing their gazes elsewhere, but their minds were still flashing with countless twos. Luori hadn't reacted yet, but seeing the expressions of the others, he understood that this little girl was making fun of him. He wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at the furious Mu Qingxin with amusement and said, "Okay, but what if your medicine doesn't work? Will you refund my money?" Mu Qingxin's eyes widened. Refund? No. The word refund doesn't exist in my dictionary, and my medicine works very well. If it doesn't work for you, then it must be your own problem. Your eyes must be beyond cure. Hey, who are you saying is beyond cure? Suddy approached with a fierce expression. Sorry, my sister is still young. She may not fully understand the phrase beyond cure. Please don't be angry. Mu Qingxin said, blocking Mu Qingxin with a smile. Luori didn't want to argue with Mu Qingxin. He simply asked, I really want to know, who was in that red mecha holding the wooden board just now? Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to Mu Qingxin. She peeked out from behind her third brother, displeased as she looked at Luori. It was me, what's wrong? Do you want revenge? I'm ready anytime. It was you? Luori asked uncertainly, scrutinizing Mu Qingxin from head to toe. How did you manage that pose just now? And how could you redirect those light waves without resistance? Hearing Luori's question, everyone present looked at Mu Qingxin with confusion. They were very curious about how she accomplished that. Mu Qingxin listened to Luori's question, puzzled. Isn't that simple? Just do it like this. Seeing Luori's strong curiosity, Mu Qingxin kindly demonstrated for him again, striking a ping-pong playing pose. See, just like this. 1 comes, and you hit 1 back. 2 come, and you can hit them back in the opposite direction. After completing these actions, Mu Qingxin stood up straight and looked at Luori. How about that? Did you learn it? No tuition fees for this one. It's free. No need to thank me. Everyone silently stared at Mu Qingxin, looking at her as if she were a fool, or rather, Mu Qingxin seemed to think they were all fools. Luori's expression stiffened as he looked at Mu Qingxin. If you don't want to say, that's fine. I know this falls under confidential information. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Mu Qingxin was displeased upon hearing Luori's words. She had clearly taught it. Was it her fault that he couldn't grasp it? The way he spoke made it sound like she was hiding it for herself. Luori paused, unsure of what to say. Only Dongfang Ling and a few others knew that what Mu Qingxin said was true. Initially, they had been just like these people. But after Mu Qingxin personally demonstrated it for them several times, they realized that there are indeed people in this world who, despite having no experience with mechas, still have such a strong affinity with them. They couldn't even learn it themselves. It was truly frustrating. People could be more annoying than others. Ahem, I can prove that what Mu classmate said is true. Over a month ago, we were fortunate to participate in military training with Mu classmate. Baker recalled the first day of mecha practice, where they had watched Mu Qingxin practice with amusement, and couldn't help but touch his face, feeling a bit of pain. She started as someone who had never touched a mecha before, and day by day, we watched her go from being awkward and stiff to being proficient. So, what she just said is indeed true. Upon hearing Baker's words, the crowd erupted in an uproar, all looking at Mu Qingxin in astonishment. No way. The 3 words flashed through everyone's minds. Mu Qingxin's light brain had been ringing since she stepped out. Upon opening it, she saw messages of congratulations from her family and classmates. Mu Qingxin replied one by one to her family, then sent a group message to everyone to say thank you. After sending it, she looked around and noticed that everyone had fallen silent, their gazes. Mu Qingxin frowned and turned to the dean. Dean, can I go back to class now? Dean Hackerin nodded with a smile. Of course you can go back. If you don't want to return to class, you can go back to the dormitory and rest. Mu Qingxin nodded, looking at Sangu. Sangu, are you going over at noon today? Yes. The matches are all over for today. There's nothing else to do. Mu Qingxin nodded. Beilian, Wang's Marin, and you too. Go over at noon today. We're in a good mood. Let's eat something delicious. Mu Qingxin shouted. Cough, cough. Beak coughed, trying to get Mu Qingxin's attention. Only then did Mu Qingxin notice Beak, and remembering her previous promise, said, Senior Beak, you all come along too. Even though you didn't win yesterday, you worked hard. Let's celebrate together today. Dean Hackerin also spoke up. But Zijingfu beside him immediately grabbed the dean, saying, Dean, you have things to do later. Dean Hackerin looked at the group of happy children leaving with a heavy heart. It felt really bad to be ignored. They didn't even offer him a bite of the good food. Sigh. The people from the Empire, who were equally overlooked, watched the group leave, feeling just as bad. Luo Rui looked at the departing Mu Qingxin with a playful smile. Second brother Isha looked worriedly at Luo Rui, unsure of how he was feeling at that moment. Luo Rui gazed in the direction where Mu Qingxin had left and said, Isha, is that girl really 15 years old? She doesn't look like it. Isha followed his second brother's gaze, but couldn't see her anymore. Second brother, she is Mu Qingxin, the girl I'm going to compete with in singing. Oh, she is Mu Qingxin? Surprise flashed in Luo Rui's eyes. All right, they need to work hard. Isha clenched her fist. I can definitely win against her. Suddenly, she remembered the two people from earlier and looked at Luo Rui softly. Second brother, were those two just now Swan and McLaren? Thinking of those two, Luo Rui's expression darkened, interrupting his sister. Let's talk about this later. Isha stopped and cautiously glanced at her brother. Okay. Luo Rui left with the people from the Empire, his face serious. Others thought Luo Rui was upset because he lost today's match, but they didn't know he was angry because of those two people. That noon, Mu Qingxin cooked a lot of dishes for everyone to celebrate their victory over the Empire. Everyone left after enjoying a hearty meal, and those who had classes in the afternoon returned to their lessons. Finally, the alliance went a round back, and the entire alliance was in a celebratory mood. In no time, Mu Qingxin became a hot search figure in the alliance, and videos of the song she sang before were spreading among more people. After discussions, the Empire confirmed the events for the third day's competition. At night, in a corner of the Philibert Academy, two guards stood, one of whom was one of the guards brought by McLaren and Luo Rui. Have you always been in the alliance? Yes. Why don't you go back? What for? To let that person kill me? Who is that person in the palace? A guard in disguise. What? Did he trick all of you? Ha! If the king finds out about this, I don't care. In his eyes, I'm just a useless person. When you go back this time, come back with me. No, I don't want to go back to that inhumane place. Swan. Luo Rui looked at his younger brother, whom he had never cared about before. Realizing he had grown up, Swan, the third prince of the empire, the youngest child, was not from the same mother as Luo Rui, Isha, and the eldest prince. His mother was a maid, a product of the king's drunkenness. When Swan was born, his mother died in childbirth, and the king never cared about this son. Therefore, Swan grew up under various humiliations and oppression. If it weren't for McLaren and a few others protecting him, he wouldn't have been able to grow up safely. When Swan was little, he didn't know who his biological mother was, so he always regarded the queen as his mother. However, every time he tried to get close to her, he was ruthlessly rejected. The queen wanted to get rid of him, and Swan gradually learned about his background amidst various assassination attempts. He pretended to be weak and sickly, slowly isolating himself in his palace, only coming out during the new year. This is also why only Isha and Luo Rui recognized Swan and McLaren, while others did not recognize this third prince. When Swan was 10, at the suggestion of a guard, he left the Empire for the Alliance. Meanwhile, there was someone in the palace, the same guard who suggested he come to the Alliance, who happened to be skilled in disguise and made Swan's disguise flawless. Fortunately, though the king didn't care about Swan, he never cut off his pocket money. Although he had less than the other princes, it was enough for him. Therefore, after coming to the Alliance, he and McLaren didn't suffer. With the help of hackers, they recreated a new identity and both enrolled in Philibert Academy. In the Alliance, Swan completely relaxed, especially after meeting Mu Qingxin and the others. He felt that this was what friends were, and he could have a normal life and make good friends. Indeed, Swan was Wang's, the boy with the baby face who laughed all day. From his cheerful face, one could hardly tell he had experienced such a dark life before. I won't go back. If I do, I will cease to exist. Swan looked firmly at Luo Rue. He had already given up, and going back to that place devoid of humanity and warmth was worse than death. Luo Rue looked at his stubborn brother and said solemnly, "We leave on Saturday. Think it over before then." After saying this, he gave him a deep look and turned to leave. Swan stared blankly at Luo Rue's departing figure, unsure of what he was thinking. Young Master McLaren walked over, looking worriedly at Wong's. "Oh no, Swan. I don't want to go back. I don't want to experience that life again, not knowing if I can see the sun tomorrow." "I won't go back," Swan murmured. "Young Master, whether you go back or not, I will always follow you," McLaren said firmly. Wong's looked at McLaren with red eyes. "McLaren, do you regret following me? You could have chosen him back then." McLaren looked at the wounded Wongs and said firmly, "I don't regret it. The first time I saw you, young master, I decided I would follow you forever." "McLaren, thank you." Hearing McLaren's words, Wongs felt very touched. He hugged McLaren's shoulder like a good brother and smiled. "Let's go back and sleep." Moments later, the surroundings fell silent. At this time, Mu Qingxin, who was in Qingzio's arms, withdrew her mental energy and looked up at Qingzio. "Did you see it too?" "What?" Qingzio looked down at the little person in his arms, noticing her rosy lips and suddenly feeling very thirsty. Wong's and McLaren. Mu Qingxin had a look that said, "Don't try to fool me. I sense your mental energy." "You knew and still asked." Qingzio's eyes flashed with a smile, surprised at how quickly the little one's mental energy had improved. Able to sense his mental energy now. You should see who I am." Mu Qingxin proudly lifted her head. "Right, no one is as powerful as my girlfriend." Qingzio laughed, gently tapping Mu Qingxin's nose, but his eyes were fixated on her enticingly red lips. Warnings from Commander Mu flashed through his mind, and he sighed internally, forcing his gaze to shift. "What do you think? Who is Wong's? What is his relationship with that Luo Rue?" Mu Qingxin was very puzzled. She didn't understand what Wong's and Luo Rue's conversation meant earlier. Qingzio thought about their conversation, and a shadow crossed his eyes. It was unexpected that people from the Empire had infiltrated the Alliance. "If you want to know, I will tell you tomorrow," Qingzio said, looking down. "Why tomorrow?" "Because Mu's has been very busy lately. It might take a while to find time to investigate." Qingzio answered gently. "Mu's?" Thinking of Mu's, Mu Qingxin couldn't help but feel frustrated when she thought of her image in the virtual space. She looked at Qingzio with a dark expression and asked, "Are you very familiar with Mu's?" "What's wrong?" Qingzio asked, looking at the suddenly sullen little person with confusion. Chapter 375, One Again. Mu Qingxin pouted and said resentfully, "That damn Mu's. He tricked me into thinking I didn't understand the rules of the virtual world." And then she angrily recounted how she was forced to change her character's appearance. "You don't know, I worked hard to level up, and now I'm only at level 3. All thanks to that Mu's. If you have a good relationship with Mu's, ask him to change my appearance to a mature woman style. 1. 75 meters tall. With a figure like this." Mu Qingxin stood up, gesturing the image she wanted. "Ahem." Qingzio looked at the hopeful little person and said, "Maybe it won't work, because Mu's has been busy investigating suspicious characters in the Alliance lately, so he doesn't have time to change your appearance in the virtual world. Or you could apply to the virtual world SAI. That won't work. The AI in the virtual world gets scared when it sees Mu's. It can't change anything for me." Sigh. Mu Qingxin slumped her shoulders in discouragement. Qingzio suppressed a smile. In fact, finding Mu's was easy, but he thought the little person's image in the virtual world was cute, and there was no need to change it. Next time, just tell Mu's that when Xin reaches the level to change her image, she can continue using that image. Gio Xiao Shui. Is it really okay for you to act on your own like this? If Xin finds out it was you who did this, she will definitely turn against you and won't want you as her boyfriend anymore. Early in the morning, after the Imperial people finished their delicious food, Luo Rue sent Frank to the dean's office to inform him about the potion research competition that would take place this morning. The notification sent by the academy had already been uploaded to every student's light brain, and everyone saw that the competition was about potion research, which had nothing to do with them. It was a matter for the potion department students, and they didn't understand anything about potions, not even if they watched. Therefore, that morning, the students of Philibert Academy attended classes as usual. except for those in the potion department who were watching the live broadcast, and some in the alliance who had a bit of free time to watch. No one else was watching. Although they were concerned about the competition, they couldn't understand it. By noon, everyone suddenly realized that the potion research competition that morning had been won by Ji Ruoyang from Philibert Academy, and the Imperial team had lost. This was expected. Although the Empire also had potion companies, they were far inferior to the effectiveness of the potions sold by the G Family S Company, which is why the G Family S Potion Company was able to spread throughout the entire star sector. Ji Ruoyang, a member of the G family, was 27 years old this year. Prior to this, he had been doing research at home, but because of his friendly match, he was sent back by his father, hoping to showcase his talents in the friendly match. After waiting for 2 days, he finally got to participate in this competition and won as expected. After the competition, Ji Ruoyang immediately rushed back. He had been pulled out of his ongoing experimental research by his father and needed to continue working. Luo Rue had originally thought to take this opportunity to win over the future head of the Ji family, but he didn't expect that after the competition. The person had vanished, making him so angry he almost ground his teeth. Dean Hachilin came over with a radiant face, saying, "Well, it's good. The Alliance and the Empire are even. Let us see the next match." Haha, congratulations, Dean Hachilin, for winning 2 consecutive matches, Frank said with a beaming smile. Ha! It's all the students' abilities. Seeing them do so well is my greatest comfort, Dean Hachilin said contentedly. Frank kept his smile, but inwardly scolded the old man. Then we want to disturb you. See you in the afternoon. He hurriedly left to think of countermeasures. All right, see you in the afternoon. Dean Hachilin did not try to keep them. After the Imperial team left the research room, Zi Jinfu walked over and asked Dean, "What will the competition be in the afternoon?" Dean Hachilin looked at the departing Imperial team and sneered. "Don't worry. They haven't been provoked yet. Keep a calm mindset. We'll respond to their moves." "Okay," Zi Jinfu replied with a smile. But then the dean recalled something and said, "But I have something to worry about." "What is wrong?" Dean Hachilin looked at the already troubled Zi Jinfu and smiled. "Did you have a fight with your girlfriend?" Zi Jinfu paused. Although he was guessed correctly, that wasn't what he wanted to discuss. "Dean, why have you been bringing me in front of you lately? These matters should be handled by the Vice Dean. Recently, I feel like I'm being stared to death by the Vice Dean's gaze." Zi Jinfu complained every day. "I'm being watched with that murderous look. If I don't have nightmares, it's because I have good psychological quality." Hearing this question, Dean Hachilin's expression darkened as he looked at Zi Jinfu, sighed, and patted his shoulder. "Sigh. Wait a while, and you'll know. Go back and rest." After saying that, he left without giving Zi Jinfu a chance to ask more. Zi Jinfu looked at the suddenly sad Dean in confusion, not knowing what this meant, and turned to look at Hagen beside him. Recently, the diplomatic Vice Minister Hagen had been staying at the academy without leaving. Hagen was the nephew of Dean Hachilin. Zi Jinfu looked at Hagen and asked, "Do you know what's wrong with the dean?" Hagen also looked puzzled and shook his head. "I don't know. This is your academy's business. How would I know?" After saying that, he turned and left. Hey, that is your grandfather," Zi Jinfu shouted. But didn't he get a response from Hagen? Looking around, there was no one left, so he sighed and left, wondering what was going on. The competition project in the afternoon was mecha research. Upon seeing the notice, Qingxin knew this was her third brother's strong suit. Her third brother would definitely participate in today's competition. She quickly sent a message to him. "Third brother, good luck. If you win, I'll make you spicy crayfish tonight." Her third brother's favorite dish was spicy crayfish. Preparing for the competition, Qingxin felt energized upon receiving his sister's message. He had only eaten it once, but fell in love with that taste. Later, when he asked his sister to make it again, she refused. So for the sake of spicy crayfish, he was ready to fight. His companions, Wei Hufeng and Zhongluan, looked at the suddenly excited Qingxin, puzzled about what was going on. Hey, Wei Hufeng nudged the rhythmically tapping Qingxin and said, "What are you doing? The competition is about to start." Qingxin, with a cheerful face, looked over and smiled. Wei Hufeng quietly glanced around and said, "What are you doing? Everyone's looking. If you want to act crazy, do it later." Chapter 376, Going All Out. Qingxin excitedly looked at Wei Hufeng and said, "Crazy. I must win today. If I win, I'll get to eat spicy crayfish. Spicy crayfish, Wei Huffing exclaimed, his tone rising in excitement. Although he hadn't eaten it, he had heard the detailed descriptions from Mu Qingxin about that taste, and he was looking forward to it. Hey, what are you guys doing? The competition is about to start. Zhong Luan shouted at the two who were in high spirits. Mecha research was something the Aegeting Academy excelled at. Zhong Luan's family specialized in manufacturing, but he was good at weapon production and had been dragged along by the dean to fill in, so he didn't have high hopes. The countdown to the competition was 5 minutes. Please move to your designated research stations to prepare, said Mentor Zi Jinfu loudly. All participating students immediately moved to their respective designated research stations to get ready. Go, go, go. Shigua, you must win today. If you don't win, just wait and see. I want to eat crayfish too. Wei Huffing punched Mu Qingxi's shoulder and urged. Whether we can eat it tonight depends on me. I must win. Mu Qingxin confidently patted his chest. The competition has begun, and the Empire's participants are already in place, starting to manufacture micromechs. These micromechs are quite challenging, as they must install all the internal components within the specified time and demonstrate their power under control, which will test the students' abilities. If Mu Qingxin were here, she would definitely be shocked, because the content of their competition is precisely to create a robot. In her previous life, it would have taken many years to develop a robot capable of movement, attack, and defense, but now they're given only 5 hours to create one from scratch. Before class, Mu Qingxin bought some crayfish on the Starnet. She was just joking when she told her third brother that even if he didn't win, she would still make him spicy crayfish. She also informed Jim to help her collect the express delivery, which she would pick up after school. When school was over, Mu Qingxin hurried back to the dormitory, thinking that cleaning and preparing to cook would take a long time. She was focused on how to quickly make the spicy crayfish and completely forgot to check the competition results. Upon returning to the dormitory, Mu Qingxin quickly got her express delivery from Jim and immediately began washing the crayfish. Wow, Xin, are we having crayfish tonight? Dongfang Ling asked in surprise when she saw Mu Qingxin preparing the ingredients. Yes, I promised my third brother that if he wins the competition, I would cook him spicy crayfish. Mu Qingxin replied with a smile as she started cooking. But even if he doesn't win, I'll still make it for him. Just wait and see, he'll be here soon. If her third brother loses, he would definitely need to comfort his wounded spirit by enjoying this dish. Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan exchanged glances and looked at Mu Qingxin. Xin, didn't you check the competition results? Huh, the competition is over? Mu Qingxin paused. Didn't they say the competition would last for 5 hours? Is it already over? Calculating the time, it was indeed about that. They finished an hour early, without even taking the full 5 hours. Finished an hour early? That was quick. Mu Qingxin asked, so what was the result? Dongfang Ling looked at Mu Qingxin. Aren't you nervous? Mu Qingxin continued her work and laughed. What's there to be nervous about? Winning or losing is normal. My third brother is so full of himself, always bragging about how amazing he is. He should have one. One cannot doubt the capabilities of her own third brother. One must provide 100% mental support. Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan exchanged amused glances and said, you guessed right. It was indeed Mu Sange who won. Moreover, he was super impressive, finishing the micro-mech in less than 4 hours, and it was made perfectly. Xin, Mu Sange won. The Empire's people saw how amazing he was and gave up, so the competition ended early. Oh, then why hasn't my third brother come yet? Mu Qingxin checked the time. Hearing that her brother won didn't excite her too much. It was expected. He must be getting pulled by the mech research students to ask questions, Dongfang Ling said. After hearing this, Mu Qingxin nodded, indicating she understood, and quickly started cooking. Half an hour later, all the dishes were ready, just in time for a knock on the door. Shui Huanlan helped Mu Qingxin serve the dishes, while Dongfang Ling, munching on crayfish, shouted, they're here. They're here. As she went to open the door. As soon as she opened it and saw the people outside, she almost choked. Cough, cough, cough. Dongfang Ling was startled by the people at the door and began to cough heavily. What happened? Mu Qingxin saw Dongfang Ling coughing so hard that tears were coming out and quickly helped her pat her back, giving her a couple of hard pats. Dongfang Ling spat out a crayfish. Looking at the crayfish on the floor, Dongfang Ling felt a pang of regret. However, The people outside were the dean, the young master Gu, and tutor Zi Jinfu. You all came. Please come in, please come in. Dongfang Ling quickly moved aside to let the three in. Watching them enter, she pulled on Mu San Ji's sleeve and whispered, "What's going on? Why are they here? With so many people, there won't be enough crayfish." Mu Qishi frowned. "I can't help it. It's all his fault." He spoke so loudly that they heard him and followed him here. Mu Qishi glanced at Wei Hufeng, who was feeling guilty. "Hello, Dean, young master Ji, tutor." Shui Huanlan immediately greeted the three as they entered. Mu Qingxin also noticed them and felt puzzled. But when she saw her boyfriend, her expression changed to surprise. "Dean, tutor Zi Jinfu, young master Ji, you all came. Just in time, the dishes are ready. Please sit down." Secretly, Mu Qingxin shot a glare at Qin Jiyu when no one was watching, thinking he should have informed her in advance. Seeing the little one's gaze, Qin Jiyu smiled back, causing Mu Qingxin to blush and lower her head, muttering that he had caught her weakness and always liked to tempt her with his looks. "Oh my, it seems we came at the right time tonight. I didn't expect there to be so much delicious food," tutor Zi Jinfu exclaimed as he entered, immediately captivated by the mouth-watering aroma wafting from the table filled with bright red dishes. Chapter 377, Deliberate. Dean Hachilin was also very excited. Xin. I have been looking forward to tasting your cooking every day. After waiting so long, I finally get to try it. Is this a crustacean? No, it's crayfish. Dongfang Ling rushed over to introduce. Crayfish? What is that? Dean Hachilin and tutor Zi Jinfu asked in unison. It's this. This is the name Xin came up with. We all call it spicy crayfish. It's super delicious, but each person can't eat too much. Eating too many is bad for your health, so don't eat too much later. Each person can have a maximum of 5, and that's it. Eating more will lower your cultivation. Dongfang Ling earnestly misled them, thinking that if they ate 5 each, she could eat a few more. Mu Qingxin and the others found it amusing to listen to Dongfang Ling's misleading, and they didn't explain further. Once everyone was seated, they began to eat. Dean Hachilin and tutor Zi Jinfu watched how everyone ate, and they joined in. The moment the food hit their mouths, it was so delicious that they felt like crying, quickly captivated by the spicy and tender flavors. 5? How much was that again? They seemed to have forgotten how many 5 was. In the end, amidst the fierce competition for food, the dinner came to an end. Looking at the messy living room, Mu Qingxin lost her good mood and stared expressionlessly at her third brother, who had just been the most competitive and loudest in grabbing food. Mu Qishi felt cornered by his sister's gaze and had no choice but to get up and clean the living room table. As he stood up, he didn't forget to drag Wei Hufeng along, as he had also eaten quite a bit. "No wonder your Aunt Bonnie keeps saying your cooking is incredibly good. I thought she was exaggerating because she liked you." Mu Qingxin teased, drinking tea and smiling at tutor Zi Jinfu. "Tutor, how have you been with Aunt Bonnie lately? Has she talked to you?" Tutor Zi Jinfu paused, feeling the attention of everyone around him, and shot a glare at Mu Qingxin, thinking, why bring that up? He gritted his teeth and replied, "We're doing fine." "Oh, that's good. I was thinking if Aunt Bonnie hadn't spoken to you yet, I would speak well of you on your behalf. Since you two have reconciled, then it's fine." After Mu Qingxin said this, she didn't look at tutor Zi Jinfu, who had suddenly turned his head with bright eyes. Tutor Zi Jinfu opened his mouth, but seeing everyone staring at him and noticing the little girl wasn't looking at him, he shut his mouth again, sighing. The others, being perceptive, were trying not to laugh at this scene. It was clear that Mu Qingxin was doing it on purpose. She was definitely deliberate, and tutor Zi Jinfu was truly pitiful. Mu Qingxin thought, those who are pitiful must have something to be hated for. You have no idea how I stayed up late doing homework back then. Zi Jinfu. One wrong step, and it becomes an irreversible disaster. In the evening, when several people were leaving, Dean Hachilin shamelessly asked for a pack of tea leaves before leaving. Zi Jinfu was still immersed in thoughts about when his girlfriend would forgive him. Qin Jio, on the other hand, didn't ask for anything because he had received a lot from the little one, so he felt no need. Wei Hufeng also didn't ask for anything. He already felt embarrassed just being treated to food, and he still had his pride. Early the next morning, Mu Qingxin opened her eyes to check the weather, feeling a slight chill. However, her body was strong now, so it was manageable. She opened her light brain to check the temperature and found that starting today, the temperature on Capital Star would gradually decrease. The new year was approaching, and there might even be snow next month because the weather that interstellar people disliked the most was rainy days. Therefore, rainy days had been put under a blockade, which was why after coming to the interstellar realm, Qingxin had only experienced sunny days, cloudy days, strong winds, and artificial lightning, but never rainy days. There was one time after a lightning storm when Qingxin looked outside at the strong wind, thinking it was going to rain heavily, but 5 minutes later, it turned into a clear sky. It was only from Beale that she learned about the preferences of the weather control personnel on Capital Star. It turned out that the weather on each planet was determined by the preferences of those who controlled it. If they suddenly felt like having a cloudy day, they would switch to cloudy mode. If they wanted wind the next day, they would switch to windy mode. Of course, there were also level restrictions on wind, with a maximum of level 3 being acceptable. After washing up and having breakfast, Qingxin went to school. For some reason, she felt unusually happy today, perhaps because of the good morning message from her boyfriend in the morning. Suddenly, she heard the unified light brain announcement in the campus. And as soon as she heard it, she knew the competition items for this morning had been announced. Qingxin slowly opened her light brain, and before she could clearly see the content, she heard a commotion of discussion around her. Confused, she looked at the content on her light brain and, after reading it, was equally bewildered. A calligraphy competition? She looked around and realized this was indeed the interstellar Capital Star. She almost thought she had traveled back in time. A calligraphy competition in the interstellar realm? That was indeed a bit absurd for interstellar people. However, it was precisely for this reason that Luo Rue wanted to compete in calligraphy. They were already behind in the game, so they had to rely on other competitions to win. A calligraphy competition was indeed somewhat of a shortcut because very few people in the interstellar realm wrote by hand nowadays. However, there was a requirement in their royal family to practice writing, and his handwriting was, fortunately, recognized by everyone. Qingxin frowned and leaned closer to Zi Jinfu, asking, "Last time you told me whose handwriting was good? How is it written?" Zi Jinfu quickly took out Qingxin's handwritten draft from his spatial pocket, saying, "What do you think of this character?" Qingxin took the paper and, upon seeing the characters on it, his eyes immediately lit up. Good, good, good. Who wrote this?" Qingxin admired the elegant and neat yet strong characters. "It's written by Qingxin. Almost for this character, he almost ruined his own love," Zi Jinfu said bitterly. Qingxin, great. This girl could do anything, not bad. Not bad. At this moment, Qingxin completely put his mind at ease and quickly notified her to come for the competition. This time the Empire's calculations are probably going to fall through, haha. Zi Jinfu lowered his head to notify Qingxin, who was already on her way. Originally, she didn't want to come, but her classmates from the exotic plant class had seen her handwriting before and one by one urged her to participate in the competition. There was no way. She had to hastily ask her mentor for leave and rush over. When Qingxin arrived at the first floor of the training room, she saw a message from her mentor, Zi Jinfu. She turned off her light brain and walked towards Dean Qingxin and mentor Zi Jinfu. Chapter 378. What is soft brush calligraphy? Second brother, Qingxin is here. Isha saw Qingxin and quickly pulled Luo Rue. Luo Rue looked up at the entering Qingxin, his eyes brightening, but he was puzzled. What is she here for? To compete? Can she write? If Qingxin knew Luo Rue's last question, she would definitely roll her eyes at him and say, "What are you talking about? Can she write?" "Dean, mentor, I'm here," Qingxin said as she approached the dean and mentor Zi Jinfu. As soon as Qingxin saw Qingxin, he was so happy that he quickly pulled her over, saying, "Qingxin, I just saw your handwriting. It's amazing. Just write according to the previous standards later. You will definitely win over the Empire." He didn't believe that there could be anyone in the Empire with handwriting as good as Qingxin's. Qingxin nodded, "Okay, no problem. By the way, will the calligraphy competition be soft brush calligraphy or hard brush calligraphy? Do I need to prepare some paper and pens?" She remembered that there seemed to be a set of calligraphy brushes and paper in her spatial study. If they were going to write soft brush calligraphy later, she could take that set out to use. However, it had been a long time since she wrote with a brush. She wondered if she should practice a bit first to familiarize herself. After waiting for a while without getting an answer, she looked up at the dean and mentor Zi Jinfu, only to see the two looking at her in confusion, a bit embarrassed. Ahem, that, Qingxin. What did you just say? I didn't understand. Zi Jinfu asked. It was embarrassing for him to do it. He couldn't let the dean do it. Those are just two ways of writing. Mu Qingxin could only explain like this. Oh, I understand. Dean Hachilin realized and walked over to the Empire side. Clearing his throat, he said seriously, earlier, I mentioned that we would be competing in calligraphy, but specifically, what will we be competing in? Is it soft brush calligraphy or hard brush calligraphy? Looking at the bewildered crowd from the Empire, Hachilin felt delighted inside, thinking, let you all appear so impressive. And you don't even know what soft brush and hard brush are. How foolish. All the people from the Empire turned their gaze to Luo Rue. Their handwriting was incredibly bad, and only Prince Luo Rue and Princess Isha were qualified to practice, so they should know what each other was talking about, right? At this moment, Luo Rue also had a stiff expression, or soft brush and hard brush. I've never heard of them. However, as a member of the royal family, how could he be troubled by this sudden embarrassment? Luo Rue naturally asked, what is soft brush? What is hard brush? I'm sorry. We actually aren't good at this competition either. We just thought of this competition for the sake of fairness. To remind people in the interstellar realm not to overly rely on technology, Luo Rue explained. When Hachilin heard Luo Rue's words, he paused and looked at the modest Luo Rue, sighing inwardly. This second prince of the empire is really deep and unassuming. He speaks without leaving traces and always makes it hard for people to find faults. Haha, you're right. We should never abandon handwriting. We can't become illiterates. Those who can recognize words but suddenly forget how to write them. An ancient saying goes, a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Of course, there are people with good memory, but even the best memory can forget at times. At this moment, a well-written memory is better than a memory of just remembering. Mu Qingxin walked over and smiled at Luo Rue. As for what soft brush and hard brush are, you can understand from the literal meaning. For example, the characters we write by hand now. Mu Qingxin took out the pen she used for writing in the interstellar realm from her spatial pocket. This type of pen had a hard tip, so the characters written with it were hard brush characters, while characters written with a pen that had a soft tip were soft brush characters. The tip is soft? How can you write with that? Isha asked curiously, very puzzled. A soft tip can write what kind of characters? Is it a scam? The others present also expressed disbelief. Not only the Empire's people were skeptical, but even the Alliance side, including Dean Hachilin and the others, also found it hard to believe. However, because Mu Qingxin was one of their own, they did not voice their doubts. Of course you can. Do you want to see? Mu Qingxin looked around and asked. Everyone nodded in unison. We want to see. We want to see. Mu Qingxin looked at everyone. You want to see, huh? Of course. Everyone showed excited and expectant expressions. Eager to know how the soft brush tip could write characters. It must be impressive, but they couldn't imagine it anyway. However, the competition was about to begin, and I already knew that the calligraphy contest would involve writing with hard pens, so I could show you the soft brush characters another time. Mu Qingxin said mischievously, and before everyone could react, she turned and walked to the chairs at the back to sit down, taking out a pen and paper to practice writing, waiting for the competition to start. Everyone stared blankly at Mu Qingxin, who was focused on writing, feeling a bit tricked. What should they do? Their curiosity was overwhelming, and they really wanted to see what soft brush characters looked like. Luo Rue looked at the little girl who was seriously writing with a smile, feeling delighted in his heart. He didn't expect this little girl to be so mischievous, stirring everyone's curiosity without giving them any answers. Little rascal, haha. Second brother, do you know what soft brush characters are? Isha asked, tugging at Luo Rue's arm, as if she knew how to write with a soft brush tip. Luo Rue looked at his sister, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. I don't know either. We can only wait until the competition is over. I hope Mu Qingxin will kindly show everyone. Second brother, Mu Qingxin knows a lot. Do you think she will win the competition? Isha wondered anxiously. Luo Rue thought of this too and looked at Mu Qingxin across from him. It doesn't matter. She's my opponent. If she wins, she will definitely make me accept my loss willingly. 15 minutes later, the competition started. The calligraphy competition begins. Please take your positions. The content is self-defined, and you need to fill a piece of paper. You have 30 minutes. Start. Qingxin walked to her designated position, looking at a blank piece of paper and a pen. Content defined by herself? What should she write? Qingxin thought hard, remembering a previous calligraphy competition where she had written the memorial on the expedition. Well, let's go with the memorial on the expedition. It should be just enough to fill the page. Taking a deep breath, she thought of the content of the memorial on the expedition and neatly wrote the 3 characters in the center of the paper, then began to write down the content from memory. Chapter 379. Comedic understanding. The late emperor's establishment was not even halfway through when he passed away, and today the world is divided into 3 parts, with Ijo exhausted. This is indeed a critical moment for survival. At this time, each contestant had a miniature surveillance camera above their heads broadcasting live, and everyone was browsing through each contestant characters, commenting on them. Suddenly, someone noticed Qingxin's writing and exclaimed in surprise, "Look, Qingxin's characters are so beautiful." Everyone turned to look and saw that Qingxin had only written a few characters, but they were truly beautiful. They couldn't quite say why they looked better, but they felt it was superior to others. Others were just neat, while Qingxin's writing was not only neat, but also carried an indescribable feeling, as if looking at those characters made their mood lift. At this moment, the comments on the live broadcast went wild again, expressing admiration and appreciation for Qingxin's font. That Luo Rue's writing is also pretty good. It looks quite grand. Someone also noticed Luo Rue's writing from the Empire side. Others looked over, and upon seeing Luo Rue's characters, they also felt a spark of admiration. Half an hour passed, and all contestants had stopped. A smart robot walked over, placing the 8 works together for everyone to admire. When the 8 works were placed together, the comparison became very obvious. One could easily tell whose characters were good and whose were not. Among them, 2 works were exceptionally pleasing to the eye. One was Luo Rue's and the other was Qingxin's. However, while everyone focused on those 2 fonts, they also took the time to appreciate the other works. Ha. Who wrote this? What is this nonsense? Ha ha ha. Someone saw the content on one of the works and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Everyone's gaze turned to see it written, "I'm the most handsome, coolest, strongest, highest, best, and most charming person in the world," all on one piece of paper. Boasting about himself, with each phrase repeated twice. The funniest part was that he didn't even write his name at the end. It just ended with person. Ha ha ha. Everyone was laughing uproariously, whether present or watching the live stream. They couldn't contain themselves. Looking at the 8 contestants, 7 of them were covering their mouths and laughing, while only one had a flushed face, looking down in embarrassment. It was clear who had written that. Look, this one's also hilarious. Haha. Another person discovered someone else's content. Everyone looked over and saw it read, "Today is Friday, with a level 2 artificial wind." Although it's only level 2, for me, it feels like level 10, because at this moment, I am participating in a friendly match, bearing the heavy responsibility of saving the Alliance. My victory or defeat determines the Alliance's fate. I cannot let the Alliance lose face, and I must not lose face myself. I want to win. I want to win. Win. I want victory. Victory repeated 37 times, perfectly filling the entire page. Ha, what a heavy burden. But what he didn't realize was that even if he lost, the Alliance wouldn't lose. Ha. Level 10 wind? Why didn't it blow him away? Oh my, how is it so funny? The viewers of the live broadcast were laughing to death. The other contestants wrote normal content, mostly summarizing what the instructors had taught in class. But one piece also attracted attention because no one could understand what was written. What is this? I can't understand it. I seem to recognize the characters at the top, but I don't recognize them when they are connected. Me too. Can someone tell me what the top 3 characters of the memorial on the expedition mean? The memorial on the expedition? Is it a form to expel the instructor's name? But there's no instructor's name below. Don't mislead people upstairs. The memorial on the expedition clearly means a notice to expel an instructor. It must be that a certain instructor did something wrong, and it was reported. Then why didn't I see what that instructor did wrong in the content below? Didn't you see that line? Those who commit crimes and harm the loyal and good should be punished by the authorities to demonstrate your majesty's impartiality, and should not show favoritism, causing different laws for inside and outside. This line should mean that he committed crimes and harmed the loyal and good, and according to normal punishment, everyone must feel it is just and cannot favor him. Then he would be executed on the spot. Huh, executed on the spot. Dead? No way. The Academy wouldn't privately execute an instructor, would it? This isn't the Alliance affair, right? Could it be something that happened in the Empire's Academy? Very likely. In the Empire, where power is paramount, those in power can do whatever they want. Casually killing an instructor is an easy thing. Oh my gosh. Thank goodness I was born in the Alliance. I love the Alliance. I love the Alliance too. I love the Alliance. I love the Alliance. Suddenly, a wave of love for the Alliance spread across the star network, with everyone feeling proud and happy to be born and living in the Alliance. Qingxin was still unaware that her written the memorial on the expedition had been interpreted in all sorts of bizarre ways, ultimately miraculously unifying meaning, and sparking a wave of love for the Alliance. Those who already loved the Alliance loved it even more. Who do you think wrote the best characters among these 8 works? Qingxin asked everyone. This one. The people from both the Empire and the Alliance present pointed to Qingxin and Luo Rui's works. Qingxin looked at the words of the 2 individuals and found himself in a dilemma. From his perspective, he felt that Qingxin's calligraphy was superior. But Luo Rui's characters also showed considerable effort. If he chose Qingxin, the people of the Empire would surely be dissatisfied. Qingxin looked at Luo Rui's writing with surprise. She didn't expect that someone in the stars would write so well. Although he didn't deliberately imitate other styles, his writing had its own system. Seeing his characters felt like seeing Luo Rui himself, smooth and without sharp edges, making it hard to find fault. Each character was like this. But when viewed as a whole, the page gave off another feeling, one that was unassailable. Luo Rui also admired Qingxin's writing. He had to admit that her calligraphy was beautiful, showcasing the elegance of a girl, but with a strength in her strokes that revealed her soft yet resilient character. He accepted that Qingxin had won. In no time, people from the Empire and the Alliance were arguing incessantly, each claiming their chosen work was better, nearly leading to a fight. Chapter 380. The best result, a draw, all right. Luo Rui spoke up to stop them, and the people from the Empire immediately quieted down, followed by the Alliance. Once they were silent, Luo Rui looked at Qingxin and said, "Her writing is very beautiful. I believe she wrote better than I did." I lost. Luo Rui. Second brother. Your Highness the Second Prince. The people from the Empire stared at Luo Rui in shock, not expecting him to voluntarily concede. The Alliance was also taken aback, surprised that the Empire admitted defeat so readily. Qingxin was also astonished as she looked at Luo Rui and met his gaze. She felt a bit uncomfortable. She didn't like it when others conceded without a fight, as if she had done something wrong. So she spoke up, "No, you didn't lose." At that moment, everyone's attention turned to Qingxin. The Alliance members were anxious, thinking that this silly girl shouldn't be fooled into conceding alongside him. In fact, how should one appreciate calligraphy? Is there a specific standard for appreciating calligraphy? This is a question often raised by those who care for and enjoy calligraphy. In short, it can be answered with a saying from an ancient scholar. The standard for learning can serve as the standard for appreciation. Therefore, in today's calligraphy competition, 2 works were unanimously recognized as commendable, but which one was better? This could not be distinguished, as characters reflect the person. Each person's writing has its unique characteristics, and everyone's appreciation is different. So, you didn't lose, and of course, I didn't lose either. If possible, we can learn from each other and continue to improve together. Well said. I also feel that both of your writings are excellent, and we can't distinguish who is better or worse. They're both good. Qingxin agreed, feeling relieved internally and giving Qingxin a big thumbs up in his heart. When Luo Rui voluntarily conceded earlier, Qingxin felt displeased. His concession felt like charity. Did the Alliance owe them this victory? Besides, winning or losing shouldn't be determined by him. Did he want to lose? No. Qingxin's words perfectly resolved this issue. Since that's the case, a draw would be fine, neither losing nor winning. After all, we have won one more round than you, haha. In the end, the result of the calligraphy competition was a draw. Everyone agreed to this result, and it was one they were pleased with. The people from the empire were especially relieved that the second prince did not insist on losing. If it had continued, this friendly match would have truly ended in their defeat. Mu Qingxin, the competition is over. Can you explain to us what your writing means? At the conclusion, Dean Hackelin could not help but ask, and those who were about to leave immediately stopped and turned their attention to Mu Qingxin, curious to know. Mu Qingxin looked at the memorial on expedition and slowly said, "This memorial is a historical anecdote from ancient Blue Star. It is said that in the first year of the reign of Emperor Zhongwu of Shu, 221 AD, an ancient figure named Liu Bei ascended the throne, with Zhuge Liang as the chancellor. In the first year of Qingxin, 223 AD, Liu Bei passed away, entrusting his son Liu Shan to Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang implemented a series of correct political and economic measures, leading to prosperity in Shu Han. To achieve national unification, after suppressing the Southern Rebellion, Zhuge Liang decided in the fifth year of Qingxin, 227 AD, to march north against Wei, aiming to seize Chang'an. Before departing, he submitted this memorial to the emperor. What? Upon hearing Mu Qingxin's explanation, everyone felt even more confused, while those still watching the live broadcast awkwardly withdrew their fingers from typing in support of the alliance. In simpler terms, it's about a minister advising the emperor on some prudent words for the revival of the country, Mu Qingxin explained. Oh, I think I somewhat understand now. Could you show us soft brush calligraphy? ISA couldn't help but ask. Mu Qingxin looked at the little girl in front of her and then at Dean Hackelin. Seeing Mu Qingxin's gaze, Hackelin paused and said, "Since it's still early, why not let everyone have a look?" All right. Mu Qingxin finally agreed. Under the expectant and curious gazes of the crowd, she took out a set of materials from her space, a brush, an inkstone, and paper. "Teacher, could you give me some water?" Mu Qingxin looked at her mentor, Zi Jinfu. Zi Jinfu twitched his lips. Okay. It was now so natural for him to be ordered around. Sighing, he quickly fetched water and handed it to Mu Qingxin. Mu Qingxin accepted the water and said, "Thank you, teacher." She then poured a little into the inkstone. "Now I'm grinding the ink. As you can see, this stone is black because we need ink when writing, so we use this to add some water and grind it out to make ink." Mu Qingxin gently ground the ink. It was her first time doing this. She usually bought ink directly, but thankfully her calligraphy teacher had demonstrated it once before. All right, the ink is ready. Next, it's time to write. This brush is a soft brush. The tip is made from hair. As for what kind of hair, I don't know. It could be from animals or processed hair. First, dip the brush tip in the ink. Remember, you must keep the tip pointed to write. Mu Qingxin explained step by step while demonstrating. Then, with a swift motion, she wrote the two characters' calligraphy fluidly on the paper, completing it in one go with a very elegant and neat movement. After finishing, Mu Qingxin neatly packed her things back in her space. This is soft brush calligraphy. You all saw it. Now, you can disperse. You can practice when you have nothing to do. It helps cultivate your character. After tidying up, Mu Qingxin looked at the two characters on the table and thought to herself. Thankfully, she hadn't forgotten that feeling and hadn't embarrassed herself. Seeing Mu Qingxin finish packing so quickly, Hackelin stepped forward and gently picked up the paper. "Ahem, let me help you put this away. Aren't you going to class?" Let's go, he said, hiding it behind him like a treasure. Mu Qingxin looked at the dean's behavior speechlessly. In fact, she wanted to say that these two characters weren't that good, and if he wanted them, she could write him another. "Hurry and go to class. You're already late. Go." Hackelin urged Mu Qingxin when he saw she wasn't leaving, thinking she wanted to take her writing back. "Okay, I'm going to class now." Mu Qingxin turned around and left helplessly. Fine. It seemed that the dean really liked those two characters, so she saved herself the trouble. Chapter 381. The Last Competition, Mu Qingxin. Mu Qingxin stopped, turned around, and looked at Luo Rue, puzzled. Luo Rue carefully looked at Mu Qingxin and said, "Could you write me a soft brush character?" "Why? Just as a memento. I'm leaving tomorrow, and I don't know if we'll meet again." Mu Qingxin squinted her eyes and decisively refused. "No, the dean told me to hurry back to class. I don't have time. Sorry." After speaking, she immediately turned and quickly left. Luo Rue watched Mu Qingxin leave, his eyes dimmed, feeling quite lost. Those who were watching the live broadcast also saw this scene and began to mock Luo Rue for daring to have designs on their league's little sister. Indeed, after several matches, Mu Qingxin had already been awarded the title of the cutest little sister in the league. At the same time, on another planet, Qingzhou also saw this scene, and, looking at Luo Rue's expression, he felt like punching him back to the Empire. However, fortunately, the little one had completely rejected him just now, without the slightest hesitation or agreement. Otherwise, he would have definitely gone back to deal with her. He had thought about how to deal with him, but now it seemed the little one had saved him the trouble. It was a pity that the punishment method he had thought of could no longer be used. At this time, Mu Qingxin was in class when she suddenly felt a chill on her back. Looking around, everyone was focused on the lesson, so she continued to listen to the instructor without paying much attention. At noon, when Mu Qingxin returned, she was immediately hugged by Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan, who started kissing her vigorously. "Oh my God, you two wolves!" Mu Qingxin pushed the two away, dripping with saliva, trying to escape their embrace. "Qingxin, do you know? Everyone in the league wants to hug you now. Lanlan, hurry and take a photo. Let everyone be jealous of me. Ha!" Dongfang Ling tightly held Mu Qingxin and laughed toward the sky. Shui Huanlan quickly released Mu Qingxin and hurriedly opened her light brain, taking rapid photos of the two. Okay, now my turn. Quick switch." Shui Huanlan put away her light brain and hugged Mu Qingxin, while Dongfang Ling released her and took photos of the two. "Oh my God, spare me. You two have been with me all day and have never been this enthusiastic." Mu Qingxin helplessly pushed away the approaching mouths. "What is going on? Why are the two of them so frivolous today? I already have a boyfriend, and he hasn't even kissed me yet, so I can't let others kiss me, not even girls." Next, photos of Mu Qingxin being hugged and kissed by Shui Huanlan and Dongfang Ling went viral on the Star Network. Ha ha! Qingxin's expression is so helpless. I can already imagine her inner thoughts at that moment, definitely shouting, "No, no." These two girls are quite cute. Looking at the background, is this their art department dormitory? It looks so upscale. Oh my God, they even have a living room. Why is our dorm so small and cramped, even though we are also students of Philibel Academy? Haha, don't cry upstairs. After all, you're not an art student. With an entire dorm building, there are fewer than 10 art students. If the dorms weren't bigger, how would they live? They want this upscale feeling to show the rarity of the art department. Now, suddenly feeling envious of the art department, everyone seems to be someone of hidden talents. Who said art students were useless before? Now, do you feel a bit of face pain? Hee, since I saw the mech team battle, my face has been burning. Ha! Don't take it too seriously upstairs. Our Qingxin doesn't care how much your face hurts. When Mu Qingxin saw all the hot discussions, she just wanted to say, "So there are so many idle people in the galaxy." In the afternoon, just as Mu Qingxin was about to go to class, she received news that all afternoon classes were canceled and all students were to go to the auditorium to watch the last match of the friendship competition. It didn't specify what the competition was, just instructed everyone to go. Qingxin, great, no need to go to class. Let us go to the auditorium together." Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan also left the dorm, and, seeing Mu Qingxin had not left yet, immediately pulled her towards the auditorium. "Can you two big beauties return to normal? I'm not going to run away. You two are acting like you're escorting a prisoner." Mu Qingxin helplessly glanced left and right. "No way. If I let go, someone will snatch you away." Shui Huanlan tightened her grip on her arm. Hearing Shui Huanlan's words, Mu Qingxin couldn't help but laugh. "Who would snatch me away? What are you two thinking? If someone's going to snatch me, it would be my dear boyfriend, haha." Now, Mu Qingxin was completely focused on her boyfriend, reaching a shameless level. No matter what Mu Qingxin said, Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan refused to let her go, leaving her helpless. "How are we going to the auditorium? The dean said we had to arrive within 20 minutes, and there are only 10 minutes left at this rate. We definitely want to arrive on time." Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan paused, embarrassment flashing across their faces. Finally, Dongfang Ling decided to take Mu Qingxin on a flying skateboard, and Shui Huanlan would also ride one to join them. After getting Shui Huanlan's agreement, "You two go slowly. When we arrive, wait for me. After I grab Qingxin, we'll go in together." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Dongfang Ling readily agreed, completely ignoring Qingxin, who actually wanted to say that she could run to the auditorium by herself, as her speed was faster than theirs. However, since they had decided, she could only let them lead her, and she hopped onto the flying skateboard with Dongfang Ling to head to the auditorium. On the way, they saw students quickly heading to the auditorium, many of whom were riding flying skateboards, while others were running. Arriving at the entrance of the auditorium, Dongfang Ling once again tightly held Qingxin, followed closely by Shui Huanlan. "Oh, look who is here. Qingxin, your handwriting is amazing, especially those two soft brush characters. They look so beautiful. Qingxin, the last match this afternoon is up to you. Go for it." As soon as Qingxin arrived at the entrance of the auditorium, she heard two students, who had just reached the door, enthusiastically greet her. Do you know what the competition is about later?" Qingxin asked curiously, as she didn't even know what the competition was, so why were they cheering her on? Upon hearing Qingxin's question, the two were momentarily stunned and awkwardly smiled. "We don't know what the competition is either, he." Dongfang Ling immediately stood in front of Qingxin, glaring at the two. "You don't even know what the competition is, yet you're telling Qingxin to compete and cheering her on. Seriously, Qingxin, let us go in." After saying that, she shot another glare at the two stunned students and dragged Qingxin into the auditorium. Shui Huanlan also glared at the two, but her glare lacked any intimidation. "Ah, Qingxin is here. Qingxin, you're here." As soon as Qingxin, Dongfang Ling, and Shui Huanlan entered the auditorium, they were spotted and loudly called out. Qingxin widened her eyes, looking at Dongfang Ling beside her, and nervously asked, "When did I become this popular?" "You've always been popular," Dongfang Ling said matter-of-factly. Hearing Dongfang Ling's words, Qingxin immediately smiled. "Well, in your eyes, I am this popular, haha." "Of course," Dongfang Ling said proudly. "Luckily, I met you first. Otherwise, I would be like them, envying you from the sidelines, haha." Remembering their chance encounter on the spaceship, Dongfang Ling felt grateful. She was glad to have met Qingxin and resolutely chose to come to the art department with her. "Hey, you're here. Come sit." A pair of twins from the art department brightened up upon seeing Qingxin and pulled them to sit in the front. "Hello, seniors." Dongfang Ling and the others greeted the art students in unison. "Hello, comme c'est?" Besides Qingxin and her two friends, only 3 others remained from the art department, as the rest were not in the academy. "Good afternoon, everyone." Suddenly, a voice came from the stage, and everyone quieted down. Qingxin noticed a group from the Empire sitting in the middle front, and besides Dean Hatchlin, there were 2 other deans from different academies, along with Frank. The speaker at this moment is Mentor Zi Jinfu. After a week of competition, I believe everyone is already aware of our results. This afternoon is the final match of this friendly competition. Due to the special nature of the event, all classes this afternoon have been canceled, allowing everyone to come and watch the match. This match is a contest. Zi Jinfu paused. The students below looked at Zi Jinfu with curiosity, their faces full of questions. What could they compete in at the auditorium? A singing competition. Zi Jinfu's gaze shifted to Qingxin. Whoosh! Everyone's eyes turned to the art department. It seems that only the girls from the art department could participate. The few students from the art department looked back expressionlessly, wondering what had gotten into them recently, as they were usually overlooked. "Please, those who wish to participate in the singing competition, come to the front to draw lots. We will give you 20 minutes to prepare. The competition will begin after that. All students from the art department must participate." Zi Jinfu's last sentence successfully darkened the faces of all the art department students. "Come on. They're students from the art department. While there are indeed talent shows in the academy, not all of them are good at singing. Damn it. Who decided that everyone from the art department must participate? I should have left with Yin Yun yesterday." Lu Xiaolo was frustrated with a serious face. Wu Ya and Wu Mei also looked troubled. Their talent show was a dance, and they weren't good at singing. Dongfang Ling's face turned cold, and she stood up. Addressing Zi Jinfu, "Mentor, why do all the students from the art department have to participate? Not all of us are good at singing. There are other projects and talent shows." Dongfang Ling's words made Lu Xiaolo, Wu Ya, and Wu Mei behind her look at her with bright eyes. But their opposition was ineffective. After Zi Jinfu delivered those 4 words, he turned and left. Dongfang Ling was left stunned, unable to believe how resolute Zi Jinfu was. Lingling, it's okay. It's just a competition. Just hum a few lines and come down. Mu Qingxin patted Ling Ling and consoled her. Dongfang Ling suddenly came to her senses, grabbed Mu Qingxin and shouted, Qingxin, we're counting on you in the art department. You have to win this competition. How did this end up on her? Mu Qingxin looked helplessly at the expectant gazes of the others. Besides the 6 from the art department, 2 students from other departments also came up to draw lots. Only 2 girls from the Empire participated in the competition, and looking at their confident demeanor, it was clear they should be good at singing. Otherwise, why would they choose the singing competition? After the lots were drawn, Mu Qingxin got number 10, Dongfang Ling got number 9, and Shui Huanlan got number 7. Damn it. Why am I first? I really should have left yesterday. Damn it. As soon as Mu Qingxin finished looking at her draw number, she heard Lu Xiaola's voice beside her, as she directly tore up her lot. Senior, so violent, Shui Huanlan quietly remarked. Mu Qingxin patted Shui Huanlan and smiled. Suddenly, she felt a gaze on her, looking over. She saw Princess Isha from the Empire staring at her. When Isha noticed Mu Qingxin looking over, she didn't avert her gaze but instead walked over generously. Mu Qingxin, I heard you sing beautifully. I came here for you this time, so don't let me down, okay? I'm number 8, ahead of you. You can do it. After Isha finished speaking, she turned and returned to her seat, leaving Mu Qingxin feeling perplexed. Qingxin, we believe in you. Go for it. The students sitting nearby also heard Isha's words and cheered for Mu Qingxin. Mu Qingxin scratched her head, unsure when she had caught the attention of the Empire's princess or if it was a privilege for her to have her come to the alliance for herself. 20 minutes passed quickly, and the competition began. The first to take the stage was Lu Xiaola from the art department, level 4. She walked up with a dark expression and looked at the students below, saying in a low voice, Hello everyone, I'm Lu Xiaola from the art department, level 4. My specialty is painting. I'm not very good at singing. I have only sung once in my life when I was 8 years old. After my grandfather heard me sing, he suddenly got heart disease, but thankfully he was treated in time and is still alive. Lu Xiaola paused, and then continued with a somewhat bad expression. Chapter 383. Be cautious when listening to songs. However, he strictly demanded that I not sing at home, so today should be my second time singing. Please bear with me. Lu Xiaola smirked, looking at the disbelieving expressions of everyone below, thinking that they would soon know how beautiful her voice was. How does heart disease relate to singing? Shui Huanlan asked in confusion. Maybe Senior Lu is afraid she's not good at singing and is saying that on purpose, Dongfang Ling said dismissively. Oh. Shui Huanlan nodded in understanding, while the others present thought the same. However, the next song was like a trial for them. Lu Xiaola opened her light brain, played the accompaniment, and sang the same song she had sung 8 years ago, closing her eyes and immersing herself in the performance. Oh my God! As soon as Lu Xiaola sang the first note, the students below let out cries of despair, unable to help but cover their ears. As the song continued, the audience could hardly bear it and pulled out items to block their ears. The several deans on stage moved closer to Lu Xiaola, directly sealing their ears with their mental power, their expressions somewhat stable, but their racing hearts needed time to calm down. At this moment, everyone in the auditorium, even the robots, were covering their ears, unable to bear to look at Lu Xiaola, who was still lost in her performance on stage, while the audience grew increasingly pained. Mu Qingxin listened to Lu Xiaola's singing and immediately covered her ears, clutching her heart. She felt that what Senior Lu had said was true. Her singing could really give people heart disease. It wasn't that her singing was particularly bad, but rather that Senior Li's breath control was too weak, making it feel suffocating to listen to. Once that feeling arose, her heart couldn't help but start racing, and with Senior Li's fluctuating volume, that sensation was truly unbearable. The heart couldn't take it. After 3 minutes, Lu Xiaola finally finished singing. When she opened her eyes, she found that the students below were all pale, clutching their hearts in agony. Lu Xiaola froze for a moment, then awkwardly coughed. Ahem, are you all okay? Is your heart all right? Everyone looked at her expressionlessly, wanting to send her a single message. Others get paid to sing. Your singing costs lives? Ahem. At this moment, Zi Jinfu walked over with somewhat unsteady steps and said with a smile, This student, I think your grandfather's advice is great. You should continue with what you are good at, painting. If you like singing, you can continue, but just don't sing in front of people. Otherwise, everyone will get heart disease. Lu Xiaola's face turned red, but she shrugged it off, saying, all right, next time I'll sing for you again. No, everyone shouted in unison. Lu Xiaola looked at this scene and couldn't help but burst into laughter. I was just joking. I know I'm not good at singing. I only sang because the mentor said there was no way to resist. I usually wouldn't sing easily. After saying that, she confidently left the stage and returned to her seat. Oh my God, that was really something. Princess Isha from the Empire removed her earplugs and said disdainfully, while the others also sighed in relief. The second one to take the stage was a senior from the conducting department, who looked very sunny and loved to smile. He sang a song with a relatively fast rhythm from the interstellar world, which was very pleasant to hear, especially compared to Lu Xiaola's earlier performance. It was simply heavenly. One student after another took the stage to sing, and by the time it was number 7, Shui Huanlan went up. Go Huanlan! You can do it, be bold. Mu Qingxin and Dong Fengling cheered for Shui Huanlan, and other senior students from the art department also encouraged her. After all, it was just a matter of losing face. And they'd already done that earlier, so it was no big deal. Amidst everyone's cheers, Shui Huanlan went up. Blushing and looking down, she quietly said, hello everyone. I am Shui Huanlan from the art department, level 3. I will sing a folk song from my hometown. After saying that, Shui Huanlan started singing into the microphone. Shui Huanlan sang a song from their planet Mercury, and it was all one word. The melody gradually rose, starting off gentle, but by the time it reached the high notes, everyone couldn't take it anymore and started covering their ears, complaining about how torturous the singing was. They thought to themselves, with singing like this, we can't listen to songs lightly in the future. What if we die from listening to a song one day? Nowadays, even listening to music has to be done with caution. After Shui Huanlan finished singing, she looked at Mu Qingxin and Dong Fengling in the audience with sparkling eyes. The two of them, enduring the discomfort, applauded vigorously. Seeing this, Shui Huanlan, with a red face, happily came down. Zhe Jingfu, who was almost collapsing, slowly walked to the center and looked at Shui Huanlan, who had returned to her seat, and said with a wry smile, our art students really are multi-talented. Good, very good. There are still 2 left who haven't sung. I hope you can sing well. Next, please welcome contestant number 8 to perform. Contestant number 8 was Princess Isha from the Empire. Mu Qingxin looked over and saw Princess Isha walking confidently and gracefully onto the stage. Looking at everyone, she said crisply, hello everyone, I am Isha from the Imperial Academy. Don't worry, my song won't take your lives. The next song is for you. I hope you like it. Isha's straightforward and interesting words instantly won everyone's favor. Even though she was from the Empire, the students present expressed that the girls from the Empire were quite nice. In the distance, a beautiful woman began to sing. Isha's clear voice reached everyone's ears, slowly and melodically. Isha's singing was very pleasant. So far, she had probably been the best singer. Chapter 1. Section 1. Dong Fengling listened to Isha's song and secretly leaned over to Mu Qingxin's ear, saying, I think you sing better. Later, I will intentionally sing badly to highlight your good singing. You must win against her. Upon hearing Dong Fengling's words, Mu Qingxin couldn't help but laugh and said, don't do it on purpose. She's ahead of you. If you sing badly, it would just make her sound better. Just perform normally. But I really can't sing, Dong Fengling said with a pained expression. It's okay. You heard those who sang before. Senior Lu boldly sang. And what about the 2 Senior Wu? They sang songs too. Mu Qingxin paused, looking at Dong Fengling, and suggested, how about you sing a children's song? The 2 seniors just sang a children's song. Just 2 lines repeated a few times, and it was done. Dong Fengling shook her head directly. Well then, just sing whatever you want, Mu Qingxin said, holding Dong Fengling's hand to encourage her. Isha's singing captivated everyone present. Mu Qingxin had to admit that Isha's voice was indeed beautiful. If she were in her previous life, she would surely be a famous singer. After Isha finished singing, she slowly opened her eyes and confidently looked at the entranced crowd. She proudly glanced at Mu Qingxin, silently encouraging her, and gracefully walked off the stage. Clap, clap, clap. After Isha left the stage, everyone finally reacted and applauded, thanking her for saving their ears, even though she was from hostile nation. Zhijingfu approached with a smiling face, looking at the students below with renewed spirit. The previous contestants sang wonderfully. I must say, my hearing has been restored. Next up is contestant number 9. Please come on stage. Ling Ling, go for it. Don't worry, it's all good. Mu Qingxin and Shui Huanlan hugged Dongfang Ling, and she took a deep breath. Walked up to the stage, smiling at the students below. Hello everyone, I am Dongfang Ling from the art department, level 1. I'm not really good at singing. As soon as Dongfang Ling finished her sentence, the students below collectively screamed. After this, they were terrified of the art students. Would another one come to torment their fragile hearts with a torturous voice? Before long, everyone put on earplugs, preparing for the torment. The next song is one I've sung since I was a child, called Descendants of a Dragon. Mu Qingxin's eyes widened upon hearing the name, looking shocked at Dongfang Ling. It must be a coincidence, right? It couldn't be the same song she knew, could it? Dongfang Ling closed her eyes, recalling the song that her extended family often sang when she was little. In the distant east, there is a river. Its name is the Yangtze River. In the distant east, there is a river. Its name is the Yellow River. In ancient eastern lands, there is a dragon. Its name is China. In ancient eastern lands, there's a group of people. They are all descendants of a dragon. Under the feet of the giant dragon, I grew up, and when I grow up, I will be a descendant of the dragon. With black eyes, black hair, and yellow skin, forever and ever, I am a descendant of the dragon. The song that Dongfang Ling sang had changed over time. The melody was completely different from what Mu Qingxin had heard in her past life. It had a lyrical style typical of folk songs, with a simple melody that could be remembered after just one listen, and some of the words had also changed, likely modified by later generations who couldn't remember the original lyrics. Listening to Ling Ling's song, Mu Qingxin's thoughts drifted back to her previous life, filled with a faint nostalgia for her parents. Although she had no memories of that world anymore, it was still the place where she had lived since birth. Once, her dream was to buy a big house surrounded by glass, where she could bask in the warm sunlight and stay in bed for as long as she wanted, without the dreary life she had experienced, living happily every day. Xin, it's your turn. Suddenly, Mu Qingxin was called from the side. She looked at Ling Ling, surprised. Ling Ling, weren't you still on stage? Xin, go sing. You can do it. Shui Huanlan pushed Mu Qingxin, cheering her on. At this moment, Mu Qingxin realized that Ling Ling had already finished singing and come down. She stood up and walked onto the stage amidst everyone's expectant gazes. Mu Qingxin, go for it. Xin, you can do it. Go. Everyone had heard Mu Qingxin sing before and watched her singing videos, so they had high expectations for her and cheered her on. Looking at the spacious auditorium from above, Mu Qingxin felt a sense of disorientation as all eyes were on her. Hello everyone, I am Mu Qingxin from the art department, level 1. Today, I will sing a song that represents my past dreams. Because of that dark period in my life, I couldn't help but think about how to get through each day. Mu Qingxin recalled how similar her past life had been to her first 15 years in this world, living only in her small world, not accepted by others. However, Mu Qingxin was luckier. She had a loving family. Mu Qingxin took out the fengxian from her space, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Placing the fengxian on her lap, she lowered the microphone, and a nearby smart robot immediately came over to help her. Mu Qingxin smiled and thanked the robot, then gently began to play. Hey, what is that? It can actually make a sound. Isha looked at the object in Mu Qingxin's hands in surprise. I want a big house with large floor-to-ceiling windows, where sunlight spills onto the floor and warms my blankets. I want a big house with many, many rooms. One room has the fastest internet. One room has lots of guitars. One room has my beautiful clothes. One room is home to a friend and his lover. One room after another. I don't even know what to put in them. Goodbye to a dull life. We don't sleep at night. We think in bed during the day. The puppy runs around the house, spending a perfect day. Mu Qingxin used the echo technique to transmit notes everywhere with her mental power, imagining that kind of life, a relaxed expression on her face, while everyone below was also imagining that comfortable, sunny, happy life, enjoying this attitude towards life. Ha Qilin closed his eyes and listened to the song. suddenly feeling a strong sense that he was old, it was time to retire, and he should live that kind of comfortable life, enjoying the pleasures of life in the days to come. Try to live for himself, not for others. After a song ended, Qingxin withdrew the echo technique, having become accustomed to it. Seeing everyone still lost in imagination, their faces full of happiness, Qingxin smiled slightly, put away her phoenix lyre, and prepared to leave the stage. Beside her, Jinfu snapped back to reality and shouted without thinking, "Wait, don't go, sing another one." His words woke everyone up, and they all clamored for another song. Qingxin shook her head with a smile. "It seems everyone has forgotten. Today is a competition, not my personal concert, haha. I'll sing for you all another time." After saying this, she disregarded everyone's attempts to stop her and went down from the stage, returning to her seat. Chapter 385, The Great Purge. "Qingxin, that was great," Shui Huanlan said, her eyes bright as she praised Qingxin. "Not bad. You sang better than me," said Lu Xiaolei coolly from behind. Upon hearing her words, everyone around showed expressions of horror. They didn't want to remember the song that just played. Don't bring back those memories. Dean Hachilin looked at Frank. "The competition is over. I wonder if you have decided who the champion is?" Frank looked stiffly at Luo Rue below the stage, unsure how to respond. Should he insincerely say that Princess Isha is the champion? But he really wanted to hear Qingxin sing that song again. He had thought about what his future life would be like, and that was his dream too. "I agree that Qingxin sings better than me." Suddenly, Isha stood up and said loudly, looking at Qingxin, "I admit your singing is better than mine. Your voice has a magic that makes people involuntarily imagine a scene. Just now, when you sang that song, I seemed to see that kind of life in my mind. A very enjoyable life. Can I hear you sing again?" Isha requested, hoping to learn something from it. Qingxin looked at Isha and found she somewhat liked this princess, who didn't have the bad habits of a royal, nor an arrogant personality, but rather a straightforward demeanor that was quite likable. "Sure, if you want to listen." Qingxin readily agreed. Hearing Qingxin's response, Isha smiled with satisfaction. "I want to hear." "Thank you, Qingxin." Qingxin smiled back. "All right. Where do you want to listen?" "Right here, we want to listen too." The students from the Alliance chimed in. They didn't want only the Empire's people to enjoy it. They also wanted to hear Qingxin sing, as listening to her was a pleasure. Dean Hachilin saw this scene and realized the competition results were already clear. No matter who won, it wouldn't change the final outcome. Either way, the Alliance had won this friendship match. Qingxin, come up. Let us enjoy your concert. Our Alliance has never had a concert. Let us experience it. Dean Hachilin said with a smile. Since the dean had spoken, Qingxin had no choice but to rise again and walk onto the stage. The smart robot had already set things up again. Qingxin looked and said, "Could you remove the chairs? I want to sit on the floor." After saying this, she took out a blanket. The smart robot immediately came over, adjusted the microphone again, and laid down Qingxin's blanket. "Thank you," Qingxin said gratefully. The robot replied, "You're welcome," and took the chairs away. Qingxin sat cross-legged, placing the phoenix lyre on her lap. This position was much more comfortable than the previous one. Looking down at the audience, she suddenly noticed that her third brother seemed to have gained weight lately, his face a bit rounder. Looking at the others, she found that everyone seemed to be a bit plumper, especially Ling Ling and Lon Lon. Even the group from the Empire seemed slightly wider than before. Why did I suddenly notice that everyone seems to have gained some weight? What's going on? Have you all noticed your weight has increased? Qingxin asked with a smile. Hearing her words, everyone looked at each other. You've gained weight. You've gained a lot. Caro, have I gained weight? Isha nervously asked Caro. Caro looked at the princess and nodded. You've gained a little, but you look prettier than before. Really? Why have I gained weight? Isha asked, puzzled, which was a question on everyone's mind. Qingxin looked at the puzzled crowd and asked, have you all been eating food lately? Yes. The capital star just opened a Qingkong food city, so during our break, we bought a lot to stock up, and our families also bought some for us. Then you need to be careful, because those foods not only have energy, but also thermal energy. While eating, you should also pay attention to exercising, or you'll become overweight. Qingxin laughed. If you become overweight, you'll be troubled by your figure. Next, I'll dedicate a song to help you lose weight. For an entire afternoon, Mu Qingxin sang in the auditorium, and everyone from the Philibert Academy, as well as people from other academies in the Empire, were exceptionally excited. They enjoyed an auditory feast. This friendship match concluded perfectly in Mu Qingxin singing. Early Saturday morning, the Empire people boarded their ships to leave Capital Star and return to their empire, while those from Ying Academy and Galaxy Academy also set off on their way back. The busy week finally came to an end. Dean Qingxin looked at the now quiet academy and sighed in relief. At that moment, he saw Qingzhou. The relieved Qingxin's heart sank again as he remembered an important matter he had forgotten. His academy was still in danger. Dean Ha, the friendship match is over. Congratulations on helping the Alliance win this time, Qingzhou said to Qingxin. Qingxin hurriedly waved his hand. No, it's all the children's achievements. General Gio, I want to ask about the Research Institute. Qingzhou shook his head. Seeing Qingzhou's expression, Qingxin's face darkened. What should we do? What did the leader say? Qingxin pressed. Now Capital Star has been thoroughly investigated, and the list of assimilated personnel has been compiled. We're going to carry out a great purge on Capital Star first, Qingzhou said, conveying the leader's intent. A great purge? What does this purge mean? Is it to kill them or to redeem them? Qingxin nervously looked at Qingzhou. Those people were innocent. They were just invaded by the Zerg. Each one a vibrant life, and there were so many children. Qingzhou remained silent, looking at Qingxin. The Great Purge was quite literal. Once humans were assimilated by the Zerg, they could not be saved, let alone now. After being assimilated by the Zerg, that person was already dead. The Zerg would take over their memories, everything about them, and control their bodies. At that point, they were no longer human. Qingxin looked at Qingzhou with a heavy and sorrowful expression. With our current technology, can we not drive the Zerg out of the bodies of those humans and restore them to normal? Chapter 386, A Heart Full of Anticipation. It is also possible that two special individuals have been discovered who are also students from your academy. Their willpower is very strong. When they were found, they had not yet been assimilated and were still fighting against the Zerg within them. Currently, the people at the Research Institute are trying to find ways to help them drive out the Zerg from their bodies. Thinking of those two children at the Research Institute, a different expression appeared on Qingzhou's face. Students from our academy? Who are they? Qingxin asked anxiously. Thomas and Kola, Qingzhou said expressionlessly. We found them because of Shaoran. They are teammates of Shaoran, which is why they were found in time. Upon hearing these names, Qingxin immediately understood who they were, as the incident involving these two children from 5 years ago had been troubling them. It was not that he didn't know, but as the dean, he pleaded, please, you must help those two children. They are young Marshall's friends. Please help them. Qingxin bent down before Qingzhou. Qingzhou immediately dodged Qingxin's bow. Looking at him, I cannot save them. Only they can save themselves. As long as their willpower is strong enough, they have a better chance of survival. This is not something I can control. Qingxin fell silent. After a moment, he looked at Qingzhou with red eyes. When will the Great Purge begin? Starting today. Qingxin was stunned, painfully closing his eyes. He dreaded seeing this scene. The thought of so many students disappearing from his academy after next week made his heart ache. At this time, Mu Qingxin received a message from Qingzhou and immediately came downstairs. As soon as she reached the bottom, she saw Qingzhou standing there. Looking at her handsome boyfriend's face, she quickly ran over and hugged him. Why do you have time to come here now? Qingzhou hugged her back as she ran over, looking down at her delicate smiling face. His expression softened, the previous gloom dissipating as he took her to Jim's room. Jim had long been waiting for the two to occupy his room. He was used to it. After greeting them, Jim immediately left the dormitory and went to wait at the door. Qingzhou closed the door, and immediately his mental energy enveloped the room, looking at the little one tightly in his arms. Mu Qingxin was taken aback by the sudden affectionate embrace, but quickly returned it, patting his back and softly asking, "What's wrong? Why are you so enthusiastic all of a sudden? Should we have another big hug?" She asked playfully. Qingzhou lifted Mu Qingxin's bottom, carrying her to the sofa. He sat down and placed her on his lap, burying his head deep in her neck, inhaling the faint fruity scent on her. Hearing the muffled voice in her ear, Mu Qingxin replied with an "Do you feel that I am heartless?" Qingzhou asked, tightening his arms after finishing the question. Qingxin felt a bit breathless from the tight embrace, but didn't voice it. What concerned her now was why Qingzhou asked this question. No, in my eyes, you are not heartless at all. In fact, you are very caring. If you were heartless, how could you have pursued me? I'm not blind. Who said that about you? Tell me, and I'll take care of him. Anyone who dares to bully my boyfriend won't get away with it. Listening to Qingxin's fierce words, a warmth spread through Qingzhou's cold heart as he buried his face in her hair, chuckling softly. I didn't even realize I found such an amazing girlfriend. Of course, if you dare to bully me, I'll just break up with you and find a man who won't bully me. Then, ow, easy there, my waist is about to break. Qingxin, who had just been threatening Qingzhou, suddenly pleaded for mercy the next moment. What did you just say? Please say it again. I didn't hear it. Qingzhou lifted his head, squinting at Qingxin. No, I didn't say anything. Qingxin quickly shook her head. Wise people know when to back down. She added decisively. Oh, really? I thought I heard someone say they were ready to break up with me and find someone new. Qingzhou said coldly, looking at Qingxin. Qingxin felt a chill run down her spine under Qingzhou's cold gaze and quickly smiled ingratiatingly. No, absolutely not. You must have misheard. My boyfriend is so outstanding, the dream object of all women in the galaxy. How could I possibly break up with you? I like you too much. Like? No. It's not like, it's love. I love you. Qingxin said, looking into Qingzhou's eyes. Qingzhou was momentarily stunned by the sudden confession. Looking at the earnest Qingxin. I love you too. Hearing Qingzhou's words, Qingxin's face lit up with a bright smile, and then she looked at him expectantly, wondering if they were going to kiss now. Oh dear, she had never been kissed before. Should she close her eyes when they kissed? In the TV shows, it seemed like they would act surprised with their eyes wide open before closing them. So, when they kissed, should she react? Should she part her lips or act coyly? Qingzhou watched the little one, who seemed to be lost in thought, a smile flashing in his eyes. He had seen the little anticipation in her eyes earlier. But now is not the time. Little one, grow up quickly. Qingzhou pretended not to notice Qingxin's little thoughts, forcing himself to look away, and said, I'm going to leave Philibert Academy. Oh, huh? What? Qingxin came back to her senses, looking at Qingzhou with confusion, feeling a bit disappointed. Weren't we supposed to kiss? Why aren't we? I'm leaving Philibert Academy, Qingzhou said, looking at Qingxin. But you're still on Capital Star, right? It doesn't matter. Qingxin said nonchalantly. We can see each other anytime we want. Even if you leave Capital Star, we can still see each other on video calls. You go on and do your thing. Qingxin said understandingly. Chapter 1, Section 1. Qingzhou gently embraced Qingxin. Now that all the Zerg on Capital Star have been found, I will be very busy next, and I probably won't have time to meet you. I'm sorry. Why say sorry? It's okay. I'm not the kind of person who has to stick to my boyfriend all the time. You have your things to do, and I have my things to do. I understand. Qingxin said. By the way, now that the Zerg have been found, what will you do next? Chapter 387. 13 years later, The Great Purge. Qingzhou said 3 words, watching Qingxin's expression. The Great Purge? Is it just them? Qingxin asked. Yes. Qingzhou looked at Qingxin and asked, do you think it is cruel? Qingxin looked at Qingzhou and asked, have you found a way to drive out those Zerg? Qingzhou shook his head. No. What about those people who have been assimilated by the Zerg? Do they still have their own consciousness? Not anymore. Strictly speaking, they are already Zerg. Then that it, they have already become Zerg, so they should be eliminated. Because from the moment they lost their consciousness, they have disappeared from this world. What exists now is just the Zerg sustaining their bodies. They're no longer human. To prevent more humans from being harmed, we must harden our hearts and eliminate them. Qingxin said, if they still have their own consciousness, then we cannot rashly kill them. We must find ways to save them. Otherwise, we would be no different from those insect tribes. Qingxin looked directly at Qingzhou. Qingzhou looked at Qingxin, feeling an indescribable emotion in his heart. He was just relieved and happy that the little girl could think this way, not showing a look of pity like others, with an expression that suggested how could you be so heartless. It turned out that within her small body, She also had a transparent heart. He had not loved the wrong person. This was the person he chose. In the following time, the capital star began unprecedented turmoil. The members of the underworld battle team had been operating secretly without alarming the insect tribes. However, with people disappearing one after another and signs of fighting, others began to grow suspicious. The leadership had to announce that it was because there were star pirates infiltrating the alliance, and the capital star was currently conducting a thorough investigation. Any suspicious individuals would be captured immediately. This news caused the people of the capital star to worry. Why would star pirates infiltrate the capital star? In a short time, not only the capital star, but also other planets became anxious, raising their vigilance. It was precisely because of this vigilance that the insect tribes had no way to harm other humans. The insect tribes in the capital star began to disappear one after another, and other insect tribes noticed that something was wrong, suddenly vanishing overnight. By the second week, students at the Philibert Academy suddenly noticed that many of their classmates seemed to have disappeared, and some instructors had been replaced. In one department, only a few dozen students remained, and no one knew the reason. Upon seeing this scene, the administration did not provide much explanation, only stating that these students and instructors had suddenly chosen to take a leave of absence or resign. For other inquiries, the administration had no knowledge. Moreover, the families of these students did not come to inquire, as the first individuals chosen for assimilation by the insect tribes were these humans' relatives, who had no defenses at all. The capital star was soon cleaned up, but could not be said with certainty that there were no insect tribes left. Those that had disappeared had not yet been found but were already placed on a wanted list. If they appeared in the capital star and were captured by micro-surveillance cameras, they would be immediately discovered. The next target for cleaning was not other planets, but various battle teams, as only when the battle teams were safe could the safety of the alliance be ensured. Fortunately, the Research Institute in the capital star was effective, having developed a scanner that could detect insect tribes. Thus, Qingxin took these scanners and, along with the underworld battle team, launched a cleaning plan. Day and night, news of the insect tribes returning gradually spread throughout all species in the galaxy. The originally peaceful and leisurely life was suddenly disrupted and became tense, with a significant increase in the purchase of scanners from the Alliance, and even the Empire was buying them. Originally, Qingxin had planned to travel to other planets with friends during the holidays, but this incident disrupted those plans, making travel extremely difficult. Not only did she need permits from her current planet, but she also had to wait for the approval from the planet she intended to enter, sometimes waiting a month without any response. If she entered without permission, she would be treated as an insect tribe or star pirate and captured or killed directly. It was both troublesome and dangerous, so Qingxin decided not to pursue this small wish. Another reason was that her family was also worried about her. Now that insect tribes were everywhere, hiding in various places, since some had disappeared since their exposure, they had not yet been found. So if Qingxin left, everyone would be very concerned. To avoid worrying her family, she did not leave the capital star. 13 years passed in the blink of an eye. Qingxin had been in the galaxy for 13 years and was about to turn 28 this year. Her life during these 13 years had been very simple, either attending classes at Philibert Academy or helping at home or in the store. Fortunately, the Qingxin food city had not been affected and had opened throughout the galaxy. The O family and the Mu family collaborated to set up a special live streaming program to teach everyone how to cook, and the Zong family's kitchenware was selling well, making a significant profit. Now, the use of potions throughout the galaxy had greatly decreased, and the G family's business had suffered a lot, losing a significant amount of money over the years, which made the G family very angry. They had been trying to win over people from Qingxin Food City, but they had never succeeded and even foolishly published the recipes directly. Now, everyone in the galaxy could cook 1 or 2 dishes, yet Qingxin Food City's business remained booming. Even the Empire frequently imitated the Alliance, wanting to introduce Qingxin Food City. Fortunately, the leadership was not stingy and directly handed the selection rights to the Mu family. After discussions between the Mu family, O family, and Zong family, some personnel went to the Empire and opened a few stores. It was said that business there's even more booming than the franchises. But since Qingxin Food City was introduced by the Alliance, those in power did not abuse their authority to suppress it. After all, if they inadvertently suppressed it, and the stores didn't open, everyone would be unable to get food, making them the target of criticism. In the capital star, Mu family. Great-grandfather. Is Dad coming back next week? Sitting in the living room, after 13 years, Mu Gaozu looked increasingly spirited thanks to the food and spiritual tea made by Mu Qingxin, showing no signs of being a 200 to 300 years old man. Mu Gaozu looked up at his great-granddaughter running down from upstairs, smiling. Yes, after so many years. It's finally time for your father to return to the capital star. I wonder what that brat has turned into. Chapter 388. Miss you since the exposure of the insect tribes for various reasons. All battle teams had to stay at their posts and could not leave unless ordered by the leadership to return to the capital star. Since then, every 3 years, the leadership are called one battle team to stand by in the capital star, and this year it was Mu Finyan's team's turn. Last time, when my second brother returned, he said that this time it might be my eldest brother coming back. The second brother guessed wrong. This time it's Dad returning. Now Mom can rest assured and doesn't have to go through the trouble of seeing Dad. Mu Qingxin said happily as she walked down from upstairs. At this moment, Mu Qingxin had changed a bit from 13 years ago. Her features had become more defined and delicate. Her skin was fair and smooth, with no visible pores. Her eyes round and bright, full of spirit, and when she smiled, they curved up, making anyone who saw her want to smile along. What made Mu Qingxin most satisfied was that she had grown taller. After 13 years, she was now 165 centimeters tall. Although she was still slightly shorter than others, she was very satisfied, and her figure had become curvy. While it was not as exaggerated as in her past life, it was just right. She was very pleased. I haven't seen my elder brother for a long time either. The last time I saw him on video, there was a beautiful girl beside him. I asked him who she was, and he actually blushed. My elder brother must be in a relationship. Mu Qingxin giggled. Hearing Mu Qingxin's words, Mu Gaozu also showed surprise on his face. Really? He is dating? That is great. Your elder brother is now over 40 and already a commander. You should find a wife and quickly have a child. That would be even better. Haha. I said the same to my elder brother. But he got so embarrassed that he directly turned off the light brain and wouldn't talk to me. Great-grandfather. Next time you must ask my elder brother properly. Mu Qingxin thought of her elder brother, who had felt super embarrassed when asked by her, and couldn't help but laugh. However, she only caught a glimpse of girl and didn't see clearly what she looked like. Next time, she would ask her second brother if he knew anything about it. Aren't you supposed to go to school? Hurry up and go, come back early next week. Your dad will be home by then, and your mom is probably coming back too. Mu Gaozu said, sighing. The Zerg situation has kept their family from reuniting for 13 years. Every time they come back, they are never all together. It's uncertain when they can reunite. Mu Qingxin nodded. Okay, I'm off to school now. Gaozu, I'm leaving. When Grandpa and Grandma come back, please tell them I went to school, okay? I'll come back immediately after class next week. All right, go quickly, but be careful on the road. MHM goodbye, Gaozu. Mu Qingxin walked out of the house, took out her flying device from the spatial pouch, sat in it, and set off for the academy. After 13 years, Mu Qingxin had fully adapted to interstellar life. She was familiar with everything in the stars, such as flying devices, hoverboards, and various interstellar knowledge. She was no longer that girl who was astonished by everything. While piloting the flying device, she saw a video call request from her boyfriend, and a gentle smile immediately appeared on her face. She switched the flying device to autopilot mode and opened the video. Hello, Mu Qingxin greeted, having missed Qingzhou's face for a month. Seeing him again stirred a bittersweet feeling in her heart. It had also been 13 years since they last met. What have you been up to lately? Why you look so pale? Mu Qingxin asked worriedly, noticing Qingzhou's somewhat pale complexion in the video. Qingzhou smiled gently at the girl who had grown more radiant. I just recently wiped out a Zerg on a planet. Maybe I haven't rested enough. It's okay. A couple of days of rest will be fine. Did you not drink the spirit spring water I gave you? Did you give it to someone else again? Didn't I tell you? You can give it to others, but you must keep some for yourself. Don't forget, you're 18 years older than me. Don't die before you marry me. Mu Qingxin said, both angry and worried. Warmth flashed in Qingzhou's eyes as he teased. Oh? I didn't know you were so eager to marry me. Haha, But no, you still have 2 years until you become an adult. You have to wait until then to marry me. Just hold on for 2 more years. I'm not in a hurry to marry you. How self-important. Qingxin retorted, blushing. I mean, if you don't take care of your health, you might go ahead of me. And then I'll just find a husband who is younger and healthier than you. Hearing this, Qingzio's eyes narrowed dangerously as he looked at the proud girl on the screen. Is that so? You think like that? Younger than me? Healthier than me? MMHM. Qingxin replied, raising her chin. I'm afraid that wish of yours will come to nothing. Qingzio laughed. Don't worry, I won't be that short-lived. Even if I do go before you, I will first eliminate all the younger and healthier men in this world. He said fiercely. You. Qingxin was taken aback, glaring at him. She hadn't expected him to be so ruthless, not leaving her any other man. However, she liked this fierceness. When are you coming to the capital star? Qingxin asked longingly, looking at Qingzio. Seeing the longing on her face, Qingzio's heart tightened. Miss me? The Zerg can't wait any longer. They're no longer hiding and maybe planning something big. I promise you, before you come of age, I will wipe out the Zerg. A fierce look flashed in Qingzio's eyes. The Zerg had delayed his meetings with the girl for so many years, and he vowed not to rest until they were eliminated. Hearing Qingzio's words, Qingxin asked anxiously, where will your next stop be? Send me the location, and I'll send you some things. This guy must have used up all the spirit spring water she gave him, giving it to others. Qingzio looked at the girl who was still thinking of him and smiled. Okay, I'll send you the location shortly. We have internships next semester. How about I intern with the Yumming battle team? Qingxin suddenly thought of this and asked, intern with the Yumming battle team? Qingzio was surprised by Qingxin's idea. He thought she would choose to intern with her father or brothers, or perhaps at her mother's research institute. What's wrong? I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for my third brother. Qingxin glanced at Qingzio. Don't get too full of yourself. Qingzio smiled at his proud girlfriend. MHM, I know, you came to the Yumming battle team because you miss me too much. I know everything. Not at all. Qingxin retorted, even though she was caught. She wouldn't admit it. Boss, we've finished counting the numbers. Do you want to take a look? One of them is still alive. Qingxin approached to report to Qingzio. Just after reporting, he noticed the boss was glaring at him with a dark face. Qingxin paused, confused. What's wrong? Qingxin cautiously shifted his gaze to the open light brain, swallowed hard, and asked carefully, is the boss chatting with Qingxin? Because it was only during these times that the boss's face turned so dark when interrupted. Qingzio shot a blank expression at Qingxin, then turned to the video, revealing a helpless look, as Qingxin on the screen was already laughing uncontrollably. Haha, your face just now looked so bad. Qingxin must have been scared to death. Anyway, I have to go now. I just arrived at the academy. You better get busy, be careful. And don't forget to send me your location so I can send you things. Bye-bye, moi. Qingxin smiled and said goodbye to Qingzio, then turned off the light brain. Looking at the entrance of Philibert Academy, many students were already entering. Qingxin turned off the light brain, exited the flying device, stored it away, and turned to walk into the academy. Hello, Qingxin. Hello, Qingxin. You're back at the academy. Did you have a good weekend? MHM, very good. How about you? Pretty good. Qingxin, you're back at the academy. MMHM. Along the way, whenever she met a student, Qingxin greeted them with a patient smile. Phew, I'm finally back. Once back in the dormitory, Qingxin sighed in relief. What's wrong? Did you smile and greet everyone on the way back? The increasingly radiant Dongfang Ling smiled at the relieved Qingxin. Qingxin smiled bitterly. Yeah, I wish everyone wouldn't be so enthusiastic. That probably won't happen. Who told you to be such an amazing senior at Philibert Academy now? Water Huanlon said, laughing. After 13 years, everyone had changed significantly. Now, they had become seniors at the academy and were about to graduate. The promotional video for Philibert Academy featured Qingxin's fierce attack on the Empire. And many students came to Philibert Academy because of her. During the friendship match with the Empire, Qingxin had put in a lot of effort. And now she was the goddess in the hearts of the younger students at Philibert Academy. Since then, applications for the art department at Philibert Academy had surged, and 2 more dorm buildings have been added. However, the dormitory for Qingxin and her friends remained the same, with only Dongfang Ling and Water Huanlan living there. Don't make fun of me. You're no worse than me. I remember someone got confessed last week. Another misguided little boy. Mu Qingxin teased Water Huanlan, who was blushing. And the week before that, someone received love letters. Oh dear, who blushed the whole day. Mu Qingxin turned to look at Dongfang Ling, whose face was bright red. Ugh, be careful, or I'll tell young Master Geo that you received 2 love letters the week before last and got confessed to. Then he'll deal with you. Dongfang Ling said angrily. Mu Qingxin was taken aback, touched her nose, and awkwardly said, "You don't need to tell me. There is spies everywhere here." He already knew and even sent me a message to warn me. Nothing can be hidden from the silent general. Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan looked at Mu Qingxin with pity, thinking that having such a powerful boyfriend must be tough. Mu Qingxin ignored the two. By the way, have Wang's and Miloin sent any messages? Mu Qingxin asked Dongfang Ling. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Ling's expression darkened. How would I know if they sent any messages? I'm not anyone to them. Mu Qingxin glanced at the angry Dongfang Ling and exchanged a look with Shui Huanlan, who shrugged helplessly, indicating she was powerless. Well, Wang's and Miloin might have family matters, which is why they left without a word. Mu Qingxin explained on Wang's behalf. I don't care if they have matters or not. It has nothing to do with me. Dongfang Ling turned and walked to her room, shutting the door firmly, not wanting to hear Wang's name anymore. Mu Qingxin looked at the closed door and sighed silently. She had only learned a few years ago that Lingling liked Wang's. Wang's and Lingling had also met through quarrels and debates. They were always arguing when they met. But this is how enemies develop feelings. The two had never broken through that barrier, and at first, she didn't want Lingling to be with Wang's because Wang's had a special identity, and they might not have a future together. However, seeing Lingling so happy every day, she thought that if Wang's could give up his position in the Empire and live in the Alliance in the future, maybe it could work. But 3 months ago, Wang's and Miloin suddenly disappeared without a word, leaving no trace, which worried and angered Lingling for a long time. The Postal Service searched for them for a long time, but couldn't find the two. Later, unable to stand it any longer, Mu Qingxin revealed Wang's identity to Dongfang Ling. Since then, Dongfang Ling had been angry every time she heard Wang's name and didn't allow them to bring it up. Mu Qingxin thought that something must have happened in the Empire, which was why Wang's and Miloin left so hurriedly. She had asked the staff at the Qingtian Food City in the Empire to keep an eye on the situation there, promising to inform her once they had news. In a month, the semester would end, and everyone would leave the academy for internships. Lanlan was going back to Mercury for her internship, and Lingling had agreed to go with her. Wherever she went, Lingling would follow. When Mu Qingxin mentioned going to the Nether team, Dongfang Ling was extremely excited. That was a place everyone wanted to go, and she immediately agreed. Next, classes were about to start again. There were few classes in the last month. Although Mu Qingxin had already earned enough credits, she still cherished the last month of learning. Chapter 390. The fall of the third team one day after class. Mu Qingxin walked back to the dormitory. She didn't use the breeze step. She had already practiced the echo technique to the final level. Since there was no class during the second period, she wanted to walk back slowly. Suddenly, Mu Qingxin keenly sensed the gazes around her. When she looked up, she noticed the students around her casting looks of pity and concern. Pity and concern? Why were they looking at her like that? Did she need pity and concern? Mu Qingxin looked around in confusion, and when those students met her gaze, they quickly shifted their eyes away. Along the way, Mu Qingxin noticed that everyone who saw her displayed looks of sympathy. A sudden unease filled her heart, and she felt uncomfortable. What had happened? Classmate, wait a moment. Mu Qingxin called out to a student in front of her. The student hurriedly replied, I'm going to be late for class. I have to go, and quickly ran away. Mu Qingxin's confusion deepened as she stood there, extending her mental energy to envelop the entire academy. Soon, she began to hear various voices reaching her ears. Among the many voices, she sharply heard her own name. A strand of mental energy immediately flowed over, and she saw a classroom where a group of students were gathered, discussing something. When did this happen? How come I didn't hear about it? It seemed to be something from this morning. No, it was something that happened last night. Discovered only this morning, but it was already over. Oh my God, how could this happen? The insect race is too despicable. They actually started to attack us so openly. Alas, it's a pity for everyone in the third team. None of them survived. What about Commander Mu? He seems to have sacrificed as well. Huh? Does Mu Qingxin know? I don't know. So pitiful. If Mu Qingxin knows, she must be very sad. Mu Qingxin stood there frozen, listening to the students' words. Watching as the class bell rang and they stopped talking, immediately sitting down. The discussion ceased, and only a few students were walking on the Academy's paths. Mu Qingxin stood stiffly in place, her eyes vacant, everything seeming to freeze. Her mind kept looping. Commander Mu sacrificed. How pitiful. Does Mu Qingxin know? The third team had no survivors. Is today April Fool's Day? Hee hee. Are they all conspiring to fool me? Mu Qingxin smiled faintly, whispering to herself, while a voice in her heart forced her not to ask, not to look, not to say it was all fake. Dad is coming to Capital Star tomorrow. We were video chatting just yesterday afternoon. Everything was fine. How could this happen? In the sky above Planet 101, the Nether Team ship was floating in a devastated starry sky. Qingxin stood on the battleship, his face stern as he surveyed everything outside. Surrounding him were the wreckage of ships, various parts of warships, and still burning mechas, with shells scattered everywhere, as well as some corpses. Count the number of casualties. Once you've finished counting these bodies, report up. Clean the battlefield. Has Commander Mu been found? Qingxin, now back on the ship, asked Ling Xian beside him. Ling Xian also wore a solemn expression, his face filled with sorrow, and spoke in a deep voice, "No, not even a body has been found." According to the monitoring troops on Planet 101, it seems that at the last moment, someone fought the insect race to the death. I don't know if it was under Commander Mu's orders. Ling Xian didn't continue, but Qingxin understood the implication. Suddenly, Qingxin noticed another battleship searching among the wreckage outside. Who is that? Ling Xian looked outside and said, "It should be Yu Xiu and Qi Shi." Thinking of their relationship with Mu Fengyan, Qingxin said nothing more. He had been enduring the horror of the third team's tragedy. And what pained him the most was not knowing how the girl would react upon learning of this. Qingxin didn't dare to think, but he feared that if the girl learned of this from someone else, she might not be able to handle it. He walked to a corner alone, thought for a moment, and opened the light brain to contact Mu Qingxin. Beep beep. Mu Qingxin was aimlessly walking around the academy, unaware of where she was. Hearing the sound from her light brain, she stopped in confusion, looking at her unfamiliar surroundings, where there was no one, and glanced down at her light brain. It was a message from Qingxin. Mu Qingxin hesitated to answer, feeling a bit scared, afraid that Qingxin's sudden call was to tell her some bad news. She didn't want to hear it. The light brain kept ringing, and Qingxin's heart raced with each sound, filled with worry, fearing that Mu Qingxin already knew and would do something drastic. Mu Qingxin still didn't answer Qingxin's call, staring at the light brain. Her hand wanting to press the button, but hesitating. In the end, she still pressed it, logged onto the Star Network, and searched for what happened that morning. But before she could search, she already saw the headlines everywhere reporting the complete annihilation of the third team. Mu Qingxin stared blankly at the message above, one of which stated that the commander of the third combat team, Mu Fengyan, had perished alongside the Zerg at the age of. Tears fell unexpectedly, and then she saw condolence messages from Dongfang Ling, Shui Huanlan, and others. Lowering her head, Mu Qingxin scrolled through them one by one. Suddenly, the image of Qingxin appeared in front of her. Mu Qingxin blinked away her tears, looking at the image in confusion, unsure if it was real or not. Qingxin, seeing Mu Qingxin in tears, felt a pang in his heart, his eyes flashing with reluctance and pain. "Be good, don't cry. I'm here. Don't worry, I will definitely find Commander Mu." Hearing this, Mu Qingxin finally realized that Qingxin was indeed speaking to her, listening to his words. Her tears flowed again, having been pent up for so long. It was as if she had finally found an outlet and broke down completely. "Why you tell me? That's a lie. My dad is coming to Capital Star tomorrow. He told me yesterday that he brought me gifts. The rumors online are all false, right?" Mu Qingxin looked at Qingxin with longing, hoping to hear the answer she desperately wanted from him. Qingxin looked at her with pain in his eyes and said softly, "Qingxin, you have to be strong. So far, Commander Mu's body hasn't been found, which is the best result. It means there is still a glimmer of hope. Commander Mu might still be alive. Right now, Your family must be very sad. So you need to be strong and be their support. Yes, my dad definitely has died. I need to go home. Mom must be very upset. Qingxin said hurriedly, wiping her face as she looked at Qingzhou. You help me keep an eye on my third brother. I understand. I will. Don't worry. Qingzhou promised, looking at the reinvigorated Qingxin. As long as she was okay, he would do anything for her. Qingxin stood up, and when she looked up again, she was calm, seeing Qingzhou's worried gaze. She opened her mouth, but couldn't find the words because she didn't know what to say at that moment. I will continue searching. Don't worry. I will definitely find Commander Mu, Qingzhou said, knowing what Qingxin wanted to say. Qingxin nodded through her heartache. Okay, I'll wait for your news. After they finished speaking, Qingzhou's image disappeared. Qingxin turned off her holographic device and quickly moved towards her dormitory. 2 minutes later, she returned to the dormitory, where no one was present. Ling Ling and Lan Lan were still in class. Qingxin quickly packed her things and asked Dean Haqilin for leave. Dean Haqilin received Qingxin's leave request and approved it without hesitation, also offering some comfort, expressing his own sorrow regarding Commander Mu's situation. Qingxin quickly left the academy, took out her flying device, and headed to the Mu family. On the way, she informed her friends that she was taking a leave of absence and would not be returning to the academy for a while. As for the last month of classes, she wouldn't attend either, since she had already earned enough credits, treating it as an early internship. Upon returning home, Qingxin was enveloped by the somber atmosphere of the house. When Pierre opened the door and saw Qingxin, he exclaimed in surprise, Master, how come you're back? Is Mom back? Qingxin asked with a serious face, Is Mom back? Pierre paused, realizing that the master already knew about Commander Mu's situation, and spoke softly. She's at home. The O family is also here. Qingxin nodded, indicating she understood, and quickly walked into the house. Upon entering the living room, she saw everyone there. Her mother and grandmother were teary-eyed, while her grandmother and aunts were comforting them, all showing signs of tears. Her grandfather, uncles, and great-grandfather were also present, but her uncles were not at home. Although her eldest uncle was in Capital Star, it seemed that the Empire was experiencing some unusual activity lately, so he had gone to the Border Star. Great-grandpa, grandpa, uncle, grandma, and Mom. Qingxin called out one by one. Qingxin, how come you're back? Grandpa Mu looked at Qingxin in surprise, but upon thinking of his son, he realized his granddaughter must have known, leading to a surge of sadness as he looked at her with red eyes. Is it about your father? Qingxin nodded solemnly, clenching her fists, and approached her mother, who was crying in the middle. She squatted in front of her and gently held her mother's hand. Mom. Oshume opened her swollen eyes and looked at her daughter with sorrow. My dear, don't worry, Mom. I feel that Dad hasn't disappeared. He must be waiting for us to find him somewhere. Mom, you need to be strong and wait for Dad to come back. Qingxin looked at her mother with determination. Oshume suddenly felt hope from her daughter's words. Yes, the result hasn't come out yet, and it hasn't been confirmed whether her husband really sacrificed himself. They had even found a body, so why was she crying here? Oshume was also a strong woman. She immediately stopped crying, sat up straight, and said firmly, That's right, Funyan's body hasn't been found. He might not be dead, waiting for me to find him somewhere. I can't just sit here and cry. I need to go find him. With that, she prepared to get up and leave. Where are you going? Don't forget, your third son is there right now, and Yushio is also searching there. If you go now, it'll be like a headless fly. What can you find? Grandpa O called out to stop her. Great-grandpa Mu also spoke up, daughter-in-law. You should take a break. Don't worry, Fengyan will be fine. Gio just told me he will do everything he can to find him. Stay at home for now, and it won't be too late to go when there's news. At that moment, Qingxin didn't hear the way great-grandpa addressed Qingzhou. She was only focused on her mother, tightly holding her hand. Yes, Mom. Right now the galaxy is filled with Zerg. Let us wait for news before we go. If we go now, we won't find any leads. Others also tried to persuade Oshume. Though she felt distressed, she agreed to their words, only consenting to stay home for now. That night, when no one was paying attention, she left Capital Star for Planet 101. The next morning, everyone discovered that Oshume was missing and were extremely worried. Fortunately, she managed to send them a message to let them know she was safe, which relieved everyone. However, with Commander Mu still not found, they also had to worry about Oshiome. In an instant, the remaining 4 members of the Mu family wore worried expressions every day. Mu Qingxin kept in touch with her elder brother, second brother, third brother, mother, and Qingzhou daily, hoping to gather some information, but she was always disappointed. Seeing her brother's haggard faces, she felt heartbroken but could do nothing. She couldn't show her sadness, as great-grandpa and her grandparents needed her care. After learning about Mu Fengyan's situation, Mu Qidong and Mu Qinan's first reaction was to go to the place where their father had encountered trouble. However, they could no longer leave the combat team without permission from their superiors and were unable to leave their station area. Thus, they could only be anxious and do nothing. They could only pin their hopes on Mu Qixi, as she was currently in the Yemen combat team. And this incident involving the 3rd combat team was also under the responsibility of the Yemen combat team. Currently, among all the combat teams, only the Yemen combat team was free, along with the connection to Qingzhou. Now 13 years had passed, and everyone in the Mu family knew about the relationship between Qingzhou and Mu Qingxin, except for Mu Qingxin herself, who still thought she was keeping a secret, unaware that everyone had already known. If it weren't for Qingzhou's good performance, they wouldn't have spoken up and continued to cooperate with Mu Qingxin's pretense of ignorance. Chapter 392, Imperial Attack on June 8, 4034. The Empire suddenly launched an attack on the Alliance. The 8th Battle Team stationed at the Border Star immediately counterattacked, but the Imperial forces were fierce and unstoppable. A distress signal was quickly sent back to the Alliance capital star. The leader, Shakuras, was furious upon receiving the news. What did the Empire intend to do? The Zerg were already threatening us. Humanity should unite to resist the Zerg instead of starting a civil war. Was this a desire for human extinction? Leader, what should we do now? The 8th Battle Team is about to be overrun. Ao Shifeng had just returned from the Border Star when he learned of the situation and was deeply worried. Shakuras looked at the positions of the various battle teams. There were a total of 10 teams. The 3rd Battle Team had already fallen, leaving 9. Currently, the other 7 teams were stationed at their respective stars, while the 8th Battle Team was in danger, and only the Underworld Battle Team was investigating the situation of the 3rd Battle Team in the star system. If I send the 4th Battle Team for support, do you think the Empire will sneak in through here and infiltrate the Alliance? Shakuras asked, pointing to a star system. The capital star was located in the center of the Alliance's star system, with battle teams stationed around to prevent attacks from other races. If the 4th Battle Team left, there would be 1 less defender. Would they be ambushed by the Zerg or the Empire? Looking at the deployment above, Ao Shifeng was also uncertain. The Alliance was under attack from both sides. Not only did they have to defend against the Zerg, but now they also had to guard against the Empire's attack. I can't bear to see the 8th Battle Team fall. Shakuras ordered the 4th Battle Team to be dispatched to the Border Star for support, instructing them to ensure that some personnel remained to guard their star. After receiving the order, the commander of the 4th Battle Team immediately set off, leaving behind a group of personnel before quickly heading to the Border Star to support the 8th Battle Team. On the capital star, everyone was anxious, discussing why the Empire suddenly attacked the Alliance at this moment. After receiving a message from Lingling, Mu Qingxin hurriedly logged onto the star network and saw the news about the Empire attacking the Alliance. Upon seeing this news, she immediately contacted Wangxi and Meiklun. Although she knew she might not be able to reach them, she still wanted to try, but indeed, no one replied. High Ancestor, should we hurry and bring back the people in the Empire? Mu Qingxin asked, looking at the High Ancestor, who seemed to have aged a lot in the past few days. Mu Gaozu also learned of the news from the Empire. His face darkened as he shook his head. Now is not the time to think about whether we want them to return. They probably won't be able to come back unless the Empire and the Alliance reach a balance again. The two sides have already blocked all major routes. And those people in the Empire's Clear Sky Food City, how can they return? Can we contact them? Mu Qingxin asked worriedly. Mu Gaozu looked at Mu Qingxin and reassured her, don't worry. This morning, they sent a message saying they are safe for now because the Empire's people are still going to the stores to buy food and no one is capturing them. Some members of his own family are also in the Empire. I told them to go to the Zhong family's company in the Empire if they need anything. They should be able to hide there for a while. The Zhong family has plenty of defensive equipment and should be well prepared for self-protection. Hearing this, Qingxin felt relieved. Hi, Ancestor. Why do you think the Empire is attacking us at this critical moment? Shouldn't we be attacking the Zerg together? Mu Gaozu shook his head. I don't know what the situation is now. Qingxin thought for a moment and suddenly had a possibility flash through her mind. Hi, Ancestor. Could it be that the Zerg have invaded the Empire? Mu Gaozu's face darkened. If that's the case, then humanity is truly at a disadvantage again. Qingxin listened to the High Ancestor's words, remaining silent as she followed his gaze out the window, looking at the overcast sky, feeling a heavy heart. Empire Young Master. Are you okay? Is everything all right? Meiklun looked worriedly at Wangxi's bleeding arm, quickly taking out a hemostatic agent and bandages. Wangxi shook his head. No need. I have this. Wangxi took out the healing powder given to him by Qingxin from his spatial pocket. After applying it, the continuously bleeding area on his arm immediately healed, returning to normal. This was the healing powder developed by Qingxin through meaningless research, made from a few tears of Yi. After it was completed, she shared it with everyone. Looking at this powder, Meiklun and Wangxi suddenly fell silent. Right? They had returned to the Empire now and no longer needed to use the name of the Alliance. Their real names were Swang and Meiklun from now on. They will use their real names. Young Master, let's hurry back. We just startled the Crown Prince. He should be sending someone to investigate now. Meiklun said anxiously. Swang looked back and nodded. Let's go. The two quickly returned to Swang's palace, hurriedly changing their clothes. Just as they finished changing, they heard the Crown Prince's guards arrive with a group of people to search. In the afternoon, the third prince and Swang coughed as he looked at the group in front of him, puzzled. What are you doing? Seeing the weak third prince, the guard's eyes flashed with mockery. A thief appeared at the Crown Prince's place just now, so we are searching for suspicious individuals. I wonder if His Royal Highness the Third Prince has seen any suspicious characters? The guard's eyes were fixed on Swang's right arm. Meiklun brought a cup of water and handed it to Swang. Swang steadied himself with his right arm to take the cup and said, I've been here the whole time and haven't seen any suspicious individuals. If you don't believe me, feel free to search. Just remember not to break my things. Swang knew that whatever he said, this group would search his residence, so he simply let them do it openly, thus maintaining his dignity. Hearing Swang's straightforwardness, the guard coldly snorted in his heart, thinking Swang was sensible, and began the search. Report. Nothing was found. The guard heard his subordinate's report and walked up to Swang, saying, Sorry for disturbing you, Your Highness the Third Prince. But may I ask if you could let my subordinates take a look at your right arm? Swang's face showed confusion. Why? Because the thief was injured on his right arm by the Crown Prince, so how dare you? You suspect His Royal Highness the Third Prince. Meiklun yelled angrily. The guard, unafraid, looked at Meiklun. This is all to find the thief. The thief stole something important from the Crown Prince, and I believe His Royal Highness the Third Prince understands the Crown Prince's temper. To avoid upsetting him, please show us your right arm. You, Meiklun. Swang stopped Meiklun, smiling. What's the big deal about showing my right arm? I'm not a girl, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Besides, looking at it won't cost me a piece of meat. Go ahead and look. Swang extended his right arm. Chapter 393. Assimilated by the Zerg. Just as the guard was about to step forward to look, Meiklun stepped in first, slowly rolling up Swang's right sleeve. Fortunately, the sleeve was wide, and with a pull, it could be lifted to reveal his arm. Looking at Swang's smooth and tender arm, the guard's eyes flashed with disdain. This third prince's body was truly like a girl's, not strong at all. How could a man's arm be so soft and white? Ugh. After inspecting Swang's arm, the guard's gaze turned to Meiklun. Meiklun, holding back his anger, yanked down the right sleeve, exposing Swang's unharmed arm, staring coldly into the guard's eyes. After the guard looked, he saw Meiklun's glare and wasn't angry. He quietly sneered and then left with his men. Once the people left, Meiklun stepped forward to close the door and turned to carefully examine Swang's right arm. Fortunately, they had Qingxin's healing powder. Otherwise, they might have been discovered. Swang looked at his unscathed right arm, a smile flashing in his eyes. Yes, it was fortunate to have remembered the good friends he met during his time in the Alliance. That was his luck. seeing the expression on Swang's face. Meiklun understood what he was thinking. Looking at Swang, he asked, "Young master, why did you want to come back? If you don't come back, you can still live well in the Alliance. At worst, with everyone's help, you can easily find a position." Swan looked up at Macallan, the partner who had been by his side since childhood. "Macallan, do you think living in the Alliance will wash away my background?" "Young master," Macallan murmured. He knew what the young master had experienced since childhood, but why couldn't he completely abandon this identity? After all, there was nothing worth remembering here anymore. Swan looked at the extravagant yet empty furnishings of the room. Even after 3 months of returning, he still hadn't gotten used to it. Everything felt so unfamiliar. He hadn't had a good night's sleep in 3 months. Every time the night grew quiet, he would miss another galaxy, miss her. The girl who always smiled brightly and loved to bicker with him when she saw him. Swan forced himself not to think too much about it. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist contacting her. He had suddenly left the Alliance without telling anyone, especially her. She must be very angry, right? Perhaps in a few years, she would meet someone better. "Young master, just now His Highness the Crown Prince," Macallan asked. Upon hearing this, Swan's expression darkened, and he said coldly, "You're right. My elder brother has already been assimilated by the Zerg, and his palace is probably filled with them. What about the king?" Macallan looked worriedly at Swan. "Today, Father issued an order to attack the Alliance to seize the Border Star. To give such an order, it's likely that the current king has also been assimilated by the Zerg." Swan thought of this possibility, his expression growing darker. Now, in the entire royal family, it seemed that only the second brother and the third sister were left. When they left, I gave them the powder to prevent Zerg hypnosis, and thankfully they took it. Otherwise, they would probably be in great danger now. In fact, it was the second prince, Rory, and Princess Isa who contacted Swan to return to the Empire. They had noticed the unusual behavior of the imperial royal family and immediately reached out to Swan, hoping he could return to help them. Given the current situation, the Zerg had already taken control of the entire royal family. Rory and Isa had a huge goal, and only Swan remained, with a smaller target that had always gone unnoticed, making it very suitable for him to return and investigate matters discreetly. After returning, Swan had already confirmed the list of those assimilated by the Zerg among the royal family's outer personnel. Today, he aimed to retrieve a list from the Crown Prince, which contained the names of the imperial nobles who had been assimilated by the Zerg. Unfortunately, just as he was about to get it, he was discovered and injured by the suddenly appearing Crown Prince. This time, he miscalculated the timing of the Crown Prince's return, alarming the enemy and making it harder to obtain that list, which would surely be relocated and heavily guarded, making it even more difficult to acquire. Swan said with a frown. Buzz, Swan's light brain vibrated. He opened it to see a message from his second brother, Rory. Swan quickly replied, and Rory responded just as quickly with only 4 words. "Stay calm." Seeing these 4 words, Swan's heart settled down. Now, all he could do was wait for the Zerg's vigilance to relax. Meanwhile, after leaving a group of personnel behind at the star system, the commander led the remaining personnel quickly to the Border Star. Because they were closest to the Border Star, they arrived in half a day's time. With the support of the 4th Combat Team, the situation of the 8th Combat Team was greatly alleviated as they fought against the Imperial Army. Under the assault of the 2 combat teams, the Imperial Army was thrown into disarray and retreated immediately. Zyaculas, stationed at the capital star, received the message from the Border Star and did not feel pleased. He immediately issued orders for the 8th Combat Team to hold the Border Star and activate the special protective shield to cover the Border Star, preventing the Imperial Army from launching another attack. The 4th Combat Team immediately returned to their station star, guarding their posts and ensuring safety. After the orders were given, the commanders of the 8th and 4th Combat Teams didn't even have time to celebrate, knowing that the situation was critical, and immediately followed the leader's instructions. Once the 4th Combat Team left the Border Star, the 8th Combat Team promptly activated the special protective shield covering the entire Border Star. The commander of the 4th Combat Team watched the protective shield activate over the Border Star and directed his team to return. However, just as they started to power up their ships, he received a distress signal from the deputy commander. There were invaders coming in. Upon seeing this message, the commander's heart sank, and he immediately issued orders for full speed ahead. There were intruders at the station star, Teams 4, 5, and 6 immediately boarded their ships, and after a spatial jump, they quickly left their ships to support the station star. Teams 7 and 8 were on standby, and Teams 9 and 10 prepared as backup. As the commander, he maintained enough calmness and clarity of mind. After making the deployments, he immediately linked to the video of the station star for remote coordination. You go report to the capital star. Tell them the station star of the 4th Combat Team is under attack and request immediate support. When the commander of the 4th Combat Team saw the appearance of the intruders at the station star, he immediately ordered his men to report it. It's a Zerg invasion. We request support. Yes. Immediately request support. The communications personnel quickly contacted the capital star to request assistance. Chapter 394. To the border star Zyaculas at the capital star had just caught his breath when he heard that the station star of the 4th Combat Team was invaded by the Zerg. He choked on his breath and immediately issued orders to have some personnel from the Phantom Combat Team sent over for support. Now he saw clearly that the Zerg infiltrated everywhere, and other combat teams could not move. Once they did, the Zerg would invade, gradually devouring human territories. So now, the only team he could mobilize was the Phantom Combat Team. Boss, the station star of the 4th Combat Team, was invaded by the Zerg. The capital star has issued a request for support. After receiving the order, Qingxin quickly found Qingzhou to report. After hearing this, Qingzhou immediately opened a map, noting that it would take them 4 spatial jumps to reach the area. Qingzhou frowned. It was too far. By the time we arrive, it would already be too late. I think so too, Qingxin said with a pout. They were simply too far from the star system. Qingzhou looked at the map and said, "Let Gray and they can take their people there." Okay. Qingxin received the order and immediately passed it down. Qingzhou watched the departing warship, his gaze deep. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a warship returning and immediately walked over. "Qixi, don't be sad. Uncle might not." Oyushio consoled the haggard Qixi. They had just returned from searching Planet 101, finding no information. The personnel from Planet 101 all said that they had seen Commander Mu perish with the Zerg, and by the time they arrived, there was nothing left. Hearing these words, Oyushio felt very distressed, not to mention Qixi. It had already been 4 days with no results. He always encouraged Qixi not to lose heart, but deep down, he also felt that Uncle was likely no longer in this world. He just feared Qixi would collapse, so he kept hoping. Qixi looked at Oyushio with a pale face and red eyes, shaking his head. He was already exhausted, having heard too much bad news. He could no longer listen, whether it was good or bad. "You're back." Qingzhou walked over, looking at Oyushio and Qixi. The other personnel had already returned to rest, leaving only these two standing there. Qingzhou glanced at the very haggard Qixi and darkened his gaze. "Qixi, I order you to go back and rest immediately." Qixi looked at Qingzhou and weakly said, "Boss, I'm fine. I request to continue searching." "No, your body has reached its limit. You need to rest and regain your strength to continue searching. If you exhaust yourself, think of your family. They are grieving for your father. Do you want to make them worry about you too?" Mu Qixi tightly closed his mouth. Hearing the word father, his heart ached. I couldn't continue to rest after hearing this. Qingzhou walked towards Mu Qixi, standing in front of him and looking at him. Mu Qixi also looked up at Qingzhou, not understanding what he was doing, while Yuxi silently stepped back and turned around. The next second, a thud was heard, followed by the voice of the boss, telling them to take him to his lounge. Yuxi turned around and saw Mu Qixi lying on the ground, being carried away by 2 people back to the lounge. "Boss," Yuxi walked up to Qingzhou. Qingzhou looked at Yuxi and asked, "Have you finished searching Planet 101? Are there any Zerg?" "No, there hasn't been any activity from the instruments on Planet 101, and we also searched everyone with instruments but found nothing unusual. The planet's lord has been very cooperative," Yuxi replied. Qingzhou turned and walked to the window, looking at Planet 101 outside, thinking about the searches over the past few days and realizing that they hadn't uncovered any information. Where did the Zerg come from? Why did they suddenly appear here? The surrounding planets had no awareness at all. And why had the 3rd squad been completely wiped out before being discovered? After such a long time, was there really no sign? Did no planet notice anything? They had checked all the unmanned information devices around them, but couldn't find any useful information. Everything seemed to be a mystery, trapped in a deadlock. Had all the members of the third squad sacrificed themselves silently? Qingxin furrowed his brows as he gazed into the boundless starry sky, thinking about the Zerg and the third squad. Suddenly, Qingxin turned and headed toward the control room, moving at full speed toward the border star. Yes, Ling Xian asked in confusion, "Boss, why are we going to the border star? Shouldn't we support the fourth squad? Isn't there nothing happening at the border star?" Qingxin's gaze was dark as he looked at the map. Perhaps the next place that needs support is there? Why? Ling Xian looked puzzled at Qingxin. But what about here? We haven't found the culprit behind the fall of the third squad. Can we leave like this? Qingxin didn't answer, watching the distant star systems and the increasingly distant planet 101. From afar, planet 101 seemed to glow with a faint green light. Qingxin squinted at the disappearing planet 101 and turned to leave. Ling Xian stood in front of the glass, watching the retreating star systems and the increasingly dark starry sky, suddenly feeling surrounded by darkness. Now that the Great War had begun, where would humanity head? Would they continue to survive, or would they head toward extinction? Everything was unknown. On Capital Star, Mu Qingxin took care of her grieving grandmother every day, accompanying her grandfather and great-grandfather in conversation. The atmosphere at home was always gloomy and sad. Mu Qingxin forced a smile every day to cheer up her elders. But the news she received from Qingxin was always disappointing. During her free time, Mu Qingxin practiced in her space. The echo technique was left with the final layer of unification, and she had been practicing the 12 moves, with only 2 moves remaining. One day, after coaxing her grandmother to sleep and saying goodbye to her great-grandfather and grandfather, she returned to her room and entered the space. As soon as she entered, she was surrounded by Xiaohua and Yi, who sensed her presence. Mommy, I just defeated Xiaohua. Am I amazing?" Yi stretched her arms and clung to Mu Qingxin's arm, acting cute and climbing onto her. Mu Qingxin supported Yi with one hand, smiling down at her. Now Yi had also leveled up, and her appearance had changed. Her body was still like a green vine, but the previously slender green vine had become the thickness of a lotus root, looking adorable. However, Yi's body could still stretch freely, just more robust, and the spikes on top were sharper and more pointed. Chapter 395, all because of the Zerg previously, due to merging with Xiaohua. Yi's color had also changed somewhat. Now, Yi's color had developed towards a dark green, while the spikes on her body were fire red, looking quite terrifying. However, Mu Qingxin found them soft to the touch. "That's great. Yi is getting better and better," Mu Qingxin praised. "What? I clearly let you win just now. If it weren't for old 9 coming and distracting me, I wouldn't have lost." Xiaohua protested angrily from the side. Mu Qingxin waved at Xiaohua with her other hand, and Xiaohua happily flew over, landing in the palm of her hand. Mu Qingxin weighed Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, you're getting heavier now." Although the shape hadn't changed, Xiaohua was now more solid. Hearing this, Xiaohua proudly said, "Heavy is good. Being heavy means I'm getting stronger." Yes, you're getting better and better too," Mu Qingxin replied with a smile. "And what about old 9? Old 9, what have you been eating lately? Why does your waist look like it's gotten thicker?" The 10 poisonous needle bees in the space had maintained their size, similar to the size of bumblebees from her past life, completely unlike the giant poisonous needle bees she saw in the starry sky. Now their size was probably only 1% of that of the giant poisonous needle bees. However, Mu Qingxin leaned in close to old 9, who was embarrassed by her gaze. He immediately covered his waist with 6 hands, shyly saying, "Where? I'm not fat. Not fat. Oh, then I must have seen it wrong," Mu Qingxin said with a smile, straightening up. "You guys go play. I need to practice. By the way, can you help me pick some fruit later? I want to make some fruit porridge for Grandma, Grandpa, and Great-Grandpa. I'll also send some to Grandpa later." Recently, everyone's mood had been poor, and they probably didn't have an appetite for meals or fruits. Drinking some porridge would be easier to digest and could replenish their energy. Over the past 13 years, Mu Qingxin's space had leveled up twice, and now it was larger, with denser spiritual energy. Many fruits and medicinal herbs had grown, and to her surprise, there were even some living animals on an additional mountain, familiar from her past life. The house had transformed from a small wooden hut into a small villa. The only thing that remained unchanged was the spiritual spring water. No matter how large the space became or how many plants and animals were in it, that spring water remained as large as ever. Therefore, Qingxin specifically had Ye and the others use the spring water to irrigate several different fruit trees and medicinal herbs. Although the fruit trees in the space were also absorbing the spiritual energy, the fruits from the trees watered with spring water were still different from those watered with regular water, having denser spiritual energy and better taste. Thus, Qingxin instructed Ye and the others to periodically water all the fruit trees with diluted spring water, while a few specific trees were watered with undiluted spring water. One reason for her family's strong health was because they ate fruit every day, but now everyone was in sadness and had lost their appetite for meals and fruits. Qingxin felt very distressed and prepared to make a pot of fruit porridge for everyone to drink to replenish their energy. She didn't want to see anyone fall again. They were all her beloved family, and she wanted a happy life without losing anyone. Ye and Xiaohua happily went to pick fruit, finally having something to do. Now that the upgraded space had extended its time, it was 15, one compared to the outside world, meaning 15 days in the space equaled 1 day outside. Qingxin calmed her mind and began practicing the 12 moves, starting from the first move. Each move looked very simple, but every move required all the spiritual energy within her. Though seemingly lacking in strength, it could actually take down an adult alien beast. When she practiced the 11th move, her movements gradually slowed down. She was still somewhat unsteady with the 11th move, needing to practice some parts repeatedly. Perhaps she would need to practice millions of times to master it smoothly. After practicing for a while, Qingxin was drenched in sweat, her clothes completely soaked. She stopped, sat down, and began to meditate, using her mental cultivation technique to regulate the empty spiritual energy within her body. Suddenly, the visible spiritual energy in the space rapidly entered Qingxin's body. When her internal spiritual energy was sufficient, she opened her eyes and observed everything in the space. Her mental strength spread out, instantly enveloping the entire area. She relaxed her breathing and gradually saw animals grazing on the distant hill. She could even hear the sounds of animals munching on grass, the crunching noise of grass being chewed, and the sound of it being moved down the intestines. Qingxin's mental strength became increasingly refined and solid. If Qingzhou were here, he would probably be very surprised, as Qingxin's mental strength might now be more advanced than his. Qingxin exhausted her mental strength completely, and after doing so, with a pale face, she continued to meditate to allow her mental strength to recover slowly. When her mental strength recovered again, it would expand and solidify once more. Qingxin reached this conclusion through constant experimentation. To make progress, one must first exhaust the existing energy, and by repeating this process, progress would be faster. When her mental strength recovered, Qingxin opened her eyes, silently took out her phoenix string instrument, and caressed it with both hands. Suddenly, she thought of the song she had planned to play for her father when he returned home, to help him relax. However, now her father had not returned, and her mother had also left Capital Star because of the insect race. Clang! Swish! Qingxin plucked the strings of the instrument, and the invisible notes instantly transformed into sharp blades, cutting through the tender grass around her. Qingxin's eyes shone with a cold light as her hands continued to play. The previously peaceful atmosphere suddenly became solemn and dangerous, and the space immediately fell into a tense state. The animals on the distant hill, upon hearing the music, hurried back to their nests, while those without nests buried their heads deep into their chests, trembling with fear. In the distance, Ye, Xiaohua, and Lao Jiu, who were picking fruits, also stopped. "Oh no, Mama's playing that terrifying song again," Ye said fearfully. Let us go to the boss and hide with Lao Jiu." Xiaohua Yayan Lao Hu. Hearing Xiaohua, Ye immediately followed, and Lao Jiu quickly joined, reminding, "It's fine to hide, but Ye, you have to retract your spikes later. Don't damage our home." And Xiaohua, "Control your temperature. Otherwise, our hard-bill home will be gone." Okay, I know. Let us hurry up or we'll be finished." Xiaohua moved quickly. Hearing the increasingly urgent music, Ye and Lao Jiu also quickened their pace. "Oh no, This is like a death knell. Every time I hear this music, it feels like my waist is about to break. It's terrifying. At this moment, Lao Jiao and the others were hiding in the nest built by the poisonous needle bees. During their time in this space, the 10 poisonous needle bees had only been gathering honey, but when the boss suddenly suggested a competition to build houses, the 10 bees became interested and built one bizarre nest after another. This area of the forest was primitive, chosen by the poisonous needle bees when they first arrived. And now each tree had a large, oddly shaped beehive. In the center, there was an exceptionally large hive that looked exactly like the only house in the space. When Qingxin saw it, she was shocked, looking at the proud poisonous needle bees, and she felt they were not just bees but a group of skilled architects. At this moment, the 10 poisonous needle bees, along with Xiaohua and Yi, were hiding in the innermost layer of that villa, covered by layers of hives. But they still could not block the sound of Qingxin's music. What's going on, Qingxin? Why is she playing that song again? It's terrifying, the boss said, trembling. Next time, let Qingxin go out and play to scare other bees. Lao Shi covered his head, saying painfully. Xiaohua and Yi both looked conflicted. Sigh. Don't say anything. Mom is in a bad mood today. Let her vent. In a bad mood? Why? Lao Er asked in confusion. Xiaohua looked at the poisonous needle bees and said, "Isn't it because of those insect races outside? It seems Qingxin's father was attacked by them, and now he is missing." In recent days, to comfort her family, Qingxin had let Xiaohua and Yi stay outside to entertain them. The home had been too quiet, very oppressive, so Qingxin wanted to bring more liveliness and warmth to the house. Okay then, let her vent. The 10 poisonous needle bees fell silent, realizing there was a reason for it, so they let it go. At this moment, scenes of spending time with her family flashed through Qingxin's mind. She was a family-oriented person, but in her past life, she had no family to cherish. Now that she had a family, she poured all her heart into them. If she could, she hoped her family could live long, safe, and healthy, and never leave her. Perhaps she was selfish. In front of her family, she always acted like a child, hoping to receive their love. Indeed, by acting like a child, she received a lot of affection. It seemed that as time passed, she forgot that she was originally an adult, forgetting that she was actually a cold-hearted person. Where a family became the one she cherished, anyone who harmed them would be punished. Boom! Suddenly, the entire space underwent a dramatic change. The spiritual energy within the space swirled like a vortex, sweeping through everything, leaving the area looking as if it had just been bombed. As the vortex approached the woods, Xiaohua and Yi immediately flew out, loudly calling for Qingxin, hoping to bring her back to reality. Scene. Mom, stop. Please stop. However, the voices of Xiaohua and Yi did not reach Qingxin. They were blocked and dissipated by the invisible notes. In the realm of sound, the deadly music Qingxin played could block all other sounds. The poisonous needle bees became anxious and fearful, realizing that their home was in danger. Xiaohua and Yi looked at the unresponsive Qingxin, worried, but they couldn't get close to her. Suddenly, Lao Jiao flew up. I'm going. Lao Jiao shouted as it flew towards Qingxin. Xiaohua and Yi watched Lao Jiao with concern, knowing its uniqueness but uncertain if it could avoid Qingxin's music. Lao Jiao seemed to see the notes, dodging one after another. But when it approached within 200 meters of Qingxin, it could go no further. It saw that the area around Qingxin was densely packed with notes, with no gaps to pass through, and could only shout loudly from that distance. Scene. Qingxin, please stop. The faint cries resonated in Qingxin's ears. Her mental strength immediately surged toward the source of the sound, and she saw Lao Jiao calling out. Suddenly, Qingxin came to her senses and stopped, looking at the chaotic space and the swirling spiritual energy that continued to spin. Qingxin paused, immediately resumed playing the phoenix string instrument, and this time, gentle and warm melodies erupted, like a pair of warm hands gently caressing the spiritual energy, pulling it back softly and dissipating it into the air. Next, a healing note drifted across the entire space, restoring everything that had just been harmed to its original state. That was terrifying. Looks like we should still pay rent in the future, Otherwise, there's no sense of security. Lao Shi patted his chest and said. The other poisonous needle bees also agreed, realizing it was time to pay rent and ensure that Qingxin guaranteed their safety. Otherwise, it would be too frightening, too terrifying. Qingxin looked apologetically at everything in the space. The music being played became increasingly gentle, and wherever the notes traveled, they soothed all the plants and animals, making them forget their recent fears. Moments later, in the space, everything except Qingxin had forgotten what had just happened. Yeah, Viao Huo. And Lao Jiu happily went to pick fruits again, and the other wasp workers followed to help. The animals on the mountain continued to graze and play in a stable manner, while the plants in the space quietly absorbed the spiritual energy, slowly storing energy. Seeing this scene, Qingxin let out a sigh of relief and put away the phoenix string. It seemed that in the future, she should avoid playing lethal music in the space. What if one day it caused the space to collapse? Qingxin shook her head, thinking about the last layer of the echo technique. Unity. What is unity? The last layer of the echo technique had only these two words, and nothing else was said. How could she practice it? Qingxin already knew the power of the echo technique, but she was anxious because she couldn't master the last layer. Unity. Was it to combine the previous 4 layers together? Or was it a separate piece? Qingxin had thought for a long time and made various attempts, but she just couldn't figure out the final unity. She didn't know when she would be able to comprehend it. In the space, Qingxin made fruit porridge. Since the space could keep things fresh, she wasn't worried about the porridge cooling down. She took out a compressed thermal box. The current box was an upgraded version researched by Zonglin, capable of keeping things fresh for a long time and controlling temperature, to prevent it from cooling down in the hands of others. After packing the fruit porridge, Qingxin took Xiaohua, Yi, and Lao Jiu out of the space. She hadn't brought Lao Jiu out before because she was afraid he would accidentally harm others. But today, it seemed that Lao Jiu's special abilities were far beyond what Qingxin had discovered. She had known Lao Jiu was special before, but she hadn't expected him to be so powerful now, able to see invisible notes. Bringing Lao Jiu out might also make her family a bit happier. Great-grandfather, Grandpa, Grandma, I made fruit porridge. It's delicious, and you must finish it today. I also brought Lao Jiu. Qingxin led Xiaohua, Yi, and Lao Jiu downstairs. Just as they were on the stairs, they saw great-grandfather and the others looking serious at the projection displayed by great-grandfather. Qingxin walked over in confusion. Great-grandfather, what are you doing? Qingxin sat down and took out the fruit porridge from the space while looking up at the projection. Now, the insect race had been exposed to humanity. Recently, they had completely stopped hiding. The first level and second level literary stars, a total of 16 planets, had all fallen overnight. According to statistics, a total of 348 people were attacked by the insect race on these 16 planets, which meant that the number of humans assimilated by the insect race had increased by nearly 60,000. Now, the first and second level literary star systems had all been sealed off, guarded by the second battle team. Qingxin was shocked as she watched the report above. Suddenly, the projection was turned off. Qingxin was still in a daze, staring blankly at great-grandfather. Sigh, nearly 60,000 people just like that. Great-grandfather Mu said painfully. Beside him, Grandma Mu and Grandpa Mu were equally sorrowful. As fellow humans and of the same race, how could they not feel heartbroken? At this moment, Qingxin finally realized that the insect race had attacked the lower-level literary star systems. What do they want? To gradually undermine humanity? At the same time, on Planet 101, in an ordinary residence, a group of people was sitting. At the head was a woman. If Qingxin were here, she might recognize her. This woman was AI Yufu from back then. At this moment, AI Yufu. No, she was no longer AI Yufu. She was now the queen of the insect race. Her body was frighteningly thin, with her abdomen being surprisingly large. Your Majesty, where do we attack next? Asked a bug disguised in human skin respectfully. AI Yufu's sharp gaze looked at her fellow race members, one hand lightly tapping the table while the other gently stroked her enormous belly. She said casually, have the members of the Nether Battle team definitely left? The planet's master stood up and respectfully said, "It has been confirmed that they have left. They have been investigating for so long, and we have now developed a way to shield those instruments. They can no longer see that we are the insect race. Now the entire planet belongs to us, and our statements are consistent. Even if they have doubts, they cannot uncover any information. Rather than waste time here, it is better to leave. The monitors have already checked the star system, and there is no sign of the Nether battle team. They have all left." Upon hearing this, AI Yufu smiled with satisfaction, a cold smile appearing on her pale cheeks, her eyes gleaming with gloom. "Very well. I bet the young commander, you never thought we would develop a shielding device. Their scanning devices are completely useless now. Notify the Research Institute to mass-produce the shielding devices. Once produced, we will continue to conquer planets. One day, the entire star system will belong to our insect race. Humans will become our slaves." Suddenly, AI Yufu clutched her belly and let out a painful hiss, her face becoming even paler. The people below looked worried at this scene. A nearby insect immediately brought a cup of bright red liquid and handed it to AI Yufu. She trembled as she took the cup and drank deeply, then closed her eyes, slowly waiting for the pain to subside. After a moment, AI Yufu opened her eyes and lovingly stroked her belly. The people below looked at AI Yufu and said with concern, "Your Majesty, the next batch of larvae won't be born for another 10 days. Why not wait until they're born and change to another body? This body is too weak." AI Yufu raised her arm, looking at her thin arm, and shook her head. "Let's wait a bit longer. I want her to live a little longer. After all, she was the one who awakened me and allowed me to be reborn. Without her, there would be no us today. Let her live for a while longer." Upon hearing the queen's words, the people below stopped persuading her. If AI Yufu were still alive at this moment, she would surely regret it deeply. Back then, AI Yufu was the only girl in her family and was very favored. Because of this, she developed a spoiled and willful personality, doing whatever it took to get what she wanted. At that time, she envied a classmate who had a piece of dark green obsidian and wanted it desperately. But that classmate was her rival. So, she went home and asked her father for it. However, obsidian was already rare in the starry sky, let alone dark green obsidian. The AI family had no obsidian. To possess a piece of obsidian, AI Yufu searched all the information about obsidian on the star network and finally confirmed that a planet might have obsidian, so she went to that planet alone. The data said that obsidian existed in places where volcanic eruptions occurred, and that planet had once experienced a volcanic eruption, which had helped humanity exterminate the insect race. That's right, that planet was the former nest of the insect race. Although AI Yufu was a woman, her courage was extraordinary. For what she desired, to satisfy her greed, she could do anything. That planet had been sealed off, and humans in the starry sky were very wary of it because it represented danger as the insect race's nest. Even though the insect race had been exterminated, the fear and vigilance remained. AI Yufu set foot on that planet. Carrying a black obsidian detector she bought for a high price and began her 2-month search for obsidian. By a twist of fate, AI Yufu arrived at the place where the insect queen had been destroyed, completely unaware of it. Yufu searched for over 2 months, but couldn't find a single obsidian stone. Just as she was about to leave in utter disappointment, she suddenly saw a flash of green. She immediately looked over and was pleasantly surprised to find a dark green obsidian among a pile of rubble. This obsidian was even more beautiful than that of her nemesis. Yufu was overjoyed and admired the stone against the sky. Suddenly, she noticed something inside it. As she leaned in for a closer look, the obsidian suddenly melted, and Yufu fell into a coma. The obsidian was not actually obsidian. It was the heart of the insect queen of the insect race, sealed away just before her demise, waiting for someone to find it, which would be the moment of her rebirth. When Yufu woke up again, she was no longer the original Yufu. Her body had been invaded by the insect queen, and true replacement would occur 1 month later when Yufu had returned to the capital star. Although the real Yufu was dead, the one who allowed the queen to be reborn used this body in gratitude. Knowing this body couldn't endure too much mating and laying eggs, the queen decided to drink human blood to nourish her offspring. The next target, the capital star? Ayufu said firmly, her eyes flashing dark green. Upon hearing this command, those below were filled with excitement, their eyes flashing green. June 2034 was a difficult month for Qingxin, as it seemed to be filled with bad news. One piece of bad news after another heavily struck humanity. The insect race was cunning, attacking humans and then disappearing without a trace, as if they appeared and vanished in an instant, making it impossible to catch them. This left humanity feeling extremely stifled, unable to find a target for retaliation against the insect race. That night, Qingxin went to bed early to rest. Following her recent routine, she sat on her bed and enveloped the entire capital star with her mental power, surveying everything for abnormalities. If she found nothing unusual, she would then go to sleep, as her mental power spread across the planet. Preparing for a detailed survey, she suddenly sensed the mental power of the flame tree wrapping around her again. Qingxin frowned. Since the flame tree had asked for her help years ago, she hadn't been in contact with it. Even when she later visited the flame park, the flame tree didn't reach out to her. Did something happen this time? With confusion, Qingxin linked her mental power with the flame tree. Heart thirthy art. Flame tree? It's me, Heart. Hurry and notify everyone to leave this place, quickly. Leave this place? Why? What happened? Upon hearing this, Qingxin's heart raced. Wasn't it said that they could live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years? Why did everyone need to leave? The insect race is coming. They're underground. Quickly leave the capital star. Insect race. Qingxin suddenly opened her eyes, realizing they were underground. She thought of this and closed her eyes again, allowing her mental power to seep into the surface, carefully scanning. Previously, she had only observed the planet's surface and never checked underground. Were the insect races hiding underground after the invasion of the planet? Qingxin gradually extended her mental power downward. Suddenly, she saw. When she opened her eyes again, her face was covered in sweat, and goosebumps rose all over her body. What she had just seen was truly horrifying. She saw 1,000 meters underground, densely packed with green soft bodies, slowly writhing up toward the surface in all directions. 1,000 meters deeper, there was a thin membrane of insect eggs. It seemed a pile of insect eggs had long been hidden underground in the capital star, and once they hatched, they would begin to burrow upward. When they emerged, it would be when humanity on the entire planet was attacked. Suddenly, Qingxin shivered. No, she had to notify everyone to leave the capital star immediately. Qingxin stood up. The first person she thought of was Qingzhou. She quickly opened her light brain to contact Qingzhou, but couldn't get through. At that moment, Qingzhou was continuously jumping through space and couldn't receive Qingxin's message. Unable to reach Qingzhou, Qingxin became more anxious, put on her shoes, and rushed downstairs. Grandpa Gao! Grandpa Gao! Qingxin shouted, knowing that Grandpa Gao might be able to contact the leader. Still awake, Grandpa Mu was in his study when he heard his great-granddaughter's voice and immediately walked out, asking urgently, "What's wrong? What happened?" Xin has never been this anxious before. Grandpa Mu and Grandma Mu, who were preparing to sleep, also came out, worried. Seeing Grandpa Gao, Qingxin anxiously said, "Grandpa, can you contact the leader?" Grandpa Gao looked at Qingxin in confusion. "Yes, take your time to explain. What happened?" Qingxin took a deep breath, looking at her grandparents and Grandpa Gao's concerned expressions, and said solemnly, "The flame tree just told me to hurry and get everyone to leave the capital star. There are insects underground." "What?" Grandpa Mu and Grandma Mu exclaimed in surprise. Grandpa Gao's expression immediately turned serious as he looked at Qingxin. Xin, are you sure?" Qingxin nodded. "I just penetrated my mental power underground, and I saw many insects. They're currently crawling toward the surface, just 1,000 meters away. At their speed, they will likely emerge by the day after tomorrow at the latest, or perhaps even tomorrow night if they are faster." The hearts of the three sank. Grandpa Gao looked at Qingxin. "Did you really see it? This concerns the entire capital star." Qingxin firmly nodded. "Grandpa, I'm sure." Seeing the determination in his great-granddaughter's eyes, Grandpa Gao immediately turned to contact the leader in his study. At that moment, Shakarasi, who was holding a meeting in the conference room, received a call on his light brain. Having not slept for 2 days and nights due to frequent insect and imperial attacks. Shakarasi had called an emergency meeting to gather all the high-level officials to discuss the insect races situation. In the conference room, the high-ranking officials looked serious. The threat of the insect race was becoming increasingly severe, and many were pondering how to respond. Shakarasi looked at the high-ranking officials in front of him and said sternly, "We must take action. We cannot allow the insect race to continue expanding. We need to devise a set of effective countermeasures." "Yes, Shakarasi, we cannot sit idly by." An official interjected, their eyes shining with determination. "We need to strengthen our defenses, especially in border areas. The insect race's activities are becoming more frequent." Chapter 397. Leaving the capital star, 1. Ding ding. Shakarasi looked down at his light brain and saw a message from the elders of the Mu family. He opened the communication. Under normal circumstances, the elders of the Mu family would not easily contact him, and each time they did, it was for something important. The others in the room saw the leader communicating with someone and collectively fell silent, glancing at the person sitting at the front. "Uncle Mu." Shakarasi respectfully called upon, seeing the person in the video. Grandpa Gao looked at Shakarasi and replied respectfully, "Hello, leader. I have something important to discuss with you. I'm not sure if it's a good time." Shakarasi noticed Grandpa Gao's serious demeanor and tightened his expression. He was most afraid of hearing bad news again. Looking at the people in the conference room and the leader's gaze, everyone lowered their heads. Shakarasi stood up and said to Grandpa Gao, "Please hold on a moment," then turned to the others and said, "I apologize. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please wait a moment. I will be back shortly." He quickly left the conference room. "Uncle Mu, you can speak now," Shakarasi said as he entered another room, looking at Grandpa Gao. Grandpa Gao paused, thinking that time was of the essence, and said heavily, "Just now my great-granddaughter said that the flame tree contacted her again." The flame tree? Zyacula's immediately thought of the flame tree as the guardian tree of Capital Star, which had become the guardian tree because of that little girl back then. In Capital Star, it was necessary to inform the leader about things when needed. Otherwise, keeping everything from the leader, who might know something anyway, would lead to speculation, resulting in bad events later on. For Mu Qingxin's sake and to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Mu Gaozu chose to speak truthfully. So the leader was aware of Mu Qingxin's uniqueness and the situation between the flame tree and Mu Qingxin at that time. Now that he knew the flame tree had found the little girl from the Mu family, his first instinct was to wonder what had happened in Capital Star. Mu Gaozu sighed, although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. He felt that it might really be the flame tree telling Qingxin to notify everyone to leave Capital Star. There were bugs underground, and Qingxin's mental power was somewhat special. She had penetrated underground and found that at a depth of 1,000 meters, there were swarms of bugs drilling towards the surface. Another 1,000 meters down were broken bug eggs, which had likely been buried underground for a long time. Zyacula's felt a chill run through his body, staring at the video of Mu Gaozu, unable to speak for a long time. After a moment, he looked at Mu Gaozu in confusion and asked softly, "Uncle Mu, what do you think we should do now? So many people in Capital Star need to go somewhere. How do we settle them? Are humans really going to face another apocalypse?" Mu Gaozu couldn't answer. His mind was still empty, tangled with thoughts since hearing the news. It felt like there were many issues he and T dealt with, and he didn't know how to handle them. Looking at the leader, who appeared like a child for the first time, Mu Gaozu had never seen him display such an expression. In front of everyone, the leader had always maintained a calm and composed demeanor, a pillar of support for all the Alliance members. "Leader, at this moment, you cannot panic. Everyone in the Alliance needs your guidance. You must remain calm and rational. We will always follow you, no matter the outcome or the process." The strong and powerful words pulled Zyacula's out of his confusion. Indeed, he couldn't panic. The citizens of the Alliance were still waiting for him to rescue them, and the citizens of Capital Star needed him to make arrangements. He couldn't lose control. Looking up again, he saw the rational and calm leader he had known. Zyacula's looked at Mu Gaozu and said calmly, "Thank you, Uncle Mu. Please tell Qingxin thank you for me. I will go arrange things now." Mu Gaozu saw that the leader had regained his composure and breathed a sigh of relief, smiling. "All right, I will let Qingxin know. Leader, we are waiting for your arrangements." Xiaculus turned off the light brain, stood there to calm himself, and a minute later walked out of the room with his head held high towards the conference room. A great battle was about to begin. When Mu Gaozu came out of the study, Mu Qingxin and her grandparents were sitting quietly in the living room. No one spoke, lost in their thoughts. Upon seeing Mu Gaozu, the three immediately turned their gazes towards him. Mu Gaozu approached steadily and sat down, saying, "I have already spoken to the leader. We should know the leader's arrangements soon. Should we inform the Mu family and the Zhong family?" Grandpa Mu asked. Mu Gaozu paused and said, "Yes, let them know in advance so they can make arrangements." Looking at Grandma Mu, he added, "You should also inform your family, so they can prepare and not be caught off guard when the leader notifies them." "Okay, Father." Grandma Mu immediately lowered her head to contact her family. And Grandpa Mu contacted the other two families. Mu Qingxin looked at Gaozu and said, "Gaozu, I will contact my mom and my brothers, and I'll let Lingling and the others know too." Mu Gaozu nodded, "All right." Mu Qingxin went to contact her brothers and Lingling, and soon the room was filled with the sounds of light brains buzzing. The news was so unbelievable that those who were notified had to confirm it repeatedly. Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan also learned about it and couldn't sleep. No, it wasn't that they couldn't sleep. They simply couldn't sleep at all. At that moment, they didn't know what to do, so they could only contact their families immediately. Sister Dongfang Ling contacted her brother Dongfang Zhe. Seeing her brother's figure, she hurriedly called out, "Brother." Dongfang Zhe, seeing his sister's anxious expression, asked what happened. "Why are you still awake so late?" "Brother, just now Qingxin said the underground of Capital Star is full of bugs. What should we do? Will Capital Star be invaded by the bugs?" "Capital Star has bugs." Dongfang Zhe furrowed his brow, looking at Dongfang Ling. "Are you sure you're not joking?" "No, absolutely not. I guarantee it's true. Qingxin just told me." "Lanlan is also contacting her family right now," Dongfang Ling assured repeatedly. Dongfang Zhe looked at his sister and said calmly, "You need to go to our headquarters in Capital Star immediately. I'll contact the general manager there. Once you arrive, go directly to him and have him send you back." Chapter 398. Leaving Capital Star. 2. In the headquarters, there was a transport belt in the general manager's office that could transport people. It was not activated unless absolutely necessary. But in the current situation, it had to be turned on. Dongfang Zhe immediately called for Ying Yi and arranged for all personnel in Capital Star to withdraw. "Brother, what about my friends? And what about Qingxin's family?" Dongfang Ling asked anxiously. "Other people can be ignored, but what about my friends? I can't leave them behind." Hearing his sister's words, Dongfang Zhe frowned. "Do you want to expose our Dongfang family's secrets to everyone?" "I agree, but the elders at home won't." "Then I won't leave either." Dongfang Ling retorted stubbornly. "You only think about the Dongfang family's matters. Look at the situation now. Humanity is about to be overrun by bugs. By then, it will be just us left, truly isolated and helpless. Rather than that, we might as well help each other through this crisis now. What secrets are more important than that?" Dongfang Zhe pressed his lips together, looking sternly at Dongfang Ling. "I will send someone to pick you up. Stay in the dormitory and don't leave. Otherwise, I won't care about you anymore." After saying that, Dongfang Zhe cut off the communication before Dongfang Ling could respond. "Damn it. Bad brother, stink brother. Who cares if you manage me? I want to leave." Dongfang Ling stomped her feet in frustration, but there was nothing around to throw. She looked at the tearful Lanlan and asked, "Lanlan, what did your family say?" Shui Huanlan, with tears streaming down her face, said, "My parents are very worried about me, but my brother is no longer in Capital Star. Now I'm the only one left in Capital Star, and they're sending someone to pick me up. No, don't let them come for you. Didn't you hear Qingxin say? The bugs will arrive tomorrow night. Why don't we go to Qingxin's house instead? We can be together, and if something happens, we can solve it together," Dongfang Ling suggested. When Shui Huanlan heard this, she thought it was a good idea and contacted her family again, telling them not to come. She would go to her friend's house. After hearing Shui Huanlan's words, her family was extremely worried. But since Waterstar was so far from Capital Star, the fastest they could arrive would be the day after tomorrow morning, by which time it would be too late. Shui Huanlan's family knew about Mu Qingxin's family, and that they were one of the 4 major families in Capital Star. So it was a good choice for her to go to the Mu family. They agreed, but they also set off immediately towards Capital Star, planning to wait in the sky above Capital Star to pick up their daughter. Dongfang Ling contacted Mu Qingxin, and after being welcomed, she immediately reached out to other friends at the academy, but they all decided not to go back home to their mothers, leaving only Xue Huanlan and Dongfang Ling to head to Mu Qingxin's house overnight. Now they're in the last month. As long as they submit their applications, they can leave the academy. The privileges for senior students in the academy are still quite significant. Mu Qingxin is waiting at home for Dongfang Ling and Xue Huanlan. At this moment, at 10:15, all citizens of Capital Star who own a light brain have their light brains simultaneously controlled. Hello, citizens of Capital Star. I am the leader of the Alliance, Shakarasi. At this time, Shakarasi has finished discussions with the senior officials and, with the help of MERS, has controlled everyone's light brains to make an emergency announcement. The image from Shakarasi's light brain is directly projected onto everyone's light brain. Those who are about to sleep, those who are training, those who are playing. Even in the virtual world, the image of the leader is projected. Everyone is puzzled, not knowing what is happening. Now, I have to announce some very bad news. As you all know, the Zerg have reappeared. For nearly a decade, the Zerg have been hiding, but recently, in the past month, they have been brazenly attacking humans. However, after each attack, they quickly disappear without a trace. And we have received no news for a long time. Tonight, we learned from the Guardian Tree that the Zerg have been hiding underground in our capital star for an unknown amount of time, and they will emerge tomorrow night to attack us. What? There are Zerg underground. Oh my god, what we do? What if the Zerg come out? Zerg! Ah, I'm so scared I can't get out of bed. What to do? Why didn't anyone notice before? Why do we find out so late? What is the Capital Star defense team doing? What should we do? Can we buy tickets to escape to other planets now? I've already bought one. Hurry, I need to buy one too. Why can't I buy one? What does sold out mean? Why not escape? Let us kill them before they come up. Yes, dig them out and kill them. You're strong, go ahead. With so many Zerg, even one could swallow you whole. Yes, with so many Zerg, we don't even know if they are strong. What if they are adult Zerg? The Zerg's ability to devour is too strong. Let us escape first. Upon learning that the Zerg are beneath everyone's feet, the first reaction of everyone is to flee, complaining. Only a few people want to fight. It is human nature to feel fear at the first sign of danger, followed by mutual complaints. And those who have finally mustered the courage are quickly defeated by the words of the fearful. All humans on Capital Star are in panic and confusion. Shakarasi watches MERS monitor the reactions of all citizens of Capital Star and sees the panic on people's faces. Shakarasi feels very uncomfortable and speaks again. Citizens of Capital Star, do not be afraid. The Zerg have not yet emerged. I am informing you of this news in hopes that everyone can rally together and unite against the external threat. The Zerg are not terrifying. What is terrifying is the fear in our hearts. Do not let your fear control you. Please believe me. As the highest commander of the Alliance, I will lead you through this disaster. Together, we will eradicate the Zerg once again. Shakarasi's words calm everyone on Capital Star. Yes, united, we can achieve anything. Any difficulty can be solved. Next, please listen to my arrangements. From now on, you have 1 hour to gather your things. After 1 hour, please head to the 4 aerial ports in the north, south, east, and west of Capital Star. There, I have arranged for ships to take you away from Capital Star. Please do not panic and board the ships in an orderly manner. Rest assured, we will not give up on Capital Star. Chapter 399. Leaving Capital Star. 3. We will leave the defense team and the criminal police team behind to prepare for a great battle against the Zerg. Of course, anyone willing to stay and fight the Zerg can go to the mercenary hall in Capital Star, where someone will guide you on what to do. Shakarasi paused, looking heavily at the video. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Everyone, please handle your affairs quickly and head to the aerial port. After saying this, Shakarasi's image disappears, and then the sound of broadcast comes from all corners of Capital Star, repeatedly reminding people to board the ships quickly in an hour. From this moment on, all people on Capital Star immediately start organizing their belongings, packing everything they plan to take into spatial compartments. This is the advantage of high technology. Even in a disaster, the escape is so neat and clean. There is no need to worry about too many belongings being a burden. As long as there is a spatial compartment, everything is manageable. Moreover, there are credit points, all bound to personal light brains. As long as you don't die, you won't lose anything. Even if you lose something, you can recover it from your genes. Family Qingxin has also organized all her things. In fact, she doesn't have much. Her belongings are mostly stored in the spatial compartment. After finishing her packing, she asks Ling Ling where they are. And upon receiving the message that the two are about to arrive, Qingxin goes downstairs to see if her grandparents and great-grandparents need help. As soon as she goes downstairs, she hears her grandmother complaining to her grandfather, "Throw out your useless things and put mine in. Those are not useless. They're good things. Yours are useless. No matter how many spatial compartments you have, they won't fit. You old thing, who says my things are useless?" Hearing the two arguing, Qingxin walks over. "Grandpa, Grandma, what is going on?" Seeing her precious granddaughter, Grandma Mu quickly pulls her over. "Qingxin, tell me, were my things useless? These are things I need every day. Your grandpa actually says these things are useless. If I don't use these things, you will definitely look down on me, always watching those young girls." The more Grandma Mu speaks, the angrier she gets. Grandpa Mu, having lost his temper from the argument, says, "What do I care about others? I said, were there so many women to look at in the galaxy? You see, and still say you don't look. If there were, you would definitely look. You might even abandon me." Qingxin helplessly listens to their quarrel and interrupts them. "Stop." Grandpa Mu and Grandma Mu look at Qingxin, who rubs her ears and asks, "So what is the trigger? Why did you start arguing?" Grandpa Mu points to a pile of things on the floor. "Both our spatial compartments are full. We can't fit these anymore. Your grandma wants me to empty the space in the compartments to fit these things. Mine are also useful, so..." Qingxin feels helpless. Realizing this is the reason, she looks at Grandma Mu and Grandpa Mu. "Is there anything else that needs to be packed? My space is quite large. Give me anything, and I'll pack it." After saying this, she puts the bottles and jars Grandma Mu has organized into her spatial compartment. "Qingxin, is your space really big?" Grandma Mu looks at her in surprise. Qingxin nods. "It's quite big. It wouldn't be a problem to fit our house in." Upon hearing this, Grandpa Mu and Grandma Mu are overjoyed, knowing that they could take all their belongings without worrying about leaving anything behind. Watching her grandparents happily start to organize their things, Qingxin shakes her head with a smile and prepares to go check on her great-grandfather to see if he needs any help. Just as she turns around, she sees her great-grandfather looking at her. "Great-grandfather?" Great-grandfather Mu hesitates and says, "Qingxin, can you fit our house into the spatial compartment? His belongings are simply too many, and 1 hour is not enough to organize everything. He has lived in that place for hundreds of years and is reluctant to leave anything behind." Qingxin raises her eyebrows, thinks for a moment, and nods. "I'll give it a try." Hearing this, great-grandfather Mu is delighted and pulls Qingxin. "Let us go. Go try it." "Oh, there is just too much stuff." Qingxin saw her grandfather and quickly said, "Right, Grandpa and Grandma. Peter, come out. I'll try to see if I can bring our house into the space." "Bring the house into the space?" Grandma Mu and Grandpa Mu exclaimed in unison, surprised. "Hurry out, don't waste time." Great-grandpa Mu shouted anxiously, "What if the house couldn't be brought in? They would still have to pack their things." Grandma Mu, Grandpa Mu, and Peter hurriedly followed out of the house, and everyone stood outside, looking expectantly at Qingxin. Qingxin looked at the house, feeling uncertain, touched the door with both hands, closed her eyes, and concentrated her mental power, instantly enveloping the entire house, even a small basement underground. She murmured to herself to bring it into the space. With great effort, she tightly wrapped her mental power around the whole house. The next second, a large empty pit appeared in front of everyone. The house really couldn't be brought in. "The house is gone," Grandma Mu said in shock, staggering a few steps to Qingxin's side, looking at the empty space with wide eyes, and joyfully exclaimed, "Qingxin, baby, that's amazing. Truly amazing." Grandpa Mu and Great-Grandpa Mu also came to their senses, their faces full of smiles. "Now it's good. We don't have to rush to pack our things. Peter, put away the protective shield. When Ling Ling and the others arrive, we'll set off," Great-Grandpa Mu said. Upon hearing this, Pierre immediately went to the outer layer of the protective shield, turned it off, disassembled it, brought it back, and handed it to Qingxin. Qingxin looked at Pierre in confusion. Do we need to bring this in too? We won't be gone for long. We should take it back. We don't know when we can return, and we don't know if the shield will be damaged. It's very expensive, although the clan gave us a discount. It's still not cheap, Great-Grandpa Mu said. Okay, Qingxin said with a wry smile as she put it away. When did Great-Grandpa become so money-minded? Qingxin. Suddenly, Qingxin heard Dongfang Ling's voice. She turned her head and saw a flying vehicle coming towards them, landing in front of them. Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan both looked puzzled and shocked as they got out. Ling Lanlan, you're here, Qingxin said happily as she walked over to them. Qingxin, where's your house? Shui Huanlan asked in shock, staring at the flat area and the large pit in front of her. Yeah. I almost couldn't find it just now. Thankfully, I saw you standing here. Qingxin, where's your house? Dongfang Ling also asked. I brought the house into the space because there were too many things, and the space couldn't hold them all. I thought maybe I could take the house with me. And it turned out I really could, Qingxin said with a smile. Wow. Both Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan looked at Qingxin in shock, amazed that she could actually take the house with her. They all knew Qingxin was a spatial ability user, but they didn't expect the space to be that big. Everyone is here. Let's go. Great-Grandpa Mu and Grandpa Mu and Grandma Mu came over and said, Hello, Great-Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandma. Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan immediately greeted the three elders upon seeing them. Hello, let us go. We're heading to the aerial port. Someone is already guarding it. Let us go. Great-Grandpa Mu said. Okay, let us go. Qingxin and the others boarded the flying vehicle and headed to the aerial port. Looking at the gradually receding, empty area, everyone felt a deep sadness in their hearts. There was no time more heartbreaking than giving up the place they had lived in for so long. Don't worry, we will definitely come back, Great-Grandpa Mu said, looking at the distant place. Qingxin turned her head to Pierre, who was piloting the vehicle, and said, Pierre, let us make a trip to the flame park. Okay, Master. Pierre adjusted the route and headed toward the flame park. Qingxin, why are we going to flame park? Dongfang Ling asked in confusion. Great-Grandpa Mu looked at Qingxin and said, Do you want to take the flame tree with you? Qingxin paused and nodded. If possible, I want to take it. But the flame tree is a guardian tree, right? If it leaves the capital star, what will happen to the capital star? Dongfang Ling didn't continue, as everyone understood the implication. The question remained, could the capital star be reclaimed? That was uncertain. Master, we arrived at Flame Park. Pierre landed the flying vehicle at Flame Park. Qingxin stood up and looked at everyone. Wait for me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, go ahead. Great-Grandpa Mu said. Qingxin nodded, exited the flying vehicle, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight, moving towards the trunk of the flame tree. Because she had made a contract with Xiaohua, Qingxin was no longer afraid of the flame tree's temperature. Soon, she arrived at the trunk of the flame tree. Qingxin stood under the flame tree, reaching out to stroke it, connecting her mental power to it. Flame tree, tree heart, are you there? Yes, little girl. You're here? Tree heart. Are you going to leave the capital star? If you want to leave, I could take you away. Chapter 1, Section 1. Qingxin did not receive an answer from the tree heart for a while, and after a few minutes, the tree heart finally spoke. Thank you. Little girl, you can go. I will not leave the capital star. I have become the guardian tree of the capital star. If I leave, this planet will immediately perish. And I am here, perhaps one day, you can return again. Upon hearing the tree heart's words, Qingxin felt a surge of complex emotions and gently stroked the flame tree. She took Xiaohua out, and when Xiaohua came out, he saw the flame tree and happily circled around it a few times. The flame tree sensed Xiaohua, its branches trembling slightly, extending a branch to play with Xiaohua. Qingxin watched this scene with a smile on her face, stroking the flame tree and softly saying, Tree heart, we're leaving. Wait for us at the capital star. We will be back soon. Okay, I'll wait for you to return. The tree heart replied. Qingxin curled her lips and looked at Xiaohua, calling out loudly, Xiaohua, we're leaving. Upon hearing Qingxin's words, Xiaohua immediately flew over and landed on her shoulder, looking at the flame tree with reluctance, saying, Tree heart, I'm leaving. You have to take care of yourself. Goodbye. You all take care of yourselves too. Mu Qingxin took Xiao Hua and turned to leave, quickly returning to the flying vehicle. Let us go. Everyone didn't ask Mu Qingxin why the flame tree wouldn't leave, and Pierce started the flying vehicle, heading to the aerial port. Mu Qingxin and Xiao Hua stood by the window, gazing at the receding flame tree, remaining silent for a long time. Mu Qingxin and the others soon arrived at the aerial port, where people had already started to gather, and staff members were guiding everyone onto the ships. Great-Grandpa Mu led a few people to another ship nearby, while Grandma Mu and Grandpa Mu held hands, and Mu Qingxin and Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan supported each other. With no one speaking, Mu Qingxin observed everything around her, sending her mental power underground, discovering that the densely packed insect tribe was still slowly crawling upwards. Fortunately, the ground was very solid, and their climbing speed had slowed down. Mu Qingxin breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew her mental power. It stinks. It stinks. Suddenly, Xiao popped his head out of Mu Qingxin's pocket and shouted. Mu Qingxin immediately stopped, noticing a line of people passing by who were preparing to board the ship. Qingxin, what is wrong? Dongfang Ling asked in confusion. Great-Grandpa Mu and the others turned around after hearing the sound and looked over too, noticing that Mu Qingxin had a very serious expression as she looked at several people. Following her gaze, they saw a person in red clothing going through the scanner. That person stood there unperturbed, receiving the scan, and after the scanner showed no anomalies, he walked past, followed by another person in black clothing stepping onto the scanner. Why didn't the scanner pick anything up? Grandpa Mu said in shock. The faces of the others turned pale. Yes, why is the scanner not working? If the scanner is down, are there other Zerg here? No, we can't let them board the ship. Otherwise, everyone on board will be doomed. Mu Gaozu said in a deep voice, and after speaking, he was about to head that way. Mu Qingxin immediately grabbed Mu Gaozu. She had seen what happened when the Zerg broke through the body. There must be specialized tools to capture the Zerg, otherwise, it would be easy to be targeted by the Zerg and have them burrow inside and assimilate others. Chapter 401. Leaving Capital Star, 5 Gaozu. You tell the leader to issue an order to prevent anyone from boarding the ship for now. Mu Qingxin said as she gently and inconspicuously directed her mental power towards the Zerg in red clothing, closing her eyes and carefully checking to see if there was anything on them that could block the scanner. Upon hearing this, Mu Gaozu immediately reacted and contacted the leader. Galassi quickly connected. Uncle Mu, we are at the eastern aerial port. We discovered 2 Zerg, but they passed through the scanner unscathed. Leader, we cannot let the Zerg board the ship, or everyone on board will face disaster, especially once we are in space and on the ship. It will be even harder to catch them. Galaxy's head immediately began to ache. The scanner couldn't detect the Zerg. This was simply a terrible piece of news. When did the scanner stop detecting the Zerg? During previous inspections, had the Zerg been mocking them for conducting inspections every week, seeing that the scanner was ineffective? Were they looking down on humans? I will issue an order immediately. We just need to ask Qingxin for help again, Galassi said. Mu Gaozu breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine, it's our duty. Mu Gaozu hung up the holographic communicator and looked at the 2 Zerg who had finished scanning and were preparing to board the ship. His heart tightened. Found it. Mu Qingxin opened her eyes. At the same time, announcements came from the broadcasts at the 4 aerial ports. Attention, attention. Please take your time boarding the ship. For everyone's better boarding experience, we need professional personnel to check the ship again before allowing everyone aboard. This time, the place we are going is a bit far and requires several space jumps, so we must ensure the ship is checked thoroughly before everyone boards. Please ask those who have already boarded to disembark and wait. We apologize for the inconvenience. Please rest assured, no one will be left behind. When the announcement came down, no one complained, though those who had already boarded had some small grievances. However, after receiving the staff's assurance that their reserved lounge would still be available for them, they stopped complaining. Meanwhile, the others waited in line according to the order of arrival. Qingxin, what did you find? Several people looked at Mu Qingxin, their eyes focused on the 2 Zerg over there. Mu Qingxin withdrew her gaze from the Zerg and looked at everyone. I just checked to see if there was anything on them that could block the scanner, and I found a very small object inside their ear. If that object is removed, perhaps the scanner will be able to detect them. Upon hearing this, Mu Gaozu immediately sent the news to the leader. Soon, A fully armed inspection team and robots arrived at the 4 aerial ports. After meeting with the aerial port staff, they boarded the ship to search, but of course, they found nothing. Qingxin had Xiao Hui check the area, and there was nothing unusual. Now, they had to see if removing that object from inside the ear would allow the scanner to detect them. Qingxin asked Xiao Hui to search the surroundings, and after checking, found that these were the only 2 Zerg. Since that was the case, Qingxin nodded slightly to Mu Gaozu, who then spoke to the captain of the inspection team. They quickly surrounded the 2 Zerg. "What are you doing?" The 2 Zerg immediately became alert. The captain of the inspection team approached. "Please submit to scanning inspection. We have already been inspected. Why do we need to scan again?" The man in black refused to be scanned again. "Sorry, reboarding requires a new scan. Please understand." The 2 Zerg exchanged glances, feeling lucky that their cloaking devices could block the scanner. Even if these humans suspected them, as long as the scanner couldn't detect them, they had no right to arrest them. Thus, the 2 walked over and openly accepted the scan. Others nearby saw this scene and also prepared to step forward for the scan, but were blocked by robots. "Please come one at a time." The people then stood there waiting in line for the inspection. The 2 Zerg observed this scene, their vigilance easing somewhat. It seemed that everyone needed to undergo another inspection. They were just unlucky to be the first ones targeted. Qingxin also walked over, bringing Xiao Hui with her, tightly wrapping her mental power around the surrounded inspection team and the 2 Zerg, isolating innocent people. "Qingxin, come back." Grandma Mu noticed her granddaughter heading that way and called out urgently. At that moment, Mu Gaozu also saw his great-granddaughter's actions. "Qingxin, don't go over there." Dongfang Ling immediately ran to Qingxin's side to pull her back. Qingxin saw the worried looks from her family and friends and said, "Don't worry. I have Xiao Hui with me. They won't hurt me, and I also have Yi and old Gio. I'm just going over to take a look." "No." Grandma Mu disagreed. "Go ahead," Mu Gaozu said, looking at Qingxin. "Be careful." Qingxin looked at Mu Gaozu, happily said, "Okay, I'll be back soon. You all be careful and stay a bit farther away." After saying this, she looked at Ling Ling and Lon Lon. "It's too dangerous over there. You wait here. I'll go take a look and come back." Seeing Qingxin's determined gaze, Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlon both understood her strength and let go of their hold. Allowing her to go, Grandma Mu still felt uneasy, and Qingxin smiled to reassure her. "Grandma, I'm just going to the front to take a look. Don't worry. Be careful," Grandma Mu said anxiously. Qingxin turned and walked over, already seeing the inspection team starting to check one person's ear. "What are you doing?" The man in red looked warily at the person about to touch his ear. "Checking," the examiner said expressionlessly. "Isn't checking just a matter of scanning with the scanner? Why do you need to touch my ear? What do you want?" The man in red was very agitated. The man in black also chimed in. "Yeah, we had no issues during the previous scan. Why do you need to physically touch us now? What do you take us for? The Zerg are coming, and you're still dawdling. Do you want everyone to be trapped on Capital Star?" The black-clad man raised his voice, quickly attracting the attention of those around. Upon hearing this, the already fearful and anxious crowd became even more agitated. Chapter 402. Leaving Capital Star. 6. Yeah, if you're going to scan, then just scan. Why do you have to touch us? What are you doing? Hurry up. Time is of the essence. If you waste any more time, the Zerg will come out. Scan us quickly, or let us board. More and more voices echoed. Like a plague, negativity and frustration, and the angry shouts grew louder. Some who had just arrived at the aerial port did not know what was happening, and, upon inquiry, some even spread rumors that the inspection team was taking advantage of the situation, touching people under the pretense of scanning. The angry shouts began again, and some emotionally unstable individuals even pulled out weapons to resist. Seeing this scene, Qingxin looked at the increasingly agitated crowd. Her heart sank. "What are you doing?" "We are conducting a routine inspection. Don't let malicious people mislead you." The captain of the inspection team looked at the enraged crowd and felt a headache coming on. This group of ignorant people, if it weren't for the orders from above, they could have directly exposed the identity of the insect race to avoid alarming them and harming innocent people. They would have already wiped out the 2 insects. Yet these people foolishly wanted to attack them. Utterly ridiculous. You people always use these grandiose words to deceive us. We have been waiting for so long. and dawn is almost here. Qingxin glanced at the time, her forehead twitching. It was only 12 o'clock and 8 minutes, still some time before dawn. Yes, yes. Let us go up, or if the insect race comes out, no one will be able to leave. The two insects on the side were fanning the flames. Hearing that no one could leave, the crowd was suddenly provoked, becoming frantic and trying to rush towards the ship despite the attempts to stop them. No one is allowed on the ship. Calm down, calm down. Some radical people in the crowd secretly punched the members of the inspection team, and their eyes were turning red with anger, ready to pick up their weapons and start fighting. Qingxin frowned and shouted loudly, "Stop!" Her mental power transmitted the voice into everyone's ears, startling them, and they all stopped, looking around in confusion for the source of the sound. With a stern face, Qingxin looked at the seemingly mad crowd and enveloped the entire planet with her mental power, speaking in a deep voice. "Look at yourselves. When disaster strikes, you all reveal the ugliest side of human nature. Why resort to violence and harsh words to solve something so simple? Do you even realize what your actions are right now? Foolish. You are killing each other, and perhaps the insect race is watching from the shadows, laughing at you, thinking humans are no different. They haven't even come before you, and you've already scared yourselves to death. When the insect race really stands before you, won't you be scared to death?" Qingxin's voice reached every ear on Capital Star. People in other places were startled by the sudden voice, but soon turned red with embarrassment from her words. Qingxin stepped closer to the crowd, asking, "What are you all shouting about? Why is the inspection team here? Why touch each other? Why not think things through? Why not consider things before acting? Why touch each other?" Qingxin stopped, facing the two insects, looking directly at them. "Since you want to know, then just watch here." After speaking, she withdrew all her mental power, thinking protection. She felt these people didn't need protection. They were quite capable. Looking at the inspection team members, she said, "You all go ahead, don't mind these people. They think they're quite capable, so let them show their abilities." The inspection team members exchanged glances, finally looking at the captain, who looked at Qingxin and nodded, signaling the team to take action. He knew Qingxin and hadn't expected her mental power to be so powerful. With her here, these people didn't need to be worried about. There wouldn't be any danger. Scaring them might be good. Otherwise, they would always think they were right. The inspection team members immediately drew their weapons and aimed at the two insects. The two insects had realized they were exposed, but still wanted to struggle. "What are you doing? You can't kill innocents. We are humans. What do you want? Do you believe I will report you to the leaders? Exposing your evil deeds to all of interstellar humanity? Save us." The crowd was going mad. The scanner had already scanned them, and they were not insects. The two insects repeatedly emphasized that they were not insects. The people who had just been stunned were now confused, looking at the two, feeling a bit hesitant, glancing at Qingxin and then back at the two, unsure of the situation. "Insect race? Who said you were insects? You are clearly space pirates," Qingxin said with a cold smile. As soon as this was said, everyone suddenly realized, "Oh, so these two are space pirates. No wonder they were trying to capture them." All doubts were resolved, and people no longer felt pity or hesitation, looking at them coldly. Qingxin observed the crowd, lightly sighing. She didn't want to comment too much on human nature. She could only say that perhaps this was something all humans had. Some people tightly suppressed these darker sides, not letting them surface. Others simply ignored them. After all, they were part of their being and naturally should exist. At this moment, Qingxin looked coldly at these people, waiting for them to show expressions of shock and regret when they saw the two insects reveal themselves. She also had a dark side. That's why there are so few saints. Not everyone can be a saint or a savior. The two insects, seeing their struggle was in vain, realized these foolish humans were no longer deceived and stopped speaking, expressionless, watching the crowd as their bodies suddenly turned green, and their eyes' pupils changed to a diamond shape. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were horrified and immediately retreated. Insect race. Insect race. They're actually insects, not space pirates." Watching the panicked crowd, Qingxin's lips curled into a wicked smile. Could she say she was very pleased at this moment? Chapter 403. Leaving Capital Star 7. The two insects lay on the ground, watching the humans run around, laughing loudly. Foolish humans. Space pirates? Ha ha ha, we are not those fools. Those fools have long been devoured and assimilated by us. None of you can escape. Our insect army is coming soon. Once they arrive, you will be the food for our insect larvae. Boom. Bang. The inspection team members didn't waste words and immediately began bombarding the two insects. The two insects quickly jumped into the crowd, starting to attack the surrounding people. The inspection team members were also quick, having anticipated the insects would attack the crowd. They had already activated a protective shield, and sure enough, the two insects slammed against the invisible shield and were bounced back. Seeing they couldn't break out, the insects directly targeted the inspection team members, moving towards them. Attack! With the captain's command, all weapons began a fierce assault on the two insects. However, the weapon attacks couldn't keep up with the insect's mutation speed. The bodies of the two insects twisted into an unreal state, of course, using the human bodies to make such movements, which looked very horrifying. One insect clawed its way onto a member of the inspection team, and suddenly, that insect tore open its chest, and a dark green tentacle quickly tried to drill into the mouth and nose of that team member. The inspection team members hesitated at this moment. They didn't know whether to take action. If they did, this team member would also be killed. Another team member has been captured. Qingxin looked at the hesitant inspection team members, silently shaking her head. Suddenly, the inspection team members discovered something strange. The two insects were desperately trying to drill into the bodies of two team members, but were being blocked by something. What was happening? The captured team member was slowly retreating, while the two insects still maintained their original form, unable to escape. What are you all standing there for? Move! Qingxin scolded, as she tightly wrapped her mental power around the two insects. Although her mental power was strong, she couldn't hold it for long. With her reprimand, the inspection team members snapped back to their senses, quickly taking out weapons specifically designed to kill insects, aiming and blasting them into pieces. The Zerg had been exterminated, and the surrounding people shouted, looking at the members of the interrogation team with admiration. The members of the interrogation team retracted their shields, and robots came to clean up. The captain of the interrogation team glanced at Qingxin and walked over. Thank you, Miss Mo. Qingxin looked at the captain of the interrogation team with sincere gratitude, shook her head, and replied, You're welcome. It's what I should do. Sometimes, indecisiveness can be detrimental. A moment of hesitation could lead to more casualties. The decision is in your hands. Your decision is the most important. So, when it's time to be decisive, be decisive. If one life must be sacrificed, then sacrifice it. What would you choose between one life and dozens? After saying this, Qingxin smiled and turned to leave. The captain of the interrogation team watched Qingxin leave, seeing her reunite with her family and reveal a beautiful smile. At that moment, it was hard to tell that she had just said such cold words. It was advice. Yes, what Qingxin had just given him was advice. As a leader, one must have the necessary decisiveness. The captain of the interrogation team looked at Qingxin, who had already boarded the ship, and his face showed determination. Just now, it had been his mistake that almost cost a team of people, as well as the surrounding crowd. At this time, Qingxin had boarded the ship with her family. Just then, Qingzhou sent a message. He had just seen it, and he was at the border star. Qingxin walked to a secluded place and told Qingzhou about the situation on the capital star. Since the evening until now, Qingxin felt exceptionally oppressed. She felt like an outsider, watching the world's coldness towards humanity. Qingzhou, seeing the message from the little one, smiled wryly at her complaints about human nature. He had long understood human nature, having known it since he was born. Qingzhou gave Qingxin a few points about what she had just experienced, advising her not to take it to heart and comforting her. Boss, are we going to land on the star? Lingxian came over and asked. Qingzhou put away his light brain, looked up at the planet in front of him, and said, Not yet. I'll let Gray go with me first. After I check it out, I'll notify you to land. Okay, Lingxian replied. As Qingzhou thought about the message the girl had just mentioned, and then recalled Planet 101, he had a gut feeling that he had been played by the Zerg. Lingxian looked at Qingzhou in confusion. Boss, what's wrong with the capital star? Qingzhou came back to his senses. The capital star has been occupied by the Zerg. The Zerg's eggs were laid underground, and those larvae are already crawling to the surface. They will reach the surface by tomorrow night at the earliest. What? Ling Xian was taken aback. Then why didn't the scanners on the capital star detect anything? Every planet has a largest scanner placed in the center. If there are Zerg, it would directly report to the planet's monitoring center. This should have been discovered immediately. Because the Zerg has developed a device to shield scanners. Qingxin's eyes flashed coldly. Ling Xian was left speechless in shock. Are the Zerg that smart? The Zerg must have been watching us like fools from the shadows. There must be Zerg hiding on the planets in the system, said Qingxin coldly. What do we do then? If the scanners are useless, how are we going to catch the Zerg? Should I go bring Qingxin here? Ling Xian suggested. Qingxin shook his head. The Zerg shielding device is placed inside the ears, so remember to check carefully in the future. Don't overlook any place. So do we have to strip people down to check? Ling Xian thought secretly. Qingxin looked at Ling Xian's cunning expression and said, You can do that with men, but leave the women alone. Otherwise, you won't be able to find a wife. Ling Xian widened his eyes at his departing boss. Thinking he wasn't that perverted to want to undress women. He was just imagining it. At this moment, it was 2 o'clock in the morning, and everyone had boarded the ship's cabin, with ships starting to leave one after another. Chapter 404, Leaving the Capital Star, 8 at this moment. The ship Qingxin was on had not yet left because not everyone had arrived. How to say it? Throughout history, during retreats, there have always been important figures and ordinary people, and those large troop ships had already left. The ship Qingxin was on was a family ship, and the leaders had not yet arrived. Master Arthur, while Qingxin was talking with her grandparents and her great-grandfather in the resting area, she suddenly saw a group of people walking over. In the middle was the long-awaited Master Arthur. Qingxin. Master Arthur's eyes lit up upon seeing Qingxin, and he hurried over. Little Qingxin, you're here too. I was just saying that the Sky Food City is gone, and there will be no food to eat in the future. How will I live? I didn't expect to see you just as I was thinking about it. Ha! Now I'm relieved. Your cooking is much better than what the restaurants serve. Hearing Master Arthur's words, Qingxin felt a dark line form on her forehead. So, his excitement at seeing her was not because of her, but because of the food? Qingxin said sadly. Who said that? I'm happy because I saw you. Food is secondary. The most important thing is you. Master Arthur quickly corrected himself, saying it as if it were a matter of course. Qingxin looked at Master Arthur suspiciously. Hello, Qingxin. Long time no see. Oh, darling, you've grown taller. Just as Qingxin was glaring at Master Arthur, she suddenly felt a tight hug from behind. With the soft touch on her arms, she knew immediately who it was. Aunt Banny. Last time Uncle Zijin warned me to keep my distance from you, and not let you hug me like this. Qingxin smiled at the approaching Zijin. Hearing Qingxin's words, Zijin paused and looked at her angrily. You little brat, you're going to get me in trouble again. What? He warned you? Oh, darling, don't be angry. Annie will take care of him. Banny was extremely angry upon hearing that her husband was bullying the lovely Qingxin again. Zijin saw his dear wife getting angry and quickly ran over. Dear, don't be angry. Don't be angry. It's not good for your health. Be careful. Our baby might inherit your temper. Baby? Qingxin looked at Aunt Banny in surprise. Upon hearing her husband mention a baby, Banny immediately put away her anger and shyly nodded. Yes, Qingxin, you're going to have a little sister. Qingxin's smiling face stiffened slightly. That sounded a bit off. Zijin next to Banny stiffened even more, glaring at Qingxin with anger. What do you mean she has a little sister? This is clearly my daughter. Why is she the little brat's sister? It sounded as if this was not his daughter, but rather Commander Mu's daughter. Qingxin, who had initially felt a bit awkward, felt relieved upon seeing Zijin's mournful and angry expression. She happily said, Yes, I have a little sister now. Haha, congratulations, Aunt Banny. And congratulations, Uncle Zijin. Seeing Zijin's face as if he had eaten something unpleasant, Qingxin felt very pleased. Zijin was no longer her mentor. However, the kindness he had shown her she would remember for a lifetime. 5 years ago, Zijin finally received Aunt Banny's approval and entered the Hall of Marriage. However, due to work reasons, Aunt Banny had always not wanted children. This time, she didn't know what had changed her mind. But Qingxin was truly happy for Aunt Banny. Wife, it's so late. Let's rest quickly. Otherwise, our little girl will get angry. And if she gets angry, she won't be cute anymore. And if she isn't cute, she'll look just like Xin. Zijin glared at the nearby Qingxin. This little brat is so troublesome. Every time I see her, she digs a pit for me. She's too unlovable. Like Xin is great. I just want a daughter as cute as Xin. Looking just like Xin would be best. Upon hearing like Xin, Banny instantly became excited. Zijin paused. Why should his daughter look like this little brat? He didn't want that. If that's the case, he might as well have a son. No, forget it. I still want a daughter. My son keeps stealing my wife. Qingxin smiled as she watched Aunt Banny being forcibly dragged away by Uncle Zijin. Pulling her gaze back, Qingxin noticed that Master Arthur was currently surrounded by a group of people. After greeting Master Arthur, she returned to her grandfather's side. Qingxin, when are we leaving? Dongfang Ling asked, looking outside as another ship departed. Qingxin looked out the window at the departing ship and shook her head. I don't know either. Maybe in a little while. Grandpa, and the others also looked out the window, glancing around. The G family hadn't arrived yet, and the leader hadn't boarded the ship either. They might be able to leave once they arrived. But isn't the leader supposed to command the battle? Dongfang Ling asked. Hearing Dongfang Ling's words, Grandpa Zong laughed. The leader is supposed to command the battle, but who said he must stay on the planet? Who are those people? Shui Huaman asked, seeing a group of people carrying various machines coming this way. Everyone turned their gaze over. Those are people from the Computer Research Institute. Did you see that biggest computer? Grandpa Zong pointed to the largest computer in the middle and said, that's the first-generation intelligent brain in our star system. MERS. Qingxin exclaimed, her eyes narrowing. MERS, it's really MERS. What a coincidence. She had been thinking about it for 13 years. Clearly, her level in the virtual world had already reached a certain point, but she still couldn't change her character's appearance. After cursing the intelligent brain in the virtual world, she later learned from it that it was MERS who had locked her character's appearance, and she could never change it again. Now that it had come to her door, how could she not be excited? MERS, who was being moved by everyone, was switching from one screen to another, excited to be out in the open for the first time. Suddenly, it felt a chill. Intelligent brains can't feel hot or cold, but it sensed danger. Yaoman, you guys are here. Master Arthur finally broke free from the crowd and greeted Yaoman, who was walking over. Yaoman respectfully greeted Master Arthur. Hello, Master Arthur. Our things are too scattered. We're a bit slow in packing. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Chapter 405. Leaving the capital star. 9. Seeing Yaoman's friendly attitude. Everyone expressed that they didn't mind. Oh dear, so many people. Let me see if there are any beauties. At this moment, MERS was being brought up and excitedly laughed upon seeing everyone. Hello, Master MERS. As soon as everyone saw MERS, they immediately greeted it respectfully. Don't ask them why they were so respectful to an intelligent brain. It's simply because if anyone offended this one, all the information in their light brain, as well as everything they had done, would be revealed one by one. Was there any adult content? Or were they watching? And private chats with others? Absolutely no one dared to offend it. MERS. Suddenly, a playful voice rang out, startling everyone. Who was bold enough to call out Master MERS' name? Did they not want to mix in the star system anymore? MERS immediately spotted Qingxin and happily shouted, Stinky girl, what are you doing here? Stinky girl? Qingxin slowly walked over, narrowing her eyes at MERS' nickname. MERS paused and awkwardly chuckled. Slip of the tongue. Slip of the tongue. They just took apart my components. And there were some minor issues with the internal parts. Don't take it to heart. Just pretend you didn't hear. Now, this stinky girl's abilities had grown stronger. Her mental power seemed to have improved a lot. I wonder who is stronger compared to that stinky boy. However, it's better not to provoke her. Qingxin snorted coldly. MERS, it's been a long time since we last met. I wanted to see you before, but you kept avoiding me. What? Did you do something and feel guilty about seeing me? As soon as Qingxin said this, the people around her instantly lit up with curiosity. Gossip. What did Master MERS do that made it feel guilty and not dare to face this girl? Cough, what are you talking about? Who feels guilty? What is feeling guilty? I don't have that. Mers retorted, besides, what could I do? I'm busy in the research institute every day to the point of almost breaking down. How could I have time to see you? Fine, let's not talk about the past. You need to tell the intelligent brain in the virtual world immediately to release my character appearance. Qingxin didn't care what Mers was busy with. She only cared about her character appearance. This I can't decide, Mers said. You can't decide? If you can't decide, who can? Isn't everything there ultimately controlled by you? Don't try to fool me with nonsense. Do you believe I'll expose you? Qingxin threatened. You want to expose me? Ha ha ha. Mers laughed as if it had heard the biggest joke. Qingxin's face darkened as her mental power quickly penetrated the computer, starting to search for Mers' main program. Hey, what are you doing? Stop, or you'll crash. Mers felt a powerful mental force wrapping around its core, trying to pull it out, and panicked. Yaoman, help. I'm going to be done for. Stop her. Mers shouted for help. Upon hearing this, Yaoman immediately came over, no longer just watching the fun. Miss Mu, please show mercy. Master Arthur also walked over, and Qingxin's grandparents and Lingling came over as well. Qingxin stopped pulling her mental power, but it still enveloped the part of Mers' main program. Mers breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Qingxin, and immediately exploded. You little stinky girl. How could you be so ruthless? You almost killed me. What do you want? Qingxin crossed her arms and looked at Mers. What do I want? Don't you know? Mers was momentarily speechless, feeling extremely wronged. This matter really wasn't something it could decide. That stinky boy threatened it, and that stinky girl intimidated it. These two were truly a match made in heaven, always bullying it. In the end, Mers directly gave up, saying, don't threaten me. It was clearly that stinky boy Qingzhou who made me do this. If you have any anger, take it out on him. I'm just following orders. After saying that, Mers immediately disappeared, and the screen turned black, with no sign of Mers left. Qingzhou? Hey, come out. What does this have to do with Qingzhou? Miss. No matter how Qingxin shouted, Mers did not respond. Qingxin felt even angrier, thinking about Mers' words. So it was that Qingzhou who was causing trouble. No wonder every time she complained in front of him, he would always change the subject. With a dark face, Qingxin stomped her feet and walked toward the lounge, lowering her head to message Qingzhou. After Qingxin left, a group of confused people remained, looking at the departing Qingxin and then at the turtle-like Mers and the aloof Qingzhou. They were getting more and more confused. After listening for a long time, they became increasingly bewildered. Qingxin contacted Qingzhou in the lounge, and at that moment, Qingzhou, who was heading to the border star, was initially pleased that his girlfriend was contacting him, but upon seeing the message she sent, he became flustered. Cough. Qingzhou's expression was very awkward. He didn't expect Mers to directly throw him under the bus, and without any defenses. Gray was piloting the aircraft, passing through the protective shield and artificial atmosphere when he suddenly noticed the boss's awkward and cautious demeanor, instantly intrigued and curiously peeking at the boss. Qingzhou was carefully sending messages, explaining what he had said to Mers earlier. Cute. Ha. Go to hell with cute. I don't want to be cute. Qingxin was even angrier upon seeing the message Qingzhou sent. Why should she have to maintain that image just because he thought it was cute? She clearly didn't like it. She had outgrown the age of pretending to be cute. Seeing the little one's angry tone, Qingzhou became anxious. He had never seen her this angry before. Qingzhou looked up at Gray in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and asked Gray. Gray thought he'd been caught stealing a glance at the boss, and immediately withdrew his gaze, loudly saying, Boss, I wasn't looking at anything. I was just focused on controlling the aircraft. I didn't see anything. Qingzhou ignored Gray's earlier peeking and asked Gray, how do you usually comfort a girl when she's angry? Huh. Gray was stunned by this question, looking blankly at the scenery outside the window. Qingzhou noticed the aircraft was plummeting downwards, quickly stepped forward, and grabbed the control stick. Gray. Qingzhou scolded. Coming back to his senses, Gray saw the nearly out-of-control aircraft and immediately apologized, feeling resentful inside. If it weren't for the boss suddenly saying something so scary, he wouldn't have lost focus. Boss, I don't know. If I knew how to comfort a girl, I wouldn't be single anymore. Woe is me, I'm just a single dog. Are you trying to make me angry? Chapter 406. Leaving Capital Star 10. After hearing Gray's words, Qingxin stopped talking, silently turned around, and walked to the 8th Combat Team. Yes, Gray refocused and began contacting the commander of the 8th Combat Team to request their location. Qingxin also stopped replying to Mu Qingxin's messages, closed his eyes, and spread out his mental power. On the surface, nothing seemed unusual, and then he penetrated his mental power into the ground, going deeper and deeper. Suddenly, Qingxin discovered a large pile of insect eggs 2,000 meters underground, some of which had already hatched and were crawling out in all directions. Qingxin's expression darkened. The insect race had actually placed their eggs underground. When did they do this? How did they manage it? And how many planets in the galaxy had insect eggs buried beneath them? Qingxin looked down and informed Mu Qingxin of the situation here. I've reached the border star and found many insect eggs underground. Some have already hatched and are crawling upwards. I wonder how many planets in the galaxy are in the same situation. Mu Qingxin was feeling frustrated, but upon seeing Qingxin's message, she immediately put aside her unpleasant thoughts and became serious. The border star also had insect eggs. Just thinking about it sent a chill down her spine. The insect race truly was an insidious species. They'd even laid their eggs underground. Mu Qingxin advised Qingxin to be careful and then walked out of the lounge. As soon as she stepped out, she heard a commotion outside. Heavens! What kind of monster is that? Is it the insect race? It must be the insect race. Oh my God, it's terrifying. Mu Qingxin spread out her mental power and immediately detected 2 familiar mental signatures. She became extremely excited and quickly ran outside. Qingxin, where are you going? Dongfang Ling, with sharp eyes, saw Mu Qingxin running out of the lounge. The others also looked over, then at the window, seeing Mu Qingxin heading towards a group of researchers. What does Qingxin want to do? Shui Huanlun nervously watched the 2 monster-like figures among the group of researchers outside. Outside, there was a group of researchers, but these researchers were heading directly to the back of the ship, as the secrecy of their research project prohibited them from mingling with the crowd. Among this group of researchers, there were 2 strange people whose exposed skin was covered in deep green patterns, and they were much taller than normal people. Standing out in the crowd, hearing the discussions, the 2 did not look up. They simply kept their heads down and walked forward, while the researchers around them were very gentle, continuously comforting them. Mu Qingxin ran up beside them, looking at the 2 figures uncertainly, and softly called out, "Keela, Thomas." The 2 strange individuals immediately stopped upon hearing the voice and looked over at Mu Qingxin. When Mu Qingxin clearly saw their faces, tears instantly streamed down her cheeks as she looked at them in disbelief, slowly approaching with heavy steps. The 2 were indeed Keela and Thomas. Although their faces were also covered with green patterns, Mu Qingxin recognized them at a glance, feeling a deep sense of guilt in her heart. Why had they ended up like this? Keela, seeing Mu Qingxin, felt a flash of surprise and also walked towards her. The nearby researchers also stopped, nervously watching Keela and Thomas, fearing that the 2 might become agitated and exhibit any abnormalities again. "Keela, Thomas, you. Mu Qingxin tightly held Keela's hand, looking up at their bodies, feeling extreme pain in her heart. Keela and Thomas were very happy to see Mu Qingxin. After so many years, they could still see a friend. Although their time together back then was short, it was precisely that brief time that helped them through those difficult moments when they felt pain and helplessness, as they fantasized about one day experiencing that life again and fighting alongside their companions. Keela looked at Mu Qingxin and smiled. "Qingxin, you've grown taller." Mu Qingxin, with tears flowing, smiled back, "Yes, I've grown taller, but I still have to look up at you." She tried to suppress her heartache while speaking. "You guys." Mu Qingxin wanted to ask more, but she was afraid of upsetting them and didn't dare to bring it up. Keela and Thomas smiled gently and said, "All these years, we've been on Capital Star. Initially, I was deceived by my family to go back, and Thomas came home with me. When we got home, we found that our family had already been assimilated by the insect race, and we were attacked by them. In our bodies, insect eggs were implanted, and we hid in the basement, fighting against the insect race inside us." In just a few sentences, Keela recounted their experiences over the years, speaking calmly and composedly. But Mu Qingxin knew the dangers and difficulties within. fighting against the insect race inside them and being constantly subjected to research and experimentation by researchers. This was something she could hardly imagine. Qingxin finally couldn't help but throw herself into Qila's arms. Qila tightly embraced Qingxin, gently patting her back. Why are you crying? We've already defeated the insect race inside us. They have fallen into a deep sleep. Moreover, we are living well now, and the people at the Research Institute treat us very well. Don't be sad. Really, not being consumed by the insect race is our luck. Upon hearing this, Qingxin hugged Qila even tighter, closed her eyes, and used her mental power to check Qila's body. She found a lot of green inside Qila, especially around the heart, where a mass of dark green insect race was sleeping completely still. However, the originally bright red blood was being infected by the green as it passed through the heart, changing color again and again in a cycle. She didn't know how long it could last. If it continued like this, would Qila turn into an insect when the blood turned green? It's getting late. We should board the ship. A nearby researcher came over and reminded them. Hearing this, Thomas walked to Qila's side and gently patted her shoulder. Qila reluctantly let go of Qingxin. With red eyes, Qingxin stepped back from Qila's embrace. Looking at Qila and Thomas, it's okay. From now on, we'll be on the same ship, and I can come find you anytime. Lingling and Lanlan are also here, and later we three can come find you to chat. It's been 13 years. We've all changed so much. We can tell you all about it. Chapter 407. The counterattack of the guardian tree. Qila and Thomas smiled upon hearing this. All right, we'll be waiting for you. Qingxin nodded heavily. Finally, Qingxin stood in place, her eyes red as she watched Qila and Thomas board the ship with those researchers. Taking a deep breath, she forced back the tears that were welling up again, turned to look at the empty spaceport, her mental energy wandering across the entire capital star. Apart from the remaining combat personnel, the entire capital star was desolate and in ruins. How tragic, Qingxin murmured softly, a bitter smile tugging at her lips as she closed her eyes, looking again at the Zerg below, which were about 800 meters away from emerging. Seeing those Zerg, a surge of anger rose within Qingxin, and she clenched her fists, her mental energy tightly wrapping around one of the Zerg. Hiss! The larva cried out in pain, and the surrounding Zerg gathered around, as if they could see Qingxin's mental energy starting to bite at the mental energy enveloping their companion. Qingxin did not give up and continued to tighten her grip. With a loud bang, the larva was crushed, and the surrounding Zerg immediately surged forward, not to bite at Qingxin's mental energy, but to feed on their companion's corpse. Watching the scene, Qingxin continued to eliminate dozens of Zerg until her mental energy was completely exhausted before stopping. At this moment, her face was pale and sweat was pouring down her. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she saw a group of people walking towards her, with the one in the middle being protected by a group, none other than the leader of the alliance, Shakuras. Shakuras also saw Qingxin, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes as he walked up to her and stopped. With a kind smile, he said, "It's you, Xin. Why did you come down?" Shakuras' attitude towards Qingxin surprised the surrounding officials. Why was the leader so nice to the Mu family girl? Qingxin was also taken aback, not expecting the leader to speak to her. After thinking for a moment, she figured it must be because of her ancestor, and she calmly smiled, replying, "Hello, leader. I just saw my friends and came down to say a few words. I was about to board the ship." "Oh, I see. Then let's go up together. Come on, your ancestor must be resting by now, right?" Shakuras asked as they walked. Qingxin paused for a moment, then quickly stepped up to follow along, answering the leader's question. "Yes, my ancestor went to rest after coming up. There's been too much going on lately, and he hasn't been resting well, so I let him rest early. Uncle Mu is getting old. He really needs to rest early. I'm very sorry about Commander Mu," Shakuras said solemnly. Qingxin was startled and quickly waved her hand, saying, "Leader, there's no need to apologize. All of this is because of the Zerg. One day, the Zerg will disappear from this universe forever." Hearing this, Shakura smiled. Yes, one day they will disappear forever. The two boarded the ship together. After getting on board, Qingxin said goodbye to the leader and left. Watching her leave, Sakura smiled, thinking, this is my niece-in-law. Very good. That little brat has good taste in picking a wife. When Mu Qingxin reached the rest area, she was surrounded by Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan, both looking at her with concern. Xin, do you know those two down there? Dongfang Ling asked in confusion. Mu Qingxin looked at the two and nodded heavily. I know them. Not just me, but you both know them too. We know them? No way. I've never seen them, Shui Huanlan said in surprise. Mu Qingxin's expression turned a bit sad as she said, they are Kola and Thomas. Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan stared at Mu Qingxin in shock. After seeing her firm nod, they stood there stiffly. No, it can't be. Mu Qingxin pulled the two towards the lounge, telling them about Kola and Thomas's situation. After hearing it, tears streamed down their faces. Xin, when are you going to see Kola and the others? I want to go too. Woo-woo. Kola and the others are so tragic, so pitiful. Shui Huanlan cried. Don't cry. The fact that they still have their consciousness is already great. When you see them, you mustn't cry. If you do, it will make them very sad, Mu Qingxin said to the two. When you see them, just treat it like a long time without seeing each other. They're just like normal people. Don't show fear, don't pity them, and don't be sad. They are better than we can imagine. They don't need that. As she spoke, Mu Qingxin couldn't help but let her own tears fall again. You two should go back to rest. It's almost dawn, Mu Qingxin said, glancing at the time. It was nearly 5 o'clock. Time passed quickly. With red eyes, Shui Huanlan and Dongfang Ling left Mu Qingxin's lounge and returned to their own. Mu Qingxin sat in the lounge, not moving for a long time, her mind constantly pondering how to eliminate or drive away the Zerg inside Kola and Thomas's bodies without hurting them. At 6 o'clock in the morning, all the ships from the capital star departed, including the one Mu Qingxin was on, which started to fly away from the capital star. After the ship left, Sakura's began to deploy remotely, instructing the combat personnel left on the capital star to prepare. Once everyone was ready, they boarded the ships, hovering in the air and watching everything below. On the ground, the mechanical army had already prepared their weapons and began patrolling everywhere. Just when there were no humans left on the capital star, the central flame tree suddenly broke through the protective shield and began to grow rapidly. Its branches spread across much of the planet, and the massive trunk gradually grew larger and thicker, causing the temperature of the entire capital star to rise rapidly. Although the flame tree no longer had the strange fire, it absorbed the heat from the Earth's core, and the core's temperature was still usable for it. The capital star became scorching hot. From a distance, the capital star appeared as a fiery red planet due to the flame tree's red leaves, and the intense heat caused the surface of the planet to turn red. If human eyes could see the scene underground, they would surely laugh, for the temperature was rising from the inside out. The underground temperature was even hotter. Many of the weaker Zerg had already died upon touching the scorching ground, while the survivors desperately crawled upwards, trying to dig through. At this moment, the leader sat in a large rest area, watching the images transmitted from the capital star. Of course, besides the leader, there were others present as well, and no one stopped them because at this moment, the leader, like everyone else, did not enjoy any privileges. Chapter 408. The Angry Empress. Everyone watching the scene on the capital star was greatly shocked when they suddenly saw a Zerg emerging from the ground. These larvae resembled bugs, and at this point, their bodies had become extremely weak. The prolonged heat had harmed them. Once they crawled up from underground, they were attacked by patrolling robots, catching them off guard. Of course, some Zerg emerged from more concealed positions, unnoticed by the robots, but after searching for a long time without finding food, they could not hold out much longer. In the following time, the fate of the Zerg on the capital star was to search for food and avoid attacks. When they could not find food, they could only eat their own kind. They would eat their own kind. Then, they would strangle the robots. Of course, some Zerg also set their sights on the flame tree, as the spiritual energy emanating from it caught their attention. However, the closer they got to the trunk of the flame tree, the more likely they were to be scorched dry. The Earth's core temperature was no joke. Watching this scene, everyone was astonished, and Sakura's was particularly shocked. His deployed forces had not yet been put to use. The guardian tree is amazing, one of the spectators exclaimed. Then, everyone began discussing the guardian tree. I didn't expect the guardian tree to be so powerful. It completely annihilated the Zerg. Yeah, if we had known this, we wouldn't have had to leave the capital star. If you hadn't left, how could the Guardian Tree have performed this move? Yes, the Guardian Tree doesn't want to harm us humans. It only started after all the humans left. When I return to Capital Star, I want to go to Flame Park to properly thank the Guardian Tree. Me too, me too. Ha! Let's see if the insect race dares to come to our capital star again. Damn! The insect race on Planet 101 also saw the scenes from Capital Star, witnessing their children dying one by one. AI Yufu angrily smashed the table. Your Majesty, don't be angry. Humans are too despicable to harm our larvae like this. Yes, Your Majesty, why did the humans on Capital Star know about the insects underground? How could they leave in advance? Could there be a traitor? Traitor? How could that be? Who would betray our insect race? We have a deep hatred for humans. How can we help them harm our children? Perhaps humans have infiltrated our insect race? What you said is even more ridiculous. Which human dares to live in our territory? Enough. AI Yufu scolded, and the arguing insects below stopped. Watching her children kill each other, getting shot and burned, her heart felt like it was bleeding. What is going on with that tree on Capital Star? Why has no one reported to me? AI Yufu glared coldly at the insects below. The insects immediately lowered their heads in silence, not daring to look at the queen above. Seeing the cowardly insects below, AI Yufu's anger intensified, and she directly grabbed one of them sitting below her, suddenly opening her mouth wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and swallowed that insect whole. Witnessing their queen devour their kind, the other insects were not surprised at all, as it was the queen's right and a normal occurrence, and they never dared to resist, trembling in fear, afraid the queen's next meal would be them. After eating a subordinate, AI Yufu burped, feeling comforted in her body, and stroking the children in her belly. Her mood instantly returned to normal. AI Yufu looked at the subordinates below and said coldly, "Go investigate where this group of humans is headed. They escaped this time, but next time, I will use all their bodies to honor my children." "Yes, Your Majesty." The subordinates immediately received the order and quickly left, afraid of being left behind. The people leaving Capital Star were currently on their way to the star system. Because there are not many planets in the star system, and the residents there are friendly, Shakura chose to head to the star system. At this moment, Qingxin was in the space, pondering how to eliminate the insects inside Cola and Thomas. Qingxin, are we going to other planets? Is it fun there? Xiaohua flew over, excitedly asking Qingxin, "Mom, are there trees there? Are there other plants or exotic beasts?" He also asked happily, if there are exotic beasts, it could show off its skills by fighting Xiaohua and Lao Jiu every day. That would be too easy. "Qingxin, are there poison needle bees?" Lao Jiu excitedly asked, "I haven't seen other poison needle bees yet." Due to the insect race, the military training in the academy was held internally, so Qingxin and the others no longer had the opportunity to go to the primitive forest, and the 10 poison needle bees couldn't find their families. "I don't know. The star system." Qingxin thought the star system sounded familiar. It seemed to be the star system where Gao Dazhuang was. Qingxin quickly opened her light brain and checked the planet she had previously sent items to Gao Dazhuang. It really was Planet 101, which belongs to the star system. She wondered if they would go to Gao Dazhuang's planet. Qingxin felt excited. She had always met Gao Dazhuang in the virtual world. Originally, he said he would enter Philibel Academy when he went to school, but that fool didn't pass the entrance exam and went to Jalisi Academy instead, so she had never seen his true face. Once she exited the space, she would tell Gao Dazhuang that she was coming to find him. "I'll ask Gao Dazhuang if there are any of these in the star system." Suddenly, Qingxin's gaze landed on Lao Jiu. "Lao Jiu, Qingxin, what's wrong?" Lao Jiu looked at Qingxin in confusion. Qingxin looked at Lao Jiu and asked, "Can you see inside my body?" Upon hearing this, Lao Jiu looked at Qingxin and said, "Sure, Qingxin, you have a huge pearl inside, so beautiful it's golden, with red and green. Qingxin, your heart is beating so fast, but your heart is red, not the kind of black-hearted person that Xiaohua and the others talked about. Also, Qingxin, your brain matter." "Stop, stop, stop." Qingxin immediately interrupted Lao Jiu. She didn't want to know whether her heart was red or black, nor did she want to know if her brain matter was red or white. Chapter 409. The method Lao Jiao. Can you enter my body? Mu Qingxin looked at Lao Jiao. Lao Jiao was stunned. Looking at Mu Qingxin, Qingxin, are you crazy? How can I enter your body? Your head is not broken. Why ask such a strange question? Mu Qingxin sighed in frustration. Looking at Lao Jiao, my two friends, their bodies have been invaded by insects. Now that insect is in a deep sleep, but if we don't drive it out, sooner or later, my two friends will be assimilated. So I asked if he could enter a human's body. Mu Qingxin knew it was impossible, but she still asked hopefully, only to be disappointed. I can go in. Xiaohua chimed in. You. Mu Qingxin looked at Xiaohua in confusion. She thought of Lao Jiao and Yiya, but never considered that Xiaohua could enter a person's body. Xiaohua proudly said, yes, don't forget. I once entered your body and burned all your meridians, so of course, I can enter other people's bodies too. Mu Qingxin looked at Xiaohua in surprise, but then became worried. Would harm them? They didn't have as much spiritual power as she did. What if you accidentally turned them into ashes? Remembering the pain she experienced when subduing Xiaohua, Mu Qingxin couldn't help but worry. Xiaohua, feeling questioned, said defiantly, I can control myself. At first, I burned you because I didn't want to obey, but I still used only 80 of my strength. I was being lenient back then. Mu Qingxin looked at Xiaohua. Can you control your strength to only burn those insects without harming their hearts? The insects are located in their hearts. Mu Qingxin stated the position of the insects in Kola and Thomas's hearts. That's easy. Qingxin, you can use your spiritual power to protect their hearts. Lao Jiao said. After hearing this, Mu Qingxin looked at Xiaohua expectantly. Can you? If I wrap the insect and you with my spiritual power, can you quickly eliminate them? Mu Qingxin quickly thought of another method, wrapping the insect with spiritual power, including Xiaohua, so that it wouldn't harm the humans. Xiaohua jumped up, sure. Really? Then let's give it a try. Mu Qingxin looked at Xiaohua excitedly. Okay, if you want to try, then let's try. To be honest, there's no need to try. I can directly. Hey, what are you doing? Just as Xiaohua was speaking, he was suddenly wrapped in a burst of spiritual power. Looking nervously at Mu Qingxin, Mu Qingxin controlled her spiritual power, wrapping Xiaohua while also selecting a vegetable from the ground, tightly wrapping it. Even the roots below the soil without bringing any soil, and slowly moved Xiaohua to that vegetable. The two strands of spiritual power merged, allowing Xiaohua to enter the spiritual power of that vegetable. Suddenly stuffed into a vegetable, Xiaohua understood Mu Qingxin's intention and felt speechless. Qingxin, how can this vegetable compare to the insects? I can burn it to ashes in a minute. After saying that, the flames on his body suddenly grew larger, and the vegetable instantly burned to a pile of dust. Mu Qingxin controlled her mental power, enveloping the little fire in a speck of dust, suspending it in the air, and looked at the little fire with delight. You're amazing. Just like this, when the vegetables turn into the insect race, you have to eliminate them at this speed too. The little fire was proud to be praised. No problem. Leave it to me. Mu Qingxin was very happy and immediately exited the space, preparing to find Kola and Thomas. However, when she walked to the rear of the ship, she was stopped because it was a restricted area that required permission from the leader to enter. Hello, I'm looking for my friends, Kola and Thomas. Can you make an exception and let me see them? Mu Qingxin requested. The guard at the entrance said expressionlessly, no, you must have the leader's permission to enter. No negotiations. After saying that, he pulled down the small window on the door, not allowing Mu Qingxin to continue speaking. Mu Qingxin had no choice but to turn back, thinking, find a leader? But I don't have the qualifications. I'm just a small citizen. In my previous life, I knew that small fries had to go up the ranks to meet big shots, and you can't skip levels. As soon as Mu Qingxin arrived at the lounge area, she saw the leader and a group of people watching images coming from Capital Star. She stood there watching for a while, and was shocked to see the scenes on Capital Star. She didn't expect the flame tree to be so powerful and capable of such operations. Impressive. Mu Qingxin also saw her ancestor, looked at the leader sitting in the front, and noticed that her ancestor was sitting next to the leader. After thinking for a moment, she realized she needed her ancestor's help and secretly sent a message to him, informing him of Kola and Thomas's situation and asking him to help request the leader's permission for her to enter. While Mu Gaozu was focused on watching the situation in Capital Star, he was interrupted by a notification from his light brain. Thinking it might be a message from his great-granddaughter, he opened it and saw it was a message from his precious great-granddaughter. His momentary confusion vanished after reading the content, replaced by a serious expression as he replied, Qingxin, are you sure your method is effective? Don't harm their lives. It's effective. I've already conducted experiments, she replied. Ancestor, you should trust me and also trust the little fire. I believe you, but I don't believe the little fire. Ancestor, please help me. Kola and the others really can't be delayed any longer. Mu Gaozu read his great-granddaughter's message and fell silent for a few seconds before looking at the leader beside him. Xiaokulis noticed Mu Gaozu's gaze and looked over. Uncle Mu, is there something you need? Mu Gaozu hesitated, glancing at the people around who were all eavesdropping, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. There were so many people. How could he say it? Xiaokulis also noticed the attention from the crowd and understood. Smiling at Mu Gaozu, let us go inside and talk. Upon hearing this, Mu Gaozu smiled all right. The two stood up and walked to the lounge, leaving the remaining people even more curious. The elders of the Mu family are using their age to curry favor with the leader. Being older is indeed better. The head of the G family commented with envy as he watched the two leave. Chapter 410. How long can it last? The elder Zong saw the envious and jealous gaze of the head of the G family and instantly laughed. In our families, isn't it the elders of the Mu family who have the most say? That's normal. What say does he have? Why didn't he know about it? The head of the G family instantly got angry. If anyone had the right to speak, it was their G family. What did the Mu family have? Master Arthur, munching on snacks, glanced at the hopping head of the G family and snorted. What say? If you have the ability, drink your family's nutrient solution and don't compete with me for food. At this moment, he was hopping around, but during breakfast, he had the audacity to ask others if they had food. Such people have a stinky habit. The head of the G family was exposed by Master Arthur on the spot, and his face instantly turned red. He didn't dare to confront Master Arthur, and seeing the mocking gazes around him, he suppressed his anger and left the lounge. I haven't even spoken yet, and he has gone? Grandpa Mu raised an eyebrow at the G family, head leaving in disgrace. Grandma Mu shot a glare at Grandpa Mu. You're just playing games. And now the person has left. What do you think he could hear? Grandpa Mu touched his nose. Wasn't I just about to clear the level? Besides, there are relatives and old Zong here, and Master Arthur is also helping to speak up. Elder Zong and Grandma were trying to mediate between the two. Changing the topic. Meanwhile, Mu Qingxin observed this scene, especially her grandfather's aggrieved expression, and couldn't help but shake her head with a smile. At this moment, in Xiaokulis's lounge, Mu Gaozu and Xiaokulis were sitting face to face discussing. So, the girl Qingxin has a way to eliminate the insect race inside those two children? Xiaokulis looked at Mu Gaozu in surprise, unable to believe his words. For so many years, no one had been able to do this. He was aware of the situation with the two children. Having insects burrowed inside their bodies and still managing to endure until now was already a miracle. If Qingxin could eliminate the insects inside them, that would be fantastic. In the future, if insects entered a person's body again, there would be a way to save them. Mu Gaozu nodded. Qingxin said so, but I can't guarantee the outcome. After hearing this, Xiaokulis thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. No matter what, having a method is better than having none. In this urgent moment, they needed test subjects. Regardless of success or failure, they had to make an attempt. If it succeeded, that would be even better. Soon, Mu Qingxin received the leader's permission to enter the rear of the ship. As soon as she entered, she was attracted by the decorations inside. She didn't expect that in just one day, the rear of the ship had undergone a tremendous transformation. If she didn't know this was on a ship, she would have thought it was a research base at first glance. There were no lounges here. The spacious area was filled with research facilities, light screens, and many insect corpses of various sizes, even live insects sealed in containers. Miss Mu, please come this way. A staff member dressed in a white coat, white hat, and white mask led Mu Qingxin forward. Mu Qingxin said nothing and followed him, using her mental power to scan the entire rear. The personnel here were focused on conducting experiments, with some experimenting on the insect race. while Kola and Thomas were in a room being examined by dedicated researchers. Miss Mu, please wait here for a moment. Kola and Thomas will be here shortly. The researchers led Mu Qingxin to an empty room and asked her to wait inside. Mu Qingxin sat down and thanked the staff member, who then left. She looked at the walls around her, her brows subtly tightening. This room looked very ordinary, but all four walls were one-way, transparent mirrors. The outside could see the inside, but the inside couldn't see outside. At that moment, a few people were sitting outside the room, watching her. Mu Qingxin pretended not to notice and looked at the room's furnishings while listening to the people outside talking. Can this little girl really eliminate the insects inside the human body? I don't know, maybe. I don't believe it. What if she accidentally kills Kola and Thomas? I don't understand why the leader would agree to such an impossible thing. What if it harms Kola and Thomas? We have worked hard to put the insects inside them to sleep. And what if she wakes them up again? Stop talking. This is the leader's order. We just watch here. If there is any change, stop her actions. It can only be like this. Listening to the conversations of a few people outside, Mu Qingxin could tell that some of them truly cared for Kola and Thomas, while others treated them as mere experimental subjects, only concerned about the survival of the subjects. Mu Qingxin's expression turned cold. She was not pleased with the feeling of being watched. After a while, there was a sound at the door, and then Mu Qingxin saw Kola and Thomas walk in. Qingxin, Qingxin. Kola and Thomas exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Mu Qingxin sitting in the room. Kola ran over joyfully, not expecting to see Mu Qingxin so soon, and she was very happy. Seeing Kola and Thomas made Mu Qingxin very happy as well. Why are you here? What about Lingling and Lanlan? Kola asked. I came alone, Mu Qingxin replied with a smile. I thought of a way to help you eliminate the Zerg inside you, so I didn't bring them along. Eliminate the Zerg? Thomas was stunned. It seemed he hadn't clearly heard what Qingxin had just said. Kola was also taken aback, but her eyes were already brimming with tears. She had never doubted Mu Qingxin's words. Qingxin, can we really return to normal? Mu Qingxin looked at Kola and Thomas, holding back her tears, and smiled, of course. Our 8th squad can't be formed without you two. Originally, Darren even suggested forming a mercenary group for the 8th squad. Just waiting for you two to come back so we could apply. My method is a bit dangerous, Mu Qingxin said, looking steadily at the two, her smile fading. Perhaps one misstep could harm you. I can't bring myself to say that word, but Kola and Thomas understood. Thomas spoke first. It's okay. We're already like this. We don't know how much longer we can hold on. Rather than eventually becoming Zerg, dying is better. Chapter 411, Kola and Thomas's recovery. 1. Thomas gently touched Kola's cheek. Looking at Mu Qingxin. Qingxin, let me go first. Kola's expression changed as she glared at Thomas. No, I want to go first. Please. I want to return to normal quickly. Don't compete with me. Thomas looked at Kola tenderly and said, Kola, I want to try first. I'm afraid Qingxin's method might not work. No, you clearly want to try first because you're scared, Kola said, holding back her heartache as she looked at Thomas. Mu Qingxin watched the two, feeling a bit uncertain and starting to hesitate. When Thomas noticed the hesitation in Mu Qingxin's eyes, he paused for a moment, glanced at Kola, his eyes filled with reluctance, and then looked back at Mu Qingxin with determination. He knew how his body was and understood that if this continued, he and Kola would inevitably become Zerg. Perhaps one day, they would go to sleep and wake up as Zerg. He didn't want to see that, and he believed Kola felt the same way. If there's a way, let me try first. Allow me to be selfish just this once. After all, if something happens, it can only happen to me. Qingxin, let's begin. I believe in you. Thomas smiled at Mu Qingxin. Mu Qingxin couldn't help but wonder if her decision was too sudden and rash. Neither Kola nor Thomas could afford to be in danger. Seeing that the area below the kneecaps of both had turned green, Mu Qingxin's heart tightened. She clenched her fists, raised her head to look at them, her eyes red, and said, This time, we must make a decisive move. We can only succeed, not fail. What if? Mu Qingxin fell silent. If there is a what if? Kola gently patted Mu Qingxin's shoulder and looked at Thomas. Thomas smiled gently back at Kola. Then I can still leave this world with him, together in liberation. Qingxin, don't feel pressured. Just follow your heart. Mu Qingxin was touched by their feelings and couldn't help but think of Qingjio. If she and Qingzhou encountered such a situation, would they also be like Kola and Thomas, not abandoning or giving up on each other? Mu Qingxin shook her head, sweeping away the chaotic thoughts in her mind. Let's start. After speaking, she lowered her head and took Yaya out from her space, saying, Yaya, please cover this area with green vines. Okay, no problem. Yaya stood up straight after receiving the order and even saluted, looking very funny. Kola and Thomas had seen Yaya before. Yaya smiled at them. Hello, Kola, Thomas. Hello, Yaya. Kola and Thomas replied in unison, smiling as they greeted Yaya. The people outside also saw this strange plant and immediately became curious. What is this strange plant? Where did she get it? Can plants be kept in spatial pockets? Oh my gosh, it has so many thorns, how terrifying. Oh, what is it going to do? Everyone outside stood up, and, after a moment, they could no longer see what was happening inside. When they reached the door and opened it, they saw sharp spikes aimed at them, making them feel a chill. Sorry, the upcoming treatment is a secret, so please wait outside for a moment. Mu Qingxin's voice came from inside. The people outside exchanged glances, surprised that Mu Qingxin had noticed the unusual situation inside the room. Because the leader had said that Mu Qingxin could do whatever she wanted. They barely managed to hold back, sitting outside and watching the door, but the entire room was wrapped in green vines. Mom, I'm done. Yaya looked at Mu Qingxin expectantly. Mu Qingxin scanned the area with her spiritual power and found no gaps or surveillance. She looked at Yaya with admiration, patted its head, and praised, Yaya, you're amazing. Now, can you guard this place for Mom and not let anyone come close? Okay, I promise to complete the task, Yaya said happily, feeling great about being praised by Mom. Mu Qingxin patted Yaya's small head and then took out Xiaohua and Lao Jio from her space. Xiaohua, you must control the temperature later. When I say start, you release the temperature and follow my command. Lao Jio, keep an eye on them and help me check if there are any abnormalities in their bodies. Okay, Qingxin, no problem. Xiaohua and Lao Jio agreed, and Mu Qingxin calmed down, looking at Thomas. Let's begin. Okay. Thomas took a deep breath and lay down, while Kola clenched her hands tightly, looking at them with worry. Mu Qingxin walked up to Thomas, sat down, and then closed her eyes, sending her spiritual power into Thomas's body, gently wrapping around the dormant Zerg. The reason for the gradual change in Thomas and Kola was that part of the Zerg was connected to their hearts. So what Mu Qingxin needed to do was sever that connection. The medicine was already prepared, made from Yaya's tears. After wrapping the Zerg, the connected part was still not covered. Once covered, the blood would momentarily stop flowing. So the Zerg needed to be eliminated in a short time to prevent any impact on the heart's blood flow. Mu Qingxin opened her eyes and looked at Xiaohua. Let's start. After speaking, a wave of spiritual power shot toward Xiaohua, wrapping it up and condensing it into a small point, entering Thomas's left ear, slowly merging Xiaohua with the spiritual power wrapping the Zerg. Thomas, it will hurt a bit later. You must endure it, Mu Qingxin whispered. Okay. Thomas tightly gripped the bedsheet, relaxing his breathing, preparing for everything to come. Kola held her hands tightly, her eyes red as she prayed, feeling extremely nervous. Mu Qingxin looked at Lao Jio, who immediately flew above Thomas and checked him from head to toe. No problem. Mu Qingxin let out a gentle sigh, closed her eyes, and linked her spiritual power with Xiaohua. Xiaohua, 5 seconds. Eliminate that Zerg. Okay, no problem, Xiaohua replied. Mu Qingxin took a deep breath and quickly and decisively severed the connection between Thomas's heart and the Zerg, tightly wrapping the Zerg and instantly extracting a strand of spiritual power to maintain Thomas's heart. But in that moment, Thomas was already sweating from the pain. Mu Qingxin immediately told Xiaohua to start. Upon receiving the command, Xiaohua quickly released heat, tightly wrapping the sleeping bug race. The sleeping bug race was immediately awakened, but before it could struggle, it was already burned to dust by Xiaohua. Chapter 412. Recovery of Kola and Thomas. 2. Mu Qingxin saw that Xiaohua had destroyed the bug race and did not feel happy. She focused her energy and sent Xiaohua and the pile of dust out. As soon as Xiaohua came out, he immediately coughed and complained loudly, "Stinky, stinky, stinky. It's so smelly. This bug race is unbearably stinky." Seeing Xiaohua had come out, Kola immediately smiled, not daring to disturb Qingxin. She looked at Xiaohua and nervously asked, Xiaohua, where's the bug race? Xiaohua mischievously pointed at the scattered bits of dust on the ground and said, right here. Cola looked at the dust on the ground, still not quite understanding what it meant. It couldn't be blamed on Cola, as the scattered dust was barely noticeable. Qingxin's full mental energy began to flow through Thomas's meridians. Now she needed to filter and squeeze out the polluted blood within Thomas. Yiya pierced his fingertip. Okay. Yiya stretched out her arm, and the sharp tip immediately pierced Thomas's fingertip, causing blood to flow out. Find him, Qingxin shouted loudly, as she began to push the blood towards the fingertip. Thomas felt a wave of pain inside and couldn't help but scream. Yiya immediately threw out green vines, binding Thomas securely. Thomas! Cola saw that Thomas was tied up and the spikes on the vines, exclaiming in shock. But the next moment, when she saw that the spikes on the green vines binding Thomas were soft and harmless, she relaxed. Thomas struggled in pain. It stinks. It stinks. Xiaohua, seeing the green liquid flowing from Thomas's fingertip, disgustedly backed away. Lao Jiu hovered above Thomas, occasionally telling Qingxin where there was still unclean blood inside him. All right, it's all gone now. After checking, Lao Jiu said. Qingxin breathed a sigh of relief, her face slightly pale, but Thomas, lying on the bed, looked even paler. Just looking at this small bucket of green liquid indicated that Thomas had lost too much blood. Qingxin immediately took out diluted spiritual spring water and handed it to Cola, urging her to drink it. At this point, Thomas had already fallen into a coma. Oh, good. Cola wiped her tears, quickly took it, walked to Thomas's head, and as he released the bindings, Cola delivered the liquid into Thomas's body. Qingxin then took a small drop of condensed liquid from a small bottle with her mental energy and quickly applied it to Thomas's heart. The open heart immediately began to heal rapidly after the application of the liquid. Watching the heart recover, along with the effect of the spiritual spring water, Thomas's body began to recover quickly, and his tall figure underwent changes. Qingxin withdrew her mental energy, took a large sip of spiritual spring water, sat down, and began to operate the solidifying mental method to restore her mental strength. 10 minutes later, Qingxin's mental energy had fully recovered, and her physical strength had returned to normal. When she opened her eyes, she heard the sound of crying and comforting voices behind her. Turning around, she saw that Thomas had returned to normal, his body was also normal, and there were no remnants of the bug race inside him. His appearance had returned to normal, and at this moment, Cola was crying with joy, while Thomas smiled and continuously comforted her. This scene left Qingxin in a daze for a long time, as it was truly eye-catching. Having previously seen Beauty and the Beast, this pair now resembled handsome guy and beast. Qingxin walked over and said, all right, you can hug each other after you both return to normal. I feel embarrassed just watching you hold such a big guy. Upon hearing this, Cola looked at the already handsome Thomas and then at her own ugly appearance, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Seeing Cola's expression, Thomas smiled and said, you saw what I looked like before. Come, lie down. I'll stay with you, so the first thing you see when you open your eyes is me. Cola sweetly nodded after hearing this, and Thomas stood up, helping Cola lie down, and then they shared a deep gaze. Qingxin was defeated by the two, saying, all right, are you two taking advantage of the fact that my boyfriend isn't here to make me envious? Hurry up and get better. I want to go find my boyfriend too. Haha. Thomas and Cola looked at the feigning anger Qingxin and both laughed. They thought Qingxin was preparing to find a boyfriend and had no idea she was going to find her potential boyfriend. After all, with someone as outstanding as Qingxin, they couldn't imagine anyone in the galaxy worthy of her. With the experience from the first time, the second time went much faster. Without Qingxin needing to say anything, Yiya, Lao Jiu, and Xiaohua had already started. The four of them worked together perfectly. Soon, another bucket of green liquid was drained, and Qingxin skillfully repaired Cola's heart while Thomas gently fed Cola's spiritual spring water. Seeing that Cola's body was healing and recovering, Qingxin finally felt her heart completely relax. She turned and sat down, beginning to operate the solidifying mental method again. 10 minutes later, when she opened her eyes again, She surprisingly did not hear any sound. Curious, Qingxin turned her head and saw a scene that made her extremely envious. The two were kissing intimately right in front of her, while Xiaohua, Lao Jiao, and Yi were wide-eyed, curiously watching them. Qingxin frowned and said, Hey, you two have had enough. There are children here. She hurriedly put Xiaohua and the others back into the space. Upon hearing Qingxin's voice, Cola and Thomas immediately separated, looking shy and embarrassed at Qingxin. Cola's face turned bright red. Qingxin, I'm sorry. We looked around and saw that Yi and Xiaohua weren't here, and thinking about the kiss we just shared, I would be angry if those three little ones saw us. Thomas, with a thicker skin, smiled and said, There's nothing we could do. It was completely uncontrollable. Qingxin, I'm sorry, and please say sorry to Yi and the others. Qingxin rolled her eyes. All right, I understand. I just hope next time you can check if there are any kids around. You'll teach them bad things. Thinking about going into the space later, she hoped the three little ones wouldn't keep asking her questions. Ahem, Thomas coughed awkwardly and then looked seriously at Qingxin. Qingxin, thank you again. Cola also became serious and said, Qingxin, the help you have given us is truly too much. Thank you. Our lives from now on belong to you. Chapter 413. Doing bad things, yes, from now on. Whatever you want us to do, we will do. Thomas said firmly. Hearing their words, Qingxin immediately became unhappy and said sternly, Do you think I'm helping you for your lives? I'm helping you because we are friends. Isn't it normal for friends to help each other? Don't say such things as giving you my life or making you do anything. If you keep saying this, I'll get angry and ignore you. Qingxin scolded. Everyone is independent, but on the road of life, you will meet many different people, perhaps family, friends, enemies, or strangers. The first two will definitely help you when you encounter difficulties, as long as you are grateful and treat each other sincerely. That is the greatest comfort you can give each other. From now on, don't say thank you. I help you because you are my friends. If today I were attacked by the bug race and encountered difficulties, would you turn a blind eye? No. Cola and Thomas both replied in unison. After hearing this, Qingxin smiled. Well, it's the same. Friends don't want to see you in a bad situation and want you to be well. Now it's good. Both of you are back to normal. Next, you should undergo a physical examination. Once everything is fine, feel free to come over to us. We'll be waiting for you in front. Qingxin thought about the longing over the past 13 years and felt relieved. Finally, she found them. Remember to activate your light brains and send a message to everyone. We've all been very worried about you over the years. Cora and Thomas were deeply moved by Qingxin's words. Cora burst into tears and hugged Qingxin tightly, saying, Qingxin, I'm really lucky to know you. Being your friend is my greatest happiness. Qingxin smiled and patted Cora's back softly, saying, It's also my greatest happiness to know all of you. Thomas looked at the two, his eyes red and holding back tears, swearing in his heart that he would help Qingxin no matter what, even if it cost him his life. At the same time, Cora made the same vow in her heart, just as the people outside were becoming impatient. The green vines in the room suddenly disappeared, and the door opened. All the researchers stared intently at the doorway. The first to come out was Qingxin. When she stepped out, she saw a group of researchers outside. Smiling at them, Qingxin said, My friends have recovered. After your examination, I hope they can leave here quickly. I'll be waiting for them at the front of the ship. Please don't keep us waiting too long. Thank you. After saying this, Qingxin smiled and left. The researchers were puzzled by what Qingxin said, not fully understanding its meaning, but they caught the word recovered. When Qingxin reached the doorway, she heard a wave of exclamations from behind her. Qingxin curled her lips and left, returning to the lounge to rest. Although she had regained her mental and physical strength, she was very tired after being on edge for so long. So she went back to the lounge and directly lay down on the bed to sleep. The spiritual energy in the space invisibly surged into Qingxin's body again. Why does this spiritual energy always rush into Qingxin's body whenever she sleeps? Old Jiao looked at the large amount of spiritual energy entering Qingxin's body and asked in confusion. Little Fire and Yi completely ignored Old Jiao because they couldn't see it. At this moment, They were discussing why Cora and Thomas were kissing each other outside, just now, after sleeping for 4 hours. Qingxin woke up feeling something on her mouth and slapped it away. Oh my God, Yi, are you okay? When Qingxin opened her eyes, she saw little Fire and old Geo flying to a corner of the wall, calling out to Yi. After being helped up by little Fire and old Geo, Yi looked at Qingxin with grievance. Mom, why did you slap me away? It hurt. Qingxin looked at the aggrieved Yi and thought about the sensation on her mouth just now, feeling a headache. She looked at Yi and asked, what were you doing just now? Hearing Qingxin's question, Yi looked at her with innocence and said confidently, kissing. Sure enough, Qingxin's face twitched, her mouth quivered, and she was at a loss for words. She looked at little Fire and old Geo. While I was sleeping, did anyone else kiss me? Qingxin's heart raced. Her first kiss was gone. Far away on the border star, Qingxin was commanding the extermination of the insect race when his face suddenly twitched without warning, especially at the corners of his mouth, which uncontrollably twitched. Qingxin touched his face, thinking that maybe it was because he had been expressionless while facing this group of single dogs all day. He reminded himself to change his expression. That should be it. After exterminating these insect races, he would video chat with the girl. No, I was the only one who kissed Mom. I was the first. But as soon as I touched Mom's lips, I was slapped away. He had thought of this and felt a wave of grievance. Little Fire flew up and said indignantly, Yeah, you just barely touched you, and you woke up before me, and old Geo had a turn. Qingxin sighed in relief. Looking at the 3 little guys, what is the big deal about kissing? No more kissing in the future. Why? Cora and Thomas kissed. Why did they kiss? Facing the 3 pairs of innocent and curious eyes, Qingxin thought about going out to scold Cora and Thomas for corrupting the little ones. Qingxin cleared her throat and said, that's because they both just recovered from serious illness, and they kissed to comfort each other, celebrating that their bodies have returned to normal. Oh, so that is how it is. The 3 little guys suddenly realized. Qingxin was lying to them without blushing or skipping a beat and continued, remember, you can't kiss others casually in the future, or else your mouths will rot. Will Cora and Thomas's mouths rot? Little Fire and the others asked nervously. Qingxin stood up from the bed and said, no, you forgot, their kiss was a celebration, so it won't rot. But if you kiss randomly, your mouths will rot. I don't want my mouth to rot. Jag shouted Lude. Kovering hermot. Qingxin looked at Yi's appearance and laughed. It's okay. As long as you don't kiss for more than 5 seconds, it won't rot. After saying this, Qingxin told the 3 dazed little guys, let's leave the space. Chapter 414. It's over. It's over. Little Fire and the others exchanged glances, seeing fear in each other's eyes. I don't want my mouth to rot. Yi shouted in fear, about to cry. Little Fire saw this and quickly comforted her. Wait, don't cry. When we kissed just now, it should have been more than 5 seconds, right? I don't know. I think it might have been a minute. Old Geo mumbled. How about we rinse our mouths with spiritual spring water? That should prevent our mouths from rotting. Little Fire suggested. Yi looked at Little Fire and old Geo with tears in her eyes, thinking it was the only option. The 3 little guys hurried to the spiritual spring water to wash their mouths vigorously. This time, the 3 little guys were scared out of their wits. Just now, out of curiosity, they took turns kissing each other, thinking it was uninteresting, and then decided to try kissing Qingxin. The reason was that Yi's face was prickly. Although soft, it was uncomfortable. Old Geo was too small and couldn't find her mouth after kissing for a while. Little Fire's mouth was too hot, and even though he controlled the temperature, both Yi and old Geo couldn't withstand it. So they had to resort to Qingxin's mouth. But as soon as he leaned in, she was slapped away. Hearing that their mouths could rot, the 3 little guys rushed to wash their mouths. They stayed by the spiritual spring for a long time, and after a while, they realized their mouths hadn't rotted. They all felt relieved, thinking it was the spiritual spring water that saved them. Otherwise, their mouths would have rotted. Qingxin was completely unaware of this little episode. If she had known, she would have laughed until her stomach hurt. When Qingxin came out of space and walked to the resting area, she saw the leaders and her great-grandfather sitting together, apparently discussing something, all of them smiling and laughing heartily. At this moment, Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan also came out of the room and were delighted to see Mu Qingxin. Qingxin, Cora, and Thomas are better. Both Lanlan and I received messages from them. They said they can come over tomorrow. Dongfang Ling said excitedly, holding her light brain to show Mu Qingxin the message from Cora. Shui Huanlan also looked very happy, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Mu Qingxin, full of admiration. Qingxin, Sister Cora, said you helped them eliminate the insect race inside their bodies. Is that true? Before Mu Qingxin could answer, she saw Lanlan excitedly continue. I knew it. I knew Qingxin would find a way. In front of you. No problem is unsolvable. Qingxin, you are my idol. After saying this, she excitedly hugged Mu Qingxin. Qingxin, you're also my idol. Dongfang Ling happily hugged Mu Qingxin. Mu Qingxin was tightly embraced by the two, listening to their excited words, and patted them, saying, all right, I know I'm your idol. Just be nice to your idol from now on. Let us go. Let us sit in the resting area for a while. Everyone looked over, and the gaze of the leaders also turned toward them, reminding the two. Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan immediately released her upon hearing Qingxin's words and turned to see the crowd looking at them. Zakarasi smiled at the three young girls, saying, Youth is wonderful, filled with innocence. The few people sitting nearby, hearing the leader's words, looked at the three who were walking towards the entertainment area and smiled, reminiscing about the past. Just then, while Dongfang Ling was talking, she suddenly received a communication from her brother. Seeing the message, her face immediately stiffened. Mu Qingxin noticed Dongfang Ling's expression and asked in confusion, Lingling, what's wrong? Dongfang Ling looked at Mu Qingxin with a bitter expression. Qingxin, it's bad. My brother is coming. Mu Qingxin was surprised. Dongfang Gu is coming? Where to? The galaxy? Shui Huanlan, curious, also looked at Dongfang Ling, as she had never met Lingling's brother and was very curious. Dongfang Ling shook her head, got up, and walked to the window. She saw a small ship approaching their ship. Mu Qingxin also came over and, upon seeing the emblem on the ship outside, was astonished. Dongfang Gu is here, so fast, and he even found our location. At this moment, Zakarasi also received a message from Dongfang Zhe, ordering people to open the hatch and dock with Dongfang Zhe's ship. Suddenly, everyone on the ship felt a slight tremor before returning to calm. However, this disturbance had already attracted the attention of some observant individuals who noticed the unusual situation outside. But seeing that the leader was not affected at all, they knew the leader was aware of the matter and thus stopped paying attention. Occasionally glancing outside and at the leader's situation, Dongfang Ling sat there, looking distressed, and looked at Mu Qingxin with grievance. Qingxin, I don't want to go. I don't want to leave with my brother. I don't want to go home at all. Once I go home, I can't come back out. I want to stay by your side, waiting for that annoying guy. Mu Qingxin saw Lingling's sad face and comforted her. Don't think too much. Maybe when Dongfang Gu sees that you are fine, he will leave at ease. Or he might take you home first and wait for the insect race issue to settle before letting you come back. When will the insect race issue settle? Dongfang Ling lamented. How long do I have to wait until the insect race is eliminated? No way. I absolutely want to go back. I also want to eliminate the insect race. I want to go to the battlefield. I still need to intern in the underworld battle team. Dongfang Ling said resolutely. But now that the academy is gone, do we still have to intern? Shui Huanlan asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Ling and Mu Qingxin both froze. No, I don't want to. I finally have the chance to go to the underworld battle team with Qingxin. I want to go to the underworld battle team. After realizing, Dongfang Ling exclaimed in frustration, the underworld battle team, such a rare opportunity, is actually disrupted by the insect race. No way. I have to go to the underworld battle team. Mu Qingxin also realized and was about to speak to Lingling when her mental power sensed several people boarding the ship. Looking over, she saw Dongfang Zhe approaching with a few people. Lingling, your brother is here, Mu Qingxin quietly reminded her. Dongfang Ling immediately stopped talking and looked over. 5 seconds later, Dongfang Zhe had already walked over, accompanied by Shadow 1 and Shadow 5, towards the leader. Dongfang Zhe smiled as he approached Zakarasi and respectfully said, Leader. Zakarasi's eyes brightened upon seeing Dongfang Zhe, smiling as he stood up and walked towards him. You're here. Was the journey smooth? Dongfang Zai's expression remained unchanged as he nodded. Everything went smoothly. Others thought they were talking about the journey's smoothness. But Zachariasi and Dongfang Zai both knew what this smoothness meant. Come, sit down and talk. Zachariasi patted Dongfang Zai's shoulder, urging him to sit down. Dongfang Zai sat down, glancing at Shadow 3 and Shadow 4, who immediately tensed their bodies, turning their heads. When they saw Dongfang Ling's angry face, both froze. Mu Qingxin recognized Shadow 3 and Shadow 4 as they approached them, having matured but still recognizable. Miss, Shadow 3 and Shadow 4 greeted Dongfang Ling respectfully. Dongfang Ling coldly turned her head, humphed, and ignored them. Shadow 3 and Shadow 4 stood there awkwardly, unsure what to do. Hello, Shadow 3 and Shadow 4. Long time no see. Mu Qingxin broke the awkwardness, smiling as she greeted them. Hearing Mu Qingxin greet them, Shadow 3 and Shadow 4 quickly smiled back, feeling grateful. Miss Mu, it has indeed been a long time. Shui Huanlan, curious, looked at them and asked, lingling, who are they? Upon hearing Shui Huanlan's question, Dongfang Ling glared at them angrily. People I don't want to see. Miss, Shadow 3 lamented. Hearing Shadow 3's lament, Dongfang Ling turned her head angrily to look at them, then glanced at her brother, who was chatting happily with the leader, and whispered, Did you two betray me and tell my brother my location? Previously, Dongfang Zai had sent someone to bring Dongfang Ling back, but when they arrived at the academy, everyone had already left, and Dongfang Ling was nowhere to be found. Shadow 3 and Shadow 4 had spent more time with Dongfang Ling, so they contacted her. Dongfang Ling, wanting to ease her brother's worries, told them she was with Qingxin but didn't reveal her location. However, unable to resist Shadow 3 and Shadow 4's persistent persuasion, she eventually told them the route to the galaxy, emphasizing not to tell her brother. Yet, they told him last night, and he came looking for her today, which made Dongfang Ling furious. Shadow 3 and Shadow 4 felt increasingly wronged by their lady's accusations. As subordinates, it was indeed tough. On one side, their master was pressuring them, and on the other side, their lady was blaming them. Being a subordinate is exhausting and frustrating. Seeing Shadow 3 and Shadow 4 silent, Dongfang Ling didn't pursue the matter further. She knew her brother's character, that he must have forced them to reveal her location. Did my brother say anything about taking me home? Dongfang Ling inquired. Shadow 3 and Shadow 4 shook their heads. We don't know. The master didn't say. Really? Dongfang Ling looked at them skeptically. Shadow 3 and Shadow 4 shook their heads in unison, thinking it was a joke. Their master was right behind them, and they wouldn't dare to say. Dongfang Ling, feeling dejected, slumped onto the sofa and turned to look at her brother in the distance. Just then, Dongfang Zai's gaze also turned over, startling Dongfang Ling, who immediately turned her head and buried it in Mu Qingxin's arms. Dongfang Zai immediately spotted the smiling Mu Qingxin, his eyes flickering. He expected that little girl from back then to grow up so beautifully. He heard she had grown taller too. Now that she was sitting, it wasn't noticeable, but she was far more impressive than back then. Every time Dongfang Ling spoke to Dongfang Zai, she mostly discussed, Qingxin has grown taller. Qingxin is amazing. Qingxin made delicious food today. Therefore, Dongfang Zai felt very familiar with Mu Qingxin. Noticing the gaze from the side, Mu Qingxin withdrew her smiling gaze from Ling and looked over, seeing Dongfang Zai looking in their direction. Mu Qingxin was momentarily stunned, then smiled back at Dongfang Zai. Seeing this, Dongfang Zai also smiled gently in return, then withdrew his gaze and continued talking with everyone. Mu Qingxin also turned her gaze back, looking at Dongfang Ling, comforting her. All right, Dongfang Ge is not looking this way anymore. Dongfang Ling moved slightly, coming out from Mu Qingxin's arms. She secretly glanced at her brother's side and, upon realizing he really wasn't looking over, let out a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. I thought my brother would keep staring at me. Woo-woo, can I go to your room? She really didn't want to face her brother alone. Ling, are you really afraid of your brother? Shui Huanlan looked at Dongfang Ling in confusion. Shouldn't a brother be very doting towards his sister? Dongfang Ling stiffened her face. My brother is not like your brothers. Oh, Shui Huanlan nodded, not continuing the kiss. Dongfang Ling also didn't want to discuss this sad topic and turned to Ying San and Ying Si, asking, "Where did you two come from?" Hearing the term Xiao San Xiao Si, Mu Qingxin nearly laughed out loud. Ying San and Ying Si's faces darkened. But they still didn't resist. They had become numb to this nickname. "We came from a star system," Ying Si replied. "Star system?" Mu Qingxin exclaimed. "The star system is so far away. It requires 8 space jumps. How did you get here so quickly?" Shui Huanlan also looked skeptical. Dongfang Ling replied normally. "Our family has a space conveyor belt, so distance is not a problem." She then looked at Ying San and Ying Si again. "But what were you doing in the star system? It's desolate and has no business. Why go there? Field research? Are you just bored?" "Field research," Ying San and Ying Si said in unison. Dongfang Ling had just finished suppressing her complaints when she heard those 4 words and knew the two were pulling her leg. So she stopped asking. The people from Shadow Team were the tightest-lipped. Unless it was her brother asking, she didn't have the ability to make them tell the truth. After sitting for a while, Mu Qingxin went back to the lounge to chat with her boyfriend, and Shui Huanlan's family also sent a message asking where she was. Dongfang Ling sat there waiting for her brother to come over, chatting idly with Ying San and Ying Si. When Dongfang Zhe walked over, he saw his sister looking utterly disinterested as she chatted with Ying San and Ying Si about family matters. "Brother." Dongfang Ling noticed someone beside her, looked up, and saw her brother standing there coldly staring at her. Dongfang Ling's heart sank, and she quickly stood up straight. Dongfang Zhe glanced at the curious onlookers and turned back. "Go back to your lounge." Chapter 416. What egg? Dongfang Ling replied with a face full of despair as she walked towards her lounge, looking like she was heading to the gallows. After the few of them left the lounge, those watching began discussing again, speculating about their identities and why the leader was so familiar with him, having never seen him in the Alliance. "Speak up. When are you coming home?" Dongfang Zhe asked coldly as he sat in a chair, looking at his sister standing in front of him. Dongfang Ling lowered her head and murmured, I don't want to go home yet. I still have an internship." "Internship?" Dongfang Zhe scoffed. Hearing her brother's scoff, Dongfang Ling instinctively shrank her neck, feeling extremely resentful. Why was her brother's aura getting stronger? Woo-woo. She wanted to escape. Dongfang Zhe looked at Dongfang Ling and sneered. Dongfang Ling, don't tell me you still don't know the current state of affairs. The academy is gone, and Capital Star can't be stayed in anymore. Right now, you are in hiding. Internship? Where are you going to intern? Listening to her brother's words, Dongfang Ling stubbornly replied, "Even though we can't stay in Capital Star anymore, but we are still students, and we can still intern. Next semester, I will go to the Nether team to intern with Qingxin. The internship report for the Nether team has already come out. In short, I don't want to go home." Dongfang Zhe frowned, looking at his stubborn sister. "The family is very worried about you. It's too dangerous outside." "It's not dangerous. With Qingxin around, she will protect me," Dongfang Ling said quickly. Hearing this, Dongfang Zhe immediately laughed, looking at Dongfang Ling and said, "When you insisted on going into the art department, your reason seemed to be to protect Qingxin, right? How did it turn into Qingxin protecting you now?" Listening to her brother's words, Dongfang Ling remembered what she had said back then and felt a bit embarrassed. "That's because Qingxin has become stronger and doesn't need my protection anymore." Dongfang Zhe looked at Dongfang Ling. "What is your cultivation level now?" Hearing her brother's question, Dongfang Ling immediately became serious and answered him. After repeated pleas, Dongfang Zhe finally agreed that Dongfang Ling didn't have to go home, but if she was in danger, she had to return without resistance. At night, everyone was eating in the resting area. Since Oolong and others were also on this ship, everyone had food to eat. Dongfang Zhe and Dongfang Ling went to eat with Mu Qingxin. Dongfang Zhe saw Mu Qingxin and warmly greeted her. "Hi, Qingxin, long time no see. You're getting prettier and taller." Hearing Dongfang Zhe say she had grown taller, Mu Qingxin smiled happily. I've grown taller. Brother Dongfang, long time no see. You're getting more handsome too." Hearing Mu Qingxin say he was handsome, it was the first time Dongfang Zhe felt he was indeed quite handsome, and his smile grew even wider. "By the way, I have a gift for you. I found it by chance." Dongfang Zhe a Bokstomu Qingxin. Mu Qingxin happily took it. "Thank you, Brother Dongfang. I didn't expect a gift." She was excited to open the box, but was stopped by Dongfang Zhe. Open it later. I found it by chance, and when no one is around, you can study it slowly. It can be used for cooking, Dongfang Zhe said with a smile. Feeling a bit embarrassed because the box contained an egg. The leader had asked him to guard those eggs, and after 10 years, all had successfully hatched except for this one, which hadn't shown any signs of hatching. Since Mu Qingxin liked researching food, this egg should be good for making food. When Mu Qingxin heard it could be used for cooking, she realized it was an ingredient and happily stored in her space, letting Xiao Hua and the others put it in the warehouse. While Mu Qingxin was eating, she suddenly heard Xiao Hua and Ye's excited voices, saying it was a very big egg. Mu Qingxin paused. Egg? What egg? As far as she knew, most interstellar beasts were mammals and rarely laid eggs. Moreover, once an alien beast laid an egg, it would never leave it for a moment. That's why it was hard for her to buy eggs on the Star Network. The warehouse had some chicken eggs, and after the space upgrade, there were also chickens. So she no longer had to worry about eating chicken eggs. Now, Brother Dongfang had actually found an egg, which surprised Mu Qingxin greatly. Mu Qingxin instructed Xiao Hua and the others to handle the egg carefully so it wouldn't break. She wanted to see what the egg looked like. After giving her instructions, she didn't pay attention to the matters in her space anymore. Mu Qingxin chatted and laughed with everyone. That night, Dongfang Ling directly slept with Mu Qingxin, while Dongfang Zhe slept in Dongfang Ling's room. Ying Yi and the others stayed in the resting area all night, and Mu Qingxin didn't enter her space. The next morning, Mu Qingxin woke up to receive a message from Qingxin, stating that they could leave the research institute today. Both she and Thomas were in good health, completely showing human characteristics, and most importantly, their bodies had become stronger. Upon seeing this, Mu Qingxin was very happy and woke up Ling Ling to share the good news. Dongfang Ling was also delighted and quickly got up, wanted to pull Mu Qingxin to the back of the ship to wait for Qingxin and Thomas to come out. After Mu Qingxin, Shui Huanlan, and Dongfang Ling finished breakfast, they hurried to the back of the ship, walking to the door that led to the back and waiting. Suddenly, the door made a sound, and the three of them fixed their eyes on the entrance as the door slowly opened, revealing Qingxin and Thomas walking out. Mu Qingxin and the others smiled, and tears flowed down without warning. Qingxin and Thomas, also smiling, looked at the three of them with tears in their eyes. Long time no see. Long time no see. Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan both cried and laughed, hugging them tightly, screaming and crying. I hate it. I hate it. Why don't you tell us why? Why don't you tell us? Dongfang Ling cried, saying, Sister Qingxin, we all miss you so much. We miss you and Thomas. Why were you so foolish? If you had told us earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Shui Huanlan was also crying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for making you worry. I won't do it again next time. Qingxin tightly hugged the two of them. Everything felt like a dream. Everything. Even now, she felt as if she were still dreaming. She was really okay. She had really recovered. Mu Qingxin wiped her tears and smiled at the four of them, saying, All right, let's go. We can talk when we get back. Don't cry. Hearing Mu Qingxin's words, the others stopped crying, wiped their tears, and looked at each other. Seeing each other's red eyes and noses, they couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 417. Can I change my brother? Back to the front. Qingxin and Thomas had already been arranged to a lounge, but they didn't go to the lounge. Instead, they were called to meet the leader. Mu Qingxin was also called over. When Shakalasi saw that Qingxin and Thomas were already back to normal, he was amazed, but even more amazed by Mu Qingxin. Good? Very good, Shakalasi exclaimed as he looked at Qingxin and Thomas. He had seen them being tormented by the insect race before, and now seeing them back to normal was truly miraculous. The staff at the Research Institute had told him that there was not a trace of the insect race left in their bodies. Shakalasi shifted his gaze from the two of them to Mu Qingxin and asked Qingxin, How did you do it? Mu Qingxin knew that the leader would ask this question, and replied, Maybe it was a lucky coincidence. The main reason is Qingxin and Thomas. If it weren't for their strong willpower, I wouldn't have had the chance to eliminate the insect race. The biggest credit for the insect race being cleared goes to them. Listening to Mu Qingxin's words, Shakalasi's smile remained unchanged. Although he knew that this girl wasn't telling him the whole truth, he wasn't angry. After all, this girl was his niece-in-law. She was family. Once they became one family, he would know everything, so there was no rush. After chatting with the three for a while, Shakalasi let them go back. Watching Mu Qingxin leave, he shook his head and smiled, then lowered his head to send a message to his nephew. The partner you chose is great, very strong. Just don't lose her. I only recognize this niece-in-law. Soon, Shakalasi received a reply from Qingzhou. Seeing the reply, his smile widened. It read, Qingxin is great. No need for your evaluation. She can only be my wife. You little rascal. Shakalasi laughed and scolded. In the space, old 9. Are you sure the baby inside is still alive? Xiaohua asked. What does the baby look like? Does it look like its mother? Yi lay on the big egg, gently touching it from time to time and listening closely. Old 9 circled the egg and said, I can't tell. I only know there are signs of life inside, but it's covered by a thick membrane, so I can't see through it. Oh, there is something you can't see through? Xiaohua exclaimed in surprise. Then how can we get the baby out? Yi didn't care whether old 9 could see or not. She only cared about when the baby could come out to play with them. In the space, it was just the 3 of them playing together. The others were busy collecting honey all day, which wasn't fun. So if a baby suddenly appeared, it could play with them, and she could be its mom, just like her own mom was to her. Old 9 looked at the egg and thought it seemed a bit malnourished and weak. If we wait much longer, it might not make it, Old 9 said, shaking his head in disdain. What? Xiaohua and Yi exclaimed in shock. Yi immediately hugged the egg tightly. Say no, no. I don't want the egg to die. I want the egg to come out. Old 9, how can we help it? Yi felt everything she had just thought was shattered. Her dream of being a mom was about to break too. After all, it's a life. I believe Qingxin brought it to this space because she wants it to be born, Xiaohua speculated. Old 9 circled the greenish egg again, looked at it, then placed his hands on it and closed his eyes to feel inside. Yi and Xiaohua quietly watched Old 9, not daring to disturb him. After a moment, Old 9 opened his eyes, flew up, looked around the space, and pointed to the spirit spring water, saying, Put it there. Xiaohua and Yi immediately carried the huge egg over to the spirit spring water. Old 9 directed them to place it in the water. Yi wrapped her hands around the egg tightly and gently placed it into the water. As the egg entered the spirit spring water, it suddenly emitted a faint glow. What's happening? Yi worriedly looked at the glowing egg in the water. Old 9 observed and said, It's okay. It's absorbing spiritual energy. Look, the spiritual energy in the air is flowing into its shell. Xiaohua and Yi looked blankly at the spot Old 9 pointed to. They couldn't see anything, but hearing that the egg was absorbing spiritual energy meant it was growing. Egg, grow up quickly. When you grow up, come out to see us. We'll take you to eat delicious food. By the way, the food Mom makes is so tasty, and we can go play. Yi sat by the water, chattering nonstop. Xiaohua and Old 9 watched for a while, found it uninteresting, and left to find animals to play with. Of course, their play was just their own wish. The animals didn't want to see them at all. Qingxin, this dessert is really delicious. How did you make it? Qingxin, your bracelet is beautiful. But that seems to be from the first generation. I have the latest one here. Do you want to try it on? Qingxin, I heard from Lingling that you have a few little friends. They sound interesting. I wonder if I can meet them and get to know them. Qingxin, were you scared when the blazing tree took you away? Dongfang Ling looked at her brother in confusion. In such a short time, he had said so much, all revolving around Qingxin. What was he trying to do? Lingling, your brother isn't as cold as you say. He seems pretty nice, Shui Huanlan said, looking at Dongfang Zhe, who was chatting and laughing with Qingxin, puzzled. Hee, don't be fooled by him. She will never believe that her brother would change his nature. He must have taken the wrong medicine today. Mu Qingxin felt extremely embarrassed as Dongfang Zhe chased her with questions. Why was this time the usually gentle and somewhat cold Dongfang Zhe so talkative? Where did the old version of him go? Dongfang Zhe noticed the embarrassed look in Qingxin's eyes and smiled. He now knew that his sister's cultivation had increased significantly, mainly because she had been with Mu Qingxin and eating all those food infused with spiritual energy. Chapter 418, As Long as You Have Legs. Brother Dongfang, I want to leave here and go back to my room. Qingxin, thank you for taking care of Lingling all these years, Dongfang Zhe suddenly said seriously. Interrupted by Dongfang Zhe, Mu Qingxin quickly waved her hand, saying, No, it was Lingling who took care of me. Without her, I don't know what I would be like now. No, I know Lingling's character. If it weren't for you, she would still be a spoiled and willful little girl. Hearing her brother say this, Dongfang Ling was unhappy. "Brother, how can you say that about your sister?" Looking at Shui Huanlan, she said, See, this is my brother. He talks bad about his own sister without saying anything nice." Mu Qingxin smiled and said to Lingling, who looked angry, "Actually, we can't say it's about taking care of each other. Friends support each other. In the academy, we've made many friends, learn a lot of knowledge, and experience many things, some sad, some happy, some frustrating. Looking back, we're really lucky to have met each other." Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan looked at Mu Qingxin with moved expressions. After hearing Mu Qingxin's words, Dongfang Zai's smile grew wider as he gazed at Mu Qingxin's delicate face. A smile on his own, seemingly lost in thought. "All right, I need to go back to sleep now. It's very late. You two should rest too." Mu Qingxin stood up and left just as Lingling and Lan Lan were about to hug her tightly. She didn't want to see them cry, and besides, Qingzhou had just messaged her that he wanted a video call soon. It had been a long time since she'd seen her dear boyfriend, so she hurried back to chat with him. Dongfang Ling, Shui Huanlan, what a guy who forgets friends for the sake of love. They were just moved for nothing. Mu Qingxin returned to her room and started a video call with her boyfriend. They chatted late into the night. When Mu Qingxin ended the video call, it was already past 11 o'clock. At this time, everyone on the ship had fallen asleep, and the outside was dark, with only the ship sailing slowly. Just now, Qingzhou said that the insect race at the border star had been completely wiped out, and they would set off for the star system tomorrow, which meant that once they arrived at the star system, the Yuming battle team would also arrive, and then she could meet her boyfriend. Mu Qingxin thought that when she saw Qingzhou, she would definitely let him see how much he had grown taller. She really had. Mu Qingxin browsed through her messages, which included messages from her elder brothers and cousins, and she replied one by one. After a while, she suddenly realized that her mother hadn't sent her any messages in the past 2 days. Mu Qingxin immediately sent a communication request to her mother, but after several attempts, her mother didn't answer. Mu Qingxin suppressed her worries and sent a message. "Mom, where are you right now? Please reply when you see this. Love you, Xin. After waiting for a while, she still didn't receive a message from her mother, and her anxiety grew. She thought that if her mother didn't reply by tomorrow, she would go find Moss to help locate her mother. With that thought, Mu Qingxin turned off her light brain and entered the space. As soon as she entered the space, Mu Qingxin felt an additional surge of mental energy, which had not been there before, and it was very strong. Mu Qingxin immediately became alert, her mental energy scanning the space, while she wondered why there was unfamiliar mental energy in her space. Could others enter her space? The thought made her heart sink. Suddenly, Mu Qingxin located that mental energy, and her expression stiffened because she discovered that it was emanating from an egg. At that moment, Yaya and the others were playing with some animals on the mountain, while there was an egg placed near the spring water. As Mu Qingxin walked toward the spring water, she checked the warehouse and found no trace of the egg, and the box that Brother Dongfang sent was lying on the grass. So, the egg in the spring water was the one Brother Dongfang sent? Wasn't it supposed to be edible? Why was there a living, unknown creature inside it? Mu Qingxin quickly walked to the spring water, took a deep breath, and looked at the egg quietly floating in the spring water. This egg was really big, probably the size of an ostrich egg from her previous life, and she had no idea what was inside. Mu Qingxin stared at the green egg, but saw nothing, while her mental energy slowly wrapped around the egg. Mu Qingxin frowned. Her mental energy couldn't penetrate the eggshell. What kind of creature was this? The eggshell could actually block her mental energy. Suddenly, Mu Qingxin's body stiffened as a surge of mental energy drilled out from the eggshell, slowly approaching her mental energy. Mu Qingxin's mental energy quickly wrapped around that surge of mental energy tightly, leaving a gentle stream of her mental energy intertwining with it. When that mental energy made contact with hers, it shrank back sharply, but then curiously approached again. This back and forth happened several times until its mental energy finally wrapped around Mu Qingxin. "Who are you?" Mu Qingxin's mental energy repeatedly asked after connecting with that surge, but it only rubbed against her mental energy without responding. Mu Qingxin keenly sensed the attachment of that mental energy to her. realizing that this little guy must have been accidentally picked up by Brother Dongfang. Its mother might have had something going on and wasn't by its side at that time, just like those 10 poisonous needle bees that were inadvertently brought into the space and could no longer return to find their families. At that moment, Qingxin felt a surge of sympathy for the little creature inside the egg and gently nudged it. As she nudged the egg, that surge of mental energy clearly became very happy. Qingxin smiled, crouched by the water's edge, and reached out her hand to gently touch the egg. Huh, it's warm. Qingxin was surprised as she stroked the green egg. The eggshell felt pleasantly warm. As she continued to stroke it, that surge of mental energy slowly retreated, and the egg moved in response. Qingxin watched in delight as the egg interacted with her, happily extending her other hand to gently stroke it. Little guy, what exactly are you? As long as you have legs, please don't be a soft-bodied creature. Qingxin softly spoke to the egg, guessing what kind of creature would be inside, as long as it wasn't a snake. Qingxin was most afraid of legless, soft-bodied creatures, as long as it had legs. It would be fine. Chapter 419. Jijin 1. As soon as Qingxin finished speaking, the egg wobbled as if responding to her. When Qingxin noticed, she happily continued. What's wrong? Are you trying to say you're not that kind of soft-bodied creature? The egg wobbled again, surprisingly able to understand her words. Qingxin was very happy. Just as she was about to reach out to touch it, the egg suddenly flashed and swam to the center of the spring water. Qingxin looked at the egg in confusion. What's wrong? Are you angry? Why did you suddenly not want me to touch you? Suddenly, the egg sank to the bottom of the water. Qingxin leaned forward, worriedly watching the egg at the bottom. The water at the bottom of the spring began to swirl around the egg, and the fish swam along the vortex. Qingxin watched this scene in amazement. Crack! Qingxin's keen ears picked up the sound of the eggshell breaking, and her heart raced as she looked at the egg. Then she saw countless patterns appear on the eggshell, and the spring water flowed into those broken patterns and overflowed. Whoosh! Suddenly, a column of water shot up from the bottom, splashing all over Qingxin. Qingxin instinctively raised her mental energy in front of her, but her body reflexively stepped back. Once the water settled, Qingxin leaned forward to look and saw two halves of broken eggshells floating on the surface, empty inside. Why is it empty? Qingxin's eyes widened as she looked down at the bottom of the water, seeing nothing. She sent her mental energy into the water to search. Here, Qingxin's mental energy captured that surge of mental energy and immediately wrapped it up, pulling it up. When Qingxin saw what the creature inside the eggshell looked like, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her mouth agape in shock. No way. Qingxin's eyes widened as she looked at the dragon floating on the water's surface. I saw a dragon the size of a palm, entirely green, with very small shimmering scales. Its round little belly was a lighter shade, and its four legs were short and stout, with a short tail behind. Only its head was long, resembling the dragon heads I'd seen in my past life, but it was too many and too round. Qingxin never expected that dragons actually existed in this world. She had only heard legends about them in her past life, but had never seen one. In the interstellar world, where high technology seemed to be everywhere, she never thought there would be dragons. Although those exotic beasts looked strange, they seemed more like oversized hybrids of animals from her past life. As a Chinese person, seeing a dragon was truly shocking. Qingxin stood there, watching the chubby and adorable baby dragon dive underwater and then float back up, occasionally playing with the fish. Eventually, it discovered its own eggshell, paddling over with its short little legs, clumsily hugging its shell and crunching on it. A crisp burp sounded, and looking at the silly little dragon, Qingxin couldn't help but laugh. It was just too cute. Chirp, chirp. Hearing Qingxin's voice, the baby dragon looked over. When it saw her, it tilted its head for a moment as if recognizing her, then swam over, struggling to climb ashore towards her. Qingxin squatted down and extended her hand. The baby dragon approached her hand, sniffed, licked, and finally climbed on her palm. Qingxin happily brought it to her face and carefully observed it, wondering, "Are you really a dragon? How can you be so cute?" Supporting it with one hand while gently stroking its body with the other, she examined it thoroughly. Chirp, chirp. Mu Qingxin looked at the baby dragon. What do you want? Chirp, chirp. Are you hungry? She guessed. Chirp, chirp. Thirsty? No, you just drank so much water. Do you need a pee? Mu Qingxin asked. The baby dragon stopped chirping and just stared at her in silence. Mu Qingxin realized that this little guy could understand her words, but she couldn't understand it. The mental connection didn't work either, just like when Yu was just born. Did she also need to drink blood to form a contract to understand it? Mu Qingxin's gaze shifted to the baby dragon as she asked, "Do you want to form a contract with me?" Chirp, chirp. After the baby dragon called out, it turned its back to Mu Qingxin. All right, if you don't want to. Forget it. Mu Qingxin gave up, poking the baby dragon's tail. The baby dragon impatiently hissed at her, and Mu Qingxin smiled, saying, "Since you were born in your own space, then you are part of us now. If we ever find your parents, I won't force you to leave. For now, let's give you a name. I can't just keep calling you baby dragon." Mu Qingxin thought for a moment, looking at the baby dragon. "Since you like to chirp so much, let's call you Chirp." Naming it so carelessly, Mu Qingxin didn't even notice the baby dragon's protest. "Chirp, chirp." The baby dragon protested. Mu Qingxin happily picked up Chirp. "Chirp. Don't you like this name?" "Chirp, chirp." "Not at all." "Haha, I knew you'd like a name like that." Mu Qingxin joyfully held Chirp, calling out to the little fire creatures playing on the mountain. "Mommy." Yeah. Seeing Mu Qingxin, happily jumped onto her. "Qingxin, you're here. We found an interesting little guy." Little Fire said excitedly to Mu Qingxin about the egg they had discovered. Mu Qingxin smiled and said, "I saw it." "Are you talking about that egg?" "Uh-huh, Mommy. There's a baby inside that egg. It's in the water now." He turned to look at the spiritual spring, realizing the egg was no longer there, and exclaimed, "Where's the egg?" Little Fire and Old Nine also looked, realizing the egg was indeed gone, and they panicked. "Chirp, chirp." Chirp poked its head out of Mu Qingxin's palm, looking at the worried trio. "What sound is that?" Little Fire, with keen hearing, turned his head and immediately saw the little creature in Mu Qingxin's hand, flying over to circle around it. "This is Chirp, the baby from the egg you mentioned." Mu Qingxin held Chirp in both hands for them to see. Iya and Old Nine flew over, looking at Chirp in amazement. "Chirp?" Iya looked at Chirp in confusion. "Chirp, chirp." Chirp responded. "Why is it called Chirp?" Old Nine asked. "Because it can only chirp, so I named it Chirp." Mu Qingxin explained. Chapter 420. Chirp, toot, chirp, chirp. Chirp called again. "Huh? Why isn't it talking?" Iya looked at Chirp with disappointment, feeling sorry for the baby that couldn't speak. Little Fire poked Chirp. "It's probably because it just hatched. It hasn't learned to talk yet." Mu Qingxin raised her eyebrows, watching the three curious little ones, and placed Chirp on the ground. "You three need to take care of Chirp. Help it get familiar with this space, and make sure it doesn't get hurt." After giving her instructions, she patted Chirp's little head and said, "Chirp, be good and go play with your brothers and sisters." After saying that, she gently pushed Chirp towards Iya and the others. The three welcomed their new friend warmly and immediately took Chirp on an adventure. Mu Qingxin watched the little ones head off and sighed. Tomorrow, she would definitely ask Brother Dongfang where Chirp was found. If there was a chance, they would look for its family. Since Chirp was here, it meant that many dragons still existed in this era. Mu Qingxin returned to her room to cultivate, while Little Fire and the others introduced Chirp to the older members. "What is this thing? Why does it look like this?" Old Ten circled around Chirp, expressing his disdain. "Chirp." Chirp glared angrily at Old Ten. He also angrily stood in front of Chirp, saying, "Chirp is very cute. You're the one who looks ugly." "Chirp." Chirp nodded in agreement. "Our appearance is not ugly. We have wings and can fly far, far away. Look at it. With those four short little legs, round and clumsy, it walks so slowly." Old Five flew over dissatisfied. Yeah, we have slim waists. Does it have one?" "No. Our tails can attack." "What can its tail do?" "Drag on the ground. Useless." "We can collect honey." "Can it?" "No, it probably just eats." Except for Old Nine, the other WASP members joined in teasing Chirp. "You guys are too much." Iya, unable to argue with them, was very angry. Little Fire flew over, glaring at them. "You are wasps. In this world, besides you, other beasts probably can't collect honey. Well, you have. How can other beasts have? You can't compare if they aren't of the same type." Meanwhile, Old Nine noticed that Chirp's body suddenly turned bright red and quickly flew over, saying, "Stop arguing. Stop arguing. Chirp is cute. Chirp is great. Don't be angry, okay? He comforted Chirp, fearing the red energy within it would explode. Chirp! Chirp roared in dissatisfaction. Right. We are ugly. We are not good. Old Nine, try to placate. Chirp! Yes, everything you say is right. The wasp saw Old Nine being so cowardly and flew over to criticize him. Old Nine, you're embarrassing us wasps. Old Nine, you actually flatter a little guy. How shameful. Old Nine, you're ugly. You're not cute. Old Nine, be careful. We won't let you come back. Chirp! Chirp got angry and opened its mouth, spewing out a flame towards the group of wasps. The wasps were startled, covering their mouths and screaming. Little Fire quickly blocked the flames and picked up Chirp, leaving the area of the wasps, with Ia following closely behind. Old Nine also quickly flew over, leaving a group of shivering wasps behind. I was scared to death. It turns out that little guy can breathe fire. From now on, let's keep our distance from it. Yes, we can't get close. What if it sets us on fire? When Lao Jio comes back later, let's tell him not to bring that guy here anymore. It's too dangerous. Agreed. The wasps were still shaken from the recent incident. That scene almost made them faint. Gio, you're amazing. Ia admired Gio, but calm down. Gio, it was their fault. But don't be so impulsive in the future, or Xian will get angry and kick you out of the space. Lao Jio said, Gio, understood. They won't bully you anymore. When they see you, they'll probably turn around. Gio, okay, we won't tell Xian about what just happened. Iya and Xiaohua looked at the two conversing with shock, then curiously at Lao Jio. Lao Zhu, mama, what's wrong? Lao Jio turned to Xiaohua and asked, Lao Jio, can you understand what Gio is saying? Dyaskiv. Lao Jio froze, staring blankly at Gio, then looked at Iya and Xiaohua with confusion, retorting, I can understand what Gio is saying. Gio, yes. Whoa. Lao Jio stepped back in shock, looking at Gio with amazement, then turned to Iya and Xiaohua, hesitantly asking, You can't understand it? Xiaohua and Iya shook their heads in unison, saying they couldn't understand, they could only hear Gio's sounds. Lao Jio glanced at Gio. I seem to really be able to understand it. How amazing. Iya looked at Lao Jio with envy. She also wanted to understand what Gio was saying. Outside, master. Is it okay if you give that egg to Miss Mo? He hesitated. Dongfangze listened to Ying Yi's words, his cold gaze fixed on him. Receiving the master's gaze, he immediately lowered his head in panic. Do I need your approval for what I give to home? I wouldn't dare. Sorry, master. Ying Yi overstep it. Dongfangze retracted his gaze, snorting coldly, then looked at the image on the table. The image showed a forest with a dozen young dragons that looked like Gio, but those young dragons were all larger than Gio. The young dragons were playing and frolicking, some spraying water, some breathing fire. That egg has been dormant for so many years, and it has already been tested. There are no signs of life inside. It is an ordinary egg without any issues. In the end, Dongfangling explained. Hearing the master's explanation, He immediately felt relieved and did not continue speaking. Have a non-viable eggs been destroyed? Dongfangze asked. He respectfully replied, Yes, they have all been destroyed, except for the one given to Miss Mu. Dongfangze nodded, saying, All right, prepare a report for me later. I'll take it to the leaders. Yes, master. He immediately left to prepare the report. Chapter 421, Mother Missing, 1. 3 minutes later, he handed the report to Dongfangze. Dongfangze looked at the report, which detailed how many young dragons had successfully hatched over the years and categorized their abilities. Satisfied, Dongfangze put away the report and contacted Shakura's through his holographic computer. After receiving a reply, Dongfangze stood up and walked to the leader's room. It was already 1 a.m., and the ship was quiet. Dongfangze quickly walked to Shakura's room. Knock, knock, knock. Shakura's opened the door, glanced outside, confirmed there were no peeping eyes, and let Dongfangze in. After sitting down, Dongfangze handed the report to Shakura's, who quietly read it. After finishing, Shakura's put away the report and looked at Dongfangze, asking, Do the elders know about this? Dongfangze said heavily, Not yet, but my father knows about it. Do you mean? Shakura's opened the image, watching the lively young dragons. Is there not a single one of the entire system? Dongfangze shook his head. No, the most is that red one. It has dual abilities, fire and gold, while the others only have one ability. Sakura's pointed to the image, capturing that entirely red young dragon, enlarged the image, and examined it closely. Suddenly, the young dragon looked at the camera, as if sensing someone was watching it, and bared its teeth at the lens. Sakura smiled. Then the red young dragon swallowed the tiny camera hole. Sakura laughed as he turned off the image, looking at Qingxin with a beaming smile. Very good. These kids look very healthy. Don't slack off on their care in the future. Also, let's not notify the elders just yet. Sakura paused for a moment, then continued. Once the insect tribe situation is settled, we can tell them. Qingxin responded, okay. The two sat there discussing the young dragon's habits and diets. After finishing, Qingxin left Sakura's room. When he reached Qingxin's room, he stopped, stood there for a moment, then showed a puzzled expression as he looked at Qingxin's door. After staring at the door for 2 seconds, he frowned and left. The next morning, Qingxin exited the space and checked her holographic computer, finding that her mother had not yet replied. An uneasy feeling rose in her heart. After quickly tidying up, she headed to see Mers. Hello, Miss Mu. Is there something you need? As soon as Qingxin stepped into the Computer Research Institute, she was stopped by a researcher. Qingxin suddenly remembered that Mers' status was different. She probably needed the leader's permission to see Mers. Miss Mu? At this moment, Yaoman approached, looking puzzled when he saw Qingxin. Chapter 1, Section 1. Qingxin thought of Yaoman, the head of the Computer Research Institute, who had a good relationship with Qingxin. Qingxin had previously mentioned that if she wanted to find Mers, she could ask Yaoman for help. Hello, Director Yaoman. I have something I need Mers' help with. I wonder if I could see it? Qingxin said. Yaoman's eyes flashed with surprise as he said, of course, follow me. Saying that, he led Qingxin to find Mers. Qingxin did not expect it to be so smooth and quickly followed, thanking Director Yaoman. Thank you, Director Yaoman. I really appreciate it. Yaoman smiled and waved his hand, thinking about what Qingxin had said. As long as Qingxin needed help, he had to assist her, or else he would be in trouble when he returned. Sigh, threats are quite useful these days. Here it is. Mers happens to be free right now. Just tell her what you need, and you can leave afterward. Yaoman pointed to the huge computer. Qingxin saw Mers and gratefully thanked Yaoman again. No problem. Go ahead and find it. Yaoman waved his hand, preparing to leave. Director Yaoman, please wait a moment. Qingxin called out to Yaoman, took out a compressed box from her space, and handed it to Yaoman. Thank you. This is something I made myself, just a small token of appreciation. I hope you like it. Yaoman looked at the box Qingxin handed over, smiled, and accepted it. All right, I heard from Gio that your food is very delicious. I didn't expect to have a chance to taste it too. I'll take a picture later and send it to that kid. When Qingxin heard Qingxin's name, her face turned red, feeling quite embarrassed. After Yaoman left, Qingxin wrapped her surroundings with her mental power and walked towards Mers. Hey, the stinky girl is here? What do you want from me? Mers sensed Qingxin's mental power and immediately appeared on the screen. Qingxin approached, looking at Mers, and said, Mers, I need your help with something. I lost contact with my mother, and I hope you can help me find her. Mers looked at Qingxin, raising an eyebrow. Looking for my help? Qingxin nodded, looking at Mers with anticipation. I remember before, your attitude was quite arrogant. Mers snorted coldly. Qingxin froze, recalling her previous attitude towards Mers, awkwardly looking at it, and forcing a smile. That was because I was angry at the time, so my attitude was bad. Mers, you are magnanimous. Don't hold it against me. Now you know to curry favor with me. Back then, I was so good to you. It was I who personally changed your appearance, and during your talent test, it was also me who personally conducted the test. Mers said, and Qingxin's face darkened, thinking to herself, yes, Mers really helped her a lot. Suppressing the urge to punch Mers, Qingxin took a deep breath, looked at Mers, and said, Mers, please help me find my mother's location, and, if possible, please help me find my father's location as well. Although the leader had previously asked Mers to find her father's location and did not succeed, she always believed that her father was not dead and was still alive in the world. Mers looked at the earnest Qingxin and said generously, all right, tell me your mother's name and her genetic code. Thank you, Mers. Mu Qingxin said gratefully, immediately giving Mers her mother's name and genetic code. Moments later, Mers frowned and murmured, "Impossible. How can there be none?" Chapter 422. Mother's Disappearance. 2. Hearing this, Mu Qingxin's heart sank, staring intently at Mers. Mers looked at Mu Qingxin. "I can't find your mother's location. In fact, her light brain has not appeared on the star network at all. The last time it was online was 3 days ago. And at that time, her location should have been Mers quickly checked." Mu Qingxin watched the images of her mother flashing across the screen, finally stopping at one image. "The last location was in the star system," Mers said. "What about now?" Mu Qingxin asked. "Sorry, she has lost contact. I can't find your mother's light brain on the star network, and her current status is just like your father's. This person is no longer in the galaxy." Mu Qingxin's hands dropped powerless, staring blankly at Mers and murmured, "Could there be an internal issue resulting in this kind of result? Check again, check again. My mother contacted me the day before yesterday." Mu Qingxin patted the computer where Mers was located, her voice getting louder. Mers, shaken by the computer's vibrations, was afraid that if Mu Qingxin continued to hit it, it would break down, and hurriedly said, all right, stop hitting it. I'll check again. Seriously, when have I, Mers, ever made a mistake? Mu Qingxin stopped and glared at Mers with reddened eyes. Mers quickly checked again, but the result was still no such person found. Mu Qingxin stared at the 4 words on the screen, unable to speak for a long time. Mers cautiously glanced at Mu Qingxin, unsure of what was wrong with her. Despite studying human emotions for many years, it still couldn't understand what joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness felt like. Mu Qingxin lowered her head, opened her light brain, and repeatedly tried to contact her mother, but the other side still didn't connect. Mu Qingxin typed a message to send, hoping her mother would receive and reply. She couldn't believe her mother had disappeared. How could that be? Although their family couldn't gather every year. Hey, where are you going? Suddenly, Mu Qingxin ran out quickly. Mers didn't react in time and hurriedly called out to Mu Qingxin, but she completely ignored it. Mers watched Mu Qingxin leave and quickly sent a message to Qingzhou. Mu Qingxin rushed to the lounge, checking the location of the star system and locating her current position. A sudden notification from her light brain interrupted her thoughts. Mu Qingxin immediately looked at her light brain, hoping it was her mother, but upon seeing the name, her gaze dimmed. She connected and saw Qingzhou's face. Mu Qingxin looked at her boyfriend, tears streaming down her face. She didn't know what to do. Everything was so chaotic. She was afraid to tell Gaozu and the others for fear of worrying them. And she couldn't tell her brothers either. They couldn't leave their posts, and if she told them, they would definitely be even more anxious. Chapter 1. Section 1. Qingzhou looked at the tearful girl, his heart aching. Be good. I'll be at the star system soon. Wait for me. I'll go with you to find your parents. Mu Qingxin, hearing Qingzhou's words, choked out. I don't want to wait. I want to find them now. I'm afraid if I go late, I will regret it. Be good. Don't be afraid. Don't rush. You need to stay calm now. Don't act alone. There are insectoids everywhere outside. It might be a trap set by them. Moreover, if you leave alone now, Gaozu and the others will definitely not agree. Wait for me. You should be able to reach the star system this afternoon, and I will arrive as soon as possible tonight. I will go to find you as soon as I get there. After thinking for a moment, Mu Qingxin nodded. Okay, hurry up. I'll wait for you. Okay. After communicating with Mu Qingxin, Qingzhou quickly walked to the control room, opened the hatch, and said, I will head to the star system first. Ling Xian, you stay here and guard. I will leave first. If you arrive after I have left the star system, go meet the leader and execute the orders he gives. I will contact you again later. After saying that, Qingzhou quickly walked towards the hatch. Ling Xian was stunned by the sudden action, and when he regained his senses, he saw that Qingzhou was already at the hatch, quickly leaving in his mecha. Boss! Boss! Ling Xian shouted at Qingzhou outside, but unfortunately, Qingzhou had already left quickly. Ling Xian hurriedly opened his light brain to contact the boss. Qingzhou quickly connected the call. Boss, where are you going? Ling Xian immediately shouted. I'm going to the star system first. Then where will you go after reaching the star system? Why did you say that if they arrive and you are not there, something will happen? Ling Xian asked. Going to the star system, Qingzhou said, while quickly locking in the landing position. The star system? What are you going there for? Are we going too? Ling Xian asked in confusion. You guys aren't going? I have my own business to attend to. No time to talk. I'm going to make a space jump. I'll contact you later. After saying this, Qingzhou turned off the light brain and began the space jump. Hey, boss, you haven't said what you're going there for. Boss. Ling Xian stared blankly at the disconnected call, looking up in confusion at Gray and the others. What did the boss just say? The boss said he left first. Gray replied. Then why did he leave us behind? Ling Xian asked. Maybe he has urgent business. Liken replied. Ling Xian had a gloomy face. The boss always abandoned them. In the end, he would be the one suffering. Throughout the day, Mu Qingxin was searching for the star system and the planet surrounding it, estimating the place where her mother went missing. Mu Qingxin went to find Mers again and learned from Mers that the place where her father had an accident was very close to where her mother had an accident. Therefore, Mu Qingxin circled a few planets, namely Planet 101, Planet 103, and Planet 302. In the afternoon, the ship arrived at Planet 101, and everyone on board had smiles on their faces as they disembarked, finally able to breathe fresh air. Leader Shakuras led a group of people off the ship, and, as soon as they stepped off, saw a group of strong, muscular men. Even the women were quite robust. Among them, one particularly tall and powerful man walked over respectfully to speak with the leader, appearing to be the star master of this planet. Oh my God, everyone here is so strong. The people behind discussed. They're not humans, they're beast men, someone said. At this moment, everyone realized that they were in the star system, on a beast man planet, so it was expected that they were strong. In fact, if there were weak beast men, that would be strange. Chapter 423, Arrival at the Star 1. However, among the crowd of beast men, there was indeed one beast man whose physique was a bit weaker than the others. Mu Qingxin immediately spotted the somewhat frail orc, and looking at him, she finally revealed a smile that she hadn't shown all day, and that was Gao Dezhuang. At this moment, Gao Dezhuang, no, he should be called Xiang Tianyu, was also looking at Mu Qingxin with an excited expression. Ever since he learned that his good friend in the virtual world, Legend, was actually Mu Qingxin, he had been thrilled for a long time. He had liked Mu Qingxin's voice ever since her first song appeared on the Star Network. He never expected that his idol was his good friend, and she even sent him many things, especially the body he had now. Although it still looked a bit weak on the outside, he no longer got sick frequently, and his cultivation had been progressing steadily. No one in his family mocked him anymore. Mu Qingxin saw Xiang Tianyu waving at her and forced a smile on her face as she waved back. The headquarters and residence have been arranged. A zone has been cleared for you to live in, right in the area. It has just been built and is quite convenient. Please have a look. And if there is anything you're not satisfied with, I can arrange it again, said Xiang Lei, the Star Master of Planet 101, respectfully. Xia Kalasi looked around and smiled. All right, thank you for your help this time. Luckily, we have you. Otherwise, we really wouldn't have anywhere to go. When the other planets inquired about the whereabouts of people from the capital star, Xiang Lei immediately replied, You can rest assured about this. The other planets have already arranged for them properly, and you can check their situation at any time. Xia Kalasi nodded in relief and chatted with Xiang Lei as they left the aerial port. Meanwhile, the people on the ship, with the help of the orcs from Planet 101, headed to the residential area and found houses to settle in. Mu Qingxin and the others lived next to her grandpa's zone and grandpa, while the G family was far away from the three families. When Mu Qingxin got off the ship, she had already checked the planet and found no traces of Zerg, which put her mind at ease. Master, someone is looking for you, came the voice of Bier, and Mu Qingxin got up and walked out. Sitting on the sofa, Mu Gaozu, Lingling, and Lan Lan looked at Mu Qingxin's departing figure with confusion, turning to glance at each other. Lingling, do you know what's wrong with Xian? Why has she been unhappy all day? Mu Grandma asked softly. At the door, Mu Qingxin paused upon hearing her grandma's inquiry, not expecting that her unstable emotions had been noticed. Dongfang Ling shook her head. I don't know either. She was fine last night, but today she keeps going to Mosi. I don't know what she's doing. Shui Huanlan also nodded. I don't know what's wrong with Mu Qingxin. Mu Gaozu frowned. Could it be that kid made Xian unhappy? Hearing this, Mu Grandpa angrily said, How dare he? My granddaughter is so good. How could he make her angry? Just wait and see if I don't teach him a lesson. All right, you want to hit him, but can you beat him? We don't even know what the matter is, and you keep talking about hitting him. All you think about is fighting, followed Mu Grandma's constant nagging. Gaozu, Grandma. I'm going with Lan to check on my brother. We'll be back soon. Dongfang Ling quickly pulled Shui Huanlan to leave this troublesome place. Just as they reached the door, they saw Xin talking to a little boy. Xin, is this Gao Dazhuang? Dongfang Ling walked over with Shui Huanlan. Mu Qingxin and Xiang Tianyu turned their gazes over and saw Lingling and Lanlan approaching. Mu Qingxin smiled and introduced, "Yes, this is Gao Dazhuang from the virtual world. He's from this planet, and his name is Xiang Tianyu. Xiaoyu, these are my friends, Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan. You can call them sisters." Xiang Tianyu beamed and said, "Sister Lingling, Sister Lanlan, hello. I'm so glad to finally see your real faces. I've been excited since I knew you were coming." Xiang Tianyu? Dongfang Ling looked at Xiang Tianyu in confusion. "What is your relationship with Xiang Lei?" Xiang Tianyu's face stiffened, not expecting to be asked this question on their first meeting. However, he smiled and replied, "He's my father." Seeing the puzzled looks from Mu Qingxin and Shui Huanlan, he took the initiative to explain, "He's the one who was talking to the leader earlier. That's my father." Oh, Mu Qingxin nodded. She knew a little about Xiang Tianyu's family, but she didn't know their status, just that Xiaoyu's parents cared for him very much. "By the way, Xiaoyu, have you started your vacation yet? Shouldn't you be in class at the academy at this time?" When she said this, a bitter smile appeared on Xiang Tianyu's face. "It's still because of the Zerg. When we learned that the capital star was in trouble, the academy discussed and decided to suspend classes, letting everyone go home, because no one knew which planet would be in trouble next. So both Jilizuo Academy and Aeguting Academy are on break until the situation stabilizes before we go back to class." "Oh, those damn Zerg," Dongfang Ling cursed. Xiang Tianyu looked happily at Mu Qingxin. "Sister Xin, my mom knows you are here and specially asked me to invite you to my house for dinner tonight. Although we don't have good food, my mom has saved some food she bought before." Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Mu Qingxin showed a troubled expression. "Sorry, Xiaoyu. I might not be able to go. I have things to do." "Oh, that's okay. If you can't make it this time, you can come another time. You're living here now, so you can come anytime," Xiang Tianyu said optimistically. Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan looked at Mu Qingxin with confusion. Xin, what do you need to do?" Mu Qingxin looked at Dongfang Ling and Shui Huanlan, paused for a few seconds, and asked Lanlan, "When did your parents say they would come?" Shui Huanlan was caught off guard by the sudden question and thought for a long time before saying, "I think they will arrive tomorrow." Mu Qingxin nodded. "When Uncle and Aunt arrive tomorrow, you should go back to Waterstar with them. Waterstar is safe now because the Zerg don't like places with water, so going home is the best choice. Plus, it's safer to be with family." Lingling, when is Dongfang Ji leaving? Hearing Mu Qingxin's question, Dongfang Ling looked at her warily. "What is wrong? Do you want me to go home?" "I don't want to." Mu Qingxin looked at Dongfang Ling and said firmly, "I hope you go home now." "No, I won't go home." Before Mu Qingxin could finish her sentence, Dongfang Ling interrupted, looking at Mu Qingxin and retorting, Xin, what's wrong with you? Why are you so anxious for us to leave? If you have something to tell us, we can help you." Mu Qingxin looked at the three of them, remained silent because she heard footsteps coming from behind. "What's going on? Why is there so much noise?" Mu Grandma's voice appeared behind them. Mu Gaozu, Mu Grandpa, and Mu Grandma all came out, looking at Lingling's angry face, Lanlan's confusion, and the helpless little boy, and asked. Mu Qingxin turned around and introduced them to her family. "Grandpa, Grandma, this is Gao Dazhuang. His name is Xiang Tianyu. You can call him Xiaoyu. His father is the star master of this planet. So if you need anything in the future, you can ask him for help." Then she turned to Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, if my family needs help, I hope." Xiang Tianyu hurriedly said, "No problem. I will definitely help. Sister Xin, you've helped me so much. If you have difficulties, my parents and I will do our best to help." He looked at the puzzled Mu Gaozu and the others and respectfully said, "Hello, Mu Gaozu, Mu Grandpa, Mu Grandma. If you have any issues on the planet in the future, just let me know, and I will solve them." "Hey, good kid, thank you." Mu Grandma thanked Xiang Tianyu. But her biggest concern at the moment was still her granddaughter. She looked at Mu Qingxin and asked, Xin, what's wrong? Did something happen? Why does it feel like you're planning to leave us?" Mu Qingxin looked at Gaozu's serious face and said, "I want to find Dad." No way. Grandpa Mu was the first to oppose, saying, "Your mother has already gone to look for them. You can't go. It's too dangerous." Hearing her mother mentioned, Mu Qingxin's heart ached again, and her gaze fell heavily as she continued. "Qingzhou will arrive tonight, and I will go look for them with him. Don't worry. We'll be fine. No matter what, we must find Dad and Mom. Qingxin, you can't leave me behind. I'm going to look for Uncle too," Dongfang Ling immediately said. Mu Qingxin shook her head. "No, you can't go. More people will only make it worse, and if you go, Brother Dongfang definitely won't be at ease. It's too dangerous." She also didn't know what the situation would be like in that star system. "Qingxin, come with me." Mu Gaozu looked deeply at his great-granddaughter, said a word, and turned to enter the house. Mu Qingxin lowered her head, thought for a moment, and then stepped inside. Grandpa Mu and Grandma Mu followed, along with Dongfang Ling and Xue Huanlan. On the side, Xiang Tianyu stood there somewhat helplessly. Suddenly, Mu Qingxin turned her head and said, "Xiaoyu, you should go back first and tell Uncle and Aunt sorry for me. I can't visit your house tonight, but I will definitely come to visit when I have a chance." Xiang Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "Okay, Xinxinjia, I'm leaving now. If you need anything, let me know." Mu Qingxin smiled, watching Xiaoyu turn and leave, then turned to walk into the house. Mu Gaozu walked into a room, and Mu Qingxin followed him in. The others had not yet entered, and the door was closed, leaving them to eavesdrop one by one. However, after listening for a long time, they heard nothing and had to sit down and wait. Half an hour later, the door finally opened, and Mu Qingxin came out, her eyes slightly red as she smiled at the few of them. "I'm going to find Grandpa. Let's have a nice meal tonight. By the way, Lingling, call Brother Dongfang over too." Okay," Dongfang Ling replied, and then Mu Qingxin left the house to call someone. At this moment, the puzzled gazes of the few people turned to the emerging Mu Gaozu. "Dad, what did Qingxin?" Mu Gaozu shook his head, looked at them, sighed, and said, "Just do as Qingxin said. Don't stop her." After saying that, he sat down silently, not speaking. The few people exchanged confused glances, not knowing what had happened. At this time, Mu Gaozu remained silent, but in his heart, he was reflecting on what his great-granddaughter had just told him, feeling deeply saddened. He never expected that in just 1 month, their Mu family would become so fragmented. His grandson and granddaughter-in-law were missing, the capital star was gone, and now the 3 great-grandsons were guarding their respective posts, unable to leave without permission. Thinking of all this, Mu Gaozu felt increasingly distressed, but he could not express it, fearing that his son and daughter-in-law would worry. So he decided to keep it hidden as Qingxin suggested, not letting them know. Outside, Mu Qingxin stood alone at the door, sending a message to Qingzhou to ask where he was now. After sending it, she looked around. The houses here were all detached and built quite tall, very suitable for the physique of the star people. She remembered her grandmother saying that she hadn't been able to rest well on the ship, feeling it wasn't her own room and that she couldn't sleep. Mu Qingxin looked around and saw an open space not far away. She walked over to check the area, and after confirming there was nothing unusual, she took their house out from her space and set it down. Wow! Just as Mu Qingxin finished setting up the house and checking its stability, she heard a surprised voice and looked over to find Zone Weilong. Originally, when they were choosing a residence, they decided to stay on the outskirts, so there weren't many people living nearby. Zone Weilong walked over with a shocked expression. "You guys are cheating. You actually moved the house here. How despicable." Zone Weilong looked at the Mu family's house with envy and jealousy, saying, "Qingxin, why didn't you say something earlier? You could have moved my house here too." "Sigh, I had to give up so much. It breaks my heart." Seeing Zone Weilong's pained expression, Mu Qingxin felt quite embarrassed. "Grandpa, I was in a hurry at the time, and I forgot to ask you." "I'm sorry." Zone Weilong waved his hand. It's fine, as long as you let me move in. The houses built by the people on this planet are too spacious. I'm not used to living in them. It's much more comfortable to live in our capital star's house." Mu Qingxin smiled. "Okay, let my grandpa move in later too. That way you both can chat and won't feel bored." Mu Qingxin thought that once she and Lingling and Lanlan left, the house would be empty. So letting her grandpas move in would provide some conversation and distraction, preventing Gaozu and Grandma from feeling so bored and thinking about unnecessary things. "All right, I'll go back and pack up. I'll move in right away." Zhong Weilong happily turned back to the house he had just been assigned. Chapter 425. Departure. Mu Qingxin smiled as she sent a message to her grandparents, telling them to pack up and come over to stay tonight, and also inform Gaozu to come back. Mu Qingxin thought for a moment and decided to send a message to brother Dongfang, informing him of the situation on her side. This time she had to bring Lingling back, as she didn't feel at ease with Lingling alone. Dongfang Zhe received Mu Qingxin's message, and after reading the content, his expression turned serious. After thinking for a while, he replied, "Okay." Upon receiving brother Dongfang's reply, Mu Qingxin finally felt relieved, walked over to the kitchen, took out the ingredients, and decided to cook a nice meal tonight, wondering when she would have the chance to cook for everyone again. At 10:08 p.m., Qingzhou arrived at Planet 101. After arriving at the planet, he sent a message to Mu Qingxin and then headed straight to Xiaculus. Xiaculus was surprised to see Qingzhou. "You guys got here so quickly?" Qingzhou sat down and replied, "No, I came back by myself first." Xiaculus raised an eyebrow at his nephew and laughed. "What? Can't wait to see your little girlfriend? Haha, being young is great. You must hold on to your girlfriend well. There are many people watching her. Don't lose her." Qingzhou looked at Xiaculus with a vigilant gaze. "Who? What?" Xiaculus was confused by the question. "You just said someone is watching her. Who is watching her?" Xiaculus's mouth twitched, not wanting to engage further. Qingzhou didn't care. Anyway, she was his, and she wouldn't run away. "I will be leaving shortly. I suspect that one of the planets in the star system is the insect tribe's nest." Upon hearing this, Xiaculus straightened up. "You alone?" Qingzhou nodded, and Qingxin, "No way. That's too dangerous. If you brought the whole team, I could agree, but just the two of you." Xiaculus directly refused. Qingzhou stood up and looked at Xiaculus. "I came here just to inform you. I've already told Ling Xian. So if there's anything, just talk to him." After saying that, he turned and left. Xiaculus hurriedly stood up. "You can't act on your own. I don't agree with just the two of you." By the time Xiaculus reached the door, Qingzhou had already vanished. Xiaculus knew his nephew's temperament. He meant what he said and wouldn't be easily persuaded. Xiaculus sighed and stood at the door for a while. After receiving Qingzhou's message, Mu Qingxin had already stood up, sitting in the living room waiting, and sent her location. The study door opened, and Mu Qingxin looked over. "Gaozu, you haven't rested yet?" Mu Qingxin stood up and asked as Mu Gaozu walked out of the study. Mu Gaozu nodded, looking at his great-granddaughter, and, after a long time, sighed. "Time flies so fast. When I first saw you, you were still a child. When I learned that you had recovered, a weight in my heart finally lifted. I was truly happy, very happy. Later, seeing you in person, it was because of you that this family felt like a family." Mu Gaozu slowly reminisced. Mu Qingxin quietly listened from the side, feeling deeply moved. She didn't expect that her great-grandfather would remember everything so clearly. Mu Gaozu looked at Mu Qingxin with red eyes and said with a smile, "I can't help you much, but I hope you can take good care of yourself. Even though your parents are no longer here, when danger comes, you must prioritize your own safety. Your great-grandfather, grandparents, and your grandfathers are all thinking of you." After saying this, he took a deep look at Mu Qingxin, stood up, and left to return to his room. Seeing her hunched great-grandfather, Mu Qingxin suddenly felt like crying. Leaning against the sofa, she thought about the years she had spent in the interstellar world. In fact, she had always felt as if she were in a dream, fearing that one day she would suddenly wake up in that chaotic room, still waiting for a blind date. The sound of her light brain interrupted Mu Qingxin's thoughts. She opened it to see the message, "I'm outside." Mu Qingxin looked up at the closed door, and using her mental power, she found that Gaozu had already lain down, while the others were also asleep. She gently got up and turned to leave. Standing in the corner, Pierre quietly watched its owner. It didn't know what had happened, but seeing its owner go out, it followed. Mu Qingxin immediately noticed Pierre and shushed it. "Shoo." Pierre quickly quieted down. "Pierre, I'm going to be away for a while." Mu Qingxin thought for a moment and said, "Tell everyone when they wake up tomorrow that I'll be back soon and will take care of myself. I left with Qingzhou. That's all. I'm leaving." She didn't know how to say more because she hated goodbyes the most. In any case, she would be back very soon. As soon as Mu Qingxin opened the door, she saw Qingzhou standing straight outside. Seeing her boyfriend after a long time, Mu Qingxin immediately threw herself into his arms. Qingzhou also tightly embraced Mu Qingxin, softly saying, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting so long. I'm here." Hearing the words "I'm here," Mu Qingxin felt an immense warmth in her heart. "Let's go." Qingzhou gently stroked Mu Qingxin's face and said. Mu Qingxin looked up at Qingzhou, her eyes slightly red, and nodded with a smile. "Okay." After glancing back at the house, she followed her boyfriend out. After Mu Qingxin and Qingzhou left, Mu Gaozu, lying in bed, opened his eyes red and tears streaming down. After a long while, he slowly closed his eyes again. At this time, Mu Qingxin and Qingzhou had already left Planet 101, heading towards the star system. "You go and rest for a while. I'll keep watch here," Mu Qingxin said, looking at Qingzhou's red eyes, feeling heartbroken. Qingzhou shook his head. "No need. I just dozed off for a bit." "No, you must rest. We don't know if we'll have time to rest once we get to the star system. You should sleep now." Mu Qingxin urged Qingzhou to sleep. "Forget it. I can't sleep for long anyway. I'll wait a bit longer. I can rest when we reach the edge of the star system," Qingzhou said, gently patting Mu Qingxin's head. Mu Qingxin looked at Qingzhou, thought for a moment, and stared at him. Qingzhou, feeling her gaze, asked with curiosity, "What's wrong?" Chapter 426. The Pull of Bloodline. Mu Qingxin looked at Qingzhou and said, "I want to take you to a place, my space." "Your space?" Qingzhou looked at Mu Qingxin in surprise. He knew she was a space-type ability user, but he had never heard of any space ability user being able to bring someone in. "Yes," Mu Qingxin nodded, smiling at Qingzhou. "Close your eyes." She held Qingzhou's hands and said. Qingzhou closed his eyes and softly said, "It's okay if I can't get in." Before, some space ability users try to bring people in, but suddenly, Qingzhou sharply felt the surrounding environment change. He opened his eyes and saw a lush green world. Qingzhou was shocked by everything he saw. The sounds of animals, the gentle breeze, the bubbling of fish underwater, and distant laughter. What shocked him the most were the green plants, those under his feet, those growing in the distance, and the trees on the mountains. Everything was strange, yet astonishing. Mu Qingxin happily watched Qingzhou and said, "This is my space. You can rest here. Time here passes slower than outside, so you can rest as much as you want. Plus, the spiritual energy here is abundant, so you can also cultivate here." Mu Qingxin took Qingzhou and showed him around the entire space. "What is this?" Qingzhou exclaimed, looking at a group of non-monster animals in front of him. Mu Qingxin looked at the chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits on the ground and smiled. "These are some primitive animals from ancient Blue Star. They are all edible, non-aggressive, and very docile. Are these the fruits you often send me?" Qingzhou looked at the fruit-laden trees and asked. "Yes, these fruits are from the fruit trees," Mu Qingxin said with a smile, picking an apple and handing it to Qingzhou. Qingzhou took it and took a bite, familiar taste. Suddenly, Qingzhou heard a voice in the distance and looked up. Mu Qingxin also looked over to see Xiaohua and Qiu chasing Yi and Lao Jiu playing. She smiled and said to Qingzhou, "Xiaohua, Yi, and Lao Jiu have all been living in this space. Oh, by the way, there's a new member in the space, that little one. It's called Qiu. It was an egg given to me by Brother Dongfang. At first, we thought there was nothing inside, and we're going to eat it, but after entering the space, Yi and the others discovered it and put it in the spiritual spring water, and it hatched." Mu Qingxin smiled as she watched the four little creatures playing, telling the story of Qiu's birth, completely unaware of the serious expression on Qingzhou's face. Qiu, the running Qiu suddenly stopped, turned around, sniffed hard, and then flew straight towards Mu Qingxin. Indeed, Qiu could fly now. "Qiu, where are you going?" Xiaohua turned around and found his companion missing. Qiu is gone. Let's see how you bully us." Yi, seeing the isolated Xiaohua, mischievously stretched out her arms and started to hit him. Lao Jiu flew over and encouraged Yi to attack Xiaohua. For a moment, Xiaohua was overwhelmed and called out to his little companions, "Qiu, come help. I'm about to be defeated by the enemy. This is Qiu." Mu Qingxin watched as Qiu flew over, happily reaching out her hand to catch it. But then, Mu Qingxin was surprised to see Qiu flying on a Qingzhou and licking him vigorously. Looking at the obviously excited Qiu and then at the helpless yet indulgent Qingzhou, she asked, "Do you know each other?" It didn't make sense. Qiu was just an egg at first, and after being born, it had always been in the space without going out, while you had only arrived tonight. How could they have met? Qingzhou held Qiu and stroked it. Qiu lay peacefully in his hand, enjoying the petting. Qingzhou looked gently at Qiu in his palm and said to the surprised Qingxin, "We don't know each other, but it might be the pull of bloodline that made it discover me and be so affectionate." The pull of bloodline? Qingxin was even more confused. Was the pull of bloodline the meaning she understood? But, yes, Qingzhou stroked Qiu and sat down, patting the grass beside him. Qingxin also sat down, looking curious as she listened to what Qingzhou was going to say next. Qingzhou's gaze turned to the distance, pondering, in this world, I have only one relative left, my uncle, Xiaculus. Our bloodline is the same. We both possess the dragon bloodline. Qingxin's eyes widened as she looked at Qingzhou. Is that true? Has the world become fantastical? Dragon bloodline? How does her boyfriend have a dragon bloodline? Moreover, she just heard that the leader is Yo-Yo's uncle. Qingzhou smiled and gently ruffled Qingxin's hair, continuing, our clan has existed since ancient times. I don't know exactly when, as it was so long ago. However, after the destruction of ancient Blue Star, we came to the interstellar world. Due to the various incompatibilities with the interstellar environment and the lack of natural spiritual energy, more and more dragon people perished. Besides natural selection, there were human killings, as every part of a dragon is precious, especially dragon blood, which can instantly elevate a person's cultivation level. Thus, some humans who have seen dragons set their sights on us. In the end, only my mother and uncle remained. But my mother fell in love with a despicable man. Thinking of that family, Qingzhou paused, his expression dark as he recounted his experiences. Only after meeting my uncle was I able to break free from that family's control and have the experiences that followed. After finishing, Qingzhou looked at Qingxin, who was gazing at him with deep sympathy. Qingxin tightly grasped Qingzhou's hand, not realizing that Yo-Yo's previous life had been so hard, so painful and helpless. With red eyes, she asked, "Who is that family? On which planet are they? Tell me, if I ever encounter them, I will definitely teach them a lesson." Chapter 427. Unless you don't want me looking at the fierce Qingxin, the gloom in Qingzhou's heart suddenly vanished, and a smile appeared on his face. "Good. You can teach them a lesson for me. I have a question," Qingxin said, reaching out to play with Juju. "What question?" Qingzhou looked at her. Qingxin raised her head. "You just said that the dragon clan only had your mother and uncle left. Why is Juju here now?" She pointed at Juju. Upon hearing this, Qingzhou's expression darkened. Perhaps it's not just Juju. There are other young dragons that have already been born. Others? Qingxin exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Qingzhou stroked Juju's back. Juju immediately straightened its body, enjoying lying on Qingzhou's hand after a moment of stiffness. When my uncle escaped back then, he brought out some unhatched dragon eggs, which have been frozen. Only about 10 years ago did he take these eggs out and place them on a deserted planet to hatch. As far as I know, some young dragons should have successfully hatched by now. Oh my god. Qingxin looked at Juju. So, can Juju turn into a person? Qingzhou shook his head. Not for now, because these young dragons belong to the primitive dragon species. To transform into a human, they need to reach a certain level of cultivation. And you? Qingxin looked at Qingzhou, asking. She was most curious about Qingzhou's physical condition. Since he also had the dragon bloodline, could he also turn into a dragon? Qingzhou looked at Qingxin. Do you want to see? Huh. Qingxin didn't immediately react. See what? Then she saw Qingzhou put down Juju, quickly leaping into the air, roaring. A huge dark blue dragon appeared in the sky. Qingxin stood frozen, watching the giant dragon soaring in the air. While Juju looked up at the dragon with admiration and flew over, but Juju was too small, its size probably only as big as a dragon's claw. Who is that? Is that Juju's dad? Xiaohua and the others flew to Qingxin's side, looking up at the sky. Juju's dad is so big, Yi exclaimed, staring at the giant dragon. Lao Jiu calmly said beside them, "That is not Juju's dad. It's Qingxin's boyfriend." "What?" Yi and Xiao Hua exclaimed in unison. Roar! The giant dragon flew towards Qingxin, its massive head gently leaning close to her, its anxious gaze fixed on her. At that moment, Qingzhou felt very worried because Qingxin had revealed her secret to him, and his own secret was now exposed before her. He was unsure if Qingxin would accept this side of him. Qingxin looked at the giant dragon's anxious gaze, pulling back her thoughts, smiling as she reached out to gently stroke it. So cool. She was thrilled to touch the cold dragon scales and whiskers, realizing she was actually touching a dragon. Chapter 1. Section 1. Seeing that there was no fear or disdain in Qingxin's eyes, Qingzhou felt very happy and immediately placed Qingxin on his back. Flying into the sky. Ah, so high. Qingxin sat on the giant dragon's back, joyfully weaving through the mist in the air, overlooking the entire space. Everything in her view. In the past, she saw it with mental strength. Now she was really seeing it with her eyes. Qingxin tightly hugged the giant dragon. You. No matter what you are mine. Forever mine. Unless you don't want me. Upon hearing this, the dragon suddenly transformed into a human form. Qingzhou tightly held Qingxin's hand, gazing at her affectionately. I will always be yours. I won't leave you. Even if you don't want me, I will relentlessly pursue you. Forever. Ha ha ha, great, you are mine. Qingxin laughed joyfully. Then, Qingzhou took Qingxin's hand and flew throughout the entire space, where the echoes of Qingxin's happy laughter resounded. TSK, TSK. I've never seen Qingxin so happy before, Xiao Hua said, feeling jealous. Mom is so happy today. Yi looked at her mom, flying around in the sky. It must be that man who brought her flying. Qingxin can't fly. Now that someone finally brings her to fly, she must be very happy. I love the feeling of flying the most, Lao Jiu said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hua and Lao Jiu felt deeply guilty. Why hadn't they thought of taking Qingxin flying before? In the following time, Qingzhou and Qingxin took turns resting and cultivating in the space, which greatly warmed their feelings for each other. Qingxin, ahead is the star system. Don't act rashly. I am here, Qingzhou said seriously, looking at Qingxin. Qingxin nodded. Okay. Oh my god, it stinks so much. Xiao Hua complained. Lying on Qingxin, why do all these planets smell so bad and disgusting? When Qingxin and Qingzhou heard this, they exchanged glances, looking at the planets outside. If Xiao Hua reacted this strongly, then it meant there were many insectoids on these planets. Thinking of this, Qingxin felt a surge of excitement. Finally, she could kill insects. Let's go to planet 101 first. That's where Commander Mu and Auntie went missing, Qingzhou suggested. Okay, Qingxin agreed. Will they discover us if we go there? Qingxin asked, worried about alarming the insects. Qingzhou calmly replied, it's okay. They can't see us. I wrapped the entire spaceship with my mental strength. They can't see us. Qingxin looked at Qingzhou in astonishment. Mental strength can do that? No, it's because of my special ability. Oh, Qingxin replied regretfully, thinking she had hoped mental strength could be invisible too. That way, it would be more convenient for future tasks. But she was still happy. The spaceship quickly flew over planet 101, where Qingzhou and Qingxin stood by the window, observing the planet. They noticed that from the planet, medium-sized spaceships were frequently taking off and landing. This planet is so lively? Qingxin asked, noticing the fifth spaceship already. Qingzhou looked solemnly at the flying ships. No, the leaders have already issued orders that citizens can only move within their own planets and are not allowed to leave freely. They must always be on guard against the invasion of the insect race, so the airports of other planets have basically been closed, unless applied for in advance. One cannot land on another planet. Chapter 428. Arrival at Planet 101. Qingxin nodded, watching another spaceship fly away. Her spiritual power immediately pursued it, gently penetrating the ship to see inside, discovering several humans and some incubators, which contained insect eggs. Qingxin's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Qingzhou. They were sending out insect eggs. After hearing this, Qingzhou frowned. It was highly likely that the insect queen was on this planet. Qingxin's expression turned grave. So many ships had just left. And if they were all carrying insect eggs, how many planets would face disaster? When another ship lands, Qingxin said, outlining the next plan. Qingxin listened intently, nodding from time to time. Then, the two patiently waited. Suddenly, a spaceship flew over from a distance. Qingxin immediately pulled Qingxin out of the ship, boarded the mecha, and quickly followed it into the protective shield of Planet 101. As soon as they entered the protective shield, Qingxin's spiritual power immediately extended out. Without the need to search deliberately, she could see that this planet was the insect race's stronghold, because insects were visibly walking on the ground, and some were moving using human bodies. This scene made Qingxin's heart tremble. Since when had the humans on this planet been killed by the insect race? Qingxin carefully landed the mecha in a concealed spot and quickly pulled Qingxin down, stowing the mecha away. Here, take this. Qingxin took out a fragrance pouch from her space and handed it to Qingxin. Without hesitation, Qingxin took it and kept it on himself, not asking what it was, fully trusting Qingxin. This is some herbs that Old Ninth helped me find. They can eliminate our scent. I don't know how sensitive the insect race's sense of smell is, so we're just in case. Okay. Qingxin also took out equipment from his spatial link and handed a set to Qingxin. Change into this. Qingxin looked at the clothing-like item, following Qingxin's example and putting it on. Soon, their appearances changed significantly, making it impossible to recognize their original forms. Moreover, Qingxin's height increased a few centimeters, and she was surprised to find her chest flat. Qingxin looked at the astonished little girl, a smile flashing in his eyes, and said softly from now on, "Turn off the light brain. If we need to contact each other, we'll use this bracelet. This button is an emergency distress signal. If anything happens, press it, and I'll know your location immediately." Qingxin explained some buttons on the bracelet to Qingxin, who memorized them carefully. "I'll go check the building where the Planet Master is. You stay here and be careful not to be discovered," Qingxin reminded. Qingxin nodded. "Okay, you be careful too." Qingxin immediately disappeared from Qingxin's sight. She looked around, taking Xiaohua, Yi, and Old Ninth out of her space. "Keep watch around me. I'm going to see if there's any sign of my mother here," Qingxin instructed cautiously. "Got it, leave it to us." The three little ones patted their chests and immediately spread out around Qingxin, keeping an eye on their surroundings. Qingxin closed her eyes, channeling all her spiritual power into a web-like formation, shooting it out and searching bit by bit. She saw the entire surface of the planet, but found no trace of humans, only insect race. Suddenly, she noticed a group of insects carrying a box of utensils heading towards a building. When they reached that building, they suddenly disappeared. Qingxin searched the entire building, but still did not find the group of insects. Since there were no traces on the surface, they must be below. Qingxin's spiritual power immediately descended, but she discovered a large structure below, and her spiritual power could not penetrate it all. Qingxin opened her eyes, putting Xiaohua and the others back into her pocket. After preparing for a moment, she casually walked out of the room towards the building she had just explored. On the street, Qingxin pretended to walk casually when she suddenly saw a familiar face. Her mentor saw Qingxin from 13 years ago. Qingxin immediately lowered her head. But in that instant, she remembered that her appearance had changed, so she didn't have to worry about being recognized. Qingxin raised her head again, pretending to be calm as she continued walking, her spiritual power alert to her surroundings. Boom! Oh heavens, that lunatic is back! The surrounding insects cursed and quickly left. Qingxin was puzzled but followed suit, just as a giant insect appeared on the street, its sharp, serrated body ruthlessly destroying the surrounding buildings. Damn it! Why doesn't that lunatic let it wear a human body to show off its size and strength? An insect complained, looking at the brutally violent creature. Shoo, keep it down. Don't let it hear you. The last one who mocked it was eaten right away. Keep it quiet. After all, it still has some use. A nearby insect cautiously pulled the dissatisfied insect aside. Qingxin carefully listened to their conversation, and from it, she learned the status of the grotesque insect before her. Qingxin's forehead twitched. So this creature was the one that provided eggs for the insect queen. Its job was to accompany the queen in producing insect eggs. Well, Mu Qingxin expressed that she was not interested in such insects at all. It was just a kind of bug. Ignoring the insects there, Mu Qingxin continued walking forward. Moments later, she arrived at the vicinity of the house she had just explored. Mu Qingxin carefully searched the surroundings and found that although there were no insects guarding here, there were dense surveillance devices. To avoid arousing the suspicion of the insects behind the monitors, Mu Qingxin directly bypassed the house and walked forward without stopping. Once she reached a place without cameras, she immediately entered her space. What now? It would be easy to destroy those cameras, but that would alert the insects. Mu Qingxin sat in the space, worrying. Xiaohua, Yi, and Old Ninth were also sitting there, brainstorming. Sigh, if only I could become invisible, then I wouldn't have to worry about those cameras. Why don't I go in? Old Ninth suggested. You? Mu Qingxin looked at Old Ninth skeptically, afraid it would get stuck inside. I'll go too. I can shrink. As soon as she finished speaking, her body shrank significantly, lying on Old Ninth's back. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to see her at all. I could do it too. Xiaohua eagerly chimed in. No way. You can't. Old Ninth decisively rejected, laughing. It was fine for Yi to be on its back, but Xiaohua was out of the question, as it was afraid of being burned. Cheap, cheap. Nearby, Qiu also squeaked, but was directly ignored by the three. Mu Qingxin looked at Old Ninth and Yi, considering for a moment. Old Ninth was small, and nothing could obstruct it. If it was careful, it could work. Moreover, Old Ninth's tail had potent poison that could kill instantly, though it couldn't be used too frequently, or Old Ninth would be in trouble. As for Yi's abilities, she could fully trust her. She was just overly curious. However, with Old Ninth around, there shouldn't be any major issues. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Qingxin noticed that several insects were heading towards the house. She decisively made her decision and looked at Old Ninth and Yi, instructing, after you two go in, be sure to keep in touch with me. Let me know what you see, and remember to be careful not to be discovered. You have to follow those insects in, be very cautious. Got it. Lao Jiao and Yi happily agreed. Yi lay on Lao Jiao's body, and Lao Jiao instantly flew towards one of the insectoids and entered the house. Mu Qingxin's spiritual power closely followed Lao Jiao and Xiaohua. She saw several insectoids walking into one of the rooms, which was empty. One of the insectoids stepped forward and stomped on a section of the floor 5 times, 3 long and 2 short. Then, a passage slowly appeared in the middle of the floor. Several insectoids quickly entered one after another. Mu Qingxin's spiritual power wanted to follow them in, but something at the entrance blocked her, preventing her from entering, and she watched helplessly as the floor slowly closed again. Mu Qingxin could only contact Yi to inquire about the situation inside. At this moment, Lao Jiao and Yi were lying on one of the insectoids, scanning the surroundings. Below was a huge laboratory-like place, similar to a prison, because many humans were locked inside. Mom, it's so scary here. Mu Qingxin sensed Yi's fear and immediately comforted her. Yi, don't be afraid. Mommy is here. Tell Mommy, what do you see? What's going on inside? Yi looked around and said, Mom, the smell here is so bad. There are many ugly bugs, big bugs and small bugs, and many people. Those big bugs are putting small bugs into those people's bellies. And there are some bottles with strange things in them, and there are bugs inside. Now these insectoids have entered another room, and they're drawing blood. Mom, they're drawing human blood and putting it into bottles. Hearing Yi's description, Mu Qingxin's heart sank. It was hard to imagine what the scene inside was like. Those insectoids treated humans as their nutrients, using human bodies to raise the insectoids. Lao Jiao took Yi and gently flew to other places. Yi kept describing to Mu Qingxin until Lao Jiao and Yi stopped in front of a glass panel. Inside was another space, but the door was tightly shut, and they couldn't enter. They could only lie against the glass to see the scene inside. Yi, look over there. Lao Jiao suddenly pointed at a familiar figure and urged Yi to look. Yi leaned closer, straining her little eyes to see. When she saw the person inside, she immediately became excited. Mom, I see Grandma. Grandma is inside. Mu Qingxin's heart tightened when she heard Yi's voice. Is Mommy inside? Are you sure? Mom. Grandma's been captured. It seems they are putting bugs into Mommy's little house. Yi described what she saw inside. Mu Qingxin's heart sank. and her expression immediately became very grim. Putting bugs in? What should we do? Grandma is tied up and can't move, and those bugs are crawling towards Grandma, Yi anxiously said, watching the small bugs crawling towards Qingxin. Qingxin immediately stood up, her figure flickering, and she disappeared from the spot. When she reappeared, she was already in the house. While following the insectoid's earlier actions to stomp on the floor, she told Yi, see if you can open that door or create some chaos. I'll be there soon. Mom is coming right away. Just hold on a little longer. Yi heard Mommy's instructions and quickly relayed the message to Lao Jiao. Lao Jiao thought for a moment and said, you grow bigger and attack here. I'll find a way to get in. Okay. Yi immediately jumped off Lao Jiao and quickly grew larger. The insectoids hadn't reacted yet when Yi stretched out her arms to strike at them. Smack! Crash! Bang! Boom! What is that thing? The insectoids were suddenly attacked and realized that a dangerously aggressive exotic plant had appeared in the base, causing them to panic. Yi was also mercilessly attacking these insectoids, her sharp spikes glowing red, leaving deep cracks wherever she struck. The insectoids that were hit by Yi suffered serious injuries, but since they were soft-bodied creatures, they quickly secreted a large amount of slime to cover the wounds. Yi didn't care about that. She just wanted to create as much commotion as possible to attract the insectoids, skillfully avoiding humans while attacking. Meanwhile, the insectoids inside also noticed the chaos outside and immediately grabbed their weapons. As the door opened, Lao Jiao quickly entered and flew into the confinement room where Qingxin was. Just as a bug was about to crawl into Qingxin's body, Lao Jiao stabbed it fiercely, causing it to convulse and die immediately. Then, he stabbed every bug that approached Qingxin. Of course, Lao Jiao had reduced the toxin for these small bugs. Otherwise, with so many, he wouldn't be able to handle it. When Qingxin arrived, she saw a scene of devastation, and the insectoids had already revealed their true forms, preparing to attack Yi. Qingxin picked up the light wave bomb and directly attacked the insectoids, moving quickly. When she landed, she found that her spiritual power was also usable. But the surroundings underground seemed to be wrapped in something that shielded her spiritual power. However, after coming down, she could still use her spiritual power, just not extend it beyond this space. Chapter 430, Finding Tubum. The power of the light wave bomb was still significant, and Qingxin directly blasted away the insectoids blocking her path. Mom, Yi exclaimed happily upon seeing Qingxin. Be careful. Qingxin noticed that Yi was surrounded by a swarm of small bugs. Concentrating her spiritual power, she crushed the bugs crawling on Yi's feet in the next moment. Qingxin then directly brought Xiaohu out. My goodness, it stinks so much. I want to burn this place to the ground. Xiaohu exclaimed as soon as he came out, nearly fainting from the smell. Burn it. Just don't burn the humans. After leaving this message, Qingxin left Yi and Xiaohu outside and quickly entered deeper inside. She immediately saw her mother tied up in the confinement room. Qingxin's eyes turned red as she quickly approached her mother, suppressing her excitement. Mommy. Qingxin quickly untied her mother, calling out, but still saw that her mother did not wake up, and her heart sank in anxiety. Qingxin, don't worry. Your mom is fine. I just checked. She seems to have been drugged and is in a coma. She'll wake up when the drug wears off. Lao Jiao said weakly while continuing to stab bugs. Hearing Lao Jiao's words, Qingxin came back to her senses and looked at her mother. She believed Lao Jiao's words. After feeding her mother a mouthful of diluted spirit spring water, she directly brought her mother into the space and laid her on the bed. After taking a deep look at her mother, Qingxin called for the elder to help take care of her before exiting the space. As soon as she left the space, Qingxin saw Lao Jiao looking weak. She immediately used her spiritual power to crush all the bugs on the ground. Phew, I didn't expect there to be so many little bugs. I'm exhausted, Lao Jiao said, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Qingxin reached out to support Lao Jiao. You go back to the space to rest. Leave the rest to us. Okay. Qingxin sent Lao Jiao into the space and looked around at everything here. At this moment, alarms were ringing throughout the underground. Outside, Xiaohu and Yi had attracted all the insectoids, with Yi striking and Xiao was setting fire. For a time, these insectoids couldn't attack, but they weren't hurt much. Qingxin's spiritual power spread out, and the entire underground scene entered her mind. The more she looked, the angrier she became. These insectoids had harmed humans to such an extent, especially when she saw the room inside where several women were tied up, each with bulging bellies that visibly writhed and moved. Then she looked at the adjacent room where a deceased woman lay, surrounded by a pile of small bugs that were slowly devouring her. It was evident what was inside the bulging bellies of those women. Qingxin's eyes turned red with anger as she took out the phoenix lute, sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and gently stroked the strings. Zhong! A sharp note shot out, instantly shattering the equipment across from her, followed by a piano sound that gradually made one feel breathless. Qingxin's mind kept flashing back to the scenes she had just witnessed, her mental power sending the lethal notes into every insect's body, even onto the bugs in every room. Wherever they reached, the insect bodies instantly shattered, and as they attempted to heal, the continuous notes smashed them to pieces until they could no longer heal, gradually losing their vitality. This was the first time Qingxin used the lethal notes. She had never played at this level before because she understood that lethal notes were too domineering. If not controlled well, they would kill everyone around her, whether friend or foe. This was also the reason she had never used lethal notes. She originally thought that perhaps one day when she comprehended the final layer of unity, she wouldn't be so indiscriminate. To avoid harming the innocent humans here, Qingxin remained alert, controlling her strength, only exerting half of her power while playing. The crisp notes destroyed the entire underground, obliterating all the instruments and equipment, as well as those insects. When the piano sound stopped, the underground alarm had long ceased, with only the sound of dust continuously falling. Qingxin opened her eyes, looking at the scene of devastation, expressionless as she took out the spiritual spring water from her space and drank it. She stood up, put away the phoenix string, and used her mental power to search for any surviving humans. At this moment, she brought out the ninth elder, instructing, "You go find any surviving humans. If you find them, bring them upstairs." Okay. The three little ones acted separately. Qingxin first went to the innermost rooms of several women. Opening the door, her eyes fixed on the bodies of the women, her mental power entering their bodies. The more she looked, the heavier her heart became. She saw that these women had all been completely emptied inside. The insects in their bellies had matured and were about to devour their organs, soon to burst out of their abdomens. Qingxin closed her eyes, turned around, and instructed Xiaohua to come in and burn them. Meanwhile, in the building where the Star Master was, Qingzhou was swiftly moving through various rooms when he suddenly caught a strong smell of blood. Approaching a room, he quickly opened the door and went inside, seeing several large barrels that emitted a rich smell of blood, with some tubes coming out of them, dripping blood. Qingzhou cautiously followed the tubes and saw medical pods. The tubes were coming from the medical pods, and the blood was flowing out from inside, where humans were lying. Qingzhou's expression turned cold as he quickly pulled out the tubes, looking at the people inside. Suddenly, he noticed that the uniforms worn by these people were from the third battle team. Qingzhou's heart sank as he quickly checked each person, but none were Commander Mu. Suppressing his inner rage, Qingzhou released his mental power and found that several rooms had the same situation. He quickly went from room to room, pulling out tubes and feeding the diluted spiritual spring water that Qingxin had given him into the bodies of those people. Chapter 1, Section 1. After arranging everyone, Qingzhou headed towards the Star Master's office. As soon as he entered, he heard a constant beeping sound from one corner of the office. Qingzhou's heart sank, thinking he had been discovered. Hearing footsteps approaching, he immediately hid by the door, ready to strike. "What's going on? Is there an intruder at the research base?" A woman's voice came through. Upon hearing this, Qingzhou held his breath and quietly watched. "Your Majesty, it seems the research base has been invaded by alien plants," a man said, supporting the woman. "Alien plants? Or would there be alien plants on this planet? Any alien plants would have already been devoured by the little ones. I would believe in alien beasts invading, but alien plants? Bring up the footage." "Yes, Your Majesty." The man immediately projected an image. And the hidden Qingxin also saw the footage. When he clearly saw the images on the screen, his heart sank. It was indeed Yi, which meant Xin was also at the research base. It truly is alien plants, AI Yufu said, stroking her belly. Suddenly, her belly moved, and she looked somewhat pained. The man beside her quickly supported her. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Are you okay? Quickly, get that man's blood. Hurry, AI Yufu anxiously said. My babies are hungry again. Go quickly. Yes, I'll get the blood right away. The man hurried into the inner room. Qingxin glanced at the woman who was in pain while touching her belly and followed the man into the inner room. He saw the man touch a book on a shelf, quickly twist it, and a door opened in the wall. The man hurried in, and Qingxin closely followed. Once inside, he was hit with the smell of blood and decay. After passing through the passage, they entered a cage where instruments were set up, and inside lay a very weak, bony human, dirty and unrecognizable. There was also an insect guarding inside. When the insect saw the man approaching, it immediately stood up respectfully and asked, My lord, are you here to collect blood again? The man, looking very impatient, urged, Hurry up. The queen's belly is hurting again. If you're slow, be careful of making the queen angry. Upon hearing this, the insect quickly bowed and said it would be done immediately. But as it picked up the equipment and searched for a suitable spot, it couldn't find one. What are you dawdling for? The man finally lost his temper. The insect, feeling wronged, said, My lord, this human's blood has already been mostly drawn. There's only a last breath left. I don't know where else to draw blood from. Get out of the way. Let me do it. The man pushed the insect aside, tearing off the cloth from the lying human's body, searching for a suitable spot. However, after a long time, he couldn't find one. The body was covered in needle holes, with only skin left. His gaze moved to the head, and he said, Let's draw the brain fluid. He turned the head of the person on the bed, and the person's face directly faced Qingxin. At that moment, Qingxin recognized who this person was. Why does the queen want this person's blood, and not the blood of so many other humans? The insect complained while fiddling with the equipment to draw brain fluid. You don't understand. This man's blood is definitely different from other humans. If it were the same, the queen would have drained him long ago, and he wouldn't have survived this long. The insect was reprimanded by the man and dared not respond, raising the equipment and preparing to insert it into Mu Fengnian's brain. Suddenly, the insect felt a pain in its arm. Looking over, it found its arm was gone. It seemed not to feel any pain, staring blankly, still not understanding why its arm had suddenly disappeared. Another man looked around warily, but saw no humans. Yet it still felt a third living being's presence here. Qingxin quickly struck, crushing the insect standing before Mu Fengnian. The other man also rapidly attacked into the empty space, but he hit nothing, watching helplessly as his companion was instantly reduced to scraps. Terrified, it immediately retreated towards the door, wanting to escape. However, Qingxin did not give it the chance to escape, immediately reaching out with one hand, freezing the man in place. The next second, his form twisted and collapsed into a puddle of mud. After taking care of the two insects, Qingxin quickly approached Mu Fengnian, carefully checking his body and finding that his condition was indeed very poor, with only a breath left. Qingxin immediately took out the spiritual spring water and carefully fed it to Mu Fengnian. Looking around, Qingxin lowered his head and sent a message to Mu Qingxin, asking her to come nearby, as he would take Mu Fengnian out. Only Mu Qingxin's space could save him now. After sending the message, Qingxin carefully carried Mu Fengnian on his back, tying him up with a rope. Now, Mu Fengnian's weight was equivalent to that of a child. He was truly nothing but bones and skin. Qingxin tightly wrapped his mental energy around the two of them. When they exited the passage, they saw AI Yufu, who was hunched over and looking very weak, clutching her stomach. Upon seeing this, Qingxin quickly took action, but just as his mental energy approached AI Yufu, she suddenly opened her eyes, looked at Qingxin warily, and quickly raised her mental energy in front of her, with enough strength left to attack him. Noticing that AI Yufu was not weak, Qingxin chose not to engage in a prolonged fight. He decided to settle Mu Fengnian first, otherwise they might not be able to leave at all. Qingxin quickly dodged AI Yufu's attack and threw out a smoke bomb before swiftly retreating. Damn it, AI Yufu. Holding her stomach, saw that her food had vanished, and in anger, she smashed the place to pieces. AI Yufu, in pain, clutched her stomach, which suddenly contracted and then expanded again. After a moment, her stomach gradually calmed down, but AI Yufu was already drenched in sweat. Her face pale as she gasped for breath. Without nourishment, how would her children be born smoothly? Suddenly, AI Yufu recalled the identity of her food. Since the blood inside Mu Fengnian was unique, could his family's blood be just as delicious and powerful? Thinking of this possibility, AI Yufu staggered to her feet and slowly made her way outside. The communicator on the table beeped incessantly, and with a serious expression, AI Yufu answered, "Your Majesty, it's bad. Our research base has been destroyed, and everything inside has been annihilated. You useless fools. You can't even deal with a mutant plant. What use are you to me?" The continuous bad news made AI Yufu extremely furious. "No, Your Majesty, it's not just a mutant plant. There is also a strange fire, and there are humans involved," someone cautiously said. Upon hearing that there were humans, AI Yufu's eyes lit up. A person appeared in her mind. She wondered if it was the same person. If it was, then her children would have food to eat. "Send me the appearance of that human." "Yes, Your Majesty." Shortly after, AI Yufu saw Mu Qingxin standing in the chaotic research facility, her expression cold and her eyes flashing with anger. However, Mu Qingxin had already changed her appearance and figure. AI Yufu felt puzzled. But anyone who could single-handedly destroy her research base must be extremely powerful. Thinking of this, AI Yufu became excited and immediately notified her subordinates to pursue with all their might. "I want that human." Chapter 432. Found 4. Yes, Your Majesty. After hanging up the communicator, AI Yufu looked at the image of Mu Qingxin with determination, taking a deep breath. She still remembered the last time she encountered Mu Qingxin. The sweet fragrance emanating from her had deeply attracted her. She believed that the blood within Mu Qingxin was richer, sweeter, and more powerful than her father's. She craved Mu Qingxin. Once she had given birth to her babies, she would personally go after Mu Qingxin. At this moment, Mu Qingxin had already brought the remaining people who were still alive from the research base out, quickly transporting them into the space. She opened the protective barrier in the space and brought them in, instructing Old Tin to watch over them. Of course, there were some things that too many people shouldn't know, especially about her space. As she brought these people into the space, Mu Qingxin had already sprinkled the most potent hallucinogenic drug on them, ensuring they would be unconscious for a month. For strong individuals, given how weak they were now, they would probably remain unconscious for a year or so. But it didn't matter, as long as they didn't die. After settling these individuals, Mu Qingxin immediately exited the space. As soon as she stepped out, she saw a message from you. After reading its contents, a long-lost sense of relief and joy appeared on her face, and she vanished from her spot. "Quick, quick, quick! Check around for any signs of that human. We must capture them." Yes. Just as Mu Qingxin left, a team of insectoids surrounded her, starting to search for her whereabouts. Soon, the entire 101 planet was in an uproar, searching for the intruding human. Mu Qingxin quickly moved to the location marked by Qingzhou. As soon as she arrived, she sensed a familiar mental energy and let out a sigh of relief as she walked into a room. Qingzhou immediately opened the door and pulled Mu Qingxin inside. As soon as she entered, her eyes were fixated on the almost breathless figure on the bed. Mu Qingxin felt her entire body shudder, her legs suddenly heavy. Noticing something was off, Qingzhou immediately grabbed Mu Qingxin's hand. "Don't worry, Commander Mu is fine. It's just that his blood is nearly drained, and his body is extremely weak. Fortunately, Commander Mu's willpower is very strong, and he has been holding on." Mu Qingxin dragged her heavy steps to the bedside. When she saw the emaciated figure on the bed, reduced to just skin and bones, she quickly covered her mouth and tears streamed down her face. She couldn't believe that the person before her was her tall, mighty, and handsome father. While crying, Mu Qingxin gently reached out, taking her father's bony fingers. Afraid to exert too much force, fearing that she might break his arm. Without further delay, Mu Qingxin pulled Qingzhou and her father into the space. Once inside the space, Mu Qingxin's mental energy gently enveloped Mu Fengnian, and her consciousness quickly summoned a bathtub filled with spirit spring water, though it was diluted. Her father's body was too weak now. She couldn't give him too much at once, as it would be counterproductive. Carefully, Mu Qingxin placed her father into the bathtub. Watching his condition, her eyes turned red with grief and anger. Qingzhou had been silently standing beside Mu Qingxin. When she cried, he gently patted her back, wiping her tears. Though he didn't speak, his presence beside her was the greatest comfort. Mu Qingxin looked at Qingzhou through tear-filled eyes and smiled. I'm fine. I'm happy that both mom and dad have been found. I should be happy. Mom, I know. Qingzhou embraced Mu Qingxin, gently patting her back. Once her emotions calmed down, Mu Qingxin looked at her father in the bathtub with a frown. This is too slow. She then took out the phoenix string and began to play the echoing melody. The soft and soothing sound of the piano flowed through the space, and the plants and animals within became lively and began to dance. Those who were unconscious in the space gradually relaxed their expressions, clearly enjoying it. Then, the visible wounds on their bodies began to heal gradually. Mu Qingxin focused most of her mental energy on her father, and the changes in Mu Fengnian were the most significant. If all nine were there, he would definitely notice that the organs that had been depleted in his body were slowly returning to normal. His heart began to beat vigorously, and his blood volume was gradually increasing. Qingzhou watched the little figure playing the piano beside him. This was not the first time he had seen her play, but it was the first time he witnessed the immense power of this piece, which even helped in healing some of his hidden injuries. Mu Qingxin exhausted her mental energy, her body becoming pale and weak. Seeing this, Qingzhou immediately grasped her hand. Stop playing. That's enough. Saying this, he used his own mental energy to calm Mu Qingxin's heart. Mu Qingxin opened her eyes, looking at her father in the bathtub, who had already improved significantly, and let out a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, I'm fine, just give him some spirit spring water, and he'll recover soon. Previously, Mu Qingxin had noticed that in the echoing melody, only this layer of celestial music consumed the most mental energy. The more people healed, the more mental energy was consumed, and the faster it went. Mu Qingxin drank the spirit spring water and weakly said, You, help me carry Dad to the bed in the room. Okay. Qingzhou gently stroked Mu Qingxin's head. After seeing that her mental energy was recovering, he felt at ease leaving. He carried Mu Fengnian out of the bathtub and into the room. Where's this? Qingzhou, carrying Mu Fengnian into the room, bumped into the already awakened Oshuame, who immediately rushed over upon seeing her husband in Qingzhou's arms. Your brother, what happened to you? Oshuame looked at her husband with concern. Mom. Mu Qingxin, hearing the voice, walked over. Qingxin, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be on Capital Star? Xin. Your father, Oshuame, suddenly felt as if she were dreaming. In a strange environment, everything was unfamiliar. Her husband and daughter were by her side. Was this a dream? Or had she already died? All right, she was captured by the Zerg. She should be dead, right? Mu Qingxin stepped forward to hold her mother, and Qingzhou carried Mu Fengnian into her room and put him down. Mom, this is my space. You're all in my space now. We are on planet 101. The Capital Star. Mu Qingxin patiently explained to her mother about what had happened in the past few days. Oshuame's eyes turned red as she looked at her husband on the bed. So, I didn't die. And your father is fine? Yes, Mom, everything is fine. Mu Qingxin smiled. Ha, everything is fine. That's great. It's fine, you dead man. I knew you wouldn't die. Long-term repression made Oshuame's emotions collapse when she realized everything was real and that her husband was okay, and she cried out loud to vent. Chapter 433, Exploding Planet 1. Mom. Mu Qingxin wanted to comfort her mother with concern, but was pulled by Qingzhou. Let's go out and let your mother calm down by herself. Qingzhou took Mu Qingxin out of the house. These people. Qingzhou noticed some people in the nearby woods covered by a protective shield, suddenly thought of Oshume inside the house, looking at Mu Qingxin. Did you go to the research base? Mu Qingxin nodded. Yes, I discovered it by accident. These people were rescued from there, and thinking of those who were not rescued. A look of sorrow flashed in her eyes. Qingzhou saw the emotions in her eyes and understood, gently embracing her, this planet is completely filled with Zerg. And besides some humans being used as food, it has become the Zerg stronghold. Let's rescue all the humans we can and then kill all these Zerg. Mu Qingxin said hatefully. Okay, no matter what Mu Qingxin said, Qingzhou always agreed. After Mu Qingxin restored her mental strength in the space, she and Qingzhou exited the space. Wait, let me send a message to Gaozu to tell him that Dad and Mom are found, so he can rest assured. Qingzhou stopped Mu Qingxin. I'll send it. I guess this planet has blocked all networks, only incoming, not outgoing. After hearing this, Mu Qingxin agreed. Qingzhou quickly sent the message to Mers, asking him to forward it to Mu Gaozu's light brain. After sending it, Qingzhou took Mu Qingxin's hand, and their mental strength quickly enveloped the two, making them disappear from the room. Let's go to this building. Okay. When Mu Qingxin and Qingzhou came out, they found that the surroundings were full of patrolling Zerg and various scanners scanning the area. It seemed that their movements had alarmed the Zerg, making them even more vigilant. Soon, it took almost 3 days for Mu Qingxin and Qingzhou to rescue all the humans on Planet 101 who were still alive and could be saved. However, this deeply alarmed the Zerg, as they had rescued people right under their noses without them realizing it, which was truly shameful. AI Yufu felt a deep sense of unease, ordering all Zerg to track down the invading humans while also leaving herself a way out. In space, Xian, are these people okay being kept here? Mu Fengyan frowned as he looked at dozens of people. Yes. Mu Fengyan woke up, not expecting to open his eyes again and see his wife and daughter. He thought his life had ended, but unexpectedly he was saved again. Regarding the fact that Qingzhou brought him back, Mu Fengyan expressed, okay, you can hand your daughter over to me. He dare not say no, as his wife was almost twisting the flesh on his waist off. Mu Qingxin looked at those sleeping people and said reassuringly, Dad, don't worry, my medicine is infallible. They will remain asleep. Let's quickly resolve the issues on this planet and then go back to hand these people over to the leaders. They won't know anything. After hearing this, Mu Fengyan was still a bit uneasy. Let a few venomous needle bees take turns to guard. If anyone wakes up, knock them out immediately. Beside them, Oshuame looked at Mu Qingxin and Qingzhou and asked, what are you going to do next? As soon as Mu Fengyan heard this, he immediately looked at them with concern. Mu Qingxin and Qingzhou exchanged glances and said, of course, we are going to destroy the Zerg stronghold. Yaya and the others have been bored in the space lately. It was time to go out for some fresh air, Mu Qingxin said with a smile. Jiu beside them also shouted. Yes, and Jiu hasn't been out since birth. Mu Qingxin smiled and patted Jiu's little head. After this period of time, Mu Qingxin understood the abilities of the dragon race. Jiu actually had 3 types of abilities, fire, wood, and wind, and its strength was growing tremendously. So Mu Qingxin was completely at ease with Jiu going out to fight the Zerg. Xian, I want to go out too. Mu Fengyan said anxiously, worried about his daughter. I want to go too. Oshuame immediately said. Mu Qingxin shook her head, no. You stay here to feel the improvement in your cultivation. Both Jiu and I have the ability to protect ourselves, but you don't. Besides, this planet is filled with Zerg. If we go out, we won't be able to take care of you. Qingzhou, standing beside, added, yes, it's better not to go out. Stay here and take care of your health. Only by becoming stronger can you protect others. This statement was ruthless, and Oshuame thought it made sense. But Mu Fengyan did not agree. He felt that Qingzhou was openly mocking his incompetence. Well, we won't go out, but you must be careful, Oshuame urged. After Mu Qingxin finished speaking, she took Qingzhou out of the space along with Xiaohua, Yaya, Laojiu, and Jiu. The other venomous needle bees were not as smart or powerful as Laojiu, so they stayed in the space to watch over those people. As soon as Mu Qingxin and Qingzhou came out, they saw that the house was surrounded by Zerg, and the inside was in disarray, clearly having been searched. It seemed that the Zerg were not so foolish after all. They had already set their sights on them. Target appears, attack. A Zerg outside shouted loudly as soon as Mu Qingxin and the others appeared in the house. The other Zerg immediately began preparing to attack the house. Qingzhou waved one hand, and the Zerg near the house were instantly flung away, but more Zerg rushed in from behind. Mu Qingxin looked at Yaya and the others, urging, go, be careful, Remember to take these round bombs. Mu Qingxin took out a very powerful, concentrated, timed, light wave bomb to show them. Bury them in various places on the planet. Remember to spread them out. Don't bury them too close, but also not too far. After burying them, remember to press this button. Be careful. If you encounter Zerg, fight them if you can. It's best to kill them. If you can't, run quickly. Looking at the Zerg attacking for the third time, Mu Qingxin continued to add, if possible, bury a few bombs deep underground. The deeper the better. Okay, leave it to us. Gio. The little guys were excited. After Mu Qingxin finished her instructions, she waved her hand. Go. Have fun however you like. As soon as Mu Qingxin said this, Yaya and the others immediately flew out excitedly. Oh great, finally could show off my skills. Xiaohua was the first to fly out, looking at the Zerg outside, and with a bang, intense flames quickly rose around. Chapter 434. Exploding Planet 2. Fire. Run. The nearby Zerg were instantly engulfed by the flames, struggling in the fire. This time, Xiaohua did not control its temperature. It released everything, leaving behind charred Zerg corpses wherever it went. Look at me. Bang. Boom. Yaya's miso began to grow larger, resembling the blazing flame tree of that time. A pair of hands rapidly elongated, and 10 fingers transformed into delicate vines, striking at the insect race. Hit over here, there's one. Over there, here, this is great. Crush it. Old Ninth is too small, but it didn't affect its ability to command Xiaoyo to attack the insect race's weak points. Boom. Xiaoyo summoned wind abilities, and a gust of wind blew in, making the flames even more vigorous. Mu Qingxin looked at the insect race outside, which was already in disarray, exchanged a glance with Qingzhou, and said, let's go. Qingzhou quickly took Mu Qingxin's hand, and they left to find AI Yufu. Along the way, Qingzhou tightly protected Mu Qingxin, moving quickly to the previous building. Upon entering, they found it empty and desolate. Be careful, Qingzhou whispered. Millimetruf, Mu Qingxin nodded, quickly spreading her mental energy to search for AI Yufu's trace. Here, they both said in unison as they rushed to the top floor. Looking at the woman standing at the top, no, the queen of the insect race. I didn't expect you to find AI Yufu, she said with a gloomy face, staring at the war-torn planet below. Be careful, her mental power is very strong, Qingzhou quietly reminded. Mu Qingxin nodded, looking at AI Yufu ahead. She took out the phoenix string, concentrating her mental energy on the strings, playing a deadly tune. Swish, swish, swish. Sharp, knife-like notes shot toward AI Yufu. Qingzhou also moved, using his abilities as black mist gradually surrounded AI Yufu. AI Yufu frowned, called this nothing, ameritrik, but this body is too unsuitable for her. AI Yufu let out a long howl, and countless insects crawled out from underground, along with a gigantic thousand-eyed worm rising from the ground, standing taller than the skyscrapers. Zing! Mu Qingxin looked at the dense swarm of insects and instantly entered a state of full focus, killing, heartless, annihilating everything. Qingzhou chased after AI Yufu, while Mu Qingxin played the echo technique on the rooftop. She poured all her mental energy into it, and the sound gradually amplified and spread out, causing the insects to burst and suffocate, leaving a ground full of corpses. Boom! Bang! Crash! The sound of Mu Qingxin's music continued, affecting the queen as she clutched her stomach in pain while dodging Qingzhou's attacks. Boom! In the final strike, Qingzhou aimed at AI Yufu, and after a cloud of smoke cleared, only a skin-like casing was left on the ground, with the insect queen gone. Qingzhou quickly searched with his mental energy, but found nothing. Meanwhile, Xiaohua and the others had already stirred up chaos on this planet. Qingzhou still couldn't find the insect queen, checked the time, and quickly went to Xin. Xin. Mu Qingxin stopped playing, and Qingzhou immediately handed her a vial of spiritual spring water. After she drank it, she looked around and said, let's go. Okay. Mu Qingxin quickly summoned Xiaohua and the others back, boarded the mecha, and swiftly flew away from Planet 101. When Mu Qingxin and the others returned to the spaceship, Xiaohua and the others were excitedly counting down the timer. 19, 18, 7, 2, Xiaoyo bang. Qingzhou controlled the spaceship to distance itself from Planet 101. Qingxin brought everyone out of the space. Those people were still unconscious, standing by the window. Mu Fengyan and Xiumei stared intently at the planet that was exploding. Qingxin sighed in relief as she looked at the star system with one less planet. Finally over. No, it's not over yet. The insect queen escaped. Qingzhou set the route and said, "The insect queen escaped?" Qingxin, Mu Fengyan, and Xiumei said in unison. Qingzhou said in a deep voice, "The insect queen's mental power is very strong. Although she escaped, she is heavily injured, and the insect eggs in her belly haven't hatched yet. I estimate she will hide for a while, waiting to recover before making a comeback." Mu Fengyan sat down with a serious expression. Back then, humanity paid such a high price and still couldn't eliminate the insect queen. Now she has escaped again. We must pursue and not let her return. Yes. As long as the insect race isn't eliminated, humanity can't live peacefully, Xiumei said. Qingxin listened to their conversation and said, "All right, the insect race must be eliminated. But right now, the most important thing is, Dad, Mom, please report to Great-Grandpa and the others that we are safe. Everyone has been worried for so long. All right, I need to quickly tell your grandmother. I successfully connected with your great-grandfather." The two who had changed the topic immediately returned to their rooms to report safety to their families, leaving Qingxin and Qingzhou to exchange helpless smiles. Qingxin got up, walked to Qingzhou, and sat down on his lap. Qingzhou naturally embraced her, looking at the little one with a smile, wondering what she wanted to do. Qingxin smiled at Qingzhou, the words on the tip of her tongue suddenly feeling a bit shy. Qingzhou responded in a low, gentle voice, his eyes flickering with flame. "We've been in a relationship for so many years," Qingxin said shyly. And then Qingzhou continued to ask, "Well, we've been together for so many years. Just hugging and holding hands. Nothing else," Qingxin said, her face slightly flushed, forcing herself to say it. Qingzhou looked at her alluring red lips, trying hard to hold back, and hoarsely said, "What do you want?" His magnetic voice entered Qingxin's ears. What did she want? Of course, she wanted to take a step further. After 13 years of dating, her first kiss was still intact. If others found out, they would surely laugh at her. Moreover, they had just successfully destroyed a major base of the insect race. Shouldn't they celebrate excitedly and then kiss as a matter of course? Didn't she see her parents excitedly kissing when they watched Planet 101 explode? Now that no one was around, why did this person still have no expression? Could it be that he was Lu Xiaohui? With that thought, Qingxin looked at Qingzhou with a somewhat different gaze. Chapter 435. Dazed, noticing the change in the girl in his arms. Qingzhou felt a tightness in his chest, not only physically but also emotionally. This girl, he had refrained from moving her out of consideration for her being underage in the previous agreements with the Mu family men. He didn't expect the little girl to be the first to lose control. But what did her gaze mean now? Did she doubt him? "What do you want? Just tell me, and I will give it to you." Qingzhou leaned close to Qingxin's ear and whispered. His warm breath brushed against her ear, making her shiver all over, her heart racing. However, she didn't show it, pretending to be indifferent as she said, "Can I have anything I want?" "Yes." Qingzhou smiled at her. Qingxin was captivated by Qingzhou's affectionate and gentle gaze. In his eyes, there was only her, only her. "I want your lips," Qingxin said, and immediately kissed him. Qingzhou hadn't even finished saying good when a warm lip had already pressed against his. As soon as Qingxin leaned in, she felt embarrassed. How could a girl be so proactive? It was too unreserved. She wanted to pull back, but Qingzhou held her down. And Qingxin found herself in a dazed state. Of course, it was just a kiss, ha. In the following period, Mu Fengyan clearly sensed something was off with his daughter. He noticed that whenever that brat was around, his daughter would speak to him absent-mindedly. Her gaze drifting towards that brat, her face flushed. How infuriating. What did that brat do right under his nose? Then, there was the scene that Xiumei saw. Gio was piloting the spaceship, while her husband and daughter sat on the sofa, talking about unrelated topics. Her daughter was shyly looking at her boyfriend, which was normal, while her husband was glaring angrily at Gio, which, also seemed quite normal. Xian, we are about to arrive at the planet. What about those people? They haven't woken up yet. Should we? Uxume. Mu Qingxin came back to her senses. Hearing her mother's question, she stood up and said, I'll go take a look. No need to go. Qingzhou stopped Mu Qingxin. The others looked at him in confusion, and Qingzhou said, I have already reported to the leader. These people have been persecuted by the insect race and have been in a coma. The leader has prepared a special medical team on the planet to take over these people. It's still thoughtful of Gio. Oshuame praised happily. That's his duty. Mu Fengyan snorted. Swish. Oshuame shot a cold glance at Mu Fengyan, and he immediately shrank his neck. Mu Qingxin looked at her parents' interaction with amusement, and suddenly felt a gaze. Looking over, she saw Qingzhou's meaningful gaze fixed on her, and she immediately blushed, playfully glared at him, and quickly said, I'm going back to my room. She hurriedly turned and left. Back in her room, Mu Qingxin covered her pounding chest and touched her flushed cheeks, her face full of springtime radiance. Ever since the last time she forcefully kissed someone, that person seemed to have changed, seizing every opportunity to kiss her. But every time it came to a critical moment, he would stop immediately. It was also from that time that she realized her family had long known about her relationship with Qingzhou, and for her sake, they specifically made Qingzhou agree to many unequal treaties. Mu family's men. Unequal treaties? They didn't see any inequality at all. In the evening, Qingzhou and the others finally saw Planet 101. Oshume looked at the planet before her with emotion, saying, I wonder when we will be able to return to the capital star. Don't worry, it will be soon. Mu Fengyan comforted his wife. At this moment, Qingzhou walked to Mu Qingxin's side, gently took her hand, and asked softly, What's wrong? Mu Qingxin looked at the planet getting closer and said, I don't know if Lingling has gone home. She must be very angry that I didn't take her with me. Ever since they left Planet 101, she hadn't contacted Lingling, and after her parents were rescued, she still couldn't get in touch with her. She felt very upset. Lingling must be angry with her. After hearing this, Qingzhou tightly held her hand and said, She won't be angry. Even if she is, when you see her again, you will definitely make up. Friends don't hold grudges overnight. After hearing this, Mu Qingxin's previously gloomy heart suddenly brightened. Yes, they're good friends. How could there be such a big grudge? Once she explained to Lingling after they meet, everything would be fine. Seeing the little girl smile again, Qingzhou's gaze softened even more. When Qingzhou and the others landed on Planet 101, they saw many people waiting outside, including leader Zyacula's, the Mu family, the O family, the Zone family, the G family, and others from the capital star. When they learned that the insect race's occupation of Planet 101 had been destroyed, they were all immersed in joy. Humanity had finally struck back heavily. Qingzhou and Mu Fengyan walked in front, while Mu Qingxin and Oshume held each other and followed behind as they got off the spaceship. Leader, Qingzhou and Mu Fengyan respectfully saluted Zyacula's. Upon seeing Mu Fengyan standing unharmed before him, Zyacula's revealed a joyful smile and happily patted Mu Fengyan's shoulder, saying, Good. Commander Mu, it's great that you're okay. I knew Commander Mu would be fine. He then looked at Qingzhou beside him and said proudly, Young Marshal Gio has made a great contribution this time. Of course, there's also dear Xin. Looking at Mu Qingxin behind him, Mu Qingxin noticed the leader was looking at her and smiled back. This time you saved so many people and blew up the insect race's stronghold. Great. Come, let's go back and tell me all about the situation at that time. Zyacula's took Qingzhou and Mu Fengyan away. Xin, May. The Mu family, O family, and Zone family all gathered around, joyfully looking at the two. Except for Mu Gaozu, no one knew that Oshume had also faced danger, and everyone was filled with joy at their return. Only Mu Gaozu looked at Mu Qingxin and Oshume with emotions of excitement, joy, pride, and relief. After Mu Qingxin hugged everyone, she saw Mu Gaozu's gaze, and her eyes instantly turned red. She immediately threw herself into Mu Gaozu's arms, saying, Gaozu, I'm back. Chapitre 436. Surprise? 1. Mu Gaozu was very touched and proud, his eyes also reddening. Xin is back. That's great. Xin is wonderful. Come on, let's go home. Knowing you were coming back today, we prepared a surprise for you. Grandma Mu pulled Mu Qingxin and happily said to Oshuame, "Yes, yes, you will be shocked later." Oh, Grandma tightly held her daughter and said. Oshuame and Mu Qingxin expressed great anticipation, watching the three families leave. The Ji family looked at them with anger and jealousy. Now, the status of these three families far surpassed that of the Ji family. The chefs they brought had quickly settled on the planet and were welcomed by the people on the planet. It was also because of the food that the planet's inhabitants warmly accepted the people from the capital star, and they received the leader's attention, with the planet's master also protecting them. This made the Ji family extremely jealous, but jealousy was pointless. After all, they had obtained such a unique skill. Everyone returned to the Mu family's house. Now, the three families had moved into the Mu family's house, and fortunately, the Mu family's house was big enough to accommodate everyone. "Welcome back, master." "Welcome back, madam." Beale opened the door and happily said upon seeing Mu Qingxin and Oshuame. "Beale, long time no see." Mu Qingxin and Oshuame were also very happy. Looking at the familiar home, a feeling of finally returning home arose, instantly relaxing their entire bodies. Scene. Suddenly, Mu Qingxin was tightly hugged by someone. Xian, you're so bad. I'm so angry. You actually abandoned me and went to fight the insect race alone. Don't you know I'm also very capable? I wanted to fight those nasty insect races too, but you didn't take me with you. I'm so mad. I ignored your messages on purpose to let you know I was angry. You're so bad, making me worry for so long. I couldn't sleep at night, worrying about you getting hurt. Thankfully you're back. Otherwise, I would have gone to the planet to find you." Listening to the choked voice in her ear, Mu Qingxin felt tears streaming down her face, tightly holding Lingling and smiling as she said, I know. Thank you, Lingling. Please forgive me. I have so much to say, but I don't know where to start." Dongfang Ling released Mu Qingxin, wiped her tears, and pouted at the equally teary-eyed Qingxin, saying, "If you want me to forgive you, then you have to eat all the food I made tonight. I specially made it for you. Usually, it's you who cooks for us. This time, it's our turn to make delicious food for you. You made it?" Mu Qingxin looked at the food on the table in surprise. "This was made by Grandpa Mu. This was made by Grandma Mu. This was made by Grandpa. Oh." Dongfang Ling happily pointed at each dish on the table, introducing who made what. "This was made by Gaozu Mu, and this one I made," Dongfang Ling said proudly. "How is it? We specially invited Oolong to teach us. It turned out well, right?" Mu Qingxin and Oshume looked at the dishes on the table, nodding heavily. Not bad. Very good. It must be very delicious." However, even though the dishes didn't look very good, they thought the taste might be okay. The two were secretly relieved, but most importantly, they felt everyone's heartfelt intentions. It's definitely not because they hated them for being away for so long and wanted to poison them. "Hubby Daddy, we need you." It seemed that sensing his wife and daughter's plea for help, Mu Fengyan quickly arrived home, followed closely by Qingzhou. Seeing his wife and daughter looking surprised at him, Mu Fengyan glanced proudly at Qingzhou behind him. "See, I'm still more important." Qingzhou paid him no mind, but Mu Fengyan was still feeling quite pleased in his heart, greeting everyone. "Dad, come quickly, this is made by everyone. The food looks so delicious. You must come and try it." Mu Qingxin pulled Mu Fengyan to the table. Mu Fengyan sat down happily, looking at everyone's expectant expressions. And then his gaze landed on what on earth was that on the table. After getting a clear look at the food on the table, Mu Fengyan exclaimed. The group behind him turned pale, and Oshume, sensing something was off, slapped her husband on the head and said, "What are you talking about? Are you too excited? This is made by our parents and grandparents. It's really delicious." As she spoke, she discreetly pinched Mu Fengyan. Upon hearing this, Mu Fengyan's face immediately stiffened, realizing he had just said the wrong thing. He quickly added, I didn't react just now. Wow, I didn't expect everyone to learn how to cook. Let me see. It smells good and looks good. It must taste even better. I'll give it a try." Mu Fengyan, feeling distressed, picked up his chopsticks and looked at his daughter for help, but Mu Qingxin cold-heartedly turned her head away, saying, "Dad, I'll accompany you later." Mu Fengyan then turned to his wife, but Oshume also turned her head, saying, "Don't worry, we will all eat later. You eat first." With no other options, Mu Fengyan had to brace himself, nervously picking up a piece of meat and putting it in his mouth. Everyone watched expectantly as he chewed without showing any expression. How is it? Oh, Grandpa looked at him expectantly. That dish was made by him. Mu Fengyin stiffly nodded. It's good. Very good. This dish is made by me. Oh, Grandpa proudly said. Upon hearing this, Mu Fengyin quickly praised its delicious dad. This dish you made is really good. It has great color, aroma, and taste, truly excellent. Oh my, luckily I reacted quickly. This dish is really hard to describe. I don't know what kind of meat it is, tough and dry, and while chewing, I nearly lost a tooth. It was almost too salty for me. Seeing the expression on his father's face, Mu Qingxin knew it must be terrible. But due to Grandpa's pressure, he didn't dare say it was bad. Chapter 1, Section 1. Mu Fengyin's gaze landed on Qingzhou, who immediately stiffened and quickly said, I forgot the commander asked me to return to the team for something. Gaozu, Grandpa, and Grandma. I'm leaving now. I won't disturb you. Saying this, he turned to leave. Wait. Mu Fengyin immediately stood up and grabbed Qingzhou. At this moment, he couldn't let that brat leave. Gio, the most I can be grateful for this time is you. You finally came. It's just mealtime. You must sit down for a meal. The matters on the team can wait until after we eat. Mu Fengyin pulled Qingzhou back to the dining table. Yes, sit down quickly, Gio. We really have to thank you properly this time. Gio, you can't leave. This meal is exactly to thank you. Young Marshal Gio, quickly sit down. Everyone has worked hard all day. You must try it. Qingxin, you sit down too. Thus, Qingzhou couldn't escape and was arranged to sit next to Mu Fengyin. The expressions of everyone during this meal were indescribable. When eating others' dishes, they were almost ready to vomit, but when it was their own dishes, they almost lost their minds. However, dignity could not be trampled upon. Even if it was bad, they had to say it was good for the sake of appearances. After the meal, Qingzhou quickly left, and Mu Qingxin covered her mouth, stifling a laugh as she watched Qingzhou's disappearing figure. That kid must not have eaten enough just now. I forgot to let him take the unfinished dishes back to eat. Mu Fengyin didn't know when he had walked to his daughter's side. Looking at where Qingzhou had disappeared, he said, Dad. Mu Qingxin playfully tugged at her father's arm, feeling sorry for how her dad had tricked her boyfriend. Oh, my daughter is grown up. Can't keep her anymore. Oh, it hurts my heart. Mu Fengyin said, clutching his heart in pain. Not at all. I will always be your daughter. I love you the most, Dad. Mu Qingxin laughed at her father's antics. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Mu Fengyin was extremely happy, pulling her into the house. That night, everyone sat together, discussing the events that had occurred on the planet. Oh my, good job. Mu Fengyin and Xiumei shared their experiences, and Mu Qingxin recounted how she saved her mom and dad, as well as how she blew up the planet. Everyone listened in amazement. Finally, Mu Fengyin shared the next plan, just discussed with the commander. We decided to depart tomorrow to clean up the insect race on various planets. Various planets. Everyone exclaimed. Mu Fengyin nodded, looking at Mu Qingxin. The commander specifically mentioned your name. Wants you to go too. Qingxin, what do you think? If you don't want to go, I'll tell the commander I'll go. Of course I want to go. I haven't been to any planets other than Tianji Star, Tianxin Star, and Capital Star. I was supposed to travel to other planets during every holiday, but then the insect race appeared, and I couldn't go anywhere. Now I finally have the chance. And I've reached the age for an internship. Of course I have to go along. I want to go too. I want to intern too. Dongfang Ling quickly said from his side. She and T left with her brother this time, just to wait for Qingxin. Now that there was a chance to go out together to various planets, she certainly wouldn't miss it. But Mu Fengyin was a bit hesitant. Okay, Ling Ling can go too. Mu Qingxin said. Great, Qingxin. I will definitely not hold you back. I will work hard to blow up planets. Dongfang Ling said happily. Upon hearing this, Mu Fengyin felt a mix of laughter and tears, and everyone burst into laughter. The next morning, everyone got up early to see Mu Fengyin, Mu Qingxin, and Dongfang Ling off. Originally, Xiumei was supposed to go too, but Master Asher, upon hearing that Xiumei was back, immediately notified her to continue helping. Now that Bonnie was pregnant, Zijingfu Wen Ti let her touch those chemicals. It wasn't tea good for the child. Thus, Master Asher Wen Ti let her go and kept persuading her until finally she agreed. Everyone arrived at the aerial port of Planet 101, where the ship of the Phantom Team was already docked. This time, the sweep of the insect race was leaving with the Phantom Team. Dongfang Ling was greatly surprised by this news. Qingzhou and Xiaculus were standing under the ship, talking. Mu Fengyan took Mu Qingxin and Dongfang Ling to say goodbye to their family and walked towards the ship. Qingzhou and Xiaculus stopped their conversation upon seeing the three of them, looking at them and saying, "Haha, is Miss Dongfang going too?" Xiaculus immediately noticed Dongfang Ling. Dongfang Ling shyly replied, "Yes, Commander, it just so happens that the team we were supposed to intern with is the Phantom team. So we will treat this as an internship." After hearing this, Xiaculus smiled and said, "This is not going for an internship. This is going to war. Are you scared?" "Not scared. Protecting humanity is everyone's responsibility. As a human, I must contribute to our homeland," Dongfang Ling said resolutely. "Good. You are all great. I hope you can come back safely," Xiaculus said with satisfaction. With everyone's hopes, the ship of the Phantom team set sail, heading towards unknown planets. This time, we will clear from the inside out, the first being Capital Star. Then, in the conference room, Qingzhou spoke to everyone about this plan using the star map, and everyone listened attentively. After Qingzhou finished speaking, he looked at Mu Fengyan beside him and said, "Commander Mu, what do you think of what I just said? Is there anything you would like to add?" Everyone's gaze turned to Mu Fengyan, and the members of the Phantom team remained silent, showing no signs of dissatisfaction. Now they all knew that the boss had a partner, and that partner was Mu Qingxin, whom everyone in the Federation liked. When they first learned this news, they looked down on the boss for his behavior of an old cow eating young grass. However, seeing that wherever the boss went, he received packages filled with delicious food, they expressed envy, jealousy, and hatred. The boss really had good taste, knowing to strike first. Commander Mu is the future father-in-law of the boss, deserving the utmost respect. He cannot be a hindrance to the boss, otherwise the boss's future days will definitely be difficult. Regarding Qingzhou being so perceptive and knowing to ask for his advice, Mu Fengyan expressed his great delight, smiling and saying, "The young commander's plan is very thoughtful. I have no additions. I will follow the arrangements. Besides, I am no longer a commander. The third battle team no longer exists." Mu Fengyan's tone was very downcast. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, feeling deeply sympathetic. As a leader, losing subordinates must be a painful experience. Mu Qixi, standing beside him, looked at his father with concern. Mu Qixi had already been promoted to major. The once playful and irritable boy was gone. After being tempered in the battle team and experiencing his father's disappearance, Mu Qixi had become more mature and stable. When Mu Qingxin first saw her third brother, she almost thought she was looking at her eldest brother, for his face no longer held that mischievous smile. Chapter 438. 5 years later, however, it was good that after hearing the news of his parents' safety, especially after seeing his dad and sister, Mu Qixi regained his smile. "It's nothing. I'm just a bit emotional." "Haha, sorry. I lost my composure," Mu Fengyan said apologetically. "No," Qingzhou replied respectfully, continuing to discuss the upcoming arrangements. As for everything in the conference room, Mu Qingxin was unaware she was currently sitting with Dongfang Ling in the observation room, looking at the scenery outside. "Lingling, why didn't you leave?" Mu Qingxin asked, gazing at the vast universe outside. Dongfang Ling also looked outside, not turning her head, and said, "Because I want to see you safe first. It's too boring to go home. It's better to wait for you to come back. If I go home, I wouldn't know when I could see you again." "Lingling, huh? What do you feel? How lucky I am to know you." "Haha, right? I also feel that knowing me is your luck. However, knowing you is the luckiest thing for me. We have to be good friends for life." "Yes, definitely." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Now, in the Alliance, under the sweep of the Underworld Battle Team, the presence of the Zerg had completely disappeared from the Alliance. The people of the Alliance were becoming more stable, returning to their previous peace, no longer worrying about when the Zerg would attack them or when the people around them would turn into Zerg. After clearing the last planet of the Alliance, they returned triumphantly. "Great, Xin, this time when we go back, we should be able to spend a peaceful new year at home," Mu Qixi happily said while eating. Mu Qingxin glanced at her third brother, who was increasingly losing his table manners, and disdainfully said, "Third brother, please, no one is competing with you. Can you eat a little slower and more properly?" If the family sees you after going home, you will definitely be scolded. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxin paused his eating and slowed down, a bitter smile on his face. Isn't it because I developed this bad habit from being robbed by that group of guys? Over the past 5 years, the Underworld Battle Team also had a dedicated dining hall, but compared to Mu Qingxin's cooking, there was still some gap. Knowing that Mu Qingxin's culinary skills were good, every time they ate together, Mu Qingxin's food was taken away for various reasons. So over time, Mu Qingxin developed the habit of quickly eating before people arrived. When I last communicated with Grandma, she said that big brother and sister Annie are also coming back. And second brother seems to be bringing his girlfriend back. You're the only one missing. When you go back, Grandma and Grandpa have already picked out many girls for you to meet. What? Mu Qingxin was taken aback. Oh my God. I absolutely do not want to go on a blind date. After finishing his meal, he immediately left, not wanting to meet any young girls at all. Hey, what's wrong with third brother? Why did he leave with such a face full of anger? Dongfang Ling walked over, puzzled. I just informed him of Grandma's order. Grandma wants him to go home and go on a blind date, Mu Qingxin said with a smile. Haha, no way. Third brother is still young. How could he end up in such a situation? Dongfang Ling laughed heartily, not believing it. Mu Qingxin shook her head with a smile, also feeling sympathy for her third brother. She had a deep understanding of blind dates, and, thankfully, she already had a partner this time. This time when they returned, the family discussed wanting to ask Qingzhou when he would marry Mu Qingxin. Mu Qingxin's opinion was not to discuss it with him, to see if he had the intention himself. Otherwise, it would seem like she was desperate to marry, although she indeed wanted to get married. Time flies so fast, Dongfang Ling said, looking at the increasingly beautiful Mu Qingxin with emotion. Mu Qingxin looked up at the increasingly mature Dongfang Ling, nodding in agreement. Yes, time flies so fast. Haven't you given up yet? Upon hearing Mu Qingxin's words, Dongfang Ling's body stiffened. After a moment, a bitter smile appeared on her face as she looked down at a contact on her terminal, countless messages and video calls. I feel like Dongfang Ling paused. He might have very important matters. His situation is quite complicated, so he hasn't contacted me. Mu Qingxin looked at the confused and sorrowful Lingling and didn't like this version of Lingling. She didn't expect Swan to have such a huge impact on her. She thought it was just a naive first love, and over time it would fade, but Lingling had never given up on contacting Swan. After she told Lingling about Swan's identity, Lingling planned to settle things properly when she returned to Capital Star and then go to the Empire to find Swan. Lingling, when you go to the Empire, don't go alone. I'll go with you. Mu Qingxin urged. Dongfang Ling smiled at Mu Qingxin. No way. You're going to get married. If that guy Qingzhou finds out you're going to find another man, he will definitely be very angry. Over the past 5 years, she had thoroughly understood how speechless everyone was about the admired young commander, who was simply a big vinegar jar. No matter if it was a man or a woman, they could easily tip over that big vinegar jar. Swan is also my friend. He is in trouble, and I want to help, Mu Qingxin said firmly. Anyway, if you go alone, I'll follow you. Upon hearing such stubborn words, Dongfang Ling looked helpless and prepared to continue persuading her. Who are you chasing? Suddenly, Qingzhou opened the door and looked at Mu Qingxin, asking. Mu Qingxin and Dongfang Ling looked at Qingzhou speechlessly. You only heard the last 3 words. Huh? Mu Qingxin rolled her eyes at Qingzhou. Seeing that his little girl actually disliked him, Qingzhou looked mournful. I'm just afraid someone will abduct you. There are always people with ill intentions trying to take you away. He glared at the person who was always sticking to his little girl. Young Commander Gio, can you stop being so childish? You can also be jealous? How many times do I have to explain it? I like men. Dongfang Ling said speechlessly. Watching the two of them express their dislike for each other, Mu Qingxin couldn't help but laugh. All right. I won't disturb your lovey-dovey moments anymore. I'm leaving. Dongfang Ling didn't want to watch the two show affection in front of her. She was afraid it would hurt her eyes. She didn't expect that Qingzhou would be like this in front of Xin, which completely refreshed her worldview. Watching Dongfang Ling leave, Qingzhou smugly closed the door and immediately sat beside Mu Qingxin, hugging his little girl. Mu Qingxin looked at Qingzhou with amusement. Hey, do you have to be so childish? You know very well that Lingling. Chapter 439. Asking for help not allowed. Qingzhou tightened his arms. She is always clinging to you. not giving me time to get close to you. There's always someone by your side, all day. I'm by your side too little. I want you to be with me for 24 hours a day. After speaking, Qingzhou buried his head in Mu Qingxin's neck, kissing her. Ha no, it tickles. Mu Qingxin was being kissed and felt very ticklish, constantly dodging. Don't move. Suddenly, Qingzhou tightly hugged Mu Qingxin, not allowing her to move any further, taking deep breaths to suppress the restlessness within him. Girl, when will you marry me? Qingzhou buried his head in Mu Qingxin's neck, breathing heavily and hoarsely saying. Upon hearing Qingzhou's words, Mu Qingxin rolled her eyes at him. Hey, shouldn't a proposal be a bit more formal? I don't want such a hasty proposal. At the very least, there should be a ring or a bouquet of flowers. Although flowers in the star realms are extremely precious, there should be a ceremony to let me know his heart. Qingzhou chuckled softly. All right. What do you mean by all right? Mu Qingxin was puzzled but held back from asking. At this moment, as a girl, she had to maintain a certain reserve. Dongfang Ling returned to her lounge, her face filled with a bitter smile. Every time she saw Qingxin and the young marshal in love, she couldn't help but think of Swan, recalling their arguments in the past. If she had known he was going to leave, she wouldn't have quarreled with him and would have confessed to him decisively, not letting him go. Or she would have gone with him when he left. Dongfang Ling opened her holographic computer, found her first contact, and continued sending messages. I'm so angry. That guy Qingzhou just complained about me again, saying I cling to Qingxin for too long. The more he doesn't want me to, the more I will cling to Qingxin. Who told him to trick Qingxin away? But for Qingxin's sake, I held back from arguing with him. After all, Qingxin likes him too. By the way, when will you come back? After so many years, you haven't kicked the bucket, right? Huh. If you have, I would be happy for a lifetime. So, don't make me happy. You better not kick the bucket. Dongfang Ling clicked send and quietly waited, staring at her holographic computer, hoping to see a reply in the next second. 5 minutes passed, half an hour passed, and an hour passed. Finally, her bright eyes dimmed again. Disappointed, Dongfang Ling turned off her holographic computer and walked to the training ground, entering the virtual world's battlefield, fighting desperately against others. Empire. Swan, I just got the news. Tomorrow. He's no longer my second brother. Princess Isha's face turned sorrowful as she continued. That person is preparing to gather all the guards and those soldiers who have turned into bug races to attack us. They are already coming this way. What will you do? Isha looked at her only remaining relative, anxiously asking. Upon hearing this news, Swan's face turned serious. His gaze was still fixed on a message on the holographic computer, filled with a mix of doting sadness and joy. But after hearing this news, all his emotions were swept away. Years had passed, yet he still had that baby face, but he was now more mature and stable than before. Gone was the impulsive nature of his youth. He had become more composed and charming. Now, 70% of the empire was occupied by the bug race, and the royal family had already been assimilated by the bugs. Now, only Swan and Isha remained, hiding with the remaining empire people on the outermost planet of the empire. But it seemed the bug race was determined to assimilate all the empire people, forcing them to retreat. If it weren't for Swan's leadership, the few remaining people would have long been doomed. The remaining empire people obeyed Swan's command, but now, seeing the bug race fully mobilized, he could no longer hold on. Swan fell in a deep thought, unsure of what to do. Seeing Swan's expression, Macallan couldn't help but speak up. Young master, why don't we seek help from Qingxin and the others? I heard that the Alliance has no bug races left. They have all been wiped out by Qingxin and them. They have just finished their cleanup, and we can seek their assistance. Isha immediately added, yes, let's seek help from the Alliance. After all, we are all humans. They are so strong, and that Mu Qingxin has such a good relationship with you. She might be willing to come help us. Upon hearing this, Swan smiled bitterly, but I left without leaving any message back then. I haven't contacted them at all over the years. I never replied to their messages. It feels so embarrassing to seek help from them now. Isha rolled her eyes at her brother's words. Come on, this isn't about pride anymore. Our empire is almost out of people. We're about to be finished. Let me think about it. Swan hesitated. Looking at the indecisive Swan, Isha exchanged a glance with Macallan and signaled him. Seeing this, Macallan glanced at the troubled young master, and quietly walked over. Isha led McCollin outside and whispered, "Do you still have their contact information?" "Yes," McCollin replied. "Contact them." Isha decided, but McCollin looked inside the room, uncertain. He had never disobeyed the young master's orders before. Isha anxiously said, "Don't hesitate. The bug army is about to arrive. Hurry up and seek help. Doesn't Swan have a crush? This is a perfect opportunity for them to reconnect." Upon hearing this, McCollin hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed. He knew the young master's feelings over the years. He had never forgotten the people of the Alliance and often thought about the past. To ensure the young master didn't have regrets, he decided to take the initiative this time. He quickly opened his holographic computer, revealing hidden contacts. The first person he sought help from was Qingxin, knowing her strength. He immediately sent her a message and then sent a message to Dongfang Ling, explaining the situation and the reasons from back then. He didn't want Dongfang Ling to blame the young master, so he explained the reasons in advance, not knowing how Dongfang Ling felt about the young master now. After sending the messages, McCollin nodded heavily at the expectant Isha, and upon seeing this, Isha breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 440, Crisis Moment. Alliance. At this moment, Qingxin received McCollin's distress message. When she saw the sender, she was bewildered. She hadn't expected someone who had disappeared for so many years to suddenly reply. She immediately went to find Dongfang Ling, but when she found her, she saw her with tear-streaked cheeks looking at the message on her holographic computer, realizing that she had received the message too. Suppressing her excitement, Qingxin quickly opened the message and saw the distress content. Upon seeing the location sent by McCollin, she immediately forwarded it to Qingzhou. After sending it, she quickly moved to Qingzhou's side. "Gio, did you see the location I sent you? Hurry, that's McCollin and Swan's location. They're in danger now. The bug race is going to attack them." Qingxin showed Qingzhou the distress message sent by McCollin. After Qingzhou looked at it, he immediately issued orders to change the course and accelerate towards the Empire's wild planet. Yes, the personnel in the control room immediately changed the course and accelerated. On Capital Star, Shakuras received Qingzhou's message and agreed, as they were both humans. If the Empire were completely assimilated by the bug race, it would lead to another war between bugs and humans. So now, they must attack and eliminate them. Xian, I'm going to... Dongfang Ling came back to her senses and immediately went to find Qingxin, wanting to rush to the Empire. Qingxin stopped Lingling's words, pointing outside. "Look, what is it?" Dongfang Ling anxiously looked outside. When she saw the scene outside, she turned her head to look at Qingxin. "Isn't this returning to Capital Star?" Qingxin smiled and nodded, "Of course. We're going to the Empire to kill the bug race. How can we go back before finishing off the bugs?" Scene. Dongfang Ling looked at Qingxin with deep emotion and hugged her tightly. Thank you, Xian. Qingxin quickly said, No, don't thank me. This is also the leader's order to wipe out all the bugs and return peace to our universe. Thank you, leader. Thank you, young marshal. Thank you, Xian. Dongfang Ling thanked everyone. Hey, Lingling, what about us? We're also gearing up to fight the insect race in the Empire. How would you leave us out? At some point, Gray and the others stood aside, watching the two girls excitedly, and spoke up. Dongfang Ling and Qingxin relaxed their grip, looking at the group of big men. Dongfang Ling, with a hint of pride, wiped her tears and said, If you want a thank you from this young lady, it'll depend on your skills. Whoever kills more insectoids, I'll thank whom. That's not right. The leader hasn't killed any insectoids. How will you thank him? This guy can blurt it out without thinking. What do you think? Dongfang Ling raised an eyebrow and looked at Li Kan, then took Qingxin's hand and left. Behind them, they could hear the others lecturing Li Kan, and both Qingxin and Dongfang Ling exchanged smiles. A day later, Third Prince, it's bad. There are many Imperial ships hovering above the planet. All of them are insectoids. What should we do? Third Prince, we are surrounded. What should we do? Third Prince, all the insectoids from the Empire have come this time. Can we survive? Upon hearing the last person's question, everyone fell silent, their faces filled with despair. Their families, their friends, one by one had already passed away, captured by the insectoids, assimilated or eaten. Now, This was the only planet in the Empire that had not been occupied by the insectoids because it was too desolate. Swan looked at the remaining Imperial people, his eyes flashing red. Don't worry, we won't die. Humanity will not be easily defeated. Just as we defeated the insectoids before to survive, we will do so again this time. Once we defeat them, we will head to the Alliance. After calming everyone's hearts, Swan immediately began to deploy a plan. The reconnaissance team would scout the area. Wherever there were fewer insectoids, that would be our breakthrough point. Abandon the ships and board the flying vehicles. The target is small, and the chances of escape are greater. After Swan finished his arrangements, he took a deep breath. This time, there was no turning back. 5 seconds later, Swan opened the holographic communicator, trying to contact the leader of the Alliance. He didn't seek out Qingxin and the others, not for any particular reason, but because his deep sense of guilt prevented him from lowering his head. If Qingxin and the others knew that Swan had not contacted them for so many years due to such thoughts, they would surely give him a good beating. Silly boy, what are you thinking all day? As I said before, in times of necessity, throw away all pride. Survival is what matters. At this moment, Swan led all the Imperial people onto the flying vehicles. But just as they boarded, the insectoid warships suddenly arrived, and swarms of insectoids began to tear at the flying vehicles, devouring anyone they captured inside. The insectoids are here. Help! Help! Swan watched the chaotic scene and immediately ordered a counterattack. Looking at the dense warships surrounding them, Swan's heart sank to the bottom. This was the end for them. Attack! With the command, the capable warriors of the Empire surrounded the women, children, and elderly who could not fight and began to retaliate against the insectoids. The planet was suddenly in chaos. Smoke filled the air, and the battle raged on. Everyone was filled with rage, watching their companions who had fought alongside them fall one by one. The anger drove everyone to fight desperately. Young master, it's not working anymore. We can't hold on. You take Princess Isla and leave. We'll clear the way for you. Macallan gasped heavily, looking disheveled. No, I won't leave. As the only prince of the Empire, I will fight alongside my people, live or die together. You take the princess and leave quickly. Swan shouted as he fought fiercely. I won't leave either. Isla shouted back. Go. Swan glared at Macallan. Quickly take Isla away. If one can escape, it's worth it. After you get out, go directly to the Alliance to find Qingxin. They will take care of Isla. Hurry. Swan instructed. Watch out, young master. Macallan shouted as he saw a tentacle reaching out behind Swan. But Swan had no idea what was happening. He only felt a chill on his back, death approaching. Looking at Isla, he cried out in anguish, Go. Taking a day off. I've been having a fever and cold these past 2 days, on and off, and I couldn't sleep at night due to coughing and sore throat. Today my fever reached 39 degrees. I'm really sorry. I have to suspend updates for a day. Apologies. Also, I remind everyone to drink more water. The doctor said the flu this year is worse than previous years and hard to treat. Drink more water and eat fruits for prevention. Wishing everyone a healthy new year. Chapter 441, the final chapter. Swan. Isla saw her brother in danger and quickly ran towards him, but the swarm of insectoids blocked her path, leaving her helpless as she watched her brother about to be caught. Suddenly, a crisp whip crack echoed from above, and the insectoid that was about to reach Swan was entangled by fiery vines from the sky and exploded. Then, a group of warships appeared in the sky, bombarding the insectoid ships. We're saved. The Imperial forces are saved. People saw the Phantom Battle Team's ships and cheered excitedly, immediately intensifying their attacks on the insectoids. Seeing hope and believing everything would be all right, Swan looked at the warships in the sky, his heart suddenly jolting, a warm current surging within him. They were saved. The fierce attacks in the sky continued as more and more insectoids were shot down. Qingxin assessed the situation, directly disembarking from the warship and descending to the ground along the vines. Watching the intense battle before her, she noticed many humans were injured and many insectoids were attacking more fiercely. She realized that some of these insectoids were different from the previous ones. Some were smaller in size, but had a golden-green color, with great lethality and brutality. During the fight, they seemed indifferent to their own kind, attacking relentlessly even if it meant hitting their own. The other insectoids seemed wary of them, keeping their distance. Qingxin scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted the best building. She swiftly moved there, launching vines to ascend to the rooftop, looking down at the chaotic scene below. Sitting cross-legged, she took out her phoenix harp and began to play. Returning to unity, returning to unity. Over the years, Qingxin had mastered the echoing technique, but she had never broken through the final layer of unity. However, at this moment, as she closed her eyes, two different colors flashed in her mind, one red and one green. These two colors intertwined, as if a force was guiding her. Following her heart, Qingxin began to play. Unknowingly, people began to hear a beautiful sound, feeling the power that had flowed out of them returning, and their injuries slowly healing. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds drew everyone's attention. They looked over and found that wherever the music reached, insectoids were exploding one by one. Everyone was shocked. Wow, Xin has completed the final layer of unity? Qingxin exclaimed in surprise as he watched the insectoids explode. Fengyan walked over slowly. It seems so. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and fight the insectoids. Your sister down there has already dealt with them. You should get going. He kicked his son in the rear. Ouch. Qingxin stumbled, not daring to resist, and reluctantly boarded the warship to attack the insectoids in the sky. On one of the warships, a graceful insectoid looked at a certain spot on the planet, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Go capture that girl. I want her. Yes. Then, thousands of warships flew towards Qingxin's direction. Qingzhou's expression darkened as he witnessed this scene. He immediately piloted his mech to stand in front of Qingxin, tightly locking onto them with his mental power. Suddenly, the Zerg battleship halted in mid-air, and then the Zerg inside began to explode one after another, repeatedly. The Zerg Queen, seeing this, immediately ceased the attack and ordered all Zerg to retreat. Gradually, except for the Zerg on the ground, all the fighting Zerg in the air returned to the Imperial mothership. Seeing this, Qingzhou instructed everyone to prepare for any further actions from the Zerg. After giving these instructions, he quickly made his way to Qingxin. At this moment, Qingxin's face was pale. It was her first time playing the Guixin, and she felt somewhat powerless. Girl, how are you? Qingzhou carefully helped Qingxin up and took out some spiritual spring water for her to drink. After drinking the spiritual spring water, the innate pearl within her body began to operate automatically. She looked outside and asked, "What is the situation now?" Qingzhou wiped the sweat off her face and said softly, "They've temporarily retreated. We don't know what their next move will be." As he spoke, he looked up at the sky. "Should we pursue them?" Qingxin asked. Qingzhou shook his head. "Not for now. You should rest. Leave the next steps to me." Upon hearing this, Qingxin nodded. "Then I'll enter the space first." Okay. In the next moment, Qingxin disappeared from Qingzhou's sight. Qingzhou stood up, checked the surroundings for any danger, and quickly boarded the mech, flying towards the ship of the underworld battle team in the sky. "Boss, it seems they are about to retreat." Ling Xian reported the movements of the Zerg as soon as he saw Qingzhou. Qingzhou quickly walked to the control room, looking at the locked Zerg battleship, and swiftly issued commands. Teams 1 and 2 encircle from the sides, Teams 3 and 4 from above and below. After giving the orders, Qingzhou's expression darkened as he gazed at the battleship not far away. Thinking of escaping? At this time, I was supposed to propose to my girl. But because of these clueless Zerg, my proposal plans have been postponed. And now they still want to retreat unscathed? What a delusion! Although Qingzhou's anger did not show on his face, it was fully evident in his confrontation with the Zerg, as the Zerg battleship was bombarded to the point of being riddled with holes. Ling Xian looked at the battleship that was on the verge of collapse and said with reluctance, "Boss, those Zerg are already dead. Let that battleship go. At the very least, it still has some utility." Qingzhou turned his head and left a single command, "Bombard," before departing, leaving Ling Xian swaying in the wind. Unbeknownst to everyone at this time, on the rooftop of the building where Qingxin had just been, hidden in the shadows, a Zerg queen was observing the surroundings, murmuring, "How is it possible? It smells so good here. Where's the person?" Qingxin, now in the space, had finished recuperating and was about to go out when she was tugged by Jiujiu. Jiujiu. Qingxin looked down at Jiujiu. which had grown 2 sizes larger, and smiled, asking, "What's wrong? Do you want to go out too?" Upon hearing this, Jiu released Mu Qingxin's clothes and nodded. Jiu. Mu Qingxin reached out to hug Jiu, gently stroking it. "All right, I'll take you out, but no causing trouble, okay?" Jiu agreed. Mu Qingxin took Jiu out of the space, and as soon as she exited, the Zerg Queen's eyes lit up in the shadows, looking at Mu Qingxin with intense heat. Mu Qingxin also sensed the Zerg Queen immediately, turning her gaze towards her and warily drew her Qingxin. "Haha, little one. I finally caught you." The queen emerged from the shadows, smiling at Mu Qingxin. "Perfect. So perfect. A perfect body, delicious blood. Good. So good." Seeing the Zerg Queen in a daze, Mu Qingxin frowned, not wasting words, and directly began to play the Qingxin, sending sharp notes towards her. Bang, bang, bang. The notes struck the queen, but were shattered invisibly, causing Mu Qingxin to be greatly alarmed. "Ha ha!" The queen laughed. "Are you puzzled? This thing is completely useless to me." "Why?" "Ha ha! Because I have had mental power for over 10,000 years, and this thing of yours, is indeed quite powerful, but still immature for me." Jiu. Suddenly, Jiu flying above the queen made a sound. Mu Qingxin and the queen turned their gazes towards it. Mu Qingxin hurriedly shouted, "Jiu, come back." In the next moment, to the astonishment of both Mu Qingxin and the queen, Jiu actually swallowed the queen whole. Jiu hic. Jiu happily flew to Mu Qingxin's side, satisfied, and let out a big belch. At this moment, Mu Qingxin finally came to her senses, anxiously holding Jiu and checking it. "Jiu, are you okay? Does your stomach hurt? You need to spit it out. That thing is poisonous. Why do you eat everything?" Mu Qingxin looked at Jiu with worry. "Girl, what's wrong?" At this moment, Qingxin approached, seeing Mu Qingxin's anxious face. He asked nervously. Mu Qingxin saw Qingxin and quickly pulled him while holding Jiu, saying, "What should we do?" Just now, Jiu swallowed that Zerg Queen. What if something happens to it? Hearing this, Qingxin raised an eyebrow at Jiu, saw it yawning contentedly, and gently patted its belly. Then he smiled at Mu Qingxin. "Don't worry, it's fine. It swallowed a mental entity that has existed for over 10,000 years. Jiu is about to fall into a deep sleep. Put it back in the space. Let it slowly absorb that mental power. Is Jiu really okay? It's fine." Upon hearing Qingxin's words, Mu Qingxin finally felt relieved, gently stroking Jiu's head and placed it back in the space. As soon as it entered the space, Jiu fell into a deep sleep. When it awakened again, many years had passed, and Jiu had become the strongest dragon among the dragon clan, leading the dragons into a new world. The Zerg were completely eradicated, and from then on, there were no more Zerg in the universe. Humans and other races lived in harmony again, free from the threat of the Zerg, and everyone lived peacefully in the universe. Mommy, Daddy said that you captured his heart with a curry rice, and there's also a song. A cute girl, looking as delicate as a doll, tilted her head and looked at Mu Qingxin. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Mu Qingxin looked up at her husband not far away, only to see Qingxin awkwardly cough and turn his face away. "Mommy doesn't know. Did your daddy tell you?" Mommy, I want to try that curry rice and also want to hear you sing that song." "Okay." Qingxin, with his back to his wife and daughter, smiled gently upon hearing his wife's words, thinking to himself, "Looks like I'll have a treat tonight. It's been many years since I had curry rice. That taste from back then is truly unforgettable."